If you could bring any League of Legends item into reality, how would you choose to reach the pinnacle of life? Would it be the Guardian Angel with resurrection abilities? Or the Berserker's armor that quickly restores health as long as you don't die? Or perhaps the support item that earns gold even while lying down? At that moment, you, who were dreaming, were startled awake by a rapidly flying piece of chalk. You see a middle-aged woman at the podium spitting as she yells, "Fat monkey, if you don't want to attend this school, then get out. You're the most useless in the whole class. Besides dragging down the overall grades, what else can you do? Get out of here immediately." You, standing there in confusion, walked out of the classroom amidst the teacher's curses, quickly sorting through the memories lingering in your mind. You were shocked to discover that you had crossed over into a world where martial arts flourished. What made you even more desperate was that the owner of this body was a useless person with only 3 vitality. Because of this, you became the object of disdain and hatred among the school and teachers, fearing that your uselessness would affect the school's martial arts exam results. While you were lost in thought, a system notification suddenly rang in your mind. Ding! The host's soul has fully merged with the strongest stat monster. The system has successfully activated the beginner's quest. Choose an item you like and equip it in your inventory. Do you want to proceed? Without hesitation, you decisively clicked to try. There was no reason to refuse such an obviously free beginner's quest. In the next moment, the system panel quickly switched to the prize list, filled with an array of dazzling equipment. You looked at the Infinity Edge and the Death's Embrace in the shop and immediately realized it was just like League of Legends. Seeing this, your eyes lit up, and you immediately began searching from the bottom up for the item you wanted. Yes, it was the Starcaster. The Starcaster not only has 900 health points, and excellent base stats with 200% health regeneration, it also comes with a terrifying skill that allows your health to grow infinitely. Colossal Devour, with a cooldown of 30 seconds, your next attack will deal 80, plus an additional 12% of your health as damage, and grants you a permanent maximum health increase equal to 12% of that damage. However, unlike the similarly named item in LOL, it no longer has the passive ability that increases your size as your health grows, which makes you feel a bit regretful, as one of the obsessions of LOL players is that big transformation. You directly opened the inventory and decisively equipped the Starcaster. Almost instantly, your vitality surged, and your physical strength increased several times. You opened your personal stats panel and saw that your health had indeed increased from 25 to 925 points, giving you a lot more confidence. This made you curious about how much health those classmates who usually looked down on you had. Thinking of this, you slowly stood up and secretly peered through the small window of the back door to observe your classmates. You soon discovered that the class leader, Lu Ruyan, had the highest health in your class, a staggering 106 points, far ahead of her classmates. But that pitiful 106 points was just 1/9 of your own. She could barely withstand a single blow from you. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open, and the female teacher, Zhou Shuhua, with her dead fish eyes, stepped out and coldly glanced at you, saying, "Fat monkey, if you don't put in effort in the next practical class, I'll really have to expel you." After saying this, she turned and walked towards the practical training room on the first floor. At that moment, the system notification rang in your mind again. New task released. Defeat class leader Lu Ruyan in the next practical class, and upon completion, you can choose a hero skill. Hearing the system notification, your eyes lit up. A hero skill choice? Now you have the Starcaster. There was no need to hesitate. You had already made your choice. What are you standing there for? At the back of the line, class leader Lu Ruyan glared at you with disgust. If you don't want to practice properly, don't bother coming to this martial arts high school. It's really disgusting. Lu Ruyan walked up beside you and whispered, "Teacher Joe has already said to let me take you down in the practical class so it won't affect the martial arts exam results. So you'd better choose to leave, or don't blame me for being ruthless if you end up a useless person." After saying that, Lu Ruyan flicked her ponytail and turned to leave. This damn girl has a foul mouth. You gritted your teeth angrily and immediately accepted the task just released by the system. Let's see who ends up useless later. You never hold back when it comes to revenge. If you can resolve it on the spot, you won't play it safe. In the practical training room, Zhou Shuhua handed the students of Class 3, Senior Year, over to the practical instructor. There are 37 days until the martial arts exam. Practice well with the instructor. She glared at the students, but her gaze towards Lu Ruyan was particularly gentle. Nodding at the practical instructor, Zhou Shuhua then walked to the corner of the training room to monitor the students' training. At this point, the practical instructor, who had been standing aside, finally spoke up. Today's practical course will be a simple one-on-one sparring. You can freely choose your opponents and fight without holding back. Who wants to come up first? As soon as the practical instructor finished speaking, Lu Ruyan eagerly stepped forward. "Instructor, today I choose to challenge Fat Monkey." You looked around, your face showing 3 parts disgust and 7 parts malice. Hearing this, you were momentarily stunned, and then a smile appeared on your face that was harder to suppress than AK's. This damn girl is really looking for trouble. You didn't even have to look for an opportunity to take her down. You wondered if the class leader with only 106 health could withstand your blow. The Starcaster has a base damage of 80, plus an additional 12% of health as damage, totaling 191 damage. You estimated that you could knock Lu Ruyan out with just one punch. Seeing that you remained silent, Lu Ruyan raised an eyebrow and said mockingly, "You're scared, aren't you?" He was certain that you were afraid. After all, in his eyes, you were one of the top 2 useless students in the class. In every practical class before, you always found ways to avoid combat. Today, he intended to eliminate you, this tumor, from the class. Lu Ruyan's thoughts were quite malicious. He planned to beat you to a pulp in the upcoming match, intending to turn you into a useless person, at least keeping you in the hospital for half a year so you wouldn't drag down the class. Besides, there were allowances for injuries in practical classes, so the school couldn't fault him. However, what he didn't expect was that you didn't shrink back or show fear as he thought. Instead, you smirked and put your hands in your pockets. Walking with an indifferent stride, he entered the arena and said nonchalantly, "Then let's practice a bit." Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. He didn't expect you to actually dare to fight him. Were you really not afraid of being turned into a cripple? Lu Ruoyan glanced at Zhou Shuhua from a distance, who nodded without hesitation. You naturally noticed the exchange of glances between Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Shuhua as you rubbed your fists. Arrogantly, you said to Lu Ruoyan, "Do you want me to go easy on you?" "I don't need a waste like you to let me," Lu Ruoyan snapped, his temper flaring. He quickly moved towards you with agile steps. It was something every martial arts high school taught on the first day of enrollment, but unfortunately, you, being a waste, didn't learn it well. Seeing you still standing there in a daze, Lu Ruoyan scoffed disdainfully and threw a punch at your temple. You suffered a critical hit, losing 9 health points. The temple is one of the body's weak points, and Lu Ruoyan's attack dealt 6 damage. Thus, the critical damage being 1.5 times means you lost 9 health points, a measly amount that only reduced your health by 1%. You swiftly grabbed Lu Ruoyan's wrist, squeezing tightly, and scoffed, "Is that it? You're just tickling me. Even if I stand here and let you hit me today, you won't be able to do anything to me." In contrast, Lu Ruoyan seemed frozen in place as if struck by a spell. He had put all his effort into that punch, and logically, you should have been incapacitated. But why were you still standing here unharmed? It was completely illogical. You quietly watched Lu Ruoyan, whose astonishment was almost comical. A slight smile crept onto your lips as you said with a bloodthirsty tone, "You've had your turn, now it's mine." You let out a cold snort, watching as Lu Ruoyan's body shimmered with the emblem of XING Gang. You clenched your fist and swung it hard, producing a delightful crack. Lu Ruoyan's health was instantly depleted, suffering 191 points of damage, and his maximum health permanently increased by 23. This strike completely crushed Lu Ruoyan. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, and his chest caved in. He coughed up blood in great heaves. "Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so fragile." You chuckled as you pushed the now stiff Lu Ruoyan to the ground. Then you slowly scanned the surroundings, your gaze filled with unabashed provocation as you raised your chin and shouted, "Who else wants to try me?" Your shout left everyone present stunned. The strongest student, Lu Ruoyan, had been knocked out by you, a notorious underachiever. And looking at Lu Ruoyan now, even if he survived, he would be a cripple, completely losing his chance to participate in the martial arts exam. At that moment, Zhou Shuhua screamed and rushed onto the battlefield, delivering a heart-piercing claw to your chest, dealing 25 points of normal damage. You widened your eyes and shouted in shock, "You attack me." You couldn't believe it. As a teacher, Zhou Shuhua had actually gone insane and attacked her own student. Zhou Shuhua stared at you, who was unscathed, frozen in place. Trembling lips and a face of disbelief, she asked, "Why aren't you hurt?" You gritted your teeth, your eyes showing unrestrained rage. "Since you attack me, don't blame me for fighting back. You've always had it in for that old fool, and Lu Ruoyan specifically chose you to spar with. It was that old fool who instigated it." Unfortunately, your punch did not land on Zhou Shuhua. Another instructor raised an arm to block your punch, suffering 193 points of damage, and his maximum health permanently increased by 23. "Good kid. That punch had the power of a level 1 dancer," the instructor said, looking at his broken arm with a mix of complexity and admiration. Zhou Shuhua, who had narrowly dodged your punch, now resembled a mad dog, completely losing her mind as she screamed at you, "You dare to lay a hand on a teacher? I'll make sure the board expels you. I will make sure you get kicked out of this school." Listening to her venomous and arrogant words, your anger surged. You silently vowed that even if you got expelled today, you would at least land a punch on that old fool. However, just as you were about to strike Zhou Shuhua, a balding middle-aged man pushed open the door to the training room and entered, angrily saying, "Fat ho, you can get out of this school. We no longer welcome you here." This man was Zhou Shuo's husband and the principal, Lu Dihai. Lu Ruoyan was his niece, and he could not accept that his niece was nearly beaten to death by a failing student. You said nothing, knowing that staying in this situation would bring you no advantage. After giving Zhou Shuo a cold glance, you turned and left. Zhou Shuo, however, was relentless, shouting sharply, "Old Lu, don't let this bastard get away. I want him to pay." Lu Dihai covered Zhou Shuo's mouth and crouched beside her, whispering, "Shut up. As long as I wipe out that bastard's blood, he'll be a cripple for life. I'll make sure he has nothing to do with martial arts ever again." The instructor glanced at Lu Dihai and Zhou Shuo, shook his head, and turned to leave. The bad news was that Lu Ruoyan had sustained a serious injury today, and he would surely have to pay a hefty price. The good news was that he seemed to have discovered a talented dancer who had been discriminated against, and those blind fools actually wanted to eliminate such a talent in its infancy. Truly foolish. Thinking of this, the instructor took out his intact right hand and pulled out his phone, dialing a number. The call was answered almost instantly, and the voice on the other end was filled with barely concealed excitement. "Hey, old Liang, what made you find the time to call me? Have you thought it over? I told you, it's much more comfortable hanging around in our bureau than being an instructor outside." The training instructor, Liang Yongsheng, frowned at his words. "All right, Wei Jin, how many times have I told you not to bring this up? This old comrade always wants me to come to the bureau as a slacker. I, Liang Yongsheng, am not going to live off others." Wei Jin sighed on the other end, saying helplessly, "Then why are you calling me? Is it to treat me to a meal?" He knew very well that he wouldn't disturb his old comrade unless there was something important. Without further ado, Liang Yongsheng directly stated what he wanted Wei Jin's help with. Recently, Lu Dihai from No. 1 high school may want to expunge a student's record. Help me stop it. That student is named Fat Ho, don't forget. Upon hearing Liang Yongsheng's words, Wei Jin's interest was piqued. "Oh, what kind of student could make you personally call me?" Liang Yongsheng looked quite serious and waved his hand, saying, "Don't ask. Just know that with him around, our Taijo might actually get a ranking in the national competition this year. I can't be sure what kind of person you are yet. I can't make a final judgment yet." On the other end of the line, the sound of a cup dropping echoed. "You mean the student you want to save could actually rank in the national competition? Really? Our Taijo has been at the bottom for over a decade." Liang Yongsheng shook his head with a hint of amusement and continued, "Do I look like someone who would joke about this? Rest assured, help me secure this student, and I'll make sure he can assist you in getting a ranking in the national competition." "All right, since you, old Liang, have said it, even the king himself couldn't touch that fat hoe." Wei Jin's tone became incredibly serious. "This could be a talent that might actually rank in the national competition. I can't afford to overlook it." After hanging up, Wei Jin, who had just been clouded by excitement, snapped back to reality. "Wait, why is that idiot principal targeting such a talent?" Wei Jin scratched his head, confused. Meanwhile, on the other side, after gathering your things, you left No. 1 high school without a hint of nostalgia. You were prepared. You were ready for retaliation from Zhou Shuhua and Lu Dihai. At worst, you wouldn't go to the martial arts academy. What? The martial arts academy can't compare to the system's gear and skills. As long as you have the Star of Steel and the Blood of the Overlord, such powerful equipment combined with the intentional strike skill, you could even take down a god in a single punch. But how could you explain this to your family? Even though you had made peace with it, you still had family members. You couldn't tell them the truth and would have to find a way to delay it. You shook your head, deciding to take it one step at a time. But no matter what, you would not regret today's choice. If you stayed in No. 1 high school, you figured you wouldn't be able to hold back, to beat that old fool Zhou Shuhua to death. But just as your left foot stepped out of the school gate, Liang Yongsheng rushed up from behind. "Hey, you're called Fat Ho, right? Do you know you're in big trouble? That idiot Lu Dihai wants to erase your student record and make sure you never have anything to do with the martial arts academy." "So what?" You raised an eyebrow, not understanding why this instructor had come looking for you. "You're quite arrogant, huh?" Liang Yongsheng chuckled, completely unfazed by your attitude. On the contrary, he felt that a dancer should be fearless like you. "Get to the point. If there's nothing, I'm leaving." You frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed and struggling to understand. Why was this instructor coming to find you? Of course, there's a reason. Since you can't go back to No. 1 high school, stick with me. I have some connections that can help transfer your student record to No. 37 high school, and I can secure a spot for you in the upcoming martial arts exam. As for the time before the exam, you can train with me. Why do you want to help me? You asked, perplexed. You barely knew this instructor, and you had just broken his arm with a punch. Liang Yongsheng paused for a moment and replied, I don't want a genius to be ruined by a fool who's even worse than a pig. It's as simple as that. You remain silent, assessing the credibility of Liang Yongxing's words. No one would be so kind without reason unless they wanted something from you or saw something they desired in you. Seemingly sensing your doubts, Liang Yongxing directly addressed you. Don't worry, you're just a kid who isn't even a dancer yet. How could I harm you? My name is Liang Yongxing. From now on, just call me Uncle Liang. I've already taken care of your student record. Starting tomorrow, report to my dojo at 8 a.m. every day. There are many level 1 and 2 dancers there, all veterans from the front lines, who will teach you how to become a real dancer. I won't say more, I need to go take care of my broken arm. See you tomorrow. Liang Yongxing waved at you before turning to leave. Level 1 and 2 dancers, you barely registered those words, the rest didn't sink in. The base damage of XING Gang was too high for an average person to withstand. Only a level 1 dancer with over 1000 health points could take your punch without dying. The mention of level 1 and 2 dancers by Liang Yongxing was incredibly enticing for your goal of becoming stronger. Upon returning home, you eagerly opened your system to claim the reward for defeating Lu Ruoyan. The task was completed, and the reward was a choice of 1 hero skill. Without hesitation, you opened the reward list. You currently valued 2 skills. One was the Barbarian King's ultimate skill, Endless Fury. The other was Berserker Olaf's ultimate, Ragnarok, one immune to death, the other immune to all control effects while also increasing attack power and resistance. However, to be safe, you ultimately decided to choose the Barbarian King's ultimate skill, Endless Fury. The temptation of being a true man for 5 seconds was simply irresistible. But when you attempted to click on Endless Fury, the system suddenly emitted a cold notification. Host, please note that hero skills refer to minor skills, not passive or ultimate skills. Please complete daily tasks to accumulate enough gold to draw the skills or equipment you need. Upon hearing the system notification, your face fell instantly. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have been so excited. However, you quickly adjusted your mindset and soon had new options. The skill had to be powerful enough, with both damage and life-saving capabilities. Based on all of this, the skill that best met these criteria was my brother Hao's Intentional Strike. Don't ask why, strength is secondary, being cool is a lifelong affair. The Intentional Strike passive skill gathers all damage taken into Mao-E value, with a cap of 50% of maximum health. It actively releases all the Mao-E value for a shield equal to 100% of that value, which decays over 3 seconds, and unleashes a powerful punch dealing 80 plus 12. 5% of maximum health as true damage to all enemies in the area. Enemies in the area will receive physical damage as a substitute. At this moment, you felt exhilarated by this new skill. After all, you were the man with the XING Gang equipment, and this skill's damage would increase with your maximum health. You were now looking forward to tomorrow's upgrade moment. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and the next morning, you arrived at Liang Yongxing's Yongxing Dojo as promised. Seeing you arrive, Liang Yongxing wasted no time and took you straight to the training area. He then shouted in his booming voice, "Everyone, quiet down. I'd like to introduce a little brother. From today on, he'll be training here at Yongxing Dojo, so please take good care of him." Also, this little brother was expelled from No. 1 high school, but he still needs to take the entrance exam in 36 days. You all understand what I mean, right? Don't hide your resources, bring them out. This little brother is Su Bang Bang. Soon, a towering man at least 2 meters tall stepped down from the arena and loudly asked, "Kid, what got you expelled?" You had nothing to hide, especially since you would be staying here for the next 30 days. So you told the truth directly. "Someone looked down on me and I knocked him out with a punch, and it turned out that person was the principal's relative." "Good kid, looks like you're not weak," the giant said, his eyes lighting up. He beckoned you with his hand. "I'm Zhou Xingxing, come up and spar with me." Chen Mo squinted at the burly man with a health point of 2,700 and an attack power of 80. "Don't be afraid, I just want to see how strong this brave little brother is. I definitely won't bully you." Tian Xingxing thought Chen Mo was scared of him and hurriedly explained. "Alright, then let's have a spar." A smile crept onto Chen Mo's lips. This Tian Xingxing had 2,700 health points, which meant he could stack steel 10 times on him. That would guarantee an increase of 230 health points. The passive cooldown time for Heart of Steel was 30 seconds, so calculating for 10 stacks, Chen Mo would need to last at least 5 minutes under Tian Xingxing's hands. "Little Tian, as a second-level martial artist, you shouldn't bully people, right?" Liang Yongxing couldn't help but laugh. His martial arts school was full of battle maniacs, and they would definitely want to test the new kid's level. "Chen Mo, don't push yourself too hard, just go easy." Seeing that Chen Mo really intended to exchange a few moves with Tian Xingxing, Liang Yongxing could only give a reminder. "Don't worry, it's not certain who will fall first." Chen Mo stretched his muscles and stepped onto the ring. "Good kid, you really have guts. Tian Xingxing's eyes lit up. He loved young people with enough courage. He remembered when they were suppressing the military at the border. Thinking too far. Shaking his head, Tian Xingxing began to size up the boy in front of him. The energy in his body was quite thin, but he looked remarkably solid. A good seed. Tian Xingxing almost instantly recognized Chen Mo. Do you want me to go easy on you? Tian Xingxing tossed a set of protective gear to Chen Mo and put on a pair of boxing gloves himself. I don't need this stuff. Chen Mo threw the protective gear aside and assumed a basic fighting stance. But if you could let me have a go, that would be great. With that, Chen Mo pushed off the ground with force and shot forward. Tian Xingxing stood with his hands on his hips, grinning as he waited for Chen Mo's punch to land on him. In his view, how could a boy who hadn't even turned 18 possibly hurt him? Just daring to strike at a strong opponent was already a significant achievement. Bang! Chen Mo aimed for the charging mark that appeared on Tian Xingxing and threw a punch, producing a pleasant crisp sound. Dealt 196 damage. Maximum health permanently increased by 23. Damn! This punch knocked off nearly 6 of Tian Xingxing's health points, and he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Good kid, you really have some strength. Tian Xingxing raised his head, enduring the pain, and said with admiration. I said I don't need you to go easy, you can't blame me if you don't listen. Chen Mo grinned. He was now just a step away from reaching 4 digits in health points. This brat is quite arrogant. Tian Xingxing's eyes widened, and he threw a powerful punch toward Chen Mo's ribs. With a dull thud, Chen Mo successfully raised his knee to block the punch just before being hit. Defense successful. Received normal damage, health. After this punch, Chen Mo didn't feel good either. The gap between him and Tian Xingxing was simply too vast. One was a student who wasn't even a martial artist, while the other was a battle-hardened second-level martial artist. The difference could be described as heaven and earth. Chen Mo frowned. It was completely impossible for him to compete head-on with Tian Xingxing. His basic attack power was only 2, and if he tried to defeat Tian Xingxing, he would tire himself out first. Chen Mo's best option now was to pull and drag, to wait for a chance to turn the tide. Below the ring, everyone watched the battle between Chen Mo and Tian Xingxing, murmuring in amazement. This kid is impressive. He took old Tian's punch and is still standing. I've experienced old Tian's heavy punches, one nearly made me vomit. This little brother's physical quality is really tough. No wonder brother Liang brought him to the martial arts school. Liang Yongxing listened to the discussions of his brothers beside him, and an involuntary smile appeared on his face. It seemed he had not misjudged Chen Mo. This young man was indeed a genius. Chapter 6, Intentional Heavy Punch. Draw in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes had passed, and the crowd had stopped their discussions. Everyone was fixated on the two fighters still battling in the ring. Tian Xingxing's old face was flushed, a trickle of blood dripped from his lips onto the ground. In contrast, Chen Mo didn't look much better. The left side of his face was swollen like a steamed bun. Why do I feel like old Tian is going to be knocked down if this drags on? A young man with a buzz cut spoke with palpable excitement. It was incredible that an underage student who hadn't even entered the path could fight against a second-level martial artist for so long. They were well aware of old Tian's strength. He was the kind of person who had once smashed a second-level abyss beast to death with a single punch on the southwestern border. Don't worry, old Tian won't go down. That kid Chen Mo's stamina is already depleted. Liang Yongxing shook his head, knowing far more details than these young men. Despite Tian Xingxing's bloodied face, he still maintained good stamina. In contrast, Chen Mo had been running around the entire ring, his stamina nearly exhausted. Next move will probably decide the winner. Liang Yongxing's words stunned the crowd, and they quickly focused all their attention on the two fighters in the ring. This is tough. Chen Mo felt his heart pounding violently and couldn't help but sigh. He had already stacked 230 points of health on Tian Xingxing, but this muscular man, whose arms were thicker than his thighs, still stood firm. Moreover, he only had 150 points of health left. He could withstand at most 2 more punches before going down. Then let's go all out for the last time. Every bit counts. Chen Mo concentrated, with 5 seconds left until his charged attack finished. Good kid. You really have some skills. I think I understand why old Liang brought you here. Tian Xingxing wiped his face, a smirk appearing as he revealed his blood-stained teeth. But, even though you have some tricks, I can't let a kid like you take me down. So, I won't be holding back from now on. With that, Tian Xingxing's internal energy surged, and white steam erupted from his mouth and nose. Martial skill. Blood Fury Punch. Tian Xingxing's fist was enveloped in a cloud of blood-red steam, and just watching it made Chen Mo's heart race. No way, I have to dodge. If that punch hits me, I'm done for. Chen Mo tried to evade the trajectory of the Blood Fury Punch, but strangely, no matter how he dodged, the punch was still coming for him. Old Tian, do you want to kill this kid? Liang Yongsheng shouted loudly when he saw Tian Xingxing actually using a martial skill. Quick! Help Chen Mo block that punch! Just as everyone was about to rush into the ring to help Chen Mo, a furious shout from Chen Mo stopped them in their tracks. No need! Martial skill, ha! As if I can't do that! Chen Mo glanced at his fully charged power value, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed. Golden light gathered in his right fist, and his nearly depleted health bar suddenly surged, filled by the white shield value. Intentional heavy punch. Tian Xingxing's blood fury punch and Chen Mo's intentional heavy punch collided simultaneously against each other. Received martial skill damage. Shield, dealt 233 points of true damage. The golden punch pierced through, even lifting several pieces of the wooden floor. Poof! Tian Xingxing spat out a mouthful of blood, his face showing disbelief. Chen Mo, suppressing the weakness within him, landed a charged attack on Tian Xingxing's face. Clang! Dealt 227 points of damage. Maximum health permanently increased by 27. Then, Chen Mo felt a wave of dizziness, and everything went black as he collapsed to the ground. Chen Mo. Liang Yongxing's heart tightened. He couldn't let old Tian kill this kid, could he? What a little rascal. Tian Xingxing barely steadied himself and leaned back against the chair, removing his boxing gloves. Old Liang, where did you find such a little monster? This is a bit too fierce. Tian Xingxing lifted his shirt and looked at the purple-black bruise on his chest. You still have the nerve to say that? You actually had the face to use martial arts against a child? Liang Yongsheng checked Chen Mo's condition and found that he was merely exhausted with some superficial injuries, which relieved him. If I hadn't used martial arts, I would have really been knocked down by him today. Tian Xingxing's tiger-like eyes widened, looking at Chen Mo with nothing but admiration. But what was that just now? How does this kid know martial arts? How would I know? All I know is this kid is a genius. I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. Liang Yongsheng shook his head and carried Chen Mo into the nearby infirmary. After simply treating Chen Mo's superficial injuries, Liang Yongsheng emerged with a dark expression on his face. Old Tian, shouldn't we talk about you using martial arts against a child? Liang Yongsheng glared at Tian Xingxing, whose face was covered in blood, with a stern expression. Is it wrong for me to make a mistake? Didn't you see that I'm worse off than him? Tian Xingxing pouted. If he hadn't used martial arts, he would probably be the one lying in the infirmary now. Is just saying sorry enough? Liang Yongxing took a step forward, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Alright, I get it. Tian Xingxing sighed and raised his hands in surrender. I'll cover this kid's 36 days worth of chi and blood pills, and I'll teach him the blood fury fist as well. Is that compensation enough for you? Not enough. You need to give Chen Mo the thing you secretly brought back when you retired, and then we can consider this matter settled. Liang Yongxing decisively shook his head and made his demand. Ha! Tian Xingxing's expression instantly turned pained. Old Liang, are you sure you want to give that thing to that kid? Can his body handle it? Don't worry about whether he can handle it, just hurry back and get it. Liang Yongsheng saw through Tian Xingxing's reluctance and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Fine, Tian Xingxing sighed. The blood-refining potion was originally meant for his son. Unfortunately, at 40 years old, he was still single and had no chance to use it for his son. He didn't even have a son. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Liang Yongsheng kicked Tian Xingxing's large backside, prompting him to quickly get dressed and leave the Yongsheng Martial Arts School. Meanwhile, at the Taizhou City Martial Education Bureau, what's going on? What do you mean you can't find Chen Mo's student file? Zhao Dihai slammed the table, shouting angrily at the staff member across from him. Principal Zhao, yelling at me won't help. I suggest you go find Director Wei. The staff member sneered, wiped the spit Zhao Dihai had sprayed on his face, and turned to leave. You! Alright, then I'll go find your director. Zhao Dihai, furious and embarrassed, stood up abruptly, ready to turn and leave. What's the matter, Principal Zhao? Looking for me? Just as Zhao Dihai turned, a remarkably muscular middle-aged man stood in front of him. It was Wei Jin. Chapter 7, Life Value Over 1,000, Tian Xingxing's Apology. Chapter 7, Life Value Over 1,000, Tian Xingxing's Apology. Director Wei. Zhao Dihai was startled, his expression instantly shifting from anger to flattery. Director Wei, I do have something to discuss today, but really, there's no need to trouble you. There is a student in our school named Chen Mo, who is completely useless and does nothing. And he even got into fights with other students, even going so far as to attack a teacher. I've expelled him, thinking of erasing his student record. Someone like him has no right to participate in the martial arts college entrance exam. Zhao Dihai spoke with righteous indignation, putting on the appearance of a principled principal. Is it that serious? Wei Jin waved at Zhao Dihai. How about this? I'll handle this troublesome student. You can go back, Principal Zhao. Wei Jin patted Zhao Dihai on the shoulder and smiled kindly at him. That would really trouble you, Director Wei. Zhao Dihai nodded repeatedly, bowing as he exited the Martial Arts Education Bureau. How could Zhao Dihai, a man in his 40s, dare to provoke someone like Director Wei, who was once a 6th-level martial artist guarding the border? If it weren't for an injury that caused his level to drop to 5th, he might have been the top leader of Taizhou City. After Zhao Dihai left, Wei Jin sneered and returned to his office. Looking at Chen Mo's student file on his desk, Wei Jin directly placed the file into the safe in his office. This Zhao Baldhead, a man in his 40s, actually targeting a child. What a disgrace. I'll deal with you sooner or later. I have a chance to meet the genius that old Liang mentioned. What if he really can win a place in the national competition? I'm not asking for the finals, just making it to the top 16 would be enough. No, even the top 16 seems a bit extravagant. Just getting through the first round would eliminate half. In the afternoon, Chen Mo, whose stamina had fully recovered, climbed out of bed. With the increase in his maximum health points, Chen Mo's health recovery rate improved from 4 points per second to 5 points per second. After a morning's time, Chen Mo's health was completely restored. Ignoring the pain in his body, Chen Mo quickly opened his personal panel. Name, Chen Mo, health points, 1251, vitality, 14, attack power, 2, defense power, 0, gain 280 health points. Looking at the rapidly increasing health points, Chen Mo completely disregarded the pain in his body. Indeed, fighting is the best way to increase health points. Chen Mo put on his shoes and walked out of the infirmary, colliding with Liang Yongsheng, who wanted to check on him. You're awake? Are you okay? Liang Yongsheng looked Chen Mo over and found that the kid seemed to be in better spirits than when he first arrived in the morning. Of course I'm fine. Who wants to fight me this afternoon? Chen Mo rubbed his fists, eager to start training. The entire Yongsheng martial arts school had 18 people, including Liang Yongsheng, with 15 first-level martial artists and 3 second-level martial artists. These people were the best tools for Chen Mo to stack steel. You do need to fight this afternoon, but first you need to eat something. Liang Yongsheng magically produced a large box of takeout from behind him. Eat up. I have something to tell you after you finish. After handing the takeout to Chen Mo, Liang Yongsheng took out his phone to answer a call. Soon, Chen Mo had devoured the entire box of takeout. After tossing the empty container into the trash, Chen Mo looked up at Liang Yongsheng, who was walking towards him. Follow me. Liang Yongsheng waved at Chen Mo, who got up and followed him. The two entered the lounge on the second floor, where Tian Xingxing was sitting on a nearby sofa. What's this? Do you want to have another round with me? Chen Mo excitedly asked, looking at Tian Xingxing, who had a bruised face. You can forget it. My injuries from this morning still hurt a lot. I really don't know how you recovered so quickly. Tian Xingxing waved his hand, astonished by Chen Mo's abnormal recovery speed. Liang Yongsheng gave Tian Xingxing a knowing look, and Tian Xingxing immediately realized what he needed to do. This morning, it was my fault. I shouldn't have used martial skills against a student who hasn't even entered the path. Speaking, Tian Xingxing took out 3 test tubes filled with red liquid and a transparent acrylic sealed bottle from his bag. Brother Chen, this is the Qi blood pill. Taking one a day will stabilize and increase your Qi and blood. Tian Xingxing pushed the acrylic bottle containing the Qi blood pills in front of Chen Mo. This is the blood refining potion. The effective duration of one vial is 10 days, during which your Qi and blood growth efficiency will increase by half. These 2 items are my compensation to you, and since you're about to participate in the martial arts exam, they will come in handy. Chen Mo glanced at the 2 items on the table and then at the bruised Tian Xingxing, momentarily at a loss for words. Just take them. If you feel embarrassed, consider it an investment in you, my genius. Tian Xingxing stood up, patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, and left the lounge without giving Chen Mo a chance to refuse. Take it. Old Tian was just a bit too aggressive this morning, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone so hard. Liang Yongsheng smiled at Chen Mo, then became serious. Although you were able to almost match old Tian this morning, in a life and death fight, you wouldn't last more than 30 seconds against him. Moreover, the martial arts exam doesn't assess your specific combat power, it only looks at your Qi and blood. With a Qi and blood level above 30, you can get into a relatively ordinary martial arts academy. Above 50, you can choose any martial arts academy in the province. But if you want better resources, I still suggest you work hard to raise your Qi and blood above 100. That way, you can reach the top 10 martial arts academies in the country. I understand. Chen Mo nodded. After equipping the Heart of Steel, his Qi and blood reached 14 points, but he was still far from even a relatively ordinary martial arts academy. With the things old Tian gave you, as long as you work hard enough, you can definitely break through 100 in Qi and blood within these 36 days. But how much you can break through depends on your ability to endure hardship. After all, These potions were obtained from the Border Defense Army, and better absorption can only come from fighting. Liang Yongsheng had been observing Chen Mo's expression, waiting for his response. That's great. Chen Mo's lips curled up. What he wanted was battle. Only through fighting could he stack more Heart of Steel, and the stronger the Heart of Steel, the stronger his combat power. Very good. Liang Yongsheng smiled with satisfaction. He indeed did not misjudge the person. Alright, go ahead. First, drink the blood refining potion, then take one chi blood pill every day. After you finish, just pick someone in the martial arts hall to spar with for a couple of rounds. Come find me again when your chi and blood reach 50. Old Tian said that once your chi and blood reach 50, he will teach you the Violet Blood Fist. Chapter 8, Strength Soars, Invincible in the Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 8, Strength Soars, Invincible in the Martial Arts Hall. 20 days passed in a flash. Under the cover of Chen Mo's good brother Ensure, Chen Li and Su Lu had not discovered that Chen Mo had been expelled from the first high school. During these 20 days, Chen Mo's chi and blood grew at an almost unbelievable speed, currently reaching 150 points. He was a unique existence in the entire Taizhou city. Moreover, Chen Mo did not forget the most important thing, stacking steel. After 20 days, Chen Mo's average daily life value growth reached a terrifying 400 points. His maximum life value even reached a shocking 9,251 points. This was still a compromise considering that the martial artists in the hall also needed rest. Otherwise, even 20,000 wouldn't be enough. Today's task has been completed. 50 gold coins have been issued to the system backpack. Chen Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air, having completed today's absorption of the chi blood pill. After absorbing this chi blood pill, Chen Mo's chi and blood had once again made a new breakthrough. Name, Chen Mo, Health, 9,251, Vitality, 163, Attack Power, 15, Defense Power, 0, Gold, 1050, the damage from charged attacks is too high, everyone in the martial arts school is struggling to cope. Chen Mo frowned. His speed in stacking steel was too fast now, and a single charged attack could deal 1190 points of damage, enough to instantly kill most first-level martial artists. Currently, only 5 people in the martial arts school could withstand a punch from him without collapsing. The others would be in life-threatening danger after taking such a charged attack. When the people in the school saw Chen Mo open his eyes and walk towards them, they all lowered their heads, pretending to be busy. What are you afraid of? I'm not here to fight you. Chen Mo rolled his eyes. He wasn't a fool and knew who treated him well. He couldn't disregard everyone's lives in the school just to stack steel, could he? Brother Tian, come here. Chen Mo stretched his muscles and called out to Tian Xingxing, who was pretending to reflect on his mistakes while facing the wall. Ha! Tian Xingxing was startled, a sheepish smile appearing on his face. Chen, my brother, I had a bad stomach yesterday, so let's skip the sparring today, okay? Yesterday, Chen Mo's punch nearly sent him away. He didn't dare to spar with this little freak anymore. This kid was growing too fast. In just 20 days, he had nearly covered a year's worth of progress. Then forget it, Chen Mo said, scratching his head in regret, turning to look at the other 4 martial artists who could withstand his punch. Wherever Chen Mo's gaze fell, everyone lowered their heads, praying not to be chosen by him. Sigh, Chen Mo sighed. He had been too aggressive in taking advantage, and now no one dared to fight him. It was true, anyone who had gone up against Chen Mo had almost always been carried off. Chen, my brother, Tian Xingxing noticed Chen Mo's dilemma and walked over to him. In the martial arts school, everyone is just sparring. If you really want to experience a serious battle, I still suggest you go to the Abyss Rift. That place is full of second-level and above Abyss beasts. No matter how hard you hit, even if you kill a lot, people will only say you are strong. The Abyss Rift, Chen Mo frowned. He certainly knew about this place. One of the root causes of the current state of humanity was the Abyss Rift, which annually spewed forth a massive number of Abyss beasts, causing significant casualties. Only by continuously entering the rift to clear out the Abyss beasts could the world outside the rift function normally. Aside from the threat posed by the Abyss Rift to humanity, this world was filled with countless dangers, especially from those scum who prided themselves on being higher races. But isn't that place only accessible after becoming a martial artist? I'm still a bit away from that. Chen Mo actually wanted to go to the Abyss Rift to stack steel. There, he could unleash his full strength, and the dead Abyss beasts could be sold for a good amount of money, a win-win situation. Unfortunately, to ensure people's safety, the upper authorities stipulated that only first-level martial artists and above were allowed to enter the Abyss Rift. Moreover, each level had its own range of action restrictions. You see, it's not that complicated. Tian Xingxing noticed that Chen Mo had finally come to a realization and was planning to wreak havoc elsewhere, filling him with a sense of happiness. The boundary for first-level martial artists is having vitality reach 220 points and combat power level reach 500. Based on your rate of vitality growth, in about a week, you'll be able to complete your first level martial artist certification. A week, huh? Chun Mo pouted. It seemed that in the coming week, he wouldn't have the chance to stack steel from the older brothers in the martial arts school. But it didn't matter, once he entered the Abyss Rift, there would be plenty of opportunities to stack steel. A week was nothing. Thinking of this, Chun Mo took out a chi blood pill and tossed it into his mouth. Hey, why did you eat another one? Tian Xingxing grabbed Chen Mo's chin, trying to pry the chi blood pill out of his mouth. Do you know how dangerous it is to take 2 chi blood pills in one day? Your meridians won't be able to handle it. Get out of here, I see you're just worried about the chi blood pills. Chen Mo pushed Tian Xingxing aside, sitting cross-legged to begin absorbing the medicinal power of the chi blood pill. Is this kid's meridians made of iron? Tian Xingxing looked at Chen Mo, who showed no signs of discomfort, feeling confused. Back then, he struggled to absorb 1 chi blood pill every 3 days, and even after that, his meridians would hurt like hell. This kid could absorb 2 in a day and act like nothing was wrong. Is there any justice in this world? Tian Xingxing actually didn't know that Chen Mo also felt pain when taking the chi blood pills. His maximum health was decreasing at a rate of 5 points per second, but it couldn't keep up with the normal recovery. Chen Mo could now recover 15 health points per second, which meant he could take 5 chi blood pills at once without any pressure. Not to mention the assistance of blood refining potions, Chen Mo even thought about taking 10 chi blood pills in a day. After all, he could handle it, he just didn't know if Tian Xingxing's wallet could take it. While Chen Mo was digesting the chi blood pill, Tian Xingxing hurried upstairs to find Liang Yongsheng, whose arm had already healed. Old Liang, tell me honestly, are you counting on this kid Chen Mo to participate in the national competition? After 20 days of interaction, even the most short-sighted person could see that Chen Mo was a genius. So you finally noticed? Liang Yongsheng raised an eyebrow, putting away the documents he had just finished processing. Of course, my judgment is pretty good. I noticed long ago that Chen Mo is a genius. Tian Xingxing patted his chest proudly. Chapter 9, Warrior Certification, Top Genius. Look at you, acting so foolish. Liang Yongsheng sighed, somewhat speechless at how his old buddy still acted like a child. I do want Chen Mo to participate in the National Youth Genius Championship. After all, our Taijo has had no results for over 10 years. After observing for these 20 days, I'm even more certain that Chen Mo can bring back a good result. Not to mention, even seasoned second-level warriors have to be cautious when facing Chen Mo to avoid getting wrecked. That's true. Tian Xingxing completely agreed with Liang Yongsheng's statement. With my 1,300 chi blood and Chen Mo's over 100 chi blood, it's a back-and-forth battle. Even if I'm not careful and get hit by 2 of his punches, I could be knocked down. So, you're just here to chat with me instead of training with Chen Mo? Liang Yongsheng put away the materials and looked up at Tian Xingxing. Not exactly, it's just that this kid Chen Mo is already increased from 1 chi blood pill a day to 2, and my wallet is a bit. Tian Xingxing said with a somewhat embarrassed chuckle. I understand, I'll talk to the higher-ups and see if I can increase your allowance for this month. Liang Yongsheng nodded, understanding Tian Xingxing's difficulties. 2 chi blood pills a day isn't much for wealthy families, but for them, as retired soldiers, it was quite a significant expense. If Tian Xingxing, an old bachelor, couldn't handle it, others would find it even harder to accept. Alright, I just came to tell you this, you can get back to your work. After getting the result he wanted, Tian Xingxing turned and left, not giving Liang Yongsheng a chance to say more. At your age, can't you be a bit more mature? Liang Yongsheng smiled, not taking the matter too seriously. A week passed quickly, and Chen Mo's chi blood had reached 260 points. He had already completed the certification for a level 1 warrior. Well, it's rare to see you so nervous, Tian Xingxing said with a hint of amusement as she looked at Chen Mo, who was sitting beside her. I'm not nervous, I'm excited. Chen Mo shook his head, his eyes filled with eagerness. Once he completed the level 1 warrior certification, it meant he had truly become a warrior. The monthly subsidy for a level 1 warrior was 2,000 yuan, which was a significant amount for a poor student like Chen Mo. He could buy 4 chi blood pills with that. Moreover, after becoming a level 1 warrior, he would be able to hunt abyss beasts in the Abyssal Rift, which would bring in even more subsidies. If he went to a martial arts academy in another city in the future, his family would definitely follow him. With this subsidy and the money from hunting abyss beasts, buying a small house in any city would be no problem. Not to mention, with Chen Mo's rapid growth and strength, he might even be able to afford a big villa after just 1 summer vacation. Chi blood pills, buying a house, and other expenses, these all require money. Chen Mo counted his potential future expenses on his fingers and realized that his financial pressure seemed quite significant. Don't worry, you'll have opportunities to make big money in the future. Liang Yongsheng turned to Chen Mo, who was calculating, and said something quite meaningful. "Alright, it's your turn now, go ahead." Liang Yongsheng patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, his tone full of encouragement. "Okay." Chen Mo nodded and stepped into the certification center. With Liang Yongsheng, a level 1 warrior, and Tian Xingxing, a level 2 warrior, accompanying him, Chen Mo faced no difficulties along the way and smoothly entered the certification room. "Student Chen, please test your chi blood first." A tester pushed a device over, and Chen Mo stood on it with ease. After a buzzing sound, his chi blood value appeared on the tester's tablet. 260 points? The tester adjusted his glasses and rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't mistaken before reporting the data. "I'm sorry, I lost my composure." The tester's demeanor shifted from ordinary enthusiasm to extreme enthusiasm. She even helped Chen Mo down from the testing device. "This data is the best among your peers. You are the only student in Taizhou City in the past 15 years to exceed 200 in chi blood." "Really?" Chen Mo chuckled. He had still taken Tian Xingxing's wallet into consideration. "Please follow me to the combat power testing room. There are corresponding combat power testing devices here." The tester, beaming with a smile, led Chen Mo into another room and connected the surveillance of the combat power testing room to the computer of the certification center director. "What's going on with this little Yao? Why did she connect the surveillance to me?" The certification center director, Han Shan, frowned, but the next moment he stood up abruptly. He had just seen a set of data uploaded to the data center by little Yao. A minor student actually has 260 points of chi blood? Seeing this data, Han Shan's hands trembled. What did this represent? It meant that Taizhou City was about to have a warrior who had entered the path even before the martial arts examination. Ignoring other trivial matters, Han Shan focused intently on the live feed on the computer screen. Can this thing really measure combat power? Chen Mo looked at the target in front of him, somewhat skeptical of its accuracy. "Yes, Student Chen, please use your strongest strike." Little Yao stepped aside. A full-force strike from a level 1 warrior was equivalent to the impact of a small car. She would be seriously injured if she got even slightly grazed. "Alright," but soon Chen Mo smiled because he saw the charging attack symbol of Steel of the Heart on the target. He hadn't stacked steel in a week, and his hands were itching to do so. Chen Mo clenched his right fist and delivered a charged attack that slammed hard into the target. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and Chen Mo instantly felt exhilarated. Caused 1190 points of damage, maximum health permanently increased by 142. So satisfying, Chen Mo thought, feeling that whether he recognized it or not was irrelevant. Stacking steel was all that mattered. Thud! The tablet in Xiaoyao's hand fell to the ground, and after a few seconds of shock, she hurriedly picked it up. 1,190 points. This combat power was already comparable to a late-stage level 2 or even an early-stage level 3 martial artist. If Chen Mo's combat power as a level 1 martial artist was comparable to that of a level 3 early-stage martial artist, what would it be if he grew to a level 3 martial artist? Would his combat power rival that of a level 5 or even a level 6 martial artist? Meanwhile, in the director's office, Han Shan collapsed into his office chair. His expression shifted from surprise to excitement, and finally to ecstasy. "Ha ha ha, good, very good. A student with combat power comparable to a level 3 early-stage martial artist, this national competition is secured." Chapter 10, Taizhou Shocked, Level 1 Martial Artist. Chapter 10, Taizhou Shocked, Level 1 Martial Artist. But as the ecstasy faded, Han Shan began to investigate Chen Mo's background, and their expressions turned grim. Why is such a monstrous genius in that dump? No. 37 middle school? No, this kid was personally transferred from No. 1 high school by the Wei Bureau. Could there be some explanation? Han Shan rubbed his slightly balding head, planning to call Wei Jin to ask. He took out his phone and dialed, and Wei Jin's voice almost immediately came through. "Director Han, is there something you need when you called?" Wei Jin was somewhat puzzled. He wasn't very familiar with this Han, and aside from work-related matters, there shouldn't be any other issues. "Wei Bureau, old Han has a question for you." Han Shan glanced at the empty corridor outside but closed the door out of caution. "What is it, Director Han?" Wei Jin was not in a good mood. Zhao Dihai had repeatedly come to try to erase Chen Mo's student status, and he felt an impulse to slap Zhao Dihai. "How about this? I'll send you some data on a person, and you'll understand what's going on once you see it." Han Shan held the mouse and sent Chen Mo's test data to Wei Jin, quietly waiting for a response. About a minute later, Wei Jin's voice came through again. "Contact the TV station. I want the whole city to know tonight that Chen Mo has become a level 1 martial artist." Wei Jin's tone was filled with uncontainable excitement. A level 1 martial artist under 18, with combat power comparable to a level 3 martial artist. What else could this be but genius? Damn it, foolish shouty high, he drove away the very helicopter that could help him rise. It's truly laughable. Shouldn't we hide and protect such a genius? Han Shan hesitated. The competition between cities was fierce. If other cities learned that Taizhou had such a genius, those shameless ones might come to poach. No need. Wei Zhen's tone was very firm. As long as I'm in Taizhou, I dare anyone to touch Chen Mo, even poaching won't be tolerated. Immediately call the Taizhou TV station and have them report on Chen Mo with the largest coverage. And all the reporters from various newspapers, not a single one should be left out. Got it, Wei Bureau. In fact, Han Shan didn't want to hide Chen Mo, it was a choice made under external pressure. With Wei Zhen, a level 6 martial artist backing him, protecting this genius Chen Mo was absolutely no problem. After hanging up with Wei Zhen, Han Shan immediately called the Taizhou TV station and Taizhou Daily. After a brief communication, all the media capable of going out on assignment in Taizhou surged out like crazy. Xiao Yao, you must make sure Chen Mo stays a little longer. The media from all over Taizhou will be here to interview him in 3 minutes. It was only after notifying the various media outlets that Han Shan remembered to ask Xiao Yao to keep Chen Mo around. Director, Chen just left 2 minutes ago, saying he had something urgent to attend to. Xiao Yao's heart sank. She had been so shocked that she forgot to keep Chen Mo. Han Shan's face fell immediately. He was not happy at all. Did they say where he went? I'll personally go bring Chen Mo back. Han Shan sighed. This Xiao Yao was a new hire from last month, otherwise, she wouldn't have been assigned to the first-level warrior certification area. It was normal not to notice such things. After all, the chances of encountering such a genius again in the future were slim. Xiao Yao had missed a good opportunity to climb up. No, Chen just took his first-level warrior certificate and left. Alright, Han Shan sighed again. At least they had retained the surveillance footage from Chen Mo's certification, which should satisfy those reporters. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Abyss Rift in the West District of Taizhou, Chen, are you sure you want to go in alone? Tian Xingxing frowned. He felt it was unsafe for Chen Mo to go in by himself. Don't worry, I'm not going to the 2nd or 3rd level areas. How could I encounter danger? Chen Mo was very excited. His heart of steel was eager for action. Alright, I won't say much more. I'm going in now. Without waiting for Liang Yongxing and Tian Xingxing to say anything else, Chen Mo swiped his warrior certificate and dashed through the turnstile. Woohoo, here I come, babies. Liang Yongxing and Tian Xingxing exchanged glances, shook their heads, and waited in the car for Chen Mo to come out. Although Chen Mo was a genius, he probably wouldn't last long in the extremely harsh environment of the Abyss Rift. He would be out in 1 or 2 hours at most, right? After all, when they went in for the first time, they only lasted half an hour before escaping. After passing through a layer of light purple barrier, the scenery before Chen Mo was breathtaking. Countless crystal giant trees rose from the ground, and a light purple mist enveloped everything around. The ground felt like stepping on gravel, making a crunching sound with every step. It stinks. Chen Mo frowned. The air was filled with the smell of rotten eggs. It's bound to smell here, little brother. Is this your first time? A figure wearing a gas mask appeared beside Chen Mo and pulled out a gas mask from his bag, offering it to him. Chen Mo glanced at his health bar, which was decreasing by 1 point per second, and shook his head to decline the man's kindness. No need, this level of toxin is nothing to me. Looks like the little brother has a strong physique. The man chuckled, not angered by Chen Mo's refusal. There's killing happening every moment here. The massive pile of corpses naturally creates this smell. Little brother, I see you must be here for the first time. Do you need me to guide you? The man looked at Chen Mo with a questioning gaze. No, thank you, brother. Chen Mo still refused. He had already seen the health bars of the creatures in the purple mist. The highest health was 530, and the lowest was only 80. This level of Abyss Beast was just right for Chen Mo, 1 punch each to stack steel. Hey, why did you rush in like that? This season is when the wolf pack is active. The man wanted to say more but found that Chen Mo had already disappeared from his side, leaving only a figure rushing into the purple mist. Forget it, he looks like a student who just returned from the martial arts academy for a visit. But wait, the martial arts academy shouldn't be on break at this time, right? Surely he can't be a high school student, right? How could such a genius appear in Taizhou City? The man scratched his head and donned a full suit of chainmail before stepping into the purple mist. Chapter 11, My son is a first-level warrior? Chapter 11, My son is a first-level warrior? Bang! Caused 1190 points of damage, maximum health permanently increased by 142. After punching a beast that looked almost like a wolf to death, Chen Mo felt completely at ease. Although these abyssal beasts could hardly withstand a single punch from him, any beast that could make him steal up was a good beast. No one cared about the lives of the abyssal beasts. Instead, the more Chen Mo killed, the safer the outside city became. In short, Chen Mo could crazily stack his steel heart without any constraints. That is to say, fighting. So exhilarating. Outside, unlike the self-indulgent Chen Mo, Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing were surrounded by a crowd of zombie-like people. Excuse me, have you seen classmate Chen Mo? We are from Taizhou City Television, specially inviting him to participate in our interview. We are from the Taizhou Daily, specifically reserving a front-page spot for classmate Chen Mo. We just need to take a photo. We are. The two big men helplessly huddled in the car, while the reporters outside were practically shoving microphones and cameras into their mouths. Look at the terrible idea you came up with, insisting on bringing that kid to do a warrior certification. Now let's see how you get out of this. Liang Yongsheng had seen all kinds of scenes growing up. He wasn't afraid even when a massive wave of abyssal beasts attacked the city. But this scene was indeed the first time he had encountered, and these were ordinary people they had once sworn to protect. Liang Yongsheng, coming from the Border Defense Army, had no experience dealing with such situations. What do we do, Brother Liang? I was wrong, isn't that enough? Feeling the car starting to shake violently, Tian Xingxing, a second-level warrior, actually began to sweat. Who would have thought that this kid Chen Mo just going for a warrior certification would attract so many reporters? It's not that big of a deal. You sound like you're talking nonsense. Liang Yongsheng kicked Tian Xingxing in anger. Have you forgotten that since the disaster ended, there have never been any first-level warriors under 18 in Taizhou City? And why have the city's resources been dwindling over the years? Isn't it because the national competition results were too poor, and all the resources flowed out to others? With a loud rumble, Liang Yongsheng felt the world spin around him. When he came to his senses, he realized that their car had flipped over under the pressure of the crowd, now in a blade overtaking position. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and think of a way for us to escape. Liang Yongsheng couldn't even be bothered to scold Tian Xingxing anymore. He just wanted to return to Yongsheng Martial Arts Hall and rest. How would I know? Brother Liang, weren't you the captain before? You think of a way. As time slowly passed, the reporters surrounding the car gradually dispersed, setting up camping tents at the entrance of the abyssal rift. So they aren't planning to leave until they see Chen Mo, huh? Tian Xingxing secretly stretched his head out of the window to observe the situation outside. It seems so. Why hasn't that kid Chen Mo come out yet? Could something have happened? Liang Yongxing's emotions had calmed down, and he began to worry about Chen Mo in the abyssal rift. Yeah, it's been several hours. Why hasn't Chen Mo come out yet? Tian Xingxing nodded and glanced at the time on his watch. 7:30 in the evening. Old Tian, call Chen Mo's family and tell them he might not come back tonight. They shouldn't worry. Liang Yongxing thought for a moment. With Chen Mo's strength in the first level zone, he would definitely not be in danger. The only possibility was that he hadn't fought in a long time and was a bit restless. Once he got tired, he would come back on his own. Brother Liang, I think I shouldn't have to call Chen Mo's family anymore. Tian Xingxing, who had just taken out her phone, poked Liang Yongsheng. You can see for yourself. Liang Yongsheng, somewhat puzzled, took the phone and glanced at it, then he froze in place. Breaking news! A true genius has finally emerged in Taizhou City, achieving the rank of first-level martial artist before the age of 18. His name is... Due to the commotion of the afternoon, Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing were unaware that Chen Mo's name had already echoed throughout Taizhou City. Ah no, now they knew. Moreover, Chen Li and Su Lu, who usually kept up with local news, also learned about Chen Mo becoming a first-level martial artist. At Chen Mo's home, the couple stared blankly at the screen broadcasting the Taizhou news. Honey, do you think it could be a child with the same name as our son? Chen Li's gaze was vacant. He couldn't believe that the genius being reported on TV was his own son. The son who had been bullied into silence. I don't know, but he looks a lot like our son. Su Lu was also in a daze, her mind a complete mess, utterly confused about what was happening. By the way, where is our son? The couple finally snapped back to reality. It was almost 8 o'clock. Why hadn't Chen Mo come home yet? Just then, a noisy sound of footsteps came from outside, followed by a series of knocks on the door. Chen Li naturally got up to open the door, thinking it should be Chen Mo returning. Without much thought, Chen Li opened the security door, but instead of seeing Chen Mo's face, a large black stick was thrust in. Excuse me, are you Chen Mo's father? And that must be Chen Mo's mother, right? We are reporters from Taizhou City Television, here to interview you. Is Chen Mo at home? In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's home was completely taken over by a group of television station staff. Chen Li looked completely bewildered. He still hadn't figured out what was going on. It seems that Chen Mo is not at home. Mr. Chen Li, may I ask how you raised such an outstanding child? I bet many parents would like to learn from you, an education expert.
I didn't educate him. Chenli instinctively blurted out the truth. But no one would believe that Chenli hadn't educated Chen Mo. Instead, they thought he was being modest.
Mr. Chenli, please don't be so humble. We all.
The reporter's words were cut off as a large hand landed on his shoulder.
Did I not say not to disturb Chen Mo's family?
Wei Jin entered with staff from the Martial Arts Education Bureau, clearing out all the television station personnel.
You must be Chen Mo's father, right?
Once the room was quiet, Wei Jin approached Chenli with a smile and shook his hand.
I am Wei Jin, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau of Taizhou City. You can just call me Old Wei.
I'm here today to discuss something with you and your wife, as well as Chen Mo. Wei Jin sat on a small stool in Chen Mo's home, nervously looking at Chen Mo's parents. Chapter 12, Health Points Exceeding 30,000, Preparing for the Martial Arts Exam. Chapter 12, Health Points Exceeding 30,000, Preparing for the Martial Arts Exam. Well, Director Wei, I'll go make you both some tea. Su Lu immediately got up to prepare hot water for tea as soon as she heard there was an important matter.
No, you are the mother of a genius, how could I let you make tea for me?
Wei Jin quickly got up to stop Su Lu and personally went to the kitchen to find tea leaves and brew a pot.
Here, please. Pouring the tea into the cups of Chenli and Su Lu, Wei Jin wore a broad smile.
The couple looked puzzled, they felt like they were the guests.
Ahem, then I'll cut to the chase.
Wei Jin cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. You too, I hope Chen Mo can represent Taizhou City in this year's National Genius Youth Championship.
What?
Chenli slammed his cup down on the table, glaring fiercely at Wei Jin with his bulging eyes.
Get out! We don't welcome you here. Su Lu, disregarding Wei Jin's status, stood up and grabbed his clothes, trying to drag him out. But how could a fifth-level martial artist like Wei Jin be shaken by an ordinary person like Su Lu?
Seeing this situation, Wei Jin had no choice but to stubbornly remain in his seat.
Listen to me, both of you.
Our Taizhou City has failed to get past the first round for many years.
As long as Chen Mo gets through the first round, a large apartment in the city center. If that's not enough, I'll add another 5 million in prize money.
Upon hearing this, Chenli and Su Lu not only weren't swayed, but became even angrier.
Get out! I will not let my son participate in such a dangerous competition.
Su Lu directly scratched at him, determined to drive Wei Jin out of their home.
Alright, stop fighting.
Wei Jin saw that money couldn't sway the couple, so he had to retreat temporarily to find a better opportunity.
I'm leaving, is that okay? Don't forget to tell Chen Mo when he comes back. This is very important, it concerns his future. Wei Jin, a dignified fifth-level martial artist, fled in disgrace under the attack of the ordinary couple, Chenli and Su Lu. Humph, I knew it would be bad news. Su Lu angrily sat down on the sofa, shooting a glare at the closed door. Shun, I'm telling you, that deadly competition absolutely cannot let Xiao Mo go. Even if you die, our son cannot die, understand? Why are you taking it out on me?
I don't want our son to go either. Chenli sighed, in the end, it would depend on Chen Mo's own wishes. How about this, when Xiao Mo comes back, we'll talk to him about it. As for whether he goes or not, it all depends on what Xiao Mo chooses.
Chenli waved his hand, not wanting to continue the topic. The Taizhou news on TV ended on time, followed by the evening news. There are 12 days left until the registration for this year's National Genius Youth Championship begins.
This year's National Genius Youth Championship will be held at the Central Sports Stadium in Yanjing, and the support teams for the contestants can enter for free. The couple watched the news being broadcast on TV, their noses wrinkled in anger.
Turn it off, it's so unlucky.
Su Lu quickly turned off the TV, sighing at the dark screen. In the past, we always watched it for fun. I didn't expect our Xiao Mo to be invited this year.
I remember there were a total of 292 contestants last year, with 150 seriously injured and over 20 dead, right?
Yeah, Chenli scratched his head irritably.
Which of the kids who can participate in the national competition isn't the top student in the city? And yet it ends up like this.
Don't think too much about it. Let's wait until Xiao Mo comes back to discuss it.
Okay. Su Lu nodded, glancing at the clock on the wall. It's almost 10, why isn't Xiao Mo back yet?
Just as Su Lu was about to call Chen Mo, Chen Li's phone suddenly rang.
Hello?
Chen Li glanced at the caller ID, it was Chen Mo's friend, the little skinny monkey in sure.
Okay, the time is not set, right? Alright, I got it.
With you there, I'm not worried.
Soon, Chen Li hung up the phone.
Xiao Mo went to training camp. He said he wants to sprint for the martial arts exam. Our son is training right now and suddenly remembered to have Ensure tell us without saying a word to us.
Don't worry, it seems the training camp won't last long.
After receiving the news that Chen Mo was safe, Chen Li and Su Lu finally felt at ease and went to sleep. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, during which Chen Mo had not emerged from the abyssal rift. Every day, Ensure would reliably report safety updates to Chen Li and Su Lu, otherwise, the couple would have called the police long ago. This kid can't really be dead in there, can he? Tian Xingxing, with his scruffy beard, sat in the car, while the reporters who had set up camp nearby had retreated 2 days ago. He shouldn't be. So far, the administration hasn't issued a death report. Liang Yongsheng, also scruffy, shook his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the exit. Then what the hell is this kid doing? There's only 2 days left until the martial arts exam. Tian Xingxing slammed his hands on the steering wheel, causing the airbag to deploy and shower him with fragments. The airbag costs 2,005. Liang Yongsheng glanced at the disheveled Tian Xingxing and continued to stare at the exit not far away. Meanwhile, inside the third level of the abyssal rift, I should be able to go deeper, right? Chen Mo glanced at his attribute panel, feeling confident that he could take down a level 4 abyss beast in an instant. Name, Chen Mo Health, 36575 Vitality, 350 Attack Power, 18 Defense, 0 After a week of intense grinding, Chen Mo had successfully raised his health to 5 digits. If it weren't for the time wasted hunting abyss beasts, his health might have reached 6 digits by now. Moreover, the damage from his steel heart charged attack had reached a terrifying 4,400 points, and the damage from his intentional punch was similarly impressive. Unfortunately, after using the intentional punch a few times, Chen Mo discovered that the cooldown for this skill was quite long. After using it once, there was a full 3-hour cooldown, which was completely different from the game. I should find some gear with cooldown reduction. During these days, Chen Mo hadn't forgotten to take 2 vitality pills daily, but the harsh environment of the rift significantly affected the absorption of the medicine, so his vitality increase wasn't substantial. Hiss. Chen Mo glanced at his watch and then realized he had been in the abyssal rift for over a week. They must be freaking out outside, right? And with only 2 days left until the martial arts exam, he needed to hurry back. I need to go back and prepare for the martial arts exam. I'll come back to indulge you later. Chapter 13, Sudden Wealth, 700,000 Cash. Chapter 13, Sudden Wealth, 700,000 Cash. As soon as Chen Mo emerged from the abyssal rift, he found his phone, which he hadn't checked in 7 days, ringing like crazy. Looking up, he saw that Chen Li and Su Lu had called him at least 100 times. In the car beside him, Liang Yongsheng, with bloodshot eyes, suddenly widened his gaze. Old Tian, is that kid Chen Mo? Tian Xingxing straightened up and looked in the direction Liang Yongsheng was pointing. No way. It really is him. This kid really didn't die. Tian Xingxing laughed wildly as he opened the car door and rushed down, hugging the bewildered Chen Mo tightly. You scared us to death. 7 days. You spent a whole 7 days in the abyssal rift. If it weren't for the fact that the reporting office didn't issue your death report, we would have been thinking about holding a funeral. Tian Xingxing patted Chen Mo on the back a couple of times before noticing the large sack he was carrying. What's all this? I met a kind person who gave me this sack. It's filled with materials I collected from hunting abyss beasts this week. Chen Mo took off the large sack from his back, and the strong smell of blood immediately made Tian Xingxing stagger. Wait a minute, I remember there are only a few useful parts on an abyss beast. How come you have such a big sack? At first, Tian Xingxing was puzzled, but when he saw the contents of the sack, he was completely stunned. The sack contained not only materials from first-level abyss beasts, but he even saw materials from second and third-level abyss beasts. You didn't run into the second and third-level zones, did you? Tian Xingxing felt a wave of fear. Chen Mo's audacity was too great. I got lost and ended up in the third-level zone. Chen Mo was not lying at all. If he hadn't encountered a supply station along the way, he estimated he could have walked to the deepest part of the rift. Just then, Liang Yongsheng, who had just walked over, happened to hear Chen Mo's words, and his mind momentarily couldn't process it. Wait, you got lost all the way to the third-level zone? And you even hunted so many abyss beasts? Yeah, I just kept walking and ended up in the third-level zone. Chen Mo nodded, readying the sack and slinging it over his back. If I hadn't discovered that the abyss beasts in the third-level zone were quite resistant, I wouldn't have realized it. Compared to the average 1,000 health points of first and second-level abyss beasts, third-level abyss beasts had at least 10,000 health points. The intensity was a qualitative leap, much like human martial artists. First and second-level martial artists were merely considered beginners in martial arts. The third level was the threshold to determine whether a person could continue on. Once one broke through to the third level, they could be called extraordinary. If they couldn't break through, their highest achievement in life would only be as a second-level martial artist. Tian Xingxing and Liang Yongsheng exchanged glances, their minds a bit muddled, unable to discern which of Chen Mo's words were true and which were false.
By the way, Brother Tian, do you have a channel to process these materials? Chen Mo asked, patting the sack on his back. You made it to the third level zone and still don't know there's a material recycling station at the entrance? Tian Xingxing looked incredulous. Chen Mo was definitely playing dumb. Alright then, you two wait for me a moment, I'm going to recycle this. Chen Mo truly didn't know there was a material recycling station at the entrance. The people he encountered in the rift wouldn't discuss such common knowledge with him. Tian Xingxing and Liang Yongsheng returned to the car, and Liang Yongsheng picked up his phone to call Wei Jin. Wei Jin, Chen Mo has come out of the rift. Yeah, I know. I'll talk to him about it. Don't let no. 37 High School do anything unnecessary, it's best to keep a low profile. After Liang Yongsheng hung up, Chen Mo had just finished recycling all the materials he had hunted. The value of first-level Abyss Beast materials ranged from 50 to 200, while second-level materials were doubled. Third-level Abyss Beast materials could already be considered rare, with the lowest recycling price being over 2,000. This wave of harvesting in the Abyss Rift had made Chen Mo's wallet swell. 76,005. Chen Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the cash in his account. I can exchange for quite a few better potions at the Martial Artists Center now. What are you laughing about, you brat? Tian Xingxing shouted at Chen Mo, who was pondering how to spend the money. I was thinking about how to spend this money for the best value. Chen Mo didn't say much more and naturally opened the car door to sit in the back seat. Chen Mo, you need to report to No. 37 High School tomorrow. You also have to go with the people from No. 37 on the day of the college entrance examination. Your student status is now at No. 37, don't cause trouble when you get there. Okay, I'm not the troublemaker type, Chen Mo vowed, patting his chest. I wonder who it was that punched a classmate and got expelled. Tian Xingxing chuckled, and Liang Yongsheng gave him a punch from the side. There's one more thing, are you interested in the national competition? After punching Tian Xingxing, Liang Yongsheng finally asked the question Wei Jin had asked him to inquire about. National competition? Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then recalled from the original owner's memory this super large competition comparable to the Spring Festival Gala. Just a few days after the college entrance examination each year, the national competition would commence. Every prefecture-level city will send its strongest genius who has just turned 18 to compete. This competition is related to the resource allocation of each city every year, so everyone takes it very seriously. Moreover, the rewards for the top 10 in the national competition are increasingly precious, with the first place even able to secure a leadership position in a future city. The contestants from Taizhou have basically been eliminated in the first round every year, just going up to play a minor role before being swiftly defeated. This has led Taizhou into a vicious cycle. Without resources, it cannot cultivate geniuses, and its own contestants are beaten badly in the national competition, resulting in even fewer resources. Yes, Director Wei from the Martial Education Bureau asked me to see if you would be willing to represent Taizhou in this year's national competition. Liang Yongxing nodded. He actually hoped Chen Mo could participate. This way, they could break the cycle of Taizhou finishing at the bottom for several consecutive years. Taizhou will certainly not treat you unfairly, and it's not just you. If you make it past the first round, the city will transfer your parents to work at the Martial Education Bureau, with less work and more pay. You will also receive a cash reward of 5 million and a large apartment in the city center. As for other rewards, that will depend on your final results. Chen Mo frowned. He was very aware of the dangers of the national competition. Forget it. Before Chen Mo could finish his sentence, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly activated. Challenge task detected. Challenge task. Participate in the national competition and achieve excellent results. Each round you advance will yield rich rewards, and the quality of the final reward will depend on the host's final ranking. Chapter 14 Iron Plate Boots, Speed over 100 per hour. Chapter 14 Iron Plate Boots, Speed over 100 per hour. Alright, to restore the glory of Taizhou, it is our duty. Chen Mo's expression shifted from reluctance to seriousness in an instant. Setting aside the rewards from Taizhou and the national competition itself, the main thing was that the system task had to be completed. He could only see the reward for making it past the first round, which was a lottery chance. This lottery chance was worth 1,800 gold coins, and anything drawn from it would be a significant boost. The more rounds he advanced, the better the rewards he would receive. He couldn't even imagine the reward for taking first place. Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing looked at Chen Mo, who had suddenly changed his attitude, with puzzled expressions. This kid seemed like he was about to refuse, right? Why did he suddenly agree? Could there be some hidden trick waiting for them? That's great. Liang Yongxing didn't mind. After all, these tricks wouldn't affect him in the end. Let Wei Jin worry about it.
After informing Wei Jin that Chun Mo agreed to participate in the national competition, a burst of wild laughter erupted at the Martial Education Bureau dozens of kilometers away.
Alright, there's nothing else, I'll take you home first.
Liang Yongsheng rubbed his bloodshot eyes, he was in urgent need of rest.
Chen Mo, sitting in the back seat, nodded.
He planned to make himself stronger before the national competition. However, there was too little he could do in 5 days, not to mention he had to stay at No.
37 middle school during this time.
Glancing at the 1750 gold coins he had accumulated, it seemed that how much he could improve depended on tomorrow's draw.
Although the daily tasks only gave Chen Mo 50 gold coins, they served as a reminder. During this time in the rift, if it weren't for the daily task reminders, Chen Mo might have forgotten to take the vitality pills. By the way, during your time in the rift, we told your mom and dad that you were in training at school, so don't let it slip. Tian Xingxing suddenly remembered this and turned to remind Chen Mo. Got it. After returning home and reassuring his parents, Chen Mo went back to his room.
Although he had over 30,000 health points, his stamina was not infinite. This week's journey through the abyssal rift has completely drained his stamina, and he is in urgent need of a good sleep to rest. At this moment in No. 37 high school, a large red banner was being taken down under someone's direction. Principal, how can we just take down this welcome banner that cost a lot of money to customize? The director of education, Zhu Daji, stood beside Principal Xiao Qifeng, his face full of concern.
Do the students who turned back halfway have such power? Whatever we are told to do, we have to do it? Is your brain filled with shit? Xiao Qifeng glared at Zhu Daji. If those eyes of yours are useless, just donate them. Didn't you see who we are welcoming? Who? Could it be Director Wei's illegitimate son?
Zhu Daji indeed hadn't paid attention to these matters, he had been too busy catching third-year students smoking in the bathroom lately.
Chen Mo.
Xiao Qifeng confidently said 2 words, but Zhu Daji still looked confused.
Chen Mo?
Zhu Daji scratched his head, feeling that the name sounded somewhat familiar.
Damn, it can't be that under-18 first-level martial artist Chen Mo from a few days ago, right? Who else? Who else is worth me making such a big fuss?
Xiao Qifeng's face was full of pride, even though he didn't know what he was proud of.
Principal, you are amazing. You can even recruit such a student to our school.
Zhu Daji was full of excitement, he certainly knew Chen Mo's great name.
Every year, No. 37 high school would buy some top students from various small counties to enhance their image.
But this year, the one they recruited was too heavyweight, he could definitely be called the #1 genius of Taizhou City.
But which idiot high school would let such a genius go? Soon, Zhu Daji voiced his confusion.
Ha, of course, it's the idiot Zhao Dihai's doing. Xiao Qifeng sneered, he and Zhao Dihai had not gotten along for more than a year or two. Alright, let's keep this matter quiet before the college entrance examination starts. If it gets out, someone might target Chen Mo. Be fully prepared, we must make sure that Chen feels at home. Oh, Zhu Daji felt that Xiao Qifeng's words were somewhat off. They were a martial arts high school, how could they use feel at home to describe it?
Wouldn't that make it a bathhouse? The next morning, Chen Mo took the earliest bus heading to No. 37 high school. No. 37 high school was a full 16 kilometers from Chen Mo's home, and every day going to and from school was a long march. Looks like I have to stay overnight at No. 37 high school.
Chen Mo sighed, he had just returned home for a day and was already going to stay out again.
However, at least this time there was a bed, and he didn't have to worry about being taken away by some abyssal beast in the middle of the night.
After taking today's Qi blood pill, Chen Mo planned to complete today's daily task before arriving at the station. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and the effects of a whole Qi blood pill had been fully absorbed by Chen Mo.
Daily task completed, 50 gold coins have been issued to the system backpack. Detected that there are enough gold coins for 1 equipment draw. Would you like to draw immediately?
Yes or no? Then let's draw. Whatever it is, it will be a significant improvement.
Chen Mo didn't think much and directly clicked to draw.
The entire equipment draw section instantly transformed into a huge disc, with various dazzling pieces of equipment flashing rapidly.
3 seconds later, the pointer stopped. Congratulations, host has drawn iron plate boots. Would you like to equip them immediately?
Yes or no? I don't even know if I should be happy or worried. Iron plate boots, 45 movement speed, additional speed increases by 22 meters per second, 25 defense points, passive, reduces damage from incoming attacks by 12, not bad, right?
This maximum speed roughly converts to about 80 kilometers per hour?
Chen Mo rubbed his chin, feeling that as a first-level martial artist, having such speed already made him stand out. Coupled with his own movement speed, he felt that running at 100 kilometers per hour was no problem at all. Moreover, this 100 kilometers only consumed the energy of 1 meal, which was quite energy efficient and environmentally friendly. This passive ability was also decent. With a percentage damage reduction, it was acceptable.
Alright, as long as I don't draw a big hat, that's fine.
The spell intensity was of no use to Chen Mo. It was not as beneficial as the enhancement from the iron-soled boots.
Contentment brings happiness. Contentment brings happiness. I can draw once in a little over a month, so I'll take it slow. Chen Mo stretched lazily and got off the bus 8 kilometers away from No. 37 Middle School. Since I've equipped myself, let me give it a try. Chapter 15, Principle of No. 37 Middle School, Xiao Qifeng. Hey, young man, I see you're heading to No. 37 Middle School, but it's still quite far. The bus driver shouted at Chen Mo, who was preparing to sprint after getting off the bus. No need, your bus is too slow.
Chen Mo shook his head, pushing off hard with his feet, and shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. After equipping the iron-soled boots, Chen Mo didn't even need to gradually accelerate. If he wanted to, he could reach a speed of 100 kilometers per hour in the blink of an eye.
Goodness!
Including the passengers on the bus, everyone stared in shock at the spot where Chen Mo had just disappeared.
Wait, that student just now felt a lot like the Chen Mo we've been hearing about every day lately?
A passenger recognized Chen Mo and stood up, shouting.
It really seems to be him. It's definitely him, otherwise, which student from Taizhou could run that fast?
What a pity, I didn't ask him for a photo. This is Taizhou's top genius, and he still has to take the bus to school.
Doesn't the school arrange for transportation? No wonder No.
37 Middle School has the worst martial arts exam results every year. A school that doesn't value its students has no future. The passengers on the bus began to discuss animatedly, gradually shifting the topic from Chen Mo to criticizing the principal of No.
37 Middle School. I can't believe it. I need to complain about the principal of No. 37 Middle School for being so indifferent to a genius. If he runs away, who will take responsibility? Right, let's complain about him. Everyone together, we won't believe no one can handle this. Inside No.
37 Middle School, Xiao Qifeng and Zhu Daji stood at the school gate like two stone statues waiting for Chen Mo to appear. Xiao Qifeng was still unaware that he was about to be collectively complained about by dozens of people for certain matters.
Oh dear, did Chen say what time he would arrive?
Xiao Qifeng nervously rubbed his hands. He was the key figure for No.
37 Middle School to turn things around this time. He couldn't help but take it seriously.
He should be here soon. I wonder how Chen Mo is getting here.
Zhu Daji glanced at his watch. There were 5 minutes left until 7:30. It must be the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau personally bringing him, otherwise, could he run here?
Xiao Qifeng shot Zhu Daji a glance, thinking to himself that this guy was clueless. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through, stirring up a cloud of dust, and both Xiao Qifeng and Zhu Daji hurriedly covered their faces.
Who is this? Driving so fast at the school gate.
Xiao Qifeng opened his eyes to look at the road but saw no vehicles in sight.
This must be No. 37 Middle School, right? Chen Mo glanced at the large characters No. 37 Middle School at the entrance and stepped inside the school. Seeing this, Zhu Daji quickly blocked Chen Mo, adopting a fierce expression. Which grade and class are you in? Where's your school uniform? You can't wear a school uniform to school?
I'll deduct 10 points from you.
Have your parents bring your school uniform, otherwise, you won't be attending this semester.
Zhu Daji's 3-hit combo left Chen Mo stunned in place, as he looked up and down at the greasy man in front of him, unable to hide his disgust.
You still don't accept it, do you?
Do you believe I can? Before Zhu Daji could finish his sentence, Xiao Qifeng slapped him across the face. A human tornado flew out, landing on the ground like a dead pig. Sorry, Chen classmate, that was our school's security guard. He didn't know you were coming today.
Xiao Qifeng approached Chen Mo with a fawning smile.
Despite the smile on Xiao Qifeng's face, he had already sentenced Zhu Daji to death in his heart. If it weren't for this fool sending the most money back then, he would never have given him the position of director. Now it seemed that this useless person had no other ability besides bullying students. Yesterday's suggestion for him to do his homework on Chen Mo clearly went unheeded. He wouldn't be expelled, but the security guard position suited him just fine.
Who are you?
Chen Mo scrutinized the gray-haired old man in front of him.
Did they know each other?
I'm really sorry, Chen classmate, I forgot to introduce myself. Xiao Qifeng repeatedly apologized, fearing he had offended Chen Mo. My name is Xiao Qifeng, and I am the principal of No.
37 Middle School. You can just call me Uncle Xiao from now on.
Xiao Qifeng showed no airs of a principal and extended his hand to shake Chen Mo's.
Hello, Uncle Xiao.
Chen Mo was also someone who went along with the flow. Since the other party had said it, he just went along with it.
Chen classmate, you've come a long way and must be tired. Let me treat you to a meal.
Xiao Qifeng had no intention of letting Chen Mo attend classes normally at school, fearing he would see those students and lower his impression of No.
37.
Anyway, with only 2 days left until the martial arts exam and tomorrow being a holiday, he planned to take Chen Mo out for a good day of fun. Such a genius must be very diligent, and it was time to let him relax a bit.
Let's go, let's go.
Uncle Xiao has reserved a table with great dishes at Yin Zhuang, but I'm not sure if it suits your taste. Xiao Qifeng wrapped his arm around Chen Mo like a brother and led him to his car.
Uncle Xiao, don't I have to attend class with everyone? Chen Mo was a bit confused. How did school turn into a restaurant?
No need, anyway, the martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow.
These 2 days, Uncle Xiao will take you to relax.
Xiao Qifeng waved his hand grandly, speaking with great flair.
Relaxing is not the priority. Uncle Xiao, do you know where the nearest martial artist center is?
I plan to buy some potions to boost my vitality.
Chen Mo waved his hand. He intended to get stronger in these 2 days, otherwise, how would he have the chance to punch Zhou Shuhua to death?
Chen classmate, you're really diligent. I'll take you to the nearest martial artist center right away.
Xiao Qifeng was filled with respect. Geniuses were indeed geniuses, working hard even with high talent. Oh, then thank you, Uncle Xiao.
Xiao Qifeng's series of moves left Chen Mo a bit dazed. He couldn't figure out what Xiao Qifeng was really up to. This wasn't really Chen Mo's fault. He had spent 7 days in the Abyss Rift, and after returning home, he went straight to sleep, completely unaware that he had already become famous.
To perform well in front of Chen Mo, Xiao Qifeng pressed the accelerator to the floor.
However, his old, broken car could only reach a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour, which was slower than Chen Mo's 2 legs.
A few minutes later, Xiao Qifeng parked the car in front of a not-so-large building.
Above the entrance hung a sign with big characters, Martial Artist Center. Chen classmate, we've arrived at the Martial Artist Center. Xiao Qifeng hurriedly got out of the car to open the door for Chen Mo, carefully helping him out.
Uncle Xiao, you don't have to do this. I'm not some old man. Chen Mo was a bit amused and bewildered, not understanding why Xiao Qifeng was being so nice to him. Chapter 16, Breakthrough, Level 2 Warrior. Student Chen, you can't say that. Xiao Qifeng's expression turned serious as he led him into the warrior center.
You must know that you are now the #1 genius in Taizhou, the brightest star in the entire city.
What if someone wants to harm you?
I, your Uncle Xiao, will risk my life to ensure you walk into the martial arts examination venue unscathed.
Chen Mo was at a loss for words and could only sigh.
Let him do as he pleased, he would just focus on his own matters.
Shaking his head, Chen Mo approached the reception desk and took out his warrior ID. Hello, I need to browse the blood essence potions I can currently purchase.
Chen Mo smiled at the lady behind the counter. The lady looked up at Chen Mo with a sour expression and took his warrior ID. However, when she saw Chen Mo's name and photo, her small eyes, hidden in her flesh, whitened in surprise. Alright, student Chen, your current level is 2, and your privileges will increase as your warrior level rises.
If you need any potions, you can come to the warrior center anytime.
The Martial Education Bureau has issued a document granting you a 25% discount.
Feel free to browse, I'm at your service.
The lady's face broke into a smile, her facial fat squishing together.
Chen Mo's expression was complicated. What was wrong with these people? Why did their attitude change so much upon seeing him? However, he didn't think too much about it and took the tablet the lady handed him to browse. The highest level potion he could currently purchase was called Boiling Blood. However, very few people would buy this potion as a regular means to accumulate blood essence. Although this potion was effective, its side effects were also significant. One bottle could keep a level 1 warrior bedridden for 3 days, but it would at least increase their blood essence by 5 points. The cost of being bedridden for 3 days was too high. It was better to take other potions with smaller or no side effects. Even if he could only increase 1 or 2 points a day, the total increase over 3 days would be comparable to that of the Boiling Blood potion. But Chen Mo had no such concerns. His basic life recovery had already reached 85 points per second. The damage this potion would do to his body was negligible. Hello, give me 20 bottles of Boiling Blood potions.
Chen Mo pointed at the Boiling Blood potion on the tablet and handed it back to the lady. The price of the Boiling Blood potion was not cheap. 1 bottle was worth 5,000. It was 10 times the price of the basic blood essence pill.
Alright, 40 bottles of Boiling Blood potions.
The lady didn't ask any more questions. Anything a genius did was reasonable. The price for 40 bottles of Boiling Blood potions is 200,000, and after the 25% discount, it's 150,000.
Will it be directly deducted from your account? Yes, directly from my warrior account. Chen Mo nodded. All his money was in his warrior account. Okay, do you need anything else?
The lady quickly moved out the 40 bottles of boiling blood potions, looking at Chen Mo with a big smile.
No, thank you. Chen Mo felt a chill and picked up a box of boiling blood potions before turning to leave. Are geniuses always so aloof and noble?
Even with Chen Mo's attitude, the lady was not angry. Instead, she found him even more charming. If I were 30 years younger, I would definitely pursue student Chen, but unfortunately, I'm already 50. The lady sighed, a bit disappointed, and returned to her workstation.
Next,
why are you, a warrior, dawdling like a child with polio?
After Chen Mo left, the lady resumed her previous aggressive demeanor.
Back in the car, Xiao Qifeng consciously remained silent, quietly driving Chen Mo to Haiyun Villa for a meal. On the way, Chen Mo pulled out a bottle of boiling blood potion, about the size of a cola bottle, and uncorked it, downing it in one go.
The boiling blood potion didn't taste good. It was almost the same flavor as the traditional cool tea from Guangdong province.
Ugh, Chen Mo shook his head, trying to shake off the indescribable bitterness from his mouth. Received minor toxic damage, health points, received minor toxic damage, health points, received. No wonder a first-level warrior has to lie in bed for 3 days. Chen Mo glanced at his health points, which were continuously dropping and then recovering, turned his head, and pulled out another bottle of boiling blood potion to drink. Not bad, losing 15 health points every 5 seconds. 20 bottles isn't too much of a burden. The effects of one bottle of boiling blood potion were quickly absorbed by Chen Mo, increasing his health points by 25.
The effect is 2.5 times that of a normal person.
He didn't know if it was the system's influence, but the effects of any tonic he consumed were always more than double that of a normal person.
40 bottles can increase my health points by 1,000. The threshold for a second-level warrior is 1,500. It seems I won't reach second level before the martial arts exam.
Chen Mo felt a bit disappointed but still planned to give it a shot. He still had significant funds left, and rather than spending his own money, it was better to take advantage of others.
For example, Wei Jun and Xiao Qifeng.
But whether he could take advantage of them depended on whether he could break through to second-level warrior after absorbing these 40 bottles of boiling blood potion.
Upon arriving at Haiyun Villa, Xiao Qifeng led Chen Mo into a private room.
Seeing that Chen Mo wasn't speaking, Xiao Qifeng had no choice but to call the waiter to hurry up with the dishes. Once the dishes were served, Chen Mo continued to drink the boiling blood potion while eating the food on the table. There's no way to drink water like that. Xiao Qifeng cautiously glanced at Chen Mo, unable to help but sigh inwardly. He naturally recognized the boiling blood potion. It was only suitable for warriors with strong physical qualities.
It seemed the side effects of the boiling blood potion were nothing to Chen Mo.
Well, if you don't want to talk to me, at least I don't have to make small talk. Seeing that Chen Mo wasn't speaking to him, Xiao Qifeng felt at ease, eating his meal while handling school matters. Chen Mo wasn't averse to talking, it was just that his mouth was never idle. By the end of the meal, Chen Mo had finished all 40 bottles of boiling blood potion.
So it's not a fixed 2.5
times, it can actually reach up to 4 times. Chen Mo looked at his health points, which had reached 1497, and pulled out a health pill from his pocket. After swallowing the health pill, Chen Mo's health points successfully reached 1500.
Uncle Xiao, do you have time later?
Chen Mo was in a great mood. He had finally reached his goal before the martial arts exam. It seemed that increasing over 1,000 health points in a day was already the limit. The critical effect of his tonics had disappeared, and a single health pill only brought him 3 health points.
What's wrong, Chen?
Xiao Qifeng quickly put down his phone, looked up, and smiled at Chen Mo. Take me to the certification center later. I want to get certified as a second-level warrior. Chapter 17, Zhao Dihai scared to the point of madness. Chapter 17, Zhao Dihai scared to the point of madness. Chen Mo naturally uttered this shocking statement, and Xiao Qifeng didn't even react at first.
Sure, let's go. But the next second, the smile on Xiao Qifeng's face froze. What? Chen, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that.
Xiao Qifeng swallowed hard, his hand holding the chopsticks starting to tremble. I said I'm going to the certification center this afternoon. I just broke through to a second-level warrior.
Chen Mo frowned. Could the principal of the martial arts school have Parkinson's? Clap.
Xiao Qifeng's chopsticks fell onto the table, and he stared blankly, his whole being frozen like a statue.
What's wrong, Uncle Xiao? Why aren't you moving? Chen Mo looked at the dazed Xiao Qifeng with some confusion. It's nothing at all.
We'll go this afternoon. Xiao Qifeng quickly changed to a smiling face to explain, knowing he had lost his composure. Although Xiao Qifeng appeared unresponsive on the surface, inside he was already popping champagne. Not to mention, this year, the top scholar from Taizhou City would definitely come from there. No.
37 Middle School.
Under the urging of Chen Mo, who was about to certify as a second-level warrior, Xiao Qifeng abandoned his previous slow pace and switched to a whirlwind mode. Unlike Chen Mo, who was indifferent, Xiao Qifeng couldn't wait to hang a big horn around his neck to announce that No. 37 Middle School had produced a second-level warrior. The meal was quickly devoured by the two, and they got into Xiao Qifeng's old, dilapidated car. Xiao Qifeng had pushed this old car's performance to the limit, with the exhaust pipe puffing out black smoke. In less than half an hour, they were already standing in front of the Warrior Certification Center. When Chen Mo walked into the certification center again, the little Yao who had tested him before immediately came over. "What brings you here today, Chen? Is it that your vitality has improved again? The tests at the martial arts school aren't accurate. Choosing the certification center is the best." As little Yao led Chen Mo into the certification room, Xiao Qifeng eagerly pushed over the testing equipment nearby. "No need to look at me, I'm the principal of No. 37 Middle School, and Chen Mo is our student." Xiao Qifeng repeated No. 37 Middle School twice, just to let everyone know that they had a genius. "So, Chen is a student from No. 37 Middle School? I thought you were from No. 1, little Yao started to say but stopped halfway when she saw Chen Mo's expression turn a bit displeased. Chen Mo ignored little Yao and naturally stood on the vitality testing machine. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's vitality level appeared on the tablet in little Yao's hands. 1005, little Yao gasped, almost losing her balance and falling to the ground. Second-level warrior, a second-level warrior who isn't even an adult. Director, something big has happened. Little Yao didn't even bother to conduct a combat power assessment for Chen Mo and rushed out of the certification room, screaming. As she left, she even remembered to lock the door, at least allowing Chen Mo to stay a little longer. "What's this for?" Chen Mo stepped forward and tugged at the doorknob, only to find it locked from the other side. "You don't know? Last time you became a first-level warrior, so many people wanted to interview you, but none of them got the chance to meet you. And that Director Han from the certification center really wanted to see you but never had the opportunity. He probably wants you to stay a bit longer, right?" Xiao Qifeng actually didn't understand why they couldn't just say they wanted Chen Mo to stay longer. While the two were waiting in the room, the crowd outside the certification center had already erupted. Almost everyone heard little Yao shout, and their first reaction was that there was a problem with the testing equipment. But when they learned that the person who had become a second-level warrior was Chen Mo, everyone relaxed. So it was Chen Mo who broke through to a second-level warrior. That makes sense. But didn't he just become a first-level warrior a week ago? It's only been a little over a week. How did he become a second-level warrior? You don't understand, going from first level to second level isn't difficult, it's just a matter of accumulating vitality. The real test of a warrior's talent is going from second level to third level. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and not far away, Zhao Dihai, Zhou Shuhua, and a tall student who had just walked in also heard the chatter. A second-level warrior who isn't even an adult. Zhao Dihai's expression was heavy. The student beside him was one he had spent a fortune to recruit from a martial arts academy in the Magic City, specifically to suppress Chen Mo and prevent him from becoming the top scholar of Taizhou. "No, I need to ask Director Han," he said, handing over the expensive recruit to Zhou Shuhua, and rushed to Han Shan's office. "Old Han, I heard someone say that Taizhou has produced a minor second-level martial artist?" Zhao Dihai pushed the door open and voiced his confusion, but Han Shan completely ignored him. Han Shan was lost in a frenzy, probably having forgotten who Zhao Dihai was. "What?" After several persistent inquiries from Zhao Dihai, Han Shan finally came to his senses. "I asked, has Taizhou produced a minor second-level martial artist?" Zhao Dihai's face was dark. If the student he recruited couldn't secure the top spot, then his money would have been wasted. "Yes, it's that Chen Mo reported by the TV station a few days ago." Han Shan was unaware of the conflict between Chen Mo and Zhao Dihai. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have let Zhao Dihai into his office. "What?" Zhao Dihai's few remaining hairs stood on end. It was that useless Chen Mo? How could this be? On what basis? Zhao Dihai was completely bewildered. He couldn't accept that a student he had expelled was taking the top spot from their school. No, Chen Mo must have cheated. How could someone break through from a first-level martial artist to a second-level martial artist in just over a week? He definitely cheated. At this point, Zhao Dihai had lost all reason and began to curse at Han Shan. "Principal Zhao, please watch your language." Han Shan frowned. Was Zhao Dihai out of his mind? Isn't it a good thing that Taizhou has produced a genius? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I demand a thorough investigation of Chen Mo. He definitely cheated. The blow Zhao Dihai received was too great. He fell into a state of pure madness. He couldn't accept the fact that Chen Mo had trampled their school underfoot and could only comfort himself through slander. "Damn you, Zhao Dihai, are you talking nonsense here? I know whether Chen Mo cheated or not. Who do you think you are? Xiao Qifeng charged into Han Shan's office like an angry bull and kicked Zhao Dihai. Chapter 18, The Foldable Screen Couple. Chapter 18, The Foldable Screen Couple. Don't be fooled by Xiao Qifeng's submissiveness in front of Chen Mo. He was still a third-level martial artist.
This kick was not light, directly turning Zhao Dihai into a foldable screen.
Uncle Xiao, don't kick him to death. Chen Mo stepped out from behind Xiao Qifeng, looking at the now foldable Zhao Dihai with a playful expression. Kicking to death this kind of idiot would be letting him off easy. Xiao Qifeng spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Zhao Dihai's bald head and turned to leave with Chen Mo.
Security department?
Come up and take away this garbage from my office. Han Shan coldly glanced at Zhao Dihai, who was lying on the ground unconscious, and picked up the internal phone to call the security department.
Pa!
Old garbage, don't think I don't know you shamelessly bought students from the Magic City for the martial arts exam. You traitorous bald man. After giving Zhao Dihai a kick, Han Shan hurriedly chased after the direction Chen Mo had left. In the first-floor certification hall, Zhou Shuhua and the student they had bought were still waiting at the door. Until Chen Mo and Xiao Qifeng walked past them, Zhao Dihai's figure was still nowhere to be seen.
Oh, isn't this the little genius of Taizhou? Why are you back at the certification center?
Zhou Shuhua, sharp-tongued as ever, naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to mock Chen Mo.
Are you feeling weak?
I told you before, give up on this martial artist dream.
You're something else, relying on such dirty tricks. Bang!
Chen Mo was not the kind of person who would let others insult him without retaliating. He believed in settling scores on the spot. If that foul woman keeps yapping, I'll crush her. Chen Mo glared fiercely at Zhou Shuhua. If she dared to say another word, he would knock her out right then and there.
You!
Zhou Shuhua opened her mouth, and a few of her teeth mixed with blood flew out.
What do you mean you? Get lost and stay out of this.
Without needing Chen Mo to say anything, Xiao Qifeng kicked Zhou Shuhua, turning her into a crumpled mess like Zhao Dihai's folding screen. Chen, there's no need to get angry with that pair of adulterers. After the martial arts exam, there will be plenty of opportunities to settle the score with them. Before the martial arts exam, it's best not to use up our energy. Keeping ourselves in peak condition is the best choice.
If you're still angry, I can give her another kick to let you vent. No need.
Chen Mo glanced at the crumpled Zhou Shuhua on the ground. He wasn't so weak that he needed someone else to help him with such matters.
Let's go, Uncle Xiao.
I need to rest well. The martial arts exam is the day after tomorrow.
Chen Mo took one last look at Zhou Shuhua and turned to leave the certification center.
When Han Shan rushed to the first floor, all that remained was Zhou Shuhua, who had been kicked into a crumpled mess. Chen Mo was nowhere to be seen.
Damn it, I missed him.
Han Shan was so angry he slapped his thigh. If it weren't for that useless Zhao Dihai, he wouldn't have wasted so much time.
Security department. Clean this up, and blacklist those two from the Taizhou certification center.
We need to inform the bureau. Zhao Dihai is quite petty. Who knows what kind of beastly things he might do.
Chen Mo didn't plan to stay at home these days because the martial arts exam was being held at the Taizhou Sports Center.
By then, all the martial arts candidates from Taizhou would be crowding into that place at the same time.
Given his family's location, by the time he arrived, the others would probably have already finished their exams.
Xiao Qifeng's home was not far from the sports center, only about 3 kilometers away. By then, Chen Mo wouldn't even need to wake up early. He could get up 10 minutes early and still make it in time.
It's the last day of high school.
Chen Mo took a deep breath. Although he didn't feel much, he still had to express some sentiment.
The martial arts exam, life is indeed going to be different.
To ensure Chen Mo could sleep comfortably, Xiao Qifeng booked a hotel outside and sent his wife and child there. Now, the entire house was left with only Chen Mo, and it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop.
A day passed in the blink of an eye. At 7:50 a.m., Chen Mo got up on time.
Today was one of the most important days of his life, the day of the martial arts exam.
Unlike the other nervous candidates, Chen Mo was very confident in himself.
He hadn't been idle yesterday either. He had gone over the past national competition participants. Although a second-level martial artist wasn't considered top tier, he could be regarded as above average. Not to mention, Chen Mo's combat power was far beyond that of a second-level martial artist. I forgot to test my combat power the day before yesterday. Chen Mo scratched his head. He had originally wanted to see how powerful the combination of Blood Fury Fist and Heart of Steel charging attack would be. I probably won't have a chance to test it before the national competition. He had signed up for this year's National Genius Youth Championship yesterday, and the day after the martial arts exam, he would be heading to Yanjing. His schedule was quite packed, leaving no time to enjoy the summer vacation.
Knock, knock, knock.
Just as Chen Mo finished putting on his shoes and was about to head out, he turned to see Xiao Qifeng standing at the door with Chen Li and Su Lu.
Mom and Dad, what are you doing here?
Chen Mo frowned. He had planned to wait until after the martial arts exam results to tell his parents about this matter.
But now, Uncle Xiao, is it you?
Chen Mo cast a somewhat resentful glance at Xiao Qifeng, who quickly waved his hands to indicate that he wasn't taking the blame for this.
It's me. What's the deal with your parents not being here at such an important moment?
Liang Yongsheng and Tian Xingxing walked out and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder.
Good kid, you're already a second-level warrior. I'm no match for you anymore. Tian Xingxing grinned at Chen Mo.
Actually, Wei Jin wanted to come and accompany you for the martial arts exam, but considering the negative impact, he didn't come.
So, what's it going to be? Are you taking our car or going on your own?
Liang Yongsheng knew the traffic would be extremely congested today. Walking would be faster than driving.
I'll just walk. Chen Mo made his choice without a second thought.
Alright, I'll let Teacher Fu know to wait for you at the sports center entrance.
Xiao Qifeng fully respected Chen Mo's decision and quickly picked up his phone to call Teacher Fu.
Chen, although you're a genius, there are no special privileges for the martial arts exam.
After a brief conversation with Teacher Fu, Xiao Qifeng put down his phone and said to Chen Mo, when the time comes, just follow the Class 1 seniors for the Qi and blood test, and for the cultural exam, just go buy your admission ticket.
Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment. He had a feeling he had forgotten something. He completely forgot that the martial arts exam also required a basic cultural exam.
What's wrong, Xiao Mo?
Seeing her son in a daze, Su Lu hurried over to ask.
I'm fine, just be careful on the road.
Chen Mo smiled and shook his head, hoping that the knowledge from his past life would come in handy, although his brain had basically been formatted after the college entrance examination.
Chapter 19, Challenge Task Triggered.
Just as Chen Mo was trying hard to recall his previous knowledge, the system, which had been silent for several days, suddenly chimed in.
Challenge Task Triggered.
Try to amaze everyone with your combat power test results and exempt yourself from the cultural exam with outstanding martial arts exam scores.
Task success rewards a chance to draw a hero passive skill.
Note, life is not a game. Please try various combinations of skills and equipment. You might be surprised.
Can it really be done this way?
Chen Mo glanced at the task released by the system.
How good would the score have to be exempt from the written exam? Forget it. I'll do my best.
While sprinting towards the sports center, Chen Mo pondered the meaning of the system's note.
Combine equipment and skills? Could it be that I can trigger the passive of Heart of Steel with a charged punch? It seems there's a chance.
Chen Mo suddenly realized that the introduction of Heart of Steel didn't specify how to trigger it, only that it involved an attack. This meant that the charged attack of Heart of Steel could indeed be used together with Charged Punch and Blood Fury Punch.
Hiss. Thinking about the damage when these three skills stack together, Chen Mo couldn't help but take a sharp breath. With this power, it wouldn't be a problem to knock out a 3rd or 4th level warrior with one punch, right?
Unfortunately, the conditions for using all three together were too harsh. He had to hit the charging mark of Heart of Steel with both Blood Fury Punch and Charged Punch simultaneously. Opponents in real combat wouldn't give Chen Mo such an opportunity, but it would be nice to try it on a target now. The mechanics of Charged Punch and the charged attack of Heart of Steel need no elaboration. The power of Blood Fury Punch depends on how much Qi and blood is invested. A little Qi and blood corresponds to 1.5 times the damage, which is quite considerable among conventional martial arts techniques.
Soon, Chen Mo arrived at the sports center.
In the sea of people, he immediately spotted Teacher Fu holding a big sign looking for him.
Teacher Fu. Chen Mo called out to him and ran over. Chen, you finally made it. Everyone in Class 1 is waiting for you. Teacher Fu jogged over to greet Chen Mo, his face full of smiles.
Quick, 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 the martial arts exam is about to start, and the test at No.
16 middle school has already finished. Once No.
1 middle school is done, it will be our turn. Teacher Fu led Chen Mo towards the line of Class 1 in the 3rd year, and the students were curiously sizing up Chen Mo.
Is this the genius reported on TV?
It should be, but I wonder how much our principal spent to bring him over. I heard he wasn't brought over. It seems he punched the principal's niece and got expelled.
Hiss, can't tell, looks quite cute but is so aggressive.
The students in Class 1 were buzzing with discussions, all very curious about this legendary star from Taizhou.
Quiet, No. 1 middle school has entered the venue, and we are next. Teacher Fu changed his gentle smile towards Chen Mo and shouted at the students in Class 1. Chen Mo being a genius is his own business. You should focus on whether you can get into the martial arts academy. TCH, many students scoffed. But Teacher Fu was right, Chen Mo's results had little to do with them. Standing at the back of the line, Chen Mo obediently followed the group into the sports center. Remember, this year's martial arts exam has added a new item, which is the combat power test. Teacher Fu pointed to the combat power testing target in the testing room.
It has been found that today's students only know how to increase their vitality without caring about practical combat. This also gives those with average vitality talent but outstanding combat talent a chance. This time, the scores will be calculated based on combat power ratings and the average total vitality, so seize the opportunity. After Teacher Fu's reminders, the expressions on the faces of the students from No. 37 middle school turned gloomy. With the combat power rating, their average score would drop again, and they might not even get into the most ordinary martial arts academy. I don't think I've seen that student before. Teacher Fu squinted at the boy standing in front of the vitality tester. Before the martial arts exam, he had browsed through the list of this year's No. 1 middle school candidates and hadn't seen this boy's information. Vitality, 697. As the data on the vitality tester lit up, a gasp erupted around. Impossible. When did No. 1 middle school produce such a genius? Teacher Fu's eyes widened as he stared at the number on the vitality tester, filled with disbelief. There's something wrong. This student must have been bought from another school by No. 1 middle school. Teacher Fu gritted his teeth and glared at Zhao Dihai, who was sitting in a wheelchair. This old bald man was truly shameless, actually buying students from other cities and schools. Chen Mo, you. Teacher Fu turned back with a worried look at Chen Mo. A week ago, the principal said Chen Mo was already a first-level martial artist, with a total vitality exceeding 200, so winning this year's top student was definitely not a problem. But looking at the current situation, it seemed difficult for him to achieve that. Don't worry, just over 600 vitality. Chen Mo was full of confidence. His total vitality had already reached 1005, more than double that boy's. Just as Teacher Fu breathed a sigh of relief at Chen Mo's confident words, a muffled sound came from the combat power testing room nearby. Then, the target responsible for testing combat power flew out of the room. Fortunately, the supervising teacher caught the testing target, otherwise, it would have injured quite a few students. Such strong martial skills, this child's combat power is actually 5003. After glancing at the value on the target, the supervising teacher couldn't help but exclaim. When this number was presented before everyone, the entire sports center erupted in exclamations. At the same time, Zhao Dihai shot a cold glare at Chen Mo. Previous reports did not mention Chen Mo's combat power level, only that he was the first-level martial artist under 18 in Taizhou City. Zhao Dihai was unaware that Chen Mo's combat power was far more terrifying than he imagined, and at this moment, he was already overjoyed. He no longer cared whether Chen Mo could enter the martial arts academy, he only wanted to snatch away the top scholar title that belonged to Chen Mo, by any dirty means necessary. Looking at the staggering combat power of 5003, even Chen Mo couldn't help but frown. Is it really that strong? Chen Mo did not know that Zhao Dihai had learned before the martial arts examination that there would be a combat power test. This morning, he specifically obtained a disposable martial arts ring made by a mentalist from the underground black market, which contained the full-force strike of a level 4 martial artist using martial skills. This method of cheating was undetectable. After all, no one would spend millions to cheat in a martial arts exam. Chapter 20, The Martial Arts Examination Begins. With that kind of money, it would be better to go directly to some private martial arts academies. Spending that money had no cost-effectiveness at all. But Zhao Dihai's thoughts were completely different. He only wanted Chen Mo to miss out on the top scholar title in Taizhou, so that their school wouldn't have its resource allocation intercepted by the 37th school this year. At that time, he could use those resources to repair Zhao Qian's meridians and help her return to the path of martial arts. Moreover, he could make Chen Mo, the number 1 genius of Taizhou, fade into obscurity. It's over, this kind of combat power. Teacher Fu was stunned when he saw the combat power of 5003. How could a first-level martial artist with over 600 vitality possibly unleash such terrifying combat power? No, something must be wrong. Just like Zhao Dihai, who had been possessed yesterday, Teacher Fu began to suspect that the boy had cheated. However, Chen Mo did not cheat. It was that boy who had indeed cheated. Well, the difference was only this slight. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Chen Mo walked over to Teacher Fu and patted him on the shoulder. It's just over 5,000 combat power, he can't stir up any waves. But, Teacher Fu wanted to say something, but when he saw Chen Mo's confident expression, he voluntarily closed his mouth. The boy who had completed the combat power test turned to Chen Mo and made a gesture across his throat. Damn, he dares to provoke me? Chen Mo was so angry he almost laughed. He hadn't actively sought trouble, considering it was the day of the martial arts exam, yet this kid dared to provoke him recklessly. You, a country bumpkin from Wanning, still call yourself a genius? That's laughable. Chen Mo said nothing. He was already planning in his heart how to give him a punch. Although Chen Mo told Teacher Fu not to worry, he was still pacing anxiously. Soon, all the students from the first school completed their vitality and combat power tests. Compared to that previous boy, everyone's results paled in comparison, completely on a different level. The resources in Magic City are indeed good. No wonder they are either first or second in the national competition every year. There's no way a first-level martial artist from our Taijo is considered a genius. We can't compare to them. It's not bad. At least this year we won't be at the bottom of the national competition. I hope so, but I heard that there will be several mentalists participating in this year's national competition.
Ha! Isn't that bullying?
The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and everyone had begun to doubt the title of Taijo's star that Chen Mo held. Or rather, they began to doubt Taijo City itself.
Could a small city like theirs really compete with top-tier cities? Chen, do you need to warm up?
The vitality test had already reached the 37th school, and the students were lining up to head over.
No need, don't worry. Chen Mo waved his hand and stood at the end of the line.
The upcoming tests did not allow anyone other than students and proctors to be present. They could only watch from the periphery. Not long after, Chen Mo's team had already completed half of the course. At that moment, Xiao Qifeng, Liang Yongsheng, Tian Xingxing, and Chen's parents finally arrived.
Teacher Fu, how did the first high school perform?
Xiao Qifeng, unaware of the recent revelation that the boy had a combat power of 5003, asked with a smile. Principal, this year's top student might be difficult, Teacher Fu replied, unsure how to explain to Xiao Qifeng, as a first-level martial artist having a combat power of 5003 was simply outrageous.
After hearing Teacher Fu's explanation, astonishment appeared on the faces of Xiao Qifeng and Chen's parents. How is that possible?
That bald guy must have cheated. Xiao Qifeng reacted just like Teacher Fu, firmly believing that the boy, or Jiaodihai, had cheated. So dirty, not only hiring outside help for a top student but also cheating.
So shameless.
After spitting out his disdain for Jiaodihai, Xiao Qifeng sighed.
Well, at least our no. 37 High School isn't the worst martial arts school in Taijo. Contentment brings happiness, contentment brings happiness. He forced a smile, feeling regret not only for no. 37 High School but also for Chen Mo not being able to secure this year's top student. It's my son's turn.
Shenli and Su Lu were completely unconcerned about these matters. In their eyes, their child was the best no matter what.
Hearing the couple's call, everyone's gaze turned to Chen Mo below.
Not just them, but all the teachers and students in the sports center looked towards the testing room where Chen Mo was. Student Chen, please stand on the testing device. The supervising teacher smiled at Chen Mo and pointed to the platform where the testing device was located. To ensure there would be no internal cheating, all the supervising teachers were sent down from above. The supervising teacher had heard of Chen Mo's name and knew he was a first-level martial artist, but he didn't react much. In the entire summer, there were simply too many like him, and only a small city like Taijo would hype up a first-level martial artist like Chen Mo.
Chen Mo nodded and stood on the blood energy testing device.
A flash of crimson light passed, and Chen Mo's total blood energy appeared on the big screen.
Chen Mo, total blood energy 1005.
The boy who had originally ranked first almost instantly dropped to second place.
1005?
The supervising teacher's eyes widened in shock.
You are already a second-level martial artist?
Don't shout, let's go test combat power. Chen Mo smiled calmly. Blood energy was not his main focus, combat power was.
Okay, I'll take you to test combat power now. The supervising teacher nodded repeatedly, no longer daring to underestimate Chen Mo.
Although this kid came from a small city, achieving second-level martial artist at such a young age meant his future was absolutely limitless. At this moment, everyone outside the testing room also saw Chen Mo's total blood energy, and the entire sports center erupted.
1005? Wasn't Chen Mo a first-level martial artist just a few days ago? How did he become a second level so quickly? Could it be cheating? Shut your mouth. This is our Taijo star, don't use your stupid brain to guess.
Amidst the discussions, Sulu felt her vision darken and collapsed into Chen Li's arms.
Old Chen, did I see wrong? My son's total blood energy is 1005? No, you didn't see wrong.
Chen Li was also trembling with excitement. He never dreamed his son would be such an extraordinary genius.
My son is a genius. Ha, my son is a second-level martial artist now.
Beside them, Xiao Qifeng clenched his fists tightly. Chen Mo's blood energy had already surpassed that of the outside help. Now it was all about combat power. As long as the gap wasn't too large, Chen Mo might really have a chance to become this year's top student.
Chapter 21, Chen Mo, the best in Taijo.
Until today, Chen Li and Sulu finally dared to believe that the reports on television were indeed about their son. The couple, true to their nature, wore identical expressions of excitement. Their faces flushed red, they stared intently at Chen Mo, who was walking into the combat power testing room. Dear, be gentle, I feel like you're going to pinch the flesh off my arm, Chen Li complained. But soon, he could no longer smile, feeling as if his arm was caught in a crab's claw. If I pinch myself, it hurts, doesn't it? Su Lu, even upon hearing Chen Li's complaint, showed no intention of letting go. She was fully focused on waiting for Chen Mo's combat power test results. Phew! Xiao Qifeng took a few deep breaths to calm his heart, which was about to race out of control. Chen Mo, you must take down that shameless Xiao Dihai. Inside the combat power testing room, Chen Mo took a deep breath as he looked at the target in front of him. Unfortunately, no one was there to help him accumulate combat power, otherwise, he couldn't even imagine the power of this punch. Aiming at the energy attack mark on the target, Chen Mo ignited all the energy and blood within him. With the blood fury fist combined with the energy attack, he threw a punch. Boom! The terrifying force of the punch shattered the makeshift testing room, and the target was deeply dented. Caused 6640 points of damage, maximum health increased by 527. After throwing this punch, Chen Mo felt a wave of emptiness within him. To unleash his utmost damage, he had used all 1500 points of energy and blood inside him. Coupled with the 4390 damage from the Steel of Heart energy attack, this punch was enough to knock a third-level martial artist out of combat. The supervising teacher noticed that Chen Mo had exerted all his strength with this punch and quickly brought over a stool, intending to let Chen Mo sit down and rest. No need, Chen Mo shook his head and turned to leave the combat power testing room. Due to the shocking nature of Chen Mo's results, the supervising teacher took a while to remember to record the score. Chen Mo, combat power 6640. Good. The first to cheer upon hearing Chen Mo's score was none other than Xiao Qifeng. Su Lu fainted upon hearing the score. She wouldn't even dare to dream of such a beautiful dream. Damn Zhao Tulu, this is the genius of our Taijo star. The students you bought from outside are just useless. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Qifeng laughed heartily, pointing at the pale-faced Zhao Dihai, starting his mocking mode. He jumped in front of Zhao Dihai, his big, smug face almost touching Zhao Dihai's. Hey, old man, I'm asking you a question. Why isn't the genius you bought working? Ha? Speak up. Didn't I kick you in the kidneys before? It's not like I kicked your vocal cords, right? Are you mute now? Xiao Qifeng was full of mockery, and passers-by nearby wanted to punch him. Maintain order. Please, unrelated personnel, leave immediately. The supervising teacher sent by the higher-ups didn't care if he was the principal of the 37th middle school. He directly escorted Xiao Qifeng out of the sports center. Damn bald man, I'll invite you to Chen Mo's graduation banquet later. Don't forget to give your former students a red envelope. Ha 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 ha. Even after being escorted out, Xiao Qifeng continued to laugh heartily, as if he had lost his mind. In contrast to the ecstatic Xiao Qifeng, Zhao Dihai's face was dark enough to drip water. He had spent a fortune to recruit a genius from the Magic City, only to find that he was not as good as a student from a small city like Taizhou. What a disgrace! While Xiao Qifeng's target was Zhao Dihai, Chen Mo's target was that boy. I remember your name is Qiao Liang, right? Chen Mo deliberately stood in front of Qiao Liang, surveying the boy with a condescending gaze. How does it feel to be pressed to the ground by a country bumpkin from Wuning? Young master? You, Xiao Liang's face turned red and purple, resembling a ripe eggplant. Don't you me, with such weak skills you can't even speak clearly? Chen Mo stepped forward, bringing his face close with an extremely arrogant posture. I think you seem to have polio, Parkinson's, and dementia all at once. How about I lend you $10 to go check out the pet hospital next door? With that kind of brain, only a pet hospital can help you. A regular hospital's equipment can't even handle you. Chen Mo patted Xiao Liang's face and turned to leave. Xiao Liang was so angry that his whole body trembled. In the Magic City, he was considered upper middle class, but after arriving in Taizhou, he began to enjoy the treatment of a genius. Until he met Chen Mo. This genius was trampled underfoot by a country boy from a small city, which was completely unacceptable for a young master from the Magic City. Xiao Liang's gaze towards Chen Mo turned extremely cold and venomous, and those around could even hear the grinding of his teeth. The martial arts exam progressed quickly, completing the Taizhou Martial Arts High School test in just one day. Attention, students, tomorrow at 8 in the morning, bring your admission ticket and writing materials. Next, there will be a 2-day written exam, and the results will affect admission to the Martial Arts Academy, so please take it seriously. Upon hearing that there would be a written exam tomorrow, the students whose martial arts exam scores were not particularly good brightened up. Failed the task? Chen Mo curled his lip, knowing he should have given himself a couple of cuts to accumulate some valor points. Standing in the line, Chen Mo had no interest in listening to his classmates or teacher Fu's compliments and congratulations. He just wanted to know whether his task had failed or succeeded. But after a long while, he still hadn't heard the system's announcement, and Chen Mo sighed in disappointment. If I failed, then I failed, there's nothing I can do. Just as Chen Mo sighed, a proctor teacher jogged over. You are Chen, right? The proctor teacher approached and shook hands with Chen Mo. Hello, I am the chief examiner for this written test. I came to inform you that you are exempt from the written exam. Saying this, the proctor took out a business card from his pocket. I am also an admissions officer from the Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. I wonder if you are interested in our academy. If you are interested, feel free to call me anytime, and I can take you to visit the Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. Challenge task completed, hero passive draw count has been issued, please draw at your convenience. Alright, if I am interested, I will contact you. Chen Mo accepted the business card with a calm expression and nodded at the chief examiner. Then I won't disturb you any further, Chen. Please rest well. With that, the chief examiner turned to leave, not intending to leave a bad impression on Chen Mo. Chapter 22, Passive Skill, Fury of the Berserker. Chapter 22, Passive Skill, Fury of the Berserker. Teacher Fu, I'm heading home now. Chen Mo waved at Teacher Fu and turned to run towards where Chen Li and Su Lu were. Good, as long as the task is completed. Just a few steps after turning around, Chen Mo swung his fist hard, already looking forward to what kind of incredible passive skill he might draw. Sitting in Xiao Qifeng's car, Chen Li and Su Lu chattered away. Including Xiao Qifeng, everyone was immersed in an atmosphere of extreme excitement. Chen Mo, however, was different. He stared blankly at the system interface in front of him and clicked the draw button. The roulette slowly started, and after 3 seconds, it gradually came to a stop. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the passive skill, Fury of the Berserker. Do you want to equip it immediately? Olaf's passive, huh? Chen Mo rubbed his chin, pondering. This passive ability was good in some ways, but not so great in others. The main point was that this skill could complement his incredible health pool and was quite compatible with the Shield of Intentional Punch. He wouldn't be left without any means of attack after using his charged attack, Intentional Punch, and Blood Fury Punch. Fury of the Berserker, gain up to 50 to 100, attack speed and 8 to 25, lifesteal. The lower your health, the stronger the effect, reaching its maximum at 30 health points. Not bad, pretty lucky. No matter how he looked at it, he had essentially gotten a passive for free, and this passive didn't occupy a skill slot. If I ever draw the dog head, things will get lively. At that point, I'll just stay in the Abyss Rift and not come out. Closing the system panel, Chen Mo then noticed Wei Jin was calling for him. Little Chen, what are you thinking about? Wei Jin turned back with a smile. Nothing much, just pondering which martial arts academy to attend. Chen Mo shook his head, casually brushing it off. Little Chen, come to the Taizhou Weapon Research Center tomorrow. I've arranged for them to prepare a pair of weapons that are quite suitable for you. Wei Jin could tell Chen Mo was brushing him off, so he changed the subject. Weapons? Chen Mo was taken aback, he hadn't really thought about that. Yes, compared to those geniuses from big cities, you still have a significant gap. After the martial arts exam, Chen Mo would face the national competition. Those geniuses from big cities have undergone systematic martial arts training since childhood, and each of them has mastered at least 3 martial skills. And the national competition allows the use of weapons, so not having practiced any weapon is indeed a weakness. Hearing Wei Jin's words, Chen Mo frowned but didn't take it too seriously. It was just martial skills, he already had 3, including his charged attack. They could even stack together. I know what you're trying to say. You also have martial skills, and I won't ask who you learned them from. Wei Jin realized he had touched on Chen Mo's privacy and decided not to pursue it further. I just want to say that below level 6 martial artists, no matter how strong the body, it can't compare to the sturdiness of a weapon. So you really need a weapon, one that is sufficient for you to use in the national competition. Wei Jin paused, not intending to keep him in suspense. We've prepared a pair of half-finger gauntlets made of Abyss Steel for you. This is all the Abyss Steel that Taizhou can offer. Abyss Steel has a great affinity with qi and blood, significantly amplifying the power of your martial skills. Just right, since all your martial skills are close range, the half-finger gauntlets are the perfect weapon for you. And if you learn other weapons in the future, the half-finger gauntlets made of Abyss Steel can also serve as armor, so it won't go to waste. Chen Mo didn't speak, but he could see and feel the importance that the entire Taizhou placed on him. He had heard of Abyss Steel. It was a precious metal that could only be found in deep abysses above level 5. It could even be said to be valuable yet rare. Thank you. In the end, Chen Mo accepted Wei Jin's kindness. Comparing the benefits Taizhou would gain from his good results, it was indeed more advantageous for Taizhou. But this matter couldn't be measured solely in monetary terms, it was the entire city's expectations for him. Although he had only been in Taizhou for a little over a month, Chen Mo had already developed feelings for this small city.
Since I've taken your things, I will naturally bring back results that satisfy everyone. Chen Mo smiled confidently.
With his current strength, even if he couldn't make it into the top 10, he could still reach the top 16.
This is already the best result Taizhou has ever achieved, and it will allow for more resources to be allocated to Taizhou from above.
No, you don't need to achieve great results. Your primary task is to ensure you don't die on the competition field.
Wei Jin shook his head. With a genius like Chen Mo emerging, the national competition results were no longer that important.
Chen Mo himself was the most important.
Don't worry, leave it to me.
Chen Mo didn't heed Wei Jin's words. He was determined to accomplish what he set out to do. Even if a god came to stop him, it would be impossible.
Soon, Xiao Qifeng's car stopped in front of Chen Mo's house. Classmate Chen, and Mr. Chen and Ms. Su, please pack up tonight, we will set off for Yanjing City tomorrow.
Wei Jin got out of the car, shook hands with Chen Mo's family, and turned to sit in Xiao Qifeng's car, heading towards the martial arts bureau.
Xiao Mo, are you really going to participate in that national competition?
Su Lu was full of worry, fearing that something might happen to her son during the competition. Mom, don't worry, your son isn't that fragile.
Chen Mo smiled at Su Lu, thinking his mother was overthinking. Son, your mom is right, that national competition is really dangerous.
Chen Li's excitement had faded. Just thinking about Chen Mo participating in such a dangerous event made his heart race. Moreover, I heard from Director Wei that this year's national competition will also have mentalists participating.
Mentalists? Chen Mo was puzzled. Isn't it akin to seeking death for mentalists to participate in martial artists competitions?
From Chen Mo's original memories, mentalists were not particularly strong in combat but were exceptionally skilled in healing. Furthermore, becoming a mentalist wasn't something that could be achieved through training. One had to be born with mental power to become a mentalist.
Director Wei doesn't know the specifics, but they are the favorites to win this year, all from a research institute in the Magic City.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Li realized he couldn't dissuade Chen Mo and handed over the information Wei Jin had gathered.
Son, since you really want to participate in the national competition, I won't stop you.
Tomorrow, our whole family will go to Yanjing together.
Chapter 23 Abyss Steel Gloves Chapter 23 Abyss Steel Gloves June 19th, morning. There are still 5 days left until the National Genius Youth Championship begins.
They need to arrive in Yanjing for pre-competition drug testing before June 20th. Only those who pass the tests can receive their contestant numbers. Leaving Chen Li and Su Lu, who were busy packing, Chen Mo ran towards the Taizhou Weapon Research Center located in the suburbs. At home, Su Lu was packing while on the phone. Clothes, pants, underwear, vests, socks, pillows, duvet covers, foot basins. In order for Chen Mo to perform excellently in the competition, Su Lu was almost ready to move the entire house. Chen Li looked at the 6 neatly packed suitcases in front of him, and sweat began to bead on his forehead.
What's wrong, Mom? Did Xiao Mo not get into the martial arts academy?
The call was soon connected, and the voice of Chen Yi, who was far away in Harbin City, came through.
Mom, you don't need to worry. Even if Xiao Mo doesn't get into the martial arts academy, I won't let him suffer.
Later, I'll have a word with the Northern Frontier Army, and you can send Xiao Mo to me. I'll train him for a year, and then he...
Xiaoyi, what are you talking about? Before Su Lu could speak, Chen Yi was already talking to herself. Who said Xiao Mo didn't get into the martial arts academy? Xiao Mo is already a second-level martial artist. This year's top student is guaranteed.
The other end of the line fell silent for a moment, then erupted into laughter like the goddess of stone.
Is that true? My brother is a second-level martial artist.
Ha ha ha. I told you my brother couldn't be a waste, he was just too low-key.
Ha 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 ha.
Su Lu quickly moved the phone away from her ear, freeing herself from the torment of the magical voice invading her mind.
Don't laugh yet. Do you have time in a couple of days? Our whole family is going to Yanjing. Is Xiao Mo planning to attend the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy?
Chen Yi thought for a moment. The resources at Yanjing Martial Arts Academy could be said to be the best, and it was relatively safe. It was very suitable for her younger brother, at least he wouldn't suffer too much.
I think it's fine.
I'll ask for leave in a bit and accompany you all to the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy.
I happen to have a senior there who is a mentor. Chen Yi was still pondering how to pave the way for Chen Mo when Su Lu's voice rang out again.
No, your brother is going to represent Taizhou in this year's national competition. The previously chatty Chen Yi suddenly fell silent, and there was no sound from the other end of the phone for a long time.
Hello? Is the signal bad?
Su Lu looked at the screen showing the call with some confusion, frowning slightly.
Mom, do you know what the national competition represents?
After nearly a minute, Chen Yi, who had completely calmed down, began to speak again. Of course I know, but Xiao Mo wants to participate himself, and we can't control that. Besides, he has already registered, and he has to go for a drug test tomorrow. I got it. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy tomorrow.
Chen Yi's tone was serious, seemingly unwilling for Chen Mo to participate in this year's national competition.
Without explaining any reasons, Chen Yi hung up the phone decisively to ask for leave.
This girl, over 20 and still so fiery.
Su Lu shook her head, putting away her phone and continuing to pack her luggage.
With this kind of personality, how will she find a boyfriend in the future? She can't be single for life, can she? An hour later, Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the Taizhou Weapon Research Center. The security personnel at the entrance quickly let him through after confirming his identity. Are you Chen?
A tall and beautiful female researcher hurried over upon seeing Chen Mo.
Yes, and you are?
Chen Mo asked, sizing up the woman who was only a head shorter than him. Today, I'm the one responsible for receiving you and taking you to test the Abyss Steel gloves.
My name is Yang Yingying. You can just call me Yingying Jie.
Yang Yingying smiled at the younger brother in front of her, who was taller than her, and led Chen Mo into the research center.
Chen Mo's name was well known throughout Taizhou, including among the researchers in the institute.
After passing through various tinkling rooms, the two finally stopped in front of a sealed door.
After entering a password and scanning his palm print, fingerprint, and iris, the door finally opened. It's quite troublesome, huh? Chen Mo didn't quite understand. It was just a pair of gloves. Why keep them in such a place?
Not troublesome, these gloves are not ordinary.
The casting technology alone is worth 17 million.
Yang Yingying shook her head, looking very seriously at Chen Mo. If you count the raw materials and Abyss Beast skin, the total price of these gloves has already exceeded 40 million.
Chen Mo really wanted to say, if you have 40 million, just give it to me. Isn't that more practical than these broken gloves?
But no matter what, this was Taizhou's intention. He just needed to accept it.
Come on, give it a try.
After entering the password again, a hidden compartment appeared in the wall, revealing a pair of light purple frosted half-finger gloves in front of Chen Mo. This pair of gloves weighs 22 kilograms each, totaling 44 kilograms, with the ability to absorb impact and activate blood flow. They can also block most weapons on the market, including attacks from firearms, provided they hit the gloves. Yang Yingying carefully explained the wonderful uses of these gloves to Chen Mo, and after listening, he picked up the gloves and put them on. The gloves felt excellent, with no sense of restriction. They were completely tailored for him. Detected that the host has obtained armor, defense, current defense 55, reducing 55 points of damage from each attack received. Detected that the host has obtained a weapon, attack, current attack 58. These gloves combine the concepts of both weapons and armor. They can serve as armor or as a weapon. I hope these gloves can play a significant role in the national competition. This is our research institute contributing a bit.
Thank you. Chen Mo nodded in gratitude. To be honest, he quite liked these fingerless gloves. The weight of 22 kilograms was just right for him. Chen, my task is complete.
Director Wei and the people accompanying you to the national competition are waiting outside.
Shall we leave now?
Yang Yingying glanced at her phone and looked up to ask.
If we don't leave, I could try them out in the lab.
No need, I'll test these gloves on the competition field. Chen Mo shook his head. Shooting targets was too boring. It was better to fight for real on the competition stage.
Chapter 24, Revenge. On the spot outside the Research Institute, 2 SUVs and 3 buses were parked at the entrance. What's with this setup? Oh, little Chen is here.
Wei Jin and Liang Yongsheng got out of the leading SUV, and Wei Jin immediately spotted the Abyss Steel gloves Chen Mo was wearing.
How are the gloves? Nothing much to say, thanks.
True gratitude didn't need words. Chen Mo just needed to bring back a good result.
Let's not talk about the gloves for now. Do I really need so many people to participate in the national competition? Chen Mo looked at the 3 fully packed buses behind him, asking with some confusion.
Actually, it was just me, old Liang, Tian Xingxing, and Xiao Qifeng who were supposed to follow your family at first, but later Xiao Qifeng bought 150 tickets himself. Wei Jin glanced at the driver, Xiao Qifeng, who gave Chen Mo a thumbs up. He said the momentum of his child participating in the competition couldn't be weak, so he brought the cheerleading squad along. And there are 6 big drums under the bus. Wei Jin didn't really think Chen Mo could make it to the top 64 or 32. He would be satisfied if he could get through the first round.
Chen Mo didn't know what to say and could only tacitly accept this matter.
Let's go, the drug test starts at 10 tomorrow morning. During the competition, only contestants and their families are allowed to stay in the venue hotel, so we'll be staying outside. Wei Jin patted Chen Mo's shoulder. The national competition was no small matter. It was a nationwide event that could truly be life-threatening.
How much importance did they place on this competition?
The entire event lasted 5 days, during which the whole country had a holiday, and it was broadcast live throughout. This meant it was a great opportunity to showcase themselves in front of the entire nation. Moreover, other countries would also broadcast the event, meaning the whole world was watching the national competition of dojo.
Okay. Chen Mo got into the second SUV, where Chen Li and Su Lu were sitting.
In the Yanjing Long Lu Hotel, a tall and strong young man was flipping through the materials in his hands one by one.
Uncle Hu, are these all the contestants for this year?
The young man smirked, letting out a disdainful scoff.
Not just these, there are some materials I can't even get, like those from Magic City and Sheep City.
Xiaogu, this year's martial artists don't pose much of a threat to you. The biggest threat actually comes from those contestants at the Magic City Institute of Mental Power Research. I've inquired from various sources but haven't learned much. I only know they've developed weapons specifically for mentalists.
And their power is immense, not ordinary.
Before the old man could finish his sentence, Gu Feng raised his hand to stop him from continuing.
Uncle Hu, do you think they can be stronger than me?
I am already a mid-level 5th-tier warrior. Crushing a group of 2nd and 3rd-tier warriors is a piece of cake.
Even if the celestial race comes, they won't be my match.
Look at those so-called geniuses promoted by those small cities. A 2nd-tier warrior can make them celebrate throughout the city.
Gu Feng casually pulled out a contestant's profile and placed it on the table. Coincidentally, it was Chen Mo's profile.
Barely breaking through to the 2nd tier before the martial arts exam, his combat power is just slightly impressive.
Am I going to lose to someone like him?
And those mentalists, each one more arrogant than the last, I'll make them understand what they should do. Fighting is the business of warriors. Mentalists are only responsible for healing.
Gu Feng was beyond arrogant.
He completely looked down on everyone. But he indeed had the capital to be arrogant, a mid-level 5th-tier warrior at 17, the first in the entire Great Xia. Xiaogu, I know they pose no threat to you, but there's one thing I must remind you. The old man sighed. He had watched Gu Feng grow up and naturally understood his temperament. This national competition doesn't only have human participants. The celestial race has also sent a 17-year-old contestant.
What?
Gu Feng suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. That 17-year-old from the celestial race is already at the late 5th tier, just one step away from the 6th tier. You must respond with caution. Don't worry, I've long wanted to meet those arrogant white-skinned ones. Gu Feng's expression was fierce, and violent energy surrounded him. Not just Gu Feng, all the cities that could be named received the news that the celestial race would also participate. Early the next morning, an off-road vehicle stopped in front of the main gate of the Yanjing First Sports Center. The glaring drug testing station stood before everyone, and after Chen Mo opened the car door and greeted his family, he walked towards the drug testing station. Hope everything goes smoothly. Su Lu tightly gripped the soft flesh at Chen Li's waist. She was really afraid Chen Mo would get hurt on the field. Dear, if you keep holding on like this, I might end up in the hospital before Xiao Mo gets hurt.
Chen Li grimaced in pain but couldn't say much.
There was no one else beside him. If there were, he would have found someone to pinch. Chen Gu, Su Jia, once Chen Mo's contestant number is issued, you can check into the internal hotel. Wei Jin got out of the leading off-road vehicle, knocked on the car window, and spoke to Chen's parents. Don't worry, it's just a drug test. The official competition hasn't started yet.
I'm just worried, will the kids from our small city be bullied by those from big cities? Su Lu asked with some concern.
Su Lu's worries were not unfounded. As soon as Chen Mo reached the drug testing station and took out his ID, he was interrupted by a burst of sharp laughter.
Is this the star from Taizhou? Looks just SOSO, don't you think?
I think so too. He reeks of poverty, probably just another first-round exit. Stay away from him, he'll stink soon. Chen Mo realized that these girls were not just mocking him, they were targeting all the contestants from small cities. He was merely a typical example. Chen, take your urine test cup and go. A staff member smiled as she handed him a small cup along with his ID. But when she looked up, she found that Chen Mo had already appeared beside those girls.
Like barking dogs?
Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. He was already tall, and those girls looked like children in front of him.
So what if we do?
The leading girl hadn't finished her sentence when Chen Mo slapped her across the face,
dealing 4,390 damage, maximum health increased by 526.
The girl flew up like a spinning top and finally fell to the ground, unconscious. She only had a little over 5,000 health points, and that slap nearly took her out.
Chapter 25. Do you understand what it means to be gifted? Chen Mo was not the type to endure humiliation quietly. If he could tolerate this, what would he be? Stop pretending. I know that slap won't kill you, but you better not run into me on the battlefield.
Including you guys, if you encounter me on the battlefield, you better be careful.
I will seize the opportunity to take you down.
After saying that, Chen Mo turned around, taking the urine test cup and his ID, heading towards the blood test area. The people around, whether competitors or staff maintaining order, were stunned. They had seen big city competitors mock small city ones, but they had never seen a small city competitor dare to fight back.
Moreover, his tone was extremely arrogant, completely disregarding the background resources of the big city.
Teacher Huang, please treat this competitor. We can't have any losses before the competition starts. A staff member squatted beside the girl who had just fallen, speaking to a mentalist not far away.
I know, this kid is quite ruthless.
Teacher Huang, a level 6 mentalist, could easily treat such injuries. However, that slap had at least reached the power of a mid-level 3, and it seemed Chen Mo hadn't even used his full strength.
This year's national competition should be very interesting. Teacher Huang, stop rambling. If you keep talking, this kid will run out of breath.
The staff member poked the grinning Teacher Huang, pointing at the girl who was spitting blood.
Ah, right, I forgot about her.
Teacher Huang slapped his forehead. Talking to himself was an old habit of his. Sitting at the blood test window, Chen Mo directly extended his arm inside.
The masked nurse picked up the blood draw needle, trying to insert it into Chen Mo's vein.
But no matter how hard the nurse tried, she couldn't get it in.
Hiss, something's not right?
The nurse began to sweat, and Chen Mo could even see the veins bulging on the back of her hand from the effort.
Why is it so hard? Creak! With the nurse's relentless efforts, the needle finally took shape. Chen Mo. Nurse! Chen, wait a moment, I'll go get a power drill.
The nurse stood up, puffed up with anger, and turned to rummage through the toolbox for a special blood draw drill for fighters.
Chen Mo could roughly guess why the nurse couldn't pierce his skin.
His current defense was as high as 55 points, while the nurse's attack power, combined with the needle, was only 3 points. All of it was negated by damage reduction.
Soon, the nurse returned with a tool that looked not much different from a power drill.
After fitting the special drill needle, she placed one foot on the table and began to fiercely attack the thinnest skin on Chen Mo's elbow.
Zzzzz.
Sparks flew, and the nurse's forehead began to sweat. After the nurse's persistent efforts, she finally broke through Chen Mo's skin, successfully drilling into his blood vessels.
Hiss!
Chen Mo's blood sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, and before the nurse could react, the scalding blood splattered all over her face.
Chen Mo. Nurse! Chen, your blood pressure is quite high.
Yeah, I've indeed had a bit of high blood pressure lately.
The nurse stood up a bit awkwardly, changed into a new outfit, and sat back down. Chen Mo hadn't expected his blood pressure to be so high. Could it be because of his high health points?
The nurse picked up another blood draw needle, intending to insert it directly through the small hole she had just drilled. But when she looked at Chen Mo's arm, there was no trace of the small hole from before.
The skin was smooth and new, showing no signs of injury. Chen Mo. Nurse. Well, I think I should just do it myself.
Chen Mo sighed, feeling that the nurse in front of him had a higher blood pressure than he did.
No, just leave it to me.
The nurse picked up the drill again and launched another assault on Chen Mo's veins. After working hard for more than half an hour, the nurse, drenched in sweat, finally succeeded in drawing Chen Mo's blood.
That was not easy, the nurse said, looking at the crystal-clear blood in her hand, a sense of accomplishment swelling within her. Alright, Chen, you can go to the restroom over there to do the urine test. The blood test results will be out in an hour. Ah, okay. Chen Mo nodded and walked into the men's restroom with the urine test cup.
As soon as he entered, the scene before him left him frozen in place. In front of every stall stood a staff member with wide eyes. Many competitors, sweating profusely, tried to squeeze out a few drops but could only sweat under their eager gazes.
Dude, can you stop staring? If you keep looking at me like that, I really can't pee.
Finally, one competitor couldn't help but complain to the staff member beside him.
Classmate, I can't help it. It's the requirement of the competition committee.
I don't want to stare at your little worm either. The staff member continued to fix his gaze on the competitor, his words piercing like a sword into the competitor's heart.
The competitor's face turned bright red, but he couldn't say anything.
He could only exert all his effort to squeeze his bladder, trying to get a little out. Classmate, there's still an empty spot here. A staff member waved at Chen Mo, pointing to the stall next to him.
Chen Mo actually wanted to refuse. He couldn't squeeze anything out with someone next to him. But, at least he wasn't a little worm. His python would only make the staff member feel ashamed. Standing in front of the stall, Chen Mo took out his Rui Jingu Bang. Are you a donkey? The staff member's eyes widened even more. He couldn't believe that a human could have such a size. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. It's harder to listen to you than to me. Chen Mo shot a glance at the staff member and began to try to squeeze something out. Classmate, do you have a secret formula for enlargement? I can pay for it. Even after being retorted by Chen Mo, the staff member still eagerly harassed him. There is indeed a secret formula, Chen Mo nodded seriously. Pay first, and then I'll give you the formula. 5,000 yuan, no cheating. Okay.
The staff member's eyes lit up as he took out his phone to scan Chen Mo's payment code.
Blue Pay received, 5,000 yuan. The sound of the payment arriving made Chen Mo very satisfied as he put his phone away.
Come a bit closer, I won't share this secret formula with anyone. Seeing Chen Mo's mysterious expression, the staff member was even more convinced that Chen Mo had a secret formula for enlargement. He quickly leaned his ear closer to Chen Mo's mouth, only to hear Chen Mo say one sentence.
The secret formula is innate talent, you can't learn it. Chapter 26, The Axe Queen, Chen Yi. You. The staff member's face turned red, staring at Chen Mo in disbelief. What's wrong? I've already told you the secret formula. What else do you want?
Holding the already filled urine test cup, Chen Mo smiled at the staff member, who was about to be furious.
I don't want anything. The staff member gritted his teeth, feeling humiliated to have been tricked out of 5,000 yuan by a kid. What a disgrace. If there's nothing else, step aside, I still have things to deliver.
Chen Mo shook the liquid in his hand, and the staff member grabbed it.
You don't need to send me off, this is my job.
He was angry, but he still had to do his work well.
Oh, then be careful.
My flow is too large, it has burst out quite a bit.
You old man.
2 hours passed quickly, and Chen Mo received his contestant number from the staff member, whose face was full of resentment.
Here you go, the number isn't bad, 188. Thanks. Chen Mo cheerfully tucked away his contestant entry card and greeted the staff member. By the way, I wasn't lying to you before, the secret is innate talent. You can't blame me for this, it's your father's fault for not being capable. Saying this, Chen Mo patted the staff member's shoulder and turned to leave the drug testing area. The staff member's face turned purple with anger, but he really couldn't come up with a reason to refute. If he made a move, regardless of whether he was right or not, these geniuses who could participate in the national competition were not something he could provoke. After thinking it over, the best choice was to endure it. Outside the drug testing area, the cheerleading bus led by the 37th Middle School had already gone ahead to the hotel, leaving only Chen Mo's family and a few people in Xiao Qifeng's car still waiting. They're coming out. Su Lu leaned out of the car window and waved at Chen Mo. Chen Mo picked up his entry card and happily got into the car. How was it? Was the drug test smooth?
Wei Jin and Liang Yongsheng walked over and asked through the car window.
It was okay, I encountered a few minor incidents and made a little pocket money on the side. Chen Mo put away his entry card and touched his elbow, which had been drilled twice. As long as nothing happened, that's good. Are you staying in the competition's designated hotel with your parents or playing outside for a bit first? After all, starting from the afternoon, contestants who complete the drug test are not allowed to contact the outside world, only those who are eliminated can leave. It's been a long journey, you need to rest. Just as Chen Mo was about to say they should stay in the hotel now, Su Lu poked him. Xiao Mo, your sister is here.
She's waiting for you at the entrance of the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy.
Chen Mo slowly turned his head. His sister was here? Was it the Chen Yi who had beaten him up since childhood?
Chen Mo had been extremely fearful of Chen Yi. This girl had a high talent in martial arts since she was young and had always beaten him up. It wasn't until Chen Yi went to the Harbin City Martial Arts Academy that his nightmare finally ended. Well, I told her about you becoming a second-level martial artist and participating in the national competition. She was very happy and said she wanted to come see you. Su Lu didn't tell Chen Mo about Chen Yi's reaction when she heard he was participating in the national competition. Can I not go? Although his soul had been replaced by Chen Mo's, this body still felt fear towards Chen Yi.
No, if you don't come find me, I'll come find you.
Suddenly, a fair but slightly calloused hand reached in through the car window and pinched Chen Mo's face.
Look at you, getting bold. Outside the car, a tall beauty was glaring fiercely at Chen Mo. What gives you the right to participate in the national competition? You should consider your parents' feelings even if you don't care about your own life.
Come here, I have 2 quick training martial arts techniques to teach you. Chen Yi pulled Chen Mo away, disappearing from everyone's sight, leaving Wei Jin and the others awkwardly standing in place. In a small alley by the drug testing area, Chen Yi pulled out 2 martial arts manuals from her bag. Here, take these. Both of these techniques are quick training, at least they can help you not get beaten up too badly. Although Chen Yi complained verbally, she still treated Chen Mo as her dearest brother. Sister, I don't need them, Chen Mo started to say, but was met with a murderous glare from Chen Yi. I stole these 2 from the border guard just so you could use them for this national competition. One is called the turtle breathing technique, and the other is called the blood ignition body. The turtle breathing technique is for playing dead, while the blood ignition body is for fighting with all your might. If you encounter someone you truly can't defeat, use the turtle breathing technique to play dead. If you meet someone you can struggle against but can win, use the blood ignition body. Remember, no matter what, your life is the most important, you don't need to worry about anything else. And if you fight, make sure to fight well for your sister, but if you can't win, playing dead is not shameful. As Chenny spoke these contradictory words, she handed the turtle breathing technique and the blood ignition body to Chen Mo, then put on a smile and walked out with him. Mom and Dad, I was just having a little chat with Xiao Mo, you don't need to worry. Chenny walked over and hugged Su Lu, looking like a gentle and delicate girl. Only those familiar with Chenny knew that this girl was known as the Axe Queen at the Harbin City Martial Arts Academy. She could wield a 200-pound giant axe with ease, and no one at the academy dared to provoke her. Xiaoyi, you've lost quite a bit of weight, Su Lu said, clearly speaking nonsense, as Chen Yi's physique was noticeably stronger than before. Director Wei, I'm just taking my parents to check into the hotel in the inner area. In a little while, Xiao Mo's drug test certificate will expire. Chen Yi flashed a sweet smile at Wei Jin and single-handedly carried 6 suitcases into the Yanjing Sports Center. Is that the Axe Queen? Tian Xingxing asked, watching Chen Mo's family walk away. Yes, she's famous for being a fierce person from the northern border of Harbin City, Liang Yongxing nodded. Don't be fooled by her being only a level 3 martial artist. She can already kill level 4 abyss beasts, and her strength is quite formidable. I can't tell, she seems so gentle, Tian Xingxing pouted, thinking that the rumors were indeed unreliable. Alright, let's not just stand here foolishly, we should hurry and prepare the things we need for the competition. Wei Jin shook his head, and the only thing they could do next was cheer for Chen Mo. As for how far Chen Mo could go, it would depend on his own strength and luck in the draw. In the inner hotel, Chen Mo's family of 4 was assigned a mid-level suite. 3 bedrooms and a living room were enough for the family to stay during the competition. Chapter 27, The Sassy Siblings. Hello, are you contestant Chen Mo from number 188? As soon as the family set down their luggage, a staff member from the national competition knocked on the door and asked, is there something? Chen Mo opened the door, and the staff member handed him a golden card. Contestant Chen Mo, here are the schedule and important notes for the upcoming events. Also, you can use the facilities and equipment in the sports center for free. Meals are provided by the cafeteria. If you don't like the cafeteria food, we can provide materials for you to cook yourself. Additionally, the organizing committee provides each contestant with 3 qi and blood pills every day. Would you like some? The staff member politely inquired, showing no sign of a bad attitude just because he was from a small city. Of course, I need them, thank you for your hard work. Since the other party was polite, Chen Mo naturally responded in kind. After nodding and accepting the items brought by the staff member, Chen Mo returned to the room. Turning around, he saw his parents, Shen Li and Su Lu, sitting nervously on the chair, not moving at all. Dad, Mom, why aren't you sitting on the sofa? Chen Mo asked, puzzled, as he plopped down onto the soft sofa. Son, we're a bit nervous, Chen Li said, rubbing his hands, revealing a look that was unexpected from a man who had been the pillar of the family for over 20 years. What's there to be nervous about? Every contestant has a room like this. Chen Mo was still puzzled. It was just a room. Wasn't it unnecessary to be like this? It's not just a room. I just didn't expect my son to participate in such a high-level competition one day. Chen Li shook his head, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and lit it. Our Chen family must be blessed. I'll have to burn more paper for the ancestors later. Alright, stop overthinking it. Chen Mo chuckled, and after sitting for a while, he got up and walked into the bathroom. I'll take a shower and then get some sleep. This trip has been exhausting. As he spoke, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. The 3 people in the living room exchanged glances and relaxed a bit. Mom, I actually started to feel nervous just now. Chenny laughed self-deprecatingly. She had never felt this nervous even when facing a level 4 abyss beast. This was just the pre-competition preparation phase. Once the competition started, she didn't know how nervous she would become. Alright, look at you two, father and daughter, you're worse off than I am. Su Lu got up and patted Chen Yi's head, comforting the father and daughter for a while. We should rest. You must be exhausted from rushing over from Ice City, right? Your dad and I didn't sleep at all last night either. Let's hurry up and rest, so we don't disturb Xiao Mo. Su Lu was quite sensible, taking Chen Yi's hand and walking into the bedroom. The mother and daughter needed to have a good chat. As for Chen Li, he could just sleep alone. Chen Li lay in bed feeling a bit lonely, hugging the blanket like a solitary old man. At 6 in the evening, the Chen family of 4 all woke up well rested, each full of energy. Son, time to eat. I've been craving the roast duck from Yanjing for a long time. Your dad is treating, let's go eat. Chen Li wrapped his arms around the refreshed Chen Mo and headed out.
Dad, the competitors can't leave the sports center until the competition is over.
Chen Mo sighed. After a nap, Chenli had returned to his unreliable self.
Ah, right, I forgot about that. Chenli slapped his forehead.
Let's go, the cafeteria should have roast duck prepared too.
Grabbing his meal card, Chen Mo led the family to the cafeteria for dinner.
They took the elevator, pressed the button for the third floor, and the elevator quickly stopped. The Chen family stood in awe at the luxurious restaurant before them.
This isn't right, wasn't it supposed to be a cafeteria?
Chenli looked around at the opulent decor, his head filled with question marks.
Is contestant 188 Chen here?
This way, please. A sharp-eyed waiter approached and led the Chen family to their designated table. You don't need to be surprised, those who can participate in the national competition are all exceptional talents, and we will provide you and your family with the best service. The waiter smiled broadly as he handed over the menu for the day. You can try the specialty roast duck from Yanjing. We specially invited a master chef from Depangquan to roast it personally.
The taste and texture are absolutely on par with Depangquan.
Alright, let's start with 3 roast ducks, and also 3 portions of iron hat lamb, and tripe, add some bean juice stir-fried liver and braised dishes too. Since they were in Yanjing, it didn't matter whether these dishes were good or not, experiencing the specialties was what truly mattered. A large table of dishes was quickly served, and the Chen family happily began to enjoy their dinner. Just as they were having a great time, a very discordant voice rang out nearby. Ha, a bunch of country bumpkins, really uncultured. Chen Mo turned to look and saw a boy with slick back hair elegantly cutting his steak with a knife and fork. What kind of idiots are there these days? Chen Mo didn't take it to heart, he had seen plenty of pretentious people like this, and he hoped he wouldn't run into him in the ring. Indeed, eating his steak has made him feel so superior. As Chen Mo's sister, Chen Yi naturally had a personality very similar to his. Moreover, they shared a common trait, they both had sharp tongues. Look at him, all slicked back and made up, as if he just crawled out from some old lady's bed with a steel wool ball. Seriously, hurry up and get some protein so you can continue serving his mom tonight, right? Not necessarily, maybe his dad will have to help him out tonight too. The brother and sister exchanged various harsh words, centering around the slick back guy, using their parents as a benchmark for a saturated attack. You! The slick back guy had never been insulted like this before, even his parents glared angrily at Chen Mo and Chen Yi. What are you looking at? Chen Mo turned to the slick back guy, casually glancing at his health bar. Level 3 warrior, maximum health 6001. Just a little fragile. Humph, I won't stoop to your level. The slick back guy thought for a moment and sat down. He wasn't foolish enough to cause trouble at a national competition. You level 1 and 2 warriors from small cities are just stepping stones for us. You probably won't even make it past the first round, you useless trash. Why should I bother with you? After all, you might not even be able to get off the stage, dying right up there. You! Several competitors from small cities stood up, but under the imposing gaze of the slick back guy, they sat back down. You better not run into me on the stage, otherwise, I'll show you the gap between people. Right, country bumpkin? Chapter 28, National Competition, Opening. Chapter 28, National Competition, Opening. Damn, Chen Mo was so angry he almost laughed. Who gave him the courage to mock him? Just as Chen Mo was about to stand up and give him a steel punch, the loudspeaker above suddenly blared. Attention all competitors, the list for the first round of the preliminary stage has been released, please check your email. Repeat, attention all competitors, the list for the first round of the preliminary stage has been released, please check your email. Chen Mo shot a glance at the slick back guy before sitting down, opening his phone to look for his name. Soon, the slick back guy across the table let out an annoyed tch. A level 2 warrior, really boring. No matter who number 188 is, it's bad luck for them to fall into my hands. The slicked back guy cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. Indeed, really unlucky to run into trash like you. Chen Mo sneered, revealing his contestant number. Zhao Peinan, level 3 warrior, from Hang City. I'm number 188, see you on the stage. You really are unlucky. Zhao Peinan's tone was filled with hostility, clearly planning to go all out on the stage. You better admit defeat as soon as you get up there, otherwise, I'll definitely chop you into 3 pieces. Real skill isn't just talk, we'll see each other on the stage. Chen Mo grinned, hoping he could take one of his punches. The atmosphere in the restaurant shifted from harmonious to tense, with most people finding their opponents for the upcoming match in 2 days. The competitors from small cities looked grim, but some had a glimmer of hope. While munching on crispy duck skin, Chen Mo learned about the competition format for this national contest. There were a total of 240 competitors, and the preliminary rounds would start on the 24th. Excluding 20 seeded players, the the remaining 220 would compete for spots in the next stage. The weaker the competitor, the more matches they had to play. Only those who scored in the top 44 could participate in the subsequent matches. After the preliminary rounds, at most 44 competitors would remain to compete for the championship, along with the 20 seeded players, totaling 64. The competition format was quite brutal. For most, winning even one match would be considered lucky. Since the preliminary rounds, the entire event has been live-streamed, and people across the country, even the world, will witness this brutal competition.
Xiao Mo, that person should be a third-level warrior. Are you really confident you can defeat him? Chen Yi frowned.
As a third-level warrior herself, she was well aware of the vast gap between second-level and third-level warriors. Just in terms of total vitality, a third-level warrior is about 10 times that of a second-level warrior. Don't worry, if I can't take him down with one punch, then I'm dead.
Chen Mo grinned.
Without deliberately enhancing his punch, his maximum damage was 6,640. This meant that with one punch, Zhao Peinan would still owe him 500 health points. As long as you know what you're doing, don't forget to practice the things I taught you in the past 2 days.
Chen Yi nodded.
She could tell that Zhao Peinan had just broken through to a third-level warrior, but his combat power was not something a second-level warrior could compare to.
I know, I definitely won't forget. Chen Mo nodded, already feeling restless. Chen Li and Su Lu looked at Chen Mo with some concern. As ordinary people, they couldn't truly understand the gap between warriors. All they could do was cheer for Chen Mo and not hold him back.
In the tense atmosphere, the originally delightful dinner quickly came to an end.
Back in the suite, Chen Mo immediately began practicing the blood ignition technique. As for the turtle breathing method,
only cowards would practice that. Chen Mo had no use for it. He just needed to use the most extreme values to annihilate everything. On June 24th, the National Genius Youth Championship officially commenced today. Outside the Yanjing First Sports Center, countless citizens waved national flags, cheering for these prodigies.
Fireworks exploded continuously above the Yanjing First Sports Center.
2 off-road vehicles and 3 buses from Taizhou had parked in the lot last night, waiting for this moment. Over 100 people entered the stands, carrying various cheering props, and they even specially customized a flag for Taizhou and one with the character Chen. The most extravagant among them was Xiao Qifeng, who had a red band tied around his forehead, holding a pair of drumsticks, with a giant leather drum in front of him.
Have we all memorized the slogans we trained with these past few days?
Xiao Qifeng shouted to the cheerleading squad behind him. This is the strongest genius Taizhou has ever had. Our momentum absolutely cannot lose to other cities.
Do you understand?
Understood. The cheerleading squad, mostly made up of students, shouted loudly, each one filled with passion.
Although they couldn't personally take the stage, just cheering for the star of Taizhou excited them immensely.
Xiaoyi, hold my hand a bit tighter, my heart isn't feeling well, Su Lu said, taking deep breaths, her whole body trembling with anxiety.
It's okay, Mom, Xiao Mo will definitely be fine. Chen Yi was also extremely nervous.
She glanced at the list of competitors. Aside from the secret seed players, many of the talented individuals from larger cities were stronger than her.
Go for it, Xiao Mo.
At this moment, the live broadcast had already begun, and almost everyone across the nation, young and old, was focused on this event. Backstage, a clear divide formed between the competitors from big cities and those from smaller ones. The battle between Chen Mo and Zhao Peinan was set to take place on Ring 17, right in front of the Taizhou support group.
Are you ready to die?
Zhao Peinan had changed into a flexible outfit, with a tang knife hanging at his waist.
You shouldn't be asking me, Chen Mo shook his head, putting on his abyss steel gauntlets. You should be asking yourself, are you ready to die on the stage? You can only be arrogant while you're not on stage.
Zhao Peinan let out a cold snort. He naturally recognized that Chen Mo's boxing gloves were made of abyss steel. Contestant 188, Chen Mo, and Contestant 63, Zhao Peinan, please step onto the stage. After glancing at Chen Mo, Zhao Peinan turned and walked towards the ring, with Chen Mo closely following behind.
Oh.
Whether it was good luck or bad luck, the two of them happened to be the first match of the day. The cheers roared like a tsunami, and Xiao Qifeng along with the Chen family spotted Chen Mo at once.
Chapter 29, One Punch. Here it comes, here it comes.
The moment he saw Chen Mo, Xiao Qifeng jumped up as if he had stepped on an electric switch, wildly waving at Chen Mo.
Chen Mo didn't pay attention to them. Instead, he focused on the energy marks on Zhao Peinan. Are both contestants ready?
The referee stepped onto the ring and asked the two standing at their respective sides.
No problem. Zhao Peinan glared fiercely at Chen Mo, determined to take down this country bumpkin from a small city. His thunder blade was unbeatable in Hangzhou. How could a mere bumpkin from Taizhou be his match?
Ready.
Chen Mo was already eager. cracking his knuckles and beckoning Zhao Peinan. Good, positions. Prepare. Start. As the referee announced the start of the match, Zhao Peinan charged at Chen Mo with a fierce kick.
In the commentary booth, two professional commentators from Yanjing were excitedly watching the two in the ring. One is a prodigy from Hangzhou, and the other is a star from Taizhou.
I wonder what dazzling sparks will fly when these two collide.
However, our Taizhou star is only a second-tier martial artist. Facing a third-tier martial artist like Zhao Peinan, lasting more than a minute would already be an impressive performance.
Oh.
Zhao Peinan is showing no mercy at all, coming right in with their family's ultimate skill, the Thunderblade.
Chen Mo is probably going to be eliminated.
The commentary abruptly stopped as the commentator stared blankly at the ring, unable to speak.
Is that it?
Chen Mo caught Zhao Peinan's saber aimed at his neck with one hand, looking at him with a disappointed expression.
You.
A hint of panic flashed in Zhao Peinan's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure.
Zhao Peinan's saber crackled with electricity, sizzling against Chen Mo's body. Electrocution damage taken, health points, electrocution damage taken, health points, electrocution damage taken. The system's notifications rang out one after another, and Chen Mo couldn't help but smirk. You're so weak, is this some kind of electrotherapy for me?
Zhao Peinan looked at Chen Mo's entire arm, which had turned charred black.
How could this person endure the pain of being electrocuted?
He didn't know that despite how bad Chen Mo's arm looked, he actually felt nothing at all.
Moreover, the health points that had just been deducted were recovering at a rate of 90 points per second.
That charred arm was visibly healing back to normal.
Waste.
Chen Mo sneered, delivering a solid punch directly to Zhao Peinan's chest.
Bang! After many days, Chen Mo finally heard that pleasant sound again.
Dealt 4450 points of damage.
Maximum health increased by 534.
Zhao Peinan's eyes widened, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. A nearly 1 finger deep pit appeared in his chest, and his lungs exploded from that punch.
Lie down, you're a waste who can't even take one of my punches.
Chen Mo gently pushed Zhao Peinan, who fell to the ground like a dead man.
The referee, stunned by Chen Mo's punch, finally came to his senses and hurriedly stepped in front of Chen Mo, raising his right hand. Winner, Taizhou's Chen Mo.
The originally noisy Yanqing First Sports Center fell into silence, everyone staring at Zhao Peinan, who lay on the ground, breathing in but not out.
Is this it? It's over?
Even the commentator was in a daze. This was the quickest end to his commentary career.
Medical psychic practitioner.
Hurry, this kid is going to die. The staff member responsible for observing the situation shouted towards the psychic practitioner not far away.
Seeing that the match had ended, Chen Mo turned and walked off the stage to prepare for the next fight. Did we win?
Xiao Qifeng's gaze was blank, and Wei Jin and the others were also frozen in place.
We won?
Chen Li and Su Lu, the couple, had equally dazed expressions.
They won so easily? What are you still doing? Don't you know to cheer for our own?
The first to come back to his senses was Tian Xingxing, who snatched the drumsticks from Xiao Qifeng and struck the leather drum in front of him. Wei Jin was so excited he was trembling, channeling his internal energy to beat the leather drum in front of him. It was only now that everyone in Taizhou came back from their shock, each one flushed with excitement, cheers echoing through the air.
Dong dong, Chen Mo was awesome. Dong dong, Chen Mo was awesome.
The cheer they had planned to use was completely forgotten, and under Tian Xingxing's lead, the entire sports center resounded with the chant of Chen Mo was awesome.
Ha ha ha, that's my son. Look at that. A third-level warrior isn't even a match for my son. My brother is amazing.
Chen Yi and Chen Li, the father and daughter, were overjoyed, with Chen Yi shaking her father's collar wildly.
Gah!
Unlike the others who were in a state of extreme excitement, Su Lu was so overwhelmed she fainted.
That kid's mother.
In stark contrast to the ecstatic crowd in Taizhou, the people in Hangcheng looked as if they had lost their loved ones, heads hanging low.
Especially Zhao Peinan's parents, who were on the verge of tears.
Their son was still on the stage being rescued, having reportedly had both lungs and half a heart blown apart by a single punch.
I want to file a complaint. That Chen Mo is definitely not a second-level warrior. Whoa, my son.
Backstage, Chen Mo scanned the area and noticed that those who had previously looked down on him were now regarding him with scrutinizing eyes. You're strong. A girl with her arms crossed stepped forward, staring intently at Chen Mo. You think so? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, wondering if this silly girl was looking for trouble. Go stand over there. If you want to fight, we'll meet in the ring. Just be prepared to be knocked out by me. With that, Chen Mo turned and headed to the resting area, completely oblivious to the girl who had just pulled out her phone.
I just wanted to add you as a friend. The girl's face flushed with anger. How could there be such a titanium alloy straight man?
Of course, her intention was not just to add Chen Mo as a friend, she also hoped he would go easy on her when they met. The first match had just ended, and aside from Chen Mo, there were only a few staff members in the entire lounge.
Challenge task round 1 completed, equipment draw chances have been issued.
Chen Mo was waiting for the sound of task completion. He directly opened the system panel and clicked on the equipment draw.
Without any hesitation, Chen Mo used the awarded equipment draw chances.
The roulette began to spin and slowly came to a stop 3 seconds later.
Chapter 30, Lu Hong, scared to forfeit. Chapter 30, Lu Hong, scared to forfeit. Congratulations, host, you have drawn endless hatred. Would you like to equip it immediately? Detected that the host's equipment has reached the limit. Would you like to replace the equipment in the equipment slot? Yes. Note, please complete more challenge tasks to unlock more equipment slots. Endless hatred, huh? Chen Mo rubbed his chin as he looked at the newly drawn equipment. Isn't this just a perfect 2-piece set for unlimited firepower? The steel of the heart is one of the main sources of Chen Mo's damage, and it absolutely cannot be removed. However, without the iron boots, Chen Mo's agility would be significantly reduced. Is it worth it for this attribute and passive of endless hatred? Opening the detailed panel of endless hatred, Chen Mo began to contemplate whether to replace the iron boots. Endless hatred, 400 health points, 55 defense, 10 skill speed, passive, suffering. In combat, every 5 minutes deals 3 damage to all nearby enemies and heals oneself for 250 health points from the damage dealt, dealing 1130 damage every 5 minutes, and I can heal 2800 health points. This passive is quite powerful, especially considering Chen Mo's current high health. The only downside is that the trigger time is a bit long. This equipment is very suitable for one against many situations, but in this arena battle, it's not as useful. Those little fragile ones, let alone 5 minutes, a single punch from him could take them out. If he encounters opponents with agile movements, having the iron boots would prevent him from being at such a disadvantage, so he decided not to change for now. Forget it, I'll talk about it again when I unlock the next equipment slot later. Chen Mo sighed, it was a pity to have equipment but not be able to equip it. Challenge task phase 1 completed, now opening phase 2. Unleash your stats. Successfully advance to the top 64 will unlock the 3rd equipment slot and the 2nd skill slot. Ha! Chen Mo's eyes widened. The treasure system was truly a timely help. Although usually quiet, it really is a considerate little treasure at critical moments. A contestant like Chen Mo from a small city needs to win at least 4 matches to advance to the top 64. This means he only needs to win 3 more matches to unlock the 3rd equipment slot and the 2nd skill slot. Thinking of this, Chen Mo was completely awake. He sat up and began to check his next opponent. Lu Hong, a 2nd-level martial artist from Zhang City? Chen Mo's face twitched. A 2nd-level martial artist has a maximum health of around 5,000. Someone like Tian Xingxing, a glass cannon type, doesn't even reach 3,000 and can't withstand a single punch from him. Consider yourself unlucky, it's not my fault. Chen Mo picked up the supplies and fruits he had prepared earlier and started eating. There was about an hour until the next match, so resting for a bit wouldn't hurt. Unlike the relaxed Chen Mo, Lu Hong, who had just won his first match, was now sweating profusely while looking at his phone. No way, I'm up against that one-punch guy? Lu Hong was stunned. Zhao Peinan, a 3rd-level martial artist, had almost been killed by a single punch. As a 2nd-level martial artist, wouldn't he be punched through? No way, I haven't lived enough yet. Although the arena was equipped with the best healing mentalists in the country, if he got killed by a punch, they couldn't bring him back. I should forfeit. Losing face is better than losing my life. In the end, Lu Hong made a very wise decision. He chose to forfeit the match and go home. His family, teachers, and city leaders agreed with Lu Hong's decision without a second thought, that monster Chen Mo was indeed not someone an ordinary person could handle. Not long after, the Zhang City delegation took Lu Hong out through the side door of the Yanjing First Sports Center. At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware that he had gained the nickname One Punch Guy. He was still happily waiting for his next match. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and feeling that it was about time, Chen Mo stood up and walked outside. However, when he reached the player preparation area, he was informed that his next opponent had forfeited, and he was declared the winner. What the heck? Chen Mo pouted. Why forfeit? I missed out on over 500 health points. You just lost your life, but I lost 500 health points. Really clueless, Chen Mo sighed in disappointment and returned to the resting area. In the viewing area, the 20 seated players and their entourages were watching the matches below. Not only them, but the deans of various top martial arts academies were also invited to the event. Old Lu, this batch of kids is much stronger than in previous years, said Wu Suian, the dean of Yangqing Martial Arts Academy, his gaze fixed intently on the competitors engaged in fierce battles below. Indeed, whether ordinary players or seated ones, they are significantly stronger than in previous years. Lu Zhenwu, the dean of Jiqing Martial Arts Academy, nodded.
This year's talents were more powerful than those of any previous year. Based on past experience, second-tier or above martial artists had a chance to reach the top 64. However, given this year's situation, even third-tier martial artists had a certain probability of failing to advance.
Among those ordinary players, which one do you think has the most potential? Wu Suian asked Lu Junwu with a hint of feigned ignorance. Isn't that obvious?
That Chen Mo from Taizhou is quite impressive. He could definitely be specially recruited into our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy, Lu Junwu chuckled. Although Chen Mo might not make it to the end, they would not easily let go of such a talent. Every martial arts academy had a complete plan for recruiting talented students. Offering cars, houses, and money were trivial matters. The promised resources were the real deal. Why, this year you don't plan to recruit a few seeded players for your Jiqing? Wu Suian glanced at the 20 seeded players before turning back to ask, can we compete with Modu and Yinjing? Lu Junwu sighed in disappointment. Whether it's battle resources, training resources, or even housing prices, we can't compare to them.
How can we compete with them? Let's just honestly recruit a few decent ordinary players and not dream big.
That makes sense. Wu Suian nodded on the surface, but his hand, tucked in his pocket, had already given orders to the admissions office. Tonight, take the admissions handbook and the talent recruitment plan to visit Chen Mo. I've sent you the hotel room number. Make sure to leave a good impression on Chen Mo. The vision and strength of these deans were quite similar. If Lu Junwu had his eye on Chen Mo, Wu Suian naturally did too. Only by taking the initiative could he gain the upper hand in recruitment. Even if he didn't agree immediately, he could still leave a good impression on Chen Mo.
Chapter 31, just like that, advanced?
Next, Chen Mo had only 2 matches left in the arena. One opponent ran away, and the other trembled on stage and fainted. The match that could have stacked over 1,000 health points ended up not stacking at all. Chen Mo felt quite frustrated, curling up on the sofa in a sulk.
My health points. Over 1,000 health points, just like that, gone.
It felt like a duck was perfectly roasted. Just as he was about to take a bite, it twisted its butt and flew away. It was both disgusting and helpless, but fortunately, Chen Mo advanced to the top 64 without any pressure.
Bro! Just as Chen Mo was feeling down, Chen Yi leaped onto him with a big hug. You're amazing. You scared off 2 and made 1 faint.
Chen Yi was sitting on Chen Mo's waist, cupping his face and giving him a kiss. As expected of my brother, just incredible. Later, I'll have plenty to brag about with those brutes from the extreme cold border.
This is the national competition's top 64. When has Taizhou ever achieved such results? Not to mention, those top martial arts academies will definitely come to snatch you up.
I finally don't have to work hard anymore. From now on, I'll just rely on you. After climbing off Chen Mo, Chen Yi still felt that everything happening now was so unreal.
It was as if that fragile bubble, dreamlike yet unreal. Son!
Chen Li, his face flushed and clearly drunk, kicked open the door and stumbled in, reeking of alcohol.
My son is amazing. He can scare someone into fainting. Did you guys go eat?
Chen Mo suddenly stood up, disbelief written all over his face.
Yeah, we just finished eating.
The fragrance from Chen Yi was gradually overwhelmed by the stench of alcohol, and only then did Chen Mo realize he had been left alone in the hotel all night.
Chen Mo, already feeling stifled, felt even more suffocated now. Xiao Mo, how could we forget you? We brought you dinner back. Su Lu looked helplessly at the chaotic suite and took out the packed dinner. Son, I want to ask if you're still participating in the upcoming competition?
Su Lu nervously rubbed her hands and leaned closer to Chen Mo.
What's up, Mom? Why are you asking this all of a sudden?
Chen Mo, having just taken a couple of bites, looked up at Su Lu in confusion. Well, they announced the list of the top 64 earlier. Su Lu sighed, ignoring the drunken antics of the father and daughter. I took a look, and the weakest among them are level 3 warriors with 4,500 vitality, and the strongest is a late-stage level 5 celestial.
Mom thinks it's too dangerous. I'm worried. Hearing Su Lu's words, Chen Mo was stunned.
Right, he had completely forgotten about the top 64 list.
Mom, don't worry, let me take a look at the list.
Chen Mo wasn't actually going to check the list. His mind had just registered the system's announcement. Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to the top 64. The third equipment slot and second skill slot have been unlocked.
Now starting challenge task phase 3. Break through the encirclement. Qualify for the top 32 with the most stunning victory.
The level of stunningness will determine the richness of the final reward. Minimum reward, 1 hero skill draw.
Is that it? Chen Mo felt surprisingly little sensation. This was too easy, wasn't it?
But he didn't think too much about it and directly equipped the endless hatred.
His defense skyrocketed, instantly rising to 110 points. Coupled with 10 skill accelerations, Chen Mo's charged punch cooldown was reduced from 3 hours to 2 hours and 42 minutes. The pitiful 400 health points aside, the passive ability named Endless Hatred suited Chen Mo perfectly. His health was already high, ordinary people couldn't kill him in a short time. With the damage and recovery from Endless Hatred, Chen Mo was one step closer to being an unkillable cockroach. Opening the top 64 list, the more Chen Mo looked, the deeper his frown became. Among the entire top 64, he was the only level 2 warrior, and there were only 6 level 3 warriors. Among the remaining 57, aside from the 5 mentalists, the strongest was a late-stage level 5 celestial, and the weakest was a level 4 early-stage warrior from Shin City. Fortunately, there were only 3 level 5 warriors, the rest were around level 4, so Chen Mo didn't feel too much pressure dealing with them. If we calculate based on the fact that level 3 warriors already had over 10,000 health points, level 5 warriors might have even higher health than him. In fact, for the outside world, Chen Mo advancing to the top 64 was already an incredible feat. Most people believed he would be eliminated in the battle for the top 32. Looks like I have to take this task seriously. Chen Mo licked his lips, wondering if he could get the ultimate grand prize depending on what rewards the Phase 3 challenge task would offer. Son. Seeing Chen Mo staring at the list for a long time without moving, Sulu couldn't help but softly call out twice. It's fine, Mom, I'm not brainless. If I encounter someone I can't beat, I'll admit defeat myself. Chen Mo smiled at Sulu, put away his phone, and then ate the dinner that Sulu had packed. But this was just to comfort Sulu. The word coward did not exist in Chen Mo's dictionary. Just do it, no need to fear trivial matters. Aside from that sturdy second brother of his, nothing was tougher than his own life. Shenli and Chen Yi quickly fell asleep on the sofa, and Chen Mo soon finished the takeout dinner. Just as he finished eating, there was a knock on their door. Chen Mo frowned. Who would come at this late hour? He handed the food container to Sulu and walked over to open the door. Hello, Chen student, I am a teacher from the admissions office of Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Teacher Wang. Hello, Chen student, I am a teacher from the admissions office of Jiqing Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Teacher Lu. As soon as he opened the door, Chen Mo saw 2 large faces squeezed together. What do you want? Chen Mo asked, puzzled. What did the martial arts academies from Yangcheng and Jiqing want with him? Chen student, we believe that with your talent, you can be specially recruited into our Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. Our academy has a strong faculty and abundant resources. It will definitely be an excellent starting point for your martial arts journey. Teacher Wang pushed Teacher Lu aside and leaned closer to Chen Mo. Don't listen to his nonsense, Chen student. Our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy is your best choice. Their place is hot and humid, not to mention the constant threat of sea beasts. Our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy's faculty is just as strong as theirs, and there are no disturbances from sea beasts, ensuring you a completely safe environment for martial arts training. Teacher Lu delivered a powerful kick that sent Teacher Wang flying, then slipped into the room and shut the door behind him. Chapter 32, The Competition Between 2 Academies. Li Dezhuang, you bastard. There's no one who eats alone like you. Teacher Wang shouted angrily but dared not kick the door. Fortunately, most of the contestants who were eliminated in the first round had already left the hotel, otherwise, someone would have complained about the disturbance. Chen student, don't mind him. Let's discuss the special recruitment in detail? Teacher Lu said with a smile, shaking hands with Chen Mo and greeting Sulu as well. Ms. Su, I am Lu Dezhuang from Jiqing Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Xiao Lu. Truly worthy of being the mother of a genius. You look like someone who knows how to educate. Chen Mo glanced at Lu Dezhuang, who was sitting beside Sulu on the sofa, then turned back to open the door. Come in, let me see what your Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy has to offer. Chen Mo knew that only when the two began to compete would it be most beneficial for him. Chen student is indeed wise. I apologize for the disturbance at such a late hour. Teacher Wang walked in and shook hands with Chen Mo, glaring at Lu Dezhuang. Now, tell me, if I go to your martial arts academy, what benefits can you offer me? Both men were taken aback by Chen Mo's straightforward question. It was the first time they had encountered someone so direct about wanting benefits. Although it was already an unspoken rule to offer gifts to geniuses, they were not prepared to put such matters on the table. If you don't speak soon, I will have to ask you to leave. Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa and took a sip of his cola. Yes. If Chen student chooses our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy, we can provide a luxury car worth under $1 million, a villa in the city center, and we will also take care of your parents' jobs. Lu Dezhuang quickly stated the basic benefits he could offer before Teacher Wang could speak. Chen student, don't listen to his nonsense. What they can offer, our Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy can provide as well. We will also give you 10 dragon blood pills every year.
Your parents can directly take positions at Yangchang Martial Arts Academy. They only need to hold the position without working to enjoy the treatment of mentors. Teacher Wang glared at Lu Dazhuang, significantly increasing the originally agreed upon benefits. You shameless! Lu Dazhuang suddenly stood up. He had asked Teacher Wang before, and clearly, both martial arts academies could offer the same things. What shamelessness! This is called all's fair in war. Teacher Wang sneered, turning to Chen Mo and Su Lu with a broad smile. Student Chen, how about it? What we can offer at Yangchang Martial Arts Academy is not just this. As long as you choose Yangchang Martial Arts Academy, the benefits will only increase, not decrease. What about you? Chen Mo turned to Lu Dazhuang, calmly taking a sip of cola. The one who should be in a difficult position now was not him, but the two martial arts academies, Jiqing and Yangchang. After this battle, it was no longer the martial arts academies choosing him, it was he who could choose whichever academy he wanted. Lu Dazhuang was momentarily speechless, his old face turning crimson, unable to say a word. Let's do this, there's no rush on which martial arts academy I choose. We'll talk after the national competition. Chen Mo naturally had his own thoughts. Although the martial arts academies that approached him were top tier, they could only be considered mid-tier at best. Moreover, their offers were quite stingy, thinking he was easy to fool just because he was only a second-level martial artist. As Chen Mo's results in the national competition became increasingly outstanding, the offers from those martial arts academies would only get higher. So, the ones who should be anxious now were not Chen Mo but those martial arts academies wanting to recruit him. Student Chen, are you really not considering? Before Lu Dazhuang and Teacher Wang could say anything more, Chen Mo directly ushered them out the door. By the way, leave your business cards. If I decide, I'll give you a call. Lu Dazhuang and Teacher Wang understood what Chen Mo meant, nodding as they took out their business cards. After receiving the cards, Chen Mo decisively closed the door. Back in the living room, Chen Mo casually tossed the two business cards into the trash can. Xiao Mo, what are you doing? Su Lu, just coming out of her daze, saw Chen Mo throwing away the business cards from two top martial arts academies. Mom, the good martial arts academies are still ahead. Chen Mo smiled and shared his thoughts with Su Lu. But the later competitions are more dangerous. Mom really doesn't want to see you take that risk. Su Lu sighed. She knew she couldn't persuade Chen Mo, and all she could do was support him. Son, I won't say much more, just do your best. Su Lu took Chen Mo's hand and patted it, pulling Chen Li's ear and leading him back to his bedroom. Xiao Mo, don't forget your sister. Sleeping on the sofa can make her catch a cold. At level 3 martial artist, how can there be such a thing as catching a cold? Chen Mo shook his head, somewhat amused, but still picked up Chenny and tossed her onto the bed. No matter how old or strong they became, or how much they achieved, Su Lu still treated them like children. Rest well, make sure to fold the steel properly tomorrow. Lying on the soft big bed, Chen Mo quickly fell asleep. In the luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel. Are you all ready? An elderly man, looking very spirited but sitting in a wheelchair, asked the few young boys and girls in front of him. Of course, teacher. We will show the world the power of mental warriors. The leading boy was full of confidence, his gaze towards the old man filled with respect. You 5 siblings were all brought out from the orphanage by me, and you all naturally possess mental power. The old man did not respond but continued speaking to himself. I have studied mental power weapons my entire life, and you will be the ones to make the world recognize mental warriors again. Warriors are very powerful, I do not deny this. But I also want to prove that spiritual practitioners are not just delicate professions hiding in the back responsible for healing. We can also step onto the battlefield and kill the enemy. Get ready, I don't want any of you 5 to be eliminated in tomorrow's arena competition. It's best if none of you show up. Understood, teacher. The young boys and girls' eyes burned with fighting spirit. They were the pioneers of combat-type spiritual practitioners. Alright, go rest now. The old man waved his hand, and the young boys and girls returned to their rooms to rest. I will blaze a trail and prove that spiritual practitioners can compete with martial artists, the old man muttered to himself, his tone incredibly firm. Chapter 33, The Real Main Course, the Top 64. Early the next morning, the entire Yanjing First Sports Center was already packed with people. The commentator gently tapped the microphone, confirming the connection before raising his voice to warm up the crowd. I believe that in the eyes of all the audience, yesterday's arena competition was just a small skirmish, at most a mere appetizer. Now that the appetizer is finished, it's time for the long-awaited main course. Today, the competition for the top 64 to 32 officially begins, and everyone who has made it this far is among the most outstanding genius contestants of our great Xia. Let us cheer for them. Now, let's welcome the 64 top geniuses of Great Xia to the stage. Fireworks exploded, and the atmosphere in the stadium was heated up. Everyone was cheering, waiting for the appearance of those 64 top geniuses.
The first contestant to appear is someone whose name everyone in Yanjing has surely heard. From the ancient martial arts family of Yanjing, Gu Feng.
At just 17 years old, he is already a powerful mid-level 5th-tier martial artist, mastering dozens of incredibly powerful martial arts techniques, and his crushing fist is enough to split mountains and crack the earth.
The cheers echoed through the sky. Anyone from Yanjing knew about the Gu family.
They were not only powerful but had also single-handedly defended against the invasion of 16 abyssal rifts.
The abyssal beasts have not dared to show their faces in Yanjing since. They could be called the guardian family of Great Xia.
The head of the Gu family is a formidable 13th-tier master, and in Yanjing, no more than 10 people could match him in combat.
Gu Feng walked into the arena, sat in the contestant's seat, and smiled at the audience.
The next contestant is even more heavyweight. He comes from the race that initiated the great martial arts era. At just 16, he is about to step into the 6th-tier martial artist. This genius is Yang Zhuo from the celestial race. The commentator continued to excitedly introduce the contestants, but suddenly, the Yanjing First Sports Center fell silent.
The celestial race?
The previously excited Xiao Qifeng stopped his drumming hands, looking puzzled at the contestant's seat below. He saw a pale-skinned boy sitting there, coldly scanning the surrounding audience.
Wei Jin, why didn't you say that this year's national competition has participants from the celestial race?
Liang Yongsheng grabbed Wei Jin by the collar, his face twisted in anger as he looked at him.
Old Liang, I didn't know about this either.
Wei Jin also looked bewildered. He had never seen any trace of the celestial race on the pre-competition list.
I'm telling you, if Xiao Mo encounters that Yang Zhuo and something happens, I definitely won't let you off.
Liang Yongsheng angrily released Wei Jin's collar, his expression serious as he looked at the arena below. The celestial race had participated in national competitions before, but whenever they did, it meant there would be a bloody storm. It wasn't that the celestial race intentionally killed humans, it was just that their educational policy was all about slaughter. They only knew how to kill, completely lacking the concept of holding back. The commentator realized that the appearance of the celestial clan had caused the atmosphere to cool down a bit, so he quickly flipped over the introduction of the celestial clan and began introducing the next contestant. I think, in everyone's perception, mentalists have no combat power.
They are usually responsible for healing work in the rear, which is the stereotype everyone has of mentalists.
But, the commentator paused, his tone becoming more excited. These 5 geniuses from the Magic City Mental Power Research Center will make the world re-evaluate mentalists.
Now, please welcome from the Magic City, Shubai, Shuqi, Shulan, Shucheng, and Shuxian.
In the now lively atmosphere, the 5-color battle team from the Magic City Mental Power Research Center walked out together. Each of them carried a box on their back, the only difference being the size. Regarding these few, due to confidentiality agreements, I can't say much, but I advise all martial artists not to underestimate them. The commentator really wanted to reveal the strength of the 5-color battle team, but he had signed a confidentiality agreement beforehand and could only hold it in. The 5 mentalists from the Magic City have taken their seats, and next is. Amidst rounds of cheers, the 64 contestant seats gradually filled up. Finally, only one contestant seat remained unoccupied.
Oh, there's only one left among the 64 contestants on the list.
The commentator's voice rang out with a hint of mockery, and everyone knew who the last contestant was.
It seems everyone knows this contestant's name,
so I won't waste any more words. Please welcome our one-punch brother Chen Mo to the stage.
Damn! Don't just stand there, hurry up and beat the drum. Xiao Qifeng, now disregarding any superior-subordinate relationship, kicked Wei Shen hard.
Yes, it's our kid's turn. Wei Shen finally came to his senses and, channeling his internal energy, swung the drumstick vigorously.
Mom, my brother is coming out.
Chenny grabbed Sulu's arm, her eyes filled with pride.
Let me see. Where's my son?
Chenli picked up a pair of binoculars to search for Chen Mo's figure. In the contestant passage, Chen Mo took a deep breath and walked out.
From today on, he would no longer be the obscure Chen Mo.
He would be the genius who broke into the second round of the national competition as a second-level martial artist.
He comes from a nameless small city, Taizhou, and is the most outstanding genius in all of Taizhou.
With the body of a second-level martial artist, he fought his way through the first round of auditions filled with third and fourth-level competitors. One punch to instantly kill a third-level martial artist, scaring off 3 opponents. He is the dark horse that has emerged. The star of Taizhou, one-punch brother Chen Mo. After hearing the commentator's introduction of Chen Mo, the entire Yanjing First Sports Center erupted in unprecedented cheers. They were not acquaintances of Chen Mo, they might just be from some small city, with a bit of spare money to watch the competition. Their cheers were not for anything else, but simply for Chen Mo, who came from a small city yet made it to the second round, proving that small cities also have top geniuses. I wonder if this talent from a small city can also carve out a bloody path among the brutal 64 strong. Or will he fail and be eliminated? Let's wait and see. After shouting this, the commentator turned off the microphone and quickly took a sip from a cup filled with fat seawater. Chen Mo waved to the Taizhou friends and family in the audience, then sat down. The girl beside him was Chu Bai from the Magic City 5-color battle team. After sizing up Chen Mo, she no longer paid attention to him. Chen Mo felt the same, they were now competitors, and the atmosphere was like a powder keg, ready to explode. Chapter 34 Chen Mo vs Chu Bai. Chapter 34 Chen Mo and Chu Bai. A large screen descended from above the stadium. The avatars of 64 top geniuses flickered continuously before coming to a stop after a few seconds. The contenders for the first round of the arena match had appeared. Gu Feng was set to face a late-stage 4th-level genius from Ning City. This was actually the result of intervention by the event organizers. Seed players were to battle against those who had fought their way up from the preliminary rounds, which had become an established rule. After all, the seed players were the true stars of the national competition each year, and only the strongest among them could deliver the most exciting battles. The late-stage 4th-level genius from Ning City side, it seemed he could only make it this far. However, it wasn't too bad. Being defeated by one of the guardians of the Great Xia was something he could accept. The second round of the arena matches utilized 2 large arenas, each covering 3,000 square meters. The arenas were constructed entirely of reinforced concrete, making them cost-effective yet quite sturdy. Soon, the contenders for Arena 2 appeared on the big screen. Yang Zhuo from the Celestial race was set to battle a late-stage 4th-level warrior from Yang City. The results of the first 2 matches were already evident. The gap between 4th-level and 5th-level warriors was not worth discussing. Especially in the battle between Yang Zhuo and the genius from Yang City, it ended quite swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the heart of the Yang City genius was pierced by a sharp sword, rendering him completely incapacitated. As a human, Gu Feng showed some mercy, merely breaking the limbs of the genius from Ning City. Returning to the contestant seats, Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo exchanged glances, both looking forward to their eventual clash. To them, fighting against this group of 3rd and 4th level warriors was simply uninteresting. Only opponents of the same realm were worthy of their stage. Battles between warriors of the same level were often lengthy, typically ending only when one could seize a fleeting opening in their opponent's defense. Thus, after 6 rounds of combat, all 12 seed players emerged victorious, with no surprises. The cheers were still thunderous, but there were also many who hung their heads in disappointment over the defeat of their city's genius. In the course of the morning's battles, there had already been one death, the genius from Yang City who had fought Yang Zhuo. Yang Zhuo had directly crushed the heart of that genius with a single sword strike, and his body had already been taken back by his family. Soon, this round of the arena matches concluded, and after announcing the winners, the avatars on the big screen began to flicker once more. The friends and family of the Taizhou contestants, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief, grew tense again, praying that Chen Mo would not face any of those monstrous geniuses. But often, things do not go as hoped. Chen Mo's avatar appeared on the big screen. His opponent was none other than Chu Bai from the Mental Power Research Institute in Magic City, the girl who had been sitting beside him all along. "You'd better concede now," Chu Bai said coldly, casting a glance at Chen Mo before walking towards the arena. "This little girl is quite arrogant," Chen Mo chuckled, eager to see the combat style of a mentalist. Since the start of the top 32 competition, this was the first arena match featuring a mentalist. It seemed the organizers valued them highly, even arranging for him, the weakest contestant, to be the first combat mentalist to take the stage. When the commentator saw the contenders for this round, he sat up straight. This was a battle between a dark horse from a small city and a genius from Magic City, undoubtedly one of the biggest highlights of the entire competition. "I'm sure everyone has been eagerly anticipating this next battle." The commentator grabbed the microphone, launching into an enthusiastic commentary. The genius from the small city of Taizhou, facing off against the top genius of Magic City, Chu Bai. "It's truly exciting. Will Chen Mo exhaust his luck and lose, or will Chu Bai defeat him as a mentalist? Damn it! Chen Mo relies on his own strength, not some luck." Xiao Qifeng cursed angrily, wishing he could rush over and punch that commentator. Alright, let's focus on Xiao Mo." Liang Yongsheng grabbed hold of Xiao Qifeng, who was about to rush out. He was also sweating for Chen Mo. A combat-type mentalist, this was a profession he had never seen before. There were no battle records or any data to reference. This fight would rely solely on Chen Mo's on-the-spot adaptability. The Chen family of 3 was now so tense they could hardly breathe. Su Lu had buried her head in Chen Li's arms, while Chen Yi was clenching his fists tightly. Xiao Mo, don't forget your sister's advice. Chen Mo shot an annoyed glance at the commentary above.
Was that implying he absolutely couldn't win? Well, he would show them.
And he would win in the most spectacular way possible.
Before stepping onto the stage, Chen Mo glanced at Chu Bai's health points, only 3,500.
But her defense was frighteningly high. She must have equipped something to boost her defense.
However, Chen Mo was a man who wielded true damage.
As long as he filled up his valor points, no matter how high her defense was, he would knock her out with one punch. Both contestants, prepare yourselves. The referee glanced at Chen Mo and Chu Bai, then began to slowly retreat to the sidelines. The way to victory is simple. One side loses combat capability or is knocked off the stage.
Positions. Ready. Fight.
In an instant, Chen Mo charged at Chu Bai with terrifying speed. But the enormous stage ensured that Chu Bai had ample reaction time. She pressed a switch on the box, revealing hundreds of razor-thin blades neatly arranged inside.
Go! With a light shout, Chu Bai's mental power erupted.
The blades suddenly sprang to life, crashing toward Chen Mo like a storm of sharp edges.
Oh my! Did you see that, everyone? This is a combat-type mentalist.
They wield specialized mental weapons with their mental power. Tearing through armor is no problem at all.
I wonder how long our contestant Chen Mo can withstand this storm of blades? Seeing the storm of blades rushing toward him, Chen Mo couldn't help but curse. Damn it! And she's using ranged attacks? Chen Mo stomped his foot hard and immediately retreated to the right. But those blades seemed to have eyes, relentlessly following Chen Mo. No matter how he dodged, the blades remained glued to his surroundings. Since I can't dodge, then I won't.
Chen Mo steeled himself and charged straight into the storm of blades. Hundreds of blades sliced through Chen Mo's flesh, blood instantly splattering everywhere.
However, although Chen Mo looked a bit worse for wear, the actual damage he sustained was pitifully low.
Sustained cutting damage, health points. Sustained cutting damage, health points. Chapter 35, a punch that leaves you lost.
Chapter 35, a punch that leaves you lost.
If it were an ordinary second or third level martial artist, they would almost be instantly dismembered by such a storm of blades. But Chen Mo was different. In addition to his frighteningly high health points, he also had a damage reduction of 110.
A blade that would normally take off over 200 health points only dealt a pathetic 95 after damage reduction. Not to mention, Chen Mo's health regeneration reached a terrifying 85 points per second.
By this calculation, Chu Bai would need at least 3,700 seconds to deplete Chen Mo's health bar.
In other words,
Chen Mo could stand there and let her hit him for an hour before she might have a chance to defeat him.
Doesn't hurt at all.
Chen Mo pressed forward against the seemingly terrifying storm of blades, causing an uproar in the audience.
After all, no one knew that Chen Mo wasn't even feeling pain right now. He just looked a bit worse for wear. Blood slid down his skin, making everyone in the audience's hearts twitch. It's impossible, he's just a second-level warrior.
Chu Bai's nose had started to bleed from the prolonged high output of her mental power, her eyes wide with disbelief.
Doesn't hurt at all. Are you just giving me a massage? Chen Mo roared angrily, stepping forward once more against the storm of blades. At this moment, the audience was silent, no longer paying attention to the fight on the second arena. Everyone wanted to know who could last until the end under such a meat grinder like assault, Chen Mo or Chu Bai. Among the friends and family of Taizhou City, Su Lu's face was pale. She could no longer bear to look at the bloody Chen Mo on the arena. Little brother, take her down.
Chen Yi, however, was different. She clenched her fists and shouted loudly. The few who had been in a daze, including Xiao Qifeng, snapped back to reality and began to cheer again.
Yes, even injured, Chen Mo was still holding on. Why were they, the ones responsible for cheering, frozen? Bang bang. Chen Mo, take her down. Bang bang. Chen Mo, kill her.
Now, the entire group of friends and family had completely forgotten the lines they had prepared, all shouting from the heart. Gradually, the entire audience was infected by the voices of Taizhou City's supporters, and everyone began to support the seemingly tragic Chen Mo. Listening to those uplifting cheers, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Chen Mo's mouth. Having come this far, he couldn't believe he wouldn't get the highest reward. As time slowly passed, Chen Mo, braving the storm of blades, had come within 3 meters of Chu Bai. This tiny distance was just a step for Chen Mo, but he didn't rush to finish off Chu Bai.
Is this it? A combat-type mental warrior is just like a bathhouse lady responsible for scrubbing?
Look at you, pale as a ghost, blood streaming down to your chest, unable to stop my advance. Just admit defeat, otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing if I killed you with one punch. The arena was equipped with sound reception devices that broadcasted the dialogue between the contestants. Therefore, everyone present heard Chen Mo's words. Even the wheelchair-bound Director Chu was no exception.
Impossible, how can a second-level warrior?
Director Chu's veins bulged in his palm. He couldn't accept the reality of a combat-type mental warrior losing in the first match.
Damn, Chen Mo is so arrogant.
The audience in the stands buzzed with discussion. They loved such extremely proud contestants.
But then again, a combat-type mental warrior is just like this, unable to take down even a second-level warrior. Really, but that Chen Mo is not ordinary. If an average warrior had been cut this many times, they would have died long ago, yet he seems to be fine? No, didn't you see? The wounds on him are even slowly healing.
In the commentary booth, with the help of high-speed cameras, the commentators could see the wounds on Chen Mo healing.
Everyone, you may not understand, but this ability for rapid healing can only be possessed by warriors above level 6. In other words, our one-punch brother has already awakened rapid healing at the second-level warrior realm. It seems this battle is looking grim for Chubai. Moreover, until now, no one has seen One-Punch Brother's martial skills. We don't know if he can show everyone something new in this battle. In the stands, aside from the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy, Modu Martial Arts Academy, and Shanchang Martial Arts Academy, the other martial arts academies began to contact their admissions departments. A top genius warrior who awakened rapid healing at just the second level. They absolutely wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. No matter the conditions, even if Chen Mo wanted the stars in the sky, they would find a way to launch a rocket to fetch them. Prepare the highest treatment the academy can offer. No matter if Chen Mo wins or loses, he must sign our special recruitment agreement tonight. 30 million? Get lost, prepare 50 million in cash. We must visit Chen Mo tonight. Right, call old Wang over. Our Tianjin Martial Arts Academy must secure this genius. One call after another went out, and the admissions offices of various martial arts academies sprang into action. If such a genius were successfully recruited into their academy, it was highly likely that a 13th level powerhouse would emerge. No one would miss this opportunity, unless their brains were filled with cement. On the arena, Chubai stared intently at the nearly within reach Chen Mo, gritting her teeth and refusing to retreat a single step. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll send you on your way. Chen Mo looked at the accumulated valor points, and his body erupted with a golden light. With a deliberate punch, the violet blood punch combined with the damage from steel heart, this punch would deal damage exceeding 10,000. Even a 5th level martial artist couldn't withstand this punch. The white shield value instantly filled Chen Mo's health bar, and his injuries were visibly healing at a rapid pace. One punch will leave you lost. The golden punch burst forth, and the surrounding reinforced concrete floor was blasted into a ravine by this punch. Looking at Chubai, her chest flickered with electric light, and the armor prepared for her by the research center was rendered completely ineffective, pierced through by Chen Mo's punch. Dealt 11,450 points of damage, maximum health increased by 534. Ugh, Chubai spat blood from her mouth and nose, her vision darkening as she collapsed to the ground. The entire arena fell silent, everyone staring at the sole victor standing in the ring. What are you dazed for? Doesn't this count as my win? Chen Mo tore apart his already shredded clothes, revealing his muscular body covered in knife wounds. The stunned referee finally snapped back to reality, rushing to Chen Mo's side and raising his right fist high. In the 64-32 arena match, the outcome on Arena 1 has been decided. Winner, Chen Mo. Chapter 36, Almost Perverse Rewards. After a brief silence, the entire stadium erupted with deafening cheers. Everyone was shouting Chen Mo's name, a second-level martial artist who had defeated an attacking-type psychic. Seeing the audience's reaction, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through and advancing to the top 32. Challenge Task Phase 3 completed, Stunning Level, Reward, Hero Ultimate Skill Extraction Times, Reward, Tempered My Heart Temporary, Reward, Hero Skill Extraction Times, Reward, Equipment Extraction Times. The continuous sound of rewards made Chen Mo feel exhilarated. By the way, is the highest stunning level? Note, the highest stunning level is, the host's performance does not meet the standard. Chen Mo was taken aback. Was he still not meeting the standard after all this? Alright, these rewards are still pretty good. Aside from that incomprehensible Tempered My Heart Temporary, the rest of the rewards added up to quite a few gold coins. Not to mention the system had thoughtfully separated the various reward pools, so he wouldn't have to fish for what he wanted in a mixed pool. Amidst the deafening cheers, Chen Mo returned to the contestant area. As for Chubai, being a psychic herself and having a top-tier psychic as a teacher, she naturally faced no life-threatening danger. It was just that her spine, heart, and 2 lungs had been ruptured. As long as resources were invested, she could be saved. The other contestants in the contestant area looked at him with strange expressions. Even Gu Feng and Yang Zhua couldn't help but glance at him a couple of times. You're quite strong.
Gu Feng had to admit that Chen Mo, a second-level warrior, already possessed combat power comparable to that of a fifth-level warrior.
It's just average, Chen Mo waved his hand.
If it weren't for the martial arts exam delaying his trip to the Abyssal Rift to stack his life points, he wouldn't have had to accumulate so much ambition value just to send that Chubai away.
While Chen Mo and Gu Feng were chatting, the competition committee, accompanied by several mentalists, rushed over. Contestant Chen, don't you need treatment?
One of the mentalists asked, looking at Chen Mo, who was covered in blood, unable to suppress a shiver. She had just glanced at the weapon used by Chubai, and the effect of it hitting someone was no different from being executed by 1,000 cuts.
No need, these minor injuries will heal in a bit, Chen Mo waved his hand.
He just wanted the arena match to end quickly so he could go back to draw prizes and study that temporary item. After being rejected by Chen Mo, the competition committee said nothing more and left the contestant area with the mentalists.
After Chen Mo's match ended, the audience's enthusiasm plummeted.
No matter how the commentators tried to liven up the atmosphere, the audience no longer had the same excitement as before. However, they also witnessed that attacking mentalists were not as weak as Chen Mo had claimed. In fact, they were terrifyingly strong. Aside from Chubai, the remaining 4 members of the 5-color battle team successfully advanced to the next round. This proved that Chen Mo's ability to defeat Chubai was entirely due to his own solid strength.
At 9 o'clock in the evening, the list of the top 32 was fully revealed. Except for Chubai, who was defeated by Chen Mo, the remaining 19 seed players all successfully advanced. But in the next round, battles would occur between seed players. Back in his hotel room, Chen Mo hurriedly washed off the dried blood on his body. Sitting on the spacious sofa, he opened the system panel. Let me see what this steel heart is all about.
Among the rewards, Chen Mo was most curious about that steel heart.
He vaguely remembered that steel heart was a colorful hex from the Soul Arena. Did his system actually have something like that?
Steel heart increases the layers of life points accumulated by steel heart tenfold, damage increased 5-fold, lasts for 1 hour.
Put.
The cola Chen Mo had just sipped sprayed out of his mouth as he rubbed his eyes and looked at the description.
No way, 10 times? This thing is amazing.
My life points are basically supported by steel heart, so converting that means my life points would directly increase tenfold.
Although it only lasts for an hour, who can lose nearly 400,000 life points in an hour? Isn't this just pure blood tanking?
Moreover, under the enhancement of steel heart, Chen Mo's steel heart charging attack and deliberate punch damage would also increase tenfold. A punch dealing 100,000 damage was no longer a dream.
System, can this be converted to permanent?
The shop will open once the host breaks through to a 4th-level warrior. Subsequent systems will open more shops as the host's level increases.
Awesome. Chen Mo finished the cola in one go, feeling exhilarated.
Right. I still have the ultimate skill draw chances left.
Chen Mo rubbed his hands and, without any hesitation, used the straw. The roulette began to spin and stopped after 3 seconds.
Congratulations, host, you have drawn Endless Fury.
Would you like to use it immediately?
Yes.
What the hell? I really drew it.
Endless Fury, for the next 10 seconds, no matter how much damage is taken, you will not die. Life points are locked at 10, cooldown time 24 hours. Not to mention anything else, this meant that Chen Mo would have a chance to avoid death every day.
Without any hesitation, Chen Mo directly equipped Endless Fury. The moment he equipped the Endless Fury, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped Chen Mo. Steady, absolutely steady.
Chen Mo slumped completely on the sofa. With the 2 divine skills of Steel Heart and Endless Fury, if he couldn't win the championship in this national competition, he might as well just die.
While I'm on a roll, let's draw 2 more. After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo clicked on the equipment draw.
As the roulette slowly came to a stop, a strange expression appeared on Chen Mo's face.
Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Staff of Time. Equipment slot insufficient, cannot equip temporarily. What use do I have for this thing?
But after reading the passive effect of the Staff of Time, he immediately felt wide awake.
Good stuff, definitely good stuff.
Staff of Time, 50 spell power, 400 health, 400 mana, converted to spirit power, passive, every 24 hours, gain health, mana, and spell power. Upon reaching the maximum level, 10 levels, it will also increase the host's martial artist level by 1.
Chapter 37, 4th Stage Challenge Task Activated. Chapter 37, 4th Stage Challenge Task Activated. This Staff of Time could provide Chen Mo with so much.
Not to mention, just forcibly increasing a martial artist level is quite overpowered.
Not to mention converting mana into spirit power. In other words, Chen Mo might be the first martial artist in history to possess both spirit power and vitality.
Unfortunately, his equipment slots were already full, otherwise, he would definitely equip it to experience the taste of having spirit power.
How about drawing a hero skill while I'm lucky?
Chen Mo's palms itched, he felt his luck had peaked.
After thinking for a moment, he decisively clicked to draw. The roulette began to spin and stopped 3 seconds later. Congratulations, host, you have drawn Unbreakable. Skill slot full, cannot equip temporarily. Unbreakable?
Chen Mo looked at the blue shield style skill and recalled for a moment, but quickly shook his head and gave up. Opening the skill description for Unbreakable, he suddenly realized.
So that's what bronze is called, Unbreakable. Unbreakable, consumes 60 spirit power, raises an ice shield for 10 seconds, intercepting all enemy projectiles, transferring all damage to the host, negating the first wave of damage, subsequent damage reduced by 95%. Is this skill modified?
Chen Mo felt that bronze damage reduction wasn't this high, and the duration wasn't this long either. And I can't even use this thing, I don't have an equipment slot for the Staff of Time, so where am I supposed to steal spirit power? Perhaps his luck had been exhausted from the previous 2 draws, and this time he ended up with a skill that was neither tasty nor worth discarding. He was a fighter, not a support, so such a protective skill was of no use to him. Forget it, I'll save the remaining skill draws for later, when I have more skill slots.
Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Challenge task 4th stage activated, successfully qualified for the semifinals. Successful completion of the task will reward level breakthrough once.
Chen Mo blinked, this was the first time he encountered such a reward.
Can I save this level breakthrough for later? Level breakthrough will be consumed immediately upon task completion, cannot be saved.
Alright then, Chen Mo said with a slight pout of regret. After all, level 3 was a threshold every martial artist had to face, so this reward was quite timely.
Moreover, it seemed that the system's rewards were not just those items in the prize pool.
There should be some functions or rewards that he hadn't unlocked yet, which he would be able to see once his martial artist level increased.
Why haven't they come back yet at this hour?
After glancing at the time, Chen Mo planned to rest. He still needed to prepare for tomorrow's round of 32 to 16, after all, his stamina wasn't infinite.
Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. Chen Mo frowned, got up, and walked to the door to open it. Mr. Chen, I am the Vice President of the Martial Arts Academy. Please accept my business card. Ms.
Su, I am the head of the admissions office at the Southeast Martial Arts Academy.
Here are my contact details and the benefits we can offer. If you are not satisfied with the benefits, we can discuss further. Miss Chen, we are from the Crane City Martial Arts Academy's admissions office. Please give us a chance to speak with you in person.
It must be said that the soundproofing of this hotel is indeed good. As soon as Chen Mo opened the door, the entire corridor was as noisy as a market.
The contestant Chen has come out.
A representative from an unknown martial arts academy shouted, and all the attention instantly turned to Chen Mo.
Contestant Chen, take a look at the benefits our academy can offer you. If you are not satisfied, we can negotiate. Student Chen, we are. The voices of the representatives from various martial arts academies were like a cacophony, giving Chen Mo a headache. Everyone, shut up! Chen Mo shouted, and only then did the representatives quiet down. Mom, Dad, Jia, you all come in first.
Chen Mo stepped aside, and his father, mother, and Chenny seized the opportunity to rush in. Xiao Mo, Su Lu wanted to check Chen Mo's injuries, but was pulled back to the living room by Chen Li.
Let Xiao Mo handle those people outside, I can't take it anymore. Chen Li's hands were trembling.
It wasn't just because the conditions offered by those academy representatives were too tempting, but also because of Chen Mo's performance today. The 3 of them had been speechless watching Chen Mo on the field, as if something had choked their throats. Every step he took left a bloody footprint, and the only thing intact were the hands beneath those gloves. Whenever Su Lu recalled how Chen Mo fought that morning, her heart ached uncontrollably.
Enough, his mother, can't you see that your son has no injuries at all?
Chen Li comforted Su Lu a bit. He himself had nearly suffered a stroke from high blood pressure this morning. The only one who was a bit more accepting of Chen Mo's condition was Chun Yi. After all, she was a third-level martial artist who had fought on the extreme cold border for years.
After a while, the commotion outside gradually quieted down.
With the crisp sound of the door closing, Chen Mo sat back down, holding a large pile of documents and business cards.
What's wrong? Why the long faces? Let's take a look at the benefits.
Chen Mo had a cheerful smile. His earlier predictions were indeed correct.
After the battle that morning, the treatment he and his family could receive had improved. Son, are you going to continue fighting? Su Lu tightly gripped her clothes, looking nervously at Chen Mo. Of course, why wouldn't I fight?
Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Chen Li and Su Lu.
But, this morning,
Su Lu wanted to say something, but saw Chen Mo directly take off his shirt.
Mom, look for yourself, I'm really fine.
Chen Mo patted his solid muscles, and there wasn't even a single scar left. It's just some minor surface injuries, I didn't even feel any pain. Sulu and Chen Yi carefully examined Chen Mo's body and indeed found no injuries at all.
But the accompanying images in the news reports looked too frightening.
Sulu took out her phone and pulled up today's front page headline.
Shocking.
A second-level martial artist defeats an attacking-type mentalist head-on.
Is it that mentalists really lack combat power, or does Chen Mo possess extraordinary talent? Terrifying.
A second-level martial artist fights bloodily and successfully defeats a mentalist. Stunning. Chen Mo looked at the pile of sensational headlines, his face darkening.
He wanted to complain but couldn't find a point to criticize. You see, this is the accompanying image, the skin is already torn open. Sulu clicked on a high-definition image, capturing the moment when Chen Mo unleashed a deliberate punch.
Chapter 38, From C to A by Chubai. It's really nothing, just looks a bit scary, but I didn't feel any pain at all. Chen Mo was indeed not lying. For him, such minor injuries were hardly different from not being injured at all. If it weren't for the need to build up to a deliberate punch, Chen Mo could have easily rushed in front of Chubai and knocked her out with a single blow. Anyway, it was Chen Li who finally spoke, looking very serious as he gazed at Chen Mo. Just do your best, everyone in Taizhou is already very satisfied with the current results, there's no need to push yourself too hard.
Alright, I got it. Chen Mo waved his hand. He couldn't exactly say that his goal was to challenge for the ultimate prize of the task, could he? I'm a bit tired. You guys can check out the benefits offered by those academies. I'm going to rest for a bit. Chen Mo waved his hand and turned back to his room.
He was indeed tired today, as both fighting and healing his injuries consumed his physical strength. No matter how high his life points were, it didn't mean his stamina was infinite. Everyone needs rest. Just as Chen Mo lay on the soft bed, fast asleep, Zhao Peinan was lying on a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages and braces. He was quite resilient, having not been knocked out by Chen Mo's punch. However, recovering from injuries to his heart and lungs would take a long time. He had spent the last couple of days in the hospital watching matches.
He was thoroughly impressed, to the point of admiration for Chen Mo.
He didn't even plan to hold a grudge about almost being killed. Zhao Peinan now felt that Chen Mo had shown him mercy.
Glancing at the time, Zhao Peinan turned off the TV and prepared to sleep.
Just then, the door to the hospital room was suddenly pushed open, and a mummy-like figure was wheeled in and placed on the adjacent bed.
Patient number 16 has been admitted to the ward. A doctor was communicating with someone on the phone.
Yes, I know, their injuries are similar, so it's better to arrange them together for care.
Are you sure you don't need to give Chubai a higher bed? Alright, we'll do it your way. The doctor nodded and hung up the phone.
You two seem to have a connection, both have serious injuries to the heart and lungs, the doctor said to the now awake Chubai. And both were injured by the same person.
Tsk, if you hadn't subconsciously repaired the artery as a mental practitioner, you might have been cremated by now. The mummy-wrapped Chubai shot the doctor a glare and turned her head with difficulty.
But when she turned, she saw another mummy, Zhao Peinan.
You were also hit by Chen Mo?
Upon hearing Chubai's name, Zhao Peinan immediately understood why they were placed in the same room. That bastard Chen Mo aimed for the chest, regardless of gender. Chubai was originally a beauty, but after that punch, she was left with, well, at least she was lucky not to have been turned into a pancake.
Upon hearing Chen Mo's name, Chubai suddenly became excited. Alright, you two take your time to chat, if you need anything, just ring for the nurse.
Seeing Chubai so lively, the doctor felt relieved enough to take a break. When Chubai was brought in at noon, she was barely alive. It took a lot of effort to save the little girl.
He had been extremely busy during this time, with half-dead young warriors being brought in every day.
Thankfully, with the advancement of medical technology, as long as the time of death wasn't too long, they could be saved. The prerequisite was that the body's parts were still intact. If something was missing, even a deity couldn't help. Chubai lay on the hospital bed, unable to utter a word. She ignored Zhao Peinan, who was chattering incessantly beside her, feeling a wave of grievance in her heart.
Chubai couldn't understand how a second-level warrior could withstand her blade storm and knock her out with a single punch.
It was neither scientific nor reasonable, unless Chen Mo had some understanding of mental weapons and mental power himself, otherwise, it was impossible. Once she began to imagine that Chen Mo could cultivate both his vital energy and possess mental power, Chubai became agitated again.
Whoa, don't get too worked up. I know it hurts to be knocked out like that, but at least you're still alive, Zhao Peinan sighed. After 2 days of treatment, he could speak normally again. Once we get stronger, we'll get our revenge.
For now, just focus on healing. And with technology so advanced now, if it really comes down to it, having a pair of fake ones isn't too bad either. Put. Chubai spat out a mouthful of old blood and fainted again. Tisk, so fragile.
Good thing I'm here. Zhao Peinan shook his head. Mentalists were too delicate.
After pressing the nurse's bell, he watched as Chubai was wheeled back into the emergency room. Being a warrior is definitely better. Tough skin and strong flesh.
The next day, at 9 in the morning.
As the competition progressed, Today officially welcomed the matches for the 32-16 and 16-8 rounds. With the number of participants decreasing, the number of matches each day increased, allowing ample time for the most exciting quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals to come. Looking at the remaining 32 contestants, Chen Mo roughly observed the others. Aside from the 13 who had made it through from the preliminary rounds, the remaining 19 were all seeded players. The seeded players truly lived up to their reputation, earning that title was well deserved. This morning, the matches were still held on two stages simultaneously, and Chen Mo's opponent was a mid-level 4th-tier player who had climbed up from the preliminary rounds.
"Brother Chen, please go easy on me."
The boy from Jicheng smiled shyly at Chen Mo, seemingly already anticipating his elimination.
"Don't worry, I'll go easy on you."
Chen Mo glanced at his stats. His health was over 9,600, which meant he could take a couple of hits. A very cost-effective opponent. A first-level warrior has health over 1,000, a second level over 2,005, a third level over 5,000, and a fourth level around 10,000, right? Based on the data he had observed, his health was roughly equivalent to a late-stage 5th level or 6th level warrior. At least against Gu Feng or Yang Zhuo, he felt no pressure. As the passionate voice of the commentator rang out, today's elimination matches officially began. Similar to yesterday, seeded players were matched first against those who had climbed up from the preliminary rounds. If there weren't enough preliminary players left, they would have to make do with the weaker seeded players. After all, the most exciting battles were always saved for last. Everyone wanted to see what it would be like when the strongest genius of humanity faced off against the genius of the celestial race.
Chapter 39, I won't watch my hometown decline. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the audience, today's first contestants stepped onto the stage. As expected, the first battle was still Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng against two players who had climbed up from the preliminary rounds. Yang Zhuo faced a mid-level 4th-tier warrior from Taichung.
Taichung had once been quite prosperous, but with the passage of time, it had slowly declined.
This mid-level 4th-tier warrior was named Ma Wanglin, a genius who embodied the resources of the entire Xishan province.
He was also the hope of Xishan province.
But this hope would be extinguished today. Ma Wanglin would definitely not be Yang Zhuo's opponent.
And the opponent, Yang Zhuo, had no excessive emotions and did not understand the concept of showing mercy. The probability of Ma Wanlin's death was extremely high. People from Xishan province were urging her to give up the match, but she only made one gesture. She shook her head, refusing their advice. Even a fallen province has its own pride. Ma Wanlin stood on one side of the arena, her spear glinting with a cold light. "Do you want to concede?" The referee looked at the spirited young girl and, for reasons unknown, asked this question almost unconsciously. "No, I will not concede. I am a warrior. In a warrior's dictionary, there is only fighting to the death. Do not compare me to those cowardly men who fear battle." Ma Wanlin shook her head again. Today, she wanted to see the gap between the human race and the celestial race. "Are both contestants ready?" The referee sighed. To cultivate someone like Ma Wanlin in a province that was extremely lacking in resources must have come at a great cost. "Ready." Ma Wanlin performed a beautiful flourish with her spear, the sharp tip aimed directly at Yang Zhuo. Yang Zhuo nodded, his eyes showing little emotion. "Positions. Prepare. Start." As the whistle for the match sounded, Ma Wanlin struck first, her fire of war spear technique incredibly sharp. A faint red aura of blood energy floated from beneath Ma Wanlin's feet. She had actually used the desperate technique from the fire of war spear technique right from the start. She unleashed all her blood energy, seeking a lethal strike. The play of the feudal lords. Ma Wanlin's blood energy surged beneath her feet, even the spear tip was stained with a hint of red. Whoosh! The spear tip sliced through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. Yang Zhuo's face remained expressionless as he thrust his long sword forward, perfectly striking Ma Wanlin's spear tip. Clang! Very strong, but still not enough. However, as soon as Yang Zhuo finished speaking, he realized that Ma Wanlin had vanished from in front of him. Instinctively, Yang Zhuo tilted his head to the side. With this slight movement, Ma Wanlin's lethal strike landed in empty space, merely grazing Yang Zhuo's skin. "Do you all know? The essence of the play of the feudal lords in the fire of war spear technique is this one-word play." The commentator became excited as Yang Zhuo's skin was cut. "Did you see that posture that transcends human limits? Only through years of hard practice can one reach this level."
Interesting.
A flicker of excitement passed through Yang's was otherwise emotionless eyes, but it quickly vanished.
Ma Wanlin landed again, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of her eye. Is this not enough? A strange flush appeared on Ma Wanlin's face.
She forcibly increased the speed of blood energy flow within her body, which would put a tremendous burden on her. This meant that if Ma Wanlin could not end the battle within the next minute, she would suffer a rupture of her meridians due to this overload state.
Burning.
Gritting her teeth, Ma Wanlin thrust her spear forward again, hundreds of spear-tip phantoms simultaneously enveloping every vital point of Yang Zhua.
Very good technique, but you are still too weak.
Yang Zhua shook his head in disappointment. If this girl had the same realm as him, perhaps she could bring him some enjoyment in battle. Unfortunately, the gap in their realms was too great. Even their physical strength and total blood energy were not in the same dimension.
Not to mention the celestial race, which inherently possessed battle instincts.
Yang Zhua discarded his long sword, directly grabbing Ma Wanlin's spear with his bare hands.
What? Ma Wanlin's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Was this even a reflex that a human could possess? Heart-shattering palm.
A heart-shattering palm struck out with a gust of wind, the terrifying power making Ma Wanlin's heart race with alarm.
Bang!
As the heart-shattering palm was about to strike Ma Wanlin's heart, she unexpectedly dodged the blow with an extremely bizarre posture. But the cost was immense. Although her life was not in danger, the palm did not miss. Instead, it landed on her thigh. In an instant, her entire thigh shattered, blood vessels and bone marrow visible to the naked eye. Yang Zhua threw the long spear back to Ma Wanlin, watching her stand up again with only one leg remaining, and asked, "Do you want to continue?" Yang Zhua frowned, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes.
Of course, I'm still standing, aren't I? Ma Wanlin's broken left leg was gushing blood, quickly forming a pool on the ground.
You have no fighting capability left. If you continue, you will only die.
Yang Zhua's words suddenly increased today, and he himself did not know why. So what if I die?
Ma Wanlin lifted her head, her crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Yang Zhua. When the audience saw her face, a collective gasp echoed throughout the arena.
Ma Wanlin's 7 orifices were bleeding, and beneath her fair skin, the blood vessels writhed like venomous snakes.
If I lose, our Xishan province will face a situation worse than now.
That is my hometown, I will not watch it decline.
I don't expect you resource-rich geniuses to understand, nor do I intend to make you understand.
I just want to prove one thing. Even without resources, the warriors of Xishan are no worse than you.
With only one leg left, Ma Wanlin let out a furious roar, pushing off the ground with one foot and charging at Yang Zhua again.
I don't understand.
Yang Zhua showed a hint of confusion on his face, then swiftly knocked aside the spear Ma Wanlin thrust at him, delivering a brutal punch directly to her abdomen.
Thud!
Ma Wanlin, with her abdomen pierced, fell to the ground, but she still tried to struggle to her feet. Her blood had nearly drained, and even with her abdomen punctured, there was not much blood loss. The referee quickly jumped onto the ring, raising Yang Zhua's arm to end the battle. There were no cheers, and no one even cared about Gu Feng's fight on Ring 2. The entire stadium fell into silence.
Medical psychic healer. Hurry!
It wasn't until the friends and family from Taichang and Xishan province rushed onto the ring that the audience seemed to awaken from a dream. Ma Wanlin, having lost an entire leg and her entire digestive system, was carried away on a stretcher, while the staff began to clean the blood from the ring. Chapter 40, Reckoning with Zhao Dihai. Chapter 40, Reckoning with Zhao Dihai. On the contestant bench, everyone wore a gloomy expression, especially those who had fought their way out of the preliminary rounds. Each of them bore the hopes of their city or province, yet they were used as sharpening stones for those seed contestants. As the rankings of these preliminary contestants improved, the resources allocated to their cities or provinces would also increase.
As long as they could hold on until the top 16, they could honorably conclude their mission. But could these warriors from overlooked regions really make it to the top 16? Perhaps after today, the remaining contestants would all be seed contestants?
Thinking of this, all the preliminary contestants looked towards Chen Mo, who was watching the match with his arms crossed.
Perhaps Chen Mo could make it to the top 16? Unlike those preliminary contestants burdened with heavy thoughts, Chen Mo was not thinking about such matters at all.
He only felt that Ma Wanlin's fiery spear technique was incredibly cool. Unfortunately, his flexibility was lacking, and he could only practice those broad and sweeping moves. Otherwise, he would learn a technique from Ma Wanlin.
Brother Chen, the next battle is between you and me. I hope you will show mercy. The mid-level 4th grade warrior from Jicheng cupped his hands towards Chen Mo and stood up to walk towards Ring 2.
His name is Li Quan, and his weapon is a pair of twin blades. He is also the top scholar of Jicheng and the entire Dongshan province.
Don't worry, you have plenty of health. A couple of hits won't kill you.
Chen Mo rubbed his fists. He hadn't even worn his Abyss Steel gauntlets today. Rising to the arena, Chen Mo politely cupped his fists in salute to Li Quan. The referee stepped onto the stage and announced the start of the match after confirming both sides were ready. Li Quan drew his twin blades, his mind highly focused, observing Chen Mo's movements. But Chen Mo moved his ankle slightly, then erupted with an incredibly terrifying speed. How could this be? Li Quan had thought Chen Mo was the type of martial artist who stood firm and fought head-on. Who would have thought his speed was so fast? Oh, this is truly unexpected. Our one-punch brother is not only incredibly strong and resilient but also has astonishing speed. He's even comparable to those specialized in agility. The commentator's eyes sparkled. A martial artist like Chen Mo could definitely be called a hexagonal warrior. Of course, it would be better if his martial artist level were a bit higher. Catch this. Chen Mo threw a simple thrusting punch, hitting the charging mark on Li Quan's body. Bang! Dealt 4,500 points of damage. Health increased by 542. Humph. Li Quan grunted. This punch had directly reduced his health by nearly half. But merely losing half his health was not enough to take Li Quan down. He danced his twin blades wildly, instantly pushing Chen Mo back. What a heavy punch! Li Quan spat out a mouthful of blood. Although this punch didn't knock him down, it still caused him significant injury. Do you need to take a break? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, standing not far from Li Quan with his arms crossed. No need. Li Quan's eyes burst with intensity, rich blood energy swirling around his twin blades. Chaotic blood twin blades. Chen Mo did not dodge. He directly grabbed the sharp blades in Li Quan's hands with both hands. Blood dripped from his fingertips, waves of pain stimulating Chen Mo's nerves. Received slashing damage, health not bad. Chen Mo grinned. Li Quan's twin blades had quite a high damage output. Li Quan was dumbfounded. His twin blades were forged from mineral steel taken from the chaotic sea. Not to mention cutting through iron like mud, but it was not something a second-level martial artist could catch bare-handed. It's about time, I'll send you off the stage. Chen Mo looked at the charging mark on Li Quan that was slowly lighting up and delivered a knee strike to Li Quan's chest. Bones shattered, internal organs ruptured, and Li Quan's vision gradually blurred before he finally collapsed to the ground. Dealt 4,500 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 542. Chen Mo had shown some mercy, at least leaving Li Quan with 600 health points. The referee raised Chen Mo's right hand, announcing him as the winner of this battle. The friends and family of Taizhou began to cheer once again. Winning this match meant that Taizhou had successfully advanced to the top 16, a result they had never even dared to dream of before. Old Liang, thanks to you recommending Chen Mo back then, Taizhou could achieve such results this year. Wei Jin was beyond excited, grabbing Liang Yongxing's shoulder and shaking it vigorously. It has nothing to do with me, it's all thanks to Chen Mo's own efforts. Liang Yongxing shook his head. Chen Mo's progress was too rapid, and he had only provided some help a month ago. Now, he could only look up to that child who had stood at the school gate, full of defiance. I remember the top 16 to 8 matches are this afternoon, right? Tian Xingxing rubbed his hands. He felt a bit nervous just thinking about the matches. I wonder if Chen Mo can successfully advance to the top 8. It would be great if he can advance, but if he can't, what can we do? Xiao Qifeng laughed heartily. Chen Mo's current achievements were already enough to make them proud. Don't even mention the top 8. In the past, we couldn't even get past the first round of the preliminary selection. What? Are you not satisfied? It's not that I'm not satisfied. I just feel that Chen Mo's limit is definitely not just the top 16. Tian Xingxing scratched his head. He actually hoped Chen Mo could win the national championship this time, but that was unrealistic. With Yang Zuo and Gu Feng around, the others had no chance of winning the championship at all. You all remember, even if Chen Mo loses in the top 16 this afternoon, you mustn't say anything. No matter how Chen Mo performs in the end, he is still our hero from Taizhou. Do you understand? Wei Jin's expression was serious. He absolutely could not let the hero of Taizhou suffer even the slightest grievance. Who are you talking about? Right now, Xiao Qifeng was quite arrogant. After all, they had Chen Mo from the 37th middle school, who made it to the top 16 in the national competition. If anyone dares to say anything bad about Chen Mo, I'll kick them into a foldable screen. And also, Wei Ju. Xiao Qifeng suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Wei Jin. Go ahead. Wei Jin could probably guess what Xiao Qifeng wanted to say, but he still intended to listen. That bald Zhao Dihai, shouldn't we settle accounts with him when we get back? Xiao Qifeng narrowed his eyes. Zhao Dihai had targeted Chen Mo more than once. Do you think I would let such a parasite stay? Wei Jin snorted coldly. He planned to settle accounts with Zhao Dihai as soon as Chen Mo finished his match. No matter what method, Zhao Dihai would definitely find it difficult to move in Taizhou in the future. Chapter 41, Top 16 Benefits, Southern Training. While Weijin was contemplating how to settle accounts with Zhao Dihai and Zhou Shuhua, Chen Mo had already returned to the contestant seats below. The previous battle had posed no challenge. Catching the knife with his bare hands was merely a test of his current physical strength. After the test, Chen Mo had probably come to a conclusion. His physical strength was proportional to his life value. In other words, the higher his life value, the higher his physical strength. Defense, to put it simply, was just an embellishment. But it wasn't certain. Perhaps one day he would draw the passive ability of the Soul Lock Warden Thresh, which would allow his defense to increase indefinitely. At present, his choice seemed quite wise. With life value as a foundation, as long as he drew the Blood Tyrant armor in the future, his attack power would soar. However, it was still quite difficult to draw the Blood Tyrant armor from among hundreds of pieces of equipment, and he didn't know when there would be an equipment selection option. Above, the deans of various academies were observing the palm of Chen Mo. The previous knife had sliced through Chen Mo's skin and muscle, ultimately stopping at the bone. Now, that deep wound, visible to the bone, had completely healed. Chen Mo's recovery ability was quite terrifying. Old Lu, do you see what's going on with that Chen Mo? After pondering for a while, Wu Suian turned to look at Lu Jinwu. This should be a special ability or a special talent. Lu Jinwu wasn't sure either. This recovery ability was already stronger than most level 6 and 7 martial artists. It can't be a divine ability, can it? That thing is the powerful backing of the celestial race. It would be great if the human race had its own divine abilities. Just thinking about this made Lu Jinwu and Wu Suian unable to help but sigh. Speaking of which, Yang Zua still hasn't revealed what his divine ability is, which is very unfavorable for Gu Feng. Wu Suian glanced at Yang Zua, who was expressionless in the contestant seats, and said to Lu Jinwu beside him. Currently, the known information hasn't exposed what Yang Zua's divine ability is. It is only known that he is best at spear techniques, not sword techniques. Lu Jinwu turned to look at Wu Suian, his brows slightly furrowed. In other words, our contestant not only failed to unleash his celestial powers, but he didn't even manage to bring out his most proficient weapon? That's right, there's really no way around it, Wu Suian sighed. The gap between the human race and the celestial race was a well-known fact to everyone. That Ma Wanglin is quite impressive. I really admire that girl's fierceness and drive. Lu Jinwu, noticing the atmosphere had turned a bit gloomy, quickly changed the subject. I know that little girl, you should give up on her. Wu Suian seemed to know Ma Wanglin well, shaking his head in advice. Shishan province won't let such a talent slip away easily. Even if it means going bankrupt, they need to have their own 12th level powerhouse. That girl is the last hope of Shishan province. As time passed, the matches for the 32-16 round successfully concluded. The list of the top 16 was out, consisting of 15 seeded players and one from the open qualifiers. Except for Chen Mo, all the other open qualifiers fell in the 32, but that was enough to make them proud. If it weren't for the no-interview rule during the competition, Chen Mo would have been surrounded by layers of reporters by now. After a simple lunch, the 16 players on the list were called into the conference room. You all have made it this far, so you must be the best of your respective cities, top talents. A burly man stood on the podium, showing a rather unpleasant smile to the contestants below. Of course, except for a certain city that used some underhanded means to force 5 seeded players in, only to be blown away by a second-level warrior from a small city. This statement hit hard, and the faces of the members of the Five Colors team immediately darkened. It was indeed embarrassing. Aside from Chu Bai, who was defeated by Chen Mo, the others had all made it to the top 16 without exception. They had successfully showcased the power of offensive psychic warriors to the world. Alright, enough with the jokes. Let me introduce myself. My name is He Lang, you can call me Brother He. The reason I called you all here today is to announce something. I suspect some of you already know what I'm about to say. He Lang glanced at the expressionless Gu Feng before continuing. Making it to the top 16 already signifies that you possess immense potential. The purpose of holding the national competition is to gather children like you with great potential. Regardless of whether you win or lose in the upcoming matches, you have all earned the opportunity for Southern training. What? Many seeded players stood up upon hearing the words Southern training, their eyes flashing with uncontainable excitement. Sit down, don't get too excited. He Lang smiled and gestured for everyone to calm down. The sole purpose of the Southern training is to fully unleash the potential within you. Unlimited resources, unlimited chaotic sea materials, and personal guidance from 13th level masters, these are things that cannot be accessed from the outside. During this period before school starts in September, you can choose to spend your time in Southern training. If you don't want to, that's fine, it's your own choice. But I want to make it clear beforehand, once you give up this opportunity, it won't be so easy to access Southern training again in the future. After hearing He Lang's words, everyone except Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo began to discuss animatedly.
What is Southern training?
Chen Mo asked, looking puzzled. He had never heard of such training.
Could it be some kind of summer camp? You don't know?
Gu Feng, having overheard Chen Mo's muttering, moved a chair to sit beside him.
Are we that familiar? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, wondering why the prominent Gu Feng would come to talk to him. Could it be that he has taken a liking to him? You'll get used to it later. Gu Feng was not surprised by Chen Mo's reaction.
The Southern Training Camp, as the name suggests, is a training event held in coastal areas. There are at most 20 participants in the entire training camp, with an average of 5 people assigned to one master-level mentor. All kinds of supplements and potions are unlimited, as long as you can consume and fully absorb them. In fact, the most precious are the materials from the Chaos Sea, which are not on the same level as those produced in the Abyss. Even I only have 12 weapons made of Chaos Steel.
Are you trying to show off?
Chen Mo's face darkened. It seemed like this guy was being a bit pretentious. Chapter 42, Advancing to the Top 8. Chapter 42, Advancing to the Top 8. Also, the Li Quan who fought me today used dual knives made of Chaos Steel. They don't seem that precious. Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled. Materials available to contestants in the preliminary rounds couldn't be that rare.
Gu Feng frowned and let out a disdainful snort.
His dual knives are at most an alloy of Chaos Steel. Pure Chaos Steel weapons are very precious to me. Not to mention that the materials provided by the Southern Training Camp are not just Chaos Steel, but even more valuable ones. Before Gu Feng could finish, the announcement for the upcoming afternoon matches echoed through the venue. Let's add each other as friends. We can chat later.
Gu Feng took out his phone and displayed his QR code. Alright, we'll talk later. After some thought, Chen Mo decided to add Gu Feng as a friend.
Seeing that Gu Feng seemed intent on befriending him, Chen Mo simply obliged.
Regardless of whether it would bring him any tangible benefits, at least it would broaden his horizons.
In the afternoon, only 16 contestants remained in the participant area. After today's arena matches, only 8 of these 16 would be left. One day today, one day tomorrow, and the finals the day after. Chen Mo glanced around at his opponents, realizing that there weren't many who could defeat him.
Including Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng, there were only 4 or 5.
Before long, the matchups for the round of 16 to 8 were displayed on the big screen. Gu Feng was matched against Chu Qing, Yang Zhuo against a late-stage level 4 warrior.
Chen Mo was up against a late-stage level 4 warrior from Fucheng.
After glancing at the data of the late-stage level 4 warrior, Chen Mo felt much more at ease. With less than 10,000 health points but an attack power of 1800, he was a glass cannon with high attack and low defense. It was still a dual arena battle, and the pace of the afternoon matches was much faster. After the preliminary contestants were eliminated, the battle times for Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo noticeably lengthened. It took them a full 3 minutes to finish their fights, whereas they had barely exceeded 30 seconds against those preliminary contestants.
Chen Mo also spent quite a bit of time against the warrior from Fucheng.
His guess was indeed correct. The Fucheng contestant was a standard agility-type warrior, wielding a dagger made of abyss steel.
This late-stage level 4 warrior from Fucheng was incredibly fast, but unfortunately, he was up against Chen Mo.
With a start like a speeding tank, Chen Mo charged forward. Under Chen Mo's relentless assault, the Fucheng warrior quickly fell behind. After taking 2 punches from Chen Mo, he was carried off on a stretcher. His injuries were identical to those of Zhao Peinan, Chu Bai, and Li Quan, all with a large dent in their chests. Thus, Chen Mo's nickname evolved from One Punch Brother to Beastly Chen Mo. Chen Mo's fighting style was quite brutal. Not only was he fierce against his enemies, but he was also harsh on himself. He focused solely on offense, trading injury for injury. This was Chen Mo's combat style. But this style only suited him, as others did not have such high health and recovery.
Taizhou, this unremarkable little city, gained immense fame because of Chen Mo. Especially Shao Qifeng. Many people began to inquire about how to transfer to Taizhou City No. 37 Middle School. However, Shao Qifeng and Wei Xin directly shut that door. Others might not know, but they were quite clear in their hearts. Chen Mo's strength had little to do with them. It was entirely based on Chen Mo's own abilities. Once the door was opened, the day when Taizhou would lose face would not be far off. At this moment, Taizhou was empty on the streets except for dust. Even the students from Woga were gathered in the multimedia classroom waiting for the announcement of the top 8 in the national competition. When the name Chen Mo appeared on the list, a cheer that soared to the sky erupted throughout Taizhou. Everyone was incredibly excited. Taizhou had finally turned the tide. After years of being eliminated in the first round, the title of one of the weakest cities in the country would be completely thrown off this year. However, Zhao Dihai and Zhou Shuo's faces were exceptionally grim.
Old Zhao, we're finished, Zhou Shuhua said, her face filled with terror.
She and Zhao Dihai might be the only two unhappy people in all of Taizhou.
With Chen Mo's results, whether he wins or loses from here on out, we can forget about living in Taizhou.
It's over, all over.
As she spoke, Zhou Shuhua began to cry uncontrollably, leaving Zhao Dihai feeling increasingly agitated.
Stop crying.
Zhao Dihai slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly.
You think I'll just sit here and wait for my doom? Chen Mo, you're still too naive. Even if I don't end well, I won't let you have it easy.
After pondering for a moment, Zhao Dihai picked up his phone and dialed a number.
Back at the increasingly quiet hotel, Chen Mo finally relaxed.
Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking made Chen Mo's previously good mood turn sour. After driving away those representatives who wanted to discuss special admissions with him, Chen Mo finally enjoyed a rare moment of peace.
By the way, I need to ask about Gu Feng's training camp in the south. But just as Chen Mo took out his phone, a shocking headline news burst into his view. Shocking. Beast Chen Mo is actually this kind of person.
Incredible, Beast Chen Mo is actually the perpetrator of campus bullying, and the victim is still in the hospital and has not yet awakened. The truth is actually like this. Chen Mo's face darkened. It was true that fame brought trouble. So soon, rumors about him were flying everywhere. At that moment, Gu Feng suddenly called.
Chen Mo, did you see the news from the old capital daily just now? Are you okay? What could possibly be wrong with me?
Chen Mo snorted coldly. He could guess with his big toe who was behind this. It was just that petty Zhao Dihai.
Is what the news said true? Gu Feng asked curiously. Could it be that Chen Mo was really that kind of bully? What do you think? Chen Mo retorted. I don't think so. The informant of this news is called Zhou Shuhua, a teacher from Taizhou No. 1 middle school. I also checked, Zhou Shuhua doesn't have a good reputation, and she is married to the principal of No. 1 middle school. So, did you offend them before? Do you need me to help you? I can call home, and this matter can be resolved.
Chen Mo didn't know why Gu Feng was so enthusiastic. He didn't plan to rely on Gu Feng for help in this matter.
No need, I have my own way.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo told Wei Jin about this matter.
Chapter 43, Zhao Dihai Seeking Death. Chapter 43, Zhao Dihai Seeking Death. Didn't even need Chen Mo to say it. Wei Jin had already seen this explosive news. Zhao Dihai, oh Zhao Dihai, I shouldn't have waited. I should have dealt with you long ago. Wei Jin was now so angry that his teeth were itching. Chen Mo was fighting for Taizhou here, while he was stabbing him in the back.
If it weren't for Wei Jin already figuring out the reason why Chen Mo was expelled from the first high school, he might have actually believed his nonsense. To put it simply, it was hard for him to accept that the underperforming student he once looked down on had suddenly become a hero in Taizhou City. Just as Wei Jin was pondering how to deal with Zhao Dihai, his phone suddenly rang.
Upon seeing the caller ID, Wei Jin felt a headache coming on.
Mayor, I already know that Zhao Dihai has smeared Chen Mo. Just handle this matter however you see fit. I agree with whatever you decide.
Old Wei, do you think I don't want to deal with Zhao Dihai? The mayor of Taizhou sighed.
When we went to find him, he had already vanished, leaving only Zhou Shuhua and Zhao Qian lying there.
You all need to be careful. Zhao Dihai might come up with some dirty tricks to deal with you.
The mayor was now quite concerned about Chen Mo, as he was their city's golden brand. I'll handle the rumors. I'll make sure this matter is settled. Old Wei, your task is to take good care of Chen Mo and ensure that external factors do not affect his competition.
Do you understand?
The mayor's tone was quite serious, indicating the importance he placed on this matter. I definitely understand, but this issue needs to be resolved quickly, otherwise, it will have a very negative impact on Chen Mo. Wei Jin was well aware of this. He had to shield Chen Mo from all external problems so that he could focus on the competition.
Moreover, the act of stabbing someone in the back was something Wei Jin despised the most.
If he were in Taizhou, he would have already crippled Zhao Dihai by now. I've already started using some connections, and the higher-ups are also taking this matter seriously.
A rumor-refuting article should be out soon.
After chatting with the mayor for a while, Wei Jin hung up the phone. Just as he hung up, a brand new rumor-refuting article popped up on his phone.
How could the principal of the first high school personally dismiss a once-in-a-lifetime genius? What hidden secrets lie behind this? Campus bullying? No. Chen Mo's actions are called anti-bullying.
Shameless, the principal of a certain city's first high school openly slanders a national competition participant and flees in fear of punishment. A flood of rebuttal articles began to spread wildly online, quickly drowning out the rumors before they could gain any traction. Wei Jin let out a sigh of relief. He just hoped this incident wouldn't affect Chen Mo's performance tomorrow. After all, it was the quarterfinals and semifinals, and the pressure on Chen Mo was unimaginable.
Damn Zhao Dihai, don't let me catch you.
The next day, as a new round of fireworks exploded, the 8 contestants entered the arena simultaneously. Aside from Chen Mo, the other 7 contestants were all seated players. Each one was extremely powerful, with an average martial artist level in the late 4th stage, and each mastered at least 4 martial arts techniques.
Good morning, everyone.
The passionate voice of the commentator rang out, stimulating everyone's nerves. Today is the most thrilling match point of this year's National Genius Youth Championship. After the quarterfinals, it will be a battle for the final qualification. Let's look forward to it. Let's see who can make it to the final and claim the championship.
Amidst the cheers of the audience, the big screen descended from above.
It seems the match list has been released. Let's cheer for the 8 strongest geniuses in the country. Turning off the microphone, the commentator took a sip of the herbal tea.
Commentator, the popularity rankings for this session have come out. Do you need to see them?
A staff member approached with a piece of paper, but before he could finish speaking, he realized the paper in his hand had already disappeared.
Of course, this is a super hot topic. I definitely need it.
The commentator glanced at the popularity rankings in his hand and then froze.
No way.
The commentator rubbed his eyes, somewhat unable to believe the authenticity of this popularity ranking. As the strongest genius of the human race, Gu Feng ranked 3rd, while Yang Zuo was only 4th. The 2nd place was taken by Ma Wanlin, who had been eliminated yesterday, and his popularity completely overshadowed both Yang Zuo and Gu Feng.
As for the 1st place, are people voting with their feet now?
The commentator was somewhat puzzled. Among the 4th and 5th level martial artists, Chen Mo, a 2nd level martial artist, surprisingly claimed the top spot on the popularity chart. But this is quite good, at least the topic is explosively interesting. The commentator smiled slightly and reopened the microphone to explain the upcoming arena matches. Today's quarter-final matchups were as expected, with the event organizers continuing the previous method of matching based on the Tianchi horse racing strategy. Gu Feng and Yang Zuo each faced a relatively weaker seed player, ensuring that their trump cards would not be revealed before the finals.
Chen Mo was set to battle the last remaining member of the Wus team, Zhu Xian.
The final match would feature a 5th-level early-stage martial artist from Jingnan against a 5th-level early-stage martial artist from Jinmen. Both were evenly matched in strength, and it was estimated that their fight would last a long time, so the organizers placed them in the last match of the morning.
As the match whistle sounded, Gu Feng began his battle.
The friends and family group from Taizhou City was fully focused on the fight happening on the stage with Gu Feng.
Mom, do you think my brother can beat Gu Feng?
Shen Yi had shifted from trying his best to thinking, maybe my brother can really win the championship. I don't know, but I feel that Gu Feng is really strong. Sulu shook her head. As an ordinary person, she couldn't tell who was strong or weak, she only knew that her son was the best. My son is not bad either, he's already in the top 8. Chen Li was full of confidence in Chen Mo. At least, the Chen family no longer worried about Chen Mo's safety. Your son, as if Xiao Mo didn't crawl out of my belly, Sulu pinched Chen Li.
Their whole family, no, the entire Taizhou city, was proud of Chen Mo.
Yes, dear, you've worked hard. Chen Li immediately put on a smile and kissed Sulu.
Shameless, there are so many people here.
Sulu quickly pushed Chen Li away, a blush rising on her cheeks. TSK, such a loving couple. Chen Yi pouted, this couple was really quite mushy.
Not just the Chen family, but the atmosphere among the friends and family group from Taizhou City was also quite relaxed.
Everyone was no longer anxious. Chen Mo's performance had given them full confidence.
At the very least, Chen Mo would not fall before the semifinals. Chapter 44, the remarkable use of endless resentment in the cheers of the audience and the passionate commentary. Gu Feng and Yang Zuo unsurprisingly won their respective arena matches. After they finished, it was time for the battle between Chen Mo and Zhu Xian. Zhu Xian stood up, glanced at Chen Mo, said nothing, picked up his mental power weapon, and walked onto the stage. Quite arrogant, Chen Mo chuckled at Zhu Xian's little expression, donned his abyss steel gauntlets, and stepped onto the stage. I will not be the second battle-type mentalist to fall at your hands. Standing on the stage, Zhu Xian opened his weapon box, revealing a pair of sword hilts. Chen Mo had already witnessed Zhu Xian's fighting style in previous battles. He compressed his mental power into various weapon forms through the sword hilts in his hands, while simultaneously using the compressed mental power to protect his body during combat. No, you will. Chen Mo shook his head, waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match. Here it comes, here it comes. The commentator's enthusiastic voice rang out, instantly reigniting the audience's previously cooled emotions. This battle seems like a fateful confrontation. The first battle of the battle-type mentalist has already fallen into the hands of the ferocious beast, Chen Mo. And now, as the last hope of Magic City, can Zhu Xian achieve victory against the fierce onslaught of the beast? Or will Chen Mo solidify his reputation as the nemesis of battle-type spiritual masters? Let's wait and see.
The commentator's ability to stir the crowd was quite strong, and Chen Mo could clearly feel Chu Xian's blood pressure rising across from him.
It felt like they were just a step away from the red-hot intensity. You, a second-level warrior, have made it this far? Chu Xian wanted to say something, but was directly interrupted by Chen Mo. What's wrong? Is it something to be proud of that your battle-type spiritual masters are weaker than a second-level warrior like me? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You!
Chu Xian was momentarily speechless, as Chen Mo was indeed speaking the truth. The strongest in the Magic City Spiritual Research Institute, aside from him, was Chu Bai, and Chu Bai had indeed lost to Chen Mo, a second-level warrior. In the subsequent matches, no matter how hard they tried, they could not shake off the embarrassing label of defeated by a second-level warrior. Don't worry, I will clear my name today. This will be your last battle in the national competition, you should just give up. As the referee announced the start of the match, Chu Xian's body slowly floated up, and two sharp swords extended from the hilt in his hands.
What the hell? This guy can fly.
Chen Mo was taken aback. Chu Xian had not shown any flying ability in his previous battles. Only warriors above level 7 could fly, yet Chu Xian was already able to do so at this level. It must be said that this battle-type spiritual master indeed had some skills, otherwise, they wouldn't have been granted 5 spots. Even in a city like Yanjing, there was only one competition spot, but Magic City had managed to secure 5.
Die!
Chu Xian's speed was not fast, but he was agile. His attacks were not particularly fierce, merely scratching Chen Mo's skin. Yet even so, Chen Mo had no way to counter him. This guy would just poke him and run, purely engaging in a war of attrition. This fighting style depended on who could last until the end. Whether Chen Mo would collapse from his injuries or Chu Xian would exhaust his spiritual power and fall to Chen Mo's blows. It all came down to who could endure longer. The commentator was at a loss for words watching this battle. After all, it was the first time flying ability had appeared in the national competition.
Currently, Chen Mo is at an absolute disadvantage, but he won't go down easily for a while.
Although Chu Xian's fighting style isn't very appealing, it is quite effective against an opponent like Chen Mo. Watching Chen Mo on the stage, unable to fight back and only taking hits, the friends and family from Taizhou were all on edge.
No way? After winning so many battles, could it really end like this?
As time slowly passed, Chen Mo's wounds multiplied.
Give up! You will never be able to touch me. If you keep this up, you will definitely lose, and it will be a humiliating defeat.
Chu Xian began his psychological tactics, trying to persuade Chen Mo to surrender. But Chen Mo completely ignored him. He was focused on the countdown of his passive skill, Endless Hatred.
Although Endless Hatred's passive could only trigger once every 5 minutes, the damage was significant. The damage to his life points was 1140.
Not only that, but the passive of Endless Hatred could also restore 2,850 life points. Coupled with Chen Mo's own basic life recovery, he could exhaust Chu Xian to death.
3. Chen Mo silently counted. 2. 1.
As the countdown ended, Chu Xian, who was hovering in the sky, stumbled slightly.
His expression visibly wilted, and his hands, gripping the spiritual sword, began to tremble. What is happening?
Chu Xian looked bewildered, as he felt like something had just sucked the life out of him. Turning his head to look down at Chen Mo, the guy was already sitting cross-legged on the arena, beckoning him with a hand. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the small sword wounds on Chen Mo's body had actually disappeared.
What kind of ability is this?
Chu Xian had thought Chen Mo was just a brainless brute, but now it seemed this guy was hiding quite a bit. He hadn't shown his true skills in the previous battles, always concealing himself. Realizing this, cold sweat immediately broke out on Chu Xian.
What's going on? Could it be that contestant Chen Mo has given up the fight?
The puzzled voice of the commentator rang out. He couldn't understand why Chen Mo had chosen to sit down.
Moreover, contestant Chu Xian's condition seems off. Could it be that his mental energy is about to run dry?
Chu Xian gritted his teeth. It seemed he had to speed up the pace of the battle. He couldn't figure out how Chen Mo had hurt him, but he was certain that the feeling of being drained just now was caused by Chen Mo.
No way, could Chen Mo also be a mentalist?
Once this thought appeared in Chu Xian's mind, it couldn't be shaken off. After all, Chen Mo hadn't moved at all since earlier. There was nothing else that could explain it besides mental energy. Gritting his teeth, Chu Xian accelerated his offensive pace. 15 minutes quickly passed, and Chu Xian had been drained 3 times by the Endless Hatred, his health already at rock bottom.
The audience watched this bizarre battle, feeling utterly confused.
One was sitting still, taking hits without fighting back, while the other staggered every few minutes, his face growing increasingly pale. Chapter 45, Chu Shen, who was sucked to death. Chapter 45, Chu Shen, who was sucked to death. Chen Mo's health bar bounced back every 5 minutes, and by now, he hadn't even lost 1/10 of his total health. But Chu Shen was different. He lost 1,140 health points every 5 minutes. With less than 5,000 health points in total, after being drained 4 times, he was left with just over 400 health points. Chen Mo remained as still as a mountain, while Chu Shen in midair looked pale, his form starting to sway.
What is happening? Why has contestant Chen Mo done nothing, yet contestant Chu Shen is already at his wit's end? It wasn't just the commentator who wanted to ask this question, even the deans of various academies in the audience were baffled. The arena was silent, with only the sound of Chu Shen's mental energy sword occasionally striking Chen Mo. However, as his health dwindled, the damage Chu Shen could inflict on Chen Mo became smaller and smaller, even failing to keep up with his basic health recovery speed. That's enough.
Chen Mo glanced at Chu Shen, whose health bar was nearly empty, and stood up to stretch his muscles.
3, 2, 1.
As Chen Mo's countdown ended, the passive ability of Endless Hatred activated again. An invisible force fiercely drained a mouthful from Chu Shen, causing what little health he had left to be completely emptied.
Chu Shen fell silently from the sky, landing with a thud on the ground. The entire arena fell silent. This battle was simply too bizarre.
Even the professional referee was stunned for a while before reacting, rushing onto the arena to check Chu Shen's condition, then immediately calling for a mentalist and emergency team to carry him away.
I guess that means I win. Chen Mo walked up to the referee and patted him on the shoulder.
The referee blinked in confusion and announced Chen Mo's victory.
Back at the contestant's seat, Chen Mo even felt a bit fortunate that his opponent this time was Chu Shen.
This guy had high mobility, low damage, and a not-so-high attack frequency, making him just the right counter to Chu Shen. To put it simply, it was like a level 11 3-piece set tank with over 30,000 layers of Heart of Steel stacked. Just the passive ability of Endless Hatred could drain him to death. When the last 2 contestants of the quarterfinals stepped onto the stage, only 3 people remained in the contestant area: Yang Zhuo, Gu Feng, and Chen Mo. Chen Mo, I hope we can meet in the finals, Gu Feng said quietly as he moved closer to Chen Mo.
How could that be? I will definitely have to face either you or Yang Zhuo, Chen Mo replied, momentarily taken aback. Why would Gu Feng say that? Didn't he know that the schedule for the national competition was already set?
Not necessarily, because this year's national competition has a live draw for the semifinals. Gu Feng shook his head, clearly more knowledgeable about this year's competition than Chen Mo. What if, Gu Feng hesitated, unsure if he should say this. If I draw Yang Zhuo, my chances of winning are not high. But I will definitely do my best to force out all his techniques, at least I can gather some information for those who come after.
You can't beat him? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised that Gu Feng would say something so disheartening.
It's not that I can't beat him, I just want to clarify some things first. Gu Feng shook his head and continued. If you encounter Yang Zhuo, don't worry, I will also give it my all. Chen Mo patted Gu Feng's shoulder, not believing that Gu Feng would face Yang Zhuo in the semifinals. Given the event organizers' tendencies, it was highly likely they would manipulate the draw to ensure Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng made it to the finals. This was completely irrelevant to Chen Mo. No matter who he faced, he had ways to reach the finals. He was that confident, it was that simple. Alright, I hope we can meet in the finals. Gu Feng nodded and returned to his seat. Since watching Chen Mo's matches and understanding his fighting style, Gu Feng had developed a good impression of him. His fighting method was bold and aggressive, focusing solely on offense.
Gu Feng believed he would definitely become good friends with Chen Mo. Perhaps they would even become comrades defending a territory in the future.
Due to his status, Gu Feng had never had a true friend to confide in since childhood, always surrounded by sycophants. Chen Mo was different. Even if he knew Gu Feng's identity, he showed no respect, which made Gu Feng feel quite relieved.
If Chen Mo knew Gu Feng's thoughts, he would surely realize. This was simply the CEO syndrome. Woman, you are playing with fire.
I haven't seen the young master smile so happily in a long time.
Woman, you are different from other women.
This flaw was commonly referred to as being a cheap little brat. The 3 of them watched the increasingly intense battle on the stage, but none of them took it seriously. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo felt secure in their own strength, not considering either of the 2 contestants a threat. Chen Mo, on the other hand, was calculating how to gain some advantage from one of them.
Half an hour passed, and it was now 11 in the morning.
As the martial artist from Tianjin pierced the chest of the martial artist from Jingnan, the quarterfinals officially came to an end.
At the same time, the list of the top 4 was announced: Yang Zhuo, Gu Feng, Chen Mo, and Wei Guohao from Tianjin. The semifinals would start promptly at 1 in the afternoon, determining the final 2 contestants for the finals.
Wei Guohao was covered in injuries, with a torn tendon in his left wrist and problems with 60% of his organs. It was clear that he would only be able to make a brief appearance in the afternoon. Advancing to the finals was impossible. As for Chen Mo, reaching the semi-finals was already quite unexpected. No one thought he would make it this far from the beginning. Even the support group from Taizhou, including Chen Mo's family of 3, was very surprised by this outcome. Aside from the fact that Chen Mo was only a second-level martial artist, such strength was common in the national competition. Taizhou was not a city with abundant resources, and producing a talent like Chen Mo was already the limit. Chen Mo did not embarrass Tai Prefecture. After all, it was the first time since the first National Genius Youth Championship that a second-level martial artist had made it to the semifinals. This achievement had already proven that Chen Mo was a genius. It was merely a lack of resources that had hindered his advancement. With this result, Chen Mo could freely choose any martial arts academy in the country, and the treatment would definitely be top-notch. So, at this point, it seemed that only Yang Zuo and Gu Feng had the potential to compete for the final championship.
For contestants, please wait a moment. Just as Chen Mo and the others were about to head to the rest area, the commentator's voice rang out again. The group turned to see the wide arena suddenly crack open, and a lottery box rose from deep underground. According to the event organizer's decision, the lottery procedure, originally scheduled for the afternoon, will take place now. I know everyone thinks the matchups for the semifinals have already been determined, but this time is different from the past. This semifinal will be a completely random draw. Let's see if the results will match what the audience imagines. Chapter 46, Breakthrough. Level 3 Martial Artist. Chapter 46, Breakthrough. Level 3 Martial Artist. Everyone dismissed the commentator's words. In any case, it was certain that Gu Feng and Yang Zuo would each face Wei Guohao and Chen Mo. The finals would undoubtedly be decided between these two, no need to think twice. Everyone wanted to witness the battle between the top geniuses of the human race and the celestial race. Since learning that this national competition included participants from the celestial race, the attention on human contestants other than Gu Feng and Chen Mo had not been very high. Everyone was curious whether the celestial race was inherently superior or if the human race was not weaker than the celestial race. If Gu Feng really defeated Yang Zuo, it would be a significant morale booster for the human race. Even if he lost, it would merely confirm that the human race was indeed inferior to the celestial race. Chen Mo and the others returned to the arena, surrounding the lottery box. An elderly man with white hair but a robust figure stepped onto the stage, refusing the microphone offered by the staff. Everyone should recognize this old man, right? The old man's voice was penetrating, and everyone in the stadium could hear him clearly. I am Gu Ji, one of the 3 13th level masters responsible for guarding Yinjing. Today's lottery will be conducted by me. Gu Ji's appearance surprised everyone, even Gu Feng looked bewildered at his grandfather. Grandpa, why are you here? Just as Gu Feng was about to ask, Gu Ji shot him a look that made him retreat. Don't ask anything, this is a requirement from above. With just one sentence, Gu Feng understood the situation. You 4 have made it this far, which is no easy feat. Regardless of the lottery results, if you ever need anything in the future, you can come to me, Gu Ji. Gu Ji did not lower his voice, which meant everyone, including those watching the live broadcast, heard his words. In fact, Gu Ji's statement was directed at Chen Mo and Wei Guohao. Yang Zuo was from the celestial race, and Gu Feng was his grandson. Only the powerless Chen Mo and Wei Guohao needed his protection. These two young men had already gained fame, and they would undoubtedly face many hardships in the future. A strong backing was exactly what they needed now. And Gu Ji would be the future support for Chen Mo and Wei Guohao. Alright, you 4 young men, go ahead and draw lots. His purpose for coming this time was not only to intimidate those who might attempt to harm the human geniuses but also to supervise the fairness of the lottery. Indeed, this lottery was completely random, with no behind-the-scenes manipulation. This was also the intention from above. It was truly boring to manipulate the competition artificially. Chen Mo and the others simultaneously reached into the lottery box. The slip in Chen Mo's hand was red, while the one in Gu Feng's hand was blue. Looking at Wei Guohao, the slip he held was also red. This meant that in the afternoon semifinals, Chen Mo's opponent would be Wei Guohao. It was obvious who Gu Feng's opponent would be. Seeing this result, Gu Feng's expression turned a bit grim. I'll do my best to force out all his techniques, good luck. Gu Feng patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. He had to prepare thoroughly for the battle against Yang Zuo in the afternoon. Gu Ji frowned, his kid's luck wasn't too good. The draw results are out. In the afternoon semifinals, Gu Feng will face Yang Zuo. Chen Mo will face Wei Guohao. When the audience heard this result, they were stunned for a moment, then erupted into a huge discussion. The real finals have come early? Chen Mo was really lucky to have made it to the finals.
Tisk TSK, this time Taijo is completely turned around. With Chen Mo as the national competition runner-up, the higher-ups will definitely pay more attention to Taijo. But I wonder which of Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo will win, really looking forward to it. Everyone had already concluded that Chen Mo would successfully advance to the finals. No one thought Wei Guahao could defeat a fully prepared Chen Mo. Chen Mo glanced at the wryly smiling Wei Guahao and turned to walk towards the resting area. Unlike the wry smile of Wei Guahao, the friends and family of Taijo were already ecstatic. No one expected Chen Mo's luck to be this good, facing a Wei Guahao who had already lost his fighting spirit. However, no one believed Chen Mo could win in the final match. After all, the gap was just too big. The probability of Gu Feng winning against Yang Zhuo wasn't high, let alone Chen Mo. But this result was enough for everyone to celebrate. Each person was very satisfied with it. Indeed, Chen Mo hadn't even fought against either Yang Zhuo or Gu Feng yet, and everyone had already concluded that Chen Mo would lose. Hearing the discussions around her, Chen Yi frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. But she didn't say anything. After all, the gap in strength was evident. Glancing at the equally ecstatic Chen Li and Su Lu, the only thing Chen Yi could do was wait for the final result. She firmly believed that Chen Mo would never lose. After all, he was her brother. In the backstage lounge, a person suddenly appeared in front of Chen Mo, who was eating. "What's up?" Chen Mo looked up at Wei Guahao, sitting across from him, glancing at his left hand, which could no longer move.
"I've forfeited." Wei Guahao smiled at Chen Mo.
"I've already achieved my goal of participating in the national competition. There's no need to keep pushing myself. And even if I participated in the afternoon semifinals, the result would be the same, so it's better to be sensible and make it look better. Bro, good luck." Wei Guahao patted Chen Mo's shoulder with his still relatively intact hand and turned to lie down on the stretcher that had long been prepared. Chen Mo looked at Wei Guahao being carried away, feeling a mix of emotions.
"Yeah, I will definitely do my best."
After swallowing the rice in his mouth, Chen Mo had already made a decision in his heart. Chen Mo wasn't deaf. He naturally heard the audience's discussions and their views on him. Everyone was pessimistic about Chen Mo, but he was determined to win the championship in this national competition.
Challenge task stage 4 completed, rewards distributed.
The delayed system announcement rang out, and Chen Mo instantly felt his vitality begin to swell rapidly. His physical strength increased significantly, his senses became clearer, and his total vitality reached 5,000 points. He didn't even feel much. His realm had risen from a second-level warrior to a third-level warrior.
Chen Mo also understood why everyone said the third level was a hurdle.
The transition from first to second level was merely an accumulation of vitality, while the transition from second to third level marked the beginning of physical transformation, stepping into the extraordinary.
Just as Chen Mo was feeling the changes in his body after the transformation, the system's voice rang out again. The final stage of the challenge has begun. Target. Champion. Task reward, determined by the audience's level of shock. Chapter 47, Strength Surges, the semifinals begin. Chapter 47, Strength Surges, the semifinals begin. Another graded challenge, huh? Chen Mo rubbed his chin. Although the last time he didn't reach maximum astonishment, this time Chen Mo believed he could definitely earn a high-level reward. After all, who would believe that a level 2, no, a level 3 martial artist could defeat a level 5 late-stage genius from the celestial race? Just winning the match would be shocking enough, not to mention that Chen Mo planned to come up with some flashy moves. Just as Chen Mo picked up his chopsticks to continue eating, he suddenly realized that they had broken in his hands without him noticing. Has my strength increased this much? Chen Mo was a bit surprised and quickly opened the system panel to take a look. Name, Chen Mo Health, 37643 Vitality, 5120 Attack Power, 210 Defense Power, 200. How did it increase so much?
Chen Mo was stunned. His defense had increased by a full 90 points, and his attack power had also risen significantly. If calculated based on his current attack power, his deliberate punch damage had also increased quite a bit.
So that's it, attack power represents strength level, health represents body strength.
Vitality represents the power and release frequency of martial skills, but defense power.
Chen Mo switched to a new pair of chopsticks, pondering what defense power represented.
Rubbing his arm, Chen Mo suddenly realized something. Defense power seemed to represent his tolerance to pain. The higher the defense, the less he feared injury. So that's how it is, no wonder I'm immune to damage below 200.
So it's that I can't feel it.
Chen Mo didn't think too much more. He needed to conserve his energy for the finals tomorrow. Whether it was Yang Zhuo or Gu Feng who won the semifinals, he had to secure the championship this time. Even if it wasn't for the challenge task's reward, he needed to prove that he was definitely not weaker than those geniuses.
At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the semifinals began on time.
The arena had also been changed to Abyss Steel Alloy. Compared to the reinforced concrete arena, the strength of the Abyss Steel Alloy arena was at least 5 times greater. Such an arena could withstand the battle between 2 level 5 martial artists. Additionally, protective barriers had been set up around, otherwise, an inattentive spectator could end up in serious trouble.
Good afternoon, everyone.
The passionate voice of the commentator rang out, instantly igniting the audience's enthusiasm.
Everyone was cheering for Gu Feng, with 3 giant flags bearing the character Gu waving in the stands. Each person hoped for Gu Feng to win this battle, not just for Gu Feng himself, but to prove that the human race was not inherently weaker than the celestial race. The commentator was very satisfied with the atmosphere on site. The warm-up was quite easy this time. Next, you will witness an extraordinary battle between the genius of the human race and the genius of the celestial race. Is it true that the celestial race is born superior? Or will our human race prove that we are not weaker than the celestial race? That will depend on the battle between Gu Feng and Yang Zhua. Amidst the cheers of the audience, Yang Zhua and Gu Feng simultaneously stepped onto the arena.
Alright, the first match was supposed to be between the fierce beast Chen Mo and contestant Wei Guahao, but contestant Wei Guahao withdrew due to injury, so contestant Chen Mo directly advanced to the finals. Alright, the boring information has been announced, now let us witness this extraordinary battle together.
Boom!
The deafening sound of fireworks exploded, further elevating the atmosphere of the entire venue. TSK, this is so annoying, Chen Mo sat in the contestant area, clicking his tongue in displeasure. But it didn't matter that he was annoyed, after all, no one believed he could be a match for Gu Feng or Yang Zhua.
Forget it, let's just watch the match. Shaking his head, Chen Mo focused his attention on the arena.
On the Abyss Steel arena, Gu Feng held a chaotic sea steel long staff, gazing at Yang Zhua across the stage. As expected, Yang Zhua had replaced his decorative long sword with the long spear recorded in the materials. However, Gu Feng could not discern the material of the spear, he could only sense that it was definitely not simple.
I hope this battle doesn't end too quickly.
Yang Zhua remained expressionless, but his eyes sparkled with intense fighting spirit. The previous opponents had been too boring, and Yang Zhua had even felt a bit drowsy. But Gu Feng was different, the aura he exuded excited Yang Zhua. But it was only a slight excitement.
Rest assured, I won't let you leave the arena standing.
Gu Feng gripped the staff with both hands, and a rich blood energy instantly ignited both ends of the long staff.
You better make me fall.
Yang Zhua became serious, pointing the spear directly at Gu Feng's throat.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that?
The commentator immediately became excited upon seeing the moment Gu Feng's staff ignited.
This is the signature blood energy of the Gu family. Crimson Flame Blood Energy.
This special blood energy has an extremely high temperature. A 7th level warrior's Crimson Flame Blood Energy can melt steel.
Gu Feng, let's see the power of the ancient martial arts family.
Cheers surged like a tidal wave, but Gu Feng remained unmoved, his attention fully on Yang Zhua. The spectators could not feel it, but Gu Feng could. Only by facing this celestial race warrior could one understand the insurmountable chasm between the human race and the celestial race. Both competitors, take your positions.
Ready, begin.
Gu Feng's muscles bulged, veins coiling around him like venomous snakes.
In the blink of an eye, Gu Feng appeared beside Yang Zhua. The staff, wrapped in flames, ruthlessly struck towards Yang Zhua's crown. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yang Zhua raised his spear to block the blow. Yang Zhua's sleeve quickly ignited under the scorching flames, revealing his strong but not bulky arms. What great strength!
Yang Zhua's eyes lit up, and with a powerful push of his spear, Gu Feng was forced to retreat. Immediately after, the tip of Yang Zhua's spear flickered with electric light, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning, stabbing towards Gu Feng's heart.
Indestructible!
Gu Feng did not dodge, his clothes exploded, and his skin shimmered with a black golden glow.
Ding!
Yang Zhua's spear struck Gu Feng's chest but caused not a scratch.
Indestructible! This is indestructible!
The commentator was so excited he jumped up, standing on the commentary platform, explaining the battle in an almost frenzied state.
This is one of the Gu family's unique body refining secret techniques. By activating blood energy, one can make their skin tougher than steel. What do you think, Celestial Yang Zhua? Facing the indestructible Gu Feng, do you have no countermeasures?
Gu Feng grinned, he was waiting for Yang Zhua to launch an attack. The long staff had a much shorter attack range than the spear, and only by getting close could he have a chance.
Crimson Fire Staff.
Chapter 48, Shenmo's eagerness to try. Chapter 48, Shenmo's eagerness to try. Along with Gu Feng's roar, Yang Zhua realized he could not withstand this staff head-on. He lightly tapped his toes, dodging Gu Feng's strike like a butterfly flitting through flowers.
However, Gu Feng's strike was merely a feint. His real killing move was the follow-up attack, Tiger Claw.
Gu Feng seized the moment of Yang Zuo's evasion, his black golden palm transforming into a tiger's claw, fiercely grabbing at Yang Zuo's chest. Rip! Yang Zuo's shirt was directly torn apart by the claw, and even his pale skin was ripped open with 4 deep gashes that exposed bone. Fresh blood flowed down the pale skin as Yang Zuo touched the wound on his chest. A somewhat morbid smile appeared on his face. Very good, you have the qualification and the ability to make me go all out. Yang Zuo pointed his spear at Gu Feng, his entire body wrapped in thunder, and the ground even showed signs of scorching. Gu Feng frowned, his indestructible body could only withstand physical damage, and was not very effective against this electrified attack. Quick battle, quick decision. Gu Feng thrust his long staff forward, his whole body turning into an afterimage as he charged at Yang Zuo. Heavenly Man's divine ability, external body technique. Yang Zuo's figure began to blur, and 3 identical figures appeared on the arena. Cheating! This is cheating! The audience shouted in unison upon seeing 3 Yang Zuos on stage. This isn't fair. 3 against 1, what kind of skill is that? No, do the audience remember why the Heavenly Man clan is called the Heavenly Man clan? The commentator's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. The Heavenly Man clan is born with a kind of Heavenly Man's divine ability, and they stand above all other races because of it. Currently, there are no records of contestant Yang Zuo's Heavenly Man's divine ability, which is a disadvantage that contestant Gu Feng must face. All we can do is cheer for contestant Gu Feng. Although the commentator leaned towards the human race, his professional ethics prevented him from cursing out loud. What? Gu Feng had many speculations about Yang Zuo's Heavenly Man's divine ability, but he never expected it to be so perverse. With 3 Yang Zuos attacking simultaneously, Gu Feng had no way to evade such a multi-directional assault. Indestructible. With no way to dodge, Gu Feng could only brace himself for the blow, but he did not forget the killing move he had been charging up for a long time. Ding! ZZZZT. Dazzling sparks flickered on Gu Feng's body, and his originally black gold skin appeared to be on the verge of collapse under the high-voltage shock. His body became stiff from the electric shock, and his movements slowed down. But Gu Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed the killing move he had been preparing. Great Sun Blazing Fire Staff. Explode. The temperature of the chaotic sea steel staff in Gu Feng's hand rose sharply, the high heat even causing the surrounding air to begin to distort. With a puff, this killing move accurately struck Yang Zuo's crown, splattering red and white everywhere. Hit! The commentator shouted excitedly, fixated on the situation in the arena, even forgetting his own duties. No, that's not the real body. Gu Feng realized this the moment he struck Yang Zuo's crown and immediately turned to look back. Unfortunately, it was too late. The indestructible barrier on his back had already been breached by the high-voltage shock, and Yang Zuo's silver dragon spear penetrated his chest without obstruction. I win. Yang Zuo smiled slightly, satisfied with this battle. Who told you that you won? Gu Feng grabbed the spear that had pierced through him, and the chaotic sea steel staff in his hand ignited with flames once more. Explode! Terrifying energy gathered in the chaotic sea steel staff, and the high pressure caused it to burst. Gu Feng's intention was simple: even if he lost, he would not let Yang Zuo have it easy. A deafening explosion echoed through the sky, dust mixed with smoke enveloping the entire arena. What happened? What's going on? Even the commentator couldn't see what had just occurred. He hurriedly pulled up the high-speed camera to review the situation. Soon, as the dust settled, 2 bloodied figures still stood on the arena. Gu Feng's entire arm was blown to the bone, and his originally handsome face had turned into a swollen mess. How's it going? Gu Feng's hoarse voice rang out as he struggled to open his eyes and look at Yang Zuo across from him. Are you feeling bad now? Yang Zuo's entire upper body was stripped of clothing, his skin charred black, and numerous fragments of the chaotic steel rods were embedded in his flesh. It really doesn't feel good. Yang Zuo spat out a mouthful of blood, smiling as he lifted his head. Unfortunately, you still targeted the wrong person. What? Gu Feng was momentarily stunned, only then realizing a figure had appeared behind him. Put! The long spear pierced through Gu Feng's throat, lifting him off the ground. You're strong, but your combat awareness is too weak. You never found my true form. After throwing the completely unconscious Gu Feng onto the ground, Yang Zuo slowly walked down the arena. Today, I spare your life. Come challenge me again when you are stronger. Silence, a deathly silence. No one expected that the top genius of the human race would risk his life only to miss his kill. The atmosphere in the arena instantly dropped to freezing point, with only the medical team and mentalists rushing onto the stage to rescue Gu Feng. It seems the final champion has emerged. Let's cheer for contestant Yang Zuo. The commentator's tone turned somewhat despondent. Gu Feng had given it his all but failed to seriously injure Yang Zuo, which was a huge blow for the human race. The audience grew very quiet, leaving one by one from the Yanjing Sports Center.
Tomorrow's match had lost all meaning. Chen Mo was definitely no match for Yang Zua. The outcome was already clear. Why bother with futile efforts?
This is a bit tricky. Chen Mo rubbed his chin, realizing this opponent tested his perception too much.
Hey, you being able to clone yourself is actually a good thing for me.
Chen Mo grinned. It would be best if Yang Zua could create several clones, allowing him to steal himself a few more times.
Moreover, he took a careful look at the Steel Heart ability. This thing, with its damage multiplied by 5, could also increase the maximum health by 5 times.
In other words, under the Steel Heart state, the benefit of a single steal would be 5 times that of the normal state. A single increase of nearly 3,000 health points had Chen Mo eager to try it out.
Chapter 49, The Finals Begin. Chapter 49, The Finals Begin.
Host, please note, the audience in the arena is rapidly dwindling. It is expected that fewer than 1,000 will attend tomorrow's match, which will have a significant impact on the final outcome of the challenge task.
Upon hearing the system announcement, Chen Mo became anxious.
He was genuinely worried. This was crucial for his final rewards. The previous rounds of challenge tasks had already led to a qualitative leap in his strength, not to mention this last round of challenges. But he had no good solutions. Words felt too pale at this moment. As long as his performance on the arena tomorrow could ignite hope for victory in people's hearts, they would naturally return.
Hopefully. Chen Mo squinted. It seemed the finals tomorrow couldn't end too quickly. He had to drag it out until there were enough people before determining the winner. As for whether he could win, Chen Mo hadn't even considered that.
With the endless fury of the 10-second bloodlock and the tenfold steel heart, unless Yang Zua could pull out a nuclear bomb, he couldn't possibly lose.
I need to design the battle process a bit.
Using reversals to attract the audience back, Chen Mo began to ponder how to fight tomorrow to attract the most people and how to ignite their emotions. This move should work. In the hotel inside the venue, only Chen Mo remained.
His family had moved from their original family suite to the top-tier royal suite. Son, are you really going to fight Yang Zua tomorrow?
Sulu was somewhat nervous. After seeing Yang Zua's battle today, she truly didn't want her son to risk his life against such a monster.
Of course, don't you have confidence in me?
Besides, I am now a 3rd-level warrior.
I was able to fight level 4 warriors when I was at level 2. Isn't it normal to fight level 5 warriors at level 3? Chen Mo smiled. It was understandable that they lacked confidence.
But that Yang Zua's divine ability is a clone, and the clone's strength is on par with the original.
Isn't it a bit much for you to take on 3 level 5 warriors by yourself? Sulu grasped Chen Mo's hand. She wasn't concerned about his achievements, only wanting her son to be safe.
Wife, don't affect our son's mindset before the match, Chen Li said, unlike Sulu, who opposed the fight.
He hoped Chen Mo would go out and give it a try. Son, take a chance. Even if you lose, it's no big deal.
Chen Li patted Chen Mo's shoulder, his eyes filled with encouragement, though a flicker of worry passed through.
Exactly, if it really comes to it, just use the turtle breathing technique I taught you to play dead.
You're a level 3 warrior. Chen Yi was about to say that playing dead wasn't shameful when she realized Chen Mo had just mentioned something very important.
You're a level 3 warrior. It wasn't until Chen Yi reacted that Chen Li and Sulu noticed the significant information Chen Mo had casually revealed. Do you know it took me a whole year to go from level 2 to level 3? Chen Yi grabbed Chen Mo's arm, discovering that this newly promoted level 3 warrior was physically stronger than her, an established level 3 warrior.
Talent really is unreasonable. You geniuses get stronger as easily as breathing or drinking water.
Chen Yi sighed, estimating that it wouldn't be long before Chen Mo surpassed her as an older sister. Brother, remember this. Grabbing Chen Mo's shoulder, Chen Yi's expression turned serious. You're just a level 3 warrior. It's not shameful to lose to Yang Zua.
If it really comes to it, use the turtle breathing technique to play dead. Preserving your life is the most important thing.
Do you understand?
I've already made my own decision. Don't worry, Chen Mo said, removing Chen Yi's hand and smiling at the 3 of them.
Get some rest, and don't forget to watch my finals tomorrow.
With that, Chen Mo stood up and returned to his room to rest.
This child, Sulu could already tell that Chen Mo would never give up on the finals. The only thing they could do now was cheer for him. Don't worry, you know what kind of son we have, Chen Li comforted Sulu softly, holding her close.
He wouldn't joke with his life. He rarely does things without confidence.
Don't worry,
Chen Yi looked at the lovey-dovey couple with disdain, pouting as she returned to her own room.
At this moment, the support group from Taizhou was also restless. Tomorrow was the finals. Although the chances of winning were almost 0, they couldn't let Chen Mo's spirit be diminished. He was their star from Taizhou, and even if no one else supported him, the people of Taizhou would definitely stand by Chen Mo until the end. Get ready, there probably won't be many spectators tomorrow. Our group of over 100 must shout with the momentum of 1,000 people. Weijin stood before the support group of over 100 from Taizhou, starting his pre-battle mobilization. We absolutely cannot let Chen Mo feel disheartened, he is our hero from Taizhou. Is that clear? Clear. The support group from Taizhou was filled with fighting spirit, they would never let Chen Mo fight alone. The next day, at the Beijing First Sports Center, Chen Mo arrived early at the contestant area, looking at the somewhat empty audience seats inside. As expected, there aren't many people. At least no one will throw away their tickets before the closing ceremony, and the live broadcast will continue. Otherwise, it would really be a problem. Amidst a burst of fireworks, the commentary began to sound. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will witness the most predictable final in the history of the National Genius Youth Championship. Yesterday's battle between Gu Feng and Yang Zuo was a significant blow to everyone, including the commentators. It seems that contestant Chen Mo not only possesses formidable strength but also quite a bit of luck. We can only hope the fight doesn't end within a minute, otherwise, I won't have much to comment on. Chen Mo's face darkened. Did this guy really not have any faith in him? At the referee's signal, Chen Mo donned his abyss steel gauntlets and stepped onto the stage. Yang Zuo stood on the opposite side, holding the silver dragon spear. Chen Mo smiled slightly. At least Yang Zuo wasn't underestimating him just because he was a third-level warrior, otherwise, today's battle would be quite a sight. At this moment, nearly 70% of the nation was gathered in front of their televisions. They weren't actually there to watch the fight between Chen Mo and Yang Zuo but were waiting for the national competition's closing ceremony. Every year, the closing ceremony features some spectacular performances, which is one of the reasons everyone looks forward to the national competition. The referee glanced at Chen Mo and then turned to Yang Zuo. Are both contestants ready? No problem, Chen Mo nodded, fully prepared to activate his steel heart. Yang Zuo replied indifferently, he didn't have high expectations for this battle. Bringing the silver dragon spear was merely a sign of respect for his opponent, not because he thought Chen Mo would pose a threat. Good. The referee began to slowly step back. Positions. Ready. Start. Chapter 50, Absolute Violence. Steel Heart. With the referee's command, Chen Mo immediately activated his steel heart. He had watched the previous battle. Yang Zuo could deal at least 6,000 damage with each strike, and his attack frequency was very high. If he didn't activate steel heart in time, he might be taken out in an instant. This was the gap between the human race and the celestial race. The moment he activated it, Chen Mo's health skyrocketed tenfold. Pure vitality flowed through Chen Mo's body, even enhancing his strength to a certain degree. A health pool of 376,000? A sense of safety he had never felt before surged within Chen Mo as he clenched his fists and looked at Yang Zuo. Aren't you going to surrender? Yang Zuo glanced at Chen Mo and lost interest. A mere third-level warrior, even if he could fight above his level, could never be his opponent. Surrender? Chen Mo chuckled, his veins coiling around him like a vicious python. We haven't even fought yet, why would I surrender? With that, Chen Mo stomped his foot and unleashed his speed. He seemed like a tank made of flesh and blood, shaking the abyss steel arena. Yang Zuo's battle instincts were triggered, and he instinctively raised the silver dragon spear to block in front of himself. Clang! Chen Mo's fist accurately struck the heart of steel charging emblem on Yang Zuo, producing a pleasant, crisp sound. Dealt 47,000 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,640. Put. Fine cracks appeared in the bones of Yang Zuo's arms as the terrifying force traveled through the silver dragon spear and spread throughout his body. He was sent flying backward, barely managing to stand up after hitting the ground. Chen Mo's punch not only injured Yang Zuo but also tore his shirt to shreds. The muscles, brimming with power, reflected the sunlight. Chen Mo now seemed like pure strength. Aren't you going to surrender? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. The gains from this strike were already 10 times what he had experienced before, and he was determined to land a few more hits. This is truly unexpected. Yang Zuo wiped the blood from his mouth, having re-evaluated the third-level warrior before him. You have the right to make me use my full strength. You even satisfy me more than Gu Feng. Celestial Divine Ability. External Avatar. The silver dragon spear in Yang Zuo's hand crackled with electric light, and 3 identical figures appeared before Chen Mo. The commentator, who had already prepared a script for Chen Mo's imminent defeat, was now stunned. Not just him, but also the sparse audience in the stands, the friends and family from Taizhou, and the Chen family of 3 all widened their eyes, watching the two on the stage. No, this is unbelievable. The commentator tossed aside his prepared text and stepped onto the control panel. Chen Mo actually injured Yang Zuo with a single punch, even forcing him to use his divine powers. Could it be? Could it be? Chen Mo really has a chance to defeat Yang Zuo and win the championship of this national competition. Let's cheer for Chen Mo. Fierce beast Chen Mo. Take down Yang Zuo. Chen Mo's performance reignited hope in everyone watching the national competition. Don't just stand there in a daze. Quickly beat the drum to cheer. Wei Jin swung the drumsticks in his hands, striking the leather drum heavily. In the somewhat empty arena, the cheers from Taijo's friends and family echoed through the sky. One punch, just one punch, and Yang Zuo was sent spitting blood. What terrifying power could achieve this? At that moment, the entrance that had been closed reopened, and a figure wrapped in bandages was pushed in. It was Gu Feng, who had regained consciousness after a night of treatment. Chen Mo, go for it. Gu Feng stared intently at Chen Mo and Yang Zui in the ring, his injured throat producing a hoarse voice. Not just him, the few opponents Chen Mo had defeated also came to the arena, eager to see if the man who had beaten them could win. Zhao Peinan, Chu Bai, Chu Xian, and even Ma Wanlin, who had lost a leg, were all pushed to the audience seats. Here they come, Chen Mo smirked. This was the effect he wanted. To reignite the hope of victory and bring the audience back to the arena, this was one of the reasons Chen Mo had used Steal My Heart right from the start. Amid the synchronized cheers from Taijo's friends and family, Chen Mo beckoned Yang Zuo with a finger. This gesture was full of provocation, instantly igniting Yang Zuo's fighting spirit. Damn! This kid is bold. I like it. Even Gu Ji in the stands was caught up in the atmosphere, slapping his thigh and standing up. Is this all the Tianren clan has? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, waiting for the charging marks to appear on the two clones. Yang Zuo said nothing but silently charged at Chen Mo with the two clones. Come on! Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he charged toward Yang Zuo. The silver dragon spear, crackling with electric light, accurately pierced Chen Mo's skin but failed to penetrate. Received electric and physical damage, health points. How is this possible? Yang Zuo's eyes widened. He couldn't even pierce Chen Mo's skin? Against a health pool of 380,000, the damage Yang Zuo dealt was no different from a tickle. Ding! Ding! The attacks from the two clones simultaneously struck at Chen Mo's vital points, his heart and throat. But Chen Mo withstood them with an invincible stance. Received electric and physical damage, health points. Received electric and physical damage, health points. Are you just tickling me? Chen Mo grinned, landing a punch on one clone's charging attack mark. When the clone's health was lower than Yang's was, and with that punch, its chest was pierced, dealt 47,000 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,640. Chen Mo twisted his waist and swung his right fist, punching through the chest of the other clone as well. Dealt 47,000 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,640. 3 punches, just 3 punches, and Chen Mo's life value increased by more than 16,000 points. Holy crap! Holy crap! One punch each. One punch each. The commentator was so excited that he jumped up, forgetting how to commentate, only able to utter these meaningless words. The news that Chen Mo had a chance of winning spread quickly, and more spectators returned to the Yinjing First Sports Center. Chapter 51, Steel. It's Steel. Chapter 51, Steel. It's Steel. They had originally thought the outcome was decided, but after learning about Chen Mo's performance, their thoughts changed. Perhaps, just perhaps, Chen Mo could really defeat Yang Zuo and win the national championship. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Chen Mo's lips curled slightly. His high-profile opening had already begun to take effect. Yang Zuo stood up, panting heavily, unable to believe that Chen Mo could actually explode his external avatar with a single punch. Losing 2 external avatars in a row had cost Yang Zuo a significant amount of energy and stamina. But for a martial artist, stamina and energy were just one aspect of determining victory. Willpower was what sustained a martial artist to the end. Now, Yang Zuo looked at Chen Mo with eyes shining brightly, feeling a sense of mutual appreciation. You're impressive. You're even stronger than Gu Feng. Yang Zuo straightened his body, surprised that Chen Mo hadn't taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while he was replenishing his stamina. I always thought that among your human peers, no one could make me go all out. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy erupted from Yang Zuo's body, with blue electric sparks flickering within it, turning the abyssal steel alloy arena a fiery red. But now, my thoughts have changed. You are the one who can make me fight with all my strength. Heavenly Man's divine power, extreme external avatar, divided into 8. In the blink of an eye, 8 identical figures surrounded Chen Mo, each holding a silver dragon spear, their aura not weaker than Yang Zuo's main body. Currently, the maximum I can divide is 8 external avatars. With my main body, that's a total of 9 level 5 late-stage martial artists. I wonder if you can withstand it. After saying this, Yang Zuo's main body and the 8 avatars charged towards Chen Mo together. The silver dragon spears in their hands crackled with electric light, even the surrounding air was being decomposed by the electric sparks. Come on! Chen Mo calculated that the 9 Yang Zuos could deal about 160,000 damage to him each time.
Considering the endless fury and deliberate punches, he could at least withstand 4 rounds. Moreover, he could stack up a lot of life value. Woo 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 woo. Seeing this scene on the arena, Gu Feng was so excited that he started twitching all over. He had thought that the 2 avatars Yang Zua used against him were already his limit. He never expected that Yang Zua hadn't even used his full strength when fighting him. At this moment, Gu Feng wanted to cheer for Chen Mo, but his throat, which had been punctured, prevented him from saying a word. Just as Gu Feng was anxiously fidgeting, Chu Bai shouted beside him, "Damn! Chen Mo, if you can beat me like this, you absolutely cannot lose to that heavenly man. Otherwise, I'll laugh at you for the rest of your life." Zhao Peinan beside them also shouted at the top of his lungs, more excited than anyone else. That was the heavenly man. If Chen Mo really defeated the heavenly man, Zhao Peinan could say he had exchanged blows with Chen Mo. Being able to spar with a martial artist who defeated the heavenly man was enough for Zhao Peinan to brag about for a lifetime. "Chen Mo, you can't lose, kill that guy." At this moment, Chu Bai, Chu Xian, and Zhao Peinan had set aside their personal grudges, only wanting Chen Mo to win this final match. Ma Wanlin beside them said nothing, but her hands had already clenched the bed sheet tightly. Every spectator was sweating for Chen Mo, and some had even closed their eyes, unable to continue watching. With a thunderous explosion, the entire arena was enveloped in a wave of scorching smoke and dust. Even high-speed cameras failed to capture what had just happened. Everyone was waiting for the moment the smoke would clear. Just then, a crisp sound emerged from the dust. Dawn! 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 After 3 consecutive sounds, the smoke that had shrouded the arena dissipated, and the crowd finally saw the situation on the stage. 3 silver dragon spears were embedded in Chen Mo's body, and drops of blood dripped from his wounds onto the ground. Yang Zua was not in good shape either. He had lost 3 of his external avatars after just 1 clash. In his current state, he could no longer condense any more external avatars. Every loss meant 1 less. "It hurts a bit." Chen Mo slowly got up, realizing he had been a moment too slow, only managing to steal himself 3 times, stacking up 16,000 health points. Received electric and physical damage, health points. Pulling out the silver dragon spear lodged in his chest, Chen Mo beckoned to Yang Zua with his hand. "Come on, are you not able to continue?" Chen Mo's voice echoed in the ears of every spectator in the arena, and the entire venue became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, a cheer erupted that soared to the skies. "Chen Mo! Chen Mo has stood up again. He survived the first wave, the strongest wave of attacks. Yang Zua has no chance left. Yang Zua no longer has the strength to condense external avatars. Chen Mo has the opportunity to defeat him." The commentator was so excited that his eyes turned red, and a metallic taste of rust filled his mouth. The friends and family of Chen Mo in the audience were even more fervent, with Wei Jin having already beaten a hole in the cowhide drum in front of him. "Go! Chen Mo! Defeat him!" Yang Zua's breathing was no longer steady, his rhythm was thrown off. He couldn't understand why a level 3 warrior could still stand after his full force strike. Even several of his level 6 elder brothers from the Celestial clan would lose their fighting ability under such an attack. Could it be that Chen Mo could withstand a level 6 or even level 7 warrior with just a level 3 body? Unlike Yang Zua, Chen Mo wasn't overthinking it. He planned to end the match after the next wave of attacks. Glancing at the rapidly filling valor points, Chen Mo spread his arms, revealing his solid chest muscles. "Is that all you've got? You can't even defeat me, a level 3 warrior? You!" Yang Zua gritted his teeth, if he couldn't defeat Chen Mo with the next move. But the current situation left no room for Yang Zua to think too much. He could only launch an attack. Moreover, judging by Chen Mo's appearance, he seemed like he couldn't hold on much longer, so he still had a chance. Yang Zua, along with 5 external avatars, lowered his body simultaneously, brilliant electric arcs swirling around his limbs. Then, 6 figures charged toward Chen Mo from different directions. Chen Mo took a deep breath. He had to seize this opportunity to steal himself a couple more times, or it would be a loss. A bolt of lightning lit up behind Chen Mo, and the glinting tip of a spear pierced into his back. "Got you!" Chen Mo countered with a punch, accurately hitting the mark of the charged attack. Dawn! Dealt 49,180 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 5,900. 4 external avatars and 1 main body left. Chen Mo suddenly turned around, only to find 2 silver dragon spears appearing in his line of sight simultaneously. Chapter 52, National Championship Winner. Chen Mo. Chapter 52, National Championship Winner. Chen Mo. Put. 2 silver dragon spears pierced through Chen Mo's chest at the same time, but he also seized that fleeting opportunity. Dawn! Dawn! Dealt 49,180 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 5,900.
dealt 49,180 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 5,900. 2 left.
Yang's explosive speed was simply too fast. Even though Chen Mo's top speed had reached 100 kilometers, he couldn't keep up with him.
Only by trading injuries could Chen Mo successfully seize the opportunity to strike down his enemy.
Chen Mo's health had already been reduced by more than half, but his valor was at its peak. Just a couple more hits, and he could end the battle. Under the influence of adrenaline, Chen Mo no longer felt pain, he only felt excitement.
An unusual excitement. You're about to reach your limit, aren't you? Another silver dragon spear appeared, this time from above Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo couldn't guarantee that he could still think if his brain got injured, so he simply shifted half a step to the side. It was this half step that allowed Chen Mo to miraculously dodge Yang's spear that came crashing down from the sky. Clang!
Another charged attack, and Yang's lost another clone. Chen Mo was now just one step away from victory. He only needed to steel himself once more to unleash his intentional punch and defeat Yang's to claim victory in the finals. But it had to be said, if it weren't for the incredible ability of Steal My Heart, Chen Mo might not have been a match for Yang's at all. Yang's gritted his teeth, his stamina and health were nearly depleted, and this strike would be his last.
If not,
there was no if, he absolutely would not lose to Chen Mo, a level 3 martial artist.
With determination, Yang's controlled his last external avatar to charge at Chen Mo.
Meanwhile, his true self rushed towards Chen Mo's vital points under the cover of the external avatar. After so much time getting familiar with Yang's fighting style, Chen Mo had roughly grasped it. Almost instinctively, he threw a punch to his right, and a crisp clang echoed.
Dealt 49,180 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,900.
As expected, Yang's still had his external avatar cover for him. The real killing move was actually behind.
Whoosh!
A flash of cold light, and the silver dragon spear in Yang's hand successfully pierced Chen Mo's throat. Blood sprayed out, but Chen Mo remained completely still. Received electric shock and physical critical damage, health.
A critical hit, huh? You're lucky. This kind of fatal injury to an ordinary person was still insignificant under Chen Mo's terrifying health. The entire arena fell silent, everyone holding their breath.
Even the commentators had closed their mouths at this moment. After all, the next moment would determine the victor. What a pity, it's useless. Chen Mo's lips curled into a smile, and his momentum surged. The white shield value instantly filled Chen Mo's health bar, and golden light gathered all over his body. Even though his stamina and health were depleted, Yang's fighting instincts were still at work. His instincts told him that this was definitely a move he couldn't take head-on.
He had to dodge. Otherwise, he would die. I've been holding this move in since the beginning. Catch this. Intentional punch.
A blinding golden light erupted instantly, combined with the blood-burst punch and charged attack. Chen Mo's punch dealt damage exceeding 6 figures. Yang's pulled out the silver dragon spear to block, but the intentional punch was true damage, even a deity couldn't stop it. The golden shadow of the rushing punch exploded, enveloping the entire 100 meters in front of Chen Mo. The incredibly hard abyssal steel arena shattered under the impact of this punch, and half of the arena was blown away. Along with it, Yang's was sent flying, a blood hole the size of a head blasted through his chest, his eyes rolling back as he soared through the air.
One punch, and I sent you flying. Thud.
Accompanied by the sound of Yang's hitting the ground, Chen Mo's voice echoed throughout the arena.
Immediately, the entire Yanjing First Sports Center erupted in cheers.
The referee hurriedly climbed onto the broken ring, checked Yang's condition, and called for emergency personnel and a mentalist. After fulfilling his duties, the referee immediately ran to Chen Mo's side and raised his left hand.
The winner, Chen Mo.
In the commentary booth, the commentator was so excited that tears filled his eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, and those watching the live broadcast, the champion of this National Genius Youth Championship has been born. That is the beast Chen Mo from Taizhou. Let's cheer for him. He has achieved something unprecedented. He defeated a celestial being 2 levels above him in the same age group. He is the pride of the entire Great Xia, the strongest genius in history. At this moment, whether in the audience or watching the live stream, everyone stood up and shouted Chen Mo's name. Chen Mo, Chen Mo, Chen Mo, Chen Mo, Chen Mo, Chen Mo.
The voices were synchronized, and some were so overwhelmed with joy that they cried.
Damn, that's my brother. Did you see that?
Chenny shouted like a madwoman, grabbing someone and yelling, "My brother is the best in the world. The celestial beings are no match for him.
Ha 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 ha. I can finally brag about my brother."
Chenli, on the other hand, was holding Su Lu, who had fainted long ago when Chen Mo was covered in blood, without moving. He was also very excited and wanted to shout, but he felt something blocking his throat, making it hard to speak. That's my son, that's my son. He could only repeat this phrase until Chen Mo left the ring and walked into the rest area. Even after Chen Mo had disappeared from sight, everyone continued to shout his name. Almost simultaneously, major media outlets reported on Chen Mo's victory over Yang Zhua. At least for the next few years, the name Chen Mo would be talked about by everyone. It would become a nightmare for those who had not yet participated in the martial arts exam and for every future national competition contestant. A terrifying nightmare they could never surpass. However, Chen Mo, who was at the center of attention, did not care about these matters. He had just changed into clean clothes and sat on the sofa. I'm exhausted. Even with 370,000 health points, Chen Mo's stamina was not infinite. However, he couldn't rest just yet, as the voice he longed for had just echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all challenge tasks. After receiving the final round challenge task rewards, additional rewards will be issued. Chapter 53, Massive Rewards, Dramatic Increase in Strength. Chapter 53, Massive Rewards, Dramatic Increase in Strength. Finally here, Chen Mo's lips curled up, unable to hide his excitement. After going through 5 rounds of challenge tasks, he had finally completed them successfully. Overall, this challenge task not only had rewards from the system but also various benefits that came from being the national competition champion. Not to mention, starting today, all major martial arts academies would treat him like a revered elder. After receiving the final round challenge task rewards, the system announcements sounded again. Final round challenge task rewards have been issued. Unlimited firepower, 30 minutes, Ascension mode, all attributes increased by 300 within 5 minutes, and gain 75 damage reduction and 75 damage increase, random hero ultimate skill, select hero ultimate skill, equipment selection, new mall unlocked. Please work hard to improve your martial arts level. More different malls will be opened in the future, not limited to games. Awesome. Chen Mo slapped his thigh hard. Just the equipment selection and ultimate skill selection were already worth his efforts during this time. Not to mention the 2 game-changing features, unlimited firepower and Ascension mode, either of which could rival the best. But the most important thing is still that mall. Judging by the name, it shouldn't be that damned lottery. No matter how expensive the prices are, at least you can spend money to buy what you want, rather than drawing a bunch of junk that disgusts you. Opening the system panel, Chen Mo planned to take a look at the mall first. Clicking on the mall, he was greeted by hundreds of different items. The levels were divided into 3 categories, Prism, Gold, and Silver, just like the ranking in the Hextech of Cloudtop. Among them, the golden level item Steal My Heart from the Soul Arena was surprisingly classified as Prism level in the mall, and its price reached a staggering 50,000 gold coins. Hiss, Chen Mo suddenly felt that the lottery didn't seem so bad after all, at least it was a gamble on luck. The prices for Infinite Firepower and Ascension mode were even more outrageous, one at 88,888 and the other at 99,999. Chen Mo's current savings were a pitiful 500, which he had earned from doing daily tasks day and night during this period. So poor, he sighed, glancing at what he could afford. With his current savings, he could basically only buy silver or gold items, and the only prism item he could afford was the Purgatory contract. It fixed your martial arts realm at level 7 and granted you 100,000 gold coins. But this wasn't a game, only the purest fools would choose something that cut off their own retreat. Among the various options, Chen Mo was most interested in the Upgrade Potion. Upgrade Potion increases cultivation efficiency by 300, enhances the effect of supplements by 300, lasts for 24 hours. The price was a bit steep, a full 5,000 gold coins. But in terms of cost effectiveness, it was quite good, especially after he obtained enough resources. Using this would definitely propel him to new heights. Contentment brings happiness, contentment brings happiness. I should look for ways to earn gold coins. Chen Mo had a very good mindset. 5,000 gold coins was just a matter of 100 days. For Chen Mo, who had just turned 18, what he lacked the least was time. As for now, what Chen Mo needed to do was select one piece of equipment and one ultimate skill. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo directly chose the Tyrant Blood Armor. After Steal My Heart ended, Chen Mo's health had reached a terrifying number. Name, Chen Mo, Health, 89,920, Vitality, 5,120, Attack, 210, Defense, 200, replacing the Endless Grudge, Chen Mo equipped the Tyrant Blood Armor. Tyrant Blood Armor, 40 attack power, 500 health, passive, Domineering, provides an additional attack power of 2 based on your maximum health, passive, Revenge, provides attack power based on percentage health loss, up to 10. The moment he equipped the Tyrant Blood Armor, Chen Mo could clearly feel his strength had increased at least tenfold. It felt as if he could move mountains and fill seas with just a wave of his hand. But Chen Mo knew that this was just an illusion brought on by the explosive increase in power. Opening his attribute panel again, Chen Mo's attack power skyrocketed from 210 to 2058. This meant that now, with just a touch, he could severely injure a second-level martial artist. At the same time, his intentional punch also received a huge boost. Previously, the damage was 12% of his maximum health, now it had increased to 15%. Don't underestimate that small increase, it could take out martial artists below level 4 in an instant. The massive increase in attack power was also reflected in Chen Mo's physical strength. I should find a place to test my current muscle strength. Guessing on his own wouldn't yield accurate results, he needed to find a professional institution for testing. Having finished selecting his equipment, it was time to choose his ultimate skill. Chen Mo actually had two target skills, one was the Angel's ultimate, and the other was the Berserker Olaf's ultimate. The Angel's ultimate was invincibility, while Olaf's ultimate allowed for long-term immunity to control and significantly increased attack power. Let's go with Olaf. The Barbarian's ultimate is enough for now, and I have plenty of means to stay alive. After today's battle with Yang Zhua, Chen Mo had already understood the value of Olaf's ultimate, which grants immunity to control effects. Unfortunately, he currently didn't have enough skill slots to equip Olaf's ultimate. But there was no rush, skill slots wouldn't be limited to just a few, and there would definitely be future tasks to unlock more skill slots. After claiming the final round rewards, Chen Mo turned his attention to the extra rewards. Clicking to claim, a golden orb of light appeared before him. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked an extra skill, Flash. Extra skills do not occupy skill slots and can be equipped at any time. What? Chen Mo sat up straight. Could this Flash be the same as the summoner skill Flash? Flash, teleport to a specified location within range, cooldown time 300 seconds. Damn! The Flash skill itself was a very important mobility skill in the game. In the real world, Flash was an extremely overpowered ability. Instant teleportation without any wind-up or action, and the cooldown was only 5 minutes. After equipping Flash, Chen Mo concentrated, and in an instant, he appeared 5 meters away from the massage chair. Maximum range of 5 meters, that's enough. Chen Mo, being a melee fighter, could gain unimaginable advantages from instant movement within 5 meters. Chapter 54, Yang was stripped of his title by the celestial race while Chen Mo was studying this godly skill Flash. The arena outside was not calming down but rather becoming more frenzied. Gu Feng, who had been pushed in a wheelchair, suddenly stood up and excitedly hugged the bewildered Zhao Peinan. Ma Wanlin, who had lost a leg, was trembling with excitement, and Chu Bai and Chu Xian felt that losing to Chen Mo was not unjust. At this moment, the friends and family of Taizhou City were almost in a state of frenzy. Wei Jin was laughing so hard he dislocated his jaw but continued to laugh uncontrollably. Unlike the revelers, Su Lu, who had regained consciousness, was sobbing in Chen Li's arms. Su Lu's tears were filled with joy and excitement but mostly with heartache for Chen Mo. The closing ceremony began amidst the cheers of the audience, and at this moment, it could be said that the entire nation was celebrating. This was also the first time in history that someone from the human race had defeated a pure genius from the celestial race, and it was a clash of pure strength. All the remaining contestants in Yanjing, regardless of their condition, attended the national competition's closing ceremony, except for the main character, Chen Mo. After the mental healer's emergency treatment and the celestial race's naturally fast recovery, Yang Zhua had slowly regained consciousness. He looked at the cheering audience outside, feeling a sense of disorientation in his mind. You lost. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Yang Zhua. Father. Yang Zhua, disregarding his severely injured body, knelt on one knee before that figure. His talent is very strong, the kind that defies reason, pure strength. Yang Yan lowered his head and stroked Yang Zhua's head, lamenting Chen Mo's terrifying talent. Yang Zhua, I sent you to the human territory for training out of love for you, but I never expected you would lose to a human. Hearing this, Yang Zhua's already pale face turned even whiter. You possess a unique celestial divine ability among the celestial race, yet you still lost. According to common sense, a defeated member of the celestial race would be stripped of their title. Father, Yang Zhua was shocked. He had been so immersed in the battle that he even forgot this rule of the celestial race. After all, most defeats in the celestial race meant death, and it was the first time someone like Yang Zhua had lost to a human. However, your talent is exceptional, and the celestial divine ability has appeared in the clan for the first time, so your failure is understandable. Yang Yan smiled and continued, after my careful consideration and the decision of the clan, everyone believes you should stay in the human race to continue your training. When you become a 13th level master, we will bring you back to the clan. But before you become a 13th level master, you will be disqualified from the Celestial clan, and you will have to fight for resources on your own in the human realm. Of course, we will not prohibit you from using celestial powers. Work hard to become stronger. I hope to see the day you return to the clan. With that, Yang Yan walked into the darkness at the end of the corridor and disappeared. Yang was sat on the ground, speechless for a long time. How could he not understand? Although his father's words sounded nice, they essentially meant he had been expelled from the Celestial clan. In the Celestial clan, one either dies in battle or is defeated. He had already been abandoned. No, I still have a chance. Yang Zhou struggled to get up from the ground, enduring his injuries as he returned to the hospital room. I will become stronger until all of you recognize me. The closing ceremony ended in an extremely enthusiastic atmosphere, and Chen Mo lifted the restrictions on contacting the outside world. As for those who missed the award ceremony, no one said anything. Everyone knew that Chen Mo had just finished a fierce battle and needed to rest. The honors and rewards that belonged to Chen Mo would not be diminished. What was his could not be taken away by anyone. Now, it was not just Du Ji standing behind Chen Mo, there were even higher powers watching. Who would dare to cause trouble at this moment? That would be pure suicide. After the intense battle, Chen Mo was exhausted and lay on the large bed in the hotel suite, fast asleep. He had also used the random ultimate skill for the final round of the challenge task while the closing ceremony was being held outside. The result he drew was quite satisfactory. It was Maud Caesar's ultimate move. The Reincarnation Abyss, commonly known as Iron Man's one-on-one arena. This skill is a pure one-on-one godly technique that can seize 20 of all attributes from enemies pulled into the Reincarnation Abyss. Moreover, after killing the enemy, he can permanently claim that 20 of all attributes as his own. In terms of growth potential and strength, the Reincarnation Abyss can be considered a top-tier skill. It just has a long cooldown and a slightly short duration. The cooldown for the Reincarnation Abyss is a full 3 days, and the duration is only 10 minutes. Overall, Chen Mo was quite satisfied. After going through the entire process of the challenge task, his strength had increased significantly. But just as Chen Mo was sleeping soundly, the door to the hotel suite was pushed open, and a large group of people rushed in. Chen Mo groggily opened his eyes and saw a figure descending from the sky, landing on him. Little brother, you're amazing. The figure was Chen Yi, who was sitting on Chen Mo's stomach, holding his face with both hands. From now on, my sister can walk sideways in the Harbin Martial Arts Academy. Who dares to mess with me? I'll have my brother beat them up. Knock the crap out of him. Xiao Mo just finished a match. Can you have some sense? Sulu stepped forward and pulled Chen Yi away, having seen the bloodstains all over the sheets under Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo's recovery ability was formidable, such penetrating injuries would still take a long time to heal. Chen Yi's earlier move had directly reopened the scabbed wounds on Chen Mo. Mom, I'm fine. Chen Mo sat up, blood oozing from his body, and said with a relaxed expression. But the scene before him looked horrifying, resembling a murder scene. I knew it, you never went to the hospital for treatment. Liang Yongxing frowned at Chen Mo's condition. How could this child not cherish his own body at all? I'm glad I brought the medical team and the mental energy master over, otherwise, with your rate of bleeding, you wouldn't have made it to the hospital. Thank you, Director Chu. As he spoke, everyone stepped aside, and Chu Chi pushed the director of the Mental Energy Research Center in Magic City, Director Chu, over. Chapter 55, could it be a mutated warrior? Is it you, kid, who defeated those 2 kids from our Magic City Mental Energy Research Center? Director Chu's old face drooped as he looked at Chen Mo with an unfriendly gaze. Yeah, what about it? Chen Mo nodded, unafraid, and met Director Chu's gaze. Are you going to hit me? How can you talk to a teacher like that? Before Director Chu could say anything, Chu Chi behind him was already unhappy. It's fine, these warriors have such a bad temper. If he didn't have a bit of temper, I wouldn't have come to help him heal. Director Chu raised his hand to block Chu Chi, smiling at Chen Mo. Good kid, if all warriors had your temper, there wouldn't be those traitors among the human race. Sit still and don't move, I'll help you heal. After saying that, Director Chu's mental energy transformed into threads, beginning to help Chen Mo stitch up the wounds on his body and inside. While stitching Chen Mo's wounds, Director Chu also checked for the presence of mental energy within him. Completely clean. Director Chu's face showed no expression, but he felt a bit disappointed inside. After all, those born with mental energy cannot condense their vital blood. But why did this kid still have the strength to fight back after such severe injuries? His lungs were ruptured yet he could still breathe, his heart was nearly split in 2 yet he could still move freely. The liver, spleen, digestive system, and kidneys, none of the organs in this kid's body were intact. Why could he still sit here as if nothing had happened, waiting for treatment? Such severe injuries, let alone a third-level warrior, even a 7th, 8th, or even 9th-level warrior would find them fatal.
Could such terrifying injuries really be sustained by sheer will? Could it be that this kid is a naturally mutated warrior? Thinking of this, Director Chu glanced at Chen Mo and asked, "Kid, since you're already at the 3rd level, what is your vital blood attribute?" Attribute? Chen Mo was taken aback. What was a vital blood attribute? Has your vital blood not begun to undergo transformation? Director Chu was also taken aback. This kid was too different in many ways. Normally, every warrior undergoes a transformation of their vital blood when they break through to the 3rd level, stepping into the extraordinary. For example, Yang's was thunder, Gufeng's flames, those are manifestations of their vital blood attributes.
But you are very different. Your vital blood within is still pure vital blood, with no changes at all.
That's why I asked you what your vital blood attribute is. Chen Mo didn't speak, but he felt a bit uneasy inside.
His 3rd level wasn't achieved through slow cultivation but was a reward from the system.
Could the lack of an attribute be related to this?
You don't need to worry, my research on vital blood isn't that deep. Seeing Chen Mo's face look a bit bad, Director Chu spoke up. Once you go to the southern training camp, those old masters will naturally help you figure it out.
Alright, your internal injuries have been repaired by me. Pay attention in the future and don't let yourself get into this state again.
Withdrawing the threads of mental energy, Director Chu signaled for Chu Chi to take him away.
Thank you, Director Chu.
Wei Jin bowed respectfully to Director Chu's back, his attitude quite respectful.
Chen Mo, do you know you've become famous this time? Once Director Chu had completely left, Tian Xingxing plopped down beside Chen Mo, excitedly shouting, "First in the national competition."
This means you're the best among all the top talents in the Great Xia. All the martial arts academies in the country will come knocking on your door, begging you to study there.
You're incredible, even the celestial race can't match you.
Yeah, when I saw Chen Mo's injuries, I was in despair, but I didn't expect.
Tian Xingxing, who had relatively low emotional intelligence, undoubtedly touched Su Lu's sensitive spot, and she glared at him in silence.
The atmosphere immediately became awkward, and under such circumstances, everyone found it hard to continue discussing the celebration banquet.
Ahem, let's come back tomorrow. You all should rest well, Chen Mo must be exhausted after so many matches.
Lian Yongsheng cleared his throat and quickly pulled Tian Xingxing and the others out of the suite.
Once everyone had left, Chen Mo looked at Su Lu, whose eyes were red, and shrank his neck.
How's the injury? Su Lu's tears streamed down her face, and she sobbed as she collapsed onto the sofa. She was genuinely terrified. Which mother wouldn't feel heartbroken seeing her son covered in blood from battle?
Chen Mo hurriedly got off the bed and walked over to Su Lu, smiling as he comforted her. Mom, look, I'm fine, right? Look at these muscles, they're so strong, and my skin is much softer than before.
Compared to Su Lu and Chenli, who had never witnessed a martial artist's battle, Chenli remained much calmer.
Martial artists are destined for combat. Did you ever think about us when you were risking your life? If something happened to you, what would your dad and I do in the future? Is it worth risking your life for a championship? Do you know how I felt when I saw you get pierced by that Yangzhua? I almost.
Seeing Chen Mo catch up, Su Lu felt both heartbroken and angry, and she hit Chen Mo's arm hard.
You can't do this anymore. Even if you lose, it's better than losing your life. Okay, I promise I'll take it easy from now on.
Chen Mo didn't know how to comfort his mom, so he could only respond to Su Lu's request in the gentlest tone possible. Alright, dear, today was a happy day, so stop crying. As a typical straight man, Chenli had no idea that this statement would completely ignite the bomb in Su Lu's heart.
Chenli, I haven't even said anything to you yet.
Seeing Chenli walk right into her line of fire, Su Lu immediately shifted her focus and unleashed a barrage of words at him.
She couldn't bear to scold her son, could she not scold her husband? Little brother, you don't have to listen to mom. Chenli, noticing Su Lu's change in target, walked over and patted Chen Mo's shoulder. As a martial artist, you have to fight, you have to battle. After watching your fight, I've realized something. Have you never experienced life and death combat apart from sparring with others? Did you figure that out, sis?
Chen Mo chuckled. He indeed had never engaged in life and death battles, but after the national competition, things were different. The fight with Yang Zhua had taught him a lot and made him aware of his shortcomings. No kidding, it's obvious you relied on your strong physique to brute force your way through. You don't understand any combat techniques at all. Chenni rolled her eyes and led Chen Mo aside.
Have you thought about which martial arts academy you want to go to in the future?
Chenni asked mysteriously, and Chen Mo didn't understand why this was something to hide.
Chapter 56, Things that Schools Won't Teach. Chapter 56, Things that Schools Won't Teach. It's probably those three.
Chen Mo thought for a moment and immediately picked the three strongest martial arts academies in the Great Xia. Modu Martial Academy, Yanjing Martial Academy, and Shenzhen Martial Arts Academy.
Good, as long as you have it in mind.
Chen Yi nodded. Her brother had grown up. Not only was he strong enough, but he also had plans for the future. But I need to make it clear to you first that there are 3 sources for us martial artists. Some knowledge cannot be learned in school, such as what Chen Yi is about to say. The first is the Martial Arts Academy, which is the most common place for cultivation. The second is the various military districts, which also cultivate their own martial artists. Your sister is currently at the Martial Arts Academy in Harbin City, under the Northern Military District, as you know. The third is families, like the Gu family, which is an ancient martial arts family that also cultivates its own disciples. Overall, I still recommend the Martial Arts Academy the most. It is relatively safe and has abundant resources. Families rarely accept outsiders, and military districts are too dangerous. With your talent, there's no need to go to a military district.
Chen Yi glanced at Chen Li and Su Lu, who were nearby, and walked a bit further with Chen Mo. Also, do you know who the enemies of humanity are right now? Aren't they just the abyss beasts and sea beasts? Chen Mo was taken aback. Why did his sister suddenly bring this up? No, it's not just them. A flicker of disgust crossed Chen Yi's face before it vanished. The Abyss Rift is larger than you think. Just the Abyss Rift in Taizhou is bigger than the entire Great Xia. What? Chen Mo truly didn't know this. He thought the Abyss Rift was about the same size as Taizhou. You've been to the Abyss Rift. Chen Yi's expression was serious, indicating she was about to say something very important. Aside from the outer areas filled with abyss beasts, the deeper layers of the Abyss Rift actually contain a type of abyss creature that looks extremely similar to humans and is very powerful. Each abyss creature has a strength of at least level 5, and the same goes for sea beasts. There are even greater threats in the depths of the ocean. What has been publicly disclosed is merely the surface. If everything were to be revealed, it would cause widespread panic. Moreover, there are traitors among humanity who will stop at nothing to join the abyss and the chaotic sea, so you must be very careful. What Chen Yi was saying was all new to Chen Mo. He would probably only learn about it after entering the Martial Arts Academy. As Chen Yi spoke of various things Chen Mo had never heard of, the entire world gradually became clearer in his eyes. At the same time, he realized something very important. Humanity's current situation was extremely dangerous, and only by becoming stronger could one survive in this world. Keep it up, little brother. With your qualifications, you will definitely achieve mastery in the future. Chen Yi hugged Chen Mo, glanced at the sky outside, and noticed it was getting late. She planned to take a shower and prepare for bed. There was a celebration banquet waiting for their family tomorrow, and many important figures were expected to attend. Chen Mo also entered the bathroom to wash up properly. Although his injuries had healed, the scabs were still there, and he needed to clean up before sleeping to feel more comfortable. That night, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Gu Feng's hospital bed. Grandpa! Gu Feng's somewhat hoarse voice rang out. He immediately recognized that the visitor was Gu Ji. Just lie down and rest. I'm here to talk to you about something. Gu Ji waved his hand, not angry that Gu Feng lost to Yang Zua. In fact, he was even more surprised that Chen Mo could win against Yang Zua. Can't you see the way that kid Chen Mo fights? Gu Ji seemed to be talking to himself, or perhaps to Gu Feng. He only used his blood energy once throughout the entire fight. The rest was all thanks to his powerful physique. I suspect this kid is a naturally mutated martial artist, and the strongest kind of physical mutation. So, Chen Mo will be your best partner on the path of martial arts. When the Southern Training Camp comes, you must team up with him. This time Southern Training Camp is the same as before, a month of training and 15 days of actual combat. Be sure to remember, do not act recklessly. Alright, take good care of your injuries, don't let yourself fall too far behind. After saying this, Gu Ji disappeared from Gu Feng's hospital room. The next moment, Gu Ji reappeared, but this time in Yang Zua's hospital room. Kid, I already know what happened to you. Gu Ji looked at Yang Zua, whose face was pale but whose eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. Without help from others in the human territory, you would definitely find it hard to move an inch. Don't even talk about becoming a 13th level master, even surviving is a problem. You understand, your invincible heart has already shown cracks, and only by being beside Chen Mo do you have a chance to mend that crack. I've already taken care of your identification documents. As for the path ahead, it depends on you. Throwing the prepared ID and various materials onto Yang Zua's bedside, Gu Ji turned to leave. Yang Zua said nothing, only picked up the ID and materials placed beside his bed, his fists clenched tightly. Chen Mo, I will defeat you. A night quickly passed, and the next morning, Chen Mo was awakened by a noise like haggling in a vegetable market. Who? Still groggy, Chen Mo got dressed and walked out of his room. As soon as he stepped out,
he was met with the sight of representatives from various martial arts academies. Champion Chen, please consider our Yangcheng Martial Arts Academy. We will provide you with the best conditions, and we will arrange a job for your parents with a formal position. Classmate Chen, our Jiqing Martial Arts Academy is full of sincerity, just say the word, and we will do our best to meet your needs.
Classmate Chen, and us too.
Listening to the representatives of the martial arts academies promoting themselves one after another, Chen Mo felt a headache coming on.
Shut up, Chen Mo shouted, and everyone obediently closed their mouths. Have the representatives from Modu Martial Arts Academy, Yanjing Martial Arts Academy, and Xincheng Martial Arts Academy arrived? Chen Mo rubbed his temples and scanned the group of representatives. They have.
The three stood up simultaneously, speaking in unison.
Alright, you three stay, the rest can leave. Chen Mo waved his hand, he would only consider the best, not even bothering with the second rate.
But the representatives from the other martial arts academies wanted to struggle a bit, but after a fierce glare from Chen Mo, they all left obediently.
Chapter 57, Top Treatment. Please take a seat, the three of you. Chen Mo sat on the sofa, calmly looking at the three academy representatives. Let's start with self-introductions.
In this situation, it was completely Chen Mo who was making a choice among these three martial arts academies, not the other way around.
Naturally, only Chen Mo could take the lead. Hello, classmate Chen, I am Su Changhong, the director of the admissions office of Modu Martial Arts Academy. Hello, classmate Chen, I am Qi Yong, the director of the admissions office of Yanjing Martial Arts Academy.
Hello, classmate Chen, I am Yu Jinan, the director of the admissions office of Xincheng Martial Arts Academy. The three politely introduced themselves and uniformly took out their business cards to hand to Chen Mo.
You should know why I asked the three of you to stay, right?
Chen Mo picked up a can of cola from the table, took a sip, and casually leaned back on the sofa while looking at the three.
Of course, we know. Modu, Yanjing, and Xincheng's martial arts academies are the top martial arts academies in the entire Great Xia.
The resources and training we can provide are not comparable to those of ordinary academies. It was clear that Yu Jinan from Xincheng Martial Arts Academy was more capable in business, speaking up before Su Changhong and Qi Yong. I don't really care about resources, what I value most is combat.
Chen Mo straightened his posture.
The most important reason he chose the Martial Arts Academy was the ability to forge steel.
Everything else was secondary.
If you are passionate about combat, our Yanjing Martial Arts Academy can fully meet your needs.
Qi Yong finally seized the opportunity and quickly moved forward to speak first.
There are a total of 36 abyssal rifts in the Great Xia, and the largest one is located right within the campus of Yanjing Martial Arts Academy. As for safety, there's no need to worry at all. Both deans of Yanjing Martial Arts Academy are top-tier level 12 martial artists, and there is also a 13th level master stationed here.
Moreover, the resources of Yanjing Martial Arts are among the best in the country, at least not inferior to those of Deep City in Magic City. Chen Mo nodded and then shifted his gaze to the representatives of Magic City Martial Arts Academy and Deep City Martial Arts Academy. Our Deep City Martial Arts Academy is close to the Chaotic Sea, and every year we organize students to clear out the sea beasts in the Chaotic Sea, with a very high intensity of combat. In terms of faculty strength, we in Deep City are not inferior to Yanjing and Magic City, also having two top-tier level 12 martial artist deans and a 13th level master stationed. And as long as you come to our Deep City Martial Arts Academy, your parents will be arranged jobs within the system, and Deep City Martial Arts Academy will take care of all future matters, allowing you to pursue martial arts with peace of mind. What about you?
Chen Mo looked at the representative of Magic City Martial Arts Academy, who had been silent.
Since you, Chen, enjoy combat, why not choose Magic City Martial Arts Academy?
Su Changhong adjusted his glasses and asked confidently. Our Magic City Martial Arts Academy also has an abyssal rift within, and is similarly close to the Chaotic Sea. If you find fighting against those beasts with low intelligence too boring, one of our deans also serves as the deputy director of the Magic City Martial Affairs Bureau. You should have heard of the Martial Affairs Bureau, which is specifically responsible for human traders and cults. Those are all dangerous individuals and will definitely satisfy your thirst for combat.
As for the benefits, Su Changhong's lips curled slightly, revealing a confident smile. As long as you enroll in Magic City Martial Arts Academy, we will provide you with a separate villa located in the city and arrange a job for your parents within the system. And we will take care of all your concerns. You also need not worry about resources. We in Magic City have both a martial artist research center and a mental power research center. Whenever you need, we can provide you with the resources you require. After saying this, Su Changhong took out a special recruitment agreement from his briefcase, clearly outlining all the conditions they could offer.
Chen Mo squinted. He had to admit that the conditions from Magic City Martial Arts Academy were the best. Unfortunately, I refuse to sign right now. Chen Mo shook his head and pushed the special recruitment agreement back. You three can put the conditions and benefits you can offer into a written document and give it to me. I will make my final choice after careful consideration. It wasn't that Chen Mo was indifferent to such favorable conditions, but his phone had just received a message. The list for this year's Southern Training Camp had come out, and he would be forming a small team with Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, and Ma Wanglin. Additionally, a mysterious figure would be announced after they arrived at the Southern Training Camp. Chen Mo's plan was simple, to see which martial arts academy Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin intended to choose. Sure, if you, Chen, have any dissatisfaction with the benefits, we can modify or add to them at any time. The three were not surprised by Chen Mo's refusal. Instead, they presented the highest benefits they could currently offer in front of him.
After greeting Chen Mo, the three left the suite. Picking up his phone, Chen Mo called Gu Feng. Are you coming over now?
Okay, I'll wait for you. After a brief exchange, Chen Mo put away the special recruitment agreements from the three martial arts academies. Soon, there was a knock on his door, and an old man pushed Gu Feng, who was in a wheelchair, inside. Congratulations, you've won the final championship. Gu Feng's hoarse voice rang out as he smiled at Chen Mo. I really didn't expect it. You actually defeated that monster Yang Zhua. It was nothing, just luck. Chen Mo waved his hand, not intending to dwell on the topic. By the way, the event committee will transfer your prize money to your card tomorrow, along with the entry qualification for the Southern Training Camp. Gu Feng sensed Chen Mo's intention and changed the subject. How much is the prize money? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. The prize for a competition of this level couldn't be small. Not much, only 20 million in cash. Gu Feng shook his head. The national competition's prize money was originally not high. The real reward was the fame and benefits that came after winning. Don't think the money is small. With your current reputation, you could easily make a fortune just by taking a couple of ads. Seeing Chen Mo remain silent, Gu Feng thought he was dissatisfied with the prize money and quickly explained. 20 million, huh? Chen Mo's lips curled up. How many vitality potions could that buy? Ahem. Realizing he had lost his composure, Chen Mo adjusted his emotions and looked up at Gu Feng. Let's set aside the prize money for now. We should discuss serious matters. Which martial arts academy are you planning to go to? Chapter 58, Precision Data Testing Center. I don't know. Wherever you go, I'll go. Gu Feng shook his head. He wasn't too concerned about which martial arts academy to attend. With their family's resources, it didn't really matter which academy they went to. It was just a matter of distance from home. Forget it, asking you is pointless, Chen Mo sighed, wondering why he thought to consider this young master's opinion. Do you have Ma Wanlin's phone number? I want to call and ask her. Taking out his phone, Chen Mo asked Gu Feng. I don't know, I'm not familiar with her. Gu Feng shook his head again. Besides having more interactions with Chen Mo, he didn't really know anyone else. Chen Mo didn't even know why he had called Gu Feng over, as he seemed completely clueless. Well, I came to talk to you about the Southern Training Camp process. Gu Feng noticed Chen Mo's expression was a bit off and awkwardly changed the subject. In 10 days, the selected trainees will have mostly healed from their injuries, and will gather in Yanjing to set off together. The first month is the training period, and the last half month is the practical combat period. Every Southern Training Camp follows this process: team formation, training, and practical combat. You must make good use of that month, even though my family doesn't have those training facilities. Gu Feng carefully explained the Southern Training Camp process, emphasizing the practical training in the latter half of the month. Practical training would earn points based on performance, which could be exchanged for all kinds of potions, materials, and weapons available on the market. The items provided during training could only be used on site and could not be taken away. However, the items exchanged with points could be taken home, fully belonging to oneself. Also, this training camp is said to be a chance to test new combat methods. We'll only be introduced to them when we arrive at the training site. Like Chen Mo, Gu Feng was quite looking forward to the Southern Training Camp. By the way, I've already made an appointment for the Precision Data Testing Center you mentioned before. You can go anytime this afternoon or tomorrow. After discussing the training camp in the south, Gu Feng handed a pass to Chen Mo. By the way, have you never undergone a data test? I thought everyone did it once a month. Alright, stop showing off to me. Hurry back and take care of your injuries. Chen Mo waved his hand. The Precision Data Testing Center charged millions for a single test, which was beyond what a poor guy like him could afford. Oh, well, once you've decided which martial arts academy to go to, just let me know, and I'll go to the same one. Gu Feng waved at Chen Mo, and the old man behind him pushed him away. After Gu Feng left for a while, Su Lu and Chen Li finally came out of their bedrooms. They had tactfully left when Chen Mo was discussing serious matters, as they couldn't offer any useful advice. "Son, we've already discussed the celebration banquet with Director Wei," Chen Li said, sitting next to Chen Mo. "Once you finish what you need to do, we'll head back. The celebration banquet will be held in Taizhou. You're the star of Taizhou now, even the mayor will come personally to welcome you." Chen Li became a bit excited when talking about the upcoming celebration banquet. His son had become extraordinary, even the mayor of Taizhou was coming to greet him personally. Moreover, the city has arranged jobs for your mother and me within the system, and they're not low-level positions. You know that villa area in the city center, right? The biggest villa there is already in your name. The more Chen Li spoke, the more excited he became, until Chen Mo took out 3 special recruitment agreements. "Dad, don't rush to agree to anything. Look, the benefits these 3 martial arts academies can offer are much better than Taizhou. I know what you want to say, I do have feelings for Taizhou. The benefits that winning first place in the national competition can bring to Taizhou are already substantial, at least over 30 billion when converted to money. And what do? They try to fool me with this flashy but empty stuff?" Chen Mo felt a bit displeased upon hearing about the rewards from Taizhou. He fought hard on the competition stage, and in the end, Taizhou only gave him such a meager reward. It was ridiculous. "Son, let me finish." Seeing Chen Mo a bit unhappy, Chen Li quickly explained the rewards specifically given to Chen Mo by Taizhou. "What I just mentioned was just the mayor's personal reward for you and our family. The actual reward amount is quite large and will take a long process to approve. The city also needs to consider the development of young martial artists. Your reward might take some time to come through. Overall, the city has promised to deliver the rewards before you start school. Taizhou isn't as stingy as you think." So those were just personal rewards from the mayor? Chen Mo blinked. Could it be that he really misunderstood Taizhou? "Let's put this matter aside until we return to Taizhou. I still need to go to the Precision Data Testing Center this afternoon." Chen Mo didn't plan to dwell on this matter. Everything would be clear once he returned to Taizhou. "You two rest well in the hotel. If you want to go out and have some fun, go ahead. We'll head back to Taizhou tomorrow." After arranging the afternoon schedule for the Chen family of 3, Chen Mo got into the luxury car prepared by the hotel and headed to the Precision Data Testing Center. The Precision Data Testing Center was located on the outskirts of Yanjing, nearly 100 kilometers from the hotel. "Mr. Chen, we've arrived." The driver politely opened the car door and quietly reminded him while standing aside. "Okay, wait for me here for a moment." Chen Mo nodded, took his pass, and walked towards the entrance of the Precision Data Testing Center. As soon as he reached the entrance, he noticed several bald old men standing there, looking around. The moment those little old men saw Chen Mo, their eyes lit up like searchlights. "You must be Chen Mo, right? Welcome, welcome. We knew you were coming today since yesterday. Oh, if you want to test the precise data of your body, why spend such unnecessary money? We can't wait for you to test so we can figure out why you can fight at level 3 against level 5. Looking at these enthusiastic old men, Chen Mo suddenly felt like he was about to become a lab rat. They wouldn't slice him up for research, would they? "Don't worry, young man. We're just collecting some data about your body, nothing messy like you might imagine." The head of the center stepped forward and firmly shook Chen Mo's hands. Chapter 59, Steel Skin, Steel Blood, and Steel Bones. Come, young man, follow me. We'll start with a blood draw and a bone marrow test. By the way, my name is Zhou Shangguang, you can just call me Uncle Zhou. Zhou Shangguang was extremely warm towards Chen Mo, so much so that Chen Mo felt a bit scared. He always felt that the way those old men looked at him was off, as if they wanted to slice him up for research. "Uncle Zhou, how about we talk about this later?" Chen Mo suddenly felt that whether he was tested or not didn't matter, he just wanted to keep his life safe first. "Rest assured, we are a legitimate and law-abiding testing center. We will never do anything illegal," Zhou Shangguang assured, patting his chest. "Xiao Chen, you sit here for the blood draw. After that, I'll take you for the bone marrow extraction. I came to test my body data, why do I need to have blood drawn and bone marrow extracted?" Chen Mo was somewhat resistant. It was the first time he had heard that testing body data required these things. The blood and bone marrow are used to test your vitality strength. The body data will be tested in the underground testing facility later. Zhou Shangguang suddenly remembered that he hadn't explained things clearly to Chen Mo and quickly added an explanation. Oh, Chen Mo looked at Zhou Shangguang with a strange expression. He always felt that the people here had some ulterior motives towards him. But he wasn't worried about his life. With his fame and reputation, who would dare to touch him now? A nurse beside him flashed a bright smile at Chen Mo, picking up a blood draw device that looked like a power drill and aimed it at the vein in his arm. With the drill's efforts, the sweating nurse successfully drew 15 milliliters of blood and carefully stored it away. "Mr. Chen, you can now lie face down on the bed, we will extract your bone marrow. Saying this, the nurse took out a larger electric drill, its drill bit glinting ominously.
The more Chen Mo looked, the scarier it seemed. Wouldn't this big guy puncture him to death? However, for the accuracy of his data, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and persevered. 10 minutes later, Chen Mo touched the small hole in his lower back and sighed. How suddenly I admire Gu Feng. Indeed, Gu Feng, the second-generation martial artist, had to undergo such tests every month. Chen Mo would definitely not be able to handle it. Rich people have their own troubles too. Xiao Chun, your blood and bone marrow tests will take 24 hours to get results. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll send you the results directly. Zhou Shangguang took Chen Mo onto a shuttle bus, otherwise, it would take too long to walk through such a large testing center. Okay. Chen Mo nodded, having more friends means more opportunities, and connections are naturally better when they are broader. Hold on tight, I'm taking you to the underground testing facility now.
Zhou Shangguang gripped the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator, and the electric shuttle bus shot forward. At the same time, Chen Mo's blood and bone marrow were divided into two portions, one kept at the testing center for analysis.
Another sample was sent to the Central Research Institute for testing.
The current human race not only faces external problems, but internal issues are also quite significant. There are even abyssal creatures disguised as humans lurking within human society, like ticking time bombs that could explode at any moment. Conducting a genetic test on Chen Mo is also a safety consideration, as there are plans to cultivate him at the highest level in the future. If they were to cultivate Chen Mo recklessly without testing, and he turned out to be an infiltrator from another race, it would mean creating a terrifying enemy for the human race. He can fight at level 5 and the late stage at level 3. What if he reaches level 5? Could he then fight at level 7? At level 12, he could sweep through the entire human race. For safety reasons, some necessary tests must be conducted. Soon, Chen Mo, under the guidance of Zhou Shangguang, arrived at the underground testing ground. Xiao Chun, this is the underground testing ground I told you about, and it's where you will be tested shortly.
Zhou Shangguang's face showed a hint of pride. This was the fundamental place for their foothold in Yanjing.
The entire testing area covers 1 square kilometer, which is 1 million square meters, quite vast. It is equipped with various facilities not found on the market, completely modeled after the testing facilities used in the southern training camps.
Let's go in order and first test your vitality.
Zhou Shangguang parked the shuttle car in front of a capsule-shaped instrument. This vitality testing device was different from any Chen Mo had seen before. This testing device can not only measure your vitality but also assess the integration of your vitality with your skin, muscles, and bones.
By the way, Xiao Chen, how is your steel skin refining going?
Zhou Shangguang rattled off several terms that Chen Mo had never heard of, such as vitality integration and steel skin.
What is that? Chen Mo asked, adhering to the principle of asking when he didn't understand. Zhou Shangguang was taken aback, turning to scrutinize Chen Mo. Xiao Chen, are you not a level 3 warrior yet?
Yes,
Chen Mo nodded. Was being a level 3 warrior that strange? Don't you know that from level 3 onwards, you need to refine your body?
Zhou Shangguang frowned suddenly. This child's teacher was somewhat irresponsible.
Did they not discuss such an important matter with Chen Mo?
Level 1 and Level 2 warriors accumulate basic vitality, while Level 3 and Level 4 warriors use the vitality accumulated to refine their skin and blood.
That's why Level 3 is also called the Steel Skin stage, and Level 4 is the Steel Blood stage. Has no one told you this? Then how did you complete the basic refining from Level 2 to Level 3?
I don't know, I just practiced and ended up at Level 3. Chen Mo scratched his head, thinking he couldn't say he leveled up due to system rewards, could he? What a waste! Zhou Shangguang grew increasingly angry. A warrior like Chen Mo, who could naturally begin to transform, had no good teacher to guide him. It was a complete waste of talent. Xiao Chun, remember, from level 3 onwards, you need to integrate your vitality with your body.
Out of a sense of responsibility, Zhou Shangguang began to educate Chen Mo on what level 3 warriors needed to do. Once you have refined your entire skin, you can become a level 4 warrior. Level 4 refines blood, level 5 refines bones, level 6 refines bone marrow, level 7 refines the 5 organs, and level 8 begins to close off the body to form a perfect internal circulation. This is what the lower 4 and middle 4 levels need to do. When you complete all the refining and fully close off your body to form internal circulation, your vitality can be considered endless. At that moment, you can strive for level 9, which is the upper 4 level.
Chapter 60, Danger. Crisis Mission Released. Chapter 60, Danger. Crisis Mission Released.
Chen Mo blinked, as if no one had ever talked to him about such things.
It turned out that martial artists were not just about accumulating vitality, there were so many other things to do. Fortunately, you just advanced to level 3, it's not too late to start refining your skin now. Zhou Shangguan let out a sigh of relief. If it had been any later, this genius Chen Mo would have truly been wasted. Come on, let's test first. When you go to the southern training camp, make sure to ask those masters to guide you in refining your skin. Chen Mo nodded and stepped into the capsule-type vitality testing device. 5 minutes later, Chen Mo's data appeared on the tablet in Zhou Shangguang's hand. Vitality 5210, skin refinement level 0, blood refinement level 0. But the overall density is not weaker than those who have refined. Is this what they call a natural genius? Zhou Shangguan couldn't help but marvel. Even if Chen Mo hadn't refined his skin, his physical quality was already stronger than the vast majority of level 3 and 4 martial artists. However, in terms of bone density and strength, he was not as good as level 5 martial artists. What am I thinking? Chen Mo is just a level 3 martial artist. This data is already terrifying. Zhou Shangguan shook his head, opened the testing device, and Chen Mo walked out. Little Chen, you must remember to refine your skin. Once you do, your strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Your current skin can withstand slashes from cold weapons below level 3 and gunfire from bullets below level 9. Based on the current data, once you finish refining your skin, you will be able to withstand slashes from cold weapons below level 6 and shots from standard sniper rifles. Refining vitality for the body has endless benefits, you must not underestimate it. Chen Mo nodded. Zhou Shangguan was indeed right. Zhao Peinan's slashes were completely ineffective against him, but Li Quan's dual blades could break his skin and injure him. Alright, next we will test speed and strength. Do not use vitality during the test. Seeing that Chen Mo was listening, Zhou Shangguan led him to a nearby testing area. The tests continued until 8 in the evening, and all of Chen Mo's data was completed. Chen Mo's strength had now reached a terrifying 10 tons in both arms, and his maximum speed had reached 30 meters per second. But these were not the most terrifying aspects of Chen Mo. His most terrifying attribute was his vitality. In this world, there was no concept of life value, nor any specific numerical value, but it could be concluded that Chen Mo's vitality was comparable to that of a level 6 martial artist. Chen Mo declined Zhou Shangguang's repeated invitations to stay. He had no intention of lingering here. The gazes of those old men made his back feel cold, as if he would be sliced up for research at any moment. He took the car prepared by the hotel back to his room, quickly washed up, and lay down on the bed to rest. He had to set off back to Taizhou at 8 in the morning, and he needed to have a perfect mental state to welcome his own applause. After all, Chen Mo was someone who cared about his image, otherwise, he wouldn't have risked everything to win the national championship. But just as his head touched the pillow, the system, which had been quiet for 2 days, suddenly activated. Crisis mission detected, now issued. Danger is approaching. Please ensure the safety of those around you. Any deaths will result in mission failure. Successful mission rewards a 3rd skill slot. Chen Mo sat up abruptly, his eyes wide as he stared at the crisis mission before him. Danger is approaching? What kind of danger? Could it be that something will happen on the road tomorrow? Chen Mo was no longer concerned about what this crisis mission was, he just wanted to know where the upcoming danger was coming from. No, I need to find some external help. Chen Mo couldn't guarantee that he could protect his friends and family in Taizhou alone. He had to ensure that he had enough strength around him to withstand this crisis. Lian Yangsheng was just a 1st-level warrior, and Tian Xingxing was only a 2nd level. The strongest in the team was Wei Jin, who was merely a 5th-level warrior. With this in mind, Chen Mo picked up his phone and dialed Gu Feng's number. Upon hearing that Chen Mo needed his family's elder to help, Gu Feng didn't ask many questions and readily agreed to the matter. Gu Ji had once said that he was the support for Chen Mo and his group, so naturally, Chen Mo's requests would not be turned down. Moreover, as one of the few masters in the country, Gu Ji had certainly received some information. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo still felt a bit uneasy, but there was nothing he could do except try his best. Indeed, hiding in Yanjing allowed him to be worry-free. But his parents, Chen Yi, and the friends and family from Taizhou couldn't possibly hide in Yanjing forever, could they? I want to see who dares to touch them. Chen Mo's face twisted with rage. Anyone who dared to harm his family was courting death. He would risk his life to kill the bastard who dared to touch his family. The next day, everyone except Chen Mo boarded the vehicle with cheerful spirits. What's wrong, son? You don't seem very happy, Chen Li asked, noticing Chen Mo's nervousness as they got into the off-road vehicle heading to Taizhou. It's nothing, just a bit tired from not resting well yesterday, Chen Mo shook his head. Today, he had specifically chosen to sit in the lead vehicle to better respond to any potential crisis. It'll take us about 8 hours to get back to Taizhou. You should get some good sleep in the car, Chen Li said, not wanting to disturb Chen Mo's rest. Mom, where's my sister? After looking around,
Chen Mo noticed Chen Yi was missing and asked in confusion. Your sister was picked up. A company commander from the northern border military came to get her personally. Sulu couldn't help but laugh at this. If it weren't for Chen Yi calling her military friends to boast that this year's national competition champion was her brother, she might not have been taken back. Okay, Chen Mo frowned. With military experts on his sister's side, there shouldn't be any problems. The place where problems could arise was clear. There was a high chance someone would ambush the Taijo convoy on the road. I wonder if that old man Guji is reliable. I haven't seen him around yet. Don't worry, I'm nearby. Suddenly, Guji's voice rang in Chen Mo's ear, but Chen Mo couldn't see him. You don't need to look for me. I'm 300 meters above you. Rest assured, as a 13th level master, do you think I can't protect over 100 of you? Chapter 61, Abyss Cult, 13th level master ambush. Right, masters can fly. Chen Mo was taken aback. He had forgotten about that. Once a warrior completed the closure of their body and formed an internal circulation, they could gain the ability to fly. However, before completing the internal circulation, warriors below the 9th level could only walk on air at most. And next time, don't call me old man, call me Master Gu. This was the first time someone had called him old man to his face, and Guji didn't expect Chen Mo to be so disrespectful. Not only was he disrespectful, but he was also particularly ruthless towards women, specifically targeting their chests. After Chen Mo's punch, Jubai's originally tall and fiery figure turned into a pair of basins. Oh, Master Gu, Chen Mo felt a bit embarrassed that his casual remark had been overheard. You can set off now, I will follow your convoy closely. Guji didn't intend to hold a grudge over such a small matter, planning to deal with Chen Mo properly once they reached the southern training camp. With me around, ensuring your safe return to Taijo is not a problem, but I can only escort you back to Taijo. The abyssal rift here in Yanjing still needs my personal guard. Alright, thank you, Master Gu. Chen Mo was very grateful that Gu Jining could come to help him. After all, he was a master. The entire Great Xia had no more than 100 masters combined, most of whom were stationed in dangerous places. For Gu Jining to take the time to protect them was already a significant favor to him. Let's go, Director Wei. Chen Mo patted Wei Jun, who was responsible for driving. Okay. Wei Jun was excited. Starting next year, Taijo would receive a substantial influx of resources. The teaching staff would also see a significant improvement, which was a tremendous boon for him as the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau. He no longer expected to climb higher himself. Wei Jun's current goal was to make Taijo a renowned martial arts holy land in the country and even the world. The road ahead is long and arduous. With a heart full of excitement, Wei Jun stepped on the gas, leading the Taijo entourage back home. At that moment, on the road that the Taijo entourage had to take, a figure that had disappeared for some time suddenly appeared. Chen Mo, you caused my family to be ruined and my career to be destroyed, while you yourself have become a peerless genius in the spotlight. Zhao Dihai, cloaked in black and bearing a strange mark on his face, appeared 300 kilometers from the Jingtai Expressway. If I can't have a good time, you won't either. Even if I can't kill you, I will make your family die before your eyes. What are you mumbling about? Just as Zhao Dihai was muttering to himself, a purplish-red rift suddenly appeared behind him. Several figures emerged from it, each draped in black robes. Nothing, I was praying to the abyss. Zhao Dihai shook his head. Are you sure that Chen Mo will pass by here? A clear voice rang out, and the black-robed figures immediately knelt on one knee. Your Excellency, the Archbishop. Seeing the newcomer, beads of cold sweat trickled down Zhao Dihai's forehead. But soon, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This was the Archbishop of the Abyssal Church in the southern region, a 13th level master. No matter how strong Chen Mo was, encountering a 13th level master would mean being crushed in an instant. Of course I'm sure, this is the only way back for them, and no one knows I've returned to the abyss. Zhao Dihai said, lowering his head. Very good, we must not allow such a genius to grow, otherwise, it will cause unimaginable damage to our great cause. The Archbishop nodded, very satisfied with Zhao Dihai's performance. However, as the national competition champion, those people will surely do everything they can to cultivate him. From this perspective, it's very likely that Chen Mo has a master protecting him. A black-robed figure timely raised his concern. If you can think of it, do you think I can't? The Archbishop smiled slightly, reaching into the rift beside him and feeling around. This time, I've brought the holy beast along. If there really is a master protecting Chen Mo, it will definitely ensure he has no way back. Having one less master-level combatant among the human race, isn't that a good thing for us? Hearing the Archbishop's words, everyone couldn't help but shiver. It seemed the church was taking this operation very seriously, not only sending the Archbishop from the southern region but also bringing along the holy beast. This was a complete killing trap. Prepare yourselves, do not let a single person escape.
A cruel smile appeared on the archbishop's face. What he loved most was to kill these so-called hopes of the human race. Yes. Including Zhao, all the black-robed figures ambushed themselves around, ready to strike at any moment.
4 hours later, after experiencing a massive traffic jam in Yanjing, the Taizhou convoy finally exited the city.
I have a backache, Chen Li said, his face full of fatigue. The sounds of various horns still echoed in his ears.
We left too early. If we had left tomorrow, there probably wouldn't be so many people.
Wei Jin sighed. Today they happened to catch the day when the audience for the national competition was leaving Yanjing.
Fortunately, there weren't many cars on the Jingtai Expressway, just a few vehicles from their convoy on the road.
It's going to be tough. In a few days, the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy will be open for visits, and there will be even more people then. Chen Li shook his head. Unless something major happened, he wouldn't come back to Yanjing again. Although Taizhou was a bit small and poor, at least it was very comfortable to live in, without the feeling of being crowded.
Alright, once we get on the highway, it will be fast. We'll reach Taizhou in another 8 hours. Sulu checked the navigation on his phone. They still had exactly 800 kilometers to go to Taizhou.
Hold on tight, the experienced driver is going to speed. Wei Jin tightened his grip on the steering wheel, pressing down on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle's speed surged instantly. Back in his military career suppressing the army, Wei Jin had learned a lot, and his driving habits followed those from his time in the suppression army.
Driving for people and driving for supplies were completely different styles.
My comrades all had bodies and wills of steel, they just floored the gas and went for it. But driving a cabbage was different. If it got damaged, there would be consequences. After more than 2 hours on the road, Chen Mo felt a bit drowsy. He hadn't rested well the night before, and the heightened tension had left him in a poor state.
Chen Mo, pay attention, there are people lying in ambush ahead.
At that moment, Gu Ji's serious voice rang in Chen Mo's ears.
Stop! Chen Mo shouted decisively at Wei Jin.
Wei Jin instinctively slammed on the brakes, and the Taizhou convoy came to a halt as well. Not good, 2 13th level masters, and several 4th tier martial artists, this is trouble. Gu Ji's perception was quite sharp. He immediately realized the severity of the situation.
I will try to hold them off, but I can't guarantee I can stop them all. Gu Ji descended from the sky, landing in front of the off-road vehicle. I told you to run the moment I said so, floor the gas and don't look back. Do you understand?
Chapter 62, Protect My Parents, They Are in My Care. Chapter 62, Protect My Parents, They Are in My Care. I understand.
Chen Mo was instantly wide awake, focusing his attention on the surroundings. Including Wei Jin, everyone in the Taizhou friends and family group looked bewildered. How could Master Gu appear here?
Tian Xingxing got out of the car behind, wanting to ask Chen Mo what was going on, but Chen Mo shouted back at him.
Get in the car, it's dangerous.
Tian Xingxing, being a veteran, quickly dodged back into the vehicle.
Son, what's going on?
Su Lu was already trembling. Even a woman without any cultivation could feel the tension in the air.
Don't worry, Mom, it's fine.
Chen Mo reassured Su Lu a couple of times, swapped out the iron plate boots in his equipment slot, and equipped the time staff.
He also removed the intentional bomb punch and replaced it with Blonde's indestructible.
Instantly, Chen Mo's mind felt cool. It was an experience he had never had before. So this is mental power, Chen Mo thought, not having time to explore the wonders of mental power.
He equipped the time staff and Blonde's indestructible just in case.
Heh, Gu Ji, it's been so many years, your perception is still so formidable. At that moment, a purplish-red rift appeared in front of the convoy, and the archbishop stepped out with several black-robed figures.
Behind them, an even larger giant rift emerged, emanating waves of terrifying power from within. Well, at your age and considering those past injuries, how much power can you really exert at the 13th level?
You don't need to worry about that.
Gu Ji snorted coldly, a long knife shimmering with a cold light appearing in his hand. The Abyss Church, huh? Since you dare to come today, be prepared for a one-way trip.
With that, Gu Ji wasted no time, drawing his knife and leaping forward, instantly decapitating a 9th level martial artist.
Now, hurry and go.
I've already notified the governor of Zhejiang province to come to your aid. He will arrive in no more than an hour. I will do my best to hold them off. Run.
Gu Ji shouted, and at that moment, Wei Jin received the order, flooring the accelerator. The engine roared, and the entire Taizhou convoy sped towards Taizhou under Gu Ji's cover. Go, catch up to them.
The archbishop knew that Gu Ji would never let him catch up.
But could he stop himself and the sacred beast? Could he hold back all those 7th and 8th level followers?
The followers surged towards the Taizhou convoy at the archbishop's command, moving with astonishing speed.
Not a chance.
Gu Ji swung his long knife, a sharp blade of energy instantly severing 3 8th level martial artists in half. These superhumans, in the eyes of ordinary people, shattered like glass at Guji's touch, utterly defenseless.
Old man, your opponent is me.
The archbishop struck out with a palm, a torrent of blood energy instantly blocking Guji, leaving him unable to attend to those pursuing Chen Mo.
Damn it, I was careless.
Veins bulged on Guji's forehead. His intelligence was not perfect, and he had not anticipated that the Abyss Church would unleash one of their 3 sacred beasts, the Abyss Tiger.
The governor of Zhejiang province, Eugene, right?
The archbishop smiled slightly. Let's make a bet. After all, you can't escape me and the Abyss Tiger.
In 1 hour, will Chen Mo and his family be killed, or will that woman Eugene arrive first? Interested? Go to hell.
Guji would not waste words with the archbishop, his blood energy surging continuously to his limbs.
If anything happens to Chen Mo, I will definitely wipe out your Abyss Church. Inside the vehicle, Chen Mo was sweating profusely.
He had just glanced at the archbishop's stats, which were so high that he could hardly believe them. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 1.3 billion in blood energy. He's basically a monster.
His attack power is also in the 7 digits.
Chen Mo gritted his teeth. It seemed he had not stacked enough steel. To withstand a single blow from a 13th level powerhouse, he would need at least tens of millions of health points.
Damn it, when I get back, I'm going to the Abyss Rift to stack steel. Suddenly,
a scarlet blade of light sliced through the top of the bus, turning it into a convertible. Fortunately, the people inside reacted quickly and ducked down in time, otherwise, it would have been dangerous.
Are they catching up? Chen Mo's heart tightened. That old man Guji was unreliable too. Wasn't he supposed to hold them off? He glanced at the time. Only 15 minutes had passed since then. It would still take at least 45 minutes for the governor of Zhejiang province to arrive for support. Old Chen, you drive, I'll go hold them off.
Wei Jin took a deep breath. Even if he died today, he couldn't let anything happen to Chen Mo.
Okay.
Chen Li was also decisive. He knew there was no time to hesitate.
No, Director Wei, you should drive.
Chen Mo shook his head, glancing at the skills in his skill bar, Endless Fury and Unbreakable.
What are you going to do?
Wei Jin was calm when ambushed, but he panicked upon seeing Chen Mo's expression.
They're coming for me, you take everyone and hurry. Chen Mo kicked open the car door and flipped onto the roof of the vehicle. Chen Mo, get down here right now.
Wei Jin was anxious. This kid already knew that the Abyss Sect's target was him.
Why was he still rushing out to seek death?
Those were 2 level 7 martial artists, and even if Chen Mo could defeat a level 5 martial artist, he would never be their match.
I'll hold them off. You all hurry and run.
Wei Jin had already shoved the steering wheel into Chen Li's hands. As the only level 5 martial artist in the Taizhou Friends group, if he didn't step up now, when would he? You can't even beat me, let alone them. Chen Mo pressed down on Wei Jin, who was eager to confront the enemy. Protect my parents well. If anything happens to them, I will definitely not let you off. I'm tough, I won't die. After saying that, Chen Mo leaped off the car roof, charging straight towards the bus behind.
Chen Mo, you better come back here.
Wei Jin's eyes were bloodshot. He absolutely could not let Chen Mo, the star of Taizhou, get into trouble. Even if it meant trading his life for Chen Mo's, it would be worth it. I said, go. Chen Mo stood on the car roof, looking at the 2 level 7 martial artists who were tightly glued to the bus 100 meters away.
Chapter 63, Ascension Buff. Activate. Chapter 63, Ascension. Activate. The gap is too big.
Chen Mo gritted his teeth. One of the 2 level 7 martial artists had 190,000 health, while the other had 210,000. Moreover, their life points had reached a terrifying 300,000. Fortunately, only one of them was armed, with an attack power of 5,500, while the other's attack power was only 1,700, which was still lower than his own. The possibility of defeating these 2 was 0, but stalling for 40 minutes was still feasible.
You want to kill me, huh? Chen Mo shouted, then jumped towards the 2. Then let's see. Can you kill me before the governor of Zhejiang province arrives?
Chen Mo hesitated not at all. This situation left no room for him to hold back.
You brought this upon yourself, you can't blame us.
The 2 level 7 martial artists laughed wildly. Their target had actually come to them.
This fool couldn't possibly think he could block 2 level 7 martial artists with his level 3 martial artist realm, could he? What a stupid idiot. Infinite firepower was of little use to Chen Mo right now, so he decisively chose the Ascension mode. A golden light erupted, and all of Chen Mo's attributes received a 300 boost. Name, Chen Mo, Health, 270,960, Vitality, 15,600, Attack Power, 6,174, Defense, 600, Mental Power, 1,200, with a powerful punch. The expressions on the faces of the 2 level 7 martial artists, who were still laughing heartily, changed dramatically.
How is this possible?
Bang! dealt 40,544 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 4,877.
This was damage dealt after a 75% increase. Without that boost, the damage from Chen Mo's punch would have been negligible. Chen Mo's fist accurately struck the level 7 martial artist carrying a weapon, the terrifying force tearing his shirt into shreds. His chest caved in, and metallic ribs pierced through his skin.
No way! This kid is definitely not a level 3 martial artist.
That punch had directly knocked off nearly 1/5 of the health of the armed level 7 martial artist, which could already be considered a moderate injury. He was a level 7 martial artist, a being tempered with steel skin, steel blood, steel bones, and steel marrow, yet he was broken through with a single punch. Before they could react further, Chen Mo swung back and punched the other level 7 martial artist.
Bang! Dealt 40,544 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 4,877. Let's not talk about anything else. First, let's stack the steel on them.
Chen Mo's assault continued unabated, with health points continuously exploding, and each punch dealt no less than 6,000 damage. This is still the situation of two 7th level martial artists practicing steel skin and steel bones. If it were 5th level martial artists, they would have been beaten to death by Chen Mo by now.
So damn hard.
Chen Mo felt a fiery pain in his fists. Hitting them felt just like hitting steel.
Enough!
The 7th level martial artist carrying a weapon shouted angrily, swinging his long knife down sharply, striking precisely on Chen Mo's crown. Received slashing damage, health points.
So fast.
Chen Mo didn't even have a chance to react. The knife was already lodged in his skull. Fortunately, with a 75% damage reduction effect, otherwise, that blow could have sliced half of Chen Mo's head off.
Is this guy's head made of iron?
The 7th level martial artist also felt uncomfortable. He felt that his knife had not struck a human head but rather a solid chunk of iron. Seeing that the knife on his head couldn't be pulled out for the time being, Chen Mo simply charged forward again with the large knife still on his head. The ascension mode only lasts 5 minutes, and 5 minutes is enough for the convoy to get far away from here.
Once the convoy is far away, all he needs to do next is run.
Not to mention, Chen Mo was very confident in his running speed. 3 kilometers away, Su Lu slapped Chen Li's face twice in quick succession.
You just threw your son away and ran. You bastard. If something happens to Xiao Mo, you might as well not live. Su Lu's face was full of tears. If it weren't for Chen Mo pressing her down in the back seat of the car, she would never have let him do such a foolish thing. It's my fault, my fault. Chen Li could barely say a word, only repeating those 3 words. But he firmly believed that Chen Mo would never die. After all, he was his son. Moreover, in that situation, if they stayed behind, they would only drag him down. Leaving first might give Chen Mo a glimmer of hope. Why is it so powerless? I'm a useless piece of trash. The one who was even more broken down than Chen Li and Su Lu was Wei Jin. He was gripping his hair tightly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He truly regretted not insisting a little longer. He had let a child go to die for them. In that situation, it should have been him who died, not Chen Mo, the genius who carried hope. His martial path had reached its end, and this position was given to him as a reward for his achievements. Just as everyone was engulfed in self-blame, a military helicopter flew in from the southwest direction. Is this the convoy from Taisho where Chen Mo is?
A cold male voice came from the radio, and Wei Jin paused for a moment, suddenly feeling that this voice was somewhat familiar.
Third brother. This is it, don't ask, hurry and save my little brother.
Chen Yi's voice suddenly rang out. She had actually brought people from the Northern Military Department to the rescue. Gu Ji, while entangled with the Archbishop and Yuan Hu, still remembered to send messages to several nearby military departments. But the closest to them was still the Northern Military Department, which had just set out not long ago.
After receiving the news, they immediately rushed over by helicopter. Xiaoyi, your brother is behind, hurry to save him.
Su Lu pounced on the radio like a hungry tiger, shouting loudly regardless of whether Chen Yi could hear her.
Mom!
Chen Yi's tense mood relaxed a little, at least her parents were currently safe.
I understand, you continue forward, the governor of Zhejiang province will meet you ahead.
The cold male voice sounded again.
Chen Mo will have us to rescue him, just 2 7th-level human traitors, I will kill them.
After saying that, the voice known as Third Brother fell silent, and the military helicopter sped toward the direction where Chen Mo was.
Great, great.
Su Lu tightly clutched the fabric of his chest.
With the Northern Military's personnel here, Xiao Mo would definitely be safe.
Everyone let out a sigh of relief, but they were unsure if the Northern Military could arrive in time to save Chen Mo.
After all, those were 2 7th-level warriors, terrifying beings powerful enough to destroy a city. Third brother, hurry up. If anything happens to my brother, I won't let you off. Chen Yi wielded a sharp axe, exuding a dangerous aura. Don't rush, I'm scanning for blood energy fluctuations.
Third brother didn't argue with Chen Yi, he was focused on the blood energy radar on the helicopter, searching for fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius.
Found it. This. Chapter 64, 7th Level Warriors, Human Nuclear Bomb. Coordinates confirmed, estimated arrival time in 7 minutes.
After confirming the coordinates, the pilot pushed the helicopter to full power, heading towards Chen Mo's location. Back and forth, Chen Mo's ascension mode had already failed. He quickly changed from the Overlord blood armor to iron-soled boots and started to run. Damn it, this little brat suddenly got so strong. I don't know what trick he used. The two 7th level warriors, bruised and battered, chased after Chen Mo, who had a large knife stuck in his head, cursing incessantly. Chen Mo's earlier state could be described as fearless, and their attacks on him hadn't caused much damage. But just now, the once ferocious Chen Mo suddenly turned and ran, his speed not much slower than theirs. The two took a closer look and saw that the golden light surrounding Chen Mo had vanished, likely due to some method's time limit, and his strength had returned to its previous state.
You little brat! Stop right there!
The two 7th level warriors, furious, chased after Chen Mo, but having lost their weapons, they also lost their means of long-range attack. With the aid of the iron-soled boots and the urgency of the situation, Chen Mo's speed successfully broke through to 140, and even those two 7th level warriors could only follow closely behind without being shaken off. Stop chasing me, my backup is coming soon, and I can slap you to death with one hand. Chen Mo glanced back, seeing the two 7th level warriors with bloodshot eyes relentlessly pursuing him.
Die!
One of the 7th level warriors, with slightly higher blood energy, suddenly accelerated, his palm covered in a thick layer of blood energy.
Tear Heart Claw.
Sustained physical damage, health points.
Damn!
Chen Mo felt a sharp pain in his lower back, as if his kidney had been clawed out. Looking down, he saw a large chunk of flesh torn from his waist, with his kidney hanging on his backside, connected by a single vein.
My poor waist!
Chen Mo's heart tightened, and his speed increased even more, making it harder for the two 7th level warriors to keep up.
As time passed, the two 7th level warriors' stamina was surprisingly depleted by Chen Mo, but his own stamina was also running low.
Chen Mo's health points were nearing zero under the attacks of the two 7th level warriors. Once his health reached zero, his life would come to an end.
It's over, I overestimated myself. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, not daring to slow down.
Even if his heart was about to explode, he would absolutely not stop.
This little brat can really run. The two 7th level warriors were panting heavily, their breathing becoming erratic.
Chen Mo's back was covered in wounds, and one could even see the white of his bones and the heart violently beating in his chest. Wait, normally a 3rd level warrior would have died from such injuries long ago. How is he still running like nothing happened?
This life is too tough. Bro, how about we negotiate? You two stop chasing. Chen Mo glanced back at the two panting men and asked, why don't you look up and see what's flying above your heads? Both of them were taken aback by this remark and then looked up.
They saw a pitch-black military helicopter rushing towards their location at an incredible speed. The helicopter's door was already open, and 3 or 4 figures radiating a terrifying aura were staring at them.
Little brother, hold on. Your sister is bringing reinforcements to save you.
The moment Chen Yi saw that Chen Mo was still alive, she relaxed and returned to her previous carefree demeanor.
Then hurry up. I'm running out of strength.
Chen Mo dared not stop, but if he didn't, the helicopter would catch up to them.
Not good, it's the military.
The two 7th level cult warriors widened their eyes, and their speed increased significantly. They were well aware of the military's methods. Once captured, there was only one way to describe it: worse than death. Moreover, they understood that in their current state, escaping was impossible, and fighting back was even less feasible.
Damn it, at least take one with us.
The two 7th level Abyss cult warriors felt their blood surging wildly, a violent energy filling every corner of their bodies.
Xiao Mo, run. They're going to self-destruct.
The power of a self-detonation can even seriously injure an 8th level warrior. If you get caught in the blast, you're definitely dead. Chen Yi realized what the two cult warriors were planning the moment she sensed the violent surge of energy. The self-detonation power of a 7th level warrior was terrifying, capable of severely injuring an 8th level warrior.
What the hell? Chen Mo was about to lose it. How could these guys not be done yet?
First, they attacked him with various martial techniques from behind, and if it weren't for his thick health bar, he would have been killed long ago. Now these two wanted to blow him up. Chen Mo couldn't understand how he had offended them so badly that they were risking their lives to kill him.
For the Abyss, die!
The two 7th level Abyss cult warriors had cracks appearing on their bodies, and a crimson light shone from their 7 orifices.
Damn it! Without any hesitation, Chen Mo activated the unbreakable shield of Blong.
A 3-meter-long, 2-meter-high, half-meter-thick ice shield appeared in front of him. With a thunderous roar, a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and the ground around them trembled violently.
A human-shaped nuclear bomb.
Unscathed, Chen Mo peeked out from behind the ice shield and marveled at the large pit, at least several dozen meters in diameter, before him.
Little brother, are you okay?
Chenny jumped down from the helicopter, but she didn't see Chen Mo's figure. All she saw was a gigantic ice shield standing in place.
Xiao Mo, where are you? Chenny panicked. Her precious little brother couldn't have really been blown up, could he? I'm fine. Chen Mo poked his head out from behind the ice shield and waved at Chenny. That's good. Chenny sighed in relief, but when she saw Chen Mo's injuries, she almost fainted from heartache. Sister, can you do me a favor? Chen Mo didn't feel much. He was already numb and couldn't feel the pain anymore. Help me pull this knife out of my forehead and hold it on my head like a Saiwan. Chapter 65. Do you have mental power?
Chen Mo pointed to the long knife that was almost entirely embedded in his skull.
Hiss.
Such a severe injury made even the battle-hardened military warriors feel a bit of pain.
No way, it's too deep. We need a mentalist to handle it, or it could easily damage your brain.
Chenny examined the large knife on Chen Mo's head and his injuries, shaking her head with a pained expression.
You're too injured right now, your kidney has fallen out.
Chen Mo turned to take a look and picked up the kidney he had dropped on the ground.
It should still be able to be put back, right?
Although the medical standards in this world are very advanced, no one can guarantee that a kidney can be repaired once it falls to the ground. Let the mentalist from the military take a look. No one can say for sure about your condition.
Chenny was also uncertain and could only wait for the mentalist on the helicopter to make a judgment.
Soon, the helicopter landed near the two, and 4 tall, sturdy men in military uniforms brought a small, thin girl with them.
Hiss.
The few of them gasped in shock upon seeing Chen Mo's injuries.
How could Chen Mo still be joking and laughing with Chenny?
A normal person would have died from such injuries long ago. Xiao Xiong, hurry and help Chen Mo treat his wounds. Third brother was too astonished to care and quickly called Xiao Xiong over to treat Chen Mo's injuries. Xiao Xiong wasted no time, grabbing the first aid kit and squatting beside Chen Mo to begin treatment. A look of confusion slowly appeared on Xiao Xiong's pretty face as she turned to the ice shield nearby, which showed no signs of melting.
Classmate Xiao Chen, did you create that ice shield?
Aha!
Chen Mo was taken aback. He had forgotten about that. Oh no, how to explain this? His vitality didn't even have attributes. He couldn't just say it was his skill, could he? Could it be that this is an ice shield formed by mental power manipulating the water molecules in the air?
Xiao Xiong's eyes lit up, but then her expression turned to confusion.
But, aren't you a martial artist? Why do you also have mental power, and it's not low at that? Chen Mo remained silent, pondering a better excuse. It disappeared. It really is an ice shield formed by mental power manipulating water molecules. The indestructible shield's duration ended and vanished in the blink of an eye, which made Xiao Xiong even more certain that Chen Mo possessed both vitality and mental power. Classmate Xiao Chen, you don't need to be nervous. This is a good thing. Xiao Xiong's eyes sparkled, even forgetting to inject anesthesia while stitching Chen Mo up, doing it without any numbing. Your physique is something that has never appeared in the human race. It's a unique existence. Do you mind if I report this?
Although she really wanted to inform the research institute above, she still had to consider Chen Mo's own wishes.
Can we hold off on reporting it for now?
Chen Mo sighed. Once this matter became known, he wouldn't be able to exchange his time staff anymore. He wasn't worried about anything else. Talented individuals would only be better protected and receive more resources from above.
But
the passive ability of the time staff was simply too precious, leveling up unconditionally after equipping it for 10 days. If one day Chen Mo reached the end of the martial path and found no way forward, the time staff would be the best way to open a new path.
Sure, if you don't want others to know, we can help you keep this under wraps. Third brother squatted in front of Chen Mo and said seriously,
"You are Xiao Yi's brother, which makes you our brother too.
If anything happens in the future, just call me directly."
Third brother tore a piece of paper from his notebook and wrote down his contact information. "I can guarantee that no one besides us will know about this within a month, but after a month, I can't promise that."
"Alright, a month is enough."
Chen Mo nodded. A month was enough time for him to gather 1,800 gold coins for a draw. If he couldn't draw any equipment with blue attributes, he absolutely wouldn't waste the passive ability of the time staff. At most, he would just say it was a misunderstanding at the time.
As long as he didn't admit it, others wouldn't have any way to deal with him.
Moreover, he would be going to the southern training camp soon, so he wouldn't have to worry about any issues before the training ended. Notify Sister Yu and have her go directly to support Master Gu. We have already rescued Chen Mo. Seeing that Chun Mo had agreed, third brother stood up and spoke to the pilot in the helicopter.
Let's go, we'll take you back to Taizhou. First, we need to go to the hospital for treatment.
Your injuries are too severe, and without the hospital's equipment, it's easy to leave behind aftereffects.
Little Bear helped Chun Mo up and took him onto the helicopter.
Just give me your kidney, I'll use my mental power to maintain its vitality.
After thinking for a moment,
Chun Mo handed over his kidney to Little Bear, while he leaned back against the hard seat to rest.
Once he relaxed, Chun Mo felt a heart-wrenching pain radiating throughout his body.
This attack made Chun Mo realize his own inadequacies. He had been beaten so badly by two 7th level warriors. If it weren't for the help of the Ascension mode, he wouldn't have lasted even 3 minutes. I need to make a trip to the Abyss Rift Steel. Chun Mo clenched his fist. His stats were still too low.
After learning that Chun Mo was safe, the friends and family in Taizhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chenli slumped down in the driver's seat, beads of sweat rolling down his back. It's fine, Xiaomo is fine. Sulu reacted similarly to Chenli, while Weijin let out a long breath. By the way, where is that kid now? Suddenly, Weijin remembered something very important, where Chun Mo was.
They said he was sent to the first hospital of Taizhou, accompanied by a military mentalist for treatment. Chenli, who had slumped in his seat, said, "Old Chen, you stay here, I'll drive. Let's hurry and see how Chun Mo is doing." The previous call only informed them that Chun Mo was safe, but no one mentioned the multiple injuries he had sustained. After all, it was the pursuit of two 7th level warriors, not to mention the terrifying blood mushroom cloud. Weijin had experienced the power of a 7th level warrior's self-detonation. He had fallen from level 6 to level 5 because of those Abyss cult scum self-explosions. Right, let's hurry to see how Xiao Mo is doing. Chenli nodded repeatedly, but the prolonged tension left him unable to move. Weijin had no choice but to move Chenli from the driver's seat to the back and took the driver's seat himself, pressing down on the accelerator.
Chapter 66, The Reward of Taizhou. 15 billion. Chapter 66, The Reward of Taizhou. 15 billion. Inside the first hospital of Taizhou, Little Bear took off her mask and announced the end of the surgery. With her and the first hospital of Taizhou's full cooperation, Chun Mo's injury treatment was temporarily declared complete. Next, Chun Mo just needed to rest for a while. Warriors themselves have a fast recovery ability, not to mention a genius like Chun Mo, who naturally possesses an abnormal self-repair ability. With this kind of injury, Chun Mo could recover in no more than 3 days. By the way, Little Bear also helped him put his kidney back, and its function was completely unaffected. As for the rest, Chun Mo would have to test it himself. In the hospital room, Chun Mo, wrapped up like a mummy, was lying on the bed. After experiencing the pursuit of two 7th level warriors, 75 of his bones were shattered, over 70 of his organs were damaged, and he had lost 90% of his blood. Muscle and skin tissue were also significantly damaged, but all of these could recover through rest. It hurts, Chun Mo thought of nothing else but this word while lying on the hospital bed. I've already asked the doctor to prepare a pain pump for you, just hang in there. Chenli sat beside Chun Mo, tallying the medications and supplements Chun Mo would need during this time. Oh, he hadn't sustained such severe injuries during the national competition. This time, it all hit him at once. Crisis mission completed, rewards have been distributed. Third skill slot unlocked. Please arrange your skill combination. Looks like it's completely safe now. After hearing that the mission was completed, Chun Mo relaxed, which made him more sensitive to the pain. Hiss. It hurts. 3 days later. Due to the assassination by the Abyss cult, the celebration banquet originally scheduled for 3 days ago was postponed. The losses from this attack were immense. Master Guji single-handedly fought against two 13th level masters and directly destroyed everything within a 50-kilometer radius. Fortunately, Chun Mo and the others ran fast, otherwise, a mere shockwave from the masters would have likely been fatal. However, this incident made the world fully aware of the dangers posed by cults, while also showcasing the terrifying combat power of masters, akin to human-shaped nuclear bombs. Of course, it wasn't just Master Guji who gained notoriety. Chun Mo, the national competition champion who held off two 7th level martial artists for nearly 20 minutes, once again became a household name. It doesn't feel like a good thing. Chun Mo, who had nearly recovered, sat by the hospital bed, feeling a headache as he looked at the still front-page news. National champion defeats two opponents, plays with 7th level martial artists at 3rd level realm. Indeed, it's not a good thing. Just as Chun Mo was gazing at the exaggerated news about himself, Weijin's voice came from the door of the ward. Now you've made quite a name for yourself. I estimate you will become a target for the Abyss cult for a long time to come. You made them lose face this time. Given their style, they definitely won't let you off easily. As he spoke, Weijin placed a small bag he was holding in front of Chun Mo.
These are the rewards I promised you earlier: a large apartment in the city center, 10 million in cash, and 5 third-level chi blood pills. Third-level chi blood pills.
Chen Mo wasn't particularly interested in the first two items.
Instead, his eyes widened at the sight of the 5 third-level chi blood pills. First-level chi blood pills were worth a few hundred, second-level ones were over 10,000, while third-level chi blood pills directly exceeded 1 million. Moreover, these pills were usually prohibited from sale, with only third-level martial artists allowed to purchase one each month. Wei Jin was being exceptionally generous by offering 5 at once.
Thank you, Director Wei, you're too kind, Chen Mo said while politely accepting the items Wei Jin brought. Also, Chen Mo, Wei Jin closed the door and looked at Chen Mo with some apprehension.
I want to ask you something. If you don't want to answer, just shake your head, I won't force you.
What is it? Chen Mo was still immersed in the joy of the 5 third-level chi blood pills and didn't notice the change in Wei Jin's expression. I heard you possess both chi and mental power?
Wei Jin rubbed his hands together. If this were true, Chen Mo's protection level would significantly increase.
Poof! The water Chen Mo had just sipped sprayed out as he stared blankly at Wei Jin. Director Wei, who told you this?
Your sister. Wei Jin chuckled awkwardly. Shinny specifically instructed him not to mention this to anyone, yet he couldn't help but ask. What a big mouth, Chen Mo sighed helplessly. It seemed this matter couldn't be kept under wraps any longer.
Yes, I do possess mental power, but I only discovered it while being hunted.
Good. As long as you have it, Wei Jin said excitedly, rubbing his hands. Such an unbelievable thing turned out to be true.
Director Wei, please don't report this to the higher-ups for now, just consider it a favor.
Chen Mo knew this kind of thing couldn't be concealed for long, but at least he wanted to wait until he had equipment to replace the time staff before discussing it. Alright, I'll report it after you've thought it through. Wei Jin nodded. After all, this was a genius from Taizhou, and who else would protect Taizhou if they didn't? By the way, the city's rewards will be announced in 15 days. Your parents will directly work at the Martial Arts Bureau.
Dual positions, 7 insurances, and 2 medical exemptions, with early 10 and late 3.
Your personal reward is 50% of the resources allocated by the city next year, which can be directly exchanged for 15 billion in cash. But I don't recommend you exchange it for cash. After all, many of the allocated resources can't be bought with money.
Wait, I have to wait until next year to get my reward. Chen Mo was taken aback and asked somewhat unhappily.
Yes, starting January 1st next year, you can freely allocate that 15 billion worth of resources.
Wei Jin nodded.
He actually felt a bit embarrassed, but Taizhou really didn't have any substantial rewards to offer right now.
Fine, Chen Mo sighed again.
Half a year can be quick, and he wasn't particularly short on time. I came today to explain a few things to you, so I won't disturb your recovery any longer. After saying what he needed to say and asking what he wanted to ask, Wei Jin stood up and left. After Wei Jin left, Chen Mo opened his attribute panel, planning to reorganize his skills. Name, Chen Mo, Health, 100,174, Vitality, 5,308, Attack Power, 220, Defense, 220, Mental Power, 600, the attack power is so low after taking off the blood armor. Chen Mo pouted, removing the time staff he had equipped for 3 days and putting on his favorite blood armor. Chapter 67, Organizing Equipment and Skills. After adjusting his current optimal equipment choices, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. First equipment, Steel of the Heart. Second equipment, Blood Armor. Third equipment, Iron Plate Boots. Let's adjust the skills as well. When I go back to the Abyss Rift, it will still be combat focused. Chen Mo thought for a moment and replaced his most practical skills. Passive skill, Fury of the Berserker. First skill, Intentional Smash. Second skill, Endless Rage. Third skill, Cycle of Despair. So that's how it is. The release of skills isn't without limits. Chen Mo roughly understood that those skills requiring mana actually needed mental power. But he was quite lucky. The skills he used most often were all mana free, just with longer cooldowns. As for why he chose Cycle of Despair over Twilight of the Gods, Chen Mo had his own considerations. Once he killed an opponent in Cycle of Despair, he could permanently gain 20 in all attributes from that opponent, maximizing his growth potential. However, Chen Mo didn't plan to rely solely on equipment and skills. He hadn't forgotten about the physical training in martial arts. He just intended to wait until he went to the southern training camp before undergoing physical refinement. Having guidance makes a big difference.
It's about time.
Stretching, Chen Mo removed the last piece of gauze from his body.
Tisk, it's left a scar.
Chen Mo pouted, as his back was covered with a dozen hideous scars. The techniques of those two 7th-level martial artists had caused him to lose too much tissue, and even if healed, many scars would remain.
Oh well, which martial artist doesn't have a few scars?
Chen Mo was quite carefree. For martial artists, scars could be considered a kind of medal. Anyway, once he finished refining his steel skin, these scars would disappear, so a few more days didn't matter. Getting up and packing his things, Chen Mo pushed open the hospital room door and walked out. He hadn't been home for a while and wondered if his parents were worried about him.
Where is everyone? Why is there no one at home?
Scratching his head, Chen Mo took out his phone and dialed his father's number.
Son, how are you?
Chen Li's somewhat excited voice came through. During this time, everyone had been prohibited from visiting Chen Mo, and the couple had been quite worried. I have nothing going on, I've already been discharged from the hospital.
Chen Mo paused and then asked, what about you two? Why is no one at home? Ha? Didn't Director Wei tell you? Didn't he say he was going to visit you today?
On the other end of the phone, Chen Li was taken aback and asked with some confusion.
What did he say? Chen Mo was equally puzzled. What did their absence have to do with anything?
We're at our new home, Building 1, 33rd floor, Binhai Garden in the city center. Seeing that Chen Mo had no idea he had moved, Chen Li had to explain.
Chen Mo's face darkened. How could such an important matter as moving not be mentioned to him? Alright, I'm coming over right now. After saying that, Chen Mo hung up the phone, grabbed his things, and headed downstairs.
Binhai Garden was nearly 30 kilometers away from his old neighborhood, and running there would be much faster than driving. Securing the long knife he had taken as a trophy, Chen Mo set off with long strides. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Gu family in Yanjing.
Old Gu, has Chen Mo's gene test come back?
Several figures turned their gazes toward Gu Ji, their eyes filled with a hint of inquiry.
It's out. Gu Ji took out a document and pushed it to the center of the table.
The figure who had asked the question took the document and let out a sigh upon seeing the results. Pure-blood human, most likely a mutated warrior, or possibly possessing multiple mutation traits, all of which are advantageous mutations. Good, we can focus on cultivating him now. Once it was confirmed that Chen Mo was definitely not a foreign spy, the group began discussing his special treatment.
By the way, Old Gu, you fought that archbishop from the Abyss Church a couple of days ago, right?
The person who had initially asked leaned in closer, sitting next to Gu Ji.
How was his skill? Do we have any chance of wiping them out now? Impossible.
We haven't even located their stronghold yet, let alone the fact that they can enter and exit the Abyss rifts at will.
Gu Ji shook his head decisively. To eradicate the Abyss Church, we first need to find their base.
Not to mention that there are quite a few Abyss Church warriors lurking in normal society. Once they are triggered, social order will collapse.
Alright then. The figure side. How is this year's Southern training camp arranged? Gu Ji changed the subject, not intending to continue discussing the Abyss Church.
The previous battle had left him with some minor injuries, but the Archbishop and the Abyss Tiger were not in good shape either. As a seasoned master, Gu Ji naturally possessed the strength to take on two opponents at once. This year, we will mainly promote a new team formation, one mentalist as support and 4 warriors as the action team.
The new communication tools can now be mass-produced.
If the results in the Southern training camp are good, we can start promoting them directly. The figure thought for a moment before responding.
Finally, we have technology that can be used in the Abyss. Gu Ji couldn't help but exclaim.
Don't celebrate too early, this new type of communication device requires energy stones as a base.
Otherwise, do you think it could be used in the Abyss?
The figure's voice carried a hint of gloom. Energy stones were indeed a major issue. This miraculous mineral could only be found in the Chaos Sea caves and Abyss rifts, and its yield was extremely low, with sources being hard to locate. Moreover, most energy mines were occupied by Abyss warriors or guarded by extremely powerful Abyss beasts, making both extraction and discovery very difficult. This led to the price of energy stones remaining high. What if I go for a trip? Gu Ji frowned. It was ridiculous that this new technology was limited by energy stones. No, you must stay to guard Yanjing. Leaving without permission this time is already a violation. The figure's voice was serious, directly denying Gu Ji's thoughts.
I'll find a way to handle the energy mine situation, you don't need to worry about it. Alright, Gu Ji nodded. The Abyss Rift in Yanjing indeed needed his protection, and recklessly venturing in could lead to serious trouble.
You all continue the meeting, I'll go check on my grandson.
Gu Ji stood up, greeted them, and then left the conference room.
Chapter 68, Re-entering the Abyss Rift. After sending his things back home and briefly greeting Chen Li and Su Lu, Chen Mo took his spoils, a long knife, and went downstairs. There wasn't much to do at home, so he thought it would be better to have some fun in the Abyss Rift. Besides, he could strengthen himself, whatever layers he could enhance, he would. Walking along the road, Chen Mo glanced at the long knife in his hand. His original Abyss steel gauntlets had been destroyed in a battle with Yang Zhuo and 2 7th-level warriors, leaving him with only this spoils as a weapon besides his fists. This long knife provided decent attributes, increasing his attack power by a full 500 points. This meant that with a casual swing, Chen Mo could easily take down a second-level warrior. It wouldn't be a problem to use some force to pierce through a fourth-level warrior. At the entrance of the Abyss Rift, there were at least 3 times more people entering the rift today than usual.
However, the strongest among them were just a few hunting teams led by third-level warriors.
After taking out his warrior ID to register, Chen Mo prepared to pass through the gate into the Abyss Rift. Just then, a somewhat sweet voice rang out behind him.
"Excuse me, are you Chen Mo?" A girl with a stunning figure but a doll-like face was nervously sizing him up. "What's the matter?" Chen Mo turned to look, gripping his long knife tightly with vigilance.
These abyss-cult pests were everywhere. One could jump out from anywhere and stab him.
"Why you? Hello, my name is Su Jiaoer. Can I team up with you to hunt abyss beasts?" Su Jiaoer's ears were flushed red. She had encountered the legendary Taizhou star, the national competition champion, the fierce beast Chen Mo. "No, I'm busy," Chen Mo decisively refused.
At his pace, Su Jiaoer would definitely be unable to keep up. Bringing her along would just be a burden.
I can help carry the spoils." Su Jiaoer was persistent. After all, this was a legendary figure from Taizhou, a fierce beast on par with a 5th-level warrior. How could she let such a big shot go?
"Not needed, I can handle it myself," Chen Mo said, pausing slightly.
"Do you know how to handle the corpses of abyss beasts?" "I do.
I was in charge of logistics in my previous team."
Su Jiaoer nodded vigorously when she saw a chance.
The intensity of her nodding made her chest bounce like waves.
"Alright, keep up with me.
You'll be responsible for processing the prey. With a 90-10 split, I'll take 9, you take 1.
Chen Mo nodded.
His skills in processing prey were too rough, and many good items would lose value after passing through his hands.
So, having someone specialized in processing prey was indeed necessary. "Okay."
Su Jiaoer continued to nod vigorously, her doll-like face flushed with excitement. But just as the two had finished discussing their entry into the Abyss Rift, people around them began to recognize Chen Mo one after another.
"Chen Mo. That's Chen Mo. No way. Is it real? I see the real Chen Mo. Champion Chen. Give me an autograph. Sign one for me too, on my butt."
The crowd grew larger, and even Chen Mo found it hard to cope.
"Let's go."
Chen Mo hoisted the crouching Su Jiaoer, who was covering her head, and with a big leap, jumped into the Abyss Rift.
Ah, where did they go?
What a pity. I was hoping Chenjun Champion would sign my butt.
Who was that woman Chen Mo just carried away?
Lucky him, to be able to hug such a big thick leg.
I think it's Su Jiaoer from the Garden Squad's logistics, right? I remember she got kicked out of the squad?
Tisk, so lucky. I also want to be carried on Chen Mo's shoulder. The surrounding warriors expressed a mix of regret and envy, but a few were gritting their teeth in anger.
Why can that brainless big cow be with Chen Mo?
A woman, extremely barren in demeanor, gritted her teeth. She was Ji Ruerue, the vice-captain of the Garden Squad.
Head, don't be angry, Ruerue. What waves can those two stir up? So what if he defeated a level 5 warrior? He's just a kid fresh out of the woods. A burly man wrapped his arm around Ji Ruerue's shoulder and scoffed.
The various herbs brought by this energy tide are not something those two can touch.
Even if Chen Mo is the national competition champion and his combat power is stronger than a level 5 warrior, so what? Does he know how to harvest herbs? Let's take a step back. Even if he harvested the herbs, can those two escape from the guardian beasts around them?
In truth, this man knew exactly how capable he was. He just felt the need to show off in front of his woman. Lu Gu, Ji Ruerue's eyes sparkled. This was the legendary super invincible love-struck brain. The remaining squad members had already begun to consider leaving the team.
Come on, Lu Gu will take you to make a fortune. Lu Shirhan wrapped his arm around Ji Ruerue's shoulder, and the two walked side by side into the Abyss Rift. Abyss Rift, Level 1 Zone.
Chen Mo took a deep breath of the air filled with the stench of corpses. He truly missed the scenery and smell here.
Chen, Su Jiaoer stammered, unsure how to address Chen Mo.
She couldn't just call him by his name, that would be so rude.
Just call me Chen Mo. Chen Mo noticed Su Jiaoer's dilemma and waved his hand. Chen Mo, don't you need a gas mask? Su Jiaoer pulled out a brand new gas mask from her large backpack.
I don't need this thing. It obstructs my vision too much. Chen Mo declined Su Jiaoer's kindness and stepped toward the area with the strongest stench of corpses. Based on his previous experience, places with an extremely strong smell of corpses usually had scavenger-type abyss beasts present. These types of abyss beasts have a few characteristics. First, their individual combat power is weak. Even an ordinary person has a chance to kill them. Second, scavenger-type abyss beasts are usually social, meaning if one appears, there will typically be a large group nearby. At least 5 or 6.
This is also why most level 1 and 2 warriors are very reluctant to encounter them. Chen Mo, it seems there's a group of scavenger crows ahead? Su Jiaoer took out binoculars to look into the distance and gently tugged at Chen Mo's sleeve to ask. Yes, it's a group of scavenger crows. Chen Mo nodded. He had already smelled the unique stench of the scavenger crows. But there are only 2 of us, won't it? Su Jiaoer hesitated. A group of scavenger crows would consist of at least 3, which posed a significant threat to her. Stay here and don't move. I'll call you when I need you. Chen Mo stretched his muscles and then charged toward the location of the scavenger crows. Chapter 69, Steel Stacking is Awesome. Chapter 69, Steel Stacking is Awesome. Wait, before Su Jiaoer could finish her sentence, she witnessed an unforgettable scene in her life. Chen Mo pounced into the group of scavenger crows like a fierce tiger, but that group of scavenger crows burst apart like fragile bubbles under Chen Mo's long knife. Dealt 12,020 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 1,442. That's right, they burst apart. It's hard to imagine someone's grasp of weapons being so poor. Those carrion crows were killed by Chen Mo with the blade of his knife. All done, let's wrap it up. Chen Mo brushed off the bits of flesh splattered on him and nodded at Su Jiaoer. Go on, let me see your skills in handling the prey. Su Jiaoer's big eyes were filled with confusion. How could she process it when he had turned it into mush? Was she supposed to find something useful in the pile of meat? That was ridiculous. Ahem, Chen Mo, these carrion crows are already useless. Su Jiaoer coughed lightly but still walked over to search for anything valuable. You were too rough. Aside from being fertilizer, there's nothing of value left after you smashed them to bits. After rummaging for a while, Su Jiaoer reached that conclusion. You can't blame me, these carrion crows are too weak. Chen Mo shrugged helplessly. He had only used a bit of force, and the crows had exploded on their own. He really hadn't used much strength. Tisk, so little. After killing the 5 carrion crows, Chen Mo's health points only increased by 7212. It was much more satisfying to steal his heart. Let's go deeper. Chen Mo waved his hand. The strong smell of decay was completely gone from the area, and even if there were abyssal beasts, they would likely be just a few small fry. It was better to look for a larger group to enjoy some real action. Wait a minute. Just as Chen Mo was about to leave, Su Jiaoer suddenly called out to him. What's wrong? Chen Mo turned around to see Su Jiaoer rummaging through a large pile of rotting corpses. No way, is that purple stem grass? Su Jiaoer skillfully plucked a vibrant flower from the pile of corpses. The stem of the flower was purplish red, and the petals were a bright green. Why would a level 2 medicinal herb appear in a level 1 area? Su Jiaoer was momentarily stunned, then her expression changed drastically. Chen Mo, we need to leave quickly, an energy tide is coming. After securing the purple stem grass, Su Jiaoer grabbed Chen Mo and tried to leave. What's going on? Why the panic? But Chen Mo was not someone Su Jiaoer, a peak level 1 warrior, could easily pull. He simply lifted her by her backpack. I know why there are so many teams entering the Abyssal Rift today, there's an energy tide. Su Jiaoer was a bit flustered but still explained the situation. Under the influence of the energy tide, medicinal herbs that usually only appear in the deep abyss will show up in the shallow abyss, which is from level 1 to level 4. But the energy tide will also drive the abyssal beasts from the deep abyss to the shallow areas, significantly increasing the danger level there. Although the risks and rewards are proportional, if we encounter an attack from abyssal beasts, we'll be in trouble. Su Jiaoer spoke rapidly but clearly, and Chen Mo fully understood the current situation. Those teams need at least 5 people to ensure they can escape if they encounter an attack from abyssal beasts. And, Su Jiaoer bit her lip and pulled out the purple stem grass from her bag, throwing it on the ground. Hey! Why waste it? Chen Mo quickly picked up the purple stem grass, dusted it off, and was about to stuff it into Su Jiaoer's large backpack. No, we can't take the medicinal herb. Su Jiaoer grabbed Chen Mo's wrist with both hands, shaking her head like a rattle. This level 2 medicinal herb emits a unique scent that attracts abyssal beasts. It's too dangerous to carry. We should just throw it away and retreat. Don't say anything yet. After hearing Su Jiaoer's explanation, Chen Mo suddenly felt that this energy tide was a good thing. Rubbing his chin, after some careful consideration, Chen Mo made a very important decision. That is to take advantage of the energy tide to attract a few more abyss beasts to stack steel. Don't worry, nothing will happen with me around. Chen Mo rubbed Su Jiaoer's head and stuffed the purple stem grass into her backpack. But, Su Jiaoer wanted to say something, but after thinking it over, she kept quiet. It was impossible for her to go back alone, as a logistics personnel. Without the protection of combatants, she would likely end up as a pile of dung dragged out by an abyss beast. Alright, Su Jiaoer sighed, who told her to board Chen Mo's pirate ship. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed,
and Chen Mo and Su Jiaoer had already delved deep into the edge of the third-level zone.
Chen Mo, another 35 kilometers ahead is the fourth-level zone. Should we continue?
Su Jiaoer changed to a new gas mask filter and turned to look at Chen Mo, who was covered in blood and dirt.
Continue, we'll turn back once we reach the edge of the shallow abyss.
After these few days of fighting, Chen Mo's shirt was dirtier than ever. The shallow abyss had no water source, so he had to give up his shirt.
Okay.
Su Jiaoer adjusted her large backpack and followed closely behind Chen Mo. It's at 160,000 now, let's stack another 20,000 and then retreat. Although the battles over the past few days had mostly been one-hit kills, they still consumed a lot of Chen Mo's stamina. He wasn't a perpetual motion machine, even if his health points hadn't decreased, his energy still needed to recover. Currently, there were about 16 billion abyss beasts in the entire shallow abyss, but the abyss rifts were too vast, and even when Chen Mo actively searched, he only found over 50. Most were still first and second level abyss beasts, and he had only encountered one third-level beast.
Boom!
The ground suddenly began to tremble, and thick smoke billowed up from the distant border area.
What is that? Chen Mo squinted and looked into the distance.
He saw dozens of warriors with different equipment running for their lives, seemingly being chased by something terrifying. As it got closer, he finally saw what was behind those warriors. A giant rhinoceros at least 6 meters tall. The late-stage Horned King. Su Jiaoer also recognized the abyss beast and was so scared that her hair stood on end.
Late stage? Chen Mo stretched his shoulders. A late-stage abyss beast should be able to take a few hits, right? Is that thing valuable?
It's not just a matter of value, the Horned King.
Su Jiaoer wanted to explain more, but Chen Mo interrupted her directly. Just tell me, are the parts on the Horned King valuable?
Valuable, extremely valuable. Everything on it is a treasure, and the Horned King's horns are one of the main materials for third-level blood pills.
Su Jiaoer nodded, but she didn't know why Chen Mo was asking this. Did he not know that the late-stage Horned King had once killed a beginner-level 5th-stage warrior? As long as it's valuable, that's enough. Find a place to hide, I'll be back soon.
With that, Chen Mo shouldered his long knife and charged forward.
Chapter 70, Cycle of Despair.
After focusing his attention on the Horned King, its attributes appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. Horned King, Lord-level Abyss Beast, Health, 120,090, Attack, 1108, Defense, 6,000, damn, no wonder it can kill 5th-stage warriors, it's tougher than I am.
Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim, this Horned King was truly a prime target for stacking steel.
His current damage per hit was 20,040, and after subtracting 6,000 for defense, it was 14,040. This Horned King could at least let him stack steel 9 times, this was going to be great.
Unlike the exhilarated Chen Mo, the warriors being relentlessly pursued by the Horned King were on the verge of collapse.
The beast had been chasing them for 6 hours, even a nuclear-powered donkey couldn't run like this. If this continued, before the Horned King could trample them to death, they would exhaust themselves to death.
Lu Shihan, I curse your mother.
A man with a scarred face shouted hoarsely.
Hurry up and throw away the herbs that beast is guarding. Do you want everyone to die with you? Shu Zhong, don't talk about me. Don't you have some on you too? Lu Shihan spat back, foam at his mouth from exhaustion. Damn you. I found those first.
If it weren't for you bringing those damn women along, I would have run off with the herbs already. The scar-faced man, Shu Zhong, was furious. If it weren't for the foolish woman Lu Shihan was with, they wouldn't have been discovered by the Horned King.
Lu Ge, wait for me. Ji Yingying gasped, clearly out of energy. Get lost. If it weren't for your fuss, I wouldn't have been spotted by the Horned King.
Lu Shihan punched Ji Yingying in the face, smashing her nose into her face. Blood gushed out, and Ji Yingying felt darkness before collapsing to the ground. She felt the ground shaking more violently, estimating that in a few seconds, the Horned King would stomp her into a pulp.
Lu Ge.
Even now, Ji Yingying, lost in her infatuation, still hoped Lu Shihan would come to save her. Suddenly, a figure rushed past Ji Yingying, and the ground's tremors abruptly stopped.
Bang!
A crisp explosion echoed through the air as the Horned King, at least 6 meters tall, was sent flying.
Hiss, what a hard forehead.
Chen Mo shook his aching fist. He should have used a long knife. A charging mark appeared on the Horned King's forehead, and instinctively, Chen Mo collided his fist with the Horned King's forehead.
Dealt 14,040 damage. Health increased by 1,685. Received recoil damage, health, damn, this thing has built-in counter damage? Chen Mo looked at his bleeding fist, unable to suppress a strange smile. Well, how can a battle without pain be considered a battle? Come on.
Today, I'm going to go head-to-head with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo plunged his long knife into the ground and charged at the Horned King barehanded. The punch he just threw had left the Horned King dazed. It shook its head and finally saw the little thing that had attacked it. Upon recognizing Chen Mo, the Horned King suddenly flew into a rage. It had just been knocked away by such a small bug. Roar! The Horned King pushed off the ground, lowering its head and charging at Chen Mo.
Bang! Chen Mo's muscles bulged, and veins writhed like poisonous snakes under his skin. Do you really think my attack power of over 2,000 is just for show?
Chen Mo's forehead bulged with veins as he directly wrapped his arms around the Horned King's massive horns. The Horned King's eyes turned red, and the ground beneath it began to sink.
Chen Mo was similarly rooted. His legs felt like nails driven into the ground. The two began the most primal contest of strength. Chen Mo's strength was double that of the Horned King, but the Horned King's weight was no joke. Get up! Chen Mo's arms suddenly exerted force, and he actually lifted the Horned King off the ground. With a dull thud, Chen Mo, who was only 1/10 the size of the Horned King, executed a shoulder throw on it. The martial artists who had been fleeing nearly had their eyes pop out. Someone was actually grappling with a lord-level abyss beast, and they were gaining the upper hand. Was this a monster? The Horned King, having been thrown, naturally felt terrible. The intense pain made it let out a miserable roar. Dealt 18,000 blunt damage. Damn, does it hurt that much?
Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, then began to feel a pang of regret. Just a little less steel, what a pity. Smacking his lips, Chen Mo started to maneuver around the Rhinoceros King. Whenever the cooldown of his Heart of Steel was up, he would rush in and deliver a punch to the Rhinoceros King's forehead. The Rhinoceros King, being large and clumsy, had no way to counter Chen Mo, who was equipped with iron-plated boots. It could only watch helplessly as the little bug bounced around it in a fit of rage. As a significant amount of stamina was consumed, the Rhinoceros King's movements gradually slowed, and its health was dwindling.
Ding!
Another crisp sound of a charged attack rang out, and the Rhinoceros King was left with just over 10,000 health points.
It's time to try out a new skill. Through the dark gate.
Chen Mo licked his lips, an invisible force summoned from his palms, and the ground around him began to rise with eerie green flames. Cycle of Despair. The sky darkened, and all matter was tinged with a layer of ghostly green light. Chen Mo's fists ignited with great green flames, a total of 20 attributes plundered from the Rhinoceros King. At this moment, the Rhinoceros King no longer exuded the aura of a lord-level abyss beast. It trembled at the bizarre scene around it. With the Cycle of Despair activated, Chen Mo seemed like the king of life and death, and everything within the Cycle of Despair would be under his dominion.
This feels amazing. Chen Mo stepped forward, radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression.
The Rhinoceros King let out a wail as Chen Mo's fist shattered its skull. White brain matter and red blood splattered across Chen Mo's face, adding to his terror. Target killed in the Cycle of Despair, 20 attributes plundered. Plundered attributes, Health 24018, Attack 221, Defense 1200. Pulling his fist from the Rhinoceros King's skull, the surging power he had plundered made Chen Mo feel exhilarated. In the distance, exhausted Lu Shihan and Xu Zhong also stopped, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. Lu Shihan pulled a potion from his backpack and poured it into his mouth, his injuries beginning to heal slowly.
Who is that? Why is he so fierce?
Xu Zhong also took a potion from his backpack, sitting on the ground and watching the fierce battle between Chen Mo and the Rhinoceros King from afar. Chapter 71, Lu Shihan, who is tired of living. Chapter 71, Lu Shihan, who is tired of living. Chen Mo, that national competition champion. Lu Shihan gritted his teeth. He had always been annoyed by these freakishly talented geniuses.
No wonder, it's normal for a national champion to be so strong.
Upon realizing that the one battling the Rhinoceros King was Chen Mo, Xu Zhong immediately felt relieved. After all, he was the national champion, a ruthless fighter who had emerged from over 200 geniuses nationwide. How could he not be strong? But Xu Zhong found it strange that such a prominent national champion would come to hunt in the Abyssal Rift.
Didn't they have as many resources as they wanted? After resting for a minute, Lu Shihan turned and saw Su Jiar hiding not far away, secretly watching the battle. This girl actually got her hands on so many high-level materials. A desire for greed and self-destruction rose within Lu Shihan. Su Jiar was just a peak-level first-tier warrior, a rookie specializing in logistics. It seemed that the Rhinoceros King would take a long time to deal with. Even the national champion had to maneuver around a lord-level abyss beast. With plenty of time, he could easily wait for his stamina to recover and then snatch Su Jiar's things before running away. As long as he got out of the Abyssal Rift, it wouldn't matter if Chen Mo caught up to him. He didn't believe Chen Mo would dare to kill anyone outside. With this thought, Lu Shihan took out a long-prepared potion from his inner pocket. This was a blood-replenishing potion he had bought for 160,000, capable of rapidly restoring stamina.
However, this potion also has side effects and can only be taken when the body is stable, otherwise, there is a risk of cardiac arrest. Chu Zhong, who was nearby, immediately understood Lu Shihan's intentions upon seeing him drink such an expensive potion. You better not court death. Once Chen Mo kills the Rhinoceros King, you'll be the next to die. Mind your own business. If I want, I'll take you down with me. Lu Shihan snorted coldly. Chu Zhong was just being foolish, not knowing how to seize such a good opportunity. Shameless scoundrel. If it weren't for Chen Mo stopping the Rhinoceros King, you'd be nothing but a pile of meat right now. Chu Zhong looked down on such despicable behavior and had already drawn his long knife, ready to confront Lu Shihan. Just lie there quietly, Lu Shihan said with a sly smile as a thin needle pierced Chu Zhong's skin. The paralyzing toxin took effect almost instantly, and Chu Zhong, with wide eyes, collapsed to the ground. 2 minutes later, Lu Shihan's strength was fully restored. He got up, grabbed his dagger, and charged towards Su Jiao. At that moment, Su Jiao was completely unaware, nervously watching Chen Mo fighting the Rhinoceros King to the death. Don't move. Just then, a sharp dagger was pressed against her carotid artery. Don't make a sound, a slight move from me could slice your artery. You. Su Jiao's eyes filled with disgust upon realizing it was Lu Shihan. Stay put, I only want the herbs, I won't take your life. Lu Shihan chuckled and swiftly cut the straps of Su Jiao's backpack. The large backpack fell to the ground, and seeing its substantial weight, Lu Shihan's eyes gleamed with greed. No, I can't let you have it. Su Jiao grabbed the severed strap. All of this was the bounty she and Chen Mo had collected along the way. How could she let it be taken away so easily? Seeing Su Jiao refuse to let go, a flash of brutality crossed Lu Shihan's eyes, and he kicked Su Jiao in the chest. With a dull thud, her chest caved in, and blood sprayed from her mouth and nose. Yet even so, Su Jiao still wouldn't let go, gripping the strap tightly. You filthy woman, are you forcing me to kill you? I can't give it to you. Su Jiao's vision began to blur, and her grip on the strap weakened. A few seconds later, she completely fainted, but her hand still clutched the strap. Lu Shihan forcibly broke her 10 fingers before finally pulling the strap free. You won't need these things, and Chen Mo has various resources from above, so I'll take these. With that, Lu Shihan hoisted the backpack and turned to run, while the other fleeing warriors could only watch helplessly. They were already exhausted and lacked the kind of potion Lu Shihan had taken, unable to do anything but watch him escape. That bastard, even after being saved, he still robs others. What a beast. That son of a bitch must be from another city. After this score, he'll just switch to another city. Even if we catch him, we won't be able to. Forget about him for now, let's go save that girl. If we wait any longer, she might be dead. Although the warriors usually competed against each other, competition aside, their relationships were still decent. Lu Shihan's recent actions were considered the most despicable in the warrior community and would be condemned by everyone. One warrior struggled to his feet, limping over to Su Jiao's side. He took out a life-saving pill and, using his own vital energy, helped Su Jiao swallow it before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Her life is saved, but it looks like her injuries will take a while to heal. Just then, a massive shadow fell from the sky, landing not far from the group of warriors. Su Jiao, come over, it's time to deal with the prey. Chen Mo, with bloodied fists, stood atop the corpse of the Rhinoceros King and shouted towards the large rock where Su Jiao was hiding. However, after a long while, Su Jiao still did not come out, prompting Chen Mo to furrow his brow. Jumping down from the Rhinoceros King's body, he finally saw the severely injured and unconscious Su Jiao. Brother, Lu Shihan stole your things and seriously injured this girl, said the warrior who was treating Su Jiao, lowering his head in shame, as he truly had no strength left to help her. Sorry. Ha! Chen Mo let out a strange laugh. While I was holding off the Rhinoceros King, they stole my things and attacked me. They really didn't take me seriously. Everyone looked at Chen Mo, noticing the veins bulging on his forehead, clearly indicating his rage. Remember, you have never seen anyone named Lu Shihan, understood? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately realized that Chen Mo was about to take lethal action, and they nodded in agreement. Also, use any potions you have on her, I'll pay for it. Su Jiao had followed him all the way, and all the prey and herbs were handled by this girl, so Chen Mo certainly wouldn't be stingy in this matter. After saying this, Chen Mo pushed off the ground with great force, unleashing an unparalleled terrifying speed. Meanwhile, Lu Shihan, who had already run over 10 kilometers, couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ha ha ha, I'm going to get rich this time. 11 second-tier herbs, 4 third-tier herbs, and so many Abyss Beast materials, these two fools have really struck it rich. TSK, too bad the Abyss Rift here in Taizhou can't be mixed in anymore. I need to find another place. Just as Lu Shihan was happily counting his gains, an angry voice laced with coldness rang out from behind him. Oh really?
Then let me take you to a good place.
Chen Mo's voice echoed behind Lu Shihan, startling him so much that he nearly stumbled forward.
Chapter 72, is this thing really worth so much? How did you kill the Rhinoceros King so quickly? Lu Shihan looked at the grim-faced Chen Mo, cold sweat instantly breaking out. You like stealing my things, huh? Chen Mo silently counted in his heart, waiting for the Heart of Steel charging attack indicator to appear. I'll return your things, and I'll give you mine too, just spare me. At that moment, Lu Shihan realized the magnitude of the trouble he had caused. This guy in front of him was clearly a monster. It's too late.
Chen Mo stepped towards Lu Shihan, the Heart of Steel charging mark on him glowing brightly.
Damn!
Seeing that Chen Mo was unwilling to let him go, Lu Shihan directly pulled out the handgun he had hidden on him and aimed it at Chen Mo's forehead. This gun had cost him a fortune from the black market. Killing a third-tier warrior was definitely not a problem. Unfortunately, he was facing Chen Mo, a warrior who could take on the Rhinoceros King. How could he fear such a large-caliber handgun?
Bang!
Sparks flew as Chen Mo's head snapped back.
Did I kill him?
Lu Shihan felt a surge of joy. It seemed the national competition champion was just that in front of a handgun. But when he saw Chen Mo's bright eyes and the bullet lodged in his mouth, Lu Shihan despaired.
Please, I can give you money, a lot of money.
I still have many energy stones, just let me go.
Ding! Caused 21,860 points of damage, maximum health increased by 2,623. Trash!
Even at the late third tier, relying on a handgun like this. Chen Mo scoffed. Lu Shihan was really pathetic, as a single punch from him had directly blown apart his upper body. Throwing Lu Shihan's half-corpse aside, Chen Mo picked up Lu Shihan's in his own backpack and ran back to where he had come from. He didn't have to worry at all about the body being discovered. The low-level abyss beasts wandering in the shallow abyss were the best cleaners. Moreover, with that punch, a mist of blood filled the air, and the rich smell of blood would soon attract carrion crows or certain scavenging abyss beasts. A few minutes later, Chen Mo's figure reappeared before everyone. Looking at the two backpacks in Chen Mo's hands, everyone instantly understood. Lu Shihan was probably dead for sure. At this moment, Su Jiaojia was still in a coma, and Chen Mo planned to leave with her on his back.
Wait a minute.
Chu Zhong, who had just come out of the effects of the anesthetic, suddenly stood up.
What's the matter? Chen Mo frowned. He didn't mind killing again if necessary. What about the Lord-level Rhinoceros King?
Chu Zhong was not like Lu Shihan. If it was his, he would take it, but if it wasn't, he wouldn't touch it at all.
Who among you can handle the abyss beast's corpse?
Chen Mo thought for a moment. It would be a shame to just throw away such a big guy.
I can. A logistics warrior stepped forward and said, standing not far from Chen Mo. Can you handle the Rhinoceros King? Is 1 hour enough? Chen Mo checked Su Jiaojiao's condition. Her breathing was steady, so she should be out of danger. That's enough.
The logistics warrior nodded and quickly began to process the Rhinoceros King's corpse. Chen Mo placed Su Jiaojiao on the ground and sat aside, not wanting to disturb the logistics warrior's work. The other warriors remained silent, feeling a bit guilty. The logistics warrior worked very quickly, not to mention an hour. He completely disassembled the massive Rhinoceros King in less than half an hour. After removing the materials from the Rhinoceros King and handing them to Chen Mo, the large corpse was considered processed. Here. Chen Mo took out a piece of Rhinoceros King hide, about a square meter in size, and turned to throw it to the warrior who had just saved Su Jiaojia.
No, you saved our lives, how can I take your things?
The warrior was taken aback. The Rhinoceros King's hide was too valuable, worth far more than his life-saving pill.
If I tell you to take it, then take it. I never owe anyone anything. Chen Mo didn't intend to say much more. After shoving the piece of hide into the man's hands, he turned and left. Watching Chen Mo's retreating figure, everyone fell into silence. Aren't we a bit embarrassed?
Yeah, at our age, we can't even compare to a child. You're overthinking it. That's the national competition champion.
Do you really want to provoke him?
But it is indeed embarrassing. He killed the Rhinoceros King, yet we couldn't even protect a little girl.
That's true.
After leaving the Abyss Rift, Chen Mo didn't rush to exchange the collected items for money. Instead, he first took Su Jiaojia to a hospital near the entrance. This hospital only treated warriors, so no one was surprised by Su Jiaojiao's injuries. After settling the payment, Chen Mo then carried a large pile of various materials to the recycling center. 11 second-tier medicinal herbs, 4 third-tier medicinal herbs, 35 kilograms of second-tier Abyss Beast materials, 20 kilograms of third-tier Abyss Beast materials.
Mr.
Chen Mo, the total value of these materials is 3,170,000, which has been credited to your account. Chen Mo nodded and was about to leave with the Rhinoceros King's materials. This is the horn of the Lord-level Rhinoceros King.
Mr. Chen Mo, aren't you going to recycle the Rhinoceros King's materials as well?
The staff member was a bit excited. Materials from Lord-level abyss beasts were quite rare, not to mention the Rhinoceros King, a dominant force in the shallow abyss.
Isn't this place only recycling materials below Tier 3? Chen Mo was taken aback and pointed to a sign nearby. Isn't there a dedicated recycling point for materials above Tier 4 over there? I can just go there to recycle.
After Chen Mo finished speaking, he intended to leave, but the staff member called him back again.
Mr. Chen Mo, look, isn't this gone now?
The staff member directly took down the display board that read only recycling materials and herbs from level 3 and below, smiling at him.
Alright, help me take a look at how much this stuff is worth.
Chen Mo didn't mind and directly piled a large heap of materials on the recycling window.
Okay, please wait a moment, I'll calculate it for you right away.
The staff member began to assess the value of the materials from the King of Rhinoceros Horn. With the help of a small cart and a mini crane, he calculated the value of these materials in just 20 minutes. 1 horn from the King of Rhinoceros Horn, 160 kilograms of skin, 1 complete set of bones, 2 liters of heart's blood.
Mr. Chen Mo, the total value of your materials is 11,350,000. Would you like it transferred directly to your card? Chapter 73, Protection, Not Trampling. Alright, just transfer it to my account.
Chen Mo nodded, appearing calm on the surface, but inside he was about to explode with excitement.
This was all cash.
Unlike the 15 billion reward from Taizhou City, this money was something he could use right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chen Mo, for your contribution to humanity.
The staff member was also very excited. With the materials from the King of Rhinoceros Horn, they could attract more level 3 warriors to station in Taizhou. As one of the cities with abyssal rifts, risks and rewards always coexist.
Taizhou had previously had too few warriors above level 3, so the abyssal rifts could not be developed at all.
The lack of development in the shallow abyss led to more and more warriors leaving, and Taizhou's combat power subsequently declined. This was also one of the reasons they fell into a vicious cycle of resource scarcity.
Chen Mo didn't pay much attention to the staff member's words. He didn't feel much about making a contribution.
He got what he deserved and helped Taizhou solve a big problem, a win-win situation. TSK, better save this money for now, go to the south for training and reap some benefits. I should be able to save quite a bit. Chen Mo didn't plan to touch this money for the time being. After all, he was going to participate in the southern training in 10 days, and there would be countless resources available then. Spending his own money now felt like a loss. It was much more satisfying to reap benefits.
In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and with active treatment in the hospital, Su Jiaoer successfully regained consciousness.
At this moment, the already small hospital room was filled with people, all of whom were the warriors chased by the King of Rhinoceros Horn for dozens of kilometers that day.
Filled with guilt towards Su Jiaoer and gratitude towards Chen Mo, they collectively came to visit her today. So, leaving the stuff behind and 30-some people crammed into a 10-square-meter room, what's that about?
Chen Mo rubbed his temples. The rough men's faces were all smiling, but no matter how he looked at it, that smile made him uncomfortable.
Alright, Boss Chuzhong, you stay, we'll leave first.
The warriors were still quite sensible. After leaving the supplements behind, they all left the hospital room.
Aren't you leaving?
Chen Mo turned to look at Chuzhong, who had been silent.
I have a question I want to ask.
Chuzhong shook his head. He had been pondering one thing for the past few days.
What do you want to ask?
Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, curious to see what kind of nonsense Chuzhong would come up with.
I want to know why you helped us.
Chuzhong paused, finally voicing the question he had held in for 3 days. I know you're strong, but you could have waited until that King of Rhinoceros Horn killed us all before stepping in. That way, you could gain more benefits. We also have quite a bit of loot on us. He couldn't understand why someone would ignore their own interests to help others.
Do you want to hear the truth? Chen Mo took a bite of an apple.
Of course, he wouldn't say that he was motivated by the fact that the Horn King had tough skin and could withstand a few more hits.
I do.
Chuzhong nodded vigorously.
Let me ask you a question first.
Chen Mo set down the apple, which was now just a core, and looked up into Chuzhong's eyes.
Why did you become a martial artist? Why do you pursue a stronger realm?
Chuzhong was taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this question.
For money? For fame? For status?
It seemed like all of those, yet none of them. My purpose in becoming a martial artist is simple, to protect my family and friends, and to earn a little money on the side.
But if a person becomes stronger and more selfish, wouldn't that be a waste of the resources they've consumed?
My thinking is straightforward. By taking down the Horn King, I can benefit, and saving your lives is also not out of the question. You are the most basic level of martial artists, and you should naturally protect those ordinary people who are not martial artists. So, I'm not protecting you, I'm protecting those ordinary people who are even weaker than you. In simple terms, it's about doing what a martial artist should do. Chen Mo's words were filled with righteousness, leaving Chu Zhong and Su Jiao stunned. In their eyes, Chen Mo seemed to radiate an incredibly dazzling light. So that's how it is. Chu Zhong seemed to have unraveled the confusion in his heart, and his entire demeanor underwent a significant change. Is this what has been supporting your growth? I understand. I've found what I should be doing. Thank you, Brother Chen, for helping me find the path in my heart. I'll keep the things, you mustn't refuse. Placing the bag he was holding on the ground, Chu Zhong turned and left the hospital room. Should he see a psychiatrist? Chen Mo was filled with doubt. What did he say that made Chu Zhong understand? Was it that this kind of grandiose rhetoric stimulated him? Protecting the weak? Even Su Jiao, who was lying on the bed, looked thoughtful. Chen Mo suspected he had awakened some kind of divine ability called bravado. You can't take my boasting seriously, can you? With that thought, cold sweat broke out on Chen Mo. However, there was a benefit, at least his image had become more imposing, no longer the ferocious beast who acted ruthlessly. How's your health? Chen Mo turned to Su Jiao, who seemed lost in thought. It's nothing serious. I'll be able to leave the hospital in a week. Su Jiao smiled at Chen Mo, but her still swollen eyes looked rather comical. I've already transferred the money to your account, a total of 3,500,000. Chen Mo didn't follow the previously agreed upon split of 90 to 10 but gave Su Jiao quite a bit more. That's too much. Didn't we agree that I would only take 10%? Su Jiao wanted to refuse, but upon seeing Chen Mo's gaze, she immediately fell silent. I'll give you as much as I say, no need for nonsense. Chen Mo placed a peeled apple beside Su Jiao's hospital bed, stood up, and prepared to leave. This collaboration was very pleasant. I hope we have the chance to work together again next time. I'll be leaving in 7 days. You can join Chu Zhong's hunting team, their members are quite decent. At least they won't stab you in the back, and they don't have love-struck brains. Aren't you planning to return to Taizhou? Su Jiao asked, a bit disappointed. She knew very well that it was already a stroke of luck for Chen Mo to take her on a hunt. She didn't expect to form a permanent team with him. It was just that Chen Mo's departure was too sudden, and she didn't know if he would come back in the future. Of course I'll be back. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then began to doubt whether Su Jiao's brain had also been damaged. My parents are in Taizhou, this is still my hometown, how could I not come back? Just focus on recovering, and later I'll have the doctor give you a full brain checkup. It might be a side effect of excessive blood loss? Why do you feel like you've become a bit dim-witted? Chapter 74, Preparing to Depart for Southern Training. In the 7 days leading up to his departure for Yanjing to participate in the Southern Training, Chen Mo was far from idle. Aside from his usual daily tasks, he spent most of those 7 days immersed in the shallow abyss. Unfortunately, since that wave of energy tides ended, the abyss beasts in the shallow layer had significantly decreased. He had stacked steel for an entire week, only increasing his health points by over 60,000, which left Chen Mo quite displeased. Tisk, didn't they say there would be beast tides? Why haven't I encountered any? After tossing the tattered abyss beast materials into the recycling bin, Chen Mo clicked his tongue in annoyance. Mr. Chen Mo, how did these materials end up in such a terrible state? The recycling price will be greatly discounted. The staff member looked at the various materials in front of him, none of which were intact. It's a miracle I could bring them out at all. I still had to exert some effort, Chen Mo said without elaborating, as no one in Taizhou dared to cheat him out of his money. Just give me what I'm owed, calculate it and transfer it to my account. By the way, recycle this broken knife for me too, it's useless. Chen Mo grimaced, he had never learned how to use weapons, and keeping the knife was pointless. It was better to sell it for some money. He could always buy a weapon he liked later. Perhaps he would find a weapon that suited him during the Southern Training. Moreover, the weapons available during the Southern Training were far better than this broken knife and didn't cost anything. Alright, one abyss steel long knife, weighing 6.5 kilograms, valued at 60 million. The staff member nodded and took the long knife. Your total earnings this time are 61,500,000, which has already been transferred to your account. After glancing at his account, Chen Mo left the Abyss Rift recycling point. Back home, Chen Mo organized the items he needed to take for the Southern Training. 2 sets of clothes and a set of toiletries, and that was it. He didn't plan to bring any potions or blood recovery pills since they were provided for free a month before the Southern Training. He just needed to eat heartily and save his own supplies. Xiao Mo, you're leaving tomorrow, will you encounter any danger on the way? Su Lu pushed open Chen Mo's door, looking a bit worried. Don't worry, Mom, this time Governor Yu from Zhejiang is personally escorting me, Chen Mo replied, putting down what he was holding and looking up. That's good, that's good. Hearing this, Sulu felt relieved. Xiao Mo, be careful during the training, and don't act impulsively. And when sparring, try to be mindful, especially when sparring with girls, don't always focus on their chests. If you keep this up, you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. A question mark gradually appeared above Chen Mo's head. How did he end up focusing on women's chests? Could he be blamed for that? Who made the charging attack mark of the heart of steel appear on the chest? He wasn't a pervert. How could he possibly focus on that area? Besides, striking the chest was far less effective than hitting the back of the head or the temples. If conditions allowed, he really didn't want to hit the chest. I got it, Mom, don't worry. Sighing, Chen Mo found it hard to explain this matter to Sulu and had to brush it off. Do we need to follow them to take a look, just in case? Sulu wanted to say more, but Chen Mo directly pushed her outside. Mom, I've been tired for several days. Can you make me some braised pork ribs tonight and buy me some roast goose? I'm going to take a nap first. Alright, I'll have your dad buy the roast goose for you right now. Sulu nodded and happily went to make braised pork ribs for Chen Mo. Inside the room, Chen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lying on his big bed, he opened the system panel to check the 1,800 gold coins he had just accumulated. I hope I can draw a piece of equipment that provides mana. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mo clicked on the equipment lottery without much hesitation. The lottery will spun for a few seconds before slowly coming to a stop, finally landing on a white piece of equipment. Magic Sect, 35 attack power, 500 mana, converted to spirit power, 15 cooldown reduction passive skill, gain additional attack power based on mana passive skill, Mana Flow, increases spirit power limit when using skills or attacking an enemy. When the provided spirit power limit reaches the maximum, 1200, this equipment will transform into Magic Cut Note. After the Magic Sect evolves into Magic Cut, it can be materialized for a cost in gold coins and used as a weapon. How many gold coins to materialize it? Chen Mo was taken aback. This was the first time the system had offered something tangible. 167,500 gold coins to materialize Magic Cut. Chen Mo fell silent. All his possessions combined weren't even worth 167,500. Forget it, I'll talk about it when I have more gold coins later. Although the cost to materialize Magic Cut was shockingly high, at least Chen Mo was lucky enough to draw an equipment that provided mana and was particularly suitable for him. After removing the iron-plated boots and equipping the Magic Sect, that refreshing feeling in his mind returned. It must be said that this feeling of clarity in the entire world was truly addictive. By the way, system, can shoe-type equipment be equipped multiple times? Chen Mo suddenly remembered this question. If shoes could be equipped multiple times, wouldn't his speed? Shoe-type equipment can be equipped multiple times, and their attributes will take effect simultaneously. The system's response confirmed Chen Mo's guess, which made him even more eager to unlock a few more equipment slots. Please work hard to become stronger. More challenge tasks and daily tasks will be unlocked after you complete the steel skin tempering. After saying this, the system returned to its previous silent state. Steel skin, steel bones, steel blood, and steel marrow. Once I get to the southern training camp, I can start tempering my body. At the same time, Yang Zhuo, whose injuries had fully healed, appeared in the Gu family. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo stared at each other, both looking like mutes without saying a word. Xiaofeng, Yang Zhuo will also participate in this southern training camp. You should have known this long ago. Gu Shuo sat beside them, feeling a headache watching the two stare at each other. I have no objections to teaming up, but why is he in our house? Gu Feng said with a displeased pout, leaning on the sofa and sizing up Yang Zhuo. Yang Zhuo still wore a blank expression, sitting upright and looking very proper. However, his tattered clothes and dirty face made him look somewhat ridiculous. You know that Yang Zhuo was expelled from the Celestial clan. In recent days, he has been wandering around Yanjing. Apart from the days he was hospitalized, he hasn't eaten a single meal in those other 8 days. You know the bridge hole at Sandman River, he has been living there. Gu Shuo himself couldn't understand why Yang Zhuo, a genius of the celestial race, had lost the ability to take care of himself after losing their support. Gu Feng was taken aback. He never expected Yang Zhuo to be in such a dire situation. A late-stage level 5 warrior, how could he possibly be starving even if he went to the Abyss Rift to hunt monsters for money? My ID card was stolen, Yang Zhuo said, a serious look flashing across his face. That person was quite skilled at concealing their presence, even I didn't notice. I only realized it when I felt a bit cold on my backside. Gu Feng and Gu Shuo were filled with questions. From what Yang Zhuo was saying, could it be that he encountered a pickpocket? No way, there hadn't been pickpockets in Yanjing for years. this kid was really unlucky. Forget it, Xiaofeng, Yangzhou will stay just one night, and tomorrow he will go with you to the southern training camp. Gu Suan knew that his son had been feeling disgruntled since being defeated by Yangzhou, and he didn't want to say much, only trying to mediate between the two. Sure, actually, I don't mind how long you want to stay, Gu Feng nodded, looking at the somewhat dirty Yangzhou. Thank you. Although Yangzhou had a low emotional intelligence, he could still sense the kindness of others. After all, they were just 17 or 18-year-old boys, with no deep-seated grudges, so Gu Feng naturally wouldn't reject Yangzhou too much. Alright, go rest. We will set off for the southern training camp on time tomorrow. Seeing that Gu Feng accepted Yangzhou, Gu Suo took him to wash up and eat. The next morning, Chen Mo stood at the door with his backpack. Last night, he had a phone call with Governor Yu, who said he would come to pick him up on the rooftop at 6:30 in the morning. Can't figure it out, is he coming by plane? Chen Mo sat on the edge of the building, staring blankly at the morning taizhou. A plane is too slow, I'll take you personally, it's faster. Just then, Yu Jinling's figure appeared above Chen Mo. Take me personally? Chen Mo was taken aback, then felt himself being pulled up into the sky by a tremendous force. Yes, a master can fly. Compared to the convenience of a helicopter, a master's flying speed was faster, more discreet, and could better ensure Chen Mo's safety. Kid, when you go to the southern training camp, make sure to give me some face. Yu Jinling tucked Chen Mo under her armpit, boosting her energy to soften the surrounding airflow. Especially at this crucial level 3 stage, you must make good use of the unique equipment in the southern training camp. If your talent is sufficient, you might be able to refine steel skin and steel blood within a month, saving a lot of resources for steel bone and steel marrow. Is it possible for me to refine steel skin, steel blood, steel bone, and steel marrow all within a month? Upon hearing Yu Jinling's words, Chen Mo immediately understood how precious this opportunity at the southern training camp was. Usually, a level 3 warrior would need at least half a year to refine their entire skin into steel skin, but at the southern training camp, 1 month could even yield steel skin and steel blood. Don't be unrealistic, progressing too quickly will only harm your foundation. Taking one step at a time is the right path. Yu Jinling could understand Chen Mo's thoughts. It was normal for young people to have a bit of radical thinking. However, you do have the chance to start refining steel bone, which means reaching level 5. Stop daydreaming, I have things to remind you about. As Yu Jinling spoke, she realized the topic had veered off course due to Chen Mo and quickly steered it back. Don't think of the southern training camp as just a reward, it's both a reward and a trial. The danger level is no less than that of the national competition, and there are even death quotas. Be sure to pay attention to safety, especially during the practical combat in the latter half of the month. Don't lose your life for points. Got it? Chen Mo nodded, but in his heart, he was already looking forward to the real combat in the second half of the month. His heart of steel could only rise significantly during actual combat, which was also when his strength grew the fastest. Chen Mo's current health had reached a terrifying 228,396, and his attack power was as high as 4,308. With his current basic stats, he could easily face off against a level 5 warrior, which was the Steel Blood Realm warrior, or he could engage in a prolonged battle with a level 6 Steel Bone Realm warrior without any issues. Hey, you brat, I'm talking to you. Seeing Chen Mo staring blankly into the distance and ignoring her, Yu Jinling tapped him on the forehead. Ouch! Chen Mo grimaced in pain, casting a dissatisfied glance at Yu Jinling. Ha! Yu Jinling felt the texture of Chen Mo's forehead and sensed something was off. It didn't feel like the skin of someone who hadn't undergone any refinement. Have you refined your skin? Yu Jinling asked in surprise. Could it be that this kid was born with steel skin? No, I can't refine my skin, Chen Mo replied, unsure why Yu Jinling suddenly asked that. Then that makes sense, you must be born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. Yu Jinling's hands moved over Chen Mo's body, kneading and feeling, determining his current physical strength. No wonder you could hold off 2 level 7 warriors and almost kill that Yang Zhua. What do you mean by born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones? Chen Mo was taken aback. Could his super high health be judged as a special talent? I've seen your previous stats report. Your physical strength is approaching level 5 Steel Bone Realm, and your vitality is comparable to level 7 Steel Marrow Realm. I was paying attention throughout the national competition and noticed that you fought without any technique, purely relying on your strength and toughness. But those are precisely what warriors pursue, so I guessed from the start that you might be born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. Yu Jinling paused, and a hint of envy flashed in her eyes. Honestly, I'm quite envious of you. You are indeed born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. If you refine again, that would be a second refinement. If you successfully complete the second refinement, you might be stronger than level 7 warriors. Chapter 76, Chen Mo, a genius with both vitality and mental strength. Chapter 76, Chen Mo, a genius with both vitality and mental strength. Eugene Ling paused, as if she thought of something. Of course, compared to ordinary warriors, refining a warrior like you, who was born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones, will be quite challenging. So, you must seize this opportunity during the training in the south and make the most of the special equipment there to help you refine. This is also your best chance to become stronger. After hearing this, Chen Mo's expression became serious. Could it be that having too high a health would really affect his body's refinement progress? You gain some, you lose some. Whatever you gain, you will lose something in return. However, Chen Mo was quite open-minded about it. Even if his martial arts remained stuck at level 3, he could still stack values through his heart of steel. If he could draw the Bervise's infinite attack speed melting candle and the hell curse of Thresh that provided infinite defense and spell power, but these were just thoughts, after all. The probability of drawing those two from 840 skills was akin to fishing for the character he wanted in a mixed pool in the second game. You seem to take it quite well, Eugene Ling said, somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Chen Mo to have such a mindset at such a young age. He would surely become a master in the future. 2 hours later, Eugene Ling brought Chen Mo to Yanjing International Airport. We're here. The two had not encountered any attacks along the way and arrived safely at their destination. Go on, make sure to seize this opportunity. Eugene Ling patted Chen Mo on the shoulder, watching him walk into the VIP lounge before turning to leave. You're here. Gu Feng spotted Chen Mo at a glance and waved at him. Beside him sat Yang Zua and Ma Wanlin, whose broken leg still hadn't been reattached. What are you planning to do about your leg? Chen Mo asked as he sat next to Ma Wanlin, looking at her leg where the wound had already healed. It's fine, my teacher said the mental energy master at the southern training camp will help me reattach it. Saying this, Ma Wanlin picked up the refrigerated life support box beside her and showed the others her broken leg. Even Yang Zua didn't know how to respond, staring blankly at the severed leg in the box without saying a word. Ahem, it's about time, let's board the plane. Gu Feng noticed the awkward atmosphere, cleared his throat, and led the three towards the boarding gate. This time, they weren't taking an ordinary commercial flight, but a military transport plane. Including the 4 from Chen Mo's team, there were a total of 16 participants in the southern training camp, all of them at the perfect age. As for the team divisions, it seemed they were grouped according to combat style and methods. Chen Mo's team had a very similar combat style, all of them indifferent to life and death, ready to fight if they disagreed. Aren't we going to the southern training camp? Why are we on a military transport plane? Even Ma Wanlin, who had remained calm despite her broken leg, seemed nervous now as she tightly hugged her severed leg. Right, the southern training camp only has military airports, no civilian ones. The destination can't be. Ma Wanlin recalled the famous all-weather combat readiness city, Dawn City. Yes, it's Dawn City. Gu Feng nodded. To be honest, he was a bit nervous too. Dawn City is located on an island in the southernmost part of the Great Xia, covering an area of 760,000 square kilometers, with a tropical climate year-round and bustling activity. At the same time, it serves as the first line of defense against the invasion of sea beasts from the chaotic sea, with large-scale battles occurring almost daily. For newcomers like them who had never witnessed large-scale combat, Dawn City was an excellent training ground. Until the plane took off, no one else appeared besides the 16 of them, as if they were being directly released into the wild. Ahem, can you hear me? Just as everyone was puzzled, the plane's intercom crackled to life. The destination for this southern training camp is Dawn City. The first month is for training, and the last half month is for actual combat. There are 3 death quotas for this southern training camp, but I hope not to use any of them. Please fasten your seatbelts, we will land on time in 3 hours. Chen Mo and the others hurriedly fastened their seatbelts, as they had already sensed the difference between the transport plane and a passenger plane. That voice just now sounds familiar, where have I heard it before? Chen Mo frowned, the voice sounding somewhat familiar, was it just his imagination? You definitely know it, that was Director Chu from the Mental Energy Research Institute in Magic City. He's coming with us to Dawn City. Gu Feng seemed to know quite a bit and began explaining to Chen Mo and the others. They recently developed a new real-time communication device that can be used within the range of the Chaotic Sea and the Abyssal Rift. However, this communication device has a limitation. Warriors can only receive information. Two-way communication requires the assistance of a mental energy master. We are also here to test this new type of communication device during our training. Just as Gu Feng was speaking confidently, Director Chu, sitting in an electronic wheelchair, was pushed out by Chu Chi. You seem to know quite a lot. Director Chu chuckled, giving Gu Feng a meaningful look. Gu Feng scratched his head awkwardly, the confidentiality level of this matter was actually quite high, and it was prohibited to disclose it before reaching Dawn City.
You're hiding it pretty well.
But Director Chu's main goal isn't Gu Feng. Anyway, this new type of communication device will eventually be released, it's just a matter of sooner or later.
However, Chen Mo in front of him puzzled Director Chu. What method did this kid use to block his previous probing?
At that time, I didn't know whether you had ill intentions, so I certainly couldn't expose myself.
What if you, an old man, had plans against me?
I was seriously injured at that time, with no strength to resist. Chen Mo wore an expression of not my fault, which directly amused Director Chu in the wheelchair.
Alright, you little rascal are quite talented. I'll have those old masters take good care of you. That Tianren clan, do you know where you differ from Chen Mo? Director Chu turned to Yang Zui and asked.
His body and willpower are stronger than mine, Yang Zui answered without a second thought.
That's just 2 points, there's something you all don't know.
Director Chu looked at Chen Mo with a hint of amusement. To have such talent and still hide it, he really didn't know what this brat was thinking.
Chen Mo possesses both blood energy and mental power. What?
Not just Gu Feng and the others, even the remaining 12 were astonished.
How is that possible? There really is someone in this world who possesses both mental power and blood energy?
Even Shu Qi looked surprised. This was simply too unbelievable.
Chapter 77, Chen Mo almost played himself to death. Otherwise, do you think that punch Chen Mo through that sent the arena flying was just a coincidence? Director Chu looked at Chen Mo with a "I guessed it, didn't I?" expression, casually lifting his chin.
This is the tremendous amplification produced by the combination of mental power and blood energy. It's also what I'm pursuing.
You little rascal were still fooling me before. That's really infuriating.
Hee, you caught me. Chen Mo scratched his head awkwardly, looking like he had been seen through. In reality, Chen Mo was overjoyed. Now he could freely use those skills he had drawn. With this esteemed expert in mental power backing him, he wasn't afraid of others investigating. He could just attribute it to the combination of mental power and blood energy. To be honest, Director Chu's imagination and ability to fill in the gaps were quite strong. He had already concluded that Chen Mo's abilities were the result of the combination of blood energy and mental power.
From now on, you don't have to hide, but there's one thing.
Director Chu looked at Chen Mo with piercing eyes, the same look as those old men in the Precision Data Testing Center. If I need you to cooperate with me on some research, I hope you can help me out.
Sure, just don't slice me up for research,
Chen Mo nodded. Anyway, they wouldn't be able to research anything significant, so it was fine with him. Alright, having you say that is enough. When you go to the Southern Training Camp, make sure to seize the opportunity to temper your body, but don't neglect the development of your mental power. After saying this, Shu Qi pushed Director Chu back to the front cabin.
Don't look at me like that. I only found out about this not long ago.
Chen Mo felt a bit uneasy under the gaze of Gu Feng and the others. Their eyes seemed to want to dissect him for a closer study.
What a monster, Ma Wanglin couldn't help but exclaim. She indeed felt overshadowed in front of these three.
I didn't expect it, Chen Mo. You actually possess mental power, Gu Feng said excitedly, leaning closer to Chen Mo and sizing him up. Now it's much easier for you to temper your steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. You won't need a mentalist's assistance, you can do it yourself.
What does tempering the body have to do with a mentalist? Chen Mo was taken aback and asked in confusion.
That's not what I meant. It's just that having a mentalist's assistance makes it much easier. Gu Feng shook his head and continued. A mentalist can guide your vital energy into a refining state quickly through their mental power, so you don't have to find the feeling of refining bit by bit on your own. Tisk, rich people, Ma Wanglin, who was nearby, clicked her tongue in annoyance. She didn't have such good conditions back then. All her body refining was done through her own exploration. Although mentalists may not have much combat power, hiring one with high mental power is quite expensive due to their scarcity. Ordinary families, even second-generation rich kids, might not be able to afford it. In short, Chen Mo, your progress in refining your body through the four realms will be very fast, Gu Feng said, feeling a bit awkward, as it seemed Ma Wanglin held a deep prejudice against him.
Mental power has such uses? Chen Mo pondered for a moment.
He had always thought that mental power could only be used to release skills, but Gu Feng's words broadened his perspective.
It also opened up Chen Mo's mind.
Seeing that Chen Mo had stopped talking, the others began to close their eyes and rest.
Feeling the cool sensation in his mind, Chen Mo tried to control it.
Gradually, he felt that cool sensation slowly morphing, moving inside him like a snail. As that feeling became clearer, Chen Mo's control over his mental power became more proficient, progressing from snail speed to turtle pace.
After about another hour, Chen Mo finally guided his mental power into the meridians flowing with vital energy.
But the moment the mental power collided with the vital energy, a terrifying tingling sensation spread throughout Chen Mo's body. It seemed as if a hole had been punctured in his meridians by the mental power, and the vital energy was leaking out at a terrifying speed. Gu Feng noticed something was wrong with Chen Mo, but he didn't know what the problem was. Looking at Chen Mo, who was in pain and spewing vital energy, Gu Feng realized what Chen Mo was doing. Is he refining his body? This is pure self-destruction. Who starts refining right away like this? Chen Mo, stop. Gu Feng hurriedly stood up and shook Chen Mo, whose eyes were tightly closed. Yangzhua, stop dawdling and go call Director Chu. Something's wrong with Chen Mo. He's about to kill himself with his mental power. Yangzhua was momentarily stunned, then silently unbuckled his seatbelt and walked toward the cockpit. Chen Mo, wake up. Seeing that Chen Mo still had no reaction, Gu Feng became anxious and punched Chen Mo in the face. But even then, Chen Mo showed no signs of waking up. What do we do now? Gu Feng was pacing in circles, as Chen Mo was the only person he could consider a friend. What are you panicking for? At that moment, Chu Chi pushed Director Chu out. Director Chu was also quite anxious. If this precious person, who possessed both vital energy and mental power, got into trouble, what would he do? After glancing at Chen Mo's current state, Director Chu closed his eyes, and his mental power transformed into threads to help repair Chen Mo's damaged meridians. What happened? It looks like this meridian was blown up by a firecracker, Director Chu muttered to himself in confusion while repairing the damage to Chen Mo's meridians. After a while, Chen Mo woke up. Oh, Director Chu, why are you here? Chen Mo asked, staring at the old man with a dark face in front of him. Why am I here? Director Chu was so angry he almost laughed. If it weren't for his lower body being paralyzed, he would have stood up and kicked Chen Mo. Do you know you leaked your meridians by playing with mental power? Without anyone to guide you, how dare you use such a large amount of mental power to probe your meridians? Do you know how dangerous this is? If I weren't here, you would have wasted away because of the leaking vital energy. Hearing that Chen Mo had gotten into trouble because of using his mental power, Gu Feng's expression became somewhat awkward as he carefully sat back down and fastened his seatbelt. I feel fine, Chen Mo said, touching his nose. His life points had dropped by less than 1/10, and his 500 mana had only decreased by 200. Tough skin and thick flesh, huh? Director Chu's forehead bulged with veins. Every time he explained safety matters to these martial artists, they always reacted this way. Let me tell you this, before we reach Dawn City, you are not allowed to use your mental power. When we get there, I'll personally teach you how to use it. Don't go and get yourself killed again. Did you hear me? The veins on Director Chu's neck were bulging, clearly very angry. Oh, got it. Chen Mo shrank his neck. This old man had quite the temper. Chapter 78, Blood Slayer. Song Bin. To think he figured out the method to condense mental power so quickly, this kid's brain is quite useful, he muttered before letting Chu Chi push him back to the driver's seat. Realizing that mental power wasn't so easy to master, Chen Mo quieted down considerably during the rest of the journey. At least he didn't try to kill himself by using mental power to burst his own meridians. After nearly 4 hours of flight, everyone finally landed successfully at the military airport on South Island. As the cabin door opened, a wave of hot air rushed in. Damn, it's so hot. Chen Mo was blown by the heat to the point where he had to close his eyes. The air temperature on South Island was at least around 50 degrees. Yeah, it's the peak summer on South Island, of course, it's hot, Gu Feng said as he pulled out 4 pairs of sunglasses from his bag, handing one to each of Chen Mo and the others. Even in winter, it's nearly 40 degrees here. This isn't even the hottest time yet. We came at a decent time, soon it will be hurricane season, and it will be boiling hot every day. Stop chatting and get on the shuttle bus. Chen Mo and the others ignored Gu Feng, rushing into the shuttle bus that had come to pick them up. You must be the kids from this southern training camp, right? The driver was a middle-aged man, looking to be in his 40s or 50s. Yes, I'm Gu Feng, may I ask how to address you? As the most knowledgeable among the 16, Gu Feng took the lead in communicating with the driver. Just call me Uncle Song. Song Bin's smile was quite friendly, and seeing that smile, everyone relaxed. Uncle Song, have you been driving the shuttle bus on South Island for a long time? Chen Mo, feeling quite familiar, directly sat next to Song Bin and asked. No, I was just transferred here last month. Song Bin shook his head, sizing up Chen Mo. Are you the one that sister you mentioned, the one with innate steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones? I guess so. Chen Mo chuckled, not expecting Eugene Ling's call to reach here. Wait, sister you? To use such an intimate title for a provincial governor, Song Bin's identity must not be simple. You're not bad. I'll personally teach your team later. Song Bin smiled and fell silent, driving the shuttle bus toward the southern training camp. Personally teach, Chen Mo and Gu Feng exchanged glances, immediately realizing Song Bin's identity. He was one of the 4 grandmasters prepared for this southern training camp. Song Bin, Song. Gu Feng suddenly realized something, and the previously sweltering weather suddenly felt cool. This name, combined with the fact that he had just been transferred to South Island a month ago.
Got it, this is the new governor of South Island, Blood Slayer Songbin.
Don't be fooled by Songbin's gentle smile, his battle record was quite terrifying. He had slaughtered 100,000 Abyss martial artists, fought 4 Deep Abyss Grandmasters alone, killing 1 and injuring 3. This man was among the most powerful in the entire Great Xia.
Oh, so you remember who I am now?
Songbin turned to take a glance at Gu Feng and smiled at him.
Don't worry, I've already spoken with your old man. I will teach you well. By the way, he also asked me to correct some of your bad habits.
The originally gentle smile suddenly turned icy cold, and Gu Feng could only awkwardly smile and remain silent. Half an hour later, Songbin stopped the shuttle bus in a large courtyard.
Kids, get off the bus, we've arrived.
After distributing the team roster, Songbin cleared his throat in front of the 16 boys and girls. Your dormitory assignments for the next month and a half have been arranged.
Each team will have a dormitory with 4 people.
Ah, a few of the girls in the group gasped.
Are boys and girls sharing a dorm? Can't the girls stay together? No.
Although Songbin's voice was gentle, everyone felt an undeniable authority in it. As martial artists, the distinction between genders is the least important.
Would you hold back just because your opponent is a woman?
Chen Mo does this best. No matter how beautiful his opponent is, he has never held back.
Right? Yeah.
Chen Mo's face turned a deep shade of purple. It seemed his fondness for hitting women was about to be firmly established.
Alright, disperse and go rest.
Songbin clapped his hands, and everyone grabbed their luggage and scattered.
We're in dorm 101, right?
Chen Mo glanced at the team roster in his hand. Their team was assigned to the leading dorm 101.
Will it be inconvenient to live with us? After pushing open the dorm door, Chen Mo looked back at Ma Wanlin. What's inconvenient?
You guys just have a few more parts down there than I do.
Ma Wanlin adapted quickly, placing her luggage in the cabinet and sitting on the bed.
Ah, you just have 2 less lumps of flesh. Chen Mo and the others could sense Ma Wanlin's toughness. It seemed the next month and a half wouldn't be too awkward.
At least Ma Wanlin wouldn't feel awkward.
After unpacking, Chen Mo and the others sat at the desk, staring at each other.
So, what do we do now? Ma Wanlin asked, hugging her broken leg and glancing at the others.
Don't rush, the days ahead won't be easy, Gu Feng sighed, breaking into a cold sweat at the thought of having Songbin as their mentor. Our mentor is Uncle Song. He is also a 13th level master and a practical combat master.
If we fall into his hands, we're probably doomed.
Why do you say that?
Chen Mo became interested.
It seemed this Songbin was quite strong. Uncle Song comes from a military background and follows a path of extreme strength and ferocity, which is quite suitable for us. At this point, Gu Feng paused. He seemed to understand why the higher-ups assigned Songbin as their mentor.
He himself followed a path of extreme strength, while Ma Wanlin was a reckless daredevil.
Chen Mo was born with steel skin, blood, and bones, making Songbin's fierce style very suitable for him.
As for Yang Zhua, perhaps the higher-ups thought they were familiar with each other? You're right, the higher-ups made me your mentor for this reason.
Just as Gu Feng finished speaking, Songbin's figure appeared at the dormitory door.
Chen Mo, I heard from Sister Yu that you still haven't chosen a suitable cold weapon for yourself? Chapter 79, Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd.
Chen Mo nodded. Aside from the Blood Fury Fist taught to him by Tian Xingxing, he didn't know any other martial arts. The Blood Fury Fist was a technique specifically used by the military, meant for mutual destruction with the enemy, and could only be used as a killing move, not for everyday use. Moreover, Chen Mo indeed needed a martial skill that he could use regularly, whether it was Steel of the Heart or other skills. The cooldown times were too long.
Alright, let me ask you this. Are you willing to practice the long spear with me? Songbin asked with his signature gentle smile.
I have a martial skill that is perfect for you, and that is the Demon Slayer 6 consecutive spears that I developed myself when I reached the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm. This move has high physical requirements for the user and consumes a significant amount of vitality, but its power is equally formidable. Each strike's power is double that of the previous one, and the vitality consumption also doubles, stacking up to 6 times at most.
So, how about it? Do you want to learn the Demon Slayer 6 consecutive spears with me? Really?
Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He loved powerful and grand martial skills and weapons like this.
Of course, would I joke with you? To demonstrate his sincerity, Songbin brought over a large box nearly 3 meters long.
Since you've chosen the long spear, I'll give you this Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear that I used before breaking through to the 9th level. Pushing the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear in front of Chen Mo, Songbin tossed over a brand new martial skill manual. This is the basic combat technique for the long spear.
Once you master the basics, I will teach you the Demon Slayer 6 consecutive spears.
After saying this, Songbin turned and left, appearing carefree. However, the few people in the dormitory noticed the pleasant smile at the corner of Songbin's mouth. It seemed that Songbin was quite satisfied with Chun Mo, his half-disciple. After Songbin left, the three, including Yang Zhua, gathered around.
Chun Mo, open it and take a look.
They were all eager to see what kind of weapon a 13th level master used in his youth. Chun Mo was also very excited. He opened the spring lock of the weapon box, revealing the true form of the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear.
Wow!
Everyone couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the dark long spear before them.
This phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear was 2.5 meters long, with double edges and 4 blades, the 2 curved blades resembling dragon teeth, and the crimson spearhead at the top resembling a phoenix's beak. No wonder it was called the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear. The curved blades seemed to be soaked in thick, indelible bloodstains, and a chilling aura emanated from the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear.
Gulp! Chun Mo swallowed. It was the first time he liked a weapon this much.
Quick, pick it up and take a look.
Although Gu Feng and the others were very curious, this weapon belonged to Chun Mo, and they couldn't touch someone else's weapon without permission. Chun Mo nodded and reached out to grip the handle of the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear. Cold and heavy, this was Chun Mo's first impression of the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear after picking it up.
So heavy!
Chun Mo lifted it with effort. This phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, sealed for many years, finally saw the light of day again. It had also found its master once more. Wow, the long spear is way cooler than the long staff. Gu Feng drooled over the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, wondering why he had chosen to practice staff techniques instead.
I'm not suited for the long spear, the long gun is more suitable for me.
Ma Wanglin shook her head, although she also thought the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear was very impressive.
A good weapon, very suitable for you.
Yang Zhua nodded after glancing at the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear in Chun Mo's hand, giving an approving expression.
Chun Mo didn't respond but instead felt the weight of the long spear in his hand.
This phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear weighs at least 600 pounds. It was Chun Mo's first time using such a heavy weapon, but fortunately, his arm strength was astonishing, making it not difficult to wield.
Hey, did Uncle Song leave a list?
Just as Chun Mo was familiarizing himself with the feel of the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, Gu Feng suddenly noticed a piece of paper pressed under the box.
Wait, this isn't a piece of paper, it's an internal map of the Southern Training Camp.
Gu Feng picked up the internal map of the Southern Training Camp, which clearly marked several training rooms that the outside world had never heard of.
Stop playing with that spear, don't you understand what Uncle Song meant by giving us this?
Gu Feng poked Chun Mo, who was still fiddling with the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, and spread the internal map on the table.
Look, this is the daily elixir collection point,
here is the gravity refining room, here is the vitality replenishment room, and here is the body technique training room. Gu Feng excitedly pointed at one training room after another on the map.
Damn, I don't have any of those except for the vitality replenishment room at home.
Tisk, damn rich people. Ma Wanglin pouted and shot an annoyed glare at Gu Feng.
Don't worry about whether I should die or not, let's secure our spots first.
Chun Mo also reacted at this moment, putting away the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, grabbing the internal map, and leading the group towards the elixir collection point.
Meanwhile, in a certain abyss, Jadihai, why is it that everyone is dead, and you are the only one still alive?
The archbishop leisurely sipped his hot tea, looking at the man kneeling in front of him, trembling.
Jadihai was instantly at a loss for words. He couldn't say he was scared when he saw Chun Mo could face off against 2 7th-level warriors, could he?
Forget it, I won't pursue your cowardice this time. The archbishop smiled slightly, putting down his teacup and stroking the head of the abyss tiger. This time, we also tested Guji's true strength, so it's not a total loss. However, you can't escape the fact that my southern diocese lost 10 mid-4th level warriors.
Zhao Dihai.
Zhao Dihai let out a strange cry, frightened by the archbishop's seemingly gentle words, as a puddle of liquid sprayed from his lower body.
Tisk, you've made such a mess of yourself that even the abyss tiger doesn't want to eat you.
The archbishop frowned in disgust and kicked Zhao Dihai away. I'll give you one more chance. This ancient relic was obtained from the deep abyss. Throwing a stone whistle to Zhao Dihai, the archbishop turned to leave. Human geniuses are a great threat to the Holy Church. They must not be allowed to grow.
Do you understand?
Zhao Dihai, spitting blood, struggled to get up, picked up the whistle from the ground, and revealed a strange smile.
Of course, Archbishop, I understand. Chun Mo, oh Chun Mo, you've put me in this state. How can I let you grow up comfortably?
Fortunately, he had run fast last time and wasn't discovered by that bastard Chun Mo. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received this treasure from the Archbishop today.
With this ancient relic, Chun Mo is doomed.
Chapter 80. Starting to temper steel skin at this moment, Chen Mo was completely unaware of these matters. He was stuck at the elixir collection point, staring at the person in charge. Chen Mo, I told you, each person can only collect this much elixir at a time. Come back for more after you finish. The teacher in charge knocked on the table, pointing at the large handful of various elixirs in Chen Mo's arms. 10 third-level vitality pills, 10 third-level body tempering pills, 2 life recovery pills, and 10 bottles of vitality supplements.
Do you know how much these are worth? 26 million. It's not like you can only collect this once. Just come back after you finish eating. Chen Mo pouted and left with the elixirs in his arms. TCH, you don't have to pay. Why be so stingy? You guys don't need to look, everyone's treatment is the same. Take your share and hurry up to cultivate. After giving Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, and Ma Wanglin their respective shares, the teacher in charge began to wave them away. The few of them looked at the elixirs in their arms, enough to last them 3 days, and happily followed behind Chen Mo. So what do we do now? Which training room do we go to first? Gu Feng walked up to Chen Mo and asked quietly.
Aside from them, the other students participating in this training session were all resting. It was a hard truth that they had to secure their spots first. I plan to go to the gravity refinement room to refine my skin, Chen Mo replied after thinking for a moment. Then let's go together. Gu Feng nodded, as he had the same intention. None of them had heard of the gravity refinement room before, and everyone was curious about its effects. There were only 4 gravity refinement rooms in the entire southern training camp, and they had managed to occupy them all at once. The gravity refinement room was located on the 3rd underground level, and after confirming their identities, they successfully entered. Wait a minute. Just as Chen Mo opened the door to one of the gravity refinement rooms, Chu Qi appeared behind him, pushing Director Chu. You brat, are you trying to get yourself killed again? Do you know how to refine your body? You dare to use the gravity refinement room without any training? Director Chu sighed. Why did this kid love to play with fire so much? Come, sit down first. Director Chu pointed to a seat nearby, and after thinking it over, Chen Mo sat down. Refining the body is a painful process, and this process is completely different from the first 2 levels of accumulating vitality. If the first 2 levels are about accumulating vitality, then the next stage of refining the body is about consuming the vitality you've accumulated. As Director Chu spoke, he released his mental energy to guide Chen Mo's vitality to begin refining his skin. Now take a 3rd-level body refinement pill. Director Chu indicated the 3rd-level body refinement pill in Chen Mo's hand. Without hesitation, Chen Mo took one and swallowed it. A gentle medicinal power began to flow within him. Do you feel it? Guide your vitality out of your meridians and let it combine with your skin. When the area of skin you are refining reaches its limit, that piece of skin can be called steel skin. Under Director Chu's guidance, Chen Mo successfully combined his vitality with a piece of skin the size of a fingernail. But the next moment, the vitality that had successfully combined was squeezed out by the skin and returned to Chen Mo's meridians. What's going on? Chen Mo looked at Director Chu with some confusion. You are born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. This counts as a second refinement, so it is naturally much more difficult. Director Chu was not surprised by this situation. He had encountered martial artists with natural steel skin before. Do you remember the feeling from just now? I remember, Chen Mo nodded, clearly recalling the route of the vitality's flow and the method of refining. Good, next I will teach you how to use your mental energy to guide your vitality. Director Chu nodded in satisfaction. This kid had good talent, both in martial arts and mental energy. Alright, let's start with the first step, differentiate your mental energy. Half an hour later, after successfully twisting his mental energy into a fine thread, Chen Mo began to attempt to guide his vitality. Not bad, just like that. A hint of shock flashed in Director Chu's eyes. This kid's talent for controlling mental energy was even better than for vitality. Seeing that Chen Mo had successfully entered the state of body refinement, Director Chu awakened him. You have mastered the method of refining your body and how to use mental energy to guide your vitality. You can now use the gravity refinement room. With your body strength, without the help of the gravity refinement room, it would probably take a long time to complete the steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones. Thank you, Director Chu. Chen Mo bowed deeply to Director Chu, his eyes filled with gratitude. This man was one of the highest-ranking mentalists in the entire Great Xia, and being able to receive such hands-on guidance was a great favor. No need for such formalities, just come help me out when I encounter problems in my research. Director Chu waved his hand, not taking it too seriously. Alright, go ahead. It's best to start with double gravity in the gravity tempering chamber for the first time, don't rush it. Chen Mo nodded and walked into the gravity tempering chamber, closing the door behind him. After adjusting the gravity in the room to double, Chen Mo adapted to it quickly and didn't feel much discomfort. After some time, he realized that his life force would enhance his physical qualities to a certain extent. Conversely, if his body was strengthened, it would also increase his life force. Given his current life force, double gravity was indeed too low. However, out of caution, Chen Mo still tested the gravity incrementally. Triple, quadruple, quintuple, sextuple. It wasn't until he adjusted to sextuple that his body reached a critical point. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, he swallowed a third-level body tempering pill and began to guide his vital energy according to the method taught by Director Chu. Soon, a strand of vital energy detached from his meridians under the guidance of his mental power and merged into a piece of skin the size of a fingernail. This time, instead of being expelled like in the outside world, it began to slowly integrate under the sextuple pressure. A sharp, needle-like pain surged, and the small area of skin Chen Mo was tempering began to ooze blood. Don't worry, this is a normal phenomenon of skin tempering. Songbin had appeared outside the gravity tempering chamber at some point, watching as Chen Mo's skin bled. Tempering involves a process of healing after injury and integrating vital energy into the skin. All you need to do is endure that stinging sensation. I'll be here watching. You can focus on your tempering. Chapter 81, Tempering begins, defense skyrockets. After receiving Songbin's reassurance, Chen Mo began to temper his skin boldly under sextuple gravity. Although it's a normal situation, if you can't hold on, you must stop immediately. Seeing Chen Mo enter the tempering state, Songbin cautioned. After all, tempering is a process of destruction and repair. If the speed of destruction exceeds the threshold your body can bear, the consequences will be very serious. Hearing this, Chen Mo glanced at his life force. As expected, his life force was decreasing at a rate of 100 points per second. However, his life force recovery had reached 200 points per second, so a decrease of 100 points per second was negligible for him. So, I haven't reached my current limit? With this thought, Chen Mo focused on his life force while expanding the area of skin he was tempering. Gradually, the life force decrease increased from 100 points per second to 150 points, then slowly rose to 200 points. At this intensity, Chen Mo could just manage. The increase and decrease of life force had reached a balance, allowing him to complete the tempering of his skin in one go. This kid is tempering his skin at an impressive speed. Even Director Chu, who specialized in mental power, could see that Chen Mo's skin tempering speed was much faster than that of an average genius. No, it wasn't just faster, he was progressing at an extremely rapid pace. Did he not hear what I said? Songbin frowned, worried whether Chen Mo's body could withstand it. The tempering speed under sextuple gravity was already about 3 times faster than usual, and Chen Mo had nearly doubled the area he was tempering at once, which posed a high risk to his body. Have you forgotten? This kid's vitality is not much different from that of a 7th-level martial artist? Director Chu chuckled, completely unconcerned about any issues arising for Chen Mo. At this rate, he can complete the tempering of his skin in one day today and another day tomorrow, stepping into the steel skin realm. I'm really curious, how strong can Chen Mo get after being tempered a second time, given that he was born with steel skin? Don't mention you, I'm curious too. Songbin empathized with Director Chu's words. The strength from a second tempering was not something that could be compared to the first. By the way, Xiaosong, the internal map of the training camp was given to them by you, right? Director Chu turned to look at Songbin, examining him with a scrutinizing gaze. Yes, since I'll be their mentor during this period, I naturally want my students to win at the starting line. Songbin didn't think there was anything wrong with his approach. If you're going to do something, you should do it well, right? Then did you forget that one of the 4 kids you brought has a broken leg? Director Chu sighed. These martial artists were always so thoughtless. Ah! Songbin suddenly slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten this? Ma Wanlin's broken leg hadn't healed yet, and recklessly proceeding with tempering would cause irreversible harm to her body. In a flash, Songbin stood in the gravity tempering room where Ma Wanlin was, directly shutting off the internal double gravity from outside. Ma Wanlin, who hadn't entered the tempering state yet, opened her eyes and looked at Songbin in confusion. Your top priority now is to treat your broken leg. Recklessly proceeding with tempering will cause irreversible harm to your body. Songbin directly lifted Ma Wanlin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and brought her to Director Chu's side. Director Chu, I'll trouble you with this. Songbin flashed a signature gentle smile at Director Chu. Don't smile at me like that. Your smile makes me feel a bit chilly. Director Chu shivered slightly, speaking with a teasing tone. Just leave this child to me. I'll take her to the blood treatment room. But my leg isn't with me right now, Ma Wanlin said, feeling a surge of joy at Director Chu's willingness to treat her. I'll send someone to bring your leg over. Right now, I'm taking you and Director Chu to the blood treatment room. Songbin fiddled with his phone for a moment, holding Ma Wanlin with his left hand and pushing Director Chu with his right as they left the underground 3rd floor. Shuchi felt his hands empty, the wheelchair he had been pushing had just vanished. Well, he thought, at least he could relax and rest for a while now. Looking at Chun Mo, who was bleeding profusely in the gravity tempering room, Shuchi sprang up like a spring. He had seen martial artists tempering their skin before. Bleeding was a normal phenomenon, but who had ever seen someone bleed like a sprinkler? Shuchi hurriedly took out his phone to call Director Chu, only to find that his phone had no call permissions within the training camp, so he had to use his legs to chase after the already vanished Songbin. At this moment, Chun Mo had completed the tempering of his entire right arm, and his skin had developed a metallic sheen. Right arm steel skin tempering complete, defense increased. Ha! The sudden system announcement startled Chun Mo. He couldn't help but laugh at his defense power, which had surged to over 1,000. One arm increases defense by 1,000 points, if my whole body is tempered. He roughly calculated that if he completed the tempering of his entire body, his defense would definitely not be weaker than that of the Lord-level Rhinoceros King. It might even be tougher than the Rhinoceros King. So that's how it is, my tempering is based on my current body strength, no wonder the increase is so significant. Chun Mo didn't think much more about it, he didn't realize how terrifying this massive increase would appear to outsiders. Anyway, he just wanted to get it done, hoping to temper all his skin in one go. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and Shu Chi had successfully gotten lost in the training camp. The entire training camp was divided into 6 floors above ground and 6 floors below, covering an area of 7,000 square meters. It was certain that one would get lost without a map. Gu Feng let out a breath, concluding today's tempering session. With the assistance of the gravity tempering chamber, Gu Feng successfully tempered the femur of his right leg into steel bone. Unfortunately, his body had reached its limit, continuing the tempering would only cause harm, so he stopped. This time, I consumed 5 5th-level body tempering pills and 8 5th-level blood essence pills. Gu Feng glanced at the few remaining supplements and got up to leave the gravity tempering chamber. As a genius, Gu Feng's resource consumption was about 20% less than that of ordinary warriors, but the effects were twice as strong. This is the advantage of being a genius, less resource consumption, yet much better results. This is also why the Great Xia selects true geniuses through national competitions for intensive training. Low cost, high return, who wouldn't like such a business? Chapter 82, Breaking Through the Steelskin Realm, but at what cost? Are you done too? Gu Feng turned to look at Yang Zhuo, who had come out a while ago. Yeah, your human technology is really convenient, Yang Zhuo nodded. Their Tianren clan didn't have such convenient technology, only countless resources and extremely strict teachers. Of course, technology changes lives, Gu Feng said as he sat next to Yang Zhuo and took a sip of mineral water. He glanced at the empty gravity tempering chamber No. 4 and then turned to gravity tempering chamber No. 1 where Chun Mo was located. Poof! Gu Feng sprayed water everywhere as he took a big step into gravity tempering chamber No. 1. Inside, the chamber was covered in blood, and Chun Mo sat on the ground like a blood gourd, blood occasionally spraying from his skin. He was like a human fountain. Dude, didn't you see that? Gu Feng turned to Yang Zhuo, who looked completely calm, doubting whether Yang Zhuo's mind had been damaged in the Tianren clan. I saw it, but his aura seems fine, so I didn't wake him up. Yang Zhuo nodded and walked to the door of gravity tempering chamber No. 1, looking at the fountain like Chun Mo. And that's fine? Didn't you see he's bald? Gu Feng leaned against the transparent bulletproof glass, pointing at Chun Mo's shiny bald head and shouted. His aura is fine. Yang Zhuo shook his head, still believing Chun Mo was okay. Are you stupid? I'm not stupid. Fine, you're just stupid. I'm not stupid. Gu Feng completely gave up on communicating with Yang Zhuo. This guy was like a robot, with an emotional intelligence close to zero. What to do? What to do? If this goes on, it will hurt his foundation. Gu Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but he didn't have the authority to operate the gravity tempering chamber from the outside, so he could only watch Chun Mo inside acting like a fountain. At this moment, Chun Mo was oblivious to the commotion outside. He was fully focused on tempering the last untempered piece of skin on his body. That was the pouch for his descendants. This soul-derived sting was unbearable even for Chun Mo. He could hardly imagine how ordinary warriors tempered their descendant pouches. Chun Mo even thought that being stabbed twice would be more comfortable than tempering the pouch. Almost there, just hold on. Chun Mo gritted his teeth and exerted all his effort to temper that last piece of skin. As the unbearable sting intensified, the system notification finally rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the tempering of the entire skin, achieving the Steelskin realm. Defense increase calculation in progress. Congratulations to the host, the Steelskin realm has increased defense by 6,500 points. Upon hearing the system notification, Chun Mo opened the system panel to check his attributes. Name, Chen Mo, health points, 228,396, health recovery, 200, per second, vitality, 5,508, attack power, 4298, defense, damage reduction 7920, mental power, 500, percentage damage reduction, 12, percentage armor penetration, 0, fixed armor penetration, 0, 6,720 defense. Chen Mo exclaimed with joy. His current defense was even stronger than that of the Lord-level Rhinoceros King. Excluding freak geniuses like Yang Zuo and Gu Feng, any martial artist below level 5 would be unable to break through his defense. Wait, why is my vitality still over 5,000? After checking his attributes, Chen Mo felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't the breakthrough from level 2 to level 3 supposed to increase vitality by several thousand? Why hadn't this breakthrough increased it? Regardless, I've broken through from level 3 to level 4 Steel Skin Realm. Could this be the fastest breakthrough in history? Standing up from the ground, Chen Mo wiped the blood from his face. Ha! Realizing something was off, Chen Mo touched his face again, then his head. Where's my hair? The smooth sensation felt like a boiled egg that had been peeled. His scalp was now smoother than his backside. Realizing something was wrong, Chen Mo quickly turned off the six-fold gravity and opened the door to the gravity refining room to step outside. Gu Feng looked bewildered at the blood-soaked, bald version of Chen Mo, rubbing his eyes as his brain momentarily crashed. Chen Mo, are you okay? Not okay. It's a big deal. Chen Mo grabbed Gu Feng by the collar, pointing at his bald scalp and shouting, "Where's my hair? What happened to my thick hair? I don't know. I didn't take your hair." Gu Feng was startled. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying Chen Mo. My hair. Chen Mo knew this had nothing to do with Gu Feng, but he just couldn't stand Gu Feng's flashy hairstyle. What's going on? What happened to Chen Mo? Just as Chen Mo was mourning his lost hair, Songbin suddenly appeared in front of them. Songbin looked Chen Mo up and down, then grabbed his arm. Finished refining? How could that be? Songbin's face was filled with disbelief as his hands roamed over Chen Mo's body, checking every inch of skin. You even refined the skin down there into steel skin? Otherwise, isn't the steel skin realm about refining all the skin into steel skin? Chen Mo was in tears. The joy of breaking through to level 4 martial artist could no longer suppress the sadness of losing his hair. What you said is true, but no one refines all their skin at once. Even Songbin, a master, was a bit dazed. It was the first time in all his years that he had seen someone completely refine their skin at once. Well, you might want to check down there. You probably have no hair left. Chen Mo's body trembled as he unbuckled his belt and reached inside. The entire underground level 3 fell into a dead silence as Gu Feng and the others watched Chen Mo turn completely gray. My hair, my fur. I thought with your talent, you would at most refine the skin of one arm, the rest of your body would take a week. Songbin sighed and walked over to pat Chen Mo's shoulder. When the skin is refined, the pores also shrink, so the previously thick hair no longer suits this body. Naturally, it will be eliminated, and new hair will grow back. Others refine their skin bit by bit, the old is eliminated, and new hair grows back quickly, so they don't experience what you are going through. But, Songbin hesitated, finally just patting Chen Mo's shoulder and sighing. Chapter 83, the super ingredients prepared by the cafeteria. Don't take it too much to heart, hair follicles adapt quickly. You'll probably have your hair back before school starts. Songbin wanted to smile, but considering Chen Mo's current mood, he held it back. This isn't so bad, at least it's easier to wash my hair. Chen Mo covered his face with both hands, deciding not to go out until his hair grew back. Also, the process of refining your skin was too fast, which caused your internal energy and blood to lag behind. Songbin cleared his throat and thought better of it, changing the subject. Go to the energy replenishment room to restore your energy. Once your energy reaches the limit of the steel skin realm, we can think about refining your blood. The difficulty of refining blood is completely different from that of refining skin, and the energy required increases exponentially. Fortunately, after refining your skin, it can now store energy like meridians. You just need to absorb energy now. Oh, okay. Chen Mo nodded, standing up with a vacant expression. He had already consumed 10 level 3 body refining pills and 10 level 3 energy pills during the skin refining process, barely meeting the energy requirements for it. Forget it, let's just take a break and have dinner. Songbin grabbed Chen Mo's shoulder and led the three of them out of the underground level 3. By the way, you there, clean up the No. 1 gravity refinement room, especially the corners. As Chu Chi was about to follow, he heard Songbin's voice coming from not far away. He was starting to dislike martial artists. The moment Chen Mo walked into the training camp cafeteria, the hunger that had been overshadowed by sadness finally surged forth. Along with the significant enhancement of his body, Chen Mo's appetite had also increased exponentially. However, the training camp cafeteria had long anticipated this situation, offering a dazzling array of dishes. Treasure this time eating in the training camp cafeteria. Every dish here contains valuable medicinal ingredients, especially the meat dishes. The meat used is from level 8 and above Beast Kings, which can enhance energy and strengthen the body. The staple food is also grown in the Abyss Occupation Zone, containing a lot of energy.
You can eat as much as you want. The more you eat, the better, but be careful not to overeat.
After saying this, Songbin turned to leave, seemingly busy with something.
Eat?
Chen Mo picked up a common iron tray from the cafeteria and turned to Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo.
Eat.
Gu Feng nodded vigorously, even he had never seen meat from level 8 Beast Kings, let alone grains grown in the Abyss Occupation Zone. These items were priceless in the outside world, ordinary people had never even heard of them. Only they, the top 16 in the national competition, were qualified to enjoy them here. As for the remaining half-month, they would have to rely on the points they earned to exchange for meals. Chen Mo and Gu Feng pounced on the cafeteria lady like two hungry wolves, startling her so much that the serving spoon in her hand began to shake.
Auntie, this isn't costing you anything, so why are you shaking?
Chen Mo frowned at the 2 pieces of meat on his plate, looking at the trembling lady.
Oh, I forgot. I thought this was the school cafeteria, the lady said with an awkward smile, quickly scooping a large spoonful of level 8 Beast King stew into Chen Mo's plate. After a while, after serving himself from all the dishes, Chen Mo finally returned to his seat with a dinner weighing 15 pounds. But compared to Gu Feng, Chen Mo's eating style was still considered conservative. Bro, have you never seen rice or meat before?
Chen Mo asked, looking at the 3 large plates in front of Gu Feng.
I really haven't seen it before.
Gu Feng had a look of nonchalance as he picked up a large spoon and stuffed it into his mouth. These things are not found outside, every bite enhances your body. Besides, this is a perk for making it to the top 16 in the national competition.
If you don't eat it, you're missing out. It would be such a waste if we left any behind.
That makes sense. Chen Mo seemed to come to terms with it, completely abandoning his useless pride, and began shoveling various superfoods into his mouth like a bulldozer.
Yang Zhuo glanced at the two, who looked like gluttons, and picked up a plate to serve himself some food.
At first, Yang Zhuo chewed slowly, but once he tasted the wonderful flavors, he too entered glutton mode, just like Chen Mo and Gu Feng.
What's up? Aren't you from the Celestial clan, which is rich in resources? Have you never had such good food? Gu Feng raised his head, raised an eyebrow, and asked after swallowing his mouthful.
No, we have these things within the Celestial clan. Yang Zhuo shook his head, and as he spoke, tears even welled up in the corners of his eyes.
But the clan only makes these resources into pills, they aren't tasty at all.
I've grown up eating pills, I've never had anything this delicious. Poor kid, both Chen Mo and Gu Feng looked at Yang Zhuo with sympathetic eyes. In fact, it wasn't just them, the other competitors in the top 16 were the same, each one trying their best to savor the various superfoods. After about 10 minutes, Chen Mo and the others patted their bulging bellies and leaned back in their chairs.
By the way, where did Ma Wanglin go?
Chen Mo suddenly raised his head, as if they had forgotten their teammate.
Ha, you can still remember me? At that moment, Ma Wanglin appeared in their line of sight, holding a tray. Your legs. Gu Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at Ma Wanglin's intact legs in surprise. Thanks to Director Chu's help, I was able to get my leg reattached. Ma Wanglin was only wearing a pair of sports shorts on his lower half, exposing his tan thighs to the others. If it weren't for the glaring scar, Ma Wanglin's thighs could be considered perfect. Like what you see.
Then take a good look.
Ma Wanglin glanced at the 3 and began eating on his own. Sorry, I was too rough back then. Yang Zhuo finally managed to squeeze out this sentence after a long pause. It's fine, I was aiming to take you out too. Ma Wanglin shook his head.
Once on the arena, it was a matter of life and death, and injuries had to be endured.
I didn't expect you to be this strong, no wonder you're a genius of the Celestial clan.
Thank you. Yang Zhuo's mouth twitched as if trying to smile, but he still failed.
Have you fully recovered now? Chen Mo looked at Ma Wanglin's leg, which seemed to have completely healed, and asked.
Not quite fully recovered, the meridians in that broken leg are a bit atrophied and need some rehabilitation training. Ma Wanglin shook his head and continued, in about 3 days, the meridians will fully recover, and then I can continue to refine my blood normally.
Chapter 84, Schedule. Also, I heard you've broken through to level 4? Ma Wanglin put down his chopsticks, looking at Chen Mo with astonishment. Yeah, I paid a bit of a price for it. Chen Mo rubbed his bald head and smiled awkwardly. Progressing too quickly caused hair loss, I've been through that before. Ma Wanglin didn't mock Chen Mo but instead offered him some comfort. And this is something Director Chu asked me to bring you, it's a new type of communication device. Saying this, Ma Wanglin opened his backpack and took out 4 mini headsets. Didn't they say we need a mentalist to assist us? Holding this thing now doesn't seem useful at all.
Chen Mo took a micro earphone and fiddled with it for a while, realizing that he seemed to not know how to use this thing. They should be here soon. Ma Wanglin glanced at the time and then turned to look at the entrance of the cafeteria. The cafeteria doors opened, and 4 master instructors, including Songbin, walked in.
Have you all finished eating? Songbin stepped out from among the 4 instructors, scanned the cafeteria, and nodded.
This time, the Southern Training Camp is not just a reward for you, but also a test of a new combat method. The mental power of a mentalist can be transmitted freely in the abyss through fixed means, which solves the communication problem between warriors and the outside of the abyss. Moreover, mentalists can assist at any time through the warrior's perspective to achieve real-time combat. And you all will be the testers for this trial. After saying this, Songbin stepped aside, revealing 4 mentalists in specially designed uniforms. These 4 are the mentalists we have selected. Starting today, you will form a team and train together. They are about the same age as you, and for the next month and a half they will eat and live with you, spending this time together. At the same time, after the first month of adjustment, the practical combat lessons will officially begin testing in the second half of the month, and we will closely monitor your performance. If you perform well, there will be extra points as a reward. As for what the points represent, I believe you all understand. Alright, go ahead. Songbin stood aside as the 4 mentalists in special uniforms walked towards their team. Soon, a short girl stood in front of the dining table of Chen Mo and the others.
Hello, my name is He Miao, and I will be the logistics and support in the team.
He Miao seemed a bit scared of Chen Mo and the others, hesitantly starting her self-introduction.
Hello,
I was wondering why there were 5 beds in the dormitory, turns out you hadn't shown up yet. I hope we can cooperate happily during this time.
Chen Mo smiled at He Miao, deeply doubting whether this little girl could be of any help in battle. Her introverted personality seemed to match well with Yang Zua.
He Miao's face flushed, seemingly very unskilled at interacting with others. Gu Feng sighed, wondering how such a personality could be chosen as their team's logistics and support.
Chen Mo. Songbin walked up to Chen Mo and handed him a book.
For the next week, in addition to accumulating vitality and practicing the basic combat techniques of the long spear, you also need to work on your movement techniques. Your speed is fast, but not flexible enough. This cloud step is very suitable for you.
Isn't it unsuitable?
Chen Mo scratched his head, feeling a bit undeserving as Songbin had just given him the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear he had used before, and now he was giving him another movement technique. There's nothing unsuitable about it, all 4 of you need to learn this cloud step.
Songbin waved his hand and took a chair to sit beside them. I have already arranged your schedule for the next week.
Gu Feng and Yang Zua, you 2 are not far from reaching the 6th level of Steel Marrow Realm. Strive to break through within half a month. Ma Wanlin, your body has just recovered, so take the first 3 days to recuperate, and then continue to temper your bones. Chen Mo, you should first go to the Vitality Replenishment Room to absorb vitality and store it in your steel skin.
Songbin looked at the few who were listening attentively and nodded in satisfaction.
As for martial skills and combat techniques, Gu Feng and Yang Zua do not need them. Their family's martial skills and combat techniques are already sufficient. Ma Wanlin, I will pass you a new movement technique. Your beacon fire spreading gun is enough for you to use up to level 8.
Chen Mo, your task will be quite heavy. Songbin sighed.
This kid had unparalleled talent, relying solely on brute strength to break through the national competition. Yet, he could only use a single blood fist and didn't even know how to move properly. In the next half month, focus on practicing the basic techniques of the long spear and the cloud stacking step. Once you're familiar with the use of the long spear, you can start learning the 6 consecutive spears of demon slaying.
Okay.
Chen Mo and the others nodded in unison, turning their attention to He Miao. You don't need to look at her, this girl is the strongest among the 4 in auxiliary combat, and she has the most mental energy reserves. Aside from being a bit shy, she has no other flaws. Songbin patted He Miao's little head, causing her face to flush again. By the way, during this time, don't take off the mini earphones, we will be recording data at all times.
Alright, that's all I have to say. You all get to know each other.
After explaining the arrangements for the next half month, Songbin planned to leave with the other 3 masters.
Wait a minute, Uncle Song. Chen Mo suddenly called out to Songbin and asked quietly, Uncle Song, why do those masters feel different from what you told me? How should I put it? It just feels like they aren't really masters?
A hint of surprise flashed in Songbin's eyes. He hadn't expected Chen Mo's perception to be so sharp. You're not mistaken, those old guys do have issues.
Songbin nodded, clarifying Chen Mo's doubts.
The 3 of them were injured in the past while defending the human race, and they can no longer fight. If they were to force themselves to fight, death would be waiting for them. But as masters, they can still release their residual energy, and teaching the younger generation is one of those ways. Even I have to call them seniors, they deserve enough respect. Do you understand? Got it. Chen Mo nodded, though he had just called them old guys. Seeing that Chen Mo had no more doubts, Songbin stood up to leave. So, what are we going to do tonight? Gu Feng scratched his head. Their dormitory only had one bathroom, and there was only one shower as well. He Miao and I will wash up first, you guys can just bear with it. Ma Wanglin hugged He Miao. Chen Mo and the others agreed with Ma Wanglin's arrangement. This distribution seemed quite reasonable. Chapter 85, There's someone more perverse than me. The next day, after receiving their daily dose of pills, Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin followed Songbin to the martial arts training room of the training camp. Today, I will teach you the cloud stacking step. Songbin stood with his hands behind his back, his expression serious. The cloud stacking step is a technique that allows martial artists who have not yet reached the master level to gain temporary flying ability. However, this technique also has basic requirements for the user. That is to reach the steel skin level and be able to release their vital energy. After a pause, seeing that both were listening attentively, Songbin continued. This technique allows the user to compress the air beneath their feet using vital energy to achieve a brief moment of walking on air. The theory sounds simple, right? Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin exchanged glances and nodded in perfect sync. Because it's also very simple to use in practice, but it does require a certain precision in the output of vital energy. As he spoke, Songbin gestured for Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin to look at his feet. The amount of vital energy output also determines your explosive power at the moment you step into the air. Now, watch closely, this is the effect under normal conditions of vital energy output. Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin stared intently at the soles of Songbin's shoes, where a faint red mist began to gather. Songbin stepped onto that red mist and slowly lifted off the ground. Next is the effect of a large burst of vital energy. As soon as the words left his mouth, Songbin shot out like a cannonball, and behind him even appeared the mock ring from breaking the sound barrier. The terrifying shockwave sent Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin flying. If Chen Mo hadn't quickly grabbed Ma Wanglin's hair, she would have likely been blown straight into the sea. Having hair is convenient, he thought. The shockwave came quickly and left just as fast. After flying around for a bit, Songbin landed back in front of the two. I've finished demonstrating, you two can start trying now. Of course, with your current levels of chi and blood, you won't be able to reach such speed. Breaking 100 kilometers per hour would be considered extraordinary talent. And remember, the cloud stepping technique can't be used continuously for long periods, it consumes a lot of chi and blood. The best way to use it is to create a leverage point in the air, then use the movement part of the cloud stepping technique to maneuver. After saying this, Songbin sat down on a nearby step, silently watching the two. In fact, Chen Mo had memorized the moves of the cloud stepping technique the night before, and seeing it in person deepened his understanding. Feeling the steel skin he had just refined, Chen Mo tried to move the chi and blood in his meridians to the skin on the soles of his feet. This step went quite smoothly. In less than a minute, Chen Mo grasped the technique. Although he succeeded in the first step, it was clear that Chen Mo lacked experience in controlling the output of chi and blood, and he released too much at once. With a bang, Chen Mo shot up into the sky like a rocket, followed by a wave of weakness from the sudden depletion of chi and blood. Wow, I can empty my chi and blood in one go? With a somewhat pale face, Chen Mo began to free fall. Fortunately, falling from several stories high wouldn't hurt him. With a thud, Chen Mo, nearly out of chi and blood, landed on the ground and looked up to see Ma Wanglin's tanned, plump thighs. How long are you going to lie there? Ma Wanglin said expressionlessly, grabbing Chen Mo's arm and helping him up. Chen Mo, do you have absolutely no experience in controlling your chi and blood? Songbin, standing nearby, immediately recognized the essence of Chen Mo's problem. He had never properly used chi and blood. Yeah, I didn't know any martial arts before, I just relied on swinging my fists, Chen Mo admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. His previous circumstances indeed didn't allow him to come into contact with proper martial arts. The only technique he knew was the blood fury fist taught to him by Tian Xingxing, which was meant for desperate situations. A technique that increased in power with more chi and blood output had led Chen Mo to develop the habit of unleashing all his chi and blood at once. I didn't expect your problem to be this serious, Songbin rubbed his temples. He had thought Chen Mo just lacked systematic martial knowledge and techniques, but now it seemed that the boy had completely gone off track. This was heading towards a self-destructive attack. Ma Wanglin, you practice on your own for a while, I'll help Chen Mo learn to control his chi and blood output. After advising Ma Wanglin, Songbin took Chen Mo aside to start a focused lesson. This habit of yours must be corrected, otherwise, it will greatly affect your future progress. You first learned the blood fury fist from the suppression army, then experienced the national competition where everyone fought with all their might. It's normal to develop this habit.
Come, let me help you feel what a normal output of chi and blood is like.
The morning passed quickly, and under Songbin's hands-on guidance, Chun-mo gradually transformed from a self-destructive martial artist to someone slightly more normal. During lunch, the other teams, aside from Chen-mo's, finally realized the uniqueness of the cafeteria's food and began to feast one after another. At the dining table, Chen-mo shoveled Beast King-level braised pork into his mouth while sizing up Yangzhua.
You don't need to look anymore. This guy will break through in about 4 or 5 days.
Gu Feng noticed Chen-mo's gaze and said after swallowing the food in his mouth.
Level 6, Steel Bone Realm?
Ma Wanlin suddenly raised her head, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes.
Yes, I still need about 20 more days. This guy's talent is just too abnormal. Gu Feng nodded, and his gaze towards Yangzhua changed.
Actually, I've been stuck in the Steel Blood realm for over half a year. It's about time for me to break through.
Yangzhua didn't find this surprising.
With the help of human technology, an early breakthrough is to be expected.
And didn't you notice that person with even higher talent than me?
He completed the refinement of his skin from 0 in just 3 hours. His talent is much higher than mine.
Yangzhua pointed at Chen-mo. Breaking through a major realm in 3 hours was indeed a bit abnormal.
That's a bit of a blow, Gu Feng sighed, suddenly shoving a piece of Beast King-level braised meat into his mouth to vent his frustration. He meow saw that the topic among the few had come to a temporary pause, so she seized the opportunity to say something.
What is it? Chen-mo and the others looked up at He Miao simultaneously, which startled her into retracting her neck. I've completed the initialization of the new communication system. We can start using it officially.
That's great. Later, we won't need to make phone calls to contact each other, Gu Feng chuckled, not taking the new communication system too seriously. Chapter 86, Reaching the Limit of Vitality and Blood, Refinement begins. He Miao pouted. During the training period, her role couldn't be reflected, and only during actual combat could the importance of real-time communication be felt. As a mentalist, He Miao possessed an incredibly strong memory. She had memorized the entire map of the southern island, including every detail and every small path. She could answer any questions Chen-mo and the others had. Moreover, with the assistance of the new type of mentalist equipment, she could also use mental encouragement and other auxiliary means through a mini headset. Unfortunately, there was no opportunity for her to showcase her skills now.
This afternoon, I'm going to the Vitality and Blood Supplement Room. What about you?
Chen-mo turned to Ma Wanlin, who had already begun to use the cloud stepping technique after a morning of practice. Let's go together. I also need vitality to clear the meridians in my broken leg.
Ma Wanlin nodded, knowing that taking pills was definitely not as efficient as the Vitality and Blood Supplement Room.
Meanwhile, the 4 grandmasters, including Songbin, appeared in the training camp conference room.
Little Song, there are only 20 days left until this year's hurricane season.
You, as the governor, just transferred here this year. There are some things we old folks need to remind you about. The master with the surname Gu showed a kind smile, completely unrecognizable as a powerful master capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Of course, please go ahead, seniors, Songbin nodded, not feeling that there was anything wrong with what the 3 were saying. Every year during the hurricane season, the southern island experiences a marine beast riot. This is also why the southern training is always held in the southern island.
Another master with the surname Huang lifted his eyelids and said, "These kids this year are all outstanding, especially that Chun-mo, who broke through from a level 3 warrior to a level 4 in just one afternoon. This is unprecedented. Moreover, this year we will also test the new communication system, attempting to have mentalists replace warriors in logistics. The pressure in all aspects is much greater than in previous years.
The areas with greater pressure will be under the command of the Southern Army, while the remaining areas with less pressure can be handled by these kids and the town's joint defense team."
Have you already made decisions on where to assign these kids? Songbin did not respond immediately but was lost in thought. I've been thinking, do we really have to assign those kids to low-pressure areas? I actually think sending them to the front lines is a good choice. What do you 3 seniors think?
No, these kids haven't grown up yet. It's too risky.
The master with the surname Huang directly rejected Songbin's proposal.
In his view, these kids were reserves for masters, and losing them in such a place would be a huge loss.
I think it's possible. The master with the surname Gu nodded, believing that Songbin's proposal had some feasibility.
Old Huang, you're still too indulgent with those kids. They are warriors, born to fight.
If they don't go through trials, they'll only become flowers in a greenhouse. Haven't you learned enough from that lesson?
But, Master Huang clenched his fist. He didn't want those kids to repeat the mistakes of his grandson.
I understand you.
All 4 generations of your Huang family, except for you, died on the southern island.
It's normal not to want the kids to take risks.
Master Gu sighed. Old Huang had indeed suffered enough, and it was understandable that his character had become weak. However, the kids have to grow up eventually. If they don't experience a real battlefield, they'll never understand what humanity is facing right now. So, let's leave this matter to Xiao Song. He comes from a military background and won't do anything to put those kids in danger. Master Huang was somewhat silent but eventually nodded.
Xiao Song, it's up to you. Thank you, Old Huang and Old Gu, for your support. I wonder what Old Xie thinks. Songbin was grateful for the support of the two masters, but the oldest among them, Xie Chifu, had not spoken, so he couldn't make the final decision. You all handle it, I only teach students, and their lives and deaths don't concern me much. Xie Chifu waved his hand, clearly not very invested in the matter. I understand.
Songbin smiled. Xie Chifu's meaning was that he agreed. In that case, once the hurricane season starts and the sea beasts begin to riot, we will assign these 4 teams accordingly.
A week passed in the blink of an eye. With Chen Mo's relentless efforts, he finally learned how to control his blood energy output.
Under Songbin's guidance, he also mastered the basic combat techniques of the long spear and began practicing the 6 consecutive spear strikes. Unfortunately, Chen Mo's progress with the cloud step was not as fast as Ma Wanlin's. He could only compress 2 air masses as landing points at most and couldn't move too flexibly in the air yet. However, his speed was not slow, provided he didn't focus on the minor flaw of not being able to turn. In the blood energy replenishment room, Chen Mo slowly opened his eyes.
Finally, I've reached a bottleneck.
Opening his attribute panel, Chen Mo smiled slightly at his impressive 65,000 points of blood energy. As a level 4 warrior, his total blood energy was terrifying, surpassing most level 5 warriors, and even exceeding some weaker level 6 warriors. Not only his blood energy, but after becoming a level 4 steelskin warrior, Chen Mo's overall attributes had also received a certain boost. However, the most significant increase was in his defense. The Blood Fury Fist is still useful. One punch can deal nearly 100,000 damage.
It's just not durable enough.
I wonder how the damage will be after I learn the 6 consecutive spear strikes.
Stretching lazily, Chen Mo opened the door to the blood energy replenishment room and walked out.
Besides him, the other 3 replenishment rooms were occupied by members of other teams. Ma Wanlin had already reopened the meridians in her broken leg 3 days ago and had now started refining her blood again. I can't fall too far behind, it's time to start refining my blood. After picking up a level 4 body refining pill and a level 4 blood energy pill at the medicine distribution area, Chen Mo took the elevator down to the underground 3rd floor. As soon as Chen Mo stepped out of the elevator, he saw someone emerge from the gravity tempering chamber. The person was a member of the top 16, but he looked extremely disheveled. His face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, clearly a result of recklessly increasing the gravity multiplier.
So, it turns out I can't adapt to 1.7 times gravity, the person muttered as he passed by Chen Mo.
Seeing that the number 1 gravity tempering chamber was now empty, Chen Mo took his medicinal pills and walked in. Let's start with 6 times gravity this time. Chen Mo rubbed his hands together, swallowed a 4th level body tempering pill, and began to attempt to temper his blood.
Chapter 87, Chen Mo, squeeze dry. Unlike the internal to external tempering commonly understood, the tempering of a martial artist's body is from the outside in, starting from the skin to the blood, bones, bone marrow, and finally the most vulnerable internal organs. If Chen Mo's last punch in the national competition hadn't caused real damage, he might not have been able to break Yang Zhu's bones. With the experience of using mental power to guide the blood and qi to temper his skin, Chen Mo found it much easier to temper his blood. After a brief period of familiarization, he successfully guided the first trace of blood and qi into his bloodstream. Although the tempered blood would still be replaced, its properties had been remembered by the body, and the subsequent blood replacements would also take on the tempered form. The moment the blood and qi made contact with the blood, a burning sensation that Chen Mo had never experienced before surged through his entire body like a thunderbolt. Hiss! Glancing at his life points, Chen Mo couldn't help but grimace.
400 points per second, at this rate, I can only last 20 minutes. The body tempering pill could alleviate some of the damage caused by the tempering, but a regular martial artist could only take 1 at a time. Taking too many could easily lead to failure in tempering. However, Chen Mo didn't need to worry about this issue at all. Whether it was due to his innate physique or the abilities granted by the system, he could now largely ignore the side effects of the pills.
But ignoring the side effects also had its limits.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo took out a second body tempering pill and swallowed it. The medicinal effect began to take effect, and the terrifying burning sensation on Chen Mo's body noticeably lessened. Looking again at his attribute panel, the damage from tempering his blood had decreased from 400 points per second to 300 points per second.
One more.
Seeing that his idea was effective, Chun-mo took out a third body tempering pill and swallowed it. However, compared to the effect of the second pill, the third one was much less effective, only reducing the damage to 280 points of life per second.
Another one?
Chun-mo gritted his teeth. After all, these pills didn't cost him anything, so he might as well take them. After swallowing the fourth level body tempering pill, the reduction in damage was minimal, with only a 10-point decrease.
That's about enough.
Chun-mo was already quite satisfied with this result. With a decrease of 270 points of life per second, and a recovery of 200 points per second, it meant that Chun-mo's life points would drop at a rate of 70 points per second. If he took it easy, he could temper for nearly an hour under 6 times gravity. This number was already terrifying. Aside from the 4 members of Chun-mo's team, the other top 16 could only last about 15 minutes under 2 times gravity. Shaking his head to cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Chun-mo began to concentrate all his attention on tempering his blood. The tempering process was undoubtedly painful, but it was a necessary path to becoming a master. Time passed bit by bit, and just before his life points were about to hit 0, Chun-mo opened his eyes. The progress is so slow. At this rate, it will take at least a month to complete the tempering of my blood. After shutting off the 6 times gravity, Chun-mo, looking somewhat pale, walked out of the gravity tempering chamber. Detected that the host has successfully begun refining blood. You can spend 200 gold coins to digitize the refining progress data.
Do you need to activate the digitized refining progress? Yes, 200 gold coins, huh? Chun-mo licked his lips, feeling like it wasn't a loss. During this time, aside from training in the boot camp, Chun-mo hadn't forgotten to complete daily tasks to accumulate gold coins. Compared to the fixed 50 gold coins before, after reaching level 4, the daily task rewards fluctuated between 70 to 120 coins. After a week, plus what he had saved before, Chun-mo had accumulated a total of 730 gold coins. Let's do it, I can always earn more.
After spending the hefty sum of 200 gold coins, a new section appeared on Chun-mo's system panel. Body refinement progress, skin, 99, blood, 3, bones, 0, bone marrow, 0, organs, 0.
Wait a minute. Chun-mo frowned. Hadn't he already completed the skin refinement? Why was the skin progress at 99?
The host need not be confused. The limit achievable by the current world's refining method is 99. The host can spend gold coins to fill the last one and become perfect steel skin.
How much? Chun-mo had a bad feeling that his hard-earned money might be running low.
Perfect steel skin 1 progress, 500 gold coins. Damn it, if the effect is bad, I'll drag you down with me. Chun-mo cursed, but he still felt it was necessary to spend the 500 gold coins.
He didn't even know the difference between perfect steel skin and ordinary steel skin.
After clicking to purchase, Chun-mo's entire skin suddenly split open with fine cracks. However, no blood flowed from these cracks. Instead, a layer of fair and tender new skin emerged. Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the steel skin refinement. Perfect steel blood 1 progress, 1500 gold coins, now available. Why does it feel worse than the previous steel skin? Chun-mo shook off the skin flakes that had fallen from him and touched his now fair and tender skin.
Could it be that I need to activate it with chi and blood?
Thinking of this, Chun-mo instinctively urged the chi and blood stored in his skin. In the blink of an eye, the originally fair and tender skin became incredibly tough and its color changed from white to iron gray. Chun-mo gently tapped on that layer of iron gray skin, and it actually made a sound identical to steel.
Wow, this skin is tough enough. This 500 gold coins is really worth it.
Perfect steel skin activating, consuming 20 points of chi and blood per second. Defense increased by 100 during activation. Noble percentage attribute increase. Chun-mo happily deactivated the perfect steel skin state and glanced at the time. It was almost dinner time.
Hey, Xiao Yimiao, where are Gu Feng and the others now? Chun-mo pressed a button in his ear, instantly contacting Yimiao, who was in the dormitory. Chun-mo, can you not call me Xiao Yimiao anymore?
Yimiao's little face turned red in the dormitory. After getting familiar over this time, everyone started calling her Xiao Yimiao.
Yimiao didn't dislike the nickname, it was just a bit too cute. She was determined to become a cool and charming woman, and even her nickname should be imposing. Just like Chun-mo's nickname, Fierce Beast. Gu Feng and Youngs would just finish their body technique training, and Sister Ma is currently doing strength training. I've already called them for you, is it time to eat? Chapter 88 The Origin of Dawn City Chapter 88 The origin of Dawn City. As the mental master responsible for communication and logistics in the team, Yimiao always felt like a clock. A timer alarm to notify everyone for meals. Alright, tell them I went to the cafeteria first. If they want anything, I'll help them serve it.
Chun-mo nodded, got up, changed into a clean outfit in the changing room, and then headed to the cafeteria. Today's menu was still a feast made from various super ingredients, not much different from usual. The only difference was the presence of 3 old men in the cafeteria.
Come, you must be Chen Mo, right?
Come over and have a meal with us old men, it's not too late to leave once your team arrives.
Master Huang waved at Chen Mo with a kind smile.
The old men were not just making small talk, they had noticed the changes in Chen Mo.
Chen Mo nodded and sat down next to the 3 masters with his meal. Chen Mo, it seems you've undergone some changes.
After Chen Mo sat down, Xie Chifu began to scrutinize Chen Mo's skin, even reaching out to touch it.
How could that be? I remember you already completed the tempering of your steel skin.
Before Chen Mo could explain, Xie Chifu, Master Huang, and Master Gu exchanged glances, a hint of disbelief flashing in their eyes.
Kid, tell the truth. Can you now turn your skin iron gray by releasing your blood energy?
Xie Chifu grabbed Chen Mo's wrist, excitement gleaming in his eyes.
Did you notice?
Chen Mo chuckled. It seemed that even masters who had suffered foundational injuries were still masters. This little secret of his was nothing but a trivial matter in the eyes of the masters. Indeed, it's the innate steel skin after secondary tempering, and it possesses the unique ability of a 9th-level golden body at the 4th level.
Show us.
The 3 masters stared intently at Chen Mo, as if he were a rare treasure.
All right. Chen Mo didn't hesitate and promptly activated his perfect steel skin.
No, this isn't the iron golden body of the golden body realm.
But when the 3 masters saw Chen Mo's iron gray skin, they fell into deep thought simultaneously. Could it be a special ability brought by the innate steel skin?
However, there had been martial artists with innate steel skin undergoing secondary tempering before, but none had exhibited changes like Chen Mo's.
It might be related to his innate mental power.
Master Huang stroked his beard, offering his guess. This kid, Chen Mo, possesses both mental power and blood energy. The process of tempering his skin was guided by himself. Perhaps during the tempering process, his skin integrated with his mental power, leading to the early formation of the iron golden body. It's possible, but the conditions are too harsh. It requires innate steel skin, not to mention the simultaneous possession of mental power and blood energy.
The 3 old men began discussing this in front of Chen Mo. Fortunately, they didn't ask Chen Mo how he achieved it. He couldn't just say he bought it for 500 gold coins, could he?
Sorry, little Chen, this is the first time we've seen a situation like yours, and we momentarily forgot about you. Master Gu smiled at Chen Mo and took out a small vial from his pocket. This vial of chaotic sea beast blood is your reward for accompanying us old men.
Chaotic sea beast blood? Chen Mo took the small vial from Master Gu and examined it.
This beast blood is quite magical. It is extracted from a 10th level sea beast known as the Wandering Sea Demon.
It can significantly accelerate the flow of blood energy without any side effects.
In other words, it allows you to unleash much greater strength than usual within 10 minutes.
Keep it for emergencies.
Master Gu explained the effects of the chaotic sea beast blood and then turned back to continue discussing Chen Mo's changes with Master Huang and Xie Chifu.
Chen Mo nodded and put away the chaotic sea beast blood.
At night, after a whole day of training, Chen Mo and the others felt exhausted.
We've been going non-stop for a week now, shouldn't we take a break?
Gu Feng lay on the bed, listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom and the girls' laughter.
After training tomorrow morning, we won't go for physical conditioning in the afternoon, right? It's rare for us to come to the South Island. Shouldn't we enjoy it a bit? Sure, you decide where to go.
Chen Mo didn't mind. After all, conditioning blood wasn't something that could be done in a day or two, as long as it was completed before the actual combat training began. We definitely have to go to the Abyss Rift in Dawn City. This is one of the few Abyss Rifts that have been conquered.
Gu Feng sat up. He had long wanted to see the real Dawn City. In fact, the city where Chen Mo and the others were currently located was not originally called Dawn City. After the Abyss Rift here was conquered, a massive experimental city was built above it in the shallow abyss, named Dawn City. The city outside the rift was also renamed Dawn City at that time. The conquered Abyss Rift, Chen Mo said, resting his hands behind his head and looking up at the ceiling. Dawn City has an arena specifically for entertainment, where thousands of abyss beasts are kept for martial artists to conduct real combat training. It's also one of the largest sources of income for Dawn City. Alright, let's go to Dawn City tomorrow. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Why didn't anyone mention such a great place earlier? He was already looking forward to the rows of eager abyss beasts. What are you guys talking about? The bathroom door opened, and the freshly washed Ma Wanlin and He Miao walked out. We were discussing going to Dawn City in the shallow abyss tomorrow to have some fun and challenge the Dawn Arena. Gu Feng looked up and sighed with some regret. So tightly wrapped up. Take me with you. Ma Wanlin was also a battle fanatic. How could she miss out on something like this?
No way, there's no such thing as taking leave in the training camp. After hearing Chen Mo and the others' requests, Songbin rejected them without a second thought. There are plenty of opportunities for real combat, just don't complain about being tired when the remaining 23 days of training are over. If you still have the energy after the real combat training, then you can go have fun in Dawn City in the shallow abyss. Alright then, the group felt a bit disappointed, with Chen Mo being the most disheartened. Chen Mo, go get the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear. I want to test your basic spear techniques. Chapter 89, Chen Mo becomes even stronger. Chapter 89, Chen Mo becomes even stronger. Who? Me? Fight you? Chen Mo pointed at himself, then glanced at Songbin, who exuded an aura of authority, and fell into deep thought. If he found himself displeasing, he could just say so. There was no need to find excuses to beat him up. Otherwise, in the entire training camp, you and I are the only ones using spears. Songbin showed a gentle smile, but no matter how Chen Mo looked at it, that smile felt unsettling. Alright, I'm just testing you, not sparring. Hurry up and bring the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear. Chen Mo took a quick glance at Songbin's stats, and his face looked as grim as a bitter melon. Indeed, a master of real combat, tens of thousands in vitality, tens of thousands in health, and millions in attack power. It was just strange that Songbin's defense was displayed as 0 on the panel, which was quite odd. Okay, please go easy on me, Uncle Song. Chen Mo sighed and turned to walk towards the dormitory. A few minutes later, Chen Mo returned carrying a weapon box containing the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear. Take out your weapon and attack me. Songbin stood in the center of the training ground with his arms crossed, gesturing with his chin at Chen Mo. Uncle Song, aren't you using a weapon? As soon as Chen Mo asked this, he realized he had said something foolish. A dignified 13th level master wouldn't need a weapon to deal with a mere 4th level rookie, right? He could probably take him down with just his bare hands. No need for that. You don't really think you can hurt me, do you? Songbin chuckled, this kid had quite the imagination. Then I won't hold back. Chen Mo opened the weapon box and took out the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd. The basic combat techniques for the long halberd were quite simple: thrust, peck, hook, chop, and slash, just 5 moves in total. But using a 600-pound halberd flexibly was quite difficult for an ordinary martial artist. Indeed, you have innate strength. The 600-pound Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd feels as light as a feather in your hands. Songbin nodded in satisfaction. He was growing fonder of this kid. Chen Mo said nothing, pointing the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd directly at Songbin. With a powerful push, Chen Mo instantly unleashed his maximum speed. Clang! Songbin lightly pinched the beak of the halberd with 2 fingers, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. If that strike had come from a 5th-level martial artist, they would have likely been pierced through. Even a 6th-level martial artist would have been injured. Not bad, keep going. Releasing the beak, Chen Mo changed his grip on the halberd, grabbing the tail and suddenly thrusting it upward. But this was just a feint. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Mo seamlessly transitioned through the thrust, peck, and hook techniques of the long halberd. Not bad, not bad. Your talent with the halberd is no worse than mine. Songbin grew more excited as they fought, suddenly slapping the grip of the halberd, sending Chen Mo staggering back 3 meters. Come on, let me see how well you've practiced the last 2 techniques. Songbin beckoned to Chen Mo with his hand, already very pleased with him. A kid who had never touched a weapon before could master the basic techniques of the halberd and integrate the first 3 moves in just a week. This was faster than many geniuses. Chen Mo took a deep breath and delivered a fierce horizontal sweep aimed at Songbin's waist. Bang! Songbin's waist emitted a sharp sound of metal clashing, while the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth halberd in Chen Mo's hands was directly knocked away. 5 million in defense. In that instant, Songbin's defense skyrocketed to 5 million, but the next moment it returned to 0. Continue. Let me see the most powerful move of the basic halberd techniques, chop. If he hadn't activated his upper 4th level golden body just now, he might have really been hurt by this kid. Terrifying strength and extremely high body intensity, this kid was simply a natural-born master. Chen Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed on Songbin's chest. That's right, he saw the mark for a charged attack. He hadn't tempered anything for a week, and he was feeling restless. Now that he saw the charged attack mark, Chen Mo instinctively lifted the halberd and charged at Songbin's chest. First came a heavy downward chop that forced Songbin to raise his hand to block, the immense force causing the ground to sink. Then the halberd began to change moves: thrust, peck, hook, and slash, transitioning in quick succession, causing Songbin to reveal a barely noticeable flaw. Chen Mo began to gather his chi and blood beneath his feet, activating the cloud stacking step in an instant. Bang! Dealt 31,975 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 3,837. That felt great. The steel strike was incredibly satisfying, even more refreshing than the first sip of ice-cold cola in summer. This kid even used the cloud stacking step. Songbin laughed heartily. Although that kick had tremendous power, it was still insignificant in the face of Songbin's monstrous stats.
Grabbing Chenmo's ankle, Songbin easily flung him away.
Using the cloud stacking step to dissipate the force, Chenmo managed to avoid being thrown out of the training camp.
Qualified. You can start learning the 6 consecutive halberd techniques for demon slaying now. Songbin patted the footprint on his chest, nodding in satisfaction.
You kid, that last kick of yours had quite some force, huh?
It actually made me feel pain.
Songbin walked over to Chenmo and rubbed his bald head, which still hadn't grown any hair.
Come on, I'll show you the power of the Demon Slayer 6-link spear. Without waiting for Chenmo to respond, Songbin grabbed the back of Chenmo's collar and flew towards the chaotic sea. So fierce. After Chenmo and Songbin left, Gufeng and the others stood up from the nearby steps. They had watched the entire process of Songbin testing Chenmo's basic spear techniques, and Chenmo's progress was evident. Compared to the rough and tough brute with innate strength at the national competition, the current Chenmo had become even more dangerous, because now he had transformed into a brute who was proficient in the spear, rough and tough, with innate strength. Who would dare to kick a master in the chest? Did this guy really have some obsession with the chest? Regardless of gender, he always aimed for the chest. It's a good thing you didn't run into Chenmo during the national competition, otherwise. Gufeng glanced at Ma Wanlin's not-so-large chest and sighed. I'm really sorry for being flat.
Ma Wanlin, after all, was a girl and had certain aspirations regarding some matters. For instance, the breadth of her heart. There are only 2 girls in our team, and both are flat. Gufeng, feeling a bit too bold, started to tease when he saw that Ma Wanlin wasn't angry.
You really think I can't beat you, huh? Come on.
Let's spar, just in time for me to reach level 5. Ma Wanlin grabbed Gufeng's collar. She had long found this wicked rich guy displeasing. If she hadn't been busy refining her body and training her skills lately, she would have challenged Gufeng long ago.
How about no?
We're on the same team, fighting is not good. He meow-tugged at Ma Wanlin's collar and said softly.
No way. We have to fight barehanded. I want to see just how big our gap really is. Chapter 90 Blood Progress 93. 1% Chapter 90 Blood Progress 93. Songbin brought Chenmo to an uninhabited beach. Chenmo, I will now demonstrate the Demon Slayer 6-link spear for you.
As he took the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear from Chenmo, Songbin's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. The originally gentle Songbin, who had only exuded a kingly aura during their earlier sparring, was now entirely different. He radiated an overwhelming killing intent, like a bloodthirsty tyrant. I told you before, the Demon Slayer 6-linked spear is a variation of the chop and basic techniques, which I comprehended when I was at the 7th level of Steel Marrow. Each strike's power is double that of the previous one, and the consumption of energy and blood will also double. If this move is practiced to perfection, splitting mountains and severing seas will be no problem. Watch closely, I will only use the minimum energy and blood to activate the Demon Slayer 6-linked spear. As soon as he finished speaking, Songbin raised the Demon Slayer 6-linked spear high and swung it towards the empty sea. Boom! The fierce wind howled, and the previously calm sea began to churn violently. 2nd link. Accompanied by the continuous strikes of the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear, the power of the Demon Slayer 6-linked spear grew stronger. The sea surface, which had been merely turbulent, now revealed a passage where the seabed could be seen. The key to the Demon Slayer 6-linked spear is that the force must be continuous, with each strike following the last like surging waves. 3rd link. Final strike, 6th link. At the moment the last strike of the Demon Slayer 6-linked spear landed, the sea was completely split in two, and even the seabed below shattered under the final blow. After delivering the last strike, Songbin's demeanor returned to its previous gentle form. Returning the scalding Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth halberd to Chenmo, Songbin took him to sit on the rocks by the shore. So, what insights do you have? Awesome. Chenmo could only describe this demon-slaying 6-linked halberd with those 2 words after thinking for a long time. I didn't ask you to talk about me, but whether you have any insights about yourself. After hearing Chenmo's thoughts, Songbin couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. About myself? Chenmo stared at the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth halberd in his hand, speechless for a moment. I don't know, but it feels like I've grasped something. But that feeling is elusive. That's enough. Songbin nodded in satisfaction. Just from one observation, Chenmo was able to grasp some key points, showing that his talent with the halberd was even greater than he had imagined. Alright, let's head back. If you have any questions about the demon-slaying 6-linked halberd, feel free to ask me anytime. And don't forget to practice the cloud stacking step. A martial artist with body techniques and one without are completely different species.
But in the end, don't martial artists have to go into actual combat? Pure practice seems like just a show, right?
Chen Mo scratched his head. Martial skills and body techniques were important, but it seemed that those not tempered by real combat were of little use.
Don't rush, in a while, you'll have your hands full.
Songbin smiled. In just over 20 days, the hurricane season would begin, and he hoped this kid would still crave real combat by then.
Alright, let's go back.
After enjoying the sea breeze for a while, Songbin grabbed Chen Mo by the collar and took him back to the training camp. After watching Songbin's personal demonstration, Chen Mo made rapid progress with the demon-slaying six-linked halberd. Including the cloud-stacking step, as long as he consumed a large amount of vital energy, Chen Mo could stay airborne for over 10 minutes. During this time, Chen Mo had not slacked off in tempering his body. Every morning he practiced the demon-slaying six-linked halberd and the cloud-stacking step. In the afternoon he tempered his body, and in the evening he replenished his vital energy. The fulfilling days passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had quietly slipped away.
Ha!
Chen Mo let out a breath. He had gradually adapted to the burning sensation brought on by tempering his blood. Opening the system panel, Chen Mo glanced at his body tempering progress. Body tempering progress, skin 100, perfect steel skin, blood, 93, bones, 0, bone marrow, 0, organs, 0, in 2 more days, I can complete the tempering of my blood. Chen Mo stood up, turned off the six-fold gravity, changed his clothes, and left the gravity tempering room. During these days, not only was he making progress, but Gu Feng and the others were also advancing rapidly. Ma Wanlin had already broken through to level 5, which was the steel blood realm. Gu Feng was also close to breaking through to the steel bone realm, probably just a matter of days. The progress is a bit slow. I thought I could finish tempering my bones before it ended. Stretching, Chen Mo planned to enjoy tonight's super ingredient feast. Just then, a voice from his tiny earpiece suddenly came through. Chen Mo, Instructor Song has notified everyone to go to the conference room now. What's going on? Chen Mo was taken aback. Could something have happened? I don't know, Instructor Song didn't say, but I have some guesses. After this period of study, he Miao had become very familiar with the composition and climate structure of the South Island. Every year at this season, the hurricane season occurs on South Island, which is also when the chaotic sea stirs up. I guess calling us to the conference room is related to this. Chaotic sea stir. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. The chaotic sea stir meant that the sea beasts would also become agitated, and a large number of sea beasts would surge onto land under the influence of the chaotic sea. In other words, he could finally have some real action. Without any hesitation, even neglecting to replenish his vital energy, Chen Mo jogged towards the conference room. Pushing open the door to the conference room, the 4 masters were already seated at the front, and all 16 finalists, except for him, had arrived. Chen Mo, come sit down. Our team's position is here. Gu Feng waved at Chen Mo, while Ma Wanglin, Yang Zhua, and He Miao were sitting beside him. You guys came so early? After sitting down, Chen Mo glanced at the 4 and asked. It's not that we came early. It's that Uncle Song saw you were still refining your blood and didn't call you, so the meeting was pushed back a bit. Tisk tsk, others don't get this treatment, you're one of a kind. Now that everyone is here, the meeting officially begins. Songbin stood up, the lights in the conference room dimmed, and the projector lit up. After this period of intensive training, everyone present has significantly improved their strength. However, warriors ultimately need to fight. Merely training will only build up strength, turning one into a mere blood bag. Therefore, practical combat training will officially commence 1 week after the arrival of the hurricane season.
Chapter 91, Task 4 Chain begins.
At the moment Songbin announced this, the long silence system in Chen Mo's mind suddenly activated. Challenge Task 1 released, secure the first position on the Southern Training Camp leaderboard, this session. Task completion reward, select opportunity from the reward shop. Challenge Task 2 released, secure the first position on the Southern Training Camp leaderboard, all sessions. Task completion reward, select equipment, level up. Subsequent challenge tasks will be unlocked after completing challenge task 2. Phase task 1 released, complete blood refinement before practical training to form perfect steel blood. Task completion reward, skill slot, 2000 gold. Phase task 2 released, successfully use the Demon Slayer 6-link spear 4-linked before the end of the Southern Training Camp, and practice the cloud stacking step to proficiency. Task completion reward, equipment slot, 2000 gold. Chen Mo was momentarily speechless. This broken thing either pretended to be dead or suddenly threw a bunch of tasks at him all at once. However, fortunately, these tasks were either about to be done or were already in progress, so they wouldn't disrupt his current rhythm. The moment the hurricane season begins, the chaotic sea will also start to riot, and countless sea beasts will attempt to land on the mainland from the chaotic sea. Songbin pointed at the map on the projector. beginning to explain to the 4 teams below. But fortunately, dealing with sea beasts is much easier than dealing with abyss beasts, because we can use firearms in the outside world. While firearms are highly efficient for clearing the area, those overly powerful sea beasts or any that slip through the net still require warriors to handle. Firearms have little effect on sea beasts above level 7, and we cannot use overly powerful weapons around the southern island, as this would cause significant damage to the island. You don't need to worry about sea beasts above level 7, there are specialized warriors from the military to deal with them. What you really need to pay attention to are those sea beasts that slip through the net amidst the gunfire. Songbin paused and switched to the next page. Powerful sea beasts won't cause much harm to the southern island, the real trouble comes from those below level 6. Their size isn't too large, with the largest not exceeding 10 meters in length. But their numbers are vast, a single level 6 sea beast can cause casualties in the hundreds. So this is when you need to step in. Suddenly, Gu Feng raised his hand as if wanting to ask something. Speak. Songbin nodded, allowing Gu Feng to ask. Instructor Son, since the southern island is so dangerous, why are there still so many people living here? Gu Feng indeed found it hard to understand. Was the mainland not good enough that they had to live in such a dangerous place? You all saw it, right? This is the result of years of closed-door training without seeing the outside world. Songbin was not surprised by Gu Feng's question, as it was one that came up every year. The handling of sea beasts in the southern islands has already formed an industrial chain, and the vast majority of the people here are indigenous. Who would abandon their hometown unless faced with a disaster like the sinking of the southern islands? Moreover, the economic value of the southern islands is extremely high, producing a large number of medicinal materials that cannot grow in the mainland. The city of Dawn also needs ordinary citizens to settle in, only then can such a city come to life. After listening to Songbin's explanation, everyone had no more doubts. Alright, let's get back to the main topic. Switching to the next slide, Songbin pointed to the residential areas around the city of Dawn, which had been divided into 4 parts. I don't need you to fight on the front lines, that's still too dangerous for you. What you need to do is guard the residential areas, specifically dealing with any stragglers. Don't worry, the strength of the sea beasts will decrease after leaving the chaotic sea. A level 6 sea beast is roughly equivalent to a level 5 martial artist. With your abilities, surrounding a level 6 sea beast with 4 people isn't too difficult, especially with a mentalist providing logistical support. Next, I will assign the areas you need to defend. Make sure to remember them. This meeting lasted a full 2 hours, and it was only when the 3 older masters began to doze off that Songbin concluded the meeting. We've been assigned to Area 1. After dinner, Chen Mo and the others gathered around the newly distributed map. Our team is the strongest, so it's only natural we are assigned to the most dangerous place. Gu Feng was not surprised. Area 1 was the workers' residential building of the Sea Beast Handling Center, so it made sense for the strongest team to protect it. As for the higher-ups of the Sea Beast Handling Center, they would be stationed on the front lines during the hurricane season to obtain the freshest sea beast materials. What a pity! Except for Chen Mo, the others were quite satisfied with the upcoming practical training arrangements. Only Chen Mo felt a deep sense of regret. What do you mean, what a pity? Ma Wanlin asked, looking at Chen Mo's regretful face. Don't you think it's a bit of a waste for us to be stationed in the rear? Chen Mo rubbed his chin, pointing at the map of Area 1. Each of us has the ability to fight across levels, and I can even fight across 2 levels. I think we should apply to Uncle Song to go to the front lines. That way, we can earn much more points than staying in the rear. That seems to make some sense. The others exchanged glances, feeling that Chen Mo had a point. The more points they earned, the more they could exchange for things. The more sea beasts they killed, the more points they would accumulate. It was obvious that there would be many more sea beasts on the front lines than in the rear. Chen Mo, aside from the meager tens of millions in his bank account, was practically broke, and even that amount was just a drop in the bucket compared to the vast resources consumed by mid-level martial artists. Ma Wanglin was even worse off. She was already struggling financially and definitely wanted to seize this opportunity to earn more points to exchange for resources for the future. Yang Zhua, a orphan expelled from the Celestial clan, was a prime example of being utterly broke. Although Gu Feng had money, many things in the southern training camp couldn't be bought with money. Even a traditional martial arts family like his might not be able to obtain them. So, what do you say? Should we go for it? Chen Mo was eager to get started, feeling pent up lately. No rush, let's observe during the practical training. If the rear isn't too tight, we'll find a way to get reassigned to the front lines. Gu Feng nodded, agreeing with Chen Mo's suggestion. Plus, I'm about to complete the tempering of my steel bones. Once I finish, we can discuss it properly. Deal. Chen Mo nodded, as he was also set to complete the tempering of his blood in the next couple of days. Once they broke through to the level 5 steel blood realm, their team's strength would increase significantly, and their chances of going to the front lines would rise considerably.
Chapter 92, Level 5. Steel Blood Realm.
After determining their respective training goals, Chunmo and his companions resumed their training lives on the right track.
2 days later, Gufeng successfully completed the tempering of his steel bones and stepped into the 6th level of the Steel Bone Realm.
Ma Wanlin also made progress. She completed the tempering of her steel blood the day after Gufeng's breakthrough, advancing to the 5th level of the Steel Blood Realm. At the 8th hour after Ma Wanlin's breakthrough, which is now, Chenmo's blood had also been tempered to its limit, stuck at 99 without moving. After shutting off the sixfold gravity, Chunmo opened the system panel to purchase Perfect Steel Blood Level 1. Good thing the daily task gave me a lot of gold coins, otherwise it really wouldn't be enough.
Purchase successful. Congratulations to the host for completing the tempering of steel blood.
Perfect Steel Blood Level 1, 7,500 gold coins, now available. Steel blood tempering completed, total vitality increased by 50.
Total vitality increased by 50? Chunmo was taken aback. Was this increase of 50 what he imagined?
Note, host's vitality base value, final vitality, equivalent to a vitality version of the World Destroyer's Death Hat. The increase in steel blood was a bit terrifying. It wasn't just a one-time boost, but as long as the vitality increased, there would be an additional increase of 50. Perfect Steel Blood, after activating with vitality, it can increase attack power, speed, and cardiovascular function by 50, consuming 100 vitality per second. Hiss. But when Chunmo saw the active skill of Perfect Steel Blood, he was completely stunned.
This was too abnormal. Aside from the high vitality consumption, the active skill of Perfect Steel Blood could be considered top tier.
Congratulations to the host for completing Phase Task 1, rewards have been issued. Please allocate skill slots as you wish.
Just as Chunmo wanted to try out the feeling after activating Perfect Vitality, the system's announcement sounded again.
Alright, I still have this task on me.
Chunmo slapped his thigh.
Today could be said to be a double blessing. Opening the system panel, Chunmo placed the Twilight of the Gods in the newly unlocked skill slot. Thus, a super-numerical monster that combined immunity to control, 10 seconds of invincibility, extremely high burst damage, and the ability to forcefully duel was born.
By the way, since I've broken through all attributes, shouldn't they have increased as well? Thinking of this, Chunmo opened his attribute panel.
Name, Chunmo, Health, 288,796, Vitality, 1390, Attack Power, 5975, Defense Power, 7920, Mental Power, 500, Vitality increased this much. Chunmo was shocked. Although he had thought there would be a significant increase, he didn't expect it to be more than doubled. Tempering blood is different from tempering skin. Tempering skin allows the body to develop an organ for storing vitality, so a significant increase in vitality is normal. Tempering blood, on the other hand, improves the quality of vitality, and the increase in total vitality is not obvious. Some martial artists with lower vitality quality may even see a decrease. But Chunmo was different. Both his vitality quality and total vitality had received a tremendous boost, which is one of the benefits brought by Perfect Steel Blood. With his current stats, he could completely challenge a martial artist at the 7th level of the Steel Marrow Realm.
This is definitely a pure joy ride.
Chunmo was already rubbing his fists. He had been holding back for a whole month without steel, and the upcoming practical training had to be exhilarating. But when he saw Phase Task 2, he wilted again.
Sigh.
Chunmo sighed. This Demon Slayer 6 was really not due to his lack of effort, but because the difficulty was too high. This martial skill was used by Songbin when he was at the 7th level of the Steel Marrow Realm, and he was now just a weak and helpless 5th level of the Steel Blood Realm. Aside from having slightly higher stats, even if he practiced diligently every day during this time, Chunmo's limit was only 2, and he was far from the 4. The improvement in martial skills comes fastest in real combat. However, Chunmo had made significant progress with the Cloud Step, and he could now hover in the air for over half an hour. As long as he could maintain that for more than 35 minutes continuously, he would have mastered the Cloud Step.
Chunmo was not far from mastering it, and he could achieve that before the practical training began. I should replenish my energy first.
Stretching, Chunmo changed into a clean set of clothes and left the gravity refinement room. At the entrance of the energy replenishment room, Master Huang, who was tutoring his students, couldn't help but sigh when he saw Chunmo.
Little Chunmo, you come here twice a day. Is your energy consumption that fast? Don't rush the body refinement.
If your foundation is unstable, future breakthroughs will be much harder.
It's not that I don't want you to refine, it's just that everything has its own rules, and you should go with the flow.
As Master Huang spoke, he suddenly fell silent, pinching his brow and looking somewhat bewildered at the greatly changed Chunmo before him.
You broke through to the Steel Blood Realm?
Yes,
Master Huang, I just broke through today. I'm the last one in our team to break through to the Steel Blood realm. I feel like I'm holding everyone back. Chen Mo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Alright, just shut up and go absorb your energy.
Master Huang waved his hand, wondering why he was wasting time talking to this little freak. He had just arrived at the training camp and broke through to Steel Skin in the afternoon, and in less than a month, he had advanced to Steel Blood. At this rate, in a year or so, this kid would become a master, right? Damn, it's faster than riding a rocket. Looking at the few students he was mentoring, although they had decent talent, and one had already broken through to Steel Blood, he still felt uncomfortable. He was a bit envious of that brat Songbin for having found such a freakish genius. 3 days later, dark clouds gathered over South Island, and the shops along the streets pulled down their protective doors. In the South Island Operations Command Room, Songbin frowned, seemingly troubled by something.
Governor, there are 8 hours until the hurricane season begins. All combat positions have been deployed, and the coastal defense line has been completed.
This hurricane is expected to be about 15 levels higher than in previous years, and the tsunami defense plan has been activated. Thank you for your hard work. Continue monitoring the hurricane data.
Songbin nodded and picked up his phone to call the Southern Training Camp.
He had to stay in the South Island Operations Command Room. It's time for these kids to experience what real combat is like. Understood, I'll have the kids head to the designated positions immediately. Master Huang nodded and issued the order to act.
Chapter 93, I can tell the accelerator from the brake.
In the Southern Training Camp, 4 teams composed of the top 16 from the national competition and 4 logistical mentalists were ready to go. Except for Chen Mo and Yang Zhua, everyone else had switched to the specially made Chaos Sea steel weapons. Chen Mo's Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Halberd was worth much more than the Chaos Sea steel weapons, and Yang Zhua held a silver dragon spear made with the craftsmanship of the celestial race, so there was no need to change. Of course, in addition to the weapons, to protect these future masters, the training camp had also prepared exclusive armor for them, each with its own unique features. But one thing was the same, the value of the equipment each person wore exceeded 9 figures, truly a money armament.
It's finally starting.
Chen Mo trembled with excitement, unable to contain his desire to unleash his steel.
Chen Mo, you should have seen how the points are calculated, right?
Gu Feng was equally excited. He had long wanted to find a place to test the results of his training during this time. Of course, level 1 sea beasts score 2 points, level 2 5 points, level 3 10 points, level 4 15 points, level 5 30 points, level 6 80 points, and anything higher is calculated separately.
Chen Mo nodded.
He had not only looked at the points settlement system but also reviewed the points rankings from previous Southern training sessions. He didn't pay attention to any ranks other than the first. His goal and task were to surpass the first place, and looking at others was pointless. The guy who held the first place in history was named Huang Long, with a personal score of 1,755. His strongest achievement was killing a level 7 sea beast during practical training, relying solely on his iron fists. It must be said that he was a fierce person. It would be quite difficult for others to surpass him. However, for Chen Mo, it wasn't a big deal. Points were something he could easily obtain, but the most important thing was strength.
Hey Meow, are you ready? Chen Mo turned around and found He Meow still fiddling with her helmet. Okay, I'm ready.
He Meow lifted her head, her entire head wrapped in a uniquely shaped helmet, and Chen Mo even doubted whether she could see outside.
Who among you can drive?
The training camp only provided them with transportation but no drivers. In other words, if they didn't want to run there, they had to drive themselves. I learned for a while, but I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. Ma Wanlin naturally sat in the driver's seat with the chaotic sea steel spear on her back.
Chen Mo and the others exchanged glances and got into the car.
Gu Feng and Yang Zhua flanked He Meow, protecting her in the middle, while Chen Mo sat in the passenger seat.
Let me ask first, how far have you gotten with your driving test?
I haven't passed the first part yet, but I know where the accelerator, clutch, and brake are, so don't worry.
He Meow, activate the navigation, let's go. Ma Wanlin started the car, directly launching into 5th gear.
We're all martial artists. Even if we get into a car accident, we won't die. At most we'll just get some superficial injuries. Ma Wanlin comforted the others while looking at the map projected onto her right eye through a mini headset. You too, make sure to protect He Meow. Her role on the battlefield is quite significant.
Got it.
Gu Feng pulled He Meow into his embrace, and her little face under the full helmet instantly turned red. Under the terrified gazes of the other 3 teams, the military vehicle carrying Chen Mo's team sped off in a rather bizarre manner.
Isn't the wheel of their car a bit crooked? It seems so. I remember that car was still under maintenance, wasn't it? Their vehicle should be that armored car, right?
Who knows, maybe strong people like to challenge themselves. Let's just stick to driving the armored car.
True, let's hurry up. If we don't reach the designated location within the time limit, we'll lose points. Our points are already 0, if we lose some, won't it just become negative? The training camp was somewhat remote, about 130 kilometers from the area Chen Mo and the others were responsible for.
Master Huang had given them a time limit of 2 hours, which was quite ample. However, often things don't go as planned. After driving 30 kilometers, the old car they were in belched out a cloud of black smoke and completely stalled.
The four of them looked at Ma Wanglin with a hint of confusion. This really isn't my fault, right? Even the tough Ma Wanglin was sweating now. She remembered she hadn't made any operational mistakes, had she?
Forget it, let's leave this broken car here and run forward. Chen Mo waved his hand. He didn't mind these things anyway, as his running speed was much faster than that of this broken car.
Well, it wouldn't stall either. But what about He Miao?
The other four, aside from He Miao, were martial artists, so running over 100 kilometers was no problem. He Miao pulled out 2 boxes from the trunk that were about her size, looking eagerly at the others. Really? Chen Mo scratched his head and tossed the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd to Gu Feng.
I'll carry her, you guys keep up.
Sighing, Chen Mo switched out of the demon sect gear and re-equipped his iron plate boots, which would now be on a 2-hour cooldown. After saying that, he grabbed He Miao by the collar and threw her onto his back, picking up the 2 boxes and rushing out.
Damn, is Chen Mo really that fast? In the blink of an eye,
Chen Mo had already disappeared at the end of the road. Gu Feng felt that Chen Mo was even faster than him, a 6th-level Steel Bone Realm warrior.
Don't just stand there, we need to catch up. Ma Wanglin glanced at the car emitting black smoke, a hint of redness flashing across her wheat-colored face. Right, Chen Mo was running too fast. We need to hurry and catch up.
Gu Feng nodded, his blood and energy surging as he unleashed his fastest speed. Yang Zhuo followed closely, the unique movement technique of the celestial race coming into play. Ma Wanglin was not to be outdone, gathering her energy at her feet to use the cloud step. In the training camp's monitoring room, the 3 masters watched Chen Mo's team, who were dashing against the hurricane, with a mix of amusement and exasperation. These kids are still too reckless, Master Huang chuckled, hoping that this practical training would help them become more composed.
It's perfectly normal. If young people didn't have this sharpness, would they still be considered young? Xie Chifu didn't think there was anything wrong with Chen Mo and the others, even believing that young people should be like this. Those precocious kids were the most boring.
Reckless or not aside, Chen Mo's speed is frightening, Master Gu said, stroking his beard as he watched Chen Mo's speed reach 140 kilometers per hour on the monitor. Indeed, this kid's physical strength, vitality, power, total energy, and speed are all far beyond what his current level should be. In my opinion, Chen Mo's combat ability can at least rival that of an ordinary 7th-level warrior. Of course, the combat experience of a 7th-level warrior is something this kid can't compare to, but they have a logistics psychic on their side. He Miao is a genius personally selected by Old Chu.
Chapter 94, Why is everything being shoved my way? Don't be fooled by that little girl's timid demeanor. She is the best in combat command at the Spirit Research Institute of Magic City. With those new devices, plus a commander who lacks combat power but is exceptionally sensitive to changes in battle, Chen Mo can completely function like a 7th-level warrior. Tisk tsk, if a 5th level can fight a 7th level, what do you think he could do at 13th level?
As soon as this topic came up, the 3 masters suddenly seemed much younger, starting to debate Chen Mo's combat capabilities at 13th level. At this moment, in the shallow abyss of South Island, a purplish-red crack suddenly appeared in the shallow abyss of South Island, and Zhao Dihai, with a face full of resentment, stepped out from the crack. During the 15 days of the hurricane season, most of the defenses in the shallow abyss of South Island had been sent to the front lines to suppress the sea beasts, and Zhao Dihai had waited a full month to seize this opportunity.
So it's a southern training camp, huh?
I'll destroy your South Island and see if you live or die. Taking out the ancient relic abyss call given to him by the Archbishop, Zhao Dihai slashed his wrist, spraying blood onto it. The twisted and terrifying ancient relic suddenly became agitated, opening its bloody maw and directly swallowing one of Zhao Dihai's arms.
It's just an arm, as long as it can make him die.
Zhao Dihai's mind had twisted. He had even forgotten that he was the one who initially targeted Chen Mo. He could only remember one thing in his mind now, and that was that he had fallen to this point because of Chen Mo. He had to kill Chen Mo. The ancient relic abyss call seemed to come alive after devouring its blood meal, breaking free from Zhao Dihai's hands and burrowing into the purplish-red ground. Grow freely. In 10 days, it will be your death. Zhao Dihai's face was twisted, even ignoring the blood gushing from his severed arm. He knew very well that he was merely a pawn of the abyss cult. No, not even a pawn, at most just a disposable tool. Zhao Dihai also understood that after using the abyss call, he wouldn't live much longer himself, This thing summoned not only beast tides but also powerful entities that only operated in the mid and deep layers of the abyss. Even a 13th level master would find it easy to fall here, let alone that little Chen Mo. You will sink along with this broken island. Abyss Cult, Southern Diocese. Bishop, why use the Abyss Call in a place like this? A high priest knelt on one knee before the bishop, asking with some confusion. The Abyss Call was a precious ancient relic. No matter which abyss it was planted in, it would trigger an abyssal riot. This was not a simple beast tide, but a riot capable of destroying an entire area. Clearly, it could be used in more important locations, such as the Abyssal Rift in Yanjing. What are you trying to say? The bishop slowly lowered his head, looking at the high priest. Do you think my decision is flawed? No, I wouldn't dare. I just don't quite understand your intention. The high priest's forehead instantly broke out in a sweat. He could already smell the foul stench emanating from the abyssal tiger's mouth. Of course, you wouldn't understand. The southern island is merely bait. Bait to attract their attention. The bishop smiled slightly. His target was the new abyssal rift about to be born in the chaotic sea. As long as he grasped that newly born abyssal rift, the power of the abyss cult would grow once again. The resources that a new abyssal rift could bring were countless, and currently, only their southern diocese knew about this. Even those above were unaware of this matter. It would be an excellent opportunity for the abyss cult to expand. Do not ask about this matter again. Next time, I cannot guarantee that the abyssal tiger won't be hungry. Yes, the high priest lowered his head, his attitude extremely respectful. After nearly 40 minutes of frantic running, Chen Mo finally saw the area they were responsible for. If it weren't for the full coverage helmet on He Miao's back, she would have probably fainted from the strong winds long ago. But even with the full coverage helmet, He Miao now felt dizzy. Chen Mo's speed was simply too fast. For He Miao, it was like riding a roller coaster for 40 minutes, and not throwing up in the helmet was already a sign of her good physical condition. Where's our camp? Chen Mo scanned the surroundings and found that apart from the family building behind them, everything else was clean. Our camp is in that box. He Miao, while suppressing her urge to vomit, walked over to the two boxes. To react quickly in case of emergencies, we can't stay in the family building. This is a newly produced foldable hardshell camp from the Research Institute, theoretically able to withstand winds of level 12. Provided that there are martial artists to help build it, ordinary people can't use it. He Miao pressed the unlock button on one of the boxes, and the contents inside were revealed to Chen Mo. They really treat us like lab rats, Chen Mo sighed, wondering why all the experimental products were being shoved their way. He Miao sent the installation instructions to Chen Mo's mini headset, and a complete hardshell camp layout appeared before Chen Mo's eyes. It's quite simple. Chen Mo glanced over the installation process and began to assemble various parts taken from the nearby box. 20 minutes later, Gu Feng and the others finally arrived. They looked at the already assembled camp in front of them and walked straight in. Not bad, the camp is all set up for us, Gu Feng said as he returned Chen Mo's phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd, sitting on the spring bed. Do you think this camp just appeared by itself? Chen Mo rolled his eyes as he took back the halberd. Command Center, Team 1 is in position at Area 1 and ready to mobilize for support at any time. While Gu Feng and Chen Mo were bantering, He Miao had already set up her stall nearby. A complete set of communication equipment capable of island-wide contact and enough energy to last for 20 days. 8 jet-powered anti-wind drones controlled by mental energy. That big helmet He Miao wore was for this purpose. To operate 8 jet drones simultaneously, there really are people who can multitask like that. Gu Feng was somewhat surprised. Most people could barely manage 2 tasks at once, yet He Miao could do 8. It's not simultaneous operation of all 8. I can manage a maximum of 4 at once. He Miao shook her head, a bit embarrassed. The remaining 4 are backup drones sent by the Research Institute for us to test the anti-wind jet drones. Chapter 95, The Hurricane Season has begun. As she spoke, 4 of the drones took off and hovered around Chen Mo and the others. This way, I can have the same synchronized vision as you, especially the view behind me, which allows me to grasp the changes on the battlefield more clearly. While speaking, He Miao controlled one of the drones to land on top of Chen Mo's head. This is more energy efficient. It can stay on standby fixed on your head. He Miao smiled lightly, her tone playful. This was her little revenge since Chen Mo had almost upset her stomach earlier. Hey, He Miao, let me try on your helmet, Gu Feng said, leaning over to lightly tap her helmet. Ha? No way, I'm afraid you won't handle 4 360-degree views. He Miao wasn't being stingy, she was just worried Gu Feng would throw up in her helmet. Moreover, this kind of visual connection went directly to the brain through mental energy, and Gu Feng didn't have any mental energy. It's fine, I just want to try it a little. After Gu Feng's repeated insistence, He Miao took off her helmet and put it on Gu Feng's head. Connection successful. Ugh, Almost the moment the connection was successful, Gu Feng threw up inside the helmet.
Ah, my helmet.
He Miao quickly helped Gu Feng take off the helmet, looking at the stinky vomit inside, nearly in tears. I can't take it anymore. Gu Feng sat down heavily on the spring bed, blood streaming from his nostrils. Gu Feng's left eye looked up to the left, while his right eye looked down to the right, his hands flailing about, clearly stimulated by something. Sigh, he Miao sighed, putting down the dirty helmet and walking over to Gu Feng. Your brain is being eroded by mental energy. This is very dangerous.
I advised you, but you didn't listen.
While softly saying a few words, he Miao placed her hand on Gu Feng's head.
Don't move, I'll help you extract the mental energy that's eroding your brain.
After a few minutes of treatment, Gu Feng, who almost turned into a senile old man, finally returned to normal.
Do you want to try again? Ma Wanlin glared at Gu Feng while cleaning the vomit from the helmet.
No more trying, I almost died. Gu Feng shook his head, still feeling like there were 4 perspectives switching back and forth in his head.
Alright, He Miao, I've cleaned your helmet for you. After returning the helmet to He Miao, she sniffed the inside before putting it back on. He Miao, I really underestimated you before. As Gu Feng regained his composure, he patted He Miao on the shoulder, his gaze towards her now tinged with a hint of admiration. The feeling he had just experienced was truly terrifying, for constantly shifting perspectives combined with a torrent of information flooding his mind nearly drove him insane in an instant. Only a mentalist with spiritual power could manage such a vast stream of information. With this thought, Gu Feng glanced at Chen Mo beside him. Don't look at me, I'm not planning to court death. Chen Mo turned his head away. Although he possessed spiritual power, he only used it for physical enhancement. Seeing Gu Feng's intense reaction was frightening enough, he wasn't ready to become senile just yet. Alright, there was a little hiccup just now, but we're moving out now.
While Chen Mo and the others were still chatting, He Miao seemed to have received some orders from above.
Chen Mo, the chaos in the chaotic sea has begun.
A large number of sea beasts are surging towards the land, and several low-level sea beasts have already appeared in our designated area.
Let's go. Chen Mo picked up his phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear and stood up. It was finally starting. Boom! Thunder roared, and heavy rain poured down instantly. At this moment, the hurricane season officially began. The heavy rain severely obstructed visibility. Chen Mo could barely see 5 meters ahead. Fortunately, the drone above provided precise battlefield assistance from He Miao, who was positioned behind. Chen Mo, there's a level 3 sea beast 160 meters ahead. Be careful.
Got it. Chen Mo's blood surged, and the distance of 100 meters vanished in an instant. As he sprinted, a charging attack symbol appeared on the sea beast, indicating it had matured and was ready to steel itself. Swish! With a powerful horizontal sweep, Chen Mo turned that level 3 sea beast into a pulp, but thankfully, it had steeled itself.
Dealt 40,655 damage. Maximum health increased by 4,878.
15 meters ahead at a 45-degree angle, there's a level 2 sea beast.
Understood. Swish! With He Miao's panoramic view, Chen Mo didn't even need to open his eyes, he just followed her commands to attack. Dealt 41,240 damage. Maximum health increased by 4,948. Chen Mo, be careful, there's a level 5 sea beast 35 meters behind you, confirmed to be a deep sea hunter. He Miao's voice rang out just in time, and Chen Mo quickly turned around, raising his phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear to block the sweeping claws aimed at him. A level 5 sea beast has this little strength?
Chen Mo's body didn't budge, but his legs were pinned to the ground.
Roar!
The deep sea hunter, frustrated that it hadn't crushed this little thing, became enraged. With this little health, I can steel myself a couple of times. Chen Mo shook off the deep sea hunter's claws and aimed for the charging symbol on its body with a horizontal sweep.
Clang! Dealt 41,834 damage. Maximum health increased by 5,020. Crack!
The deep sea hunter's chest caved in deeply, its ribs even piercing through the skin on its back.
Ah!
The deep sea hunter howled in pain, its massive body collapsing to the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Chen Mo's sweep had directly rendered the deep sea hunter incapable of resistance.
Trash!
Chen Mo stepped on the deep sea hunter's head, gradually applying pressure. Chen Mo, there are traces of sea beasts 570 meters to your right front. Please head there immediately after dealing with the deep sea hunter.
Okay. Chen Mo nodded. After a while, when the charging symbol on the deep sea hunter reappeared, he finally finished it off. After the battle at the front line began, countless sea beasts were reduced to pulp by cannon fire, yet many still managed to land successfully. As the fighting intensified, Gu Feng and the others, who had been in the camp, also sprang into action to clear out the remaining sea beasts in Area 1.
Inside the frontline command post, Songbin frowned as he looked at the constantly arriving battle reports.
This year's hurricane season seems off.
The number of sea beasts has also increased significantly. Governor Song, the first wave of the sea beast assault has retreated, and the next wave will arrive in 2 hours. A staff officer entered the command post with the latest battle report and handed it to Songbin.
I understand. How many sea beasts are still at large? Songbin nodded and glanced at the report before placing it on the table.
There aren't many from the first wave, no more than 100, but after the second wave, we won't be able to defend so tightly.
Should we immediately dispatch a military team to clear the remaining sea beasts? Chapter 96, Health Points Surge. Attack power exceeds 10,000. No, not for now.
After observing the performance of the southern training camp, Songbin shook his head. The kids were doing exceptionally well, and there was no need for the military to clean up after them just yet.
Hold the front line, and let those kids from the training camp handle the resources for the civilians in the rear. After the second wave ends, we will adjust our strategy based on the situation. Yes.
The staff officer saluted and turned to leave, while Songbin in the command room slightly raised the corners of his mouth.
Not bad. I wonder if anyone from your batch will surpass Huan Long's record. An hour later, all the remaining sea beasts around Area 1 were cleared, and Chen Mo and the others returned to the camp. How many sea beasts did you kill? Gu Feng took off his shirt and set it aside, turning to look at the others. 3 first-level sea beasts, 2 second-level, and 2 third-level.
Ma Wanlin, wearing only a sports bra, calculated that she had just killed 7 sea beasts in that short time.
For third level and 1 fourth level, Yang Zuo replied succinctly, sitting by the dryer to dry his clothes. What about you? Gu Feng asked with a grin, looking at Chen Mo. You go first, Chen Mo replied, recalling briefly before turning to Gu Feng. Me? Not much, just 7 second level, 5 third level, and 1 fourth level.
Gu Feng spoke modestly, but his expression was one of pride. I also didn't do much, just 1 second level, 5 third level, 5 fourth level, and 2 fifth level.
Chen Mo nodded, casually stating a terrifying number. Ha? You encountered a 5th level sea beast already?
Gu Feng sprayed the water he had just sipped, staring at Chen Mo in disbelief. He thought his achievements were impressive, but Chen Mo's were more than 10 times better.
Otherwise, those 2 5th level sea beasts in Area 1 were both killed by Chen Mo. During the break, he now thoughtfully prepared energy drinks and lunch for the 4 of them. Although it wasn't very tasty, it was packed with high-calorie ingredients.
After receiving his lunch, Gu Feng somewhat withdrawnly hid in a corner to eat. Chen Mo, meanwhile, opened his system panel while eating, checking how much his health points had increased just now. Name, Chen Mo, health points, 364096, attack power, 7481. Just from that morning's wave, Chen Mo's health points surged comparable to what he would gain from a week of work in the Abyssal Rift.
The beast tide is a good thing, too bad it can't happen every day, Chen Mo sighed.
Although he wished for a daily beast tide to level up quickly, the others couldn't handle it. Moreover, events like hurricane season only happen once a year, and beast tides are even rarer.
I must gather more steel this time.
Shoving the high-calorie mush from his bowl into his mouth, Chen Mo had just harvested 190 points from the last wave. It seemed that completing system tasks wasn't too difficult,
but his instincts told him that the consecutive tasks given by the system would definitely not be this simple.
According to the pattern from last time, the truly difficult tasks would only be released after completing the simpler ones.
Chen Mo, the second wave of sea beasts is starting. Some stragglers have entered Area 1.
He Miao, who had just been sitting in boiling water, suddenly stood up, and the drone flew back above Chen Mo's head.
I got it. Give me the location.
After finishing the last bit of high-calorie mush, Chen Mo grabbed the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear and charged out. A few minutes later, Gu Feng and the others also received the order to start moving, each picking up their weapons and heading towards the target area. Whether for points or something else, everyone found their own goal and worked towards it.
The chaotic sea beasts attacked every 2 hours on average, each assault lasting about an hour. Moreover, their attacks were relentless, occurring day and night, 24 hours straight. Fortunately, the first day's assault was the most intense. As time went on, the sea beasts' attacks weakened, and the stragglers in the rear became fewer. By the third day of hurricane season, everyone, including Chen Mo, was exhausted. I can't take it anymore. Gu Feng lay motionless on the spring bed, indifferent even to the steel rod that had fallen to the ground. They had gone 2 full days and nights without a minute of sleep, being awakened at any moment to eliminate the straggling sea beasts. Even Chen Mo was slumped on the bed with dark circles under his eyes. If it weren't for the heart of steel stacking, he probably would have fallen asleep long ago. After 2 days of battle, Chen Mo had stacked a total of 300,000 health points, meaning he had personally killed nearly 60 sea beasts.
Opening the system panel, Chen Mo glanced at his current health points and smiled in satisfaction.
It was worth it.
Name, Chen Mo health points, 675108 attack power, 13502 Chen Mo. The command center wants us to deliver disaster relief supplies to the residents of the western district of Dawn City. In fact, Himiao was also quite exhausted. She was responsible for the food, clothing, shelter, and combat command for Chen Mo and the other three, which was a significant test of her mental strength.
Got it, I'll go this time. Chen Mo, you rest well.
Ma Wanlin stood up, rubbed her temples, and walked out of the camp with nearly a ton of supplies on her back.
Dawn City, Ming'an community in the Western District.
The heavy rain still hadn't stopped, even though the drainage system in South Island was the most advanced in the entire Great Xia and even the world. Some water accumulation was unavoidable. As a team responsible for stabilizing the rear, such things were inevitable. Fortunately, for every ton of supplies delivered, they could earn 5 points as a reward, so it wasn't a wasted trip.
Ma Wanlin glanced at the list of families needing supplies and headed towards building No. 3.
Just then, the water under her feet suddenly began to tremble.
Sister Ma!
Be careful, a level 6 deep sea hunter is approaching you, extremely dangerous, evacuate quickly. Himiao's anxious voice rang out. Given Ma Wanlin's current state, she couldn't possibly be a match for a level 6 sea beast.
What was happening at the front? How could they let such a big guy slip through? Chapter 97. What is this special ability?
Ma Wanlin reacted very quickly. The moment she sensed something approaching, she threw the supplies off her body. Turning around, she drew the chaotic sea steel long spear and thrust it fiercely into the water beneath her feet. With a muffled thud, Ma Wanlin's spear plunged directly into the ground, while the creature in the water evaded the strike in a bizarre manner.
So fast!
Seeing her attack miss, Ma Wanlin immediately rolled back. The cloud stacking step proved immensely useful at this moment, allowing her to hover in the air and survey the waist-deep water around her. It seemed that this level 6 deep-sea pursuer was not very large and relied on the terrain for agile guerrilla tactics. However, this type of deep-sea pursuer was also the hardest to deal with. No wonder it could burst out from the front line's artillery fire. The heavy rain enhanced the deep-sea pursuer's agility while obscuring Ma Wanlin's vision and reducing her own mobility.
The situation was quite unfavorable. In the camp, Chen Mo grabbed his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and rushed out the moment he heard that Ma Wanlin was attacked by a level 6 sea beast. A level 6 sea beast? That can take several hits. Just in time for the cooldown of the reincarnation deadlock to finish, I might as well plunder some attributes. Himiao, give me Ma Wanlin's location, I'm going to support her now. Understood.
Himiao was decisive. Among the entire team, Chen Mo was the fastest, making him the most suitable for support. Meanwhile, on a balcony in the Ming'an community, a burly man in military uniform watched Ma Wanlin struggling against the deep-sea pursuer below. I don't know what the governor was thinking, letting such a sea beast in. The man in military uniform sighed, sitting on a plastic stool, ready to act at any moment. Did they really think the frontline military was just sitting around? If it weren't for the governor's orders, would he personally guard this place? How could they possibly allow such a dangerous creature into a residential area? The governor means to let this deep-sea pursuer hone the teamwork skills of those kids, said a figure standing next to the man in military uniform. Other teams learn teamwork when facing level 5 sea beasts, but this team's individual combat power is too strong. Level 5 sea beasts pose no threat to them. Has the governor considered that agile deep-sea pursuers gain an advantage in heavy rain? The man in military uniform raised an eyebrow. Honing skills was one thing, but encountering this creature was still very dangerous for those kids.
Isn't the governor the one who sent you and me here? Can't we protect this group of kids?
Another figure adjusted his glasses, casting a dangerously sharp gaze at the level 6 deep-sea pursuer below.
That may be true, but it feels more comfortable to be on the front line, the man in military uniform scoffed, feeling that the governor was wasting his talents by having him watch over the kids. Alright, let's get ready. That kid probably won't finish the fight anytime soon, but she should be able to hold on until her teammates arrive to support her. Then we can rate their performance in cooperation. Before the bespectacled man could finish his sentence, a figure tore through the rain curtain and charged from a distance. Where is it? Where's the level 6 sea beast? Shenmo's face was filled with excitement, and the demon-slaying 6-linked halberd was already gathering power, ready to strike. This thing is too fast, I can't catch up to it. Ma Wanlin sighed in relief upon seeing Chen Mo arrive, using the cloud stacking step to land on a nearby high wall. So it's you! Chen Mo's blood surged, and with a powerful swing of the demon-slaying 6-linked halberd, he smashed down towards the ripple in the water. With a thunderous boom, the waist-deep water around him was directly shaken away, revealing the stone ground beneath. Didn't hit?
Chen Mo landed and raised an eyebrow at the deep-sea pursuers still swimming around wildly. Chen Mo, be careful, this thing is extremely fast, and the surrounding water enhances its speed. Hearing Ma Wanlin's warning, Chen Mo focused his gaze, and the attributes of the deep-sea pursuer appeared before his eyes. Status, heavy rain, attack power, speed increase 30, deep water, speed increase 40, with 110,000 health points, 5,500 attack power, 300 defense, 230 speed, and 40 armor penetration.
Isn't this the perfect assassin panel? What to do against such a nimble opponent who knows how to utilize the terrain? Simple, just don't let him use the terrain. Anyway, with Director Chu backing me, I might as well use it. Chen Mo grinned. His reincarnation deadlock is a targeted skill, particularly effective against such agile opponents. Cross through the dark gate. In the eyes of Chen Mo and the level 6 deep sea hunter, the surrounding world turned terrifying like hell. But in the eyes of Ma Wanlin and the two officers, Chen Mo vanished along with the level 6 deep sea hunter. What happened? The burly officer suddenly stood up. What just occurred? How did that kid disappear with the sea beast? I don't know, but the governor mentioned this Chen Mo. He is a martial artist with both spiritual power and vitality. The bespectacled administrative officer adjusted his glasses, carefully observing the spot where Chen Mo had just been. I see, by using some means to confine the opponent within a small terrain, he can easily defeat such an extremely agile opponent. Truly a genius, no wonder he won the national championship. He's only been systematically studying for a month. If he grows, our great Xiao will have the strongest master in history. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. The burly officer scratched his face. He hadn't understood anything in this whole time. In simple terms, that kid created a below. Ma Wanglin and the burly officer had identical expressions. What happened? Where's Chen Mo? He meow. Chen Mo has disappeared. Can you find out where he is? Ma Wanglin was a bit flustered. Could this be some special skill of the deep sea hunter? Is Chen Mo in danger? I lost visual sharing with Chen Mo, but the signal shows he's still at the previous location. And in good condition? He Meow's mind was also a bit scrambled. What on earth is going on? In the reincarnation deadlock, Chen Mo looked at the creature before him that resembled a big toad, his face darkening. The level 6 deep sea hunter actually looked like this, even less imposing than the previous level 5 sea beast. The level 6 deep sea hunter looked around in terror, its tiny head completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Alright, now it's just the two of us, let's see where you run. Chapter 98, Health breaks 1 million, Hurricane season mysteriously ends. Chapter 98, Health breaks 1 million, Hurricane season mysteriously ends. The level 6 deep sea hunter, realizing its most proficient combat method was ineffective, let out a strange cry and attempted to flee. But the invisible wall behind it trapped it tightly, leaving it to watch Chen Mo approach step by step. With only 110,000 health points, why can't I encounter a health tank? Chen Mo sighed. This little toad could only take a couple of hits from him, which was an insult to the title of level 6 sea beast. Not to mention the reincarnation deadlock would also drain 20 of this little toad's total attributes, further reducing its health. It could barely withstand one of Chen Mo's hits without dying, leaving it with just a sliver of health. Once the charging attack mark appeared on the little toad's chest, Chen Mo put down his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and delivered a kick right to the toad's chest. Clang! Dealt 81,021 points of damage, maximum health increased by 9,722. After this kick, the little toad was left with 7,000 health points, sprawled on the ground, spitting out blood foam. 30 seconds passed quickly, and the steel heart-charged attack appeared before Chen Mo once again. With a powerful punch, the little frog's body was shattered into pieces, its innards flying into the air. Dealt 81,021 points of damage, maximum health increased by 9,722. Successfully killed in the cycle of despair, successfully plundered 20 all attributes. Plundered attributes, health 22,000 points, attack 1,100 points, defense 60 points, speed 46 points, maximum speed increase, 8 armor penetration. I really don't know how this little frog was rated as a level 6 sea beast. It feels less challenging than the Horn King. The cycle of despair gradually dissipated, and Shen Mo's figure reappeared in the heavy rain. Where's the level 6 deep sea pursuer? Ma Wanlin saw Chen Mo appear, but the fast deep sea pursuer had vanished. This meant that Chen Mo single-handedly killed a level 6 sea beast. The bespectacled officer squinted, unable to suppress a smirk. Record his special abilities. This kid is not only born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones, but also has other mutations. Send a copy of the battle footage to Director Chu. This ability is likely related to mental power. I never expected that the combination of mental power and vitality could give birth to such a miraculous ability. It's a pity this ability cannot be replicated,
We must protect this unique seedling, Chen Mo. The burly officer beside him was confused. He couldn't understand how that special ability was related to mental power. It's not his fault for not understanding. Even Chen Mo himself didn't know how these people connected skills to the mix of mental power and vitality. Perhaps their imagination was just too strong? But this was also a good thing. At least he didn't have to explain his strange skills himself, as Director Chu and those smart people would suffice. Let's go, the sea beast is dealt with, and we should deliver the supplies to those in need. Chen Mo picked up the supply box that Ma Wanglin had thrown not far away, lifting it onto his shoulder with one hand. Okay. Ma Wanglin nodded, her eyes flashing with ambiguous emotions. There was admiration, shock, and longing, but no infatuation. Ma Wanglin's feelings for Chen Mo were very pure, rooted in admiration and aspiration for the strong. With Chen Mo's help, the two quickly distributed today's supplies. As for the 5 points of contribution, Chen Mo didn't compete with Ma Wanglin for them. The points from a level 6 sea beast were equivalent to over 10 days of supply distribution. He wasn't that petty. Everyone except Chen Mo was very satisfied with the recent battle. But not necessarily. Songbin couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Chen Mo had once again soloed a level 6 sea beast. Sigh, level 6 sea beasts are already the limit. We can't let stronger sea beasts leak through. Where exactly is this kid's limit? How can we make him understand the importance of teamwork? Headache. The rain gradually stopped, and sunlight fell once again on the land of South Island. Wait a minute? Chen Mo felt the temperature around him warming up again, a hint of confusion on his face. Wasn't it supposed to be 15 days? It's only been a week, and it's over? I just gained over 600,000 health. My health just broke 1 million, and I was hoping to gain more. Glancing at his attribute values, Chen Mo sighed. Name, Chen Mo health, 1069, 552 attack, 21, 391 defense, 7920 mental power, 0 speed, 206% damage reduction, 12% armor penetration, 8 fixed armor penetration, 0 in the 4 days since killing the level 6 deep sea pursuer. Chen Mo had also used his cycle of despair to kill a level 5 sea beast. He didn't want to look for level 6 or 7 monsters, it was just that in the following days, he hadn't encountered anything above level 5. Originally, the hurricane season was supposed to last for 15 days, but it only lasted a week. Chen Mo even wanted to ask Songbin if he was just fooling him. Fortunately, during this week of the hurricane season, Chen Mo had worked hard and his points had reached a staggering 2,000, successfully completing 2 challenge tasks. Chen Mo wasn't in a hurry to use the rewards from these 2 tasks. After all, his equipment slots weren't open yet, so he could wait until he completed the 6 consecutive demon-slaying tasks before choosing. The battles this week had been pressure-free, and he couldn't improve his martial skills. However, his cloud-stepping technique had received ample training, as most of his time was spent on the road. Challenge Task 3 has not yet been triggered, the host is requested to wait patiently. After glancing at the taskbar, Chen Mo stood up and stretched. Putting everything else aside, he could finally sleep soundly. Unlike the completely relaxed Chen Mo, Songbin, who was currently at the frontline command post, had a heavy expression. Governor, this year's hurricane season feels off, the advisor standing next to Songbin said, his expression equally grim. According to satellite map reconnaissance, the hurricane that was supposed to linger for about another week has moved deep into the chaotic sea, seemingly attracted by something. Songbin remained silent, staring at the constantly changing satellite map, deep in thought. Shao Qi informed the Meteorological Bureau and the Monitoring Bureau to closely watch the hurricane's movement. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Songbin let out a sigh. All he could do now was report and continue monitoring. He also needed to go back and settle the points for those kids. I wonder how many points that kid Chen Mo has accumulated. I hope he hasn't emptied the training camp. Chapter 99, the expected first. Although the heavy rain had stopped and the sea beasts had retreated, Songbin still did not let his guard down. The intuition of a master told him that the early end of the hurricane season definitely had other reasons behind it. The destruction brought by that other reason was likely to be much greater than that of the hurricane season, and he had to stay vigilant. Fortunately, the abyss rift in the southern island had been pacified, so there was no need to station too many defensive forces there. Shao Qi, I'm going back to the southern training camp to settle the points for those kids, Songbin said as he stood up, addressing the advisor beside him. Understood, Governor. I will continue to monitor the hurricane's destination. Packing up the hardbone camp, Chen Mo and the others carried their bags towards the southern training camp. No car? Yeah, no car. Over 100 kilometers, we ran here, and now we have to walk back. As they spoke, their gazes fell on Ma Wanglin. Don't look at me. The car itself had problems, everyone knows that now. Ma Wanglin's face turned red as she bared her teeth at them. By the way,
How many points have you all accumulated?
Chen Mo suddenly became curious about how many points his teammates had gathered after a week of hard work.
I've saved over 800, Gu Feng calculated roughly.
I'm about the same, Ma Wanglin recalled.
I have around 1,000.
Although Yang Zui usually didn't say much, ever since he was expelled from the Celestial clan, he had been working hard.
If anyone was more diligent than him, it would be Chun Mo. And you? Everyone's gaze turned to Chun Mo.
I don't have much, just a little over 2,000, Chen Mo grinned.
2,000 was enough for him to use until the late stage of level 6 or even level 7.
Gu Feng and the others shot a glare at Chen Mo, who was showing off without realizing it, and turned to leave. The group moved quickly, and in less than half a day, they returned from the City of Dawn to the southern training camp. When they returned, they found that the other teams seemed to be short on members. This practical training went quite well. There were no fatalities, only 2 serious injuries and 3 minor ones.
Songbin was quite satisfied with the results of this practical training.
Aside from Chen Mo's first team, the other teams had greatly improved in both combat experience and cohesion. Moreover, the new combat methods had been successfully validated. With the assistance of new equipment, mentalists could play a significant role in the battle.
Hey, you're back. Songbin turned to look at Chen Mo and the others.
These little guys didn't even have any injuries, aside from some fatigue, they were otherwise fine.
Aren't you all wanting to go to Abyss Dawn City? Once the points are settled, you can take a break.
The southern training camp ends in 8 days, so enjoy yourselves during this time. Although Songbin was strict, he was not harsh. A little relaxation was necessary for these kids. Furthermore, some changes might occur around the southern island, and these talents couldn't stay here any longer. The points for this week-long practical training have been calculated, and the team ranked first is the first team. This result didn't surprise anyone, as Chen Mo's first team was the strongest, with the weakest being Ma Wanglin, a 5th-level Steel Blood Realm warrior. Moreover, the record since the establishment of the Southern Training Camp has been broken by your cohort. In just 7 days, you surpassed the previous record of 15 days.
Chen Mo, you ranked first in this practical training with 2,235 points.
Hiss! Everyone gasped, as there was no such thing as coolness in the Southern Island. They had guessed that Chun Mo would have a lot of points, but they never expected it to be so outrageous.
If the 15 days of practical training were maximized, would this guy accumulate 5,000 points?
But then they thought about it and felt relieved. The first district was the first line of defense against the fish that slipped through the net. Only the sea beasts that Chen Mo and his team missed, as well as those missed by other lines, could come to them. However, no one envied Chen Mo's team guarding the first district. It was simply too dangerous. They even heard that Chun Mo had single-handedly killed a 6th-level sea beast. If such a level were thrown at them, it would probably take a toll to deal with it. The specific points have been distributed to your team's mentalist, and you can use these points to exchange for what you want at any time. If you don't plan to have fun in these remaining 8 days, you can use points to exchange for time in the Gravity Refinement Room, 1 point for 1 hour. The other teams can disperse. Chen Mo, you and your team come with me. As if he had something to say, Songbin led the 5 members of Chen Mo's team to the training camp's conference room.
Have a seat.
In the conference room, aside from Songbin and Chen Mo's group, the 3 grandmasters of the training camp were also present.
Uncle Song, what do you need us for?
Chen Mo yawned. He was in urgent need of sleep, and if he stayed up any longer, he might collapse.
You guys haven't chosen the martial arts academy you want to go to, have you? Songbin didn't speak, but Xie Chifu stood up.
Yeah, I feel like we don't need to waste time at a martial arts academy. Chen Mo nodded. Given his rate of progress, he wasn't suited for a place like a martial arts academy.
That's right, with your talents, the martial arts academy would actually become a burden for you.
Xie Chifu wasn't angry. Instead, he agreed with Chen Mo's statement.
So, I plan to give you an opportunity.
Xie Chifu stood firm, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Mo and the others.
The Daxia Grandmaster Academy, you must have heard of it, right? What? Gu Feng's eyes widened in shock, almost standing up.
But in front of the 4 masters, Gu Feng still forced himself to suppress his excitement and nodded obediently.
Thank you, Master. My grandfather once told me about the Great Xia Master Academy.
It is a top-tier martial arts academy that only those recognized as destined to become masters can enter.
You still know too little.
Xie Chifu shook his head. This child only knew the benefits but not the dangers of the Great Xia Master Academy. A martial artist is an identity, so some people become martial artists for profit, which is why there is a distinction between blood martial artists and practical martial artists. But the Great Xia Master Academy is different. Every year, the academy recruits students from clans and major martial arts colleges at the senior level.
But do you know why the Great Xia Master Academy is not well known? Xie Chifu's gaze changed, becoming very dangerous.
Because all those who enter the Great Xia Master Academy are practical martial artists, and the ultimate destination is battle, ultimately entering the deep abyss.
Chapter 100, The Great Xia Master Academy. Chapter 100, The Great Xia Master Academy.
The mortality rate in the first year at the Great Xia Master Academy is as high as 20%, and this applies even to masters. So, out of 100 new students entering the Great Xia Master Academy, not many will make it to the end. But those who do make it to the end will definitely become master-level powerhouses, that is, martial sects.
So, how about it, a few kids, do you dare to venture into the Great Xia Master Academy?
Xia Qifeng raised the corner of his mouth, believing that these kids would not miss such an opportunity. In fact, Songbin did not want Chen Mo and the others to go to the Great Xia Master Academy. Although the place was rich in resources and had its own forging institute, the danger was extremely high. After all, it was built right on the most dangerous Kunlun Mountain abyss crack. Even if Chen Mo and the others did not push themselves too hard, they could easily become masters in a few decades. The Great Xia Master Academy was still too dangerous.
Go, why not go?
Without waiting for others to react, Chen Mo directly agreed. What he wanted was battle. Endless battles could rapidly enhance his strength. The abyssal beasts that had been suppressed were too few, and the steel stacking was too slow. The Great Xia Master Academy was just to Chen Mo's liking.
I will go too. Ma Wanlin nodded. She was not a flower in a greenhouse.
She needed to become stronger as quickly as possible to search for her missing parents.
Then if you all go, I will go too.
Gu Feng scratched his nose. They were a small team of comrades and had to stick together. Yang Zhua still looked silly, nodding without speaking.
In the end, Chen Mo and the others' gazes fell on He Miao. Do I also have to go to the martial arts academy? He Miao was taken aback. She was a mentalist, and going to the martial arts academy seemed inappropriate, right? Okay, I will go too.
After more than a month of getting along, He Miao had developed feelings for Chen Mo and the others. Even if she couldn't learn much at the martial arts academy, she could wash clothes and cook for Chen Mo and them, and also help with battlefield command.
Yes, just like that. Of course you have to go. Even if Chen Mo and the others don't go, you have to go.
Suddenly, the door of the conference room opened, and Chu Chi pushed in Dean Chu.
Little He Miao, after this training sessions test, the new equipment greatly enhances martial artists' abilities. You will represent the Magic City Mental Research Institute to promote this new equipment.
Among the 4 mentalists in this southern training session, your performance was the best, and you discovered various new uses.
You are the best candidate to promote the new equipment.
I will arrange for 10 mentalists to accompany you. Do your best.
Okay, Dean.
He Miao nodded. It seemed she had to go now. She would learn a few more dishes. She couldn't keep making compressed biscuits and canned food.
Now we can form a small team again. Gu Feng smiled at the others. These few people are among the very few he can truly call friends, so how could he easily let them go? Alright, that's all there is to it.
I didn't even get to use the words I prepared to persuade you, which makes things easier.
Xia Qifu laughed heartily.
He really didn't expect these kids to agree so readily. Normally, those who can enter the Great Xia Master Academy are generally between 22 and 25 years old, but these kids entered at just 18, so there might be the possibility of the youngest master in history emerging.
This is the admission card for Abyss Dawn City. Take a break and go have some fun. Songbin tossed 5 admission cards to Chen Mo and the others. However, there was one thing he didn't say. Once you enter the Great Xia Master Academy, your time to relax will be basically 0. Every day will be nothing but training and fighting.
Thank you, Uncle Song and the 3 masters. We will definitely cherish this opportunity.
Chen Mo picked up the 5 admission cards and slipped away with Gu Feng and the others. He had a feeling that if they didn't leave soon, these old men would stir up some trouble. After Chen Mo and the others left, Songbin turned to look at Dean Chu. Dean Chu, have you figured out what that kid Chen Mo was doing before? Do you really think I'm omnipotent?
Dean Chu snorted coldly. He always got a headache when this topic came up. Although I can't figure out exactly what happened, I can determine that this is a special ability generated by the combination of mental strength and vital energy.
It's quite similar to a master's domain.
While Dean Chu and Songbin were chatting, Chen Mo and the others finally returned to their longed-for dormitory. Lying on the bed, which wasn't particularly soft but was dry, they didn't even bother to shower and just lay there, dirty, and fell asleep. They had barely slept for a total of 15 hours over the past week. They were utterly exhausted.
Intense battles combined with high-intensity movement without any rest were unbearable even for martial artists. And that nauseatingly sweet compressed biscuit mush. That night, Chen Mo and the others slept quite comfortably, only getting up around noon the next day.
We'll wash up first. You 3 wait a bit.
Ma Wanlin carried He Miao into the bathroom. After a week, they all smelled bad.
Come on, let's go exchange our points for some stuff to take with us. Chen Mo scratched his head, sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at Gu Feng and Yang Zua.
Didn't you see the message Uncle Song sent us? Gu Feng, with his messy hair, took out his phone and glanced at it. What message? Chen Mo picked up his phone and opened the message.
You can keep your points, they can be exchanged one-to-one for credits at the Great Xia Master Academy. The things there are no worse than those at the Southern Training Camp, just without many auxiliary training rooms.
That makes things easier.
Chen Mo didn't realize the value of exchanging points for credits at a one-to-one ratio. If he had known, he would have definitely thanked Songbin.
Continue lying down? Yeah, let's lie down a bit longer.
3 hours later, the 5 of them, now clean and revitalized, boarded the armored vehicle.
So, this vehicle is actually what we should have been driving during our practical training?
Chen Mo stood at the lookout, feeling the scorching sea breeze, and he even caught a whiff of stewed fish.
Yeah, we were in such a hurry back then that we took the wrong vehicle.
The freshly washed Ma Wanglin awkwardly scratched her face.
Don't get hung up on the wrong vehicle,
let me tell you, Abyss Dawn City is quite unique. There, electricity can't be used, and most technological products are also unusable.
But that also creates one of the unique features of Abyss Dawn City, it's particularly retro. Chapter 101, The Residential City in the Abyss. Chapter 101, The Residential City in the Abyss. Why are you so excited? Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled. Aside from battles, Ma Wanlin had never been this excited.
Not just her, even Gu Feng and He Miao were unusually thrilled.
Of course I'm excited.
This is the only residential city in the Great Xia built in the Abyss, and less than 2,000 people get the access permit each year. You have no idea how strict the identity checks are. My grandfather wanted to visit once and had to wait over a month just to get in line, Gu Feng said non-stop, while Chen Mo didn't react much. His purpose for going to Dawn City wasn't to admire the architecture, but to visit the Dawn Beast Arena. Just thinking about rows of Abyss beasts to beat up made Chen Mo unable to contain his excitement.
Then let's hurry up and set off. What are we waiting for?
As for upgrading the task rewards, that could wait until they returned from Abyss Dawn City. After all, opportunities to enter Abyss Dawn City were rare. The Abyss Rift in the South Island was located right in the center of Dawn City, with the ground layout of Dawn City resembling a character, both the exterior and interior being under military control. The group's armored vehicle stopped in the military garage, as almost all technological products were unusable in the Abyss. Of course, the new communication devices powered by energy stones and jet drones could still function normally, so He Miao casually brought along 8 drones and helmets. It was clear that the military had already received notice from Songbin, as Chen Mo and the others walked to the entrance of the Abyss Rift without any obstacles. Unlike the entrance to the Abyss Rift in Taizhou, the entrance in the South Island was completely covered by heavy armored doors. Without an access permit, entering the South Island Abyss Rift was nearly impossible.
Wow, this whole thing is made of chaos steel.
Even Gu Feng couldn't help but gasp when he saw the armored door. Such a massive chunk of chaos steel would cost no less than trillions.
Bro, don't you get envious watching this door every day? Chen Mo had a reaction similar to Gu Feng, drooling at the sight of the trillion-dollar door. What's there to be envious of? The truly valuable alloys wouldn't be used as a door here. The soldier guarding the armored door laughed, clearly joking. Then tell us, what alloy is the most valuable? Chen Mo and Gu Feng chuckled.
You old sly fox, you never think of teaching these kids something good. Just as they were chatting and waiting for the door to open, a familiar voice sounded behind them. Chen Mo turned around to see Huang Lu, Master Huang from the training camp.
Open the door, I'm taking these kids to Dawn City. Huang Lu waved his hand, just joking. To be honest, this door wasn't as valuable as imagined.
Yes, Master Huang.
The soldier guarding the door stood up straight, his eyes filled with respect.
With Master Huang leading the way, Chen Mo and the others didn't have to wait for a group of 10 to gather. They directly entered Abyss Dawn City. The entrance to the South Island Abyss Rift connected straight to Abyss Dawn City, and as soon as Chen Mo and the others landed, they felt the surroundings were different. Unlike the harsh environment in the Abyss Rift of Taizhou, it seemed that some air purification methods were used here in Abyss Dawn City, making the air quite fresh.
What are you kids doing here?
Master Huang smiled at Chen Mo and the others. He really liked these energetic youths. The practical training period just ended, so we plan to have some fun. Chen Mo smiled and openly shared his purpose with Huang Lu.
Then have fun, but remember the time. The Southern Training Camp ends in 8 days, and you all need to go to the Great Xia Master Academy then. Huang Lu nodded, thinking it was good for these kids to relax a bit.
The Colosseum can be played in, but be careful, I won't accompany you.
With a cheerful wave of his hand, Huang Lu leisurely walked into the City of Dawn.
In the eyes of Chen Mo and the others, Huang Lu's back looked no different from that of a real elderly man. A severely injured master, Gu Feng sighed, feeling a bit heartbroken that such a powerful master had fallen to this state.
What's wrong?
Staying back to enjoy retirement instead of going to the battlefield isn't bad, Youngzua said, puzzled, as he didn't understand why Gu Feng and the others were sighing. In their Tianren clan, there was no such thing as retirement. Most strong warriors died in battle before reaching retirement age. So, in Yangzua's view, being able to live to retirement age was already the luckiest outcome.
It's not that, it's just.
Gu Feng was at a loss for words, unsure how to describe his feelings.
Alright, we're here to have fun, so let's not make the atmosphere so heavy.
Ma Wanglin patted Gu Feng on the shoulder, offering him some comfort.
By the way, there are 3 types of transportation in the Abyssal Dawn City: roller skates, skateboards, and bicycles. Which one do you want to use?
Chen Mo had already started examining the transportation options while Ma Wanglin was comforting Gu Feng. Although he could run fast, using transportation was less tiring, and since he was here to have fun, not on a mission, he naturally wanted to relax.
Bicycle, what else is there to choose?
Gu Feng had also recovered from the earlier heavy atmosphere and walked over to Chen Mo, picking a bicycle to ride. Except for He Miao, who sat on the back of Ma Wanlin's bike, the others all chose bicycles. Speaking of which, we left so early this morning that we haven't even had breakfast, Chen Mo said, patting his empty stomach and looking at the others.
Same here, I haven't eaten either. Then let's go eat? Can we use outside money here?
In this noisy atmosphere, Chen Mo and his group rode their bicycles into the City of Dawn. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers outside Abyssal Dawn City, Zhao Dihai, nearly exhausted, barely opened his eyes.
Hee, looks like it worked, he chuckled.
For the past week, Zhao Dihai had been guarding the spot where the abyss called to him, without leaving. Now, seeing a small purple-red sapling grow from the spot where he planted the abyss call, he finally felt relieved and laughed. Within 3 days of sprouting, the abyss mother tree will take shape. By then, the entire South Island will be completely submerged. Zhao Dihai's laughter was eerie as the still small sapling of the abyss mother tree grew rapidly in response to his laughter. At the same time, cult warriors from the southern district of the Abyssal Church appeared on an uninhabited island 370 kilometers south of the South Island.
The timing should be about right, 3 days, huh?
The Archbishop estimated the time since Zhao Dihai planted the abyss call, noting that there were about 3 days left until the abyss mother tree matured.
Their target, this newly born abyssal rift, would also take shape in 3 days. Songbin, I wonder if you will choose the South Island or this newly born abyssal rift?
A somewhat deranged smile appeared on the Archbishop's face. Regardless of which choice Songbin made, it would be inconsequential for the Abyssal Church.
Chapter 102, one of the few forms of entertainment at this moment. Neither Chin Mo nor the Dawn City Defense Forces knew that 100 kilometers away, an abyss mother tree was rapidly growing. Due to the hurricane season, the buffer zone of Abyssal Dawn City had shrunk from 80 kilometers to 50 kilometers, and the defensive forces within the city had also been reduced by about half. The prices in Abyssal Dawn City are quite different from those outside, Chen Mo remarked, looking at a luxurious roasted meat meal worth 28 in his plate. It's not bad, the same meal on the South Island only costs 18. Ma Wanglin pouted, feeling a bit heartbroken. It's definitely different.
The ordinary meat in Abyss Dawn City is all supplied from the outside, only vegetables can be self-sufficient. Gu Feng wasn't surprised. To him, this price was hardly different from spending nothing.
What are we doing after dinner?
I plan to go straight to the Beast Arena. Chen Mo quickly finished his plate of roasted meat rice, put down his chopsticks, and looked at the others.
Then let's go together. The Beast Arena is in the center of Dawn City, we can stroll along the way.
Gu Feng had already seen quite a few astonishing things since he arrived. Not to mention, just in terms of lighting, Abyss Dawn City had a lot of tricks up its sleeve.
Abyss Dawn City didn't have electricity, and generators were ineffective here.
Fortunately, there were precious energy stones available that could be used, which, after simple processing, could serve as everlasting lamps.
This thing even had a brightness adjustment feature.
Alright, everyone agreed with Chen Mo's suggestion. It didn't matter where they played. After dinner, they hopped back on their bicycles and sped along the stone-paved roads of Abyss Dawn City. Due to transportation issues with the ground, the building materials in Abyss Dawn City were mostly sourced locally, resulting in an overall purple hue. The residents of Abyss Dawn City weren't all martial artists. The ratio was about 80 to 20. 80% were low-tier martial artists, while the middle and upper-tier martial artists made up less than 20%. Besides these martial artists, the largest group consisted of ordinary residents without combat abilities. Abyss Dawn City itself was an experimental city, testing whether humanity could survive for long periods in the abyss, while also testing if farming could be done in the abyssal environment. As for the Beast Arena that Chen Mo wanted to visit, it wasn't hard to find. It was a landmark building in Abyss Dawn City, quite conspicuous. After about half an hour, Chen Mo and the others stopped in front of the massive beast arena. They parked their bicycles, grabbed their weapons and identification, and headed straight for the registration area.
You all must be visitors from the outside world, right?
The staff member immediately recognized that Chen Mo and the others were not residents of Abyss Dawn City and greeted them with a smile.
Yes, we're here to experience the beast arena. Chen Mo nodded and handed over his martial artist certificate.
Please register me. For registration, please choose the battle mode you wish to challenge.
As he spoke, the staff member pulled out a form from a drawer below.
There were 3 types of battle modes listed. The first was a martial artist versus martial artist battle, essentially a performance match. The second was a proper beast fight, but it was a one after another wheel battle. The third was interesting, it was called the Trapped Beast Deathmatch, a variant of beast fighting. Unlike ordinary beast fights, the Trapped Beast Deathmatch was only open to middle and upper tier martial artists and would simultaneously release 10 abyssal beasts one level lower than the martial artists to fight, making it extremely dangerous. Moreover, registering for this battle mode required signing a death waiver, so not many people signed up for it.
Trapped Beast Deathmatch, I want to register for that. Chen Mo chose the most dangerous option without any hesitation.
With his current violent stats, he could handle not just level 4 abyssal beasts but even a siege of level 6 beasts with ease.
Are you sure? The staff member paused, intending to advise Chen Mo.
This battle mode is very dangerous. I suggest you choose the most ordinary one if you want to experience beast fighting.
No need, just the Trapped Beast Deathmatch.
Chen Mo shook his head. Ordinary beast fights were too much of a waste of time. It was better to face 10 at once, it would be more exhilarating.
Alright, I understand.
The staff nodded, it was their own choice, and she couldn't intervene too much. Please sign the death waiver.
If any problems arise, the Abyss Arena can only do its best to rescue you and cannot guarantee your safety. No problem. Chen Mo readily signed his name on the waiver.
Alright, today's matches are full. If you want to experience it, you can wait until tomorrow or participate in the martial artist duel. The staff put away the waiver and handed the competition card to Chen Mo.
Then forget it, I'll experience it tomorrow.
Gu Feng and the others didn't plan to participate in the martial artist duel. There was no point in sparring without going all out.
After this match, it will be your turn. Please get ready.
The staff walked out from the workstation and led Chen Mo into the backstage preparation room. Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, and the others were seated in the audience under the guidance of another staff member. The entire arena was quite large, but most of the space was used for raising abyss beasts. As for the crucial safety issue, there was no need to worry at all.
A master-level expert was stationed in the arena to protect one of the few entertainment projects in Abyss Dawn City.
There are quite a few people. Gu Feng sat in the audience, looking at the cheering crowd inside.
Of course, there are many.
The permanent residents of Dawn City number nearly 1 million, not fewer than a small county outside. It was clear that Ma Wanglin had done some research on Abyss Dawn City, otherwise, she wouldn't know about the population structure here. This kind of arena is only interesting if we go down to fight ourselves. Watching from above is just frustrating.
Gu Feng scratched his face as he watched a level 3 martial artist exchanging blows with a level 3 abyss beast below.
If he had been in the arena at level 3, he could have ended the fight in about 15 seconds. The battle they were watching had already lasted nearly 15 minutes. If it were in the wild, that level 3 martial artist would have probably died long ago under the siege of the abyss beast.
Chapter 103, Beastly Deathmatch. Chapter 103, Beastly Deathmatch. What do you know, kid?
That's the strongest level 3 martial artist in the arena, not just some talk. A spectator not far from Gu Feng was about to defend the martial artist on the field when he realized he seemed to have never seen Gu Feng's face before. Weak as weak, I could solo a level 4 abyss beast when I was level 3. Gu Feng curled his lip. In his view, that martial artist was indeed a bit weak.
You're not that Gu Feng who got third in the national competition, are you?
The spectator's eyes lit up, shining with a dazzling admiration.
Cough, that's me. What's up?
Gu Feng was a bit displeased with that ranking, but he couldn't beat Chen Mo and Yang Zhua, so he had to accept it.
That explains it.
You kids who come to participate in the Southern training are all the chosen ones. You're definitely different from us ordinary martial artists. Upon learning that Gu Feng and the others were geniuses from the Southern training, the spectators' earlier displeasure immediately turned into acceptance. These were all future master candidates, unlike them, who would probably only hover around the lower ranks or level 1 or 2 for their entire lives.
That's not necessarily true.
Gu Feng, who had been a bit unhappy, suddenly cooled down and scratched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed as he replied.
By the way, Gu Feng, aren't you planning to go up and fight a match?
We all want to see the prowess of the national competition's third place. As soon as this was said, the surrounding spectators who were eavesdropping turned their heads and nodded vigorously. Today's matches are full, even if I wanted to fight, it would have to be tomorrow. Gu Feng shook his head and continued, but you can witness the battle of the national competition's first place.
You mean the fierce beast Chen Mo?
Everyone was excited upon hearing this, thinking that being able to witness Chen Mo's battle with their own eyes would make their lives worthwhile.
Yes, this match will be his.
Gu Feng chuckled. It seemed that Chen Mo's reputation was much higher than his own. After all, he was the first human genius in history to defeat a genius from the celestial race of the same age.
How could that not be a high reputation? With this thought, Gu Feng glanced at Yang Zhua beside him.
This guy seemed oblivious to the discussions around him, fixated on the somewhat dull battle in the arena.
Ah, it's over.
Accompanied by the cheers from the arena, the third-level warrior successfully killed the third-level abyss beast.
After clearing the corpses of the abyss beasts from the arena, a flamboyantly dressed host stepped in. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the final battle of today. You must be eager for more, right? It's been almost a year since everyone has seen a beast fight. Today, the last battle. A newcomer will bring you a highly dangerous 5th-level beast fight. Let us welcome, from the Southern Training Camp, Chen Mo.
The host was quite experienced in heating up the atmosphere, igniting the audience's enthusiasm with just a few words.
That's right, this Chen Mo is the one you all think of.
The national competition champion who defeated the genius of the celestial race.
The fierce beast, Chen Mo. With thunderous cheers, Chen Mo walked out, carrying his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd. Wow! It's really Chen Mo. It's actually him. The arena has really gone all out to invite this great figure.
It might not be the arena that invited him. Maybe he just came to have some fun after finishing his training in the south.
Chen Mo was completely unfazed, opening his arms to embrace the cheers. Enough small talk, Chen Mo. Let us witness the true strength of the national competition champion.
With that, the host took off running, afraid that he might get caught up in the battle if he was slow. Chen Mo stretched his body, 10 4th-level abyss beasts were surrounding him, and he was ready to go all out.
Shouldering the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd, Chen Mo smiled at the abyssal steel cages rising from the audience stands. Indeed, it's a beast fight. Clang!
In the arena, 10 cages rose from the ground, and 10 drooling abyss beasts were staring intently at Chen Mo.
Chen Mo squinted. The basic attributes of these 10 abyss beasts appeared in his vision.
None of them have an attack power exceeding 3,000. With the attack power of these 4th-level abyss beasts, even if he stood there and let them hit him, they might not be able to do any damage.
The beast fight begins. Now!
As soon as the host's voice fell, the 10 locked cages opened simultaneously, and the 10 abyss beasts, looking like they had been starved for a long time, lunged out.
But Chen Mo showed no intention of moving, merely taking off his shirt and putting it away.
He hadn't brought a change of clothes for this outing. If he ruined this one, he wouldn't have anything to wear for the next few days. Not to mention that the charging attack mark required a few seconds to charge. Chen Mo was afraid that if he touched these 4-level abyss beasts, he might accidentally kill them.
Creak!
Almost simultaneously, the 10 abyss beasts, resembling wild wolves and over 3 meters long, pounced on Chen Mo.
The audience couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that Chen Mo would be eaten by the abyss beasts right away?
But even thinking about it with common sense, it was impossible. Even the genius of the celestial race was no match for Chen Mo, let alone a few 4th-level abyss beasts. No way, 4th-level abyss beasts are too weak, there's no challenge at all. Once the charging attack mark appeared on the 10 4th-level abyss beasts, Chen Mo shook his head in disappointment. He didn't even need to activate his perfect steel skin, just relying on his tough skin after tempering was enough to completely block the beast's bites. Sparks flew from Chen Mo as the 10 level 4 abyss beasts lunged at him with their sharp teeth and claws, but Chen Mo remained completely unaffected.
Tell me, what else can these level 4 abyss beasts do besides drooling all over me? Bang! He plunged the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth spear into the ground and grabbed one of the abyss beast's heads. Clang! The abyss beast that Chen Mo punched instantly exploded, blood and internal organs splattering even onto the audience. The spectators who got sprayed in the face were not angry, instead, they were even more excited. What a brutal fighting style! Truly the beast Chen Mo. He smashed a level 4 abyss beast into pieces with one punch. That's insane! The excited audience began to cheer. It had been a long time since they had witnessed such a ferocious and violent battle. Caused 128,346 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 15,401. Chen Mo grinned, tossing the level 4 abyss beast's head aside. Ding ding ding! 9 crisp sounds rang out in succession as the remaining 9 level 4 abyss beasts were instantly killed by Chen Mo. Caused 128,346 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 15,401, caused 128,346 points of damage. Maximum health increased by 15,401, caused 128,346 points of damage.
The continuous system announcements represented a significant increase in Chen Mo's health with each one. Just from this wave of level 4 Abyss Beasts, Chen Mo gained 150,000 health points, and his attack power increased by 3,000 points.
Chapter 104, No Challenge at All. Chapter 104, No Challenge at All. Is it really over just like that? Everyone, including the host, looked dumbfounded at the blood splattered across the arena.
The host hadn't even started his passionate commentary when this extremely dangerous battle had already ended. The vast majority of the audience didn't even see what happened. Those 10 level 4 Abyss Beasts had turned into a pile of fragments. It really wasn't challenging at all. I bet even you, Sister Ma, could handle it easily. Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, and Ma Wanlin were not surprised by the outcome, but Gu Feng's words made Ma Wanlin quite unhappy.
Are you saying I'm the weakest in our team? It seems that way?
Ma Wanlin sneered. She planned to come and try a match like this tomorrow to see just how much weaker she was compared to Chen Mo. So it's over just like that. No wonder he's the national champion.
This is too fierce.
The audience nearby was buzzing with discussion, clearly still wanting more. After a moment of shock, the host quickly got up and walked to the center of the arena, standing next to Chen Mo, who had not left. Before the host could speak, Chen Mo snatched the microphone from his hand.
This won't do, there's no challenge at all.
It's not even an appetizer, it doesn't even serve as a warm-up.
Come on.
Bring me 10 level 5 Abyss Beasts for a real appetizer. After saying this, Chen Mo returned the microphone to the host and leaned against the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, waiting for the next wave of Abyss Beasts.
His Demon Slayer's 6-link spear needed pressure to break through.
This pressure couldn't be too great or too small. Too much could lead to a collapse, while too little wouldn't allow Chen Mo to fully comprehend the Demon Slayer's 6-link spear. The line of pressure was delicate. Chen Mo's reason for challenging the second wave was not just to stack steel but also to gain enough pressure under the assault of the Abyss Beasts. He still had a challenge task to complete, and the reward was equipment that couldn't be bought with gold. The host hesitated upon hearing Chen Mo's words, as this was clearly against the rules. But soon, his expression changed, and he immediately began arranging the next wave of 10 level 5 Abyss Beasts.
In the private room at the top of the arena, Huang Lu took a sip from his teacup. Brother Huang, are you sure Chen Mo can withstand the assault of 10 level 5 Abyss Beasts?
Sitting opposite Huang Lu was an old man with graying hair, looking to be in his 50s or 60s, with a square face full of righteousness. Don't worry, this kid is tough and resilient, and he has a pseudo-iron body. A level 5 Abyss Beast can't do anything to him. Huang Lu was full of confidence. He had personally felt the perfect steel skin of Chen Mo, and ordinary Abyss Beasts couldn't harm him. Except for those Lord-level Abyss Beasts, these regular level 4 and 5 Abyss Beasts were merely a warm-up.
What about you, Yang Chang? Have you made any progress in martial arts over the years? Don't let managing the Beast Arena delay your training.
The old man opposite was Yang Qing, a practical 13th level master, and the one guarding Abyss Dawn City in the Dawn Beast Arena.
Sigh, Brother Huan, let's not talk about that.
It's already a stroke of luck that I broke through to 13th level. Reaching that elusive higher level is something I can only dream of in this lifetime. Yang Qing sighed. The 14th level was indeed too ethereal for someone with his talent to touch.
Brother Huan, are you here to pay respects to Longer and Dawn?
Yang Qing glanced at Huang Lu, cautiously asking.
Yes, these two unfilial sons died before me. If I don't come to pay my respects, who will?
Huang Lu laughed heartily, as if he had come to terms with it. But the darkness and silence in his eyes were unmistakable. No one could truly come to terms with the fact that their son and grandson had died before them. Yang Qing, protect this Abyss Dawn City well. It is named after my son.
It's also the only memory this child left me.
Of course, this city holds great significance. Yang Cheng nodded. Brother Huang's life had not been easy.
Alright, keep an eye on those kids for me. They are all excellent master prospects and must not get into trouble in a place like this.
After finishing his cup of hot tea, Huang Lu stood up to leave, his hunched back resembling that of an elderly man in his twilight years. Sigh, Yang Qing sighed. He couldn't comfort Huang Lu. Fortunately, he had no children, so he didn't have to worry about them dying before him. It was just a bit frustrating to have been single for over 70 years. After Chen Mo had killed 10 level 5 Abyss Beasts in just 5 minutes, the host finally called off the brutal fight. This was no longer a fight to the death, it was a one-sided massacre. Originally, the materials from the dead Abyss Beasts could be recovered, which would balance the costs. But the Abyss Beasts that fell to Chen Mo's hands were so mangled that even extracting the fragments embedded in the walls was a technical challenge. After hastily announcing Chen Mo's victory, the host hurried back to the backstage to tally the losses. But with loss comes gain. Although the Beast Arena suffered a significant financial hit, Chen Mo gained over 300,000 in life points.
Overall, it was still a profit. After Chen Mo's battle ended, the Beast Arena announced that today's matches were concluded. Let's come early tomorrow and secure our spots first. Gu Feng and the others were eager after watching Chen Mo's fight. I don't mind, but where are we staying tonight?
Chen Mo put on his clothes again and turned to look at the dimly lit street.
I remember the only inn in Abyss Dawn City is run by the military.
Let's stay there, Ma Wanglin recalled, pointing to the brightest spot in Abyss Dawn City.
Let's go, and we can solve dinner along the way.
Chen Mo patted his empty stomach and hopped on his bike, heading towards the military's location. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of the military inn. After confirming their identities, Chen Mo and the others successfully checked into the military inn. I remember the military inn has a cafeteria. Let's go eat there to save some money. Ma Wanglin, being poor, naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity to save. After settling their luggage, the group began to follow the enticing aroma in search of the cafeteria.
However, the further they walked, the more they felt something was off. It seemed they had wandered into the military's martyrs' cemetery? This can't be right. Why would there be the smell of roasted chicken in a martyrs' cemetery?
Chapter 105, must become stronger. Upon realizing something was wrong, the group immediately became alert and followed the source of the aroma. But when they saw the figure by the flames in the cemetery, they all relaxed. There stood Huang Lu with a barbecue grill in front of him, a row of sizzling, oily chicken legs and wings on it, and beside him was a bottle of what looked like cheap white liquor.
You kids, why are you here at this hour instead of eating?
Although Huang Lu had closed off his vital energy, his perception remained sharp, and he naturally noticed Chen Mo and the others. We smelled something good and followed the scent over. Chen Mo chuckled, casually walking over to Huang Lu's side.
Old man Huang, why are you here in the martyrs' cemetery having a barbecue at night?
Ah, I'm here to keep my son and grandson company, Huang Lu replied nonchalantly, but the pain deep in his eyes was clear to Chen Mo. Son, grandson, Chen Mo was somewhat at a loss for words. He had learned about these two from Song Bin. The former top scorer of the southern training camp, Huang Long, was Huang Lu's grandson.
You kids haven't eaten yet, have you?
Come, let's have a drink together. Huang Lu didn't mind being interrupted while paying respects, waving to Gu Feng and the others behind Chen Mo.
The group exchanged glances and ultimately gathered around Huang Lu.
You all are the pride of heaven, you must take good care of yourselves.
If you lose your lives, think about how heartbroken your parents would be. Huang Lu personally poured white liquor for them, the spicy taste hitting their heads.
My foolish son and grandson, both lost their lives at such a young age, leaving this old man to drag on. After closing off his vital energy, the alcohol could numb Huang Lu's brain, giving him a moment of relaxation. You don't know, my son and grandson's talents are not inferior to yours.
Except for you, Chen Mo.
Huang Lu shared the grilled chicken legs and wings with Chen Mo and the others, while he himself took a skewer of grilled chicken tails to gnaw on.
Back in the day, when Dawn City wasn't even called Dawn City,
this seemed to be a common trait among the elderly. When drunk, they loved to recount stories from their youth.
The group remained silent, quietly listening to Huang Lu's tales.
Huang Lu had one son named Huang Shuguang. He achieved the Master Realm at 55 and died in battle at 57 in the depths of the southern island abyss. His grandson was equally powerful, becoming a level 10 martial artist at 26, with hopes of achieving mastery before 40.
Unfortunately, Huang Long died in the battle for the founding of Dawn City.
Both his son and grandson had died before Huang Lu, and in the same place, Huang Lu himself had been severely injured in a battle, forced to close off his vital energy to survive. The stronger a martial artist becomes, the harder it is to leave descendants.
If you want to have your own children, you should hurry and do it now. Once you achieve the upper 4th rank, leaving descendants will be as difficult as curing infertility.
Xiaoma, you should. I see these 3 kids have good genes, their descendants will definitely be strong.
Ha 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 ha.
Ma Wanglin's face turned red from Huang Lu's teasing, but due to Huang Lu's status, she couldn't say much.
Come, let's have a toast. Huang Lu raised his glass and clinked it with Chen Mo and the others, downing an entire bottle of over 60-degree low-quality white liquor in one go.
My son used to enjoy drinking this wine with me back then. What a pity. Huang Lu shook his head, extinguished the charcoal fire, and staggered away. Chen Mo and the others remained silent, quietly tidying up the remnants of the game.
Gu Feng, does our great Xia lose masters in battle every year?
In Chen Mo's view, the power of a master was comparable to that of a deity, yet such strong individuals could die in droves. Yes, Great Xia loses nearly 20 masters every year while suppressing the abyss, but fortunately, the replenishment rate is quick, creating a delicate balance with the losses.
Gu Feng understood these matters far better than Chen Mo. Otherwise, why do you think we select geniuses through such a brutal national competition?
Those who can emerge from the national competition will be given focused training. It's both a privilege and a responsibility. Martial artists with average talent are responsible for living a safe and sound life, with no need to encounter real dangers. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Right now, those holding it up are the masters. Who knows, it might be us in the future.
Gu Feng patted Chen Mo's shoulder.
Their Gu family had lost 3 masters in the past decade, all of whom were capable of establishing their own sects.
Otherwise, how could one expect to stand firm in Yanjing solely based on strength? That would be nonsense.
Alright, it's not uncommon for an old man to send off a young one. There's no need to be so sentimental. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavy, Gu Feng stepped in to lighten it. What we need to do is to make ourselves stronger. At the very least, we can't die before our parents, right?
Yes, all we can do is get stronger.
Chen Mo nodded. After all this time, Gu Feng finally said something sensible.
Let's eat. I just had a roasted chicken wing, and I'm still hungry.
Chen Mo quickly adjusted his mood and led the others toward the military canteen. The next day, Chen Mo and the others returned to the Dawn Beast Arena once again.
This time, it wasn't just Chen Mo who signed up.
Ma Wanglin, Gu Feng, and Yang Zhuo, except for Yi Miao, who had no combat ability, all signed up for the beast fight to the death. The manager was initially thrilled to hear that 4 fearless individuals had signed up, but when he learned that they were the same kids from the southern training camp yesterday, he deflated completely. Boss, we're going to suffer a huge loss this time. The manager stood before Yang Qing, looking very pained.
It's fine, let those kids kill as they please. Getting enough training here is a good thing.
Yang Qing was generous. After all, he was only responsible for protecting Dawn City and the Dawn Beast Arena, not involved in its operations, so he naturally didn't know how much they would lose this time.
Alright then, since you say so, we'll go all out. The manager nodded and immediately notified the staff to properly receive Chen Mo and the others.
As for the battles outside of the beast fight to the death, he didn't plan to hold them until Chen Mo and the others had their fill. At the front desk of the Beast Arena, after the host announced that the entire day would be dedicated to the beast fight to the death, the audience's cheers soared to the sky. Such thrilling events might not happen even once in 10 years, and they were certainly getting their fill. Chapter 106, Maturity, Abyss Mother Tree. Among Chen Mo and the others, Ma Wanglin was the first to take the stage.
After the only female in the group left, Chen Mo finally felt free to ask his question. Gu Feng, I think I can understand why it's harder for higher-level martial artists to leave descendants. Why? Gu Feng was taken aback by Chen Mo's question.
He had never thought about this matter, always taking it for granted, without considering the reasons behind it. You see, the steel skin will become stronger as a warrior's level increases.
To break through to the steel skin realm, one must complete the tempering of the skin all over the body.
In other words, whether it's our layer of skin or the female warrior's layer of skin, I estimate. A question mark slowly appeared above Gu Feng's head. He always felt that what Chen Mo said was somewhat off, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. In any case, it was quite strange.
It's not quite as you say. Yang Zhuo, who rarely spoke, glanced at Chen Mo and then stood up to walk over to the two of them.
The stronger the warrior, the higher the level of life. The lower the life level, the easier it is for them to leave offspring, and their numbers are quite large, because they need a lot of reproduction to ensure the survival of their species. But powerful lives are different, like warriors. Chen Mo and Gu Feng looked at Yang Zhuo, who was earnestly explaining physiological knowledge, and felt that the scene was somewhat odd.
Today's Dawn Beast Arena was quite lively. If it weren't for the limited seating, it seemed that all the residents of Abyss Dawn City would have come to watch the excitement.
Ma Wanlin and the others did not disappoint everyone's enthusiastic expectations. Each battle was spectacular, with every move and technique being extremely gorgeous. Of course, aside from Chen Mo's fighting style being so violent it made people feel physically uncomfortable, the other battles were still very enjoyable to watch. Moreover, today's losses in the Dawn Beast Arena reached a new high, rising from 37 million yesterday to 101,050,000. But these losses were reflected in Chen Mo's health points and attack power. After today's battles, Chen Mo's health points increased by a staggering 440,000, just a step away from the 2 million mark. Back at his residence, Chen Mo opened his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. Name, Chen Mo, health points, 180-5450, attack power, 36109, defense power, 13,300, vitality, 179,800. Sure enough, the defense power of the steel skin has also improved after adapting to the steel blood.
Chen Mo roughly understood why he saw different attribute values for warriors of the same level.
Each warrior's attributes are constantly changing, especially after they begin to temper their bodies. Take those two level 7 warriors who chased him last time. They probably had just finished tempering their steel marrow and hadn't started tempering their internal organs yet.
Therefore, their attribute improvements hadn't reached their limits. A truly level 7 steel marrow realm warrior should be much stronger than them.
Just like Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo, their health points had already reached nearly 200,000, and their vitality was around 80,000, which was already close to the attribute values of those two level 7 warriors.
Why do I have so much vitality?
Chen Mo still couldn't understand. After adapting to the steel blood realm during this time, his vitality had been increasing at a very stable rate. It only slowed down in the past couple of days.
Could it be that I really am different from ordinary people?
Congratulations, host, for discovering the anomaly.
The increase in health points will directly reflect in vitality, which is one of the reasons for your extraordinary vitality.
The system, which had been silent for many days, suddenly bubbled up, startling Chen Mo. Please note, you have 6 days left to complete your Phase 2 task.
Please complete it as soon as possible. Is it that I don't want to complete it?
Chen Mo rubbed his temples. He really couldn't find an opponent who could provide him with enough pressure without being too overwhelming.
If it really doesn't work, I could go find Uncle Song for a spar. He shouldn't be able to kill me, right?
100 kilometers outside Dawn City, the Abyss Mother Tree, which had originally been like a small sapling, had grown much taller, reaching nearly 2 meters. Zhao Dihai, half alive, suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to sense a calling that was very close.
Is it you calling me?
Struggling to support his own body, Zhao Dihai walked up to the Crimson Abyss Mother Tree. Placing his hand on the trunk of the Abyss Mother Tree, the sensation became increasingly clear.
So that's it, the final sacrifice is actually me.
Zhao Dihai's eyes sparkled with renewed light. No wonder the Archbishop hadn't personally come to plant the Abyss Call. The Abyss Mother Tree, which grew from the Abyss Call, required one last sacrifice before it could mature. The main material for the sacrifice was the one who planted the Abyss Call. Although sacrificed, the one being sacrificed would merge with the Abyss Mother Tree, gaining nearly infinite life. The only drawback was that they could no longer move, but to Zhao Dihai, that hardly counted as a drawback.
Come on, let me complete this final step.
Zhao Dihai wrapped his arms around the trunk of the Abyss Mother Tree, and his body began to merge little by little with it. As the merging process concluded, the Abyss Mother Tree began to grow explosively, becoming a towering giant tree in less than an hour.
The branches of the Abyss Mother Tree were laden with translucent placentas of varying sizes.
If one looked closely, they would find that within those translucent placentas were different kinds of abyss beasts. Those abyss beasts grew stronger under the nourishment of the placentas until the first abyss beast tore through its placenta and fell to the ground. The purple-red earth of the shallow abyss began to tremble, and something in the distant middle and deep abysses was awakened. The military warriors on guard naturally noticed the Abyss Mother Tree 100 kilometers away. After all, a giant tree over 100 meters tall was too eye-catching.
Report! An anomaly has appeared 100 kilometers outside Dawn City. Suspected Abyss Beast Tide, unable to detect the level of the Beast Tide for now.
Dawn City, which had been in a deep slumber, instantly woke up. Under the military's arrangement, the drowsy ordinary residents began to head towards the shelters. At the same time, on an uninhabited island in the southern part of the South Island, the Archbishop opened his eyes. The Abyss Mother Tree has matured, and the riot has begun. The newly formed Abyss has also matured. Everything is as I expected.
Songbin, oh Songbin, even if you notice the changes here, what does it matter? No matter how you choose, this time I have already won. Chapter 107, you all, come at once.
As expected, the moment the satellite detected the emergence of a new abyss rift, Songbin appeared in the sky nearby. Abyss Church. Songbin squinted, his blood surging throughout his body, and the air around him began to distort.
Don't rush to act.
Suddenly, the Archbishop stepped through the air, appearing beside Songbin with an Abyss Tiger. My suggestion is to abandon this new Abyss Rift and return to your South Island.
Otherwise, don't blame me if the South Island sinks. The South Island?
Songbin was taken aback for a moment, and then news of the riot at the South Island Abyss Rift came through his earpiece.
You did this?
Songbin's expression darkened. Most of the defensive forces on the South Island were on the ground, and the defensive forces in Dawn City were very weak.
What else?
The Archbishop shrugged, his expression looking exceptionally irritating.
Instead of wasting time arguing with me here, you might as well hurry back to defend Dawn City. Once Dawn City is flattened, the next to sink will be the South Island.
Songbin said nothing, but his momentum continued to rise.
Rest assured, the South Island will not sink, and Dawn City will not be flattened. Because it won't take long to wipe out you maggots.
As soon as the words fell, a long spear radiating bloodlight and malevolence appeared in Songbin's hand.
Do you really think my title of Blood Butcher Spear is unearned?
At this moment, Songbin was no longer the gentle person he was with Chen Mo and the others. He looked wild and frenzied, like a malevolent spirit. Songbin was just like that. Once he entered a combat state, he transformed into a completely different person. From that gentle middle-aged uncle, he became a god of slaughter, having killed countless foes. 2 13th level masters aren't enough, let your people join in. Songbin was quite imposing, his long spear pointing directly at the archbishop's face. He had long sensed that there was more than just one 13th level master around him. Of course, to deal with the infamous blood butcher spear, I've brought in 2 helpers. The archbishop leaped back, joining forces with 2 figures that suddenly appeared behind him. 4 13th level masters should be enough to deal with you, right? Go! Kill him! At the archbishop's command, the 2 13th level masters beside him instantly sprang into action. Yuan, who followed closely, spewing forth a purplish-red energy from its mouth. What a pity, if that kid Chen Mo were here, he could witness the real demon-slaying 6-linked spear. Songbin was actually quite anxious, half of his disciple was currently in Abyss Dawn City. But as the governor of the southern island, he absolutely could not allow these cult beasts to occupy a newly formed abyssal rift. He had to hold this position and could only hope that Chen Mo had a strong enough life force to survive in Abyss Dawn City. Songbin suddenly opened his eyes, an unparalleled sense of oppression exploding forth. The long spear in his hand danced, condensing into a tangible blade of blood energy that shot towards the 2 13th level masters. Then, with a sweeping motion, the purplish-red energy spewed by Yuan, who was directly shattered by Songbin. Bang! The 2 13th level masters raised their weapons to block, but that blade of blood energy shattered their weapons in an instant with an invincible force. Realizing the danger, the 2 13th level masters hurriedly dodged. This attack was not something they could withstand. They reacted quickly enough to evade the strike before the blade of blood energy could decapitate them. However, the blade's momentum did not diminish, directly splitting the chaotic sea behind them in 2, countless sea beasts being shredded into a mist of blood. Even the seabed below was not spared. After this move, a bottomless trench appeared in the chaotic sea. The archbishop gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had anticipated that Songbin was quite powerful, ranking among the top masters. But he never expected this guy to be strong to such an extent. He was simply a monster. In this urgent situation, how could Songbin give them a chance to catch their breath? He immediately charged forward, determined to kill these 4 13th level masters as quickly as possible. Indeed, Songbin's intention was not to repel or defeat them, but to slay them right here. Demon-slaying 6-linked spear. 6 links combined. Die. Just as Songbin was displaying his might outside, Chen Mo and the others, still groggy from sleep, were pulled up by soldiers from the military. What's going on? Gufeng looked bewildered, one eye open while the other was still crusted shut. The abyss has erupted, the passage to the outside world is temporarily sealed, and everyone outside the military must take refuge in the bunker below. The soldier's explanation was straightforward, and upon hearing it, Chen Mo and the others immediately lost their drowsiness. All level 4 and above warriors in the city must head to the front lines to resist, but you don't have to. Commander Yang has ordered us to protect you. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to you. Alright, the entrance to the bunker is right here, you should go in now. After escorting Chen Mo and the others to the bunker entrance, the soldier wasted no time in sending them inside. He, on the other hand, had to rush to the front lines to defend Abyss Dawn City. A few minutes later, the group, having been abruptly awakened and experiencing a bit of a mental lag, finally managed to reboot their brains. Wait a minute, it seems like everyone hiding in the bunker is just ordinary people. What are we doing hiding here? Chen Mo sat on the ground of the bunker, listening to the rumbling sounds outside while scratching his newly grown hair. The key isn't this, wasn't the abyss of the southern island pacified? Why has it suddenly erupted? As a member of an ancient martial arts family, Gufeng knew what an abyssal uprising represented. If this matter wasn't handled properly, not only would the city of Abyssal Dawn be in danger, but even the southern island above would vanish from the map. Are we just going to sit here and hide? Ma Wanlin clenched her fists, as the uprising brought back some unpleasant memories. Don't think about going out to help, we haven't undergone systematic military training. Going out now would only hinder them. Gufeng was very clear that in the current situation, it wasn't their turn to intervene, their involvement would only complicate matters. Only when the outermost defense line is breached can it be our turn to take action. Just as Gufeng was advising the others not to rush, the bunker door suddenly opened, and a group of doctors and psychic practitioners in white coats rushed in, carrying a large number of injured. Make some space, the critically injured need emergency treatment. Chen Mo and the others quickly cleared the area, and several doctors and psychic practitioners began to rescue the injured on stretchers. Such severe injuries, He Miao covered her mouth, It was her first time seeing someone so badly hurt. The young soldier on the stretcher was covered in blood, his legs were missing, and half of his face seemed to have been torn off by something, with even his intestines hanging out.
Are there any more psychic practitioners on site?
We don't have enough hands, come help.
Ordinary people can help too, come assist with cleaning the wounds.
As the number of injured increased, the psychic practitioners and doctors were completely overwhelmed. But they couldn't just watch the injured die, they had to seek help from those hiding in the bunker.
Chapter 108, Diamond Iron Wire Fist. I am a psychic practitioner. He Meow stepped forward without hesitation upon hearing their call for help.
As one of the most talented auxiliary logistics psychic practitioners at the Magic City Psychic Research Institute, He Meow could handle 4 injured individuals at once. And she worked quickly, although the injuries were still severe, at least their lives were saved. Chen Mo and the others watched as He Meow's eyes shone with a brilliant blue light, knowing she was overexerting her psychic energy. He Meow's ability to multitask was proving extremely useful, at least alleviating some of the pressure on those critically injured. But it was still a drop in the bucket. Given the rate of injuries, it was only a matter of time before the city of Abyssal Dawn fell.
No, I can't just sit here and watch.
Ma Wanlin stood up. She was not the type to wait for death.
Alright, let's go get our weapons.
Chen Mo nodded. With so many abyssal beasts outside, it would be a shame not to steal up.
You guys.
Sai, Gu Feng sighed and stood up as well. Seeing the 3 of them get up, Yang Zhou felt it wouldn't be right to just sit there, so he joined them in returning to the hotel to get their gear.
At this moment, on the outer defense line of the city of Abyssal Dawn, Yang Qing looked grimly at the distant abyssal mother tree.
Sir, the front line is under pressure. The casualty rate has already reached 2.
The officer responsible for data statistics rushed over, his expression equally grim.
The abyssal mother tree, it has actually been infiltrated by those beasts from the abyssal cult. Yang Qing had already drawn his 9-ring broadsword, ready to strike at any moment. He knew that the current wave of level 6 and 7 abyssal beasts was just an appetizer. The real big guys had yet to make their appearance.
Little Yang,
I never expected that in my lifetime, I would still see the abyssal mother tree. At that moment, Huang Lu walked over from the side, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant abyssal mother tree.
Brother Huang, what are you doing here?
Yang Qing did not turn back. He had to focus entirely on observing the battlefield. Once those big guys showed up, he needed to act immediately.
What am I here for?
Of course, to defend Abyss Dawn City, Huang Lu chuckled, patting Yang Qing on the shoulder.
This place was earned with the lives of my son and grandson, how could it possibly fall into the hands of those scoundrels from the Abyss cult?
Leave the Abyss Mother tree to me.
I haven't made a move in years, if I don't do well, don't laugh at me. After saying this, Huang Lu turned and walked towards the military cemetery.
Yang Qing remained silent. He knew what Huang Lu intended to do and understood the consequences of such actions. But he had no choice. He was the only 13th level master in Abyss Dawn City, and aside from Huang Lu, no one else could deal with the Abyss Mother tree. If the Abyss Mother tree wasn't dealt with, Abyss beasts would keep appearing, and those big guys would be drawn over by the Abyss Mother tree. Brother Huang, at the military lodge, Chen Mo and the others were gearing up, preparing to head to the front lines of Abyss Dawn City. Passing by the military cemetery, they saw a somewhat familiar figure digging at something.
Old Master Huang, what are you doing here instead of seeking refuge? Chen Mo approached Huang Lu, watching him fiddle with something. You guys are heading to the front lines? Huang Lu did not answer the question but turned to look at them.
Yeah, we're all above 4th level martial artists. We have to help where we can. Of course, we won't cause trouble. We'll step in if needed.
Chen Mo nodded. He wouldn't miss such a good opportunity.
Alright, then help me with something first. My old back can't take it anymore. Huang Lu patted his back and pointed to a small pit next to Huang Shuguang's grave.
Help me pull this box out. I have use for it. Without thinking much, Chen Mo bent down and grabbed the edge of the box. With a strong lift. Ha! Chen Mo was taken aback. Had he not used enough strength? Why did the box move a bit and then fall back? Can you do it or not?
If not, let all 4 of you lift it together. Huang Lu laughed heartily, enjoying the surprised expressions of the young men.
Chen Mo remained silent, secretly gathering his internal energy. With a strong tug, the incredibly heavy box was pulled up by Chen Mo. Not bad, it's not too heavy, I just underestimated it at first. Chen Mo placed the box in front of Huang Lu, looking at him with curiosity. Huang Lu bent down and opened the lid of the box, revealing its contents. Inside the box were simple items, a book and 20 iron rings. Huang Lu picked up the book, seeming a bit hesitant. Come here, Chen Kid.
Huang Lu waved at Chen Mo, shoving the book into his hands. This is my signature skill, the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. It's a set of boxing techniques suitable for your level as a master. As for these iron rings, we'll talk about them later.
Alright, you all go back to what you were doing.
After handing the diamond iron wire fist to Chen Mo, Huang Lu waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Although a bit puzzled, Chen Mo still put away the book and headed towards the front lines with Gu Feng and the others. Once Chen Mo and the others left, Huang Lu sat down in front of the box, taking out the iron rings one by one and putting them on his arms. Each time he donned an iron ring, Huang Lu's aura increased, and his frail body regained vitality. After putting on all 20 iron rings, the once shriveled old man with a face full of wrinkles disappeared. In his place stood a muscular man nearly 3 meters tall, with arms thicker than Chen Mo's waist. Dawn, longer, I have survived for so many years, consumed countless tonics to nourish my body, and now it's time for me to play my part.
Wait a moment, I'm almost there. Once I've taken down that abyss mother tree, I'll come to accompany you. Huang Lu's heart began to beat violently, the vital energy that had been sealed for decades started to flow within him again. Chapter 109, Today, I, the old man, will carve the formation alone.
At this moment, the diamond fist Huang Lu, which had been silent for decades, came back to life. A master who has been injured at their source but has not died usually has two choices. First, if their enemy has not been eliminated, a master injured at their source often chooses to self-destruct and perish together with the enemy. Second, if the enemy has already been eliminated but they are still injured at their source, the master generally chooses to seal their vital energy and wait for the moment they are needed. Indeed, masters are not cowards, nor are they afraid of death.
Huang Lu's choice was to seal his vital energy and wait for the opportunity to arise.
And today, with the abyss in chaos and the city of Abyss Dawn facing the crisis of annihilation, his moment had finally come. Normally, after sealing their vital energy, a martial artist can no longer utilize it, but an ancient martial arts family's old monster created a method. That is, reverse flow of vital energy.
Huang Lu's meridians glowed with a blood-red light, and the physical burden and pain brought by the reverse flow of vital energy were unimaginable. But this could allow a dying master to unleash even more powerful strength than before. The cost, however, was great. Once the vital energy was completely burned out, the master experiencing reverse flow would die. Completely, without a trace left behind.
Old buddy, I've sealed you for so long, I'm truly sorry for you. Huang Lu gently stroked the iron ring on his arm, which had already developed cracks.
From those cracks, a crimson light shone, like magma. Boom!
In a state of reverse flow of vital energy, Huang Lu stomped hard on the ground, transforming into a blood-red shadow rushing towards the front lines. At this moment, Chen Mo and the others were still on their way, feeling a violent wind erupting above their heads.
I, Huang Lu, am here to hunt down the Abyss Mother Tree today.
This roar echoed across the entire sky of Abyss Dawn City, and a blood shadow descended from the sky, landing among the group of abyss beasts that were assaulting the defenses of Abyss Dawn City. Those seemingly unstoppable level 8 and 9 abyss beasts appeared like ants before Huang Lu, unable to withstand even the shockwave from his landing, instantly turning to dust.
Consolidate the defenses, I will carve the formation alone. Diamond iron wire fist. Fiery momentum.
Huang Lu's muscles swelled, and crimson flames ignited all over his body. The iron ring on his arm clinked, and the momentum accumulated over decades erupted at this moment.
Collapse.
Everyone lost their hearing at the moment Huang Lu threw his punch. They only saw the raging sea of fire that followed. Millions of powerful abyss beasts vanished under this punch, and the entire abyss fell into boundless silence.
Put.
A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Huang Lu carelessly wiped it away.
10 minutes, that's enough. Huang Lu's physical condition was well maintained, allowing him to sustain the reverse flow of vital energy for about 10 minutes.
Seizing the opportunity while the abyss beasts spawned by the Abyss Mother Tree were cleared out, Huang Lu stepped into the void and charged towards the source of the calamity.
The Abyss Mother Tree. Glub, glub. Suddenly, a sound of bubbles bursting echoed in the silent abyss. Damn it, those big guys are coming out.
Huang Lu gritted his teeth. Even he could not fell the Abyss Mother Tree under the siege of those giants.
Yang Qing, come assist me. Coming.
Yang Qing's 9-ring broadsword rang as he slashed towards the 3 abyss demons crawling out from the mid-level abyss.
Yang Qing is also a 13th level master, and he cannot lose face at this moment.
The abyssal demon's tentacles, crawling out from the mid-level abyss, lashed out like steel whips towards Huang Lu's spine.
Clang!
In the blink of an eye, Yang Qing raised his knife to block the abyssal demon's tentacle, the azure-white blade energy slicing towards the demon's head through the tentacle.
Brother Huang, you can go with peace of mind, leave this to me.
The might of a master can destroy heaven and earth, not to mention facing 3 abyssal demons whose combat power is comparable to that of a master. Even a seasoned master like Yang Qing felt somewhat strained, but he could still hold off these 3 abyssal demons before Huang Lu burned out completely, as long as no more emerged.
Damn!
Yang Qing glanced at the entrance of the mid-level abyss, and several more abyssal demons crawled out.
Brother Huang, hurry up.
I can't hold on for much longer. Yang Qing's face turned pale. Counting the few that had just emerged, he now had to face 9 master-level opponents alone. Yang Qing was not among the strongest of the masters, and the only way to fend off these 9 abyssal demons was 1.
Go all out.
At this moment, Chen Mo and the others had just climbed to the top of the abyssal Dawn City. Looking at the distant abyssal mother tree, several lines of attributes appeared in Chen Mo's eyes. Abyssal Mother Tree, Health, 999, 999, 9999, Shield, 999, 999, 9999, Damage Reduction, 95, Skills, Nurturing, Abyssal Call, what the hell? Chen Mo was dumbfounded. The attributes of this thing were even more insane than a master.
With 10 billion health and 10 billion shield, even if it stood still, Chen Mo couldn't damage it.
Fortunately, it had no attack power and couldn't move. If it stirred, the abyssal Dawn City would be flattened.
If you ask me, we should just stay out of it. Gu Feng swallowed hard, watching the master-level battle in the distance.
Not to mention them, even the martial artists responsible for defense on the front lines began to retreat. The battles between masters were not something they could interfere with.
That makes sense, Chen Mo nodded vigorously.
He wanted to be brave, but he wasn't crazy enough to step onto a master-level battlefield.
He wasn't done living yet. Is Master Huang really that strong? Ma Wangling's eyes sparkled. That seemingly frail old man was surprisingly fierce when he got serious.
Well, Gu Feng didn't know how to explain. He couldn't just say that old Huang was now like a firework. This was his final moment of brilliance.
This is the reverse flow of vital energy and the burning of life.
Yang Zhua, however, didn't think too much about it and looked expressionlessly at the battlefield in the distance.
Once the vital energy and life are burned out, that master will die. What?
Ma Wanlin exclaimed. She had guessed that there would be a cost to this, but she didn't expect it to be so great. How should I put it? Our great Xia has only about 100 or so visible masters. Gu Feng sighed. Some things could only be known by families like theirs.
In fact, we secretly have at least 50 masters who have sealed their vital energy.
As long as the timing is right, these 50 sealed masters can stabilize an abyssal rift within a day.
But these are strategic level weapons. Those sealed masters won't be sent into battle unless it's a critical moment.
In reality, the pressure faced by our great Xia, or rather the human race, is not small. Most of the dangers are not openly discussed. If those dangers were exposed to the public eye, social order would suffer unimaginable blows. Some things are better left for us martial artists to bear. Chapter 110, I'm coming. After hearing Gu Feng's words, Chen Mo and Ma Wanlin's expressions grew serious, but neither said anything. Gu Feng was right, there was no need to let those without power bear this pressure. Of course, all of this was told to me by my old man. In reality, no one knows what's really going on except for those big shots up there. Gu Feng shrugged his shoulders. He had heard all of this from Gu Ji. Whether the information Gu Ji received was true or not was uncertain.
I must become stronger.
Chen Mo's only thought now was to grow stronger, strong enough that no one could harm him, so he could protect his family well.
Yes, we must become stronger. Gu Feng nodded. Chen Mo's words echoed their sentiments. It's broken through. The Abyss Beast tide has been pierced by Master Huang. The martial artists retreating below began to cheer. A distance of 100 kilometers was nothing but a fleeting moment for a master. Especially for a master who had started burning their life force without any reservations. To pierce through millions of Abyss Beasts with just one person's strength and remain unscathed, that is what a master is. They are the ones standing at the pinnacle of the martial artist pyramid. Although the beast tide had been pierced, Huang Lu's expression did not improve. Because he knew that the real challenge was the Abyss Mother Tree in front of him. The trunk of the Abyss Mother Tree alone had a diameter of 25 meters, and its height was visibly increasing at a rapid pace. Hurry up, Brother Huang. I can't hold on much longer.
At this moment, Yang Qing was covered in blood. His master's golden body had already been broken, and in 4 or 5 minutes, he would be finished.
Got it.
Huang Lu took a deep breath, his chest swelling high.
Diamond Iron Wire Fist, Fiery Momentum.
Earth Shatter. The ground beneath Huang Lu exploded, and a violent surge of blood energy erupted instantly. The cracks in the iron rings on his arms grew larger, and the momentum he had accumulated over decades poured out at this moment.
Boom!
The explosive force of his punch erupted, a crimson fist shadow smashing directly into the trunk of the Abyss Mother Tree.
What the hell?
Chen Mo's eyes widened. That punch dealt nearly 100 million damage with a 95% damage reduction.
If there had been no damage reduction, wouldn't that mean one punch could kill a high bishop?
Huang Lu frowned. The Abyss Mother Tree was indeed tough.
Unfortunately, my fists are harder. Bang 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 bang.
Huang Lu's fists fell upon the trunk of the Abyss Mother Tree like a torrential storm. and the shield value of the Abyss Mother Tree was completely emptied within 5 seconds. Abyss Mother Tree, health, 999, 999, 9999, shield value, 0, damage reduction, 45. After the shield was broken, the damage reduction of the Abyss Mother Tree significantly decreased, and the power of Huang Lu's fists grew stronger with each strike.
Not good, old Huang is about to burn out.
Gu Feng's expression changed. He had noticed that Huang Lu's lower body was turning gray, his flesh turning to ashes and beginning to float away. What do we do? The surrounding martial artists also noticed this and began to worry. It's fine, even if old Huang is gone, we are still here. Several 9th and 10th level martial artists stepped forward, their blood energy surging, clearly ready to take over. Or rather, ready to prepare for death. Anyone with eyes could see that Huang Lu could not fell the Abyss Mother Tree before burning out, but it was likely just a step away from destroying it. Under Huang Lu's tsunami-like fists, the Abyss Mother Tree was already unable to nurture the Abyss Beasts, and the remaining millions of Abyss Beasts began to swarm Huang Lu. Huang Lu's body grew weaker and weaker, his life nearing its end. But the fists he wielded remained strong and powerful, each punch able to take away nearly 5 health points from the Abyss Mother Tree.
This is the limit. Huang Lu's body began to shrink, his eyes dimming. Dawn, longer, the old man ultimately couldn't protect the Dawn City you left behind.
In the next moment, the light in Huang Lu's eyes surged, his withered body once again becoming muscular, all the remaining strength concentrated in this one punch.
Vajra Iron Wire Fist, ultimate move. Break the heavens.
Huang Lu concentrated all his lifelong learning and the essence of his martial arts into this one punch, delivering the highest damage he had achieved so far.
Only 50 million left.
Chen Mo clenched his fist. They still had hope of defeating the Abyss Mother Tree.
Level 11 warriors, go first, I'll clear the way.
A level 11 warrior jumped down from the city wall, charging towards the distant Abyss Mother Tree. There were a total of 7 level 11 warriors in the city, all of whom jumped down from the city wall, unleashing their vitality towards the Abyss Mother Tree. But they were facing a tidal wave of Abyss Beasts at the million level. Wasn't this clearly a death wish?
Level 10 warriors, get ready. When the time is right, we'll go up. We can't let the path to the Abyss Mother Tree be cut off.
More than 20 level 10 warriors stepped forward, prepared to take over from the level 11 warriors.
Huang Lu's figure had already disappeared, and the million-level beast tide surged towards Abyss Dawn City once more. Level 10 warriors, follow me.
The leading figure commanded, charging headfirst into the tide of Abyss Beasts. At the moment the level 10 warriors jumped off the city wall, level 9, 8, and 7 warriors from the entire Abyss Dawn City lined up, ready to take their turn. Protecting Abyss Dawn City was their duty. No one could back down at this moment.
We did it! Gu Feng excitedly raised his fist.
After losing all the level 11 warriors and 3 level 10 warriors, they finally reached the location of the Abyss Mother Tree. The baton was officially passed at this moment, and the level 10 warriors unleashed all their vitality to bombard the wounds of the Abyss Mother Tree. However, compared to the damage caused by Huang Lu, the damage from these level 10 warriors was too low. By the time the level 9 warriors arrived, they had only dealt 30 million damage. The lower the warrior level, the less damage they inflicted. As the level 7 warrior team charged out, the Abyss Mother Tree was left with only 6 million health points. Victory seemed to be within reach. But their damage was simply too low. Even if they all died, it was impossible to empty the health bar of the Abyss Mother Tree.
I'll do it.
Chen Mo gritted his teeth and grasped the Phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd. In terms of burst damage, he was even higher than those level 8 warriors, and with real damage in hand, his million-level health bar was no joke. But these weren't the main reasons. There was only one main reason. That was, they had now become the tall figure holding up the sky after it had fallen. Chapter 111, Twilight of the Gods.
Don't rush, our steel bone realm hasn't gone up yet, no need for you.
A level 6 warrior patted Chen Mo's shoulder, picking up his weapon and preparing to jump off the city wall.
But Chen Mo grabbed his head and pulled him back. The level 6 warrior looked confused. What just happened, and why was he back? Step back, leave the rest to us.
As one of the top 3 in the national competition, Gu Feng's strength was far greater than that of a normal level 6 warrior. Moreover, too many had died, the high-end combat power of the entire Abyss Dawn City was dwindling, and it was time for them to take on the heavy responsibility. I'm the fastest, leave the path clearing to me.
Chen Mo moved his body, pouring the blood of the Chaos Sea Beast into his mouth.
Perfect Steel Skin activated, Perfect Steel Blood activated. Chen Mo's defense, attack, speed, and lung capacity were significantly enhanced.
I leave my back to you, don't let me get ambushed.
Chen Mo's original speed had already reached 189 km per hour, and after the enhancement of Perfect Steel Blood, his speed soared to nearly 300 km per hour.
That was 80 meters per second.
Chen Mo glanced at his stats. His attack power reached an astonishing 54,163, and his defense skyrocketed to 26,600. According to the current attack power calculation, a single charged punch can deal up to 80% of his maximum health. A staggering 10,000 points of true damage. He jumped directly off the city wall, charging towards the wobbling Abyss Mother Tree. Keep up! Gu Feng followed closely behind Chen Mo without any hesitation. Yang Zhuo and Ma Wanlin also trailed right after, marking the first time their four-person team truly acted together. The scenery around them rapidly receded as Chen Mo's speed reached its limit in an instant. His heart raced violently, and his lungs worked hard to absorb oxygen. Get out of the way! With a sweeping strike, he broke the 5th level Abyss Beast in front of him in half, charging forward like a runaway locomotive. Thanks to the martial artists clearing the path ahead, there weren't many Abyss Beasts blocking Chen Mo's way. Unfortunately, Chen Mo's speed was too fast. The charging attack markers on those Abyss Beasts were shredded by his Phoenix-beaked Dragon Tooth halberd before they even had a chance to appear. In the distance, Yang Qing, who was caught in a fierce battle, also noticed the rapidly moving figure on the battlefield. When he recognized who it was, he froze in shock. How did this kid get out here? If something happens to him, that guy Songbin will eat me alive. But the master-level battle allowed no moment of distraction, and in such an inconspicuous instant, a tentacle like a steel whip pierced through Yang Qing's abdomen. Blood gushed out, and his liver was directly shattered. Damn it, I really must have done something wrong in my past life. Yang Qing's eyes turned bloodshot. It seemed he had to prepare to seal his blade. Clear wind blade chi, empower me. Yang Qing's 9-ring broadsword erupted with a fierce blade aura, pushing back the abyss demon that was closing in on him. All his energy concentrated at his heart, Yang Qing resorted to a life or death technique, transforming his body into a blade. You little brats, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. If it comes to it, I'll have to self-destruct. Yang Qing was completely engulfed in madness, his entire body wrapped in blade aura. At this moment, Chen Mo had no time to worry about Yang Qing in the distance. He was just a step away from the Abyss Mother Tree. Suddenly, a disturbing whisper entered his ears. Please note, host, you have entered the controlled state dream talk, all attributes decreased by 50. Controlled state? Chen Mo was taken aback. No wonder the attacks from those martial artists seemed so feeble, even Master Huang's final attacks were growing weaker. It turned out the Abyss Mother Tree's ability was affecting them. Gu Feng and the others, who had been following closely behind Chen Mo, also noticed something was off. His speed had slowed significantly, and his vitality had weakened. Just as they were about to rush forward to support him, a layer of blood-red light suddenly erupted from Chen Mo, accompanied by a roar that was anything but human. Damn you, Twilight of the Gods! Chen Mo never expected that after using Twilight of the Gods, he would become so irritable. But thinking about it, when Rafu unleashed his ultimate move to charge into battle, his intelligence also dropped significantly. It was similar to the Highland bloodline, with blood rage, attributes were amplified, but intelligence decreased. This roar was soul-stirring, and Chen Mo's attack power surged once again, transforming him into a human meat grinder as he charged into the sea of beasts. Wait, is Chen Mo going a bit overboard? Gu Feng smashed a 4th-level abyss beast that lunged at him with a stick, watching as Chen Mo moved even faster and hit harder. I don't know, but our priority is to help Chen Mo deal with those abyss beasts behind him. Ma Wanlin was unconcerned with such matters, as the flaming tip of her spear pierced through the head of a 5th-level abyss beast. Hurry up, we're falling behind. Yang Zhuo understood the importance of formation. If arrows were used as a metaphor, Chen Mo was the relentless armor-piercing arrowhead, while they were the stabilizing fletching behind him. Got it! After pinning down a level 4 abyss beast that attempted to ambush Gu Feng, Ma Wanlin followed Yang Zhuo's lead. The closer they got to the Abyss Mother Tree, the more corpses appeared around Chen Mo. There were even a few martial artists who were not completely dead and were struggling to self-destruct. But Chen Mo had no time to deal with them. The urgent task was to cut down the Abyss Mother Tree. Slaughter Demon 6, Second Strike. Chen Mo's entire body erupted with energy, and he spun his body with the force of the long spear. Puff! 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 The Abyss Beasts around Chen Mo were instantly shredded, and several level 7 and 8 Abyss Beasts were sent flying by this second strike. This won't do, I can't get through. While fending off the attacks from the Abyss Beasts, Chen Mo looked at the Abyss Mother Tree that was so close. Right, blink! With a thought, Chen Mo's figure instantly appeared 5 meters away in the midst of the Abyss Beasts. Damn! Even though Chen Mo's defense was now as high as 26,600, the attacks from level 6 and below Abyss Beasts were completely ineffective against him. However, the closer he got to the Abyss Mother Tree, the higher the levels of the surrounding Abyss Beasts. He was now surrounded by over 100 level 7 and 8 Abyss Beasts, and his health was visibly decreasing.
Yes, pressure, this is the pressure I need.
Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He had finally found the pressure that could force him to break through the second strike.
Without much hesitation, Chen Mo tightened his grip on the phoenix-beak dragon tooth spear. Slaughter Demon, 6. With a violent burst of energy, Chen Mo swung the phoenix-beak dragon tooth spear again and again. Although his speed of advance had slowed significantly, there was an advantage to it. He could now unleash his steel fury among the abyss beasts. Chapter 112, One Punch, 1 Million.
But Chen Mo did not forget the main task. Although his speed had decreased, he was still steadily approaching the abyss mother tree. As the pressure increased, Chen Mo gradually found the technique for the Slaughter Demon 6. It was a technique of integration, rather than a mechanical repetition of practice. At the same time, the deserted island located to the south of South Island vanished without a trace, leaving only a deep pit that had just been filled with seawater.
Ha!
Soaked in blood, Songbin threw the head in his hand into the sea, pointing his long spear at the archbishop with a sinister smile.
Judging by his current appearance, Songbin looked more like a villain than the archbishop. Did you see? South Island hasn't sunk, but you all have lost all your means.
The archbishop's face turned ashen. He had calculated everything except for the fact that Songbin was this abnormal.
He single-handedly fought against 4 masters, killing 3 and severely injuring him. Get lost.
Once the matter with South Island is over, I will personally come to wipe you out. Songbin appeared very relaxed, but he had also sustained significant injuries. If the archbishop wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to catch him.
Moreover, he was constantly worried about South Island and Chen Mo, which made him anxious.
The archbishop said nothing, merely glanced at Songbin before tearing open a crimson rift and diving in. Their Abyss Church's southern district suffered heavy losses. Counting him, there were 4 master-level powerhouses, and they directly lost 3 this time. This was no longer just a serious injury. Their southern district was basically on the verge of annihilation.
Stupid kids, hold on. I'm coming.
Songbin exhaled, leaving this place to the South Island military and rushing towards the entrance of Abyss Dawn City.
Phase Task 2 completed, 4th equipment slot unlocked. Phase Task 3 issued. Refine the bones to perfection, forming perfect steel bones. Upon completion, the 5th skill slot will be unlocked, and you will receive 10,000 gold coins. Challenge Task 3 issued. The source of the riot comes from the Call of the Abyss. Successfully cutting down the Abyss Mother Tree will yield substantial rewards. The quality of the reward depends on the damage dealt by the host. At the moment Chen Mo unleashed the Demon Slayer 6-link spear's 4 strikes, he finally completed a task that had been stuck for quite some time. Without any hesitation or doubt, Chen Mo equipped the Endless Hatred. With this item, he was practically invincible in such large-scale battles. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he could remain standing on the battlefield. Every 5 minutes, he could take a big gulp. Although the damage was only around 50,000, it could restore Chen Mo a whopping 130,000 health points. Please call him Chen the Eternal Motion Machine. And there was the newly released challenge task. The tasks issued by the system were basically what Chen Mo was currently facing. Though called tasks, they were essentially a form of supervision and motivation for Chen Mo's training. Glancing at his nearly full ambition points in the Abyss Mother Tree, which had only 150,000 health points left, Chen Mo unleashed the Demon Slayer 6-link spear once more. This time was different from before. Chen Mo's first strike consumed a full 10,000 health points. Once the 4 strikes were fully executed, Chen Mo's health would be completely drained. There are gains and losses. This was Chen Mo's most powerful strike aside from his equipped skills. Demon Slayer 6-link spear, 4 strikes. With a thunderous roar, a vacuum zone instantly appeared around Chen Mo. The spear in his hand began to hum, radiating a blood-red glow. Sweeping, vertical slashing, upward thrusting, and forward stabbing. As the 4 strikes landed, the path ahead was instantly cleared, and the blocking abyss beast was shattered by the explosive 15,000 health points of the 4 strikes. A rain of blood fell, and Chen Mo charged toward the Abyss Mother Tree amidst the stench of blood. But at that moment, a level 9 abyss beast descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Chen Mo. We'll block him. Chen Mo, you go. Just as the level 9 abyss beast's sharp claws were about to strike Chen Mo, Gu Feng and Yang Zuo appeared simultaneously, barely blocking the blow. Ma Wanlin's spear ignited with orange-red flames, and with a series of cloud step leaps, she landed directly on top of the level 9 abyss beast. Hold on, I'll come help you after I take down that Abyss Mother Tree. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. His teammates didn't have millions of health points like him. They were genuinely risking their lives alongside him. Stop talking nonsense, you sound like a woman. Ma Wanlin, already injured, still had a sharp tongue. Chen Mo didn't respond but instead used Cloud Step to dash toward the Abyss Mother Tree.
Those level 7 and 8 warriors, burdened by the negative effects of murmurs, even had some warriors surging with energy, planning to self-destruct.
Get out of my way.
In an instant, Chen Mo was enveloped in golden light, and even his newly grown black short hair was dyed golden. All his ambition points transformed into a million shields at that moment, and terrifying power gathered in Chen Mo's right fist. In the eyes of those warriors, Chen Mo descending from the sky seemed like a deity. They instinctively obeyed his command.
Reincarnation of despair. Cannot target defense tower type objectives. Damn, it's a defense tower. Then just one punch to make you lose your way.
The million ambition points erupted at that moment, and the terrifying power directly emptied the last 150,000 health points of the Abyss Mother Tree. Including the half-stump, everything around was directly evaporated by this punch. Creak, creak, creak. The Abyss Mother Tree slowly toppled, and the Abyss Beasts birthed from the Abyss Mother Tree turned into blood water at the moment it collapsed. Gu Feng and the others, who were struggling against the level 9 Abyss Beast, were suddenly drenched in a large splash of foul-smelling blood water. The few of them looked dumbfounded at Chen Mo, whose body was smoking, and then at the collapsing Abyss Mother Tree.
This punch, Chen Mo only used it when defeating me. For some reason, Yang Zhuo felt a sense of pride upon witnessing this scene. Cut.
Gu Feng curled his lips, his body going limp as he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. The battle in the abyss was completely different from that on the arena. There were medical teams waiting near the arena, but none in the abyss. Yang Qing, gravely injured and on the brink of death, also witnessed this scene. The abyss demons, who had come for the mother tree of the abyss, turned to leave upon seeing it collapse. The old waves pushed the new waves. Yang Qing, now relaxed, fell directly to the ground, grinning at Chen Mo, who was still in a punching stance in the distance.
Is it my turn to seal the knife and build momentum now?
Brother Huang, you really made a big splash this time. Next time it will be my turn. The mother tree of the abyss has fallen. Seeing everyone frozen in place, Chen Mo raised the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd in his hand and shouted loudly, "We have achieved a great victory! Great victory!"
Chapter 113, Surprise Attack. Chapter 113, Surprise Attack. It was only when Chen Mo shouted "Great victory" that the martial artists preparing to self-destruct finally reacted. They had won. This disaster that could have destroyed South Island was over. Great victory! Sporadic cheers erupted. Every martial artist who could make a sound was shouting. However, among the upper and middle-level martial artists of Abyss Dawn City, hardly any remained, and the few people in front of Chen Mo were the last fighting force of the entire Abyss Dawn City. Moreover, they had lost a master who had sealed his own vital energy, and Yang Qing's condition was still unknown. Although Abyss Dawn City had been saved and South Island was no longer in danger of sinking, the cost was simply too high. The surviving martial artists were either cheering or roaring, celebrating this battle that would be recorded in history. But at that moment, Chen Mo suddenly frowned. Something's not right. The mother tree of the abyss has fallen, so why is there no task completion? Chen Mo, watch out behind you.
Gu Feng's voice rang out, but it was too late. A hand, resembling a withered tree, pierced directly through Chen Mo's chest, clutching a still-beating heart in its palm.
Damn it! Chen Mo turned around to see a familiar face before him. Zhao Dihai. Ha 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 ha, finally killed you.
Zhao Dihai laughed loudly, his laughter frenzied.
Chen Mo, oh Chen Mo, did you ever think that the national competition champion would die at the hands of a second-level martial artist like me?
Put! Zhao Dihai's wooden hand suddenly tightened, and Chen Mo's heart exploded instantly. As the heart burst, Zhao Dihai's wooden body shot out countless wooden spikes, shredding Chen Mo's internal organs to pieces.
Received fatal damage, life value. Received continuous bleeding damage, life value per second.
Please stop the bleeding and heal the injury immediately, or life value will be emptied, leading to a near-death state. Near-death state, only one step away from death. Any slight movement could lead to complete death.
Damn you! Gu Feng watched helplessly as Chen Mo was ambushed, a surge of anger erupting within him. Yang Zhuo, who had shown little emotion, now had veins bulging on his forehead. Over a month of interaction had brought about some strange changes in him. Ma Wanlin said nothing, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Zhao Dihai. You don't think such a minor injury can kill me, do you? Chen Mo grinned, grabbing Zhao Dihai's wooden hand, an invisible force beginning to ripple. Reincarnation in a desperate situation. Through the gate of darkness. The scenery around them shifted. The ground beneath Chen Mo and Zhao Dihai's feet was no longer a purplish red but a bizarre gray-green hue. What is this? Zhao Dihai looked around in confusion, then stared blankly at Chen Mo. Put! Chen Mo spat out a mouthful of blood, directly breaking Zhao Dihai's arm. Why? Why won't you die? Zhao Dihai was dumbfounded. His heart had been crushed, his internal organs shredded, yet this person was still standing?
Chen Mo glanced at his life value, which had dropped to less than 1 million and was still decreasing, and looked at Zhao Dihai with icy eyes. After the recent wave of beasts at the million level, Chen Mo's life value had reached 230,000. With the addition of the endless hatred that had absorbed a portion of the beast tide, his life value was basically full. The recent fatal blow had deducted 1 million from his life value, leaving him with 130,000. However, the rate of losing 10,000 life points per second was simply too fast. Even though he could recover 500 life points per second, it was still deadly for Chen Mo. But before his life value was completely depleted, he still had nearly 3 minutes, enough time to deal with Zhao Dihai. Not to mention, after woodification, Zhao Dihai's life value had reached 500,000, with an attack power close to 50,000 and armor penetration at 50. No wonder he could break through Chen Mo's perfect steel skin. Such excellent attributes would be a pity not to utilize. Die, bald head. I won't die today, but you will die at my hands. Chen Mo grinned savagely. It was the first time he had suffered such serious injuries. As soon as the charging attack mark on Zhao Dihai's chest lit up, Chen Mo used the cloud step to charge forward. Bang! Dealt 276,097 points of damage. Maximum life value increased by 33,120. Good. He could hold on for another 3 seconds. With that punch, Zhao Dihai's chest caved in, but there was no blood splattering. What a pity, I almost killed you just now, Zhao Dihai said, his face dark as he gritted his teeth. Don't worry, even if I can't kill you, the Abyss sect won't let you go. Your potential has already threatened the existence of the Divine Sect. I'll be waiting below. Zhao Dihai hadn't finished speaking when Chen Mo's Demon Slayer 6-link spear had already swung into his face. After 4 consecutive hits, Zhao Dihai was decapitated by Chen Mo, his woodified head rolling on the ground while his body was kicked away by Chen Mo. You talk too much. I'll naturally go destroy your Abyss sect later. Blood continued to spout from Chen Mo's mouth, but fortunately, after absorbing Zhao Dihai's attributes, he regained some health. Target has been killed in the cycle of reincarnation. 20 full attributes have been plundered. Plundered attributes: life value 100,000, attack power 9,622, armor penetration 10 UG. When the cycle of reincarnation dissipated, Chen Mo's body softened, and he knelt on one knee. If it weren't for the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear supporting him, he might have collapsed directly onto the ground. Chen Mo. Seeing Chen Mo reappear, Gu Feng and the others rushed over in a panic. Do you have anything else to say? Chen Mo furrowed his brows, even twisting them into a question mark. I think I can still be saved. I'm not dead yet, but your heart is gone. I said I can still be rescued. Can you not give up just yet? Chen Mo was anxious. How could these three be so clueless? They didn't even think to help him find a mentalist? Just as Gu Feng and the others were flustered, Yang Qing, who was also heavily injured and in no better condition than Chen Mo, walked over. Good kid. Your vitality is really strong. Yang Qing, covered in blood, laughed heartily and released the energy he had originally planned to seal. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's complexion visibly improved, but Yang Qing's condition grew increasingly weak. This method won't last long. You must return to the southern training camp for Director Chu to treat you. Yang Qing's method could only provide temporary relief. Real treatment still required a mentalist. Moreover, it couldn't be just any mentalist. It had to be a top-tier mentalist to save Chen Mo. Whether it was good luck or bad luck for Chen Mo, there happened to be a world-class healing mentalist in the southern training camp. Chu Tianhua, Director Chu. Chapter 114, Upgrade of Data Protection Level, Top Secret. Chapter 114, Upgrade of Data Protection Level, Top Secret. Challenge Task 3 completed, rewards being calculated. The host has caused 1.95 million damage, meeting the reward standard. Hardened My Heart has been issued. Bond reward pool opened, added to the comprehensive pool of equipment and skills. The weak Chen Mo glanced at his rewards, his eyes first brightening and then going dark. It's over. The pool for obtaining equipment, which was already difficult, has now become even worse. By the way, what is this bond reward pool? It can't be the bond from the Cloud Summit. It's useless for me to hold it myself, and materializing it would waste so many coins. The prizes in the bond reward pool do not require coins to materialize and can be gifted to others to form a greater bond. That's good. After a dizzying spin, Chen Mo lost consciousness as darkness enveloped him. Although Yang Qing temporarily protected Chen Mo with his own vitality, his health was still declining at a rate of 1,000 points per second. Compared to the previous rate of 10,000 points per second, Chen Mo's current health decline was much slower, enough for him to hold on for nearly 50 minutes. Seeing Chen Mo fall unconscious, Gu Feng and the others panicked. How could he suddenly stop moving when he was fine just a moment ago? Gu Feng's fingers trembled as he reached under Chen Mo's nostrils to check for breath. Are you scared, silly? Yang Qing kicked Gu Feng, wondering if this kid was really the genius of the Gu family. How could he be so foolish? He's too weak right now. It's a self-protection mechanism of the body. Falling unconscious can save energy and help him hold on a bit longer. Speed up. Even with me protecting him, Chen Mo's severe injuries won't let him last much longer. With that, Yang Qing unleashed his vitality and rushed towards the sealed alloy door of the chaotic sea. Just as they left, a furious Songbin charged into the South Island abyss. Looking at the quiet South Island abyss, even a powerhouse of Songbin's level was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it said that the Abyss Mother Tree had appeared? Governor Song, that Abyss Mother Tree has been cut down. The soldier guarding the entrance glanced at the alloy door that had been kicked off, unable to suppress a sigh. I still suggest you take a look at the southern training camp first. That Chen Mo you mentioned seems to be seriously injured, his heart is gone. As the soldier spoke halfway, he felt the air around him suddenly thicken, the atmosphere becoming stifling. Chen Mo. Songbin suddenly turned around and rushed towards the southern training camp. Inside the southern training camp, Director Chu appeared in the operating room as soon as he learned that Chen Mo was seriously injured. The old man's face was dark, lost in thought. Director Chu, please save Chen Mo. Gu Feng rushed into the operating room, anxiously shouting at Director Chu. Director Chu remained silent, his gaze cold enough to freeze Gu Feng. Old Master Chu, I'm counting on you. Yang Qing entered, carrying Chen Mo and placed him directly on the operating table. Everyone out. Director Chu's vast mental power erupted instantly, and in just 3 seconds, he stopped the bleeding points inside Chen Mo's body. You all wait here, later, tell me how Chen Mo got injured like this. And that kid Songbin, such an important genius and he couldn't even keep an eye on him, he's simply useless. Including Yang Qing, the others shrank their necks, wanting to slip away. Yang Qing, you stay. Once Chen Mo is taken care of, I'll help you restore your body. It's impossible to fully restore it. Prepare to seal the blade and close the vitality. Director Chu was willing to help because Yang Qing had risked his own health to protect Chen Mo. Otherwise, Yang Qing wouldn't have qualified for his assistance. Thank you, Director Chu. Yang Qing let out a sigh of relief. He had thought he would have no chance to seal his wounds and blood. Seeing that Director Chu had stopped speaking, Gu Feng and the others immediately left the operating room. Inside the operating room, Director Chu furrowed his brows tightly. It was the first time he had seen someone survive such severe injuries. Only a master could endure such wounds. How many secrets do you still have hidden within you, kid? Your mental strength coexists with your life force, a special ability akin to a domain, and this powerful vitality that allows you to survive despite your organs being in such a state. Truly a miraculous genius. The importance of all geniuses combined doesn't match yours alone. I almost want to perform a craniotomy to see how your brain is composed. As Director Chu mumbled to himself, he worked on repairing Chen Mo's internal injuries. The moment the bleeding stopped, Chen Mo's body began to rapidly self-repair. The speed of self-repair was so fast that even if Director Chu did nothing, he estimated that Chen Mo would fully recover within 2 hours. What a powerful self-regeneration ability. Even a master wouldn't be this strong, right? Director Chu realized something. Chen Mo's appearance might signify some changes occurring within humanity. Perhaps humanity was evolving towards a higher level of life. With this thought, Director Chu became even more cautious in treating Chen Mo, ensuring that even the tiniest nerve endings were beautifully repaired. 2 hours later, looking at the fully restored Chen Mo before him, Director Chu couldn't help but laugh. It's truly terrifying. In just 2 hours, an entirely new set of organs has grown. In fact, saying 2 hours wasn't entirely accurate. After Director Chu successfully stopped the bleeding, Chen Mo had only taken about half an hour to grow a completely new set of organs. This little monster, it seems your data classification needs to be upgraded from confidential to top secret. After seeing Chen Mo breathing smoothly and his vital signs stable, Director Chu finally revealed a smile. Little Yang, I will do my best to help you treat the injuries within. But if the source of the master is damaged, there's nothing I can do. I can only try my best. It's already enough that Director Chu is willing to help me. Yang Qing had, of course, heard Director Chu's earlier mutterings, and his gaze towards Chen Mo had changed. His earlier decision had indeed been correct. The importance of this child was beyond his imagination. Even the data of a master's family member wouldn't reach the confidential level, let alone the top secret level. By the way, what exactly happened? Where did that brat Songbin go? It was only then that Director Chu remembered to ask what had happened. Could it be that Chen Mo had provoked those abyssal demons in the mid-level abyss? Otherwise, how could he have ended up like this? It's a long story. Yang Qing sighed and began to recount the disaster that had just occurred in the South Island abyss. Chapter 115, Principally Impossible. But I am principal. After listening to Yang Qing's account, Director Chu was furious. as if a Buddha had descended and then ascended to heaven. These cult dogs, they really dare. Connecting this with the newly formed abyssal rift in the southern part of the South Island, Director Chu's thoughts immediately became clear. Taking advantage of the hurricane season, with the forces in Abyssal Dawn City shrinking, they want us to choose between the South Island and the newly formed abyssal rift, right?
Newly formed abyssal rift?
Hearing Director Chu's words, Yang Qing was taken aback, clearly just learning this news. Yes, that brat Songbin went to the newly formed abyssal rift. They were convinced that Songbin would choose the South Island instead of the abyssal rift. Director Chu nodded and began to help Yang Qing seal his life force. But they didn't expect that old Huang de Peo would actually go to Abyssal Dawn City. We were lucky this time. It's just a pity that Huang de Peo ultimately still died. This old thing has lived enough. His son and grandson have all died before him.
Even I can't stand it.
Director Chu sighed, a flicker of ambiguous light flashing in his eyes.
Alright, I've helped you take care of it. As for sealing the blade, that's up to you. Thank you, Director Chu. After this matter is settled, I can finally enjoy my retirement. Yang Qing's face showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, he appeared more carefree. That night, Chen Mo suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. You're awake.
Songbin was sitting by Chen Mo's bedside, his previously tense expression now relaxed.
Uncle Song?
Chen Mo looked at Songbin beside him, then glanced at his fully recovered body, finally letting out a sigh of relief.
I know everything that happened in Abyss Dawn City.
Thanks to you, or else Abyss Dawn City would have been in real danger. Songbin nodded at Chen Mo, genuinely surprised that this kid had the guts to act in the face of such a disaster.
No, I just delivered the final blow. In reality, Master Huang. Chen Mo quickly shook his head. He couldn't bear such a huge credit alone.
I know, old Master Huang is dead. Songbin pulled out a book from his pocket, the very one Huan Lu had thrown to Chen Mo, the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. Masters like old Master Huang, who sealed their blood energy, had already written their wills long ago. To protect a city with his life in exchange for his son and grandson, old Master Huang has fulfilled his wish. As for this Diamond Iron Wire Fist, it should be submitted according to principle. This is a master's legacy and should be distributed above.
Songbin paused, then revealed a gentle smile. But in the South Island, I am the principal.
So, this Diamond Iron Wire Fist will be passed on to you. Don't disgrace old Master Huang's legacy. This set of fist techniques is extremely fierce, combining offense and defense, using life to fight for life. You must be cautious when using it. Moreover, your current realm may not even allow you to learn the first stance of the Diamond Four Forms. I don't understand the specifics. You'll have to explore it slowly on your own. When the time comes, when you go to the Master Academy, you can find an old guy named Xuelu. He is proficient in fist techniques and should be able to teach you. After saying this, Songbin left 2 weapon boxes behind and planned to leave. A new abyssal rift has appeared in the southern part of the South Island. I don't have time to take care of you for now, so rest well. I've retrieved old Master Huang's diamond ring and your phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd. Use them wisely. Songbin waved his hand and turned to leave the hospital room. Chen Mo said nothing, but he understood how valuable a master's weapon was. Logically, these items should be submitted, but in the South Island, Songbin was the law. He could handle things as he wished.
Comfortable.
Chen Mo jumped off the hospital bed and stretched lazily, his bones cracking all over. This trip to Abyss Dawn City had been quite rewarding for Chen Mo. His life value had skyrocketed by over 1 million, not to mention the incredible tempering of his heart. He had also unlocked the 4th equipment slot, allowing him to change gear at any time without lowering his life value or attack power.
Although there was a 2-hour cooldown, 2 hours was really nothing.
Opening his attribute panel, Chen Mo looked at his current stats and almost laughed out loud. Name, Chen Mo, health points, 2,389,045, attack power, 47,781, defense power, 13,300, vitality, 179,800, mental power, 0, speed, 189, percentage damage reduction, 12, percentage armor penetration, 18, perfect steel skin 100, perfect steel blood 100, perfect steel bone 0. He glanced at his equipment bar again. He currently had no need to refine his body, so there was no need to equip the demon sect for now. Stage task 3 released. Complete the refinement of perfect steel bone. Upon completion, the 5th skill slot will be unlocked, and a reward of 10,000 gold coins will be given. Challenge task 4 released. Practice the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. Master the first stance of the Diamond Four Forms, the Fiery Stance. Completing the challenge task will unlock the 5th equipment slot. Daily task reward adjustment, minimum 200 gold coins, maximum 500 gold coins, depending on task difficulty.
That's more like it. I mean, what can you do with just a few gold coins every day? Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. The stingy system finally adjusted the gold coins given for daily tasks.
It used to take nearly a month of scrimping and saving to draw once, but now it only takes 7 or 8 days to draw a prize.
This is the normal frequency. There were only 4 days left until the end of the southern training camp.
After more than a month of continuous training and 2 fierce battles, Chen Mo was mentally and physically exhausted. He needed to rest well and lie flat for 4 days.
The next day, at 8 in the morning,
Chen Mo was sleeping soundly when the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. The loud noise startled Chen Mo, causing him to jump out of bed.
What's going on? Is there an enemy attack?
Chen Mo looked towards the source of the sound and found Gu Feng and a few others standing at the door, staring at him.
Gu Feng and the others had puzzled expressions. He had looked like he was dying yesterday, so why was he bouncing around today?
Chen Mo's face was also filled with question marks.
Why were these guys showing up in the ward so early? You're okay now? Gu Feng took a big step forward and poked Chen Mo's chest. Wasn't there a big hole here yesterday?
I remember your heart was gone, how come you're not dead? Not only did Chen Mo's face darken, but even Ma Wanlin and Yang Zhuo looked at Gu Feng with strange expressions.
What, are you hoping I die?
Chen Mo grabbed Gu Feng's head and lifted him off the ground.
Damn, when did your grip get so strong?
Gu Feng clutched Chen Mo's wrist, his legs kicking wildly like a pig tied up.
Ouch, 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 let go. My bones are cracking.
It was only when Gu Feng begged for mercy that Chen Mo finally released his head. Chen Mo's strength was considerable now. He could easily exert a force of 1,000 tons with one arm, enough to crack Gu Feng's skull.
So, why did you guys come over instead of letting me rest?
Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chen Mo looked at the few people standing in front of him and asked.
Chapter 116, Young Hero. Chapter 116, Young Hero. Well, we were actually just going to check on you, to see if you made it. Gu Feng rubbed the imprint on his forehead and took out a set of toiletries from his backpack.
We were thinking that if you were still unconscious, we could help clean you up, so we brought this stuff. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo's heart softened, and he decided not to hold a grudge against Gu Feng's big mouth.
Alright, I'm fine, just need a little rest. Chen Mo waved his hand. His recovery speed was extremely fast, and his health points could recover by 0 every second. Well, let's put that aside for now. There's something else I need to discuss with you. Gu Feng nodded and tossed his backpack onto the bed beside him. Regarding the attack on Abyss Dawn City, the news will definitely report on it.
Moreover, this is a perfect opportunity for the higher-ups to strike hard at the Abyss sect. It would be best to uproot them completely.
Why are you telling me this? I'm an injured person and can't do anything. Chen Mo leaned against the hospital bed, feigning weakness.
We won't have to lift a finger. The higher-ups will send 5 masters to eradicate the Abyss sect, but Abyss Dawn City still needs a resolution this time. The matter concerning Master Huang cannot be disclosed. The impact is simply too great, and it must be temporarily sealed in the archives, so.
Gu Feng sighed and continued.
This great credit will fall on Master Yang, the martial artists of Abyss Dawn City, and us.
Especially you. You'll have a big feature in the news at 7 tonight. By then, you'll be completely famous.
The young hero who felled the Abyss Mother Tree and saved Abyss Dawn City, stepping forward as a strong youth, these will be the key phrases tonight.
Wait a minute, Chen Mo's face turned pale. This shouldn't be how things developed, right?
He had already been targeted by the Abyss sect, and their hatred was at its peak.
If the Abyss sect found out that he had ruined their plans this time, would he even survive? This isn't credit, this is taking the blame.
Well, it's not just you, all of us will have to take the blame. Gu Feng scratched his nose, having accepted this reality. Of course, there will definitely be rewards, it's estimated to be several million. Chen Mo wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. He had already been greatly attracted to the Abyss sect. With this kind of publicity, he would likely become the public enemy of the Abyss sect. Don't worry, in a few days, a special plane will take us to Kunlun Mountain. No matter how bold the Abyss sect is, they wouldn't dare provoke us at the Master Academy. The Master Academy has 8 13th level masters stationed there, and 22 12th level instructors responsible for teaching, with students generally being 8th and 9th level upper tier martial artists. This kind of combat power is enough to wipe out the neighboring country. The Abyss sect wouldn't even be able to threaten us. Not to mention there's a rumor about the Great Xia Master Academy. There is said to be a mysterious existence above 13th level stationed there. As Gu Feng spoke, he became mysterious, leaning in close to Chen Mo's ear and whispering,
Above 13th level? Chen Mo was taken aback. Isn't a 13th level master the strongest realm in the world?
I don't know, that's why it's called a rumor, Gu Feng shrugged. He had heard it through the grapevine, and its credibility was low. After all, even the celestial race had never had an existence above 13th level, let alone the human race. Also, get ready,
You'll need to come take promotional photos for us. Gu Feng had strayed off topic and quickly brought the conversation back. Alright, Chen Mo accepted the reality of having to take the blame. Though it was called taking the blame, it was actually credit. At least his image in the eyes of the public could change. Hopefully, he could clarify the matter of him liking to hit women in the chest. At 7 in the evening, in Taizhou City, Chenli and Su Lu were living quite comfortably. They only needed to check in at work each day before heading home. Although their salary wasn't high, after various subsidies, they could take home 20,000 a month, a life they had never dared to dream of before. I wonder how Xiao Mo has been doing lately. It's inhumane that the Southern training doesn't allow phone calls. Su Lu turned on the TV, complaining about the Southern training while sitting on the sofa with a glass of water. Tonight's news will last for 40 minutes. As soon as Chenli heard this, he immediately realized that something big was happening today, quickly turned up the volume, and sat seriously on the sofa waiting for the news to start. Early yesterday morning, South Island was attacked by the cult Abyssal sect, resulting in the sacrifice of 437 upper and middle-tier martial artists, with no civilian casualties. Su Lu's heart sank. Something had happened on South Island? Thanks to Master Yang Qing's tireless efforts, South Island ultimately weathered this crisis safely, with the ordinary populace suffering 0 casualties, but the losses remain severe. Let's turn the camera over to our reporter stationed on South Island. Xiao Sun, can you hear us? Loud and clear. I will lead everyone in interviewing several heroes from this crisis. Please follow my lead. Honey, doesn't that person look a bit like Xiao Mo? Chenli stared at the young man being interviewed on the television, his head buzzing. What did he say? Young hero, national competition champion saving the city of Abyssal Dawn. What on earth is going on? Habing City Martial Arts Academy, Border Military Department. A question mark slowly appeared above Chen Yi's head as he looked at the young man being interviewed on the news, utterly bewildered. How does this person look so much like my little brother? But that can't be right. My little brother was still a tier 3 martial artist a month ago, and this one is tier 5. Yes, it's your brother. Third brother walked over with a bottle of drink and sat beside Chen Yi. Your brother really has some skills, managing to achieve merit during the abyssal riot triggered by the mother tree of the abyss. Chapter 117, such a blabbermouth. Chapter 117, such a blabbermouth, mother tree of the abyss. Chen Yi exclaimed. She had only seen Chen Mo's achievement and hadn't heard the earlier interview. Yes, but in reality, your brother only delivered the final blow. Most of the work was done by the master. Third brother nodded, his expression complex as he sighed. Another master who sealed their blood energy has fallen. I hope the old general doesn't have to go that far. How could that be? Right now, the ice cave in Habing City is quite stable. The Ice Queen was recently beaten into a cripple by Chief Lu, so there shouldn't be any major disturbances for a while. Chen Yi waved her hand. She had witnessed the Ice Queen being turned into a pig's head by Chief Lu. No, it's not about the ice cave, but the newly formed abyssal rifts over on South Island. Third brother shook his head, his gaze becoming profound. The newly formed abyssal rifts are extremely dangerous, but such danger often comes with a wealth of resources. So far, no one knows if the abyssal rifts are connected. If this time it's not the shallow abyss revealing itself first, but those abyssal martial artists showing up first, then South Island would be in danger, and all major military districts would have to rush to support. That shouldn't be the case, right? Hearing third brother's hypothesis, Shin Yi's expression turned somewhat grim. Who knows? Let's hope everything goes smoothly. Third brother was merely speculating. After all, such situations had occurred before, and the only solution to such situations was to fight the abyssal martial artists to the bitter end. Only within the abyssal rifts could one kill the abyssal martial artists. Even if they were killed outside, they would resurrect within the rifts. As for which unfortunate abyssal rift would first clash with the deep abyssal martial artists, it would naturally be the most dangerous Kunlun Mountain abyssal rift in the entire Great Xia, as the original purpose of establishing the Great Xia Master Academy was to suppress the Kunlun Mountain abyssal rift. Time passed quickly, and after this interview, Chen Mo's reputation grew even louder. Not only among the people of Great Xia, but the name Chen Mo also gained initial fame worldwide. This also led the abyssal sect to learn the fundamental reason for the failure of this plan. Or rather, they understood that they couldn't place the blame for this failure entirely on Chen Mo. But who could blame him for becoming the brightest star? If not him, then who? As for the Abyss Dawn City, aside from the significant losses among the mid and upper tier martial artists within the city, the lower tier martial artists and ordinary citizens were not greatly affected. After everyone returned to their normal lives, Yang Qing, who had sealed his vital energy and stored his 9-ring broadsword to build momentum, walked into the martyrs' cemetery. He held a bottle of cheap liquor and plopped down in front of a brand new tombstone. Brother Huan, you can be considered to have fulfilled your wish.
Yang Qing took out 4 cups and poured liquor in front of the 3 Huang family tombstones before him. I've reached this point too. Back then, to stop those abyss demons, I tore apart my master's essence to enhance my combat power, and now I'm a useless person. But I find that this isn't so bad. No one dares to order me around, pick a fight with me, or make me work. I just need to shine when my moment comes. You just rest well. The diamond iron wire fist has already been passed on to Chen Mo by that kid Songbin, and your set of diamond rings has been given to him as well. Your signature skill won't disappear from this world. That prodigy Chen Mo will definitely make your diamond iron wire fist flourish. Saying this, Yang Qing downed a cup of liquor, feeling the fiery sensation in his belly. I'll come by to see you 3 when I have nothing to do. I can't let you feel lonely. Alright, I've already dug my pit. I'll just bury it next to you 3 when the time comes. This lousy liquor is really terrible, not as good as my cousin's briefcase. While Yang Qing was indulging himself and starting his retirement life, Chen Mo and the others were also leaving the South Island on a military aircraft. So, when can I call home to report that I'm safe? Chen Mo looked at his phone, which looked no different from a brick, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Don't rush, you'll have signal once we reach Kunlun Mountain. A young man grinned as he looked at Chen Mo and the others, his gaze lingering longest on Chen Mo. What a surprise! The minimum requirement for admission to the Great Xia Master Academy was to reach the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm before the age of 24, yet you kids managed to get in. I suggest you shut up. We have someone here with a bit of a temper. Since Gu Feng started interacting with Chen Mo, his image had gradually shifted from a cold, aloof young master to a responsible comic relief. It seemed Chen Mo had some kind of magic about him, as the personalities of Ma Wanlin, Yang Zhuo, and Gu Feng had all undergone significant changes. Especially Yang Zhuo, who surprisingly could now understand Gu Feng's sarcastic remarks. He used to take Gu Feng's sarcasm as compliments. The young man's mouth twitched. These kids were quite bold. I know the people behind you are powerful, but once you get to the Great Xia Master Academy, those people won't be of any use. The young man wasn't angry, he just sat next to Chen Mo and put his arm around his shoulder. Don't touch me, I'm starting to want to hit you. Chen Mo had never seen someone so mouthy and talkative. Since boarding the plane, this guy hadn't stopped for a full 5 hours. He hadn't even introduced himself, just kept rambling. Oh, you've got quite the fiery temper. Bang! Dealt 288,535 points of damage, maximum health increased by 34,624. This guy was just itching for it. After waving a heart of steel charging attack symbol in front of him for 5 hours, Chen Mo was already itching to do something. With this punch, he directly smashed the young man's mute button, embedding him into the military aircraft's compartment, leaving him silent. Finally quiet. After this punch, Chen Mo felt much better and stretched, planning to take a short nap. Don't sleep, we've arrived. Suddenly, the young man embedded in the compartment reappeared in front of Chen Mo, a large purplish-red fist mark on his chest. Hey, little brothers, let me introduce myself. I'm your senior sister, 2 years older than you, and I'm 28 this year. 9th level of the Golden Body Realm. The air was terrifyingly silent, none of Chen Mo's group acknowledged him. Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin were unwilling to speak, while Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo thought that being only 9th level at 28 was really pathetic. They planned to reach 9th level before turning 19. He Miao had spent too much time with this group of geniuses and knew nothing about the progress of ordinary talented martial artists. In her eyes, this young man in the Golden Body Realm was just a rookie who was completely unaware of his own lack of skill. Chapter 118, Can't the old ones win, and the young ones can't either? Wait a minute, senior sister? Finally, Chen Mo realized the problem. This young man, who had no trace of femininity aside from looking a bit delicate, was actually their senior sister? Yeah, what's the problem? The young man puffed out his chest, not feeling there was anything wrong with what he said. I'm Diame, skilled in MA boxing. Little brother, call me sister a couple of times, let me hear it. Aside from the roar of the engine, the entire cabin of the military aircraft was eerily silent. So, you really are a woman? No matter how Chen Mo looked at it, he couldn't see any sign of femininity in Diame, especially not in her chest. There was no rise and fall, not even a hint of acne. In fact, there were faint indentations from Chen Mo's earlier punch. What do you mean? Diame sensed something was off. These little guys seem to be treating her like a man. Nothing, just that senior sister Diame has a strong personality. Gu Feng smiled awkwardly. Diame was brimming with energy, and he hadn't noticed any hint of femininity at all. Alright, you don't believe I'm a woman, huh? Diame wasn't angry that Chen Mo had hit her, nor was she upset that they ignored her. Instead, she exploded over this point. Look at this is underwear that only women wear, no bulges at all, right? Like a rogue, Diame unbuckled her belt and pulled down her pants to reveal her white underwear. It really is. Chen Mo and Yang Zhuo leaned over to take a look and found that aside from a pair of long white legs, there were no male characteristics at all. You too. Ma Wanlin's forehead bulged with veins, unable to hold back as she punched Chen Mo and Gu Feng each once. No matter what, senior sister Dai is still a girl. How can you just lean over to look? And you, senior sister Dai, even if martial artists don't care about gender differences, you can't act like this. Hurry up and buckle your belt. You too, stop leaning over to look. Oh, Chen Mo and Gu Feng rubbed their heads and obediently sat back down. Alright, I know my figure isn't great, and there's nothing to see. Diame smiled and gently patted Ma Wanlin's head. Get ready, my junior brothers are going to give you a taste of their power. Every year when new students enroll, the previous year's seniors will block the entrance looking for trouble, claiming it's to let them know the gap between people. In reality, it's just to vent the frustration of being beaten up by the previous class. If you can avoid it, do so, don't engage with them. After Diame finished speaking, she noticed that Chen Mo and the others weren't scared. Instead, they seemed a bit excited. Chen Mo didn't know what was wrong with him. He felt tired after long battles, but after a long time without fighting, he felt an itch to spar. This is good. It's just the right time to showcase the new equipment and combat methods. Gu Feng understood Chen Mo's thoughts as well and was ready to take action. Aside from Yi Miao's relatively gentle nature, the others in Chen Mo's group were all more irritable than the last. If they wanted to show their might, they should first weigh their own strength. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, in front of the Dasha Master Academy, four senior students from the Dasha Master Academy were standing at the entrance, waiting for the arrival of the military machine. Brother Feng, do you think this new batch of students will end up like the last group, beaten into pig heads? A thin young man chuckled. This was already the second batch of new students for their Dasha Master Academy this year. It was said that one of them was a young hero, the national competition champion, Chen Mo. Their Dasha Master Academy lacked many things, but not national competition champions. The brother Feng he mentioned was the champion from 7 years ago. Feng Bian opened his eyes and looked towards the distant sky. Be prepared, don't underestimate them. I've heard these new students are not easy to deal with. Just a few new students, we four are all level 6 martial artists. Beating them should be a piece of cake, right? Not to mention, brother Feng, you're already a level 7 Steel Marrow Realm expert. Dealing with a few level 5 kids should be effortless for you. The thin young man wasn't entirely wrong, but unfortunately, his information was a bit inaccurate. Including Ma Wanlin, Chen Mo and the others were all geniuses capable of easily fighting above their level and winning. Even when facing fellow geniuses, Chen Mo and his group had the strength to fight back. After all, there were still differences among geniuses. Oh, they're here. The thin young man became excited and drew out the steel mace from his waist. Don't be careless, if we lose to these new students, we'll be humiliated. Feng Bian picked up the long spear beside him, the surging power of blood and energy flowing within him. Inside the office of the Academy's president, several masters were sitting together, watching the surveillance footage with great interest. Indeed, the older students beating up the new students was something they tacitly approved of. These old fellows thought of this amusement out of boredom. They had originally hoped that the new students would beat up the older students, which would have been more interesting. Unfortunately, over the years, no new student had ever been a match for these older students. Whether in realm, martial skills, or combat experience, these older students were far ahead. I remember that Chen Mo, like Feng Bian, also uses a long spear. I wonder whose combat style is better, mine or that old fellow Song Bin's 6-linked Demon Slayer spear. A burly master grinned widely. Can't beat Song Bin, so you take it out on his disciple, huh? You're really shameless. Exactly, living this long and still acting like this. The masters chuckled, their words harsh, but they all wanted to see Chen Mo, Song Bin's disciple, get beaten up. Back when Song Bin was invincible, he had challenged them many times, and each time he left them bruised and battered. This time, they finally had a chance. If they couldn't beat Song Bin, could they not handle Chen Mo? Unfortunately, as masters, they couldn't personally step in to beat up Chen Mo. That would be too embarrassing. Hey, they're getting off the plane. It looks like a fight is about to break out. That little girl from Ame must have tipped them off. Didn't you see those kids coming down with weapons? What can a tip-off do? I don't believe those kids can beat Feng Bian. As the masters looked at the footage on the monitor, the entire president's office fell silent. Wait a minute, looking at this situation, it seems like Chen Mo and his group are the older students? At the same time, Chen Mo and his group had already charged forward with their weapons. Although their coordination wasn't very practiced, with He Miao's real-time assistance, that little problem vanished instantly. Chen Mo, 3 o'clock on the right, attack with all your might. Chapter 119, don't say it, but I really can't beat you with Miao's all-seeing drone in the air. Chen Mo felt as if he had an extra pair of eyes that missed nothing. He didn't even need to think, all he had to do was unleash his full power and charge in the direction Miao pointed. The phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd, entwined with rich vitality, tore through the air and directly sent the senior who attacked him flying with an unstoppable force. As a team, Chen Mo and the others had learned to cooperate during the Abyss Mother Tree incident a few days ago. However, their method of cooperation was a bit too simple. Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo were responsible for Chen Mo's flanks, while Ma Wanglin was in charge of guarding against sneak attacks from behind. Chen Mo's task was straightforward, to charge forward with all his might. After these few battles, everyone had figured out each other's combat styles. Their styles were quite unified, just go for it. Feng Bian never expected that Chen Mo and the others would be so fierce. Weren't they supposed to be scapegoats for the Abyss Mother Tree incident? How could a scapegoat take out a 6th level warrior in one hit, or even a level up kill? Suddenly, Chen Mo noticed that the weapon in Feng Bian's hand was also a halberd, which piqued his interest in Feng Bian. Leave the others to you, the sky is mine. The most commonly used weapons for warriors were knives, guns, and swords. Very few people used other types of weapons. It was incredibly fortunate to encounter an opponent who used the same weapon and had a higher martial arts level. Moreover, Chen Mo had long wanted to fight a 7th level warrior but had been struggling to find an opportunity. Now, apart from his vitality, all his other attributes were not weaker than the peak of the 7th level and might even surpass it. Chen Mo wanted to see if, excluding vitality, he could take down a 7th level warrior relying solely on his vitality. Feng Bian also noticed that Chen Mo's target had shifted from the others to himself. He snorted coldly, pointing his halberd directly at Chen Mo's chest. With a health value of 1,150,000, an attack power of 35,000, a defense of 5,000, and a vitality of 290,000, these were Feng Bian's base attributes. Chen Mo's body began to spin rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had charged up the 4-hit combo of the Demon Slayer 6 halberd. With a loud bang, fine cracks appeared on Feng Bian's mid-grade Chaos Sea Steel Ally halberd, and the ground beneath him sank deeply. What great strength! Feng Bian felt his arms go numb, as if he had just been hit by a mountain. Is this all a 7th level warrior can do? Seeing that Feng Bian was struggling to block, Chen Mo concluded that this guy wasn't using his full strength and decided to taunt him a bit. In reality, Chen Mo's attributes were simply too high. Feng Bian not using his full strength was merely an illusion created by the overwhelming numerical advantage. Warriors generally didn't have good tempers, and after being taunted by Chen Mo, Feng Bian's forehead bulged with veins, and a layer of blood-red substance covered his skin. This little Feng is not following the martial ethics. Why is he using steel marrow body enhancement in a spar? Diame watched the battle between Chen Mo and Feng Bian with great interest, covering her mouth and chuckling. Steel marrow body enhancement was a unique ability of late 7th level warriors. Steel marrow could significantly enhance vitality, and once it was released, the increase in vitality would disappear, instead greatly boosting the warrior's overall strength. At this moment, Chen Mo also sensed something was off. Feng Bian's health was rapidly decreasing, but his other 3 attributes began to rise sharply. Then let me show you the capabilities of a 7th level warrior. Feng Bian pushed Chen Mo away, and a strange, swamp-like vitality completely enveloped the halberd in his hand. A variant of Earth attribute vitality? Little Feng is becoming increasingly skilled in manipulating vitality. At this moment, Diame had transformed into a commentary role, embracing Yi Miao and starting to speak incessantly. She suddenly felt that Chen Mo and the others might become the first freshmen to defeat the seniors since the establishment of the Dasha Master Academy. Don't look down on me. I don't believe a level 5 warrior hasn't awakened their blood attribute. Feng Bian's gaze was fierce. He always felt that Chen Mo was looking down on him. This guy had only used the most basic ordinary blood energy so far, without any change in attributes at all. Attributes? Chen Mo was taken aback. He had heard this term more than once. Playing dumb, huh? Then let me force your blood attribute out. Feng Bian's forehead bulged with veins. It was the first time he had been looked down upon like this. He stomped his foot, and the surrounding blue stone tiles instantly shattered, as he swung a long spear wrapped in thick, viscous blood energy straight at Chen Mo's head. Clang, clang, sparks flew. Chen Mo and Feng Bian, who had unleashed his steel marrow, were evenly matched, seemingly heading for a draw. But Chen Mo had not yet used his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood. Until now, he was merely testing the waters. The moment Chen Mo activated his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood, Feng Bian, who had slightly gained the upper hand, was instantly suppressed, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. The burden of steel marrow on the body was too great. In theory, only a level 8 warrior could master it perfectly. If Feng Bian had no other tricks up his sleeve, his defeat was just a matter of time.
Chen Mo hadn't even used his other skills yet. Once he did, Feng Bian's defeat would come even faster. Inside the principal's office, 13 masters watched the footage on the monitor in silence.
Stop it, if this goes on, Xiao Feng will injure his foundation. The burly master sighed. It seemed that even in teaching disciples, he was no match for Songbin. He really didn't know why that guy Songbin was so lucky to encounter such a little monster as his disciple. Xiao Feng probably doesn't realize that Chen Mo isn't looking down on him. That's why he hasn't changed his blood attribute.
Another master squinted and spoke.
This little guy's situation is very similar to Songbin's. Both have attribute-less blood energy. Attribute-less blood energy may not be as flexible as attribute blood energy, but it excels in quality. A bit of blood energy can be as effective as 3.
Otherwise, Songbin wouldn't have such high explosive power.
Enough chatter, hurry up and stop it. Xiao Feng's internal organs are already damaged. Continuing like this is no good for his internal refinement. The burly master suddenly stood up and turned to leave the principal's office. Our Master Academy has welcomed a few real geniuses this time. The masters were quite satisfied with the performance of Chen Mo and the others. Whether it was combat response or blood energy intensity, these few were geniuses among geniuses. For such talents, becoming a master was just a matter of time. A few old men had already started to think about how to pry Chen Mo away from Songbin to their side. Chapter 120. These people are not normal. When the burly master stood in front of the Dasha Master Academy's gate, several seniors, except for Chen Mo and the others, had already fallen into a sweet sleep. Chen Mo's clothes had been torn apart, and there were several blood-red wounds writhing on his body. A level 7 warrior is just like this, it's not worth my effort. Rubbing his slightly sore neck, Chen Mo put away his phoenix-beak dragon tooth spear. After the battle with Feng Bian, Chen Mo had roughly figured out the limits he could reach without using skills. This kind of genius at level 7 was not his opponent. Those ordinary level 7 warriors would probably be dealt with in under a minute. Not bad, your strengths are truly beyond my expectations. Diame smiled as she hugged Miao, leading her to Chen Mo and the others. Be careful, that big guy is Qiu Lin, one of the 13th level masters at our Master Academy, and he has a particularly small mind. He hasn't forgotten since being beaten by Supervisor Song last time. If he can't beat you himself, he'll send his disciple to do it. Just be careful, whatever you do, don't. Before Diame could finish her sentence, a large hand grabbed her head. You little brat, talking bad about me in front of me, huh? Qiu Lin grinned as he seized Diame's head and lifted her off the ground. I was wrong, isn't that enough? Diame crossed her arms, but her current image looked quite comical. If you know you're wrong, hurry back and refine your organs, you have nothing serious to do every day. Do you know that those guys from the same cohort are already at level 10, and you're still wandering around here? Qiu Lin wasn't angry, he released Diame's head. She breathed a sigh of relief, turned to Qiu Lin, made a face, and slipped away. You little ones are quite good, both your strength and talent are top-notch. But you need to understand one thing here. You are the weakest. Don't think you're invincible just because you've beaten these few useless ones. Qiu Lin glanced at Chen Mo. He had heard what Chen Mo just said. This little guy's talent was truly terrifying, being able to defeat opponents 2 levels higher. It's already impressive for a normal talent to remain undefeated while fighting 1 level higher, but being able to defeat opponents of a higher level is the mark of a genius among geniuses. This little guy in front of him defeated the equally talented Feng Bian 2 levels higher. It's an unimaginably terrifying talent. TSK, I increasingly dislike that Songbin guy. Only when you achieve mastery can you little weaklings call yourselves strong. Zhu Long, take them to their dormitory, they'll be assigned to their divisions tomorrow. After saying that, Qiu Lin swaggered off into the air. Behind him, a giant at least 2.5 meters tall appeared out of nowhere. Not bad, I just watched your entire battle. Zhu Long grinned, walked over to Chen Mo, and pinched his arm. Not bad strength. You must have tough skin and bones, right? It's a pity your body strength is too low, your flesh is too soft. After saying that, Zhu Long directly performed a bicep curl, his iron-like muscles instantly attracting the attention of Chen Mo and Gu Feng. On his bronze skin, veins as thick as fingers coiled around his muscles like poisonous snakes. The blood energy radiating like the sun illuminated the surroundings, and Chen Mo and Gu Feng even felt the temperature around them rise a few degrees. This is what a real man should possess. Technique is merely an aid to the body. A real man breaks through everything with sheer strength. No matter the winds from all directions, I will break through with a single punch. Strong enough, hard enough, this is what it means to be a man. This is the romance of a man. Ma Wanglin frowned. Why are the geniuses of the Great Xia Master Academy so strange? They all seem to have a bit of a screw loose. It seems to make sense. Chun Mo and Gu Feng nodded in agreement with Zhu Long's words under the astonished gazes of Ma Wanlin and He Miao. It was understandable that Chen Mo agreed with Zhu Long. His goal was to become the strongest numerical monster in history, the kind that crushes everything with numbers. But it was hard to understand why Gu Feng agreed.
Isn't your family a traditional martial arts family? Are you really going to give up your inherited martial arts?
So, join my strength academy, and I'll help you become real men. Zhu Long laughed heartily, patting Chen Mo and Gu Feng on the back while casually helping them carry their luggage. This pat was no small matter. Once he patted them, Chen Mo and Gu Feng felt what pure strength truly meant. Chen Mo's bones were covered in countless cracks, and Gu Feng's insides were trembling. If it weren't for the fact that he could see Zhu Long wasn't using much strength, Chen Mo would have suspected that this guy was sent by the Abyss sect to kill him.
By the way, Zhu Long, what level is your martial arts realm?
Although Chen Mo was gritting his teeth in pain, he still walked over to Zhu Long and asked. Zhu Long's attributes were very strange. 400,000 health points, 700,000 defense, and a terrifying 1,500,000 attack power. The only thing that was particularly low was his vitality, which was a pitiful 10,000 points.
Me?
I'm at the 8th level, 5 organs realm. Zhu Long waved his hand, seemingly indifferent to his martial arts realm.
Ha! Chen Mo's eyes widened. Such terrifying attack and defense power was only at the 8th level, 5 organs realm? Don't be surprised. The martial arts realm is just a decoration for me. What I pursue is the ultimate physical body. Zhu Long was not surprised by Chen Mo's astonishment. In fact, there were a few masters in the Great Xia Master Academy who opposed his path. Aren't you born with steel skin and blood? Didn't you feel anything strange while refining your body?
Zhu Long suddenly turned his head, looking at Chen Mo very seriously.
What's strange?
Chen Mo was taken aback. He really hadn't felt anything odd.
Since the skin, blood, bones, and bone marrow can all be refined, why aren't there specialized refining methods for muscles, tendons, and nerves? With this question in mind, I began refining my muscles. Do you see me now? This is the result of refining my upper body muscles.
Zhu Long knocked on his chest hard, producing a series of metallic clanging sounds. I suspect that the current body refining methods are all simplified. A true martial artist is definitely not like this. But, Zhu Long frowned and continued, ever since I started refining my muscles, my vitality has been rapidly declining, and my martial arts realm has stagnated. I've been stuck at the 8th level, 5 organs realm for 2 years. There are gains and losses. My current strength is not weaker than my peers, but my martial arts realm just won't rise. Maybe, when I complete the refining of my muscles, tendons, and nerves, will my physical strength directly rival that of a master?
Chapter 121, TSK, what a pity. Chapter 121, TSK, what a pity.
Chen Mo and the others didn't say a word. After all, what Zhu Long said was too shocking. Wanting to rival a master who can draw upon the power of heaven and earth with mere physical strength, what's the difference from talking nonsense? Not to mention that Zhu Long was actually questioning the body refining methods that humanity had used for many years, which made him seem more like a lunatic. However, Chen Mo felt that Zhu Long had a point because his perfected steel skin and steel blood were indeed several times stronger than the ordinary. Perhaps Zhu Long was a genius in some sense, noticing something that even masters had overlooked. No, perhaps the masters actually knew this but couldn't say it due to certain reasons. Don't mind me, I was just speaking casually. Zhu Long also knew that discussing this with these juniors was pointless, so he waved his hand, showing a big white smile. But if you're interested in muscle refining, I can teach you.
Even if you don't join my master academy, it's fine, you can come find me anytime.
Chen Mo and Gu Feng nodded together. They were indeed very interested in Zhu Long's method of refining muscles.
A man should be fierce and strong.
Unlike the southern training camp, the Great Xia Master Academy humanely separated male and female dormitories. This made Gu Feng quite regretful, while He Miao breathed a sigh of relief. Although Ma Wanlin had a temper like a tomboy, her figure was top-notch. The wheat-colored skin not only didn't detract from her appearance but instead highlighted Ma Wanlin's leopard-like tight muscle lines.
A quintessential sporty girl.
During the training camp in the south, Ma Wanlin would return to the dormitory wearing only a sports bra and shorts, with droplets of water slowly sliding down her wheat-colored skin after a shower. Coupled with her toned muscles and long legs, it was a feast for Gu Feng's eyes. He Miao repeatedly reminded Ma Wanlin to protect her privacy, but she mostly let it go in one ear and out the other. She didn't care, which only made Gu Feng's heart flutter. As a boy who had been cooped up at home practicing martial arts every day without any contact with women, Gu Feng's eyes were red from holding back, and he could only vent his frustrations during training.
This might also be one of the benefits of mixed-gender dorms.
As for Chen Mo and Yang Zhuo, one was always pondering how to improve his skills, while the other was trying to find ways to eat more to avoid hunger. They didn't enjoy this kind of welfare time at all.
Why are you sighing? Chen Mo asked, puzzled, turning to look at Gu Feng.
It's nothing, let's head back to the dorm first, then check out the various facilities. Gu Feng sighed deeply, his once youthful and handsome face now showing a hint of weariness.
What's with the mystery?
Chen Mo was confused by Gu Feng, and Yang Zue beside him also showed a flicker of doubt.
Wait a minute.
Just before the five were about to part ways, Ma Wanglin called everyone back.
Don't rush back to the dorm, let's settle the division of schools here first. We definitely need to be in the same team since we've been training together for a month. Other teams won't be able to adapt to our fighting style. So, I think it's more appropriate for us to go to the same Master Academy. Right, that makes sense. Gu Feng nodded repeatedly, hoping they could live together. Which one?
Chen Mo recalled the introduction of the Master Academies by Song Bin earlier and realized he seemed to remember nothing. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to improve his skills. The Women's Academy is the first to be ruled out. You three are men and can't enter. Ma Wanlin first excluded the Women's Academy from the 13 Master Academies, as the 5 of them definitely needed to stay together, making the Women's Academy unsuitable.
As for the remaining 12 Master Academies, I think any of them would be fine.
Well, we came to the Master Academy for resources in combat. Having guidance from a master is good, but it's not a big deal if we don't.
Chen Mo nodded. None of them in this small team really needed guidance. Chen Mo, didn't you get the Vajra Iron Wire Fist from Old Master Huan? Let's go to the Boxing King Academy.
Gu Feng thought for a moment. His martial arts were all inherited, and Yang's were from the celestial race, completely different from the human race. Ma Wanlin's martial arts were also basically formed, and only Chen Mo still needed guidance in martial arts.
But you guys.
Chen Mo frowned slightly. He didn't want to hold back his teammates' progress. His body refining speed was extremely fast, and it wouldn't be long before he caught up with them. If the gap between them was too large, Gu Feng would only drag them down. They could only continue to exist as a team if they all grew stronger together.
Don't worry, we're just discussing which Master Academy to go to. There's no rule against visiting different academies. Gu Feng smiled and patted Chen Mo's shoulder.
Although Chen Mo had the strongest combat power among them, his martial arts were the most unfamiliar. These few were all geniuses, and without guidance, they wouldn't fall too far behind. As long as the resources were sufficient, reaching a higher martial arts realm was just a matter of time for them. Alright, let's go to the Boxing King Academy when the division happens tomorrow.
Chen Mo nodded, no longer being overly sentimental. After deciding which Master Academy to go to, Chen Mo and the others returned to their dormitory. The so-called dormitory is actually a 3-bedroom house with a small courtyard. Unlike other martial arts academies, the Daxia Master Academy is spacious and sparsely populated, with the entire summit of Kunlun Mountain falling within its boundaries. With only 13 masters and the long unseen dean included, the Daxia Master Academy has fewer than 400 people in total. This results in a rather luxurious accommodation situation at the academy. Among these 400 individuals are young people like Chen Mo, who are 18, as well as middle-aged individuals in their 40s. The graduation standard at the Daxia Master Academy is extremely strict. One must either become a peak level 12 martial artist or be able to avoid being killed by a master within 5 minutes. Of course, the Daxia Master Academy does not support idlers. Anyone over the age of 55 will be expelled and sent to a city to guard a region. Those who have not broken through to peak level 12 by the age of 55 are deemed incompetent by the academy. What is considered useless in the eyes of the Daxia Master Academy becomes a prized asset in the local area.
Chen Mo and the others quickly got assigned their rooms, and it was now 6 in the evening. After a long day, none of them had eaten, so they decided to head to the dining hall together. As they entered the dining hall, they heard a somewhat aggrieved voice. I just entered the academy, and I only have the 50 credits given at enrollment. I spent it all on resources, can you please give me some food? Chapter 122. Almost universal credits. You've been here for several days, you should understand that everything in the Master Academy requires credits for exchange, the senior responsible for the checkout said, glancing at the newcomer with a cold smile before turning away. If you have no money, go eat in the ordinary area, don't wander around the blood food area. Fine, the newcomer sighed and had no choice but to put down his utensils and head towards the ordinary staff area. Credits, huh? I remember that our points from the southern training camp were converted into credits. Chen Mo rubbed his chin, realizing he should have over 2,000 credits now. He wondered when the rewards from the Abyss Mother Tree incident would be distributed.
Oh, aren't these the new rookie kings? Diame appeared beside Chen Mo with a strange gait, wrapping her arm around his neck. How does it feel to beat up the old students?
Dai Senior, please stop bothering me, Chen Mo said, pushing her hand away from where she was pinching his chest muscles, looking at her with disdain. Truly ungrateful, just call me sister, and I'll treat you to this meal, Dayame pouted, clearly possessing a beautiful appearance but not knowing how to use it. Why was this guy so rigid? No need, our credits are enough. Shenmo waved his hand. It was the first time he had been teased like this. TSK, don't think that the 50 credits given to new students are very useful. When converted to money, it's only 100,000, she said. I'm a rich girl with 3,000 credits, how about considering hanging out with me? Dayame tried to reach out to touch Shenmo's face, but he slapped her hand away. Not even a touch? If it comes to it, I'll let you touch me. Dayame was about to grab Shenmo's hand and place it on her iron plate when she felt her body seemingly lift off the ground. Xiaodai, you're almost 30, stop teasing these 18-year-old kids like Shenmo, Zhulong said Dayame aside and pulled out 5 wooden cards from his pocket. Shenmo, your basic credits, the points from the Southern Training Camp, and the rewards from the Abyss Mother Tree incident are all in here. I'm not sure how much there is, but it should be enough for you for a while. I was so busy talking about my own matters when I brought you in that I forgot to give you this. Alright, I'm going to eat first. You all should be careful, eating blood food for the first time can put quite a strain on your body. But the increase in vitality and blood energy is also quite evident. Consider the pros and cons for yourself. Zhulong waved his hand and, carrying the pupating Dayame, prepared to leave. Shenmo glanced at the two of them leaving and turned to pick up a bowl of fragrant duck blood soup. 0 credits. Shenmo frowned at the duck blood vermicelli soup in his hand. This bowl of soup costs 6,000? Isn't this just robbery? Shenmo, Gufeng poked Shenmo, and when Shenmo turned his head, he could even hear Gufeng swallow. What's wrong? Are you starving? Shenmo was a bit confused. Wasn't this just a bowl of ordinary duck blood vermicelli soup? The vermicelli was pitifully few, and there were no duck offal. You might not know, but I am well aware of the value and deliciousness of blood food. Gufeng shook his head, even he couldn't enjoy such high-purity blood food. Only abyssal beasts above level 8 produce this kind of blood food, which can subtly refine your vitality and blood energy. This stuff is referred to as soft gold among 4th-tier martial artists, with each gram worth over 500. This bowl of blood food has at least 100 grams, and the value of the blood food alone exceeds 50,000. Not to mention the vermicelli, which has a small amount of blood food mixed in, making it quite valuable as well. Although Shenmo didn't quite understand what blood food was, it was definitely something good if it made Gufeng envious. 0 credits can exchange for nearly 100 grams of blood food, which is only 1/10 of the market price. Gufeng was extremely excited. This was the Daxia Master Academy, where all resources were aimed at cultivating future masters like them. The credits converted to money seemed like a lot, but in the outside world, it could only be exchanged for a few grams of blood food. Yet at the Daxia Master Academy, it could be exchanged for over 100 grams. No wonder you're a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, you really have an eye for this. The senior responsible for the checkout nodded, looking at Gufeng with an appreciative gaze. Blood food is great, but you still need to save some. Don't waste credits and end up with no resources to refine your body. This portion of blood food soup may look small, but it's enough to sustain you for a whole day's consumption. As the senior spoke, he took Shenmo's identity card from his hand. That makes sense, use what needs to be used, and save what needs to be saved. Shenmo agreed with the senior's words, but he noticed that the senior's gaze towards him was becoming increasingly strange. 4,430 credits? Did you rob the dean's nest? The senior responsible for the checkout had a resentful expression. They might not even accumulate 4,000 credits in a year. Yet this new student, who had just entered the academy for less than a day, had nearly 100 million credits lying in his identity card. What? The senior responsible for the checkout didn't lower his voice, causing the surrounding seniors who were eating to hear about Shenmo's credits. Is that a lot? Shenmo calculated that 4,430 credits were worth over 80 million, almost 90 million. It did seem quite a lot. Looks like the rewards from the Abyss Mother Tree incident have arrived. Upon hearing about Shenmo's credits, Gufeng and the others became excited. Especially Yang Zhuo, whose eternally unchanged face even showed a slight flush. After selecting their blood food, the total credits of the 5 were completely exposed to everyone's eyes. Shenmo, 4,430. Gufeng, 3,001. Yang Zhuo, 3,105. Ma Wanglin, 2,909. He Miao, 800. I won't be using these credits, I'll divide them into 4 portions for you later. He Miao glanced at the tempting blood food but ultimately gave up the idea of trying a taste. She was just a mental practitioner, and accidentally consuming blood food was a very dangerous thing. The ordinary cafeteria next door was more suitable for her. No,
You should keep these credits for yourself. What if one day you become a martial artist?
Ma Wanlin directly rejected He Miao's proposal, and Chen Mo and the others nodded in agreement. They were greedy and wanted more credits, but they wouldn't take from their own people. By the way, what are these credits actually used for? Finally, Chen Mo asked the most important question, and the senior responsible for the checkout turned his head with a face full of resentment. In the Great Xia Master Academy, credits are almost, whether it's resources for body tempering elixirs or alloys for forging weapons, they can all be exchanged with credits. The most terrifying thing is that 1,000,000 credits can hire 2 masters to take action, no matter the matter. Chapter 123, Standards are just references. 1,000,000 credits can indeed hire us, but the premise is that you can accumulate 1,000,000 credits. Xiao Lin appeared behind Chen Mo and the others at some point, looking at him with a playful smile. The Great Xia Master Academy has a fixed quota every month, but these quotas are only enough for your realm's consumption this month. If you don't want to be left behind, the best choice is to earn credits to exchange for better resources. For example, this blood food, if you eat blood food 3 times a day, you will consume at least 5 credits.
In a year, that's 1,800 points, and considering the usual resource consumption in weapon replacements, those 4,000 credits won't be enough.
Seeing Xiao Lin's somewhat playful expression, Chen Mo took a step back with some disdain. He felt that this old guy seemed to be targeting him.
Thank you for your concern, Master Qiu. I wonder how one earns credits in the academy. Gu Feng stepped forward and asked curiously.
It's simple, daily work, maintaining the environment, all of these can satisfy your daily blood food credits. Xiao Lin picked up a bowl of blood food vermicelli soup and turned to sit at the dining table. The Great Xia Master Academy has no staff, everything relies on you to be self-sufficient.
Including cooking, these can earn you a small amount of credits.
However, once you choose these ways to earn credits, it will hold you back in body tempering. Compared to daily work, entering the abyss to gather medicinal herbs or mining will earn you much more. I actually suggest you hunt abyss martial artists, they are quite valuable. But do you guys have the ability to hunt abyss martial artists? If you want to go, you can go directly to the information room, there are various tasks left for you. After saying that, Xiao Lin turned his head to drink soup and eat, no longer talking to Chen Mo and the others. After listening to Xiao Lin's explanation, Chen Mo and the others exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. After we enter the academy tomorrow, let's go to the information room to find a task we can do. The next day, Chen Mo and the others gathered in front of the entrance of the Boxing King Academy. The Great Xia Master Academy didn't have classes. If there was anything unclear, they could ask seniors or masters in the academy. Daily life was also quite flexible. Aside from not being able to leave the Great Xia Master Academy at will, there were almost no rules. But the Great Xia Master Academy also had holidays, with summer and winter breaks adding up to more than 2 months, enough for rest.
Are you all going to join my Boxing King Academy? Diame looked at Chen Mo and the others with some surprise. She remembered that none of them practiced boxing. How did they all end up in the Boxing King Academy?
Yes, we have already formed a team, and there's no need to choose or accept new members. Chen Mo nodded. He had thought Diame was from the Women's Academy, but he didn't expect she was actually a student in the Boxing King Academy.
Good things, good things.
Diame was quite happy to see Chen Mo and the others enter the Boxing King Academy, as she quite liked them. Teacher, we have newcomers at the Boxing King Academy. She turned and shouted into the academy, and a burly old man descended from the sky in front of everyone. I am Xuelu, the head of the Boxing King Academy.
You all have good taste.
Xuelu was actually overjoyed. He had felt disappointed yesterday because none of Chen Mo's group practiced boxing. He didn't expect the surprise to come so quickly, with 4 excellent talents falling into his hands. He guessed that Xiao Lin and those old monkeys must be furious, probably waiting in their own academy for these little ones to show up.
Although he was very happy inside, Xuelu, as a master, could still keep his emotions in check.
Hello, Director Xue. Chen Mo and the others were still very polite, especially since Xuelu was a sufficiently powerful master. I will personally show you around the Boxing King Academy, Xuelu said, nodding in satisfaction and gesturing for Chen Mo and the others to follow him.
Director Xue, do you have any research on the Diamond Iron Wire Fist? Following behind Xuelu, Chen Mo thought for a moment and then asked, Huang Depeo's Diamond Iron Wire Fist?
Xuelu frowned and turned to look at Chen Mo. That's right, Huang Depeo is dead.
He passed the Diamond Iron Wire Fist to you, huh? Indeed.
I have done extensive research on martial arts, and Huang Depeo's Diamond Iron Wire Fist is no exception. As the name suggests, the Diamond Iron Wire Fist is a comprehensive martial skill that integrates offense and defense. If there is one drawback, it is that it requires a very high physical quality from the user. An average martial artist, even if they learn it, cannot fully utilize it. With one punch, the enemy will be shattered, and your arm will be shattered too. As he spoke, Shuela suddenly appeared beside Chen Mo, grabbing his arm and beginning to gently knead it.
Shuela frowned, then pinched Chen Mo's armpit and back. No good, you can't practice it.
Don't be surprised, the Diamond Iron Wire Fist is a martial skill for masters. As a level 5 martial artist, the first thing you need to do to practice this skill is to enhance your physical strength. But, Chen Mo wanted to say something, but Shuela directly voiced his thoughts. That's right, your physical strength is comparable to a level 7 martial artist, but that is just an ordinary level 7 martial artist.
Shuela continued walking, explaining to Chen Mo as he went. For an average level 7 martial artist, reaching a blood energy of 200,000 is considered qualified. And you? Your current blood energy is at least around 180,000. Have you ever thought about how much your blood energy will reach at level 7? You can't keep your thoughts stuck at the level 1 or 2 stage of accumulating blood energy. The standard blood energy for each level of martial artist is just a reference. The specific amount depends on one's own talent.
Chen Mo remained silent, looking up at Diame's basic attributes. Health, 5,350,000, attack, 370,000, defense, 530,000, blood energy, 5,500,000. If judged by standard blood energy, Diame had already reached the standard for level 10, but she was still just a level 9 martial artist, so it seemed that the standard was merely a reference. If we refer to the standard, you should be a level 7 martial artist now. But you are not, you have not yet completed the tempering of steel bones and steel marrow. Your physical strength is just not inferior to that of a level 7 martial artist. Seeing that Chen Mo was really taking it in, Shuela decided to say a few more words. Once you complete the tempering of steel bones and steel marrow, and master the steel marrow permeation, your strength should not be inferior to that of an ordinary level 9 martial artist. Don't think about learning Huang de Peo's master martial skills yet. First, complete the tempering of your body. Once you finish tempering your steel bones and steel marrow, your body should be able to withstand the load of the Diamond Iron Wire Fist.
Chapter 124, The Food Institute and the Medicine Institute. Director Shui, does our Great Xiao Master Institute have a gravity tempering room?
Speaking of tempering the body, one cannot help but mention the gravity tempering room at the Southern Training Camp. That thing is incredibly useful. Under 6 times the gravity, Chen Mo's body tempering speed increased 6-fold. But the prerequisite is having enough body tempering pills of the current martial arts level and sufficient life force, otherwise, the effects of the gravity tempering room aren't that great.
Gravity tempering room? Shuela frowned. Could it be that useless thing that was eliminated by the Great Xiao Master Institute?
There used to be one, but it was eliminated because the damage to the body was too great. It was more trouble than it was worth.
What, do you actually like using that thing?
After saying this, Shuela recalled the introduction on Chen Mo's profile.
Extremely powerful self-healing ability, extremely strong vitality.
These 2 points perfectly compensate for the shortcomings of the gravity tempering room. Indeed, you really are quite suitable for the gravity tempering room. It's a pity the thing has already been discarded. After all, those in the Master Institute who need body tempering can't withstand it, and those who can withstand it don't need body tempering. That thing was too useless, so it was melted down to cast a large iron pot for stewing.
Chen Mo's face darkened. That high-tech device was actually melted down to make an iron pot for cooking? There's no need to look at me like that. Shuela chuckled, feeling a desire to tease Chen Mo.
This kid has good talent and a decent character. Shuela quite likes him.
Isn't it just heavy pressure? I can help you with that. Really? Chen Mo's eyes lit up, eager to try.
But beside him, Diame suddenly appeared 100 meters away, watching Shuela with a wary expression.
Of course, want to give it a try? Let's try.
Buzz! A heavy and violent surge of vital energy erupted instantly, all concentrated on Chen Mo. With a crunch, Chen Mo was pinned to the ground like a nail, leaving only his head above the surface. I think it's better to forget it. I didn't even use much strength. Just as Shuela was about to withdraw his vital energy, he noticed that Chen Mo, who had been pinned to the ground, had already crawled out. Goodness, this must be 5 times the gravity. Chen Mo's face was excited. According to Shuela, he had reached 5 times the gravity without even using strength, which was much stronger than the gravity tempering room's upper limit of 12 times. Shuela was quite useful after all. But just as Chen Mo was about to start tempering his body, Shuela suddenly withdrew his vital energy. Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, looking up in confusion.
Do you rely entirely on instinct when you do things? Shuela was somewhat speechless. Who starts tempering their body without taking body tempering pills?
Right, I need to take the body tempering pills. Chen Mo slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about that. The effects of body tempering pills are quite simple. First, they protect the body from excessive damage during the tempering process. Second, they increase the efficiency of tempering, and third, they help the martial artist focus. However, when Chen Mo took out his body tempering pills, his excited expression vanished. The pills in his pocket were all level 4, he had left the southern training camp before he could exchange for level 5 body tempering pills. Alright, get up quickly. If you want to exchange for level 5 body tempering pills, go to the exchange place yourself. Shuela waved his hand, feeling that Chen Mo was treating him like a tool. Director Shui, can I come to you for help when I temper my bones later? Chen Mo, not in a hurry, stood up and asked expectantly. Did you forget? It costs 1,000,000 credits to ask a master for help. Shuela raised an eyebrow. Did this kid really think of him as a tool? Of course, I'm not the kind of person who lacks understanding. How about this, if you want me to use my vital energy to help you refine your body, that's not impossible. 1 credit per minute, I'll give you a friendly price. 1 credit per minute, Chen Mo calculated. He had a total of 4,430 credits, which was about 74 hours. After deducting the credits needed to exchange for a level 5 body refining pill, he could only make use of Shuela for a little over 60 hours. Not enough. It seemed he still needed to take on tasks to earn credits. He would make good use of Shuela, this master. Alright, I can see you're not thinking of anything good. Shuela shot Chen Mo a glare and turned back to continue introducing the facilities of the Boxing King Institute. After a few minutes, Shueli's patience reached its limit, and after leaving Chen Mo and the others with Dayame, he left. Senior Dai, I heard that our Daxia Master Institute has a total of 13 institutes. Ma Wanlin walked up to Dayame, curious. Besides our Boxing King Institute and the Women's Institute, the other institutes. Let's put it this way, the ones with more social interactions are the Forging Institute, the Dining Institute, and the Pharmacy Institute. Dayame naturally knew what Ma Wanlin wanted to ask and answered before she could finish. The Forging Institute is responsible for all the weapons and armor of the Master Institute, the Dining Institute is the cafeteria, and the Pharmacy Institute is responsible for the production of various pills. Exchanging items directly with credits isn't cheap, but it's much cheaper than outside. The best option is to collect materials yourself and spend credits to have students from these 3 institutes help you make what you want. For example, that little sister. Dayame pointed at Himiao, who was so scared she hid behind Yang Zhua. She's not suited for the Boxing King Institute, she's more suited for the Pharmacy Institute and the Dining Institute. Me, really? Himiao peeked out. She actually felt she was more suited for the Dining Institute and the Pharmacy Institute. They had agreed before that she would learn how to cook, and if she could also learn to make medicine, wouldn't that make her the legendary all-purpose super assistant? I think that's a good idea. Chen Mo nodded. If Himiao really learned to cook and make medicine, they could save a lot of credits that would otherwise be spent on hiring people. Then, I'll give it a try and work hard. Himiao nodded. She always wanted to contribute something beyond combat command, and cooking and making medicine were good choices. It's about time. I'll take you to the strength training area. Dayame merely suggested it. How to proceed would depend on how Chen Mo and his team decided. You should know that strength is very important for a martial artist. In addition to refining the body to increase strength, heavy weight training is also a very good option. Chapter 125, those not of our kind will have different hearts under Dayame's guidance. Chen Mo and the others arrived at the strength training area she mentioned. Unlike the ancient-style buildings outside, the entire strength training area was made entirely of metal, with support columns seemingly embedded deep into the Kunlun Mountains. The entire strength training area is made of level chaotic sea steel abyss steel alloy, capable of withstanding over 1,000,000 tons of pressure per square meter. While introducing, Dayame picked up a pair of dumbbells from the nearby rack that looked small. The dumbbells here are also made of supergravity metal, which comes from the abyss. Apart from its high density and heavy weight, it has no other advantages. It's quite difficult to shape it, and in any comparison, it doesn't have the cost-effectiveness of level alloys. So it's used as fitness equipment specifically for high-level martial artists. Don't be fooled by how small these dumbbells look. Their actual weight has already reached 20 tons. During training, act according to your abilities. Don't blindly use weights that are too heavy and risk injury. If you get injured due to your own reasons, treatment is not free. Watching Dayame casually lift a 20-ton dumbbell with one hand, the other 4, aside from Chen Mo, all shrank their necks. This senior sister Dai looked like she had no muscle, but her strength was terrifying. Our Daxia Master Academy focuses on free-range training. The courses designed to teach ordinary martial artists are just a burden for you and me. What we need to do is grow stronger in battle. We only seek the guidance of masters when we hit a bottleneck.
But we haven't even taken the basic courses.
Chen Mo scratched his face. They had jumped directly from martial arts high school to Dasha Master Academy. If viewed from the perspective of a regular university, it was like going straight from high school to graduate school. Those basic courses don't matter. With your strength, you no longer need such things.
Diame waved her hand and put the 20-ton super heavy metal dumbbell back down.
The Boxing King Academy basically has these things. As for the body tempering hall, you can check it out yourselves later. And the boxing hall, aside from Chun Mo, you probably won't need it, so there's no need to waste time. Diame glanced at the time. It was almost 10 in the morning. Let's go. I'll take you to the information room to have a look.
New materials and tasks will be updated at 10:30.
Upon hearing this, Chen Mo and the others nodded. They were all curious about the differences between the Abyss Rift on Kunlun Mountain and other Abyss Rifts. In the information room, a few students from Dasha Master Academy were already searching for their targets. Although they were called students, each person's age was no less than 30, and the aura they exuded was quite powerful. The concentration of the top geniuses of Dasha here showed the depth of Dasha Master Academy's foundation. When you select tasks and materials, you must pay attention. The Abyss Rift on Kunlun Mountain is completely different from other Abyss Rifts. Normal Abyss Rifts generally lead to shallow abysses, close to the entrance. But the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift is different. It leads directly to the deep abyss, where Abyss warriors reside. Scholars have studied that city and the civilization of Abyss warriors and concluded that their level of civilization is similar to ours. So when entering the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift, be extremely careful. Those Abyss warriors are quite dangerous. Diame paused and picked out a few representative materials from the pile to place in front of Chun Mo and the others.
The materials and tasks here can be roughly divided into 4 types: collection, mining, exploration, and extermination.
Before entering the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift, I need to make things clear with you.
The originally smiling Diame's expression became serious. She set down the materials and led them to a not-too-thick notebook.
This book contains all the geniuses who died in the Abyss Rift due to carelessness or hesitation.
When facing Abyss warriors, never hesitate. Hesitation leads to death.
You must remember, the source of the Kunlun Mountain disaster 70 years ago was these Abyss warriors. They were ruthless, causing several cities around Kunlun Mountain to become dead cities. Since then, the perspective on Abyss Rifts has begun to change.
Chen Mo and the others remained silent, quietly listening to Diame's account.
Some truths will never be made public. This is the best protection for ordinary people. Originally, they thought that with high-tech weapons, they could deal with those Abyss warriors that came out of the rifts. Conventional firearms are somewhat useful against martial artists below level 13, but when facing a 13th level master, their effectiveness is negligible. The firearms I'm referring to are not regular weapons, but nuclear bombs.
The expressions of Chen Mo and the others changed. Could a master withstand a nuclear bomb? That would be terrifying.
After that painful lesson, the higher-ups made this decision. At all costs, control the battlefield within the abyssal rift to ensure stability in the outside world.
Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Diame suddenly brought this up with him.
I'm telling you this not for any other reason, but to make sure you never show mercy when facing abyssal warriors. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. This is an eternal truth. Do not treat them as humans. They are a group of bloodthirsty beasts. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Mo and his friends who would learn about these matters. Every new student entering the academy would be made aware of this painful lesson.
This was to ensure that the new students would not develop any feelings of pity for the abyssal warriors.
Well, I won't bother with you anymore. I still have the herb gathering task from a few days ago that isn't finished. After advising Chen Mo and the others a few times, Diame began selecting tasks and materials suitable for herself.
So, what should we do? Since it's our first time entering the deep abyss, let's focus on exploration tasks.
Gu Feng picked up the 4 pieces of information that Diame had just brought over, all of which were low difficulty, low reward tasks. I've heard that the deep abyss is very dangerous. We need to be fully prepared before going down.
Then let's first head to the exchange center to trade for some pills we might need. Chen Mo nodded. He also felt that they should start with exploration tasks to familiarize themselves with the environment of the deep abyss.
Then let's go with this one, exploring the distribution of known mineral veins. The credit reward isn't too shabby either.
Chapter 126 Reward, Storage Space. Chapter 126 Reward, Storage Space. 35 credits, isn't that a bit too little for us to share?
Gu Feng rubbed his chin. That would mean each person only gets 7 credits, barely enough for a meal.
Did you forget that tasks are tasks and rewards are rewards?
Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, pointing at the long mineral vein on the map. This area is filled with low-level energy stones and mid to high-level energy stones, not to mention energy stones that can be directly absorbed. We need to take the credit rewards, but no one said we can't pocket some energy stones for ourselves. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned before their eyes lit up.
That makes sense. Random task triggered.
Please complete the exploration task while mining a certain amount of ore.
Specific rewards will depend on the quantity of ore mined. Mining less than 1 kilogram of low-level and mid-level energy stones rewards 1 cubic centimeter of storage space. Mining between 1 and 10 kilograms rewards 1 cubic decimeter of storage space. Mining between 10 and 100 kilograms rewards 1 cubic meter of storage space, and so on. High-level energy stones and ultra-pure energy stones will be calculated separately.
While Gu Feng and the others were still discussing what they needed to prepare, they saw Chen Mo twitching as if he had been electrocuted.
What's wrong with you? Is your last injury not healed properly? Ma Wanlin stepped forward and patted Chen Mo's shoulder, looking puzzled. No, I've never felt this good. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Storage space, this was the legendary storage space. Any credit rewards were no longer important. What mattered most now was mining ore. Let's go, we need to buy the pills we'll use in the abyss. Chen Mo was already impatient. Having storage space would make everything so much more convenient. What's wrong with him? Why is he so excited? Gu Feng was somewhat puzzled. How could a small task worth only 35 credits make Chen Mo so happy? Although he didn't quite understand, the few of them still followed Chen Mo towards the exchange point.
The entire Kunlun Mountain Master Academy was located above the abyss crack of Kunlun Mountain, where the 13 masters served as both mentors and guardians of the abyss. Today, it happened to be Chiu Lin's turn to be on duty. He was momentarily taken aback when he saw Chen Mo carrying an oversized mountaineering backpack. What's going on? Are you guys planning to camp in the deep abyss? Do you know how dangerous the deep abyss is? You need to travel light to ensure your survival. Master Chiu, you misunderstood. There's nothing in our bag. Chen Mo opened his large backpack, revealing it to be completely empty. Then why are you carrying such a big bag? Chiu Lin frowned, not quite understanding the intentions of these kids. Of course, it's to carry energy stones. Gu Feng said confidently with a smile. Our goal this time is not just credits and exploration. We definitely want to bring back some high-value energy stones. Not too many, just about 100 or 80 pounds should be enough. Chiu Lin fell silent for a moment before bursting into unprecedented laughter. Ha 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 ha. He laughed so hard he nearly fell to the ground, unable to comprehend how these kids had the guts to mine. You guys are really something. In all my years, this is the first time I've heard energy stones described in terms of 100 or 80 pounds. Do you know how much a 50-gram low-level energy stone is worth? The task you have is just an exploration mission, to determine whether the mineral vein up there is real or fake. Isn't it better to be prepared? Chen Mo shrugged. Since the system issued the task, it meant that this mineral vein indeed existed, and there must be energy stones. There might even be ultra-pure energy stones, otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared in the task. Alright, go ahead. Anyway, the danger level of this task is only 1. So just consider it a way to familiarize yourselves with the environment of the deep abyss. Chiu Lin waved his hand, revealing the dark crack behind him. But still be careful. Abyss warriors are very dangerous, and the abyss beasts in the deep abyss are much more perilous than those in the shallow layers. Lord level and beast king level creatures are rare in the shallow abyss, but in the deep abyss, they are as common as dirt. If you encounter danger, run away at the first opportunity. The location of your task isn't far from the base, and there's an old guy at the 13th level stationed there, enough to ensure your safety. Despite having just laughed at them, Chiu Lin was now sincerely imparting his experience. Gu Feng's earlier words had been too amusing. These kids had no idea about the difficulties of mining energy stones. The vast majority of energy stone veins were occupied by abyss warriors, and the remaining veins would be controlled by beast king level abyss beasts. Finding an unclaimed energy stone vein in the deep abyss was simply a pipe dream. The task that Chen Mo and the others had taken on was merely an uncertain speculation, with the possibility of a mineral vein existing there being almost zero. Thank you, Master Chiu, for your guidance. Chen Mo wouldn't refuse Chiu Lin's goodwill. After saying that, he led Gu Feng and the others into the pitch-black abyss crack. Unlike other cracks connected to the shallow abyss, the Kunlun Mountain abyss crack was terrifyingly dark, as if it could swallow all sources of light. As they passed through the water-like abyss crack, a pungent smell instantly invaded Chen Mo's nose. What is that smell? Chen Mo frowned, feeling a warmth in his nostrils. He was actually bleeding from his nose. Moreover, his life points were decreasing at a rate of 200 points per second. But fortunately, his life recovery speed was extremely fast. He was recovering more than that every second.
Chen Mo, didn't you bring a gas mask?
He Miao quickly opened her backpack and took out a full-face gas mask, shoving it into Chen Mo's hands.
Thank you, I didn't wear a gas mask in the shallow abyss before. Chen Mo nodded and secured the mask over his face.
It wasn't that he was worried about the minor damage, it was just that the pungent smell was a bit hard for him to adapt to. This is the deep abyss, Gu Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his awe at the hellish scene before them. The gray sky offered almost no light, and the ground was equally dreary. A howling wind mixed with gravel roared continuously, while streaks of purplish-red lightning darted through the clouds. As far as the eye could see, everything around them was in shades of gray, even less comfortable than the shallow abyss. Deathly silence was the only adjective Chen Mo could think of to describe the scene before him.
Let's go. Judging from the entrance as the center point, the location we need to find is 17 kilometers to the southwest.
He Miao had already deployed her jet drone, beginning to scan for dangers in the surroundings.
Chapter 127, Undetectable Attributes. Speaking of which, with such a harsh environment in the deep abyss, is there really life existing here? Chen Mo frowned, even he found it hard to endure the conditions of the deep abyss, let alone those weaker than him. Actually, these are things that are covered in the cultural classes at the Martial Arts Academy. Since we skipped grades, we naturally haven't learned about them. He Miao had not been idle during this time. She spent 3 days completing the 4 years of cultural classes at the Martial Arts Academy. Her knowledge base was now quite rich, perhaps even stronger than some of the Academy's teachers. While ensuring real-time monitoring of the surrounding environmental safety levels, He Miao roughly explained Chen Mo's questions. Knowledge about Abyss warriors will be taught starting in the 3rd year. By then, the average level of warriors is around level 3, and they have the obligation to understand. Abyss warriors are very different from us, somewhat similar to the celestial race. They are born as level 2 warriors and possess abilities similar to celestial powers. Through years of understanding and observation, it is generally found that Abyss warriors can easily become level 5 warriors by adulthood. Compared to the somewhat weak bodies of the human race, Abyss warriors are born strong, but their cultivation speed after adulthood doesn't differ much. Some scholars speculate that one of the reasons for this is the harsh environment of the deep abyss. Newborn infants cannot survive in the deep abyss without sufficient vital energy. However, after reaching level 5, the environment of the deep abyss is no longer so deadly, so the speed of becoming stronger slows down. He Miao's explanation was simple and easy to understand, and Chen Mo and the others nodded in agreement after listening. Then why don't they move to the shallow abyss? Chen Mo was still puzzled. Since the environment of the deep abyss was so harsh, why not relocate?
Although the environment of the shallow abyss was still not great, at least they could grow vegetables there. The shallow abyss has no energy stone mines. In the middle abyss, there are only a few scattered low-quality energy stones, which cannot support the energy consumption of a city of abyss warriors at all.
With just one sentence, Chen Mo and the others suddenly understood. Although the technological level of abyss warriors was somewhat backward, it wasn't too severe.
They had their own technology tree based on energy stones, and energy stone mines likely only existed in the deep abyss, which forced them to choose to survive in such a harsh environment.
What is that?
Just as they were making their way toward the target area indicated on the map, Gu Feng suddenly squinted into the distance. A massive columnar object that reached into the sky appeared in their line of sight, but just seconds ago, there had been nothing there.
Run!
He Miao was directly furious, calling out to Chen Mo and the others as they sprinted in the opposite direction.
What are we running for? What the hell is that? Chen Mo and the others were confused, not understanding why He Miao was reacting so strongly. That's an adult abyss mother tree, the kind that can move. It even moves underground. Damn! Chen Mo and the others were also alarmed, so the abyss mother tree they encountered in the South Island abyss wasn't fully grown? The difference was too great. The moment they entered the 5th minute of the deep abyss, they started running wildly, quickly distancing themselves from the seemingly endless abyss mother tree. But there was something called curiosity, and Chen Mo's curiosity was particularly strong. While running, he turned back to try and catch a glimpse of the adult abyss mother tree's basic stats. It was a bad idea. After looking, Chen Mo realized what it meant when they said curiosity killed the cat. Stats cannot be detected, level difference too great. What the hell does level difference too great mean?
Chen Mo's head buzzed. He could even see the stats of a 13th level master.
Level difference exceeds 10 levels, cannot glimpse basic stats. Holy crap!
This meant that the adult abyss mother tree was at least level 15 or higher. I need to run faster. Chen Mo's speed increased even more, surpassing the speed on his attribute panel. Although Gu Feng and the others didn't know why Chen Mo suddenly accelerated, they still did their best to keep up with him.
The slowest, He Miao, was currently being carried on Yang's back, while 4 drones stood guard against any surrounding dangers.
But the deep abyss was desolate enough. The only danger around was that adult abyss mother tree.
After running nearly 100 kilometers, Chen-mo and the others quickly hid in a crevice on a cliff. Wait a minute, that thing didn't even chase us, why are we running? It was only then that Chen-mo realized the abyss mother tree hadn't pursued them. Why were they running? The perception range of the adult abyss mother tree is about 100 kilometers. Our previous position was already within its perception range. Himiao was quite frightened. As a girl raised in a laboratory, she had never seen such thrilling scenes. Once detected by the abyss mother tree, the underground roots will quickly extend to capture us. Then it's fine. Chen-mo nodded. If that was the case, they indeed needed to run quickly. Now I understand why no abyss warriors went to mine that vein.
Gufeng looked at the map in his hand, a look of realization flashing in his eyes.
I get it too. Chen-mo nodded. With such a big guy around, who would dare touch the mine beneath it? So what now? Are we just going to slink back? Ma Wanglin frowned slightly. Wasn't it a bit embarrassing to go back like this? Don't rush, let me think.
Chen-mo sat on the ground, looking at the still clearly visible abyss mother tree in the distance, pondering how to extract some ore. Although the random task wasn't time limited, the opportunity to complete the task was right in front of them, and it would be a shame to just give up. Don't think about it. Mining under the abyss mother tree is pure suicide.
Gufeng knew Chen-mo well.
As soon as he saw Chen-mo start to think, he knew this guy was about to do something reckless.
Shut up, let me think for a moment. Chen-mo opened the system panel. He remembered he still had one skill draw left and about 10,000 gold coins remaining. How about I take a gamble and see if I can draw a useful skill?
Once someone has the thought of taking a gamble, they usually can't escape that mindset. Chen-mo was no exception. He took a deep breath and opened the lottery. Unlike the skill extraction that is specialized, this pool, which costs 1,800 gold coins for a single draw, mixes skills, equipment, and bonds all together.
Just use it, after all, keeping it won't do any good.
Chen-mo gritted his teeth and used the skill extraction chances he had saved for quite some time. The entire extraction interface transformed into a large roulette wheel, which began to spin rapidly the moment Chen-mo clicked to draw. 3 seconds later, the wheel gradually came to a stop, landing on a skill icon that Chen-mo wasn't too familiar with.
What is this?
Chen-mo clicked on the skill he had just drawn and discovered it was a passive skill.
Chapter 128, I will be back. Chapter 128, I will be back.
Passive skill, Demon Shadow. After not attacking or using skills for 4 seconds, the passive owner will be enveloped in a demon shadow.
When health drops below 20, the demon shadow restores 1 health point per second.
When the passive owner's martial arts level reaches level 6, it will also provide invisibility and breath concealment effects.
Taking damage will remove the demon shadow for 5 seconds.
Note, invisibility means the enemy cannot see the owner unless they enter within 5 meters of the passive owner.
Breath concealment reduces breath to an undetectable level.
The passive owner can choose to activate or deactivate the passive effect at will.
Chen-mo didn't know whether to feel happy or sad.
This passive was just like Widow's passive, the one that could turn invisible and heal. Unfortunately, Chen-mo was only a level 5 martial artist now, and he would have to wait until level 6 to gain the invisibility effect.
Should I gamble again?
Chen-mo rubbed his chin. It really felt a bit embarrassing to just go back like this. From entering to exiting, it hadn't even been an hour, and Xiao Lin's old face would probably be laughing off. Let's retreat. We should report the appearance of an adult abyss mother tree near the entrance. Compared to Chen-mo, Gufeng, and the other 3 martial artists, Himiao's mind was relatively calm. She knew that the appearance of an adult abyss mother tree was far more important than the energy stone vein. The direction we went generally doesn't have other senior brothers or sisters. It's very likely to have been overlooked. Alright then, Chen-mo sighed. It seemed he would have to wait until level 6 to visit that mine. Wait a minute, it seemed he didn't necessarily have to go to that mine.
With invisibility and breath concealment, it seemed like he could, maybe, go anywhere?
The cities of abyss martial artists were generally located above giant mineral veins, making it convenient for mining and maximizing energy utilization.
It seemed feasible?
Gufeng and the others were unaware that Chen-mo was considering a big infiltration into the city of abyss martial artists. At the entrance, Xiao Lin was comprehending the application of the power of heaven and earth at the master level. Suddenly, several dusty figures rushed out from the entrance, and Xiao Lin abruptly opened his eyes, entering a combat state.
Why are you back?
Xiao Lin frowned. He had almost struck down these kids just now.
Why didn't you send a signal when you came out? Do you know how dangerous that is? Don't talk about us. Something big came out from the deep abyss.
Chen-mo waved his hand, took the drone that had fallen on his head, and handed it to Xiao Lin. At this moment, the drone's energy was almost depleted, unable to take off, and could only play back what Chen-mo had seen. Lin, now somewhat angry, took the drone and glanced at it, then he stopped being angry. His expression turned serious. You guys really have bad luck, you actually encountered this thing. Returning the drone to Chen Mo, Lin's face grew grave as he rang the copper bell beside him. After a crisp sound, 5 master-level powerhouses appeared above Chen Mo and the others. Old Xiao, why did the bell suddenly ring? The person at the forefront was Shui Lu. He glanced at the dusty and disheveled Chen Mo and the others, frowning slightly. Could it be that these little ones got into trouble? That shouldn't be the case, they seemed quite well behaved. You guys should head back first, we'll handle the rest. Lin didn't intend to let Chen Mo and the others stay here for long. The adult abyssal mother tree was beyond their control. Brother Shui, take these kids back first, there's been a minor issue in the abyss. Lin shook his head and pointed at Chen Mo and the others. Got it, Shuela said without further ado, grabbing Chen Mo and the others with a powerful hand and flying them toward the Master Academy. An adult abyssal mother tree has appeared near the entrance of the deep abyss, and its current movements are unknown. The situation is somewhat dangerous. We should report this to the higher-ups and avoid disturbing the adult abyssal mother tree until a major problem arises. Although Lin was a bit petty, he was quite decisive in handling certain matters. He wasn't targeting Chen Mo. If he wanted to, he could have kicked him out of the Great Xia Master Academy directly. To put it simply, it was just an old man who didn't want to lose face trying to find some compensation from the younger generation. These little ones are really lucky, a female master chuckled, saying it with a hint of amusement. They entered the deep abyss for the first time and encountered such a big scene without getting hurt, even bringing back this news, truly fortunate. After placing Chen Mo and the others in the Boxing King Academy, Shuela planned to deal with the issue of the abyssal mother tree at the entrance. Director Shui, is the price we discussed earlier still valid? Chen Mo suddenly appeared in front of Shuela, grinning. What price? Shuela was taken aback for a moment, then remembered he had promised Chen Mo to help him refine his body using pressure. Do you want to start now? Of course, who would delay in becoming stronger? As he spoke, Chen Mo took out his identity card and waved it. Shuela actually had other matters to attend to, but once he had said something, he had to follow through. Alright, then I will keep my word. Only Chen Mo could think of having a master apply pressure to refine his body. Upon hearing Shueli's agreement, Chen Mo decisively took out a 5th-level body refining pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Shuela didn't waste words, a tremendous master's pressure erupted instantly, causing the ground around them to begin to slightly sink. Gu Feng and the others exchanged glances, also taking out body refining pills and sitting around Chen Mo to start refining their bodies. It must be said that the master's pressure was far superior to the gravity refining chamber for body refinement. The pressure provided by the master was not just gravitational suppression, it also carried the unique aura and breath of a master. This was something the gravity refining chamber could not offer. Refining the body under the master's pressure for an extended period would make it easier to resist the pressure of powerful opponents in the future. Chapter 129, Life and Death Refinement Method. Chapter 129, Life and Death Refinement Method. Shuela really wanted to complain about the current situation, but due to his status as a master, he couldn't say much. Just look at these kids, they shared a single credit among 4 of them, really taking advantage of him. It was only the first day of school, and these kids dared to take advantage of him like this. He couldn't imagine how wild they would become later on. Aren't you going to give it a try? Shuela shifted his gaze, finally landing on Himiao, who was squatting on the ground, still in shock. I think I'll pass. Himiao shook her head. With her small frame, she would just turn into a puddle of blood. She had previously touched Chen Mo and the other's skin. Once the blood energy started flowing rapidly, Chen Mo's skin would become as hard and resilient as steel. The entire person felt as if they were clad in a full-body metallic armor, a suit of armor made of skin that protected their fragile organs. Moreover, she couldn't comprehend how these few people could easily enter a state of refinement after such a significant event had just occurred. Was this the unique resilience of a martial artist? Himiao had no intention of being idle. She planned to take a look at the Food Institute and the Medicine Institute. Perhaps there was something she could learn. Especially at the Food Institute, after completing a mission, she couldn't just keep making compressed biscuit paste for everyone to eat, could she? Master Shui, I'm leaving first. Himiao politely greeted and turned to walk towards the Food Institute. Mentalist, a mentalist who can provide battlefield guidance. Shuelu initially opposed the presence of mentalists in the Daxia Master Institute, of course, referring to mentalists who accompanied martial artists to the battlefield. There were still a dozen therapeutic mentalists in the Daxia Master Institute. However, due to the face of that old man Chu Tianhua, he had to let this little girl in first. From the results of the recent mission, if it weren't for that little girl's quick reaction, these few boys might have walked right into the perception range of the adult body's abyss mother tree. It really is useful, It seems I've been a bit stubborn. Shuela shook his head and waved his hand towards the distance, and a small stool flew over. I wonder how long these boys can hold on. Their bodies are indeed quite sturdy. If he hadn't seen the information on Chun Mo and the others, Shuela might have really thought they were those monsters from the celestial race. Ah, there really is a celestial race. The difficulty of refining steel bones was completely different from what Chun Mo had anticipated. Compared to steel skin and steel blood, the difficulty of refining steel bones was at least 3 times greater. However, during the refining process, both Chin Mo's vitality and life force had significantly increased, something that steel skin and steel blood couldn't achieve. Moreover, the originally pure white bone of his right arm gradually began to shine with a metallic luster, indicating that the progress of this bone had reached 50. But with over 200 bones in the human body, at this rate, how long would it take to refine them all? No wonder Gu Feng and Yang Zhua had taken so long on refining steel bones. The difficulty of refining steel bones was indeed not comparable to that of steel skin and steel blood. The future refining of steel marrow and internal organs would only be more difficult than that of steel bones, but fortunately, Chen Mo could use gold coins to purchase refining progress. This refining progress, aside from being a bit expensive, could be considered quite perfect, but just that expense was enough to make Chen Mo hesitate. The progress required 7,500 gold coins. How much gold could he earn in a day? It's still more cost-effective to rely on my own efforts. Chen Mo pouted and continued to concentrate on refining his right arm bone. Aside from Chen Mo, Gu Feng, and the others finished their refining after 3 hours, their physical strength was lacking, and their recovery ability was not as good as Chen Mo's. This led to their refining under heavy pressure being quite painful, but the progress in refining their bodies was quite encouraging. I'll allow you to take advantage of this once. Next time, I will charge you. Shuela glanced at the 3 and reminded them that recovering credits was also one of their responsibilities as masters of the Dasha Master Institute. Thank you, Dean Shui. Gu Feng and the others knew they had benefited this time and all stood up to bow in gratitude. Hey, you guys, don't rush off just yet. Shuela sat on the small stool, glanced at Chen Mo, who was still refining his body, and then turned to the 3 who wanted to rest and recover. What's the matter, Dean Shui? Gu Feng walked over, unsure of why Shuela had called them. Could it be that he was going to charge them? Chen Mo has already persisted under the pressure for 5 hours. I'm a bit uncertain about his physical condition. Although Shuela was a master, it didn't mean he was an omnipotent god. Without coming into contact with Chen Mo's body, he couldn't see through the injuries within him. It should be fine. You should know about the incident in the South Island Abyss. Gu Feng informed Shuela about how Chen Mo had grown a brand new set of internal organs in just 1 day. In fact, Gu Feng was being quite conservative. Chen Mo had taken about half an hour to grow new organs. These things aren't written in the data. Shuela raised an eyebrow, realizing that Chen Mo's file was classified at a level higher than his own access, and he could only see information that matched his clearance. Don't worry, Director Shui, Chen Mo's life is the toughest part of him. If he can't take it, he'll come out on his own. Gu Feng and Yang Zhua had witnessed how Chen Mo tempered his steel skin, and it was quite a shocking scene. Back when Chen Mo was tempering his steel skin at the southern training camp, that was truly terrifying. He was like a fountain, spraying blood everywhere. Now it's much milder. At least we haven't seen a human fountain. Gu Feng had just finished speaking when a loud bang erupted from Chen Mo, who was tempering his steel bones under pressure nearby. After the bang, the flesh on Chen Mo's right arm exploded, revealing the metallic gleam of the bone beneath. Shuela turned to glance at Gu Feng, realizing that this kid wasn't exaggerating. The process of Chen Mo tempering his body was indeed a bit shocking. Finally finished tempering the right arm. Chen Mo felt nothing significant. After 6 hours, his life value had only dropped by 70. He should be able to last for 8 hours without much issue. Shaking his right arm, which was now just bone, Chen Mo noticed that Shuela was looking at him with a complex expression. Director Shui, what's wrong? Chen Mo stepped out of Shueli's pressure range, puzzled as he met his gaze. It's nothing, you finished tempering an arm in 6 hours. You. He recalled that it had taken him, Shuelo, a full 300 days to temper his steel bones, while this kid had done it in just 6 hours for one arm. At this rate, wouldn't he be able to temper his entire skeleton in just over a month? This kid was a bit too abnormal, wasn't he? Chapter 130, Attempting to Temper Muscles. Chapter 130, Attempting to temper muscles. Out of concern for Chen Mo's physical condition, Shuela stepped forward and grabbed Chen Mo's arm to begin examining his body. His entire skeleton was filled with cracks, his internal organs were shattered, and at least half of his blood vessels had burst. Such injuries would be fatal for an ordinary martial artist, yet this little guy seemed to be bouncing around as if nothing had happened. His life is really damn tough. Even Shuela couldn't help but marvel at Chen Mo's incredible vitality. Especially his recovery ability. He could clearly feel the shattered internal organs slowly repairing themselves. The method he used to temper his bones was extremely fast, but the side effects were frighteningly severe.
Only a little monster like Chen Mo, with such strong vitality and recovery ability, could withstand it. Anyone else would have died instantly. Alright, that's enough for today. If you want to continue using me, trade credits for time.
Shuelo waved his hand, deducting 360 credits from Chen Mo's identity card before turning to leave. The continuous release of pressure for 6 hours had exhausted him, and he also needed to check the entrance of the Kunlun mountain abyss.
The adult body abyss mother tree could be troublesome once approached. Where's He Miao? After Shuelo walked away, Chen Mo turned to look for He Miao. Director Shui said she went to the Culinary Institute to learn how to cook.
Yang Zhua, who had been quiet, surprisingly answered this question before Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin. Chen Mo and the others were a bit taken aback. They thought Yang Zhua had lost his ability to speak again after the last incident in the South Island abyss. He hadn't said a word for so many days, just focused on tempering his steel marrow.
What's wrong? Are you going to find He Miao? Ma Wanglin asked.
You guys can go look for her. I need to visit Brother Zhulong. Chen Mo shook his head, quite interested in Zhulong's theories. He possessed a strong vitality and blood energy far exceeding that of his peers, and he could also attempt to refine his muscles. Alright, but take it easy, Brother Zhulong's methods can be a bit. Ma Wanlin nodded, aware that the path of martial arts Zhulong was on was uncertain, and Chen Mo's reckless pursuit of learning could lead to physical issues. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The system had already warned Chen Mo that the current methods humans were using to refine their bodies had flaws. Perhaps the perfect method involved refining the muscles. It was worth a try, after all, there was no real loss. Gu Feng actually wanted to accompany Chen Mo to find Brother Zhulong, but in the end, he followed Ma Wanglin and the others to the dining hall. Chen Mo planned to try it out himself first, and once he confirmed there were no issues, he would let Gu Feng and the others refine their muscles. His vitality was strong enough that he wouldn't face major problems. At most, he might just get injured and lie down for a few hours. Gu Feng and the others were different. Their stats were nearly doubled compared to other martial artists of the same level, yet they still couldn't match Chen Mo. It was better to be cautious. The head of the Strength Institute, a master, was Zhou Lin, and Zhu Long was one of his disciples. However, Zhu Long did not study the long spear techniques but chose to focus on boxing. That was his peculiar aspect. Instead of learning boxing at the Boxing King Institute, he opted for the Strength Institute, which might also relate to Zhu Long's approach to martial arts. As for finding Zhu Long, Chen Mo got his information from a man in his 30s.
You're looking for Xiaolong? He's in the strength training room right now.
The level 10 martial artist frowned, seemingly not having a good impression of Zhu Long.
You're the new guy, Chen Mo, right?
I suggest you don't easily adopt Xiaolong's refining methods. His methods are quite complicated. It's better to follow the normal martial path. That's all I have to say, I won't say more, goodbye. Seemingly in a hurry, the level 10 martial artist cupped his fists towards Chen Mo and ran off.
What was that about, as if he saw a ghost?
Chen Mo was puzzled until a massive shadow enveloped him.
Junior brother Chen, you're here.
The energetic Zhu Long appeared behind Chen Mo, his muscular physique gleaming with a metallic sheen and exuding explosive power. No wonder he hurried off, the person he spoke ill of had arrived. I understand the concerns of my senior brothers, they say that for your own good. Zhu Long was not angry at the senior brothers for advising Chen Mo, he found it quite normal. How about this, you try it out first, and if you feel it's not right, then forget it.
I actually think your path, brother Zhu Long, might be the right one.
Chen Mo was not lying, he spoke from the heart. Let's not discuss whether it's right or wrong, this path allows me to reverse defeat level 10 martial artists at level 8, and that's enough. Zhu Long shook his head, clearly unconcerned about the rumors.
Come on, let me first explain the basics of muscle refining. Following Zhu Long, Chen Mo glanced at Zhu Long's current basic attributes.
His blood energy had decreased, but his health, defense, and attack power had all improved to some extent.
Could it be that brother Zhu Long was going to completely abandon blood energy? What about the martial techniques that required blood energy to activate?
You should know that cells are constantly dying and being renewed. To refine muscles, you need to find those newly formed cells and successfully refine them. With that said, even if those newly formed cells are lost, they will be in a refined state after regeneration. All that's needed is to replenish the vital energy in blood. As he walked towards the strength training room, Zhu Long explained his thoughts on refining muscles. After I brought you into the hospital, I seemed to sense the traces of the vital energy and blood I had lost. They haven't dissipated, instead, they are completely stored within my cells.
The question is how to call upon that vital energy. Let me put it this way, each cell is like a rechargeable battery.
I now know how to charge it, but how to discharge it is a big problem.
Chen Mo blinked, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping it. I remember you have mental power, right?
Upon entering the strength training room, Zhu Long had Chen Mo sit on 2 steel bench press stools.
Yes, I have mental power.
Chen Mo nodded. He had replaced his previous endless resentment with the magic sect when he was just refining his steel bones. First, use your mental power to sense your muscle cells and see if you can accurately feel one of them. Despite Zhu Long's burly appearance, he was quite patient when it came to teaching.
Chapter 131, 9m6 truck. Alright.
Sitting on the bench press, Chen Mo tried to refine his mental power so he could detect the most minute substances. Unlike those born with mental power, Chen Mo, as a martial artist who acquired it later, was still quite rough in its application. Zhu Long did not rush Chen Mo. He knew how difficult it was to take the first step in refining muscles. Back then, with the assistance of 2 mentalists, he had spent an entire day just to find the technique. Even though Chen Mo had mental power, it would likely take him some time. Zhu Long's guess was not wrong. Chen Mo indeed spent a full hour capturing that fleeting newly formed cell. Do your best to refine that cell, don't be stingy with your vital energy and blood.
Opportunities are fleeting, you must seize them.
Seeing Chen Mo's state, Zhu Long guessed he had captured the new cell and quickly reminded him. Chen Mo did not hesitate. The vital energy and blood stored in his meridians and skin began to surge towards that cell. Hiss! An indescribable sting hit him. Even Chen Mo, who had a high tolerance for pain, found it hard to bear. Hang in there, the first time refining muscle cells is indeed very painful,
but it will be easier after you succeed. Stay strong.
Zhu Long's eyes lit up. Chen Mo's talent was indeed the best he had ever seen, and perhaps he could really walk this path.
Chen Mo gritted his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead.
In just a minute, this was more unbearable for Chen Mo than an hour of refining steel bones. He couldn't understand why the pain of refining a single cell was greater than that of refining an entire bone. However, the rewards were proportional to the pain. Just refining one muscle cell provided Chen Mo with 3 points of attack power. An adult male has about 30 trillion cells, of which 50% are blood cells, and the proportion of muscle cells is not high, but in such a vast number, it is still considerable.
Done.
Zhu Long clenched his fists tightly. Chen Mo's talent in refining his body was indeed beyond ordinary imagination. But this is just the refinement of one cell. Chen Mo frowned. He could feel that unique muscle cell, but compared to his entire body, it was still too insignificant. Don't worry, the first one is the hardest and also the most rewarding. Zhu Long's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally found a kindred spirit. Although the senior brothers and sisters, as well as the junior brothers and sisters in the courtyard, said nothing, he could still see the disdain mixed with disappointment in their eyes. As a man who pursued the ultimate physical form, not being understood didn't matter much to him, but after encountering someone like Chen Mo, who shared his passion, Zhu Long's mindset underwent a significant change. When you master the technique of refining muscle cells, the next step is to combine it with strength training. Strength training can damage your muscle fibers, but during recovery, it will also make your muscles stronger. By refining while doing strength training, you can refine multiple new cells at the same time, greatly increasing efficiency.
I see. Chen Mo suddenly understood. Refining muscle cells one by one would be a huge waste of time. Come on, let me take you through some chest and tricep exercises. We'll use a 3-part training method, resting 1 day a week. Zhu Long called Chen Mo to lie down under the bench press.
The equipment in the entire strength training room was made of supergravity metal, and warriors below level 4 couldn't even lift it, let alone train with it. I won't start you off with high intensity, let's warm up with 550 tons. Zhu Long muttered to himself as he loaded 2 supergravity metal plates onto the barbell. These 2 plates looked unremarkable, but their weight was comparable to a fully loaded 100-ton truck.
To put it this way, Chen Mo's current strength training was equivalent to lifting 2 fully loaded 9m6 trucks.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chen Mo, drenched in sweat, walked out of the strength training hall. He sat in the cafeteria, staring blankly at the blood food in front of him.
This is too insane, Chen Mo couldn't help but exclaim.
Zhu Long's training load was over 100 times his own, and he still seemed unsatisfied. Every time his muscles tightened, they would make a loud popping sound, louder than firecrackers, which was quite frightening. A pure muscle monster, it felt like he could lift a 30-story building.
What's wrong?
After training, you must eat plenty of protein and blood food to provide the nutrients needed for muscle recovery. The qi and blood lost during muscle refining can also be replenished through blood food. These are all good things.
Not feeling hungry?
Zhu Long sat across from Chen Mo with a mountain of blood food, swallowing 2 pounds of it and a leg of lamb in one bite. That's not it. I'm just curious about something I want to ask you, senior brother.
Chen Mo shook his head. He was already so hungry that his stomach was touching his back. After taking a bite of the blood food in his bowl, he asked, "Senior brother, just how strong are you?" Judging a person's strength by their attack power is inaccurate. Attack power only measures a person's lethality and cannot serve as an indicator of their overall strength. My maximum strength is about 350,000 tons. Zhu Long recalled that his bench press limit was 300,000 tons. His maximum strength wasn't that far off. But Chen Mo couldn't hold back and spat out. He looked at Zhu Long with the eyes of someone staring at a monster. 300,000 tons, that's 300,000 tons. Even the Monkey King's staff, which weighed 13,500 pounds, Zhu Long could lift 50,000 of them. What's wrong? I feel like my strength has been increasing slowly lately. It seems I need to go into the abyss to find a suitable opponent to fight and break through. Zhu Long shook his head, not satisfied with his current strength. Despite his immense power, he still found it quite challenging to face warriors above level 10 in the abyss. Yes, Zhu Long, an 8th level warrior, was no longer satisfied with just beating up 10th level warriors. He was starting to think about how to find an 11th level warrior to fight. Why do they say that the Master Academy of the Great Xia is full of monsters? Because all the top geniuses of the Great Xia have gathered here. Whether they are not very bright or have peculiar personalities, it does not affect the fact that these people are the top geniuses of the entire Great Xia. Even Feng Bian, who was beaten up by Chen Mo, is a top genius in a normal university, but when he arrived at the Great Xia Master Academy, he immediately faded into the background. It is truly pitiful that he has fallen to the point of bullying freshmen to regain his confidence. But this cannot be blamed on him. After all, the older students, aside from the freshmen, are all more abnormal, with all sorts of super geniuses emerging one after another. As long as they have been in the academy for more than 5 years, they are basically above level 10, and some have even reached level 11. Diame has just entered the academy for 3 years, and she is expected to break through to level 10 in the second half of the year, which is not considered slow at the Great Xia Master Academy. As for Zhu Long, he is a special case. After 5 years in the academy, his realm hasn't increased much, but his combat power is skyrocketing. Chapter 132, Side Quest activated. Chen Mo sighed. He found it quite difficult to communicate with Zhu Long. I'm done eating, brother Zhu Long, take your time. After stuffing his dinner into his mouth in a few bites, Chen Mo left. His main task now was to completely temper his steel bones and advance to level 6. This way, the widow's passive ability could provide invisibility and breath concealment, and then he could see if he could make a big score. It's really not Chen Mo's fault for being anxious. The storage space is just too tempting. With this thing, the operational space in the future would be greatly expanded. Zhu Long nodded and continued to eat his dinner. The moment Chen Mo returned to his small courtyard, the system's task release sound suddenly rang out. Detected that the host has successfully tempered muscles. Side Quest 1 released. The human body's tempering method is incomplete. Please complete the human body's tempering method. Side Quest 1, complete the tempering of 50% of the muscles. Upon completion, the reward will be Final Reserve. Subsequent tasks will be unlocked after completing Task 1. Final Reserve, triggers when health reaches 0, does not require the host to actively use it. Once triggered, it can restore all health and increase all attributes by 100, lasts for 30 minutes, and martial arts level increases by 1. Chen Mo's eyes widened. He remembered that Final Reserve is of Prism level, and its price is so high that he wouldn't even dare to look at it. Setting aside the price, there are also significant restrictions on purchasing it. It can only be bought once. Thinking of this, Chen Mo immediately opened the shop to take a look. Fortunately, the system's rewards and purchase counts are calculated separately, so Chen Mo can at least buy Final Reserve once more. Not to mention various restrictions, just the effects after triggering it are already enough to be considered overpowered. Restoring all health, increasing all attributes by 100, and permanently raising the martial arts level by 1. With the passive effect of the Staff of Time, Chen Mo has at least 3 chances to forcibly increase his level. If I reach level 13 and become a master, and use it 3 times in a row, wouldn't I directly reach level 16? Whether level 16 exists in this world is still an unknown, but Chen Mo's future achievements will at least be level 16. Chen Mo shook his head. Such a good thing absolutely cannot be wasted before reaching level 13, or it would be too much of a loss. Chen Mo, I'm talking to you, why are you silent? Gu Feng squatted in front of Chen Mo's bed, his eyes shining as he stared at him. I wasn't paying attention, what's up? Chen Mo turned to look at Gu Feng and found Yang was standing silently beside him. Well, I just wanted to ask how Zhu Long's muscle tempering method is. Hearing Gu Feng's question, Chen Mo suddenly remembered that he had already completed the muscle tempering of his right index finger. As for the effect, Chen Mo didn't know how to describe it. Anyway, the skin, muscles, and bones of that finger had all been tempered, and the strength was quite high. Come on, stretch your head over here.
Gu Feng foolishly leaned in, and Chen Mo gave him a sharp knock on the forehead. With a loud bang, Gu Feng flew out, crashing through the bed and into the wall, creating a large hole. Ugh, Gu Feng's eyes rolled back. That hit had left his mind blank.
See? This is the effect of fully tempering a whole finger. Chen Mo had used 80% of his strength. That blow could have turned a small car into scrap metal. Yet, Gu Feng's forehead only had a small dent, showing just how terrifying a martial artist's physical strength could be. You should let someone else try next time. Gu Feng touched the small dent on his forehead and crawled out from the rubble. You just made a dent in my steel bones. It'll take at least 2 days to recover. Despite his complaints, the look in Gu Feng's eyes when he glanced at Chen Mo's finger was one of unmasked desire. Next time you temper your muscles, can you take me along? Sure, but this thing really depends on talent. If you don't put in the effort, don't blame me. Chen Mo didn't mind. It was a good thing for Gu Feng and the others to become stronger. Don't worry, if my talent isn't good, I won't blame others. Gu Feng patted his chest, making a solemn promise. Alright, then I'll go to the storage room to move a new bed and grab some materials to fix this up. Chen Mo nodded and left the small courtyard where the three of them lived. In the Great Xia Master Academy, most things had to be done independently. The academy was a place to cultivate strong individuals, not to raise useless people waiting to be fed. The kitchen was run by students from the Food Institute, while the Pharmacy Institute students were responsible for making elixirs, and other master institutes provided them with ingredients and materials. Thinking of this, Chen Mo pulled out a piece of information from his pocket. He had casually tucked it away earlier, and now it seemed promising. 156 kilometers from the entrance of the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift was a range of Silver Wolf Mountains. Beyond the Silver Wolf Mountains lay a city of abyssal warriors, surrounded by various farms. Most of these farms produced food crops, while the remaining 20% grew medicinal herbs. Currently, the medicinal herbs used by humans were mostly sourced from the abyss, especially high-quality and high-grade ones. Only materials for elixirs below level 3 could be produced and cultivated on human territory. Anything above that had to be obtained from the abyss. The main reason was that the energy concentration in human territory was too low, far less rich than that found in the abyss. Despite Chen Mo's high attributes, he still had a demand for high-quality herbs and resources. And it was quite a demand. How about going after reaching level 6? Chen Mo rubbed his chin, wondering if he could take advantage of the autumn winds once he had storage space. Once that thought appeared, it couldn't be erased. Chen Mo was increasingly looking forward to the day he would have storage space. However, the immediate priority was to fix his room, otherwise, the cold wind at the peak of Kunlun Mountain at night would be quite unbearable. Chapter 133, Exploding Eggs. The total cost for house repair materials is 8 credits, which has already been deducted from your card. Tonight, the person in charge of the exchange station was a senior from the Food Institute, and the staff at the exchange station changed daily. It was said that those on duty at the exchange station could earn 5 credits a day, just enough for a full day's worth of blood food. Chen Mo, junior brother, can I ask you something? After finishing his official business, the senior from the Food Institute had a strange expression on his face. What's up, senior brother? Chen Mo placed the temporary repair materials on the cart and turned to look at the senior. Did you come with that mentalist named He Miao? The senior from the Food Institute showed a troubled expression, as if he found it hard to speak about what was coming next. What's wrong with He Miao? Chen Mo frowned slightly. He had been refining his muscles in the afternoon and hadn't eaten dinner with everyone. It's not that she's in trouble, it's just that the Food Institute has suffered. The senior sighed, pulled over a chair, and gestured for Chen Mo to sit down and explain in detail. You don't know, the simplest ingredients can turn into deadly weapons in that little girl He Miao's hands. The junior responsible for teaching her basic cooking techniques was taken out by a boiled egg. And that was a 9th level martial artist, taken out by a boiled egg. A question mark appeared above Chen Mo's head. A 9th level martial artist taken out by a boiled egg? Is this a joke? Let me put it this way, that boiled egg looked perfectly fine when it was being peeled, crystal clear. We thought this little girl had a talent for handling blood food. The senior from the Food Institute looked pained, as if recalling something unpleasant. But then, my poor junior had just put the egg in his mouth when it exploded. With a bang, both of his front teeth flew out. A 9th level martial artist, a 9th level martial artist. He had a concussion on the spot. I can understand the power, after all, it was a blood food egg filled with energy, but what kind of person can boil an egg to the point of explosion? Chen Mo, I beg you, help me take that girl He Miao away. Our martial artists in the Food Institute aren't that sturdy, we can't withstand a few egg bombs. Chen Mo's head was filled with more and more question marks. The more he listened, the more confused he became. A boiled egg could explode, and it was a blood food egg at that. Then you can just talk to her yourselves. Why do you want me to go? You don't understand, that little girl has been apologizing since the moment the egg exploded. What else can we say? So, Chen Mo, I'm begging you, help me persuade Hinyao to give it up. If that doesn't work, just go to the medicine institute, at least they won't explode in your mouth. That stuff usually explodes in the furnace. The senior from the food institute was almost in tears. The exploding egg was just one representative example, and the other indescribable dishes were better left unsaid. Why don't you just hold on a bit longer? After all, she's just started learning how to handle blood food. Chen Mo tightly gripped the small cart, ready to make a run for it at any moment. How about this, let Miao learn for a few more days, and if it doesn't work, we'll go to the medicine institute. Seeing that the senior from the food institute was about to continue lamenting, Chen Mo took off running. He didn't believe that a boiled egg could take down a 9th-level martial artist. It was probably just that Miao's cooking was too terrible. This was just right, it would give Miao a chance to improve her culinary skills, and they could save on hiring someone when they brought back blood food in the future. If she also learned about medicine, then they could completely become self-sufficient. Chen Mo's first day at the Dasha Master Academy was quite eventful, filled with all sorts of happenings, and he had also completed the refining of the bones in his right arm. The Dasha Master Academy is really good. The speed of improvement is faster than during the training in the south. The next morning, Chen Mo found Shuelo, who was practicing in the morning. At that moment, Shuelo looked like an ordinary old man doing morning exercises, slowly practicing Tai Chi. But upon closer inspection, one could notice that although Shueli's movements were very slow, the air around him was being torn apart with the movement of his fists. That force seemed to guide some kind of energy particles in the air. Chen Mo squinted, trying to see clearly but couldn't. No need to look, this is the power of heaven and earth. You still can't grasp how to use this energy. Shuela had naturally noticed Chen Mo's presence, stopped his morning practice, and waved at him. What's this, starting to temper bones so early in the morning? Of course, the plan for the day is made in the morning. Chen Mo nodded and handed his identity card to Shuelu. Not bad, with such high talent and diligence, your achievement as a master is almost destined. Shuela was quite satisfied with Chen Mo's response. A genius with both great talent and hard work is truly a treasure. By the way, here, this is the energy stone that the Master Academy distributes every month. Shuela took out a purplish-red translucent stone from his pocket, emanating a rich energy aura. Normally, only martial artists above level 7 would use this, but I feel you can try absorbing it now. Your recovery ability is strong, and the minor injuries caused by absorbing the energy stone are nothing to you. Give it a try. Chen Mo took the thumb-sized energy stone, looking it over from all angles but couldn't figure out how to use it. Use your blood and chi to guide the energy within and transform it into blood and chi. Shuela noticed that Chen Mo really had no understanding of the energy stone and offered a hint. Chen Mo nodded, and the blood and chi within him enveloped the energy stone through his skin. Almost instantly, a continuous stream of energy began to surge out of the stone, forcefully drilling into Chen Mo's body. At the same time, his fixed blood and chi value of 179,800 began to rise rapidly, and the overall progress of bone tempering was also slowly increasing. Not bad, your affinity with the energy stone is very good. Shuela didn't expect that a level 5 martial artist like Chen Mo would have such excellent compatibility with the energy stone. Controlling the energy to vibrate with his bones and blood on the first use, he truly deserved to be called a genius who could temper an arm's bone in a day. A few minutes later, the energy stone in Chen Mo's hand began to turn transparent, the once continuous flow of energy completely exhausted. Not much of an increase. Chen Mo glanced at his blood and chi, which had only risen from 179,800 to 180,000, and the bone tempering progress had gone from 7 to 7. Is it useful? Shuelo asked, somewhat knowingly. Just okay, such a small piece isn't enough for anything. Chen Mo pouted and put away the now transparent energy stone that had been drained of energy. Do you know how much that small piece of energy stone you just used is worth on the market? Shuelo raised an eyebrow, finding the kid quite bold. How would I know? I've never seen one before. Chen Mo wasn't lying. The first time he saw an energy stone was in the South Island Abyss, and the stones there weren't this color. What you just used was a super pure energy stone, reaching a purity that can be directly absorbed without instrument conversion. This small piece would require 10 credits to exchange at the Master Academy, and in the outside world, the small energy stone could sell for as high as 3 million. And it's still hard to find. Chapter 134, a bit too much information because this high-purity energy stone is a specialty of the Deep Abyss, so the price of 10 credits is considered a benefit from the Master Academy for you all. Chen Mo said nothing. Had he just burned through 3 million in 2 minutes? Ahem, Director Xue, let's change the topic. Chen Mo cleared his throat and awkwardly shifted the conversation. Have you ever seen storage bags or storage rings? Look, the unreasonable technology tree of abyss martial artists has appeared. I feel storage devices should. Yes, but the official side doesn't have these things. Shuela nodded naturally, not surprised by Chen Mo's question. I remember the only storage ring in the world is in the Hong family. They have been a prestigious family for over 1,000 years. That storage ring is the Hong family's heirloom. I've heard the space inside is nearly 1 cubic meter. Oh, I've learned something new. Chen Mo nodded, realizing that even if his storage space was exposed, he could explain it away. It could just be an heirloom, who knows what his ancestors did. Enough small talk, shall we continue with the pressure for a few more hours today? As a master, Shueli's time was extremely valuable. Chen Mo bought an hour of Shueli's time at the price of 1 credit per minute, which was quite a good deal anywhere. Chen Mo took out 3 fifth-level body refining pills from his pocket. Let's stick to 6 hours, I have other things to do this afternoon. Alright, let's get started. Shuela nodded and watched as Chen Mo swallowed all 3 fifth-level body refining pills in one go. Shueli's eyelid twitched. Every time he saw Chen Mo take medicine like that, it made his stomach ache. Every medicine has its poison, whether it's a supplement or a body refining pill, it does cause some harm to the body. What an enviable physique. Without further ado, Shueli's master pressure erupted instantly, enveloping a 1-meter radius around Chen Mo. Chen Mo's life had been quite regular these past few days. He would go to Shuelu in the morning to refine his bones and then to Zhulong in the afternoon to refine his muscles. Compared to the rapid progress of his bone refining, the speed of his muscle refining was quite slow. Over this period, Chen Mo's bone refining progress had reached 55, but he had only successfully refined the palm of his right hand, with an overall progress of just 4. In the strength training room of the Martial Arts Academy, Chen Mo finished his muscle refining for the day. So slow. Looking at the palm of his right hand that he had just refined, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. His limbs had already been fully refined. Next was the most dangerous part, the spine. If something went wrong with the spine refining, it could lead to high-level paralysis, and even with a mental healer, recovery would take a lot of time. A martial artist's time was precious, every second counted. What are you thinking about? Why the long face? Zhulong, with a towel draped over his shoulders, walked over and sat beside Chen Mo. I feel like my bone refining speed has become really slow, even with the master's pressure assisting, I can't seem to speed it up. After spending some time together, Chen Mo had a rough understanding of Zhulong's personality. To put it simply, he was a straightforward and simple-minded man, the kind one could become close friends with. Slow? Zhulong was taken aback, then squeezed Chen Mo's arms and legs. You finished refining your limbs in just over 10 days, and you call that slow? Do you know that it took me half a year just to refine my limbs? I spent the other half year refining my spine? The speed of a martial artist's body refining slows down as their level increases. Your speed is too fast, so even a slight slowdown feels unbearable to you. Moreover, you haven't taken a break in over 10 days, a proper rest is necessary. It's not good to work in isolation, your credits aren't endless, and occasionally taking on small tasks can also be a way to relax. Plus, you can earn some credits. It's not that I don't want to take on tasks to relax, but that adult abyss mother tree. Chen Mo knew his credits were about to run out, he had been using them too recklessly. Every day with Shuelo, he had to spend a fixed 360 credits, 3 fifth-level body refining pills costing 6 credits, and 3 meals costing 5 credits. Chen Mo was already being very frugal, but the credits were still not enough. Ah, that thing left 3 days ago. The abyss has reopened now. Zhulong suddenly realized why Chen Mo had been honing his body all this time. He had no idea that the abyss had reopened. How about this? I took a small task this morning to clear out the sentinels around Black Cloud City. Do you want to come with me? This task is worth 80 credits. We can split it 50-50? Black Cloud City? Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then remembered that it was the closest abyss warrior city to the entrance of the abyss. Yes, they are planning to take action regarding the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift, saying they want to establish a base here. Zhulong nodded and continued. The other abyss rifts basically have bases inside them, which allows us to control the battlefield within the abyss rifts. However, the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift has always been unstable. It only stabilized completely a few days before you all arrived. My task is to clear out the sentinels and scouts released by Black Cloud City. They have never given up on us. They just shrank back temporarily after we dealt them a blow. Wait. Chen Mo interrupted Zhulong, feeling that the information in these few sentences was a bit overwhelming. Are you saying that our Dasha Master Academy is about to get lively? Or is it that the Dasha Master Academy is going to be exposed to the public? Hasn't anyone told you? Zhulong looked puzzled. How could Chen Mo be so uninformed?
Earlier this year, our old dean was already planning this. It's better to step into the spotlight to boost the morale of the outside world than to remain hidden here.
And let everyone see what a true genius looks like. Chapter 135, This is Humanity. Chapter 135, This is Humanity. Old Dean?
Chen Mo realized he was unaware of too many things. He hadn't even heard of this old dean. Not to mention those chaotic plans, he had been focused solely on honing his bones since arriving at the Master Academy, completely oblivious to the outside world.
It's normal that you don't know him. The old dean is stationed in the Abyss Warrior capital deep within the Abyss and won't be back for a while.
As soon as Zhu Long said this, Chen Mo's head buzzed.
Stationed in the Abyss Warrior capital? Is this something a person would say? Don't be surprised, if it weren't for the old dean keeping those guys in the depths of the Abyss in check, the Abyss Warriors would have returned long ago. What we are facing now are just small fry. There are 18 master-level powerhouses in Black Cloud City alone, and the mid-4th and upper 4th level warriors are as numerous as cattle. Then why don't they make a move? We only have 13 masters stationed here. Chen Mo couldn't understand. Clearly, the power gap was so large. Why were the Abyss Warriors so compliant? Because our masters dare to fight, while the Abyss Warriors' masters do not. Or rather, they are unwilling.
Zhu Long's gaze was profound. He genuinely admired the 13 masters stationed at the Daxia Master Academy. These 13 masters were the cream of the crop, capable of holding their ground against the Abyss Warriors' master-level combat power, able to take on 3 without being defeated.
This is why Black Cloud City dared not act rashly.
If Black Cloud City dared to act recklessly, the 13 masters of the Daxia Master Academy would come out in full force.
The 6 strongest masters would be responsible for holding back those 18 Abyss masters, while the remaining 7 could easily wipe out Black Cloud City, leaving not a single one alive. When facing foreign races, humanity's masters have no bottom line. No matter what you are, even if you are an egg, they will shake you until the yolk is scrambled. The power structure in the Abyss is very feudal. The higher the warrior's level, the higher their status, which is similar to us. But we protect those civilians without martial power, while the Abyss Warriors view those weaker than themselves as livestock. Which farmer do you think would risk everything for a trivial piece of livestock? Even if Black Cloud City were gone, they could start over. If they worked their whole lives and lost their lives, then they would have nothing left. Zhu Long shrugged. This was the fundamental difference between human warriors and abyssal warriors. Abyssal warriors completely disregard those weaklings as their kind, but humans would never abandon any of their compatriots. This is also the fundamental reason why humans remain unyielding even when abyssal warriors are several times stronger than themselves. Of course, there are also traitors among humans, like the abyssal cult. So, does Black Cloud City still dare to send spies our way? Chen Mo frowned. He always felt something was off about this matter. I don't know, but it doesn't matter what they want to do. What we need to do is protect those who stand behind us and support us. Those ordinary people. Zhu Long shook his head. He didn't intend to think too much about it. Such brain-intensive matters could be left to those above. Let's return to the topic we were discussing earlier. Seeing that Zhu Long's expression was not quite right, Chen Mo guessed that Zhu Long might have some trauma regarding this matter, so he changed the subject. Earlier, you mentioned that our Daxia Master Academy is going to step into the spotlight. What does that mean? Oh, about that. Zhu Long thought Chen Mo was going to say something else and smiled as he spoke. The higher-ups in the old dean believe that since the Kunlun Mountain Abyssal Rift has stabilized, the Daxia Master Academy no longer needs to remain hidden. Stepping into the spotlight earlier will also serve as an encouragement for those martial arts academies. Those academies' martial artists have become too complacent. The higher-ups plan to let them experience some blood and gore to grow quickly. By then, our Kunlun Mountain Abyssal Rift will be a place for the elites of various martial arts academies to train. I see, no wonder they want to establish a base inside the Abyssal Rift. Chen Mo nodded. Now he had someone else to bully besides the previous batch led by Feng Bian. So, whether you go with me to do this task, just consider it a way to relax. The question ultimately returned to the starting point, and Zhu Long asked very seriously. Of course, why wouldn't I go? Chen Mo grinned. Who would pass up the chance to ride on someone else's coattails and earn credits for free? He had less than 1,000 credits left, and to complete his steel bone training as soon as possible, Chen Mo definitely wouldn't miss any opportunity to earn credits. What are you talking about? Where are you going? Take me with you. A figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed directly on Zhu Long's neck. Looking up, he saw Diame in a green training outfit grinning at the two of them. Little Dai, get down. Haven't you already reached the 3rd level of refinement? At this time, you shouldn't be messing around. Focusing on your training is the most important thing. Wait until you reach level 10 and forge your golden body before you come out to do tasks. Zhu Long looked up and made eye contact with Diame.
I've been refining continuously for many days. I need to come out and relax a bit, right? Diame nimbly jumped off Zhu Long and wrapped her arms around Chen Mo's neck. Oh, Chen Mo, little brother, you've already completed the refinement of your limbs? Come on, let's spar a bit. Let me check your development, your refinement. Diame drew her long sword from behind and waved it at Chen Mo. Chen Mo's expression was strange. He always felt like he was being teased by a female rogue. I think it's fine, Chen Mo, your body is quite strong now, and little Di knows how to control her strength. She's a good sparring partner. Zhu Long nodded as well. Warriors should be fighting. Well, okay then. Chen Mo sighed. He always felt that this female rogue, Diame, would take advantage of him during their sparring. Zhu Long picked up a long spear from the nearby weapon rack and casually tossed it to Chen Mo. Xiao Dai, don't use your alloy dual swords to bully others, just use the standard training sword for sparring. Alright, how could I bully such a cute little brother? Diame giggled, setting her dual swords aside and picking up 2 standard swords from the weapon rack. Chen Mo, you must be careful not to fall for Xiao Dai's elusive steps, or you'll be defeated in an instant. Her Ame dual swords can strike 37 times in a second. With 2 swords, that's 74 strikes, capable of instantly defeating opponents of the same level. Shi Xiang, you're not allowed to spill the beans. Diame puffed up her cheeks, a bit displeased as she shouted at Zhu Long. Zhu Long ignored her and continued speaking to Chen Mo. Keep the sparring light, don't injure bones or meridians. If it gets too much, admit defeat in time. The gap between a 4th tier and an upper 4th tier warrior is not trivial. Let's begin. Chapter 136, The Power of Upper 4th Tier Warriors. Without any hesitation, Chen Mo activated his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood right away, fearing he wouldn't last a single move against Diame. Under the stimulation of his blood energy, the steel bones in his limbs glowed with a blood-red light. Wow, the level of your steel bone refinement is impressive. Diame's eyes lit up, realizing her little junior brother had some skills. Your steel skin seems a bit off. It looks just like an iron body refined after completing the 5 organs. Chen Mo wouldn't give Diame a chance to chat. He stomped his foot hard, unleashing his speed. TSK, this young man is in a hurry, but I like this kind of energy. Diame's gaze was sharp, unaffected by Chen Mo's momentum. In an instant, Diame appeared beside Chen Mo. Dozens of sword lights flashed, and Chen Mo's clothes were instantly reduced to tatters. Oh, Chen Mo, your muscles are really well trained, let me have a taste. Diame whistled playfully, her eyes widening at the defined muscles on Chen Mo's body. What just happened? Chen Mo didn't have the mind to care about Diame's teasing. He hadn't even seen how she had struck. This is the gap between a 4th tier and an upper 4th tier warrior. Zhu Long stood aside, not surprised by the outcome. If Xiao Dai had been serious just now, Chen Mo, you would be dead. Dead? Chen Mo's competitive spirit was ignited, his muscles swelled, and his right hand, having completed muscle refinement, suddenly erupted with scorching blood energy. Then let's give it a try. Unlike the agile Diame, Chen Mo was like a blood energy tank, charging towards her with an unstoppable momentum. Demon Slayer 6-link spear, 5 links. After refining his limbs, Chen Mo's Demon Slayer 6-link spear successfully advanced from 4 links to 5. The power surged tremendously. Explosive blood energy ravaged the entire training room, but no matter how Chen Mo attacked, he couldn't touch the hem of Diame's clothes. Where's your footwork? Why aren't you using it? Diame stood on the Dragon Gate rack on 1 foot, looking puzzled at the rampaging Chen Mo. Her little junior brother's physical strength was indeed formidable. Even a 7th tier warrior would be significantly injured if hit by him. But this type of blood energy tank warrior had a common flaw, poor agility. As Diame analyzed Chen Mo's fighting style, she saw him charging through the air. Cloud stacking step. How do you know this master-level footwork? Clang! Chen Mo's long spear struck down fiercely but hit the Dragon Gate rack where Diame had just been standing. The speed is fast, and the flexibility is not bad, but the accuracy of the attacks is a bit lacking. Don't be fooled by Diame's tough talk. She was already shocked by Chen Mo. This kid is a bit fierce, with frightening strength and exceptional agility, turning at such high speed without a hint of hesitation. If he could improve his accuracy a bit more, her little junior brother would truly become a hexagonal warrior. Normally, for a martial artist, being able to excel in one aspect is already impressive. A genius martial artist can usually balance strength and defense, but speed tends to be weaker. But Chen Mo is different. Aside from his slight issue with turning his head, everything else is incredibly strong. Stop dodging. Let me hit you once. Just once. Chen Mo roared, his eyes fixed on Diame's chest, glowing red like a famished wolf. Don't get it wrong, Diame's assets weren't the focus. Chen Mo was looking at the charging attack symbol on her chest. He had been focused on tempering his steel bones for a while, and had almost forgotten about stacking steel, but as soon as the sparring began today, he couldn't help but want to unleash his steel again.
Little pervert, what are you looking at? Dayame shot him a flirtatious glance, her figure exuding charm. What can she do?
Little Dai, Chen Mo has a habit, he particularly likes to hit women's chests. Although you don't have much there, still be careful of his attack habits.
Zhu Long watched the two engage in their rather unorthodox battle with a blank expression and reminded them. TSK, what do you mean I don't have much?
Dayame was a bit displeased. She would eventually become a woman with weapons concealed in her chest.
Ding!
Just a moment of distraction, and Shenmo's phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd struck Dayame's chest.
She flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a pile of gym equipment before coming to a stop.
The long-lost crisp sound rang out, and Shenmo felt exhilarated.
0 damage dealt, health increased by 0?
Shenmo was stunned for a moment. After tempering his limbs into steel bones, his health had reached 3,100,000, and a single strike should deal 360,000 damage.
How could it be 0? Wait!
Shenmo realized that Dayame's defense was 530,000, and with his built-in 18 armor penetration, subtracting that 18 from her defense meant his attack still couldn't break through her defense.
Is this the power of a 4th-tier martial artist?
That hit had some force, it almost broke my half-golden body.
Dayame stood up from the pile of gym equipment, completely unharmed.
Aside from her torn clothes, her fair skin bore no scars. I think the sparring is about done. I've figured out Shenmo's current strength, so there's no need to continue, right? Dayame put down her twin swords, covering her torn clothes as she spoke.
What's there to cover? Is there any need to hide anything?
Shenmo pouted, feeling a bit displeased. It was the first time he realized the gap between himself and a 4th-tier martial artist. He also recognized the importance of defense.
When would he be able to extract the passives from Belvis and Hammerstone? That way, his attack speed and defense could grow infinitely. Ah, Zhu Long, it's fine if you laugh at me, but you're laughing at me too.
Hearing Shenmo's words, Dayame exploded, appearing beside him in a flash and grabbing his chest muscles.
What? You think having chest muscles is impressive? They feel so hard, not good at all.
At least I have some, yours are just 2 pimples. As Shenmo spoke halfway, he felt a soft white fist appear on his face. Chapter 137, Such Proficient Skills. Chapter 137, Such Proficient Skills. Shenmo flew up like a cannonball, his head directly smashing into the ceiling of the strength training room. Don't be fooled by Dayame's small, pink fists, their power is immense. Shenmo felt as if a train had crashed into his face, and then he was sent flying. After a while, the three of them, having tidied themselves up, sat together.
Dai Shiji, aren't you from the Boxing King Academy? How come your swordsmanship is so good?
Shenmo asked while rubbing his slightly swollen cheek, looking at Dayame who was wiping her long sword.
Who told you that Ame boxing only involves fists? Haven't you heard of Ame sword? Dayame rolled her eyes, still remembering that Chun-Mo had just called her acne-prone. Besides, these days, no one says you can only learn one weapon. If you lose your weapon on the battlefield, then you're left with just your fists. To be able to pick up a weapon and use it, you must learn the combat techniques for several types of weapons, at least 2. What about brother Zhu Long? Shen-Mo turned to Zhu Long, thinking that such a strong man would typically use heavy weapons. Me? Guess what I practice?
Zhu Long smiled and extended his hands.
Battle axe? Shen-Mo imagined Zhu Long wielding various weapons, ultimately feeling that a battle axe suited his physique best. No, I practice Baji Quan and Liuha De Chang.
Zhu Long shook his head. His fighting style was quite similar to Shenmo's, relying on a powerful physique to crush everything.
Also, since you can't practice the Diamond Iron Wire Fist right now, have you thought about practicing something else to build your foundation? Me?
Shen-Mo pondered for a moment. He couldn't meet the requirements to practice the Diamond Iron Wire Fist for now, so starting with other boxing styles to lay a foundation seemed good.
As he thought, Shen-Mo turned to Zhu Long. What, do you want to learn Baji Quan from me? Aren't you afraid that Director Shui will be unhappy?
You're clearly his student from the Boxing King Academy. Zhu Long chuckled. He was certainly willing to teach Shen-Mo Baji Quan, but he had learned it from someone else. That person was Shui Lu, the director of the Boxing King Academy.
What's the big deal? How could a grandmaster be so petty?
Shen-Mo brushed it off. Learning from anyone was still learning. Alright then, after I return from the deep abyss in a few days, I'll teach you. Zhu Long was decisive and agreed to Shen-Mo's request without much thought.
Get ready, we're setting off for a mission tomorrow. This time, Shen-Mo didn't plan to bring Gu Feng and the others along.
Gu Feng was currently refining the marrow in his spine and needed complete focus, without any external distractions. Yang Zhuo was stuck at the step of refining his steel marrow, and once he completed this step, he would advance to the 7th level of Steel Marrow Realm. It must be said that the martial arts talent of the Tianren tribe was indeed formidable, as long as resources were sufficient, refining the body was as natural as flowing water for them. Among the four, the one with the least talent was Ma Wanlin, but she was also the most diligent, so her progress wasn't too far behind.
The next day at 6 in the morning, Chen Mo left the small courtyard with an oversized backpack. Gu Feng and Yang Zhou both saw this scene but tacitly chose not to ask. Everyone had their own matters to attend to, and there was no need to pry into everything. That would be annoying. Today, guarding the entrance to the abyssal rift was a Grandmaster Chen Mo had never seen before, looking to be in her 20s, with a rather hot figure. Unfortunately, the appearance of Grandmasters was just that appearance. Their actual age could only be discerned from their bone structure. Xiao Long and Xiao Dai have been waiting for you over there for a long time. Hurry up. The female Grandmaster glanced at Chen Mo and smiled, pointing to Diame and Zhu Long not far away. After politely bowing, Chen Mo walked towards them. Why are you carrying such a big backpack? Diame looked at the oversized backpack behind Chen Mo with some confusion. What was this kid planning? If we happen to come across some medicinal herbs or energy stones, having a bag would be handy for carrying them, Chen Mo said, patting his oversized mountaineering backpack, which also contained a map of the Silver Wolf mountain range. Indeed, his goal was not just to kill sentinels and scouts, but also to raid the medicinal herb estate located in the Silver Wolf mountain range. With two super strong allies, Chen Mo was definitely going to make good use of them. There's no need for that. The primary point of entering the Abyss Rift is to travel light. Your backpack is not conducive to a quick escape. Diame shook her head and pulled out a crumpled plastic bundle from her pocket. This is enough. It can hold more than your mountaineering bag and is less conspicuous. What's this? Chen Mo took the crumpled plastic bundle and fumbled for a while before finding the opening. With a forceful flick, a super large sack that could fit 10 Chen Mos appeared, glistening. Ha! This time, it was Chen Mo who was dumbfounded. A senior is indeed a senior. She was much more skilled at this than he was. Got it? I knew you wouldn't think of these things, so this sack is for you. Diame waved her hand generously, but Chen Mo still noticed that her inner pocket was filled with such sacks. It seemed like they weren't just going on a mission, it felt more like they were going to stock up. Don't be surprised. The academic credits from the mission are just a small part. The real gain is what we can harvest in the deeper abyss. Zhu Long was more reliable. After hearing his words, Chen Mo finally understood. It wasn't just him who had the idea of looting. Everyone strong enough would go to the deeper abyss to take advantage. Whether they could come back alive depended on their own strength, speed of escape, and luck. This was also one of the reasons for the high mortality rate at the Great Xia Master Academy. Geniuses always liked to take risks. Those who weren't quite geniuses often ended up dead on the path of risk-taking. Let's go. I still have a few resource points that haven't been touched. The guards there probably aren't too alert yet, so it shouldn't be hard to grab some, Zhu Long said, stepping into the dark light curtain. Chen Mo and Diame followed closely behind, and the three of them entered the deeper abyss together. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the South Island, at the new Abyss Rift, Songbin, covered in blood, stared expressionlessly at the countless Abyss warriors in front of him, saying nothing. Governor, the detection results are out. This new Abyss Rift connects directly to the mid-level and deep-level Abyss. An aide ran over to Songbin with the freshly detected results, handing him a stack of data. No need to show me. Assemble all level 4 warriors, protect the mid-level ones, and prepare to break out. This mission has failed. Have the mid-level warriors return to regroup. We must hold this position. After sending the mid-level warriors out, all level 4 warriors will stay behind to intercept the pursuing Abyss warriors. We absolutely cannot let the battlefield expand to the outside. That is our military's responsibility. Unless all military personnel are dead, the flames of war will never reach the outside. Chapter 138, Steal You for 360,000. Governor, I think it would be more appropriate for you to leave. The aide stood at attention and saluted loudly. As one of the strongest masters, you are fully capable of breaking out alone and seeking help. We can fight to the death. No need to say more. I am the governor. I will bear all consequences. Songbin glanced at the aide, confident that he could lead the 3,000 level 4 warriors to hold out until reinforcements arrived. If he leaves, then none of the thousands of warriors will survive, and it might even lead to those abyssal warriors breaking out of the rifts, causing unimaginable disasters to the outside world. Yes. The advisor said no more. His previous words had already overstepped. Come on, let me kill one and turn the world upside down. In the depths of the Kunlun mountain abyss, Chen Mo followed Zhu Long and Diame, conducting a carpet search within a 50-kilometer radius. Are we really going to search so slowly? Chen Mo felt a bit bored. It was more suitable for him to just dive in and start fighting. The task is simple: ensure that there are no spies or sentinels from Black Cloud City within a 50-kilometer radius for 24 hours, and the task will be considered complete.
Zhu Long's senses were exceptionally developed, always alert to the slightest movement around them, but he patiently explained. But it's impossible for you to pass these 24 hours peacefully. There are at least 100 spies sent by Black Cloud City, and we could encounter scout teams at any moment.
Get down! Zhu Long pressed Chen Mo's head down and crouched down with Diame.
Just as Chen Mo was puzzled, he suddenly saw the ground in the distance explode, and an abyssal warrior that looked exactly like a human suddenly appeared.
Jialong.
The abyssal warrior frowned. He had clearly felt the ground tremble just now.
This tremor was definitely from footsteps, but why had it suddenly disappeared? Stay still, that's a level 9 warrior.
There are at least 5 scouts lying in ambush behind him, levels unknown.
Zhu Long took a deep breath, his body crackling with energy.
The next moment, Zhu Long pushed off the ground and vanished from his spot. By the time Chen Mo reacted, the level 9 abyssal warrior had already been punched through the chest by Zhu Long, hanging limply from his arm.
Damn! Chen Mo's eyes widened. A level 9 warrior was taken out in one move?
If he encountered an opponent like Zhu Long, he probably wouldn't even have time to use his big move.
Ding ding ding!
Dozens of energy-wrapped arrows shot out, but Zhu Long dodged them with a swift movement.
2 level 8s, 3 level 7s.
Seeing that the 5 abyssal warriors were not very high in level, Zhu Long breathed a sigh of relief.
Xiao Dai, you take care of the 2 level 7s, leave 1 level 7 for Chen Mo, and I'll handle those 2 level 8s.
Zhu Long assumed the starting stance of the 8 Extremes Fist, and Diame got up from the ground, her twin swords already drawn. The arrows just now were all standard equipment of the abyssal warriors scout team. They only had 3 mini crossbows, and after using them, they would have to resort to hand-to-hand combat.
Chen Mo, you fought with abyssal warriors before, so get familiar with their combat style. Facing 2 level 8 warriors, Zhu Long was still at ease, even able to guide Chen Mo during the fight. Abyss beasts and sea beasts are just wild animals. No matter how strong they are not as threatening as abyssal warriors. In the future, the most you'll face are these abyssal warriors. You need to learn quickly and grow fast. The power they use is different from ours, but the effect is similar to blood energy. Abyssal warriors grow stronger by absorbing stray energy particles from the deep abyss. They also undergo a body tempering process. The specific differences you need to discern for yourself. It's hard to explain. Chen Mo was not hesitant either. He lifted the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd while activating perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood, significantly enhancing his attributes. He glanced at the attributes of the level 7 warrior. Fortunately, the defense was only 30,000 points, so he wouldn't be unable to break through. The level 7 warrior saw this level 5 weakling daring to approach him, and his expression suddenly turned ferocious and cruel. He drew the long knife from his back, intending to use his level advantage to instantly kill Chen Mo. But he could never understand until death why this weakling, whose body had not even been fully tempered, was so fierce. Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and his body began to spin with inertia. The demon-slaying 6-linked halberd, 5 strikes. 5 consecutive powerful downward slashes directly shattered the long knife in the hands of the level 7 Abyss Warrior. The level 7 Abyss Warrior looked bewildered. His weapon was just shattered like that? And isn't this level 5 weakling's strength a bit too much? Bang! Chen Mo swept horizontally, striking the Abyss Warrior in the chest, a crisp sound ringing out instantly. Bang! Dealt 358,776 points of damage. Health increased by 45,933. Awesome! If it weren't for the geniuses in the Great Xia Master Academy, the typical health of a level 7 late-stage warrior would be between 300,000 to 600,000. The genius warrior Feng Bian's health only reached 800,000. The level 7 Abyss Warrior before him was clearly not a genius, his health was merely 410,000. With this strike, Chen Mo nearly emptied his health. Blood splattered as the level 7 Abyss Warrior's chest caved in, and he spat blood while flying backward. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Long and Diame finished off their enemies, not even a speck of dust on them. Chen Mo raised the phoenix-beaked dragon tooth halberd, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the level 7 Abyss Warrior. Wait! Zhu Long grabbed Chen Mo's wrist, the phoenix beak of the halberd just a hair's breadth away from the Abyss Warrior's throat. Don't be in a hurry to kill him, I have some questions to ask. Zhu Long squatted down and began speaking in another language that Chen Mo couldn't understand at all. What is he saying? Chen Mo leaned closer to Diame and whispered. I don't understand either. I fell asleep when that old professor of Abyss language from the Yanjing Martial Arts Academy came to teach. Diame shrugged. After all, language classes were really boring. After a deep and friendly exchange, Zhu Long sighed helplessly. He's really tight-lipped, I couldn't get anything out of him. Then I'll send you on your way.
With that, Zhu Long smashed the Abyss Warrior's head with a punch, the ground splattering a mix of red and white.
So, still no clue about where that guy is?
Diame seemed to know what Zhu Long was asking and stepped forward to inquire. Well, it's normal for a warrior of his level not to know where the Lord of Black Cloud City is. Let's continue with the mission.
Zhu Long nodded calmly. Sister Dai, what did Brother Zhu just ask?
Noticing the atmosphere was a bit off, Chen Mo leaned closer to Diame and whispered. Nothing much, just inquiring about the location of the Lord of Black Cloud City.
Zhu Long has a score to settle with that guy.
Diame did not hide it, or rather, this matter was known to all the older students. That year, my sister and I entered the Great Xia Master Academy together, and Black Cloud City wasn't as peaceful as it is now.
Hearing their conversation, Zhu Long turned inside.
5 years ago, my sister died at the hands of the Lord of Black Cloud City. The Lord of Black Cloud City was also severely injured by Dean Xuelu and is now missing. I know the dead cannot be brought back, all I can do is seek revenge for her. Only by personally killing the Lord of Black Cloud City can I put this heartache to rest, otherwise, I will be haunted by this for the rest of my life. Zhu Long clenched his fist, the flame of revenge hidden well in his eyes. He had never shown his urgent desire for revenge in front of others, but he had been accumulating strength, waiting for the day of vengeance to come. But it's too early to talk about this now, all I can do is continue to grow stronger until I can personally slay the Lord of Black Cloud City.
Let's go, our mission isn't finished yet.
Zhu Long smiled at Chen Mo and Diame, burying the fire of revenge deep within. This guy is like that, when he's bored, he comes to interrogate a couple of Abyss warriors. After all, the Lord of Black Cloud City has been hiding ever since he was severely injured by Dean Xue. Diame signaled to Chen Mo that there was no need to pay too much attention, everyone needs a motivation to survive or grow stronger. Zhu Long's motivation was revenge, while hers was to uphold the title of the successor of a Mei Fist.
As for Chen Mo's motivation to grow stronger, Diame and Zhu Long couldn't quite see it.
Chen Mo nodded, he always felt that the identities and backgrounds of the people around him were somewhat intriguing. Yang Zhua, a genius expelled from the Celestial Clan.
Ma Wanlin, a genius with missing parents, gathering all the resources of the province. Gu Feng, a genius from an ancient martial arts family, had the most ordinary background among them.
Moreover, he had a hint of the flavor of a cannon fodder villain.
What about me? What is my motivation and reason for getting stronger?
Following behind Zhu Long and Diame, a hint of confusion flashed in Chen Mo's eyes, but this moment of confusion vanished almost instantly, and a smile appeared on his lips.
Is there a need for a reason to grow stronger? The act of getting stronger itself is the best motivation and reason. Chen Mo's confusion came and went quickly. Once he understood, the slight concerns he had disappeared completely.
Overall, the task Zhu Long took on was a relatively rewarding routine mission, but it still had a certain level of difficulty. If Chen Mo were to do this task alone, it would likely take considerable effort, and there might even be danger. He truly couldn't compete against a 4th-tier warrior, and he might not even be able to handle an 8th-level warrior in the middle of the 3rd tier.
It's about time, the next wave of replacements should be arriving soon.
Zhu Long glanced at the pitch-black sky, roughly calculating the time they had been in, which was about 24 hours.
Next, we need to do our own thing.
With that, Zhu Long pulled out a large map from his pocket, marked with various resource points. Although they were called resource points, they were actually medicinal herb farms and mines established by Abyss warriors.
Masters tacitly allowed such acts of robbery.
First, it could train the practical combat and adaptability skills of the disciples in the Master Academy.
Second, it could weaken the resource supply of the Abyss warriors to a certain extent, greatly disrupting their mindset. Not to mention that the resources obtained could be fed back to the entire Master Academy. The masters would be eager to join in the robbery themselves. After all, the Abyss warriors were incredibly wealthy, the kind that made even the masters envious. Even if the masters couldn't participate directly, it was still a win-win situation. The human race had won 3 times in a row. Currently, the closest to us is a medicinal herb farm. Although the quality of the herbs isn't high, the quantity can still be exchanged for a significant amount of credits. Zhu Long pointed to a resource point on the map. By the way, Brother Zhu Long, what about that mine under the adult Abyss Mother Tree? Should we go take a look?
Chen Mo was still thinking about his task. Now that he had 2 strong allies, he might be able to complete it smoothly.
You mean that small mine?
It's already been completely absorbed by the Abyss Mother Tree, there's nothing left inside. Zhu Long recalled, pointing to a location on the map.
Do you think that adult Abyss Mother Tree came here for no reason? It was specifically for that mine.
Chen Mo's face darkened, his mine was gone.
But if you want a mine, there are still ways. We can go raid a mining site. Zhu Long pointed to a mine not far from the medicinal herb farm. But let's skip it this time. The quality of the containers we brought is too low. We were originally heading for the medicinal herb farm. This broken sack can't hold much, and there are usually strong guardians at the mine, at least at level 10. We need to plan ahead.
Alright then, Chen Mo sighed, deciding to wait until he reached level 6 to sneak in.
The target is confirmed. Next is the division of labor. After putting away the map, Zhu Long turned to Chen Mo. Chen Mo was taken aback. Why were these two suddenly staring at him? You don't want me to be the bait, do you?
Of course not. Your strength is too weak. Being the bait is too dangerous. Zhu Long shook his head, while Dayame clicked her tongue in disappointment.
What are you two taying about? Senior sister Dai, you can't really want me to be the bait, can you? Chen Mo looked Dayame up and down, his gaze finally landing on her acne. Heh, acne senior sister. You little brat, you really should be the bait. Dayame gritted her teeth in anger, but in the depths of the abyss, she couldn't act, so she'd have to deal with Chen Mo later. Alright, enough of the nonsense, let's get down to business. Zhu Long tapped Chen Mo and Dayame on the shoulders and continued assigning tasks. I'll create a big commotion to draw away the level 11 guardian of the farm. Little Dai, you handle clearing or distracting the remaining guards, and Chen Mo, you focus on grabbing. Chen Mo was stunned. Was it really that straightforward?
Don't worry about the method of gathering herbs, just grab as much as you can in the limited time. Anyway, we'll just hand it over to the people at the pharmacy when we get back. The little bit of medicinal properties we lose doesn't matter. Alright, let's confirm our tasks one last time. We're ready to start the harvest.
Chapter 140, I'll take the turf with me. Chapter 140, I'll take the turf with me. Medicinal herb farm, outer defense wall. Chen Mo was crouched in the corner, waiting for Zhu Long and Dayame's signal.
He had thought Zhu Long or Dayame would have some clever little idea, but it turned out to be the simplest tactic of drawing the tiger away from its mountain.
Chen Mo's role in this robbery could be considered quite crucial.
Well, there were only 3 of them, and all 3 were core roles.
Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Abyss warriors couldn't compete with human warriors. Human warriors were crazier than one another, even to the point of not valuing their own lives. Through the light emitted by the energy stones, Chen Mo could even see the ordinary farmers tending to the herbs. To the warriors, these farmers were like livestock, devoid of any dignity. Just as Chen Mo was still observing the internal structure of the farm, a loud bang came from the main gate. Boom!
The heavy metal gate was sent flying by Zhu Long's punch, crushing countless low-level Abyss warriors.
Ki Mu! Califu!
Zhu Long shouted, and a tall figure suddenly sprang out from the farm. The figure glared fiercely at Zhu Long, drawing a long knife from behind and charging at him.
What's going on? Why did that person suddenly get angry? Chen Mo was taken aback. The level 11 strongman that charged out was clearly in a state of rage. You got attacked at your door and you're not angry?
Dayame, hanging on the defense wall, chuckled and drew 2 long swords from her back, rushing out as well. Once the warriors inside have mostly left, hurry out to gather the herbs, and be very careful.
After a clattering of metal, Zhu Long pretended to be at a disadvantage, spitting out a mouthful of blood before turning to flee. How could the level 11 Abyss warrior let go of someone weaker who dared to insult him? With a loud shout, he chased after Zhu Long. Both of their speeds were incredibly fast, disappearing over the horizon in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Dayame's appearance caused great chaos within the farm, with at least 10 or so level 8 or 9 warriors surrounding her. Chen Mo did not act rashly but quietly waited for an opportunity. Soon, Dayame's face began to turn pale, seemingly exhausted. The Abyss warriors' eyes lit up, and they rushed forward, wanting to behead Dayame. Suddenly, a fierce light surged in Dayame's eyes, and countless sharp sword lights directly killed 4 level 8 Abyss warriors. However, after this strike, Dayame's momentum quickly fell, blood surging beneath her feet as she turned and ran. The bloodthirsty Abyss warriors naturally would not let such a good opportunity slip away, each using their footwork to chase after her. Those Abyss warriors engaged in battle could not see it, but Chen Mo, as an observer, saw it clearly. Dayame and Zhu Long showed no signs of weakness. It was obvious they were just putting on an act. So skilled? Although Chen Mo wanted to scoff, the urgent matter at hand was to quickly get in and scrape the ground. No matter what it was, even if it was just grass, Chen Mo had to take a bite first. He jumped over the wall and kicked a farmer away, pulling out his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd to start digging. Dirt flew everywhere, and Chen Mo didn't care whether the herbs were ripe or not, he just stuffed them into the sack. Various herbs exuded a rich energy aura, and Chen Mo's landing spot was clearly in the high-grade herb area. The farmers, seeing this, dared not approach and huddled in the corners, trembling. Unfortunately, there were only about 7 or 8 high-grade herbs in that area. The herbs that could be produced in large quantities were those low-grade ones. Although the herbs were low-grade, they couldn't be grown on human territory either,
and just pulling one out was worth over 100,000. Not to mention those high-grade herbs worth millions. After stuffing the 8 high-grade herbs into the sack, Chen Mo turned his gaze to the nearby low-grade herb area. He now resembled a hungry wolf that had not eaten for a long time. Every herb was a coveted credit for him. Although the mid-level 4 and upper-level 4 warriors in the herb farm had gone to chase Zhulong and Diame, there were still quite a few lower-level 4 warriors left. Unfortunately, those lower-level 4 warriors couldn't even break through Chen Mo's defenses, and he completely ignored their attacks, crazily scraping the ground. Put! An arrow wrapped in rich energy struck Chen Mo's backside, sending a sharp pain through him, but he had no intention of turning back to defend. He was digging up low-grade herbs and had no time to tangle with those lower-level 4 warriors. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Mo heard Zhulong and Diame's shouts from a distance. Chen Mo, run! We've stirred up something big. We can't handle this. The Abyss warrior that made both Zhulong and Diame feel it was big was either a level 12 or 13 master, or a group of level 11 warriors. Chen Mo's head felt dizzy, and after taking a bite of a low-grade herb, he hoisted the sack and turned to run. Unfortunately, he only managed to take a little more than half of the herbs from the entire herb farm, leaving behind a large pile of herbs. Fortunately, the big thing that Zhulong and Diame mentioned was chasing after them, and Chen Mo safely hid with a large sack of herbs in a secure location. Wow, is it this thrilling? Chen Mo wiped his sweat. He finally understood what it meant to truly court death. Zhulong, an 8th level warrior capable of fighting level 10 warriors, combined with Diame, a 9th level warrior comparable to a level 10 warrior, and him, a 5th level warrior who could fight level 7 warriors. The 3 of them dared to run into someone else's herb farm to scrape the ground. Their audacity was extraordinary. Chen Mo lay on a small hillside, glancing at Zhulong and Diame, who had once again disappeared beyond the horizon, unable to help but feel anxious for them. I wonder if they can. Suddenly, Chen Mo's skin crawled, and he instinctively rolled to the side. Turning his head, Chen Mo saw a figure clad in black armor wielding a steel knife, striking down at the very spot he had just occupied. Chapter 141, Ha! I'm out! Chapter 141, Ha! I'm out! Just the clash of their gazes caused Chen Mo's recently grown hair to stand on end. This person was not someone he could contend with. Run! Run fast! Instinctively, Chen Mo activated his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood state, sprinting away. He no longer cared about the direction of his escape, he only knew that this black-armored figure definitely had the ability to kill him in one move. Gala Gagu. The black-armored man's gaze was dangerous. This little mouse dared to invade the revered one's medicinal herb farm. If he couldn't bring these herbs back, death would be imminent. After activating the perfect steel blood state, Chen Mo's speed was comparable to that of a high-speed train, reaching a maximum speed of 300 km per hour. Yet even so, the black-armored man was still closing in at an incredible speed. At this rate, Chen Mo would be caught within 3 minutes and have his head chopped off. He didn't even know if he could survive after losing his head. What are you thinking? Hurry up and run. Chen Mo shook his head, realizing he was thinking of something terrifying. He hadn't become the strongest in the world yet. How could he die in a place like this? The black-armored man frowned. How could a level 5 little mouse be so fast? Even he, a level 12 general, couldn't catch up? Galagoo. The long knife in the black-armored man's hand emitted waves of terrifying energy, and a devastating slash was unleashed in an instant. No matter how fast Chen Mo was, he couldn't outrun the blade's light, and in the blink of an eye, he was struck on both legs. Everything the blade passed turned to dust, but after severing Chen Mo's calf muscles, it was halted by his metallic gleaming bones. Critical damage taken, health points, bleeding continuously, health points per second, important muscles damaged, speed, damn it. Chen Mo could no longer care about the pain in his legs, all he could do was run for his life. He prayed that a human powerhouse would come to help him, or he would really be done for. Just as Chen Mo was frantically fleeing, the ground in the distance suddenly began to tremble. A whoa! A chilling wolf howl echoed, and the distant horizon began to shimmer with silver light. Chen Mo's eyes widened, and he quickly pulled out a map to take a look. It was over, he had run into the Silver Wolf mountain range. As the name suggested, the mountain range was home to a group of powerful abyssal beasts. Leading them was a level 13 beast king known as the Silver Moon Wolf King. Damn it, let's fight. Chen Mo's eyes turned crimson. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die in a more spectacular way. Just as Chen Mo planned to activate his hardened heart, ascend, and unleash unlimited firepower, a loud shout suddenly rang out beside him. 8 extremes. Double hammer. The ground exploded as a bronze figure swiftly darted past Chen Mo, fiercely meeting the black-armored man behind him with a powerful double punch. Sorry, junior brother Chen Mo, we wasted a bit of time to shake off that level 12 big guy. Thanks for your hard work. The figure radiating a macho aura, Zhu Long, stood like Superman in front of the black armored man, delivering a double hammer that created a massive dent in the black armored man's chest plate.
Xiao Dai, grab Chen Mo and run quickly, the Silver Moon Wolf Pack is coming.
With that, Zhu Long didn't linger with the black armored man. After pushing him back with a punch, he turned and fled. Despite his current bravado, if he truly faced the black armored man, a level 11 abyssal warrior, he would not be a match.
Got it.
Dayame descended from the sky, grabbing Chen Mo by the hair and swiftly retreating, stepping on the void.
Don't pull my hair, it just grew.
Chen Mo felt a sharp pain in his scalp, as if the precious hair he had just grown was about to leave him.
If I don't grab your hair, what should I grab? Can you grab your little buddy instead? From Dayame's position, grabbing Chen Mo's hair was indeed the best choice.
It was easier to exert force and much better than grabbing elsewhere. Of course, saying she would grab Chen Mo's little buddy was purely a manifestation of Dayame's rogue attributes. Just talk.
Alright, then you can grab my hair.
Seeing that he was gradually distancing himself from the black armored man and the Silver Moon Wolf Pack, Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief.
Wait, senior sister Dai, can you fly? Chen Mo was taken aback, realizing that he seemed to be flying while being pulled by his hair. What else? After completing the tempering of the 6 internal organs, you can fly. Isn't that common knowledge? Dayame couldn't believe that Chen Mo didn't know such basic knowledge after high school. Then it's fine, let's hurry and run.
Chen Mo wanted to nod, but with his hair being held, he couldn't move his head at all. Looking at the black armored man already entangled by the Silver Moon Wolf Pack, Chen Mo relaxed completely. He touched the bulging sack on his back and suddenly no longer felt the pain in his legs and head.
By the way, how many medicinal herbs did you get? Dayame finally remembered to ask about Chen Mo's harvest.
Not much, the time was too short.
Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. If only brother Zhu Long and senior sister Dai could hold on a little longer, he could have cleared the entire medicinal herb farm. It's fine, getting something on the first try is good enough.
But when Dayame looked at the big sack on Chen Mo's back, her eyes whitened instantly.
So, how many medicinal herbs did you actually get?
Not many, all the high-level herbs and more than half of the low-level ones. I just uprooted them along with the soil. Pulling them out one by one was too slow. Chen Mo patted the big sack on his back and said regretfully,
Damn! No wonder you lured out the 12th level martial artists. You really went hard, huh?
Although Dayame said this, the excitement on her face was undeniable.
Chen Mo was really bold, and his initiative was much stronger than others.
With this skill of uprooting the soil, she could consider bringing him along for future robberies. After learning about the bountiful harvest, Dayame stopped talking and fully urged her vital energy towards the entrance of the abyssal rift. At the entrance, the one guarding it today was none other than the director of the Boxing King Academy, Xue Lu. The teapot in his hand was wafting with a fragrant aroma. This was top-quality tea he had treasured for a long time. One tael costs over 30,000.
This is so comfortable. It's much better than being a laborer for that kid Chen Mo.
He used to dislike coming here for duty, but ever since Chen Mo arrived, he looked forward to this day of duty.
Because this was the only time he could relax without seeing Chen Mo.
That old guy was like an undead. He walked away covered in blood the day before, and the next day he was bouncing around, making him continue to exert pressure on him.
Wait, since yesterday, I haven't seen Chen Mo. Where did that kid go? Buzz buzz buzz.
Suddenly, the entrance of the abyssal rift behind Xue Lu began to hum, and waves of energy caused the ground around to tremble.
Is there an enemy attack?
Xue Lu suddenly stood up, his vital energy flowing throughout his body, ready to respond to any enemies emerging from the abyssal rift.
Ha 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 ha, I'm back.
A familiar voice rang out as Chen Mo shot out from the abyssal rift like a cannonball. The bag crashed straight into Xue Lu's hands, which held a master teapot worth 500,000. Chapter 142, Settlement. Preparing for peaceful refinement, Chen Mo touched the fragments of the teapot on his head, momentarily stunned, and then saw Xue Lu's darkened face in front of him.
Ah, Dean, you're on duty today, so I won't disturb you, Chen Mo said, just as he was about to slip away, but Xue Lu grabbed his shoulder. How did you come out by yourself?
I remember you were on patrol with Zhu Long and Dayame. It's been almost 2 days, your task should have been completed by now, right? Xue Lu smiled, but the smile looked dangerously ominous. Ah, I just brought back some medicinal materials to exchange for credits, otherwise, I'd run out of credits soon.
Chen Mo patted the sack on his back and opened the mouth of the sack for Xue Lu to see.
Looking at the sack filled with various medicinal materials and feeling the overwhelming energy they emitted, Xue Lu fell silent for a moment.
Did you scrape the ground in Black Cloud City?
No, this is a medicinal farm that senior brother Zhu Long took me to. I still left behind a lot of medicinal materials that I didn't dig up.
Chen Mo sighed regretfully.
it was all Zhu Long and Diame's fault for not being competent, or he could have cleared that medicinal farm.
Dean Shui. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, Zhu Long and Diame walked out from the abyssal crack.
Both of them were injured, and Diame was covered in dust.
You too.
Shuela realized what they had been up to when he saw Chen Mo's large sack.
Do you know that Chen Mo is just a 5th-level martial artist? Taking him to rob the medicinal farm of the city lord's subordinates, do you want him to live too long? What? You want him to break the record for the fastest death since entering the academy, right? Ha! Chen Mo was taken aback. He had robbed the medicinal farm of the city lord's subordinates?
Cold sweat instantly broke out. He was lucky not to have died in the deep abyss.
We were wrong, Dean Shui.
Zhu Long and Diame quickly admitted their mistake, as if they were used to such reprimands. How about this? Half of the harvest goes to junior brother Chen Mo, and Xiao Dai and I will each take a quarter. Zhu Long thought for a moment. This was the best compensation plan he could come up with. No, let's each take a third, Chen Mo started to say, but Zhu Long stopped him. This time, we took you on an adventure, and without you, we wouldn't have gathered so much. You taking half is only right, not to mention we almost got you killed by an 11th level abyssal martial artist.
Put. Shuela spat out a mouthful of tea, and the anger that had just been extinguished flared up again. An 11th level abyssal martial artist, do you really want Chen Mo to die? Alright, I don't want to scold you anymore. Go to the exchange center and redeem your credits. Shuela waved his hand. He knew he couldn't reason with these kids, and they would eventually continue to scrape the ground. Thank you, Dean Shui.
Diame beamed a sweet smile, dragging Chen Mo and Zhu Long away from the entrance. Sai, I need to put the Master Academy in the spotlight. These kids are just idling around and getting into trouble every day. At the exchange center, Chen Mo placed the large sack of medicinal materials directly on the table. The solid wooden table shook from the weight of the heavy sack. Calculate the credits, I'll take half, and the rest will be split between senior brother Zhu Long and senior sister Dai. Chen Mo opened the mouth of the sack, revealing the relatively fresh medicinal materials inside.
Wow, good stuff.
The brother in charge of the exchange center, a student from the medicinal academy, lit up at the sight of the materials. Wait a moment, let me calculate how many credits these herbs are worth. High-grade herbs are 300 credits each, but some are damaged, so let's say 270 credits. As for the low-grade herbs, the senior from the pharmacy school was quick with his hands, rapidly calculating the value of Chen Mo's haul this time.
A total of 3,720 credits?
The pharmacy senior paused for a moment, picked up the calculator, and recalculated.
Damn, you guys got this many credits just from one outing? Of course, you should see who we are.
Diame proudly puffed out her cheeks, having teamed up with Zhu Long to trick a 12th level abyss warrior this time. Although she almost got herself in trouble too.
Impressive.
The pharmacy senior gave a thumbs up with some admiration, then turned to pack away the large sack of herbs. The credits have already been transferred to your identity card accounts. You can use them anytime. Also, next time you get so many good herbs, be sure to be careful. The harvesting technique can affect the value of the herbs. If the technique is good enough, it can enhance their value.
Chen Mo and the others were not interested in his lengthy lecture.
They didn't need technique, they just needed to scrape the ground.
As long as they scraped enough, the extra credits from technique didn't matter at all. I've relaxed enough. Next, I need to focus on breaking through to level 9. After I reach level 10, I'll go on missions with you. Diame stretched lazily, happily took her identity card, and left. Rest well, but don't neglect your muscle training. I'll be waiting for you in the strength training room at the Strength Academy. Zhu Long patted Chen Mo's shoulder. With so many credits, he could buy a lot of pills to replenish his energy and blood. Chen Mo nodded. He had gained a total of 1,860 credits this time. Adding the previous leftover credits of over 1,000, he wouldn't have to worry about credits for the next week. He should focus on refining his spine now. After reaching level 6, he still wanted to go for something big. He felt uncomfortable as long as the task for the storage space wasn't completed. If he had the storage space today, he wouldn't have to carry a large sack around, significantly reducing the danger. Chapter 143, how about going for another round? The next day, Chen Mo continued his daily routine. First, he went to the Boxing King Academy to find Shuelu to use him as a human gravity refining chamber, and after refining his bones, he went to find Zhu Long to refine his muscles. However, today's schedule included one more item than usual, learning 8 extremes fist from Zhu Long. Chen Mo had already started refining the muscles in his right forearm, sitting on the bench press and looking at Zhu Long, who was lifting weights not far away. Zhu Long, I've always been curious about something.
Just ask whatever you want, Zhu Long replied without being disturbed, continuing his bench press. I noticed that when you fight with senior sister Dai, you always like to shout out the names of your techniques.
Doesn't that expose you? And it feels a bit embarrassing to do that.
Chen Mo scratched his face, realizing that everyone seemed to shout the names of their techniques during battles, especially those powerful ultimate moves, which seemed to be a consensus among everyone.
Embarrassing?
With a loud thud, Zhu Long put the barbell back on the rack, sat up, and stared directly at Chen Mo.
Do you know that when you want to use your powerful ultimate move, you must shout the name of the technique? It's a rule, understand? Why? Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, startled by Zhu Long's assertive demeanor. Because it looks damn cool.
Zhu Long's eyes sparkled, his tone extremely serious. A question mark slowly appeared above Chen Mo's head. After such a long time, he finally realized that Zhu Long had such a personality. However, he was right, calling out the moves was indeed quite impressive. At this moment, a man nearing 30 and an 18-year-old boy shared a wonderful resonance.
Back to the point, since you want to practice Baji Quan with me, I will hold you to the strictest standards. Your physical strength is already very high, far surpassing what I had when I first learned Baji Quan, so my expectations for you will also increase accordingly. Zhu Long lightly coughed, realizing he seemed to be a bit overzealous, and quickly adopted a serious tone. Okay. Chen Mo nodded.
The basics of Baji Quan were not difficult, but becoming a master like Zhu Long was quite challenging. Before we start, let me explain why martial artists who use their fists are the coolest.
Zhu Long's expression turned serious as he began to support his earlier statement with a rigorous theory.
In essence, a martial artist's body is the best weapon, especially for warriors like you and me who have refined our muscles. A single punch can shake the heavens and the earth, relying on nothing external. That is the charm of the double fist.
But brother Zhu Long, don't you also practice the 6 harmonies long spear? Chen Mo raised his hand and posed a critical question.
I only said that fist techniques are the coolest, not that we don't use others. Zhu Long waved his hand, signaling Chen Mo not to dwell on such trivial matters.
Alright, next, I will start teaching you Baji Quan from the beginning. The characteristic of Baji Quan's power generation is its short and quick strikes, with techniques like Bang, Han, and Tu.
Despite Zhu Long's burly appearance and somewhat childish demeanor, he was quite meticulous when explaining Baji Quan. Coupled with his hands-on teaching, Chen Mo grasped the basic stances of Baji Quan in just 2 hours. However, this was merely grasping. He was still far from meeting Zhu Long's standards to proceed to the next stage of learning. Fist techniques are easy to start but extremely difficult to master. After several days of systematic study and practice, Chen Mo was still entangled with the basic stances. Don't be discouraged. Normally, mastering the basic stances takes about a month, and you've only had 3 days, which is quite short. Zhu Long was very satisfied with Chen Mo's progress, at least much better than when he first started learning Baji Quan.
You are now quite proficient in the basic stances, so you can move on to power training.
First, practice the Zhuo power like a madman. Second, practice the soft, sealing, closing, and pushing techniques.
These are the skills you need to master in the second stage.
As Zhu Long spoke, he demonstrated the techniques he mentioned for Chen Mo. This method of power generation was incredibly fierce, completely devoid of any soft overcoming hard. It was purely hard overcoming hard.
That's enough for today. How's your steel bone refining going?
Zhu Long was somewhat eager, looking forward to taking Chen Mo to the abyssal rift to scrape the ground once he reached the 6th level of steel bone. The last time they scraped the ground, Zhu Long had a great time. Who wouldn't like a decisive and bold teammate?
It's going alright.
I've finished refining my pelvis, and now I just have my spine, ribs, and skull left. Chen Mo glanced at his steel bone refining progress, which had reached 67, averaging an increase of 4 each day. In about 8 days, he would complete the refining of his steel bones. It seemed his credits were running a bit low again. Fortunately, he still had 15,000 gold coins left, so he didn't have to worry about getting stuck at the last point and failing to achieve perfect steel bones.
So, when are we going to the abyssal rift again to scrape the ground? My credits are a bit short again. Chen Mo noticed Zhu Long's eagerness. It was a good opportunity to cling to such a proactive ally. Are you sure? You almost died in the deep abyss last time. Zhu Long was somewhat surprised. After experiencing such a perilous situation, Chen Mo was still willing to follow him into the abyssal rift? But I didn't die, did I? Chen Mo patted his chest, producing a dull thud.
A martial artist must dare to fight and strive. If everyone just stays at home and doesn't go out to train, then what's the use of all this strength? He continued, besides, going to scrape the ground not only benefits us but also weakens the resource supply of the abyss martial artists to some extent.
It's a win-win situation. Honestly, I used to think you were just a genius in martial arts talent.
Zhu Long suddenly stood up and grabbed Chen Mo's hand.
Only now do I truly understand you. You are an all-around genius, our thoughts are surprisingly aligned. So, how about we invite senior sister Dai to join us tomorrow?
Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and firmly grasped Zhu Long's large hand. Xiao Dai has been busy lately, she's about to complete her golden body and advance to a level 10 martial artist. Zhu Long shook his head, pondering who else might be suitable. How about this, we go to that medicinal herb farm in the Silver Wolf Mountains.
Chen Mo suddenly remembered the medicinal herb farm noted in his documents. That farm isn't very strong overall. Senior brother Zhu, you handle the guards, and we'll take care of scraping the ground.
I can't guarantee much else, but I can assure you that the few people I found are definitely skilled at scraping the ground.
Chapter 144,
Re-entering the deep abyss that night, the 5 members of Chen Mo's team gathered in the small courtyard where he lived.
Level 7?
Chen Mo looked up and down at Yang Zhuo, who had undergone a significant transformation, unable to hide his surprise.
Yes.
The resources provided by the Master Academy can meet my training needs, so my strength has increased rapidly.
Yang Zhuo nodded, but then a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. But my credits are almost used up. If I don't earn more, I might not even be able to afford blood food. What about you? How's your progress with the steel bone refinement? Chen Mo turned to Ma Wanglin. The progress isn't too fast. Your credits recover quickly, and you can use master pressure to help you refine. My recovery ability isn't that strong, and I don't have that many credits. I just finished refining my arms and one leg, plus a thigh bone.
Ma Wanlin sighed. If it weren't for the credits being a constraint, her speed in refining steel bones would probably be much faster.
Do you know why I called you all here today? Ignoring Gu Feng's eager gaze, Chen Mo directly asked. What is it?
The others exchanged glances, unsure of why Chen Mo had summoned them.
Do you want credits?
Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and told them about the last time he went to scrape the ground in the abyss with Zhu Long and Diame.
Over 1,000 credits at a time.
Ma Wanlin jumped up, her eyes filled with nothing but desire for credits. What Xiao Lin said about credits being all-powerful was no exaggeration. All kinds of precious resources could be exchanged without limit at the Master Academy.
As long as you have enough credits, there's nothing you can't get.
Yang Zhuo's eyes lit up. He had been worried about where to get a large sum of credits recently. He hardly slept, training his body during the day and completing tasks to earn credits at night. But in the face of his massive resource consumption, the credits earned from those small tasks were just a drop in the bucket.
Hey, why don't you ask me about my recent training situation? Gu Feng was anxious, poking Chen Mo with a hint of annoyance. I know, aren't you refining your spinal cord? Just don't end up paralyzed.
Recently, Gu Feng had the most contact with Chen Mo, so Chen Mo was naturally aware of his training progress.
Then, can I go too? He Miao timidly raised her hand and asked cautiously. Of course. With your assistance, everyone can focus more on scraping the ground.
You'll be in charge of keeping watch.
Chen Mo nodded.
He Miao's role was crucial. With her around, he didn't have to be distracted by the surrounding situation and could focus on scraping the ground. Oh, then I'll just share my credits with everyone.
He Miao chuckled to herself. It seemed everyone valued her quite a bit. Let's not talk about that. Chen Mo suddenly recalled what the senior from the Food Institute had said to him before. He Miao, how's your learning at the Food Institute lately? Have your skills improved? As soon as the Food Institute was mentioned, He Miao fell silent as if she had been muted.
I've learned a few methods for handling blood food, but I'm not very skilled yet. However, I've already learned how to prepare meals for daily energy replenishment. I can make some for everyone to try.
What did she mean by meals for daily energy replenishment? Compressed biscuit mush? Forget it, let's skip this topic and continue with the scraping plan.
Chen Mo realized that his question might not have been easy to answer, so he quickly returned to the main topic. We'll discuss the specifics of our actions tomorrow when we meet Brother Zhu Long, but I have a few important things to tell you. Don't bring those oversized backpacks, just take a few large sacks. Once we enter the deep abyss, don't think about tangling with abyss warriors. Our strength dictates that our main strategy in the deep abyss is to run. Focus on scraping the ground, with killing enemies as a secondary goal, and making credits as the core of our strong scraping operation.
Alright, that's all. Go prepare, tomorrow I'll take you all to make a fortune.
At 5 o'clock the next morning, Chen Mo's fully armed and fierce team gathered at the entrance of the abyss rift. Today, an old, tall, and thin man was responsible for guarding the entrance. The old man, named Gun Lianhu, was the head of the Weapon Institute among the 13 institutes of the Great Xiao Master Academy. Despite his frail appearance, he was the strongest in combat among the 13 masters, being the head of the institute that manufactured weapons and various tools. His golden hammer was stained with the blood of countless abyss warriors.
Aren't you the kid who just came back from the deep abyss a few days ago? Gun Lianhu paused upon seeing Chen Mo, asking with some confusion.
The news of Chun Mo scraping a large sack of medicinal materials from the deep abyss had already reached all 13 heads, which was why Gung Lianhu was momentarily stunned.
These kids had only been in the academy for a few days, it seemed just about a month.
In less than a month, they had gone down to the deep abyss 3 times. This was a reckless pace.
Isn't it because my credits ran out?
I thought I'd go scrape some more to earn a few credits. Chen Mo chuckled. He had spent too much on credits, and how could he get by without working hard to earn more? Alright, be careful, don't get yourself killed. Otherwise, you'll become the fastest group of students to die since the establishment of the Great Xia Master Academy.
Gung Lianhu waved his hand. He wouldn't interfere with these kids' affairs.
In fact, he found Chen Mo's daring and fighting spirit quite likable.
Okay.
Chen Mo hurriedly led Gu Feng and the others into the pitch-black abyss rift. Zhu Long should be waiting for him on the other side.
This smell, really? Gu Feng frowned and quickly put on a gas mask.
He handed one to He Miao, otherwise, her small frame would collapse in no time.
You guys are here.
A strong figure slowly stood up from a nearby rock.
So, should we go directly through the Silver Wolf mountain range or take a detour?
Chen Mo spread out the documents and map on the ground, and Gu Feng and the others gathered around. Let's take a detour. The Silver Moon Wolf King probably still remembers my scent. Zhu Long thought for a moment. He didn't plan to provoke the Silver Moon Wolf King this time, as there was no one to take the blame for him.
By the way, brother Zhu Long, I wanted to ask last time, how did you lure the Silver Moon Wolf Pack over? Chen Mo suddenly remembered this question and looked up at Zhu Long.
It's nothing much, I just snuck up behind the Silver Moon Wolf King and gave him a punch in the balls, and then those Silver Moon Wolves started chasing me.
Zhu Long's nonchalant remark left Chen Mo and the others feeling quite pained.
Chapter 145, a spear burned 2 million. Then let's take a detour. Going straight through the Silver Wolf Mountains is just too dangerous. Chen Mo was already considering whether he should refine his few parts, otherwise, it would always be a weakness.
I think so too. There are quite a few rare herbs along the Silver Wolf Mountains. We can pick some up along the way.
Zhu Long nodded. He was indeed a burly man, but that didn't mean he lacked brains. Having already offended the Silver Moon Wolf King, he certainly couldn't go looking for death at this time.
Let's go.
After handing the map to He Miao, they no longer had to worry about finding their way. With He Miao's super brain, it was all taken care of. He Miao was quite capable. After a brief familiarization and memorization, he had all the various branches of the Silver Wolf Mountains stored in his mind.
Wait a moment, let me put on the controller first.
He Miao pulled out a pitch-black full-cover helmet from his small backpack, and at the same time, 4 jet drones took off.
I remember that modern technology can't be used in the abyss. Zhu Long frowned. Even a handgun needed to change its ammunition to function normally, yet drones could actually be used in the abyss?
Yes, normal technology indeed cannot be used.
He Miao replied while leading the way.
Just like with handguns, as long as you replace the gunpowder with a certain ratio of energy stone powder, it can be successfully activated. This drone was also made by mimicking the technology of Abyss warriors, and it runs entirely on energy stones for power. In simple terms, technology is just boiling water and throwing stones. As long as you make slight adjustments, it works. Currently, the only difficulty in expanding Abyss technology is in the energy aspect, otherwise, it would have been widely used long ago.
I see, I really hadn't paid attention to these things before. Zhu Long nodded. He Miao's explanation was quite easy to understand.
If you go straight for 47 kilometers, you'll reach the Silver Wolf Mountains. Once we enter the Silver Wolf Mountains, everyone just needs to follow the direction of the drones. 1 drone was left to handle navigation, while the remaining 3 drones hovered above Chen Mo and the others, keeping watch for any movements around them. Compared to the vastness of other shallow abysses, the deep abyss felt relatively smaller. Moreover, there weren't as many abyss beasts as in the shallow abyss, making it seem unusually desolate and empty. The sky was completely black, and the few light sources came from the glowing plants that grew from the ground. These glowing plants were generally highly toxic. Even a warrior would perish after taking a bite, rendering them of no practical use. This place really isn't fit for humans, Gu Feng complained while on the way.
What do you think the structure of the abyss is like? Could it be that above us is the mid-level abyss, and above that is the shallow abyss? Who knows? The focus right now isn't that, right?
Chen Mo was actually quite curious, but with his current strength, he didn't have the qualifications to explore it.
Haven't you all studied this?
Zhu Long frowned. He remembered that these courses were taught in the 4th year. Right, these junior brothers and sisters had gone straight to the Master Academy after graduating from high school. They had directly given up on cultural courses. How could that be acceptable? Let's put it this way, the passage from the shallow abyss to the mid-level abyss is called the road of no return. The path from the deep abyss to the middle abyss is also one way, just like the shallow abyss. Except for abyssal creatures like the abyss demon that can travel back and forth, for us, it is a one-way passage. Currently, both the shallow and deep abysses have been studied to some extent, but the middle abyss is the only one that hasn't been researched. So far, no one has ever come out of the middle abyss, even masters meet their end there. Therefore, some scholars speculate that the entire abyss is a planet, just different from how we live on the surface of a planet. The abyss exists beneath the crust, with the overall gravity being reversed, and the middle abyss is the core area of the entire abyss.
Chen Mo and the others were left in confusion, mainly because Zhu Long's explanation was too vague.
Oh, there's no need to know it so clearly, just think of the abyssal human race as living underground, like subterranean people.
It doesn't make much difference anyway.
Zhu Long waved his hand. His grades in cultural studies weren't that great either, so it was good enough that he could explain anything at all. How about this? Once you complete this stage of physical tempering, I'll apply for a cultural studies tutor with the deans to teach you. Or we could send you to the martial arts academy to learn some basic knowledge about the abyss.
Let's talk about it later.
Chen Mo wasn't very interested in cultural studies. He actually preferred the dangerous places of the deep abyss. With a master providing him with a human-shaped gravity tempering chamber and a wealth of resources that couldn't be accessed from the outside, Chen Mo didn't want to suffer at the martial arts academy. Attention, we are about to enter the area belonging to the Silver Wolf Mountain Range. The energy particles around us are becoming active.
Warning, a pack of 7 silver moon wolves has appeared 1,350 meters ahead, exercise caution.
The moment he heard about the silver moon wolves ahead, Chen Mo dashed out in a single leap. Once the charging attack indicator appeared, Chen Mo swung his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd, sweeping through the 7 silver moon wolves in one strike.
Damage dealt, 387,576. Maximum health increased by 46,509. Damage dealt, 387,576. Maximum health increased by 46,509. Damage dealt, 387,576. The system's announcement rang out 7 times in succession, finally alleviating the steel addiction that had been bothering Chen Mo for nearly a month. With powerful figures everywhere in the Great Xia Master Academy, Chen Mo could actually spar with anyone he wanted. However, the defense of the upper-tier martial artists was simply too high. He couldn't deal any damage, and thus couldn't increase his health. Martial artists of the same realm were too fragile. A single hit could easily be fatal, making abyssal beasts a more cost-effective option. Awesome!
With that sweeping strike, Chen Mo's health increased by a full 325,000. If it weren't for the pressing matters at hand, he would have wanted to engage in guerrilla tactics in the Silver Wolf Mountain Range to stack up his health.
What a waste of so many wolf pelts!
Zhu Long lamented as he picked up a piece of silver moon wolf fragment from the ground, his face full of regret. This type of abyssal beast only appeared in the deep abyss, so their pelts were worth a fortune.
A complete silver moon wolf pelt could sell for 3 million.
In other words, Chen Mo's recent sweeping strike had effectively burned away 21 million. Chen Mo's face turned green. He couldn't be blamed for that. The damage from the charged attack was just too high. These silver moon wolves generally had health around 120,000 to 130,000, with strength around level 4, and they simply couldn't withstand Chen Mo's charged attack. Forget it, just be more careful next time. The pelts and bones of the silver moon wolves can fetch a high price outside the Master Academy. Zhu Long sighed. It was normal for Chen Mo not to understand the value of the silver moon wolves. Bones from silver moon wolves above level 8 are excellent weapon materials and can sell for around 10 million per kilogram in the outside world. Even level 4 ones can sell for 5 figures per kilogram.
The best way to kill a silver moon wolf is to crush its internal organs, so as not to damage its fur and bones. Chapter 146, Is there a traitor in Black Cloud City? Unfortunately, the techniques that Zhu Long described were not used in the following journey. Aside from the 7 silver moon wolves encountered at the entrance, Chen Mo and his group only came across a scout team from Black Cloud City in the Silver Wolf Mountain Range. The process was almost identical to their previous encounter with a scout team. Chen Mo and his companions dealt with the 3 7th level martial artists, while Zhu Long faced the 2 8th level and 2 9th level martial artists alone. What a pity, still too stubborn. After a series of friendly exchanges, Zhu Long disappointingly crushed the head of 1 9th level martial artist. Let me say, is it possible that they really don't know where the city lord is? Chen Mo crossed his arms, looking at the several dead scouts. What if they do know?
Zhu Long shook his head. His obsession with killing the city lord of Black Cloud City was too deep. Let's go, we're almost at the medicinal herb farm mentioned in the documents. The group continued on their way, and with He Miao's navigation, they reached the medicinal herb farm in just half an hour. Compared to the last medicinal herb farm Zhu Long led them to, this one was clearly much larger. However, there were fewer high-level herbs, and most of the area was filled with low-level herbs. This meant that the defensive strength of this medicinal herb farm was not very strong. The strongest guard appeared to be a 10th level martial artist. It could also be because this medicinal herb farm was located on the border of Black Cloud City and was not that important. Same as before, I'll take care of the guards, and you guys go scrape the ground.
Zhu Long reiterated their very simple plan and left the group with a drone. He Miaostays, Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, Ma Wanglin, the four of us will take the big sacks, and as soon as there's movement from brother Zhu Long, we act immediately. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the oversized sack, which was even larger than the one he brought last time. Isn't this plan a bit hasty? Gu Feng scratched his head, feeling that such a simple and even hasty plan seemed a bit unreliable. Don't worry, as long as we act fast enough, this plan is reliable. Chen Mo gave a thumbs up, and Gu Feng could only sigh. 10 seconds later, a loud noise erupted from within the medicinal herb farm, and all the defensive forces rushed toward the source of the sound. Hurry, hurry! Move, move! Chen Mo used the cloud step and dropped directly into the high-level herb area. Gu Feng and the others exchanged glances and used their techniques to leap over the 7 or 8 meter high defensive wall. When they saw the herbs scattered all over the ground, their previous worries completely vanished, and they scraped the ground faster than Chen Mo. Speed up, we must clean out all the herbs here. Chen Mo's phoenix beak dragon tooth halberd turned into a whirlwind shovel, and with one scoop, a large area of herbs was packed into the sack. The group's speed was incredibly fast, and they weren't just digging for herbs. Ma Wanglin even smashed the energy stone lamps used for lighting to extract the energy stones inside. Chen Mo wanted to do the same, but once he got the energy stones, his task would be settled, so he decided to wait until he reached level 6 for a bigger haul. These lamps are made of abyss steel, don't forget to take them. Ma Wanglin glanced at the lamp she had smashed, violently dismantled it, and stuffed it into her sack. This is just too much, can we take it all? Gu Feng looked at the vast medicinal herb farm, feeling overwhelmed. If they couldn't take it all, he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Take as much as you can, don't leave behind anything valuable. Chen Mo had gained experience after the last scraping of the ground. As long as he saw something valuable, he would stuff it into the sack. There was no way he would lose out. Goodness, this low-level medicinal herb can sell for 50,000 in the market, and there are plenty of them here. A level 10 martial artist posed some pressure for Zhu Long, but it wasn't too much. He just needed time to defeat him. Zhu Long's muscles bulged, his entire body like a tightly wound spring, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the level 10 martial artist. The 8 Extremes Fist is extremely tough and fierce, a close-range fighting technique, which also allowed Zhu Long to have an incredibly fast explosive speed at short distances. With a loud bang, the surrounding air was instantly torn apart, and those level 4 martial artists who tried to approach the battlefield were blown away. Galagagu. Blood spilled from the corner of the level 10 martial artist's mouth as he glared at Zhu Long with a venomous look. That's right, it's you, the one who attacked the esteemed herbalist's farm last time. Zhu Long had some understanding of abyssal language, so communicating with the abyssal martial artist was not a problem. So what? If you have the ability, let your esteemed one come out and catch me. Otherwise, I'll just come looking for trouble with you for no reason. Zhu Long laughed heartily, completely disregarding the level 10 martial artist. How did you find out about this farm? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the abyssal martial artist realized he couldn't threaten Zhu Long, so he changed the subject. If you can survive and go back, why not ask your kin? In such a hidden location, who do you think besides your own people could find this place? Upon hearing Zhu Long's words, the level 10 abyssal martial artist was momentarily stunned, then his gaze swept over the guards around. What this person from the Radiant Land said was correct. This medicinal herb farm in the Silver Wolf Mountains was very concealed, privately established by a big shot from Black Cloud City. If it weren't for an insider, the location here would definitely not have been exposed. They had already infiltrated Black Cloud City. In a flash, the level 10 abyssal martial artist's mind conjured up a grand spy drama. Once I deal with you, I will naturally report this matter and clean out the insiders in Black Cloud City, and you will then bear the wrath of the 18 esteemed ones of Black Cloud City. Die. Chapter 147, If it can't fit in the pants, just eat it. Chapter 147, If it can't fit in the pants, just eat it. Zhu Long's goal was not to kill but to buy the maximum time for Chen Mo and the others. If he wanted, he could easily kill the level 10 abyssal martial artist in 30 seconds, just by crushing his pulse core. Once a level 9 martial artist successfully condensed their pulse core and transformed from iron body to golden body, they would become quite difficult to kill. Unless the pulse core was crushed, injuries other than decapitation or heart extraction would not be enough to kill them.
But this was only true for ordinary martial artists. For a genius like Zhu Long, crushing the pulse core was not difficult. However, Zhu Long did not kill the level 10 abyssal martial artist immediately. Instead, he entangled himself with him. Hurry up, I'm afraid I might accidentally kill him if I lose control. Zhu Long's physical strength was now much sturdier than that of a golden body, and the level 10 martial artist's attacks only sparked off him, unable to inflict any harm. Inside the medicinal herb farm, Chen Mo and the others had already stuffed 80% of the herbs into the sacks. Looking at the sack in his hand that was about to burst and then at the remaining 20% of the herbs, they all felt a bit unwilling. What to do? The sacks are too small. Gu Feng was so anxious he was scratching his head. Several thousand credits were right in front of him, yet he couldn't take them away, which was quite painful. But Chen Mo beside him remained silent. Instead, he put down the phoenix-beak dragon tooth halberd and began to pull out the herbs by hand. Chen Mo, if you pull it out, there's nowhere to put it. Gu Feng's words trailed off as he saw Chen Mo stuffing herbs into his pockets. Right, I still have pockets. After seeing Chen Mo's actions, Gu Feng and the others followed suit, but the limited capacity of their pockets was hardly enough. Even with their pockets stuffed full, nearly 15 herbs remained uncollected. Chen Mo remained silent, picking up 2 grass ropes to tie his pant legs, then unbuckling his belt to start stuffing herbs into his pants. Gu Feng and the others fell silent for a moment, hesitating to take action. Could the herbs stuffed in their crotches still be used? What are you hesitating for at a time like this? The more herbs we grab, the more credits we earn. Hurry up! Chen Mo noticed that everyone was frozen in place and shouted at them in confusion. Damn it, who cares if they can be used or not? Just take them. Gu Feng gritted his teeth, picked up 2 grass ropes to tighten his pant legs, and pulled open his waistband to start stuffing herbs into his pants. Yang Zhuo followed suit, completely shedding the restraint of his Tianran heritage, doing this without any burden. The only one hesitating was Ma Wanlin, but she eventually gritted her teeth and unbuckled her belt. A few minutes later, with their crotches stuffed full of herbs, the group sighed as they looked at the last patch of herbs remaining. There's no way around it. Chen Mo shook his head, realizing that they couldn't take the last patch of herbs with them. Yeah, we've already gathered quite a bit. We should be able to exchange for about 2,000 credits. Gu Feng was quite satisfied with their haul, aside from looking a bit disheveled. If we can't take it, we can't leave it for them. Let's eat it. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, knowing that consuming unprocessed herbs would have certain side effects, but leaving them behind was even more unbearable for him. Before Gu Feng and the others could react, Chen Mo had already shoved the unfamiliar herbs into his mouth. Damn! Then let's eat. Gu Feng steeled himself. It was just side effects, so they might as well go for it. Thus, the group transformed from whirlwind excavators into land devourers, truly embodying the principle of I'll take a bite of the turf. A few minutes later, with their stomachs nearly bursting, the group finally cleared out the herb farm and successfully escaped its perimeter under He Miao's cover. When Zhu Long saw that they had successfully left, he punched through the chest of a level 10 warrior and turned to run. His punch didn't kill the level 10 abyss warrior, but it had effectively incapacitated him. He spared the warrior's life to let him take back the news of the internal traitor in Black Cloud City, to thoroughly discuss them. Aside from the level 10 warrior who survived, every abyss warrior in the herb farm had died under Zhu Long's iron fist. Blood flowed everywhere, and even the level 10 abyss warrior lay on the ground, gasping and spitting blood. Half an hour after Chen Mo and the others left, a figure clad in black armor descended from the sky, landing in the herb farm. He surveyed the surrounding devastation and the ruined herb fields, and his rage erupted instantly. Beasts of the Radiant Land, I will kill you all. Respected sir, the level 10 abyss warrior, still bleeding, saw the arrival of the respected one from Black Cloud City and struggled to get up despite his injuries. Black Cloud City has an internal traitor. The location of the herb farm is the traitor's doing. Before the level 10 abyss warrior could finish his words, he exploded instantly. Trash, you can't even defend a small herb farm, letting the pups from the Radiant Land ruin it like this. Black Cloud City has been silent for too long. It's allowed the pups from the Radiant Land to forget what pain feels like. But as soon as he said this, he recalled the respected ones from the Radiant Land. The combat power of the dignitaries from the Land of Radiance is too formidable. Black Cloud City alone cannot defeat them. Only when the City Lord and several other major cities unite will there be a chance. Wait for the right moment. I will make you little brats pay the price you deserve. 80 kilometers away from the herbal farm, Chen Mo and his group, who had been running wildly, finally came to a stop. Are you guys feeling a bit off? At this moment, Zhu Long finally had the time to observe Chen Mo and the others. That terrifying aura just now was clearly from a master-level expert. If they had run any slower, they would probably have been turned into mush by now. Chen Mo raised his head. He also felt a heat throughout his body, his head spinning. Something feels off, but it's not a big deal.
No, I think it is a big deal. Didn't you notice your head is swollen to the same width as your shoulders?
The tough guy Zhulon looked terrified. It was the first time he had seen someone's head swell to such a size. Not just Chen Mo, but Gu Feng, Yang Zhua, and Ma Wanglin's heads were all swollen to the same width as their shoulders. It's nothing serious, it should just be the side effects of directly consuming those herbs. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Gu Feng had swollen to the point where he could barely open his eyes.
You guys ate those unprocessed herbs directly.
Zhulong's heart sank. These kids were even more reckless than he had imagined.
Quick, go back and let the people at the pharmacy take a look at you. Don't let anything bad happen.
I don't feel it's a big deal. It's just that there's a bit too much qi and blood in my body, enough to feel uncomfortable. Chen Mo was right. He was now panting and expelling qi and blood.
Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. If you wait any longer, the medicinal power in your bodies will explode. Chapter 148. Steel Bone Refinement Progress 93%. Chapter 148. Steel Bone Refinement Progress 93%. At the Great Xia Master Academy, Pharmacy. The head of the pharmacy, Su Qing, was a gentle-looking middle-aged woman. She looked at the four oversized heads in front of her and felt a headache, unable to help but rub her temples. To be honest, after so many years since the establishment of the Great Xia Master Academy, it was her first time seeing someone eat herbs raw and end up like this. You kids really, even if you can't take them away, you shouldn't eat them directly.
Every herb has a certain level of toxicity. Consuming a small amount is not a big deal, but look at you all.
Each of you must have eaten at least 5 or 6 pounds, right?
Not just that, it should be over 20 pounds, Gu Feng smacked his lips. There was still a muddy taste in his mouth.
Lucky you came back early, otherwise, you would either be poisoned to death or burst from the medicinal power. Su Qing sighed. These new kids really gave her a headache.
No, they already had headaches.
Chen Mo, your recovery ability is very strong.
Go directly to find Director Xue and have him use his pressure to help you refine your steel bones and consume the excess medicinal power in your body.
As for the three of you,
Chen Mo's method isn't suitable for you. Only bloodletting and a large consumption of qi and blood can prevent you from exploding from the medicinal power. Find a place and use your most qi-consuming martial skills to the fullest. Once the medicinal power in your body is exhausted, you'll be fine.
You must be quick. If this continues, your meridians will be damaged.
Also, here's an antidote pill. Taking it continuously for 3 days will clear the toxins from your bodies.
Go.
Su Qing's solution was very simple. After all, as a military doctor, the first priority was to preserve life, and everything else was secondary. Chen Mo and the others were obedient, taking the antidote pills, tossing their identity cards and herbs to Zhulong, and then following the method to consume the medicinal power in their bodies.
In the Boxing King Academy,
Shuelo looked at the person in front of him whose head was even larger than a winter melon and fell into silence.
Director Xue,
don't just stand there. If I don't use up the medicinal power in my body soon, I'm going to explode. Chen Mo was also quite swollen, but his health points were high enough, and his recovery speed was fast. Aside from feeling a bit uncomfortable, he was fine.
What were you all doing? How did you end up with a belly full of low-grade medicinal materials?
Shuela sighed, unsure whether accepting these kids into the Boxing King Academy was a blessing or a curse.
It's nothing much.
The learning credits were almost used up, so I thought I'd go get some more credits. There happens to be a large medicinal farm in the Silver Wolf Mountain Range, located in a remote area without any strong guardians, so we took Brother Zhulong along to scrape the land.
Chen Mo waved his hand, downplaying the matter.
Shuela fell silent again. He wanted to complain, but the restraint of being a master kept him from voicing his thoughts.
Do you know that the old students in the Master Academy only go into the deep abyss once a month? Even so, their death rate remains high, and you've gone down 3 times in just a month? You really think you're invincible, huh? Director Xue, you have to understand me.
Chen Mo felt helpless. After all, his high health points made his overall physical strength frighteningly high. At level 4, he was already on par with level 6 warriors who had undergone steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones refinement, and now at level 5, his physical strength was even higher than that of level 7 warriors. Without the assistance of high-intensity pressure, it would be nearly impossible for Chen Mo to refine a body of such strength. I understand, for a warrior like you, born with steel skin, steel blood, and steel bones, secondary refinement is incredibly difficult. Your speed is also much slower than ordinary warriors, but once the refinement is complete, your strength will be several times greater than that of ordinary warriors.
You are a living example. Shuela nodded and released his master-level pressure.
Well, Director Xue, Chen Mo scratched his head. The 5 times gravity combined with the master pressure felt a bit low for him now.
Could you apply a bit more force? Alright, you want me to apply more force, huh?
Xue Li's blood pressure rose just seeing Chen Mo's big head, and now hearing his request, it rose even higher. Buzz! The pressure around them suddenly increased, and the ground beneath Chen Mo sank deeply.
Ha! Chen Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air, using his mental power to guide the blood and energy into his bones.
Although he looked a bit unappealing now, the combined medicinal power of those low-grade materials provided significant assistance in refining his steel bones. With Xuelu increasing the gravity from 5 times to 8 times, Chen Mo's speed of refining his steel bones became incredibly fast. 3 days passed in a flash, and early in the morning, Chen Mo ran to the Boxing King Academy to find Xuelu, who was practicing in the morning.
Are we starting now?
Xuelu glanced at the time. It was only 5 in the morning, and he had just begun his morning practice. Yes, I only have the last part of my skull left to refine. The rest of my bones have already been successfully refined. Chen Mo was extremely excited. He had digested the medicinal power from the last batch over 3 full days, and during those 3 days, his steel bone refinement progress had reached 93. He was just 1 step away from completing the steel bone refinement. Once he achieved perfect steel bones, he would not only unlock the invisibility feature of the demon shadow but also unlock the 5th skill slot. Moreover, Chen Mo had been saving gold coins recently, just waiting to unlock the 5th skill slot to draw a useful skill.
Then let's get started.
Xuelu nodded. Chen Mo was the most proactive child he had ever encountered in body refinement. Refining the body was not as simple as it sounded. The pain involved was unimaginable. Not only did Chen Mo possess exceptional talent, but he also had a determination that ordinary people lacked, making it no difficult task for him to achieve mastery in the future. Perhaps he could even touch that elusive realm. Buzz! The violent pressure of the master erupted in an instant, and at the same moment, Chen Mo took out 5 level 5 body refining pills and swallowed them. Feeling the sharp pain and itchiness from the top of his head, the originally pure white crown began to emit a metallic sheen.
Chapter 149, Mutation, Golden Bone.
As time gradually passed, Xue Li's eyes widened.
No way, achieving steel bones in less than a month?
3 hours passed, and Chen Mo's progress on the steel bones had reached 99, just 1 step away from perfect steel bones. He consumed gold coins to purchase the final progress for perfect steel bones. I wonder what the difference is between perfect steel bones and ordinary steel bones, Chen Mo thought excitedly, not only because he was about to unlock his 5th skill slot, but also because he was about to activate the invisibility of the demon phantom.
Do you want to spend 7,500 gold coins to purchase perfect steel bone progress 1? Yes or no? Without any hesitation, Chen Mo clicked yes.
Purchase of perfect steel bone progress 1 successful. Perfect steel marrow progress 1 listed for sale at 22,500 gold coins. Stage task 3 completed. 5th skill slot unlocked. 10,000 gold coins credited. Detected that the host has completed perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood. Perfect steel bones resonate with it, causing mutation. In the next moment, Chen Mo's bones, gleaming with metallic luster, began to slowly change color, enveloped by a layer of golden substance. Perfect steel bone, golden bone, passive, health recovery increased by 100, passive 2, for every 1 health lost, attack and defense increased by 2, up to a maximum of 200. Active, after activation, can recover 20% health per second for 60 seconds, cooldown of 24 hours after use. Chen Mo was still studying the skills of this golden bone, completely unaware that his bones were radiating golden light.
Moreover, an extremely terrifying wave of vitality was emanating, faintly carrying the might of a master. This is the indestructible golden body. Xue Li's eyes nearly popped out. Wasn't this the indestructible golden body after the 3 cores merged? What was going on with this kid? Had he become a master?
No, he hadn't condensed the 3 cores, nor had he completed the refining of the steel marrow and the organ's meridians.
Could it be?
Xue Li's mind raced, suddenly suspecting that the pressure of the master had fused into the steel bones, causing the steel bones to transform into the indestructible golden body ahead of time? As Chen Mo's golden light grew brighter, Xuelu frowned and released his vitality to obscure what was happening here. This matter could not be leaked for now. It would be discussed after Chen Mo regained his senses. The more Xuelu looked, the more incredible it seemed. This unique aura was clearly something only a master could possess, the indestructible golden body. It's truly terrifying. Today's kids are more talented than ever. We old folks are really falling behind. With a sigh, the loneliness on Xue Li's face gradually turned into a smile. But then again, if one generation is not as good as the last, what's the point of all our hard work? Come on, kid, I look forward to the day you surpass me. The 13 masters overseeing the Great Xia Master Academy could naturally sense any movements within the academy at any time. Suddenly, 11 figures appeared in the sky, and they all widened their eyes at the sight of Chen Mo's body radiating golden light.
Indestructible golden body. Old Shui, what's going on? How did this kid condense the indestructible golden body? Except for Qiu Lin, who was guarding the entrance to the abyssal rift, all 12 masters of the Great Xia Master Academy were present.
Everyone looked at Chen Mo, who was glowing with golden light, but their expressions were somewhat bewildered. Even as masters, they had never seen such a scene. An 18-year-old boy who had just completed the refining of steel bones had actually condensed the indestructible golden body? No, it's not an indestructible golden body. Chen Mo's bones have merely undergone a mutation, resulting in the transformation into an indestructible golden body.
Shuela shared his thoughts, and the surrounding masters suddenly understood. So that's how it is.
The master's pressure integrates into the bones, combined with secondary tempering and mental power assistance. That's what caused this mutation. Su Qing furrowed her brows. Although she felt there were some issues with this explanation, she had no better alternative for now.
No one should disturb him, we mustn't let him lose focus. Understood. The masters nodded.
Chen Mo had now become a treasure in their eyes. A genius who condensed the indestructible golden body bones at the 6th level of the steel bone realm was definitely a focal point of attention for the upper echelons and even the entire Great Xia. At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware that he had become the center of attention, being closely observed by 12 masters.
He was currently enjoying his brand new attribute panel. Wow, the increase from level 5 to level 6 is this high?
Name, Chen Mo Health, for 519, 100 health recovery, 2000 per second attack, 145,382, base attack 55,000, defense, 89,000 vitality, 369,000 mental power, 700 speed, 266. Chen Mo thought to himself that with this attribute panel, he could still hold his own against an 8th level warrior. Or rather, as long as they weren't upper 4th level warriors, he was confident he could defeat them. The attributes of upper 4th level warriors were simply too high, like a chasm of difference.
Wait, if that's the case, once I break through to upper 4th level, can I spar with a master? Forget it, it's better not to court death.
Then, Chen Mo continued to ponder the newly added golden bone on his panel for a while. Perfect steel skin increases defense, perfect steel blood increases overall attributes, perfect steel bone increases health recovery, so what about perfect steel marrow?
Could it be that it increases maximum health? Or some other attribute?
Guessing aimlessly was pointless. Only by successfully tempering the perfect steel marrow would he know what it truly was.
I should be able to trigger the passive of the demon shadow now, right?
With this thought, Chen Mo equipped the demon shadow from his storage. Fortunately, passive skills do not consume skill slots. He could equip as many as he wanted.
What do you mean the passive skill slots are full?
The host can equip a maximum of 2 passive skills at the same time.
To unlock more passive skill slots, please complete subsequent tasks. Phase Task 4 issued. Complete the tempering of steel marrow into energy. Upon completion, the 6th skill slot will be unlocked, and a reward of 20,000 gold coins will be given. Steel marrow into energy, isn't that the perfect steel marrow?
Note, steel marrow into energy is a higher level state based on perfect steel marrow, similar to golden bone.
Please explore on your own, host. Whatever, let me just get my storage space sorted out first. Putting this matter aside, Chen Mo finally regained his focus.
But the moment he opened his eyes, the 12 faces in front of him startled him.
Masters, is there something you need? Chen Mo was puzzled, wondering how so many people had suddenly appeared. Also, why hadn't he sensed anything at all? Chapter 150, Transformation into Golden Body. Chapter 150, Transformation into Golden Body. Do you feel any discomfort?
Shuela grabbed Chen Mo's arm and noticed that his body felt much heavier than before.
No, everything's fine.
My energy is flowing smoothly, my body is relaxed, and I feel great all over. Chen Mo was a bit confused. He didn't understand why these masters were looking at him so nervously. First, dim the golden light, it's too ostentatious. Gunlian who shook his head. Chen Mo's bones were still glowing, making him look like a big light bulb.
Glowing?
At that moment, Chen Mo realized that the bones all over his body were radiating a dazzling golden light.
How do you turn this thing off? You don't know how to turn off something you created yourself?
Gung Lianhu sighed. After all, he was still just a child. Lianhu, Chen Mo doesn't even know how he became like this. It's normal that he can't control it. Su Qing stepped out, shaking her head, and gently squatted down to check Chen Mo's physical condition. There's nothing seriously wrong with his body. He should be able to control it after a period of adaptation. You shouldn't go out these days, and don't rashly start tempering your steel marrow. Let's wait until after the examination. In a bit, you and I will go to the pharmacy. I'll give you a full body checkup. Oh, Chen Mo nodded, realizing why all these masters were gathered around. It was all because he was such a bright light bulb.
Just then, Chen Mo was suddenly lifted up by Xuelu. 1,000 pounds.
You brat's weight has already reached 1,000 pounds. Xueli's face couldn't hide his excitement. The sudden weight gain without a change in physique meant that Chen Mo's golden bones were indeed the indestructible golden body. Masters have physiques no different from ordinary people, but their weight is hundreds of times that of an average person. The rapid weight gain isn't just a privilege of masters. Any martial artist who reaches the upper fourth rank will start to see their weight increase rapidly. Their physical strength will also significantly improve, making them truly impervious to blades and bullets.
As long as the weapon isn't excessively powerful, it will be ineffective against upper fourth rank martial artists.
This is also one of the reasons why the higher-ups want to control the battlefield in the abyss. After all, the destructive power of an upper fourth rank martial artist is already substantial. Golden body transformation, the other masters gasped. A 6th level martial artist's body had actually begun to undergo golden body transformation.
This was something that many upper fourth rank martial artists could only dream of. What does golden body transformation mean?
Chen Mo's face was filled with question marks. He was almost ready to stick question marks on the faces of the masters.
What? Haven't you learned these basic concepts? What have you been doing in university? Deng Lianhu frowned. How could this child not grasp the basics? Was he the type who was so obsessed with martial arts that he neglected everything else?
Lianhu, this child hasn't attended a martial arts academy. He graduated from high school and entered the Master Academy.
Su Qing smiled and spoke up for Chen Mo.
Right, the old man forgot about this. Deng Lianhu slapped his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed.
I misunderstood you, kid. But it's still not okay if you don't grasp these basic concepts.
Su Qing thought for a moment. The nearest martial arts academy's literature teacher had recently gone to attend a lecture, and the scholar they were familiar with was also busy. It seems we need to arrange for these kids to go to the nearby martial arts academy to study some cultural courses.
Is it necessary?
I feel like not studying cultural courses is fine. Chen Mo's expression changed. He was still pondering about going to Heiyun City to unlock his storage space in the next few days. No, at the very least, you need to learn the basic knowledge that martial artists must master in the Abyss language. Su Qing's expression was serious. It was clear she wasn't joking. The knowledge we old folks have might very well be outdated. It's better to go to the martial arts academy to learn. How about this? You take a few days to adapt to the Steel Bone realm, and we'll help you get an exchange student spot. Su Qing thought for a moment. They still needed to wait for Chen Mo's golden light to fade before they could set off, otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. This child was already being watched by the Abyss Church. If it were to be exposed that he was undergoing golden body transformation at the 6th level, the Abyss Church would target him without limits.
How long will it take?
Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't sent to the martial arts academy right now, it was fine.
I don't know, maybe a week or half a month.
During this time, you should adapt to the immortal golden body bone as quickly as possible.
Su Qing was considering which martial arts academy would be most suitable for Chen Mo and the other kids, so the time wasn't completely set. Immortal golden body bone is still too awkward. I think calling it golden bone would be good.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo still mentioned the name the system had given him.
That's right, the name Immortal Golden Body Bone is a bit ostentatious. Golden Bone is much more appropriate. Xuelu nodded. They had to protect Chen Mo and absolutely couldn't let anything happen to this child. You should go back and rest.
Don't refine your steel marrow before you study the basic cultural courses, and don't go to the Abyss Rift either. The 12 masters had no objections to the name of Chen Mo's bone. It didn't matter what it was called.
I understand.
Chen Mo stood up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and jogged away from the encirclement of the 12 masters.
Wait, you need to come with me for a physical checkup first. You can go back after that.
Su Qing grabbed Chen Mo's shoulder and pulled him toward the pharmacy. Old Xue, let's study the topic of possible mutations in the body refined under the pressure of a master later. A middle-aged man wearing glasses turned to Xuelu with a serious expression. This man was Pei Hong, the head of the Food Institute, a 13th level master, and a scholar with considerable research on the structure of martial artists. However, his research was too advanced to be able to teach Chen Mo and the others. Got it. Even such low-probability events are worth studying, Xuelu said, curling his lip. No, it might not be a low-probability event. It could potentially be widely applicable. That night, after a whole afternoon of examinations with no abnormalities found, Chen Mo finally returned to his small courtyard.
Cough.
Gu Feng lightly coughed, crossing his legs and raising his chin at Chen Mo.
Spit it out if you have something to say. I've been tired all day.
Chen Mo rolled his eyes. This guy was probably about to start showing off again.
I advise you to show me a bit of respect.
I'm now a 7th level Steel Marrow Realm martial artist, and I just broke through this afternoon, Gu Feng said proudly. At 18, being in the Steel Marrow Realm was indeed something to be proud of. In the entire Great Xia, there were only a handful of martial artists in the Steel Marrow Realm at 18, and Gu Feng was one of them.
Chapter 151, The Underground Mine of Black Cloud City. Is this it? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and grinned widely.
Instantly, golden light burst forth, dazzling Gu Feng to the point he had to cover his eyes.
What is this?
It's nothing, it's just that my body is starting to transform into a golden body.
Ah, my teeth are a bit hot, let me cool them off.
Chen Mo fanned his golden teeth as if they were really hot.
Golden body transformation.
Gu Feng, forgetting about the blinding light from Chen Mo's teeth, stepped forward and knocked on his teeth.
Ding ding ding.
The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and Gu Feng's previously excited expression instantly wilted.
Did you touch my teeth without washing your hands? Go away. Chen Mo waved his hand, retracting his big golden teeth. Golden body transformation, isn't that a change that only a 12th level martial artist about to break through to a master would have?
Gu Feng began to doubt his life. He had thought that being at the 7th level would allow him to handle Chen Mo, but now this kid had transformed into a golden body.
Was he about to advance to a master? Wouldn't he be squashed flat? Why, you aren't about to become a master, are you?
No, it's just a mutation of the bones caused by long-term refinement under the pressure of a master. I call it golden bone.
Chen Mo shook his head, not wanting to continue scaring Gu Feng.
That's good. Gu Feng had just breathed a sigh of relief when Chen Mo continued. Although it's not about being promoted to a master, the difference with a master's indestructible body is not much.
I can still easily defeat you with one hand.
Chen Mo shook his right hand, which had already been tempered, and the sound of air being explosively drawn out echoed continuously. Gu Feng felt a bit withdrawn and turned to leave Chen Mo's small courtyard, heading back to deal with the little pearl.
Seeing Gu Feng leave, Chen Mo took out a document from his pocket. The underground mine of Black Cloud City, huh?
Chen Mo wasn't worried about how to enter the underground mine of Black Cloud City, but once he made any significant moves, the invisibility of the demon shadow would fail, and that would be a real problem.
I need to find out where they store the minerals.
A few days later, on October 7th, Gu Feng and the others began their daily routine as usual. Ma Wanglin had also successfully tempered his steel bones a few days ago, advancing to the 6th level of the steel bone realm. Previously, the resources in Xishan province were too scarce. Only in a place like the Daxia Master Academy, where resources were abundant, could Ma Wanglin truly showcase his talent.
I haven't seen Chen Mo these past few days. I didn't even see him during meals, Gu Feng said while chewing on his bloody food.
Indeed, I haven't seen him either. He hasn't even returned to rest at night, Yang Zua nodded. Having spent a long time with Gu Feng and Chen Mo, his emotional and linguistic abilities had grown richer. Maybe he's gone to the deeper abyss for a mission, preparing to temper his steel marrow, Ma Wanglin speculated, putting down his chopsticks and frowning.
Who knows? Anyway, he must be fine, Gu Feng shrugged. He realized that Chen Mo was the toughest person he knew. Even if his grandfather died, Chen Mo might not even be affected. Far away in Yanjing, Gu Ji sneezed, puzzled as he rubbed his nose. Wait, how can I catch a cold when I'm already a master? Could it be that some villain is cursing me?
Father, the battle report from the South Island's new Abyss Rift has arrived.
Gu Shua,
wearing gold-rimmed glasses, pushed the door open and placed a battle report in front of Gu Ji.
How's the battle situation? Gu Ji picked up the report, browsing through it as he asked.
The situation is extremely tense. The Abyss Warriors have already deployed 6 master-level experts, and Governor Song is struggling to hold the line alone.
Currently, a reinforcement team composed of 4th-level warriors has arrived, but the top combat power is still lacking.
We don't know how many more master-level experts will enter the mid-level abyss through the no-return road. We still need some master-level experts to provide support.
Gu Shua adjusted his glasses and expressed his thoughts.
These Abyss Warriors are insane. They actually invaded the mid-level abyss directly.
Don't they plan to go back? Gu Ji frowned tightly. He didn't know what was hidden in the mid-level abyss that could compel these life-preserving Abyss Warriors to risk everything to block them. There were even faint signs of a breakout.
Notify the military department to immediately dispatch 5 combat-oriented masters to the South Island's new Abyss Rift for support. We absolutely cannot let the Abyss Warriors break through to the outside world. Even if it means giving up the opportunity to continue exploring the mid-level abyss, we cannot allow the tragedy of that year to repeat itself.
Do you understand?
Although the South Island's new Abyss Rift was a great opportunity for humanity to explore the mid-level abyss, they absolutely could not let such matters lead to disasters in the outside world. If the mid-level abyss truly hid something, they would eventually have the chance to figure it out, but not now.
I understand, Gu Shua nodded, having already guessed Gu Ji's choice.
To abandon the exploration of the South Island's new abyss rift and shift from an aggressive offensive strategy to a more conservative defensive strategy. If this still doesn't drive those abyss warriors away, then we can only withdraw everyone and find a way to temporarily seal this precious rift connecting to the mid-level abyss. I wonder how that brat Gu Feng and that kid Chen Mo are doing. I heard they went to the Great Xia Master Academy. That old bastard Xiaolin will definitely target Chen Mo. I just hope he doesn't go too far. At this moment, the Chen Mo who was targeted by Gu Ji lay breathless on the grey ground of the deep abyss. Damn, there are quite a few people, Chen Mo said, feeling a headache as he looked at the bustling entrance of Black Cloud City. The flaw of the demon shadow was just that, once an enemy appeared within 5 meters, he would be discovered. But at the entrance, there were people practically shoulder to shoulder. If he really tried to enter through the front gate, he would definitely be spotted. If it doesn't work, I'll use Cloud Step? Chen Mo wasn't sure if using Cloud Step would cancel the demon shadow's invisibility, but how could he know without trying? Moreover, a massive amount of energy stones was right in front of him, just a step away from unlocking his storage space. If he didn't make an effort now, when would he? Damn it, let's go for it. Chen Mo gritted his teeth and gathered a trace of vital energy beneath his feet. The invisibility effect of the demon shadow trembled for a moment but quickly returned to normal. That scared me, Chen Mo sighed in relief. Not far from him, several level 3 or 4 abyss warriors were patrolling. Although they posed no threat to Chen Mo, those level 4 warriors in Black Cloud City could certainly endanger him. Chapter 152, Sneaking into Black Cloud City. Even if those level 4 warriors couldn't kill him, the 18 masters in Black Cloud City were no pushovers. A single slap could knock his soul out. Ha, Chen Mo adjusted his breathing, stepping into Cloud Step, and his body began to rise slowly. After becoming a level 6 warrior and activating the invisibility effect of the demon shadow, Chen Mo discovered that this invisibility was not just about being unseen. His aura, his voice, the life force he emitted, all of it vanished under the cover of the demon shadow. How to put it, he felt like a walking mass of air. As long as one didn't step within 5 meters of him, they would absolutely not notice him. A few minutes later, Chen Mo successfully landed in a small corner of the city. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the main road, but there were too many people on it, mostly level 2 and 3 abyss warriors. From the looks of them, they seemed to be gathering towards a certain place. He had no idea what they were up to. Whatever, let's get down to business. Chen Mo shook his head and began searching for the underground mine mentioned in the information about Black Cloud City. In fact, the large energy stone vein beneath Black Cloud City was no secret. Anyone who had come into contact with cities of abyss warriors knew this. After all, the energy core of their city required a massive supply of energy stones, and building on top of energy stone veins was the best choice. Feels like the 80s or 90s? Wandering through the alley, Chen Mo muttered to himself as he looked at the surroundings. One tube building after another, dim lights glowing within. The closer he got to the center, the taller the buildings became. Black Cloud City felt too much like the scenes from Earth in the 90s. The residents here weren't dressed in the ancient attire Chen Mo had imagined but wore clothes with distinct abyss characteristics. Could it be that the rift to the abyss really connects to another world? Although Chen Mo was curious, he didn't stop his steps. Gradually, he moved away from the noise of the outer city, and the surrounding environment began to quiet down. Compared to the seemingly less robust but still healthy second and third tier martial artists in the peripheral cities, the martial artists in the inner city are significantly stronger. It is quite common to find 4th and 5th tier martial artists, and 6th and 7th tier martial artists are not rare either, while 4th tier martial artists are few and far between. Of course, this is just a comparison of the number of 4th tier martial artists. In the human world, this number of 4th tier martial artists could easily form an extremely powerful army. It should be nearby. Feeling the increasingly dense energy particles around him, Chen Mo was certain that there must be an entrance to a mine in the vicinity. Following the guidance of the energy particles, Chen Mo found himself standing in front of a high-tech looking building. Wait a minute, whose mine is located in such a high-end building? Chen Mo looked up and down at the 30-story building in front of him, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Forget it, let's go in and take a look. Shaking his head, Chen Mo carefully walked into the high-tech building, avoiding the crowd. The alarm at the entrance went off the moment Chen Mo passed by, but the guards searched around and found no cause for the alarm, so they simply concluded that the alarm system was malfunctioning. Thank goodness. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that while the naked eye couldn't detect him, some instruments could still capture his presence. Old version of the true eye? For some reason, this thought suddenly popped into Chen Mo's mind. If I were to install a true eye somewhere and unlock teleportation, could I appear anywhere at any time? What am I thinking? Focus on the task at hand. Shaking off the strange thoughts in his mind, Chen Mo continued toward the increasingly dense energy particles.
As the energy particles grew denser, Chen Mo finally stopped in front of an iron door on the 10th underground level. Is the mine behind this door? He glanced at the surrounding environment, feeling that the place he found might not actually be a mine. But adhering to the principle of having come this far, Chen Mo decided to take a look inside. After all, he had the invisibility effect of the demon's shadow. As long as no enemies appeared within 5 meters, he would definitely not be detected. Suddenly, Chen Mo turned around sharply and found a woman in uniform standing right behind him, her face showing terror as she looked at him. Moreover, she had stepped into the 5-meter range. Damn, I was careless. Chen Mo lunged like a ferocious beast and grabbed the woman's neck. Third-tier martial artist, no wonder I didn't notice her. The woman clutched Chen Mo's wrist tightly, her eyes nearly popping out from the pressure of his grip. After a while, the woman's body gradually went limp in Chen Mo's hand, her breathing completely ceasing. If it weren't for the trouble of disposing of the body, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. After hiding the lifeless woman in a ventilation duct, Chen Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. This building clearly concealed something. When he entered, he had seen at least 5 or 6 10th-tier martial artists in uniform patrolling. One could easily guess that there were definitely more powerful beings within this building. Perhaps even a master was guarding it. Wait, what was that woman doing here? Does she have the key to enter this iron door? Just as Chen Mo was about to hide and wait for another opportunity, he paused. He had been startled by the woman earlier and had forgotten about this matter. Slapping his forehead, Chen Mo climbed into the ventilation duct and began to search the woman's body. Sure enough, apart from a badge, the woman only had an identity card, which seemed to correspond to the recognition device on the door. I hope this won't trigger the alarm. Removing the badge and identity card, Chen Mo placed the identity card on the recognition device. With a beep, the door slowly opened, revealing the true appearance behind it. A massive mechanical contraption resembling a boiler roared incessantly, while nearby workers continuously fed it purple-black high-purity energy stones. After being processed by the boiler, the energy stones transformed into a purplish-red liquid that flowed out, eventually pooling in a nearby basin. Damn, Chen Mo never expected that although he hadn't found the underground mine, he might have stumbled upon the energy core of Black Cloud City. Workers extracted the purplish-red energy liquid from the basin and poured it into a device resembling a battery. This stuff seems even purer than ultra-pure energy stones? Chapter 153, Storage Space Unlocked. System, how is this energy liquid accounted for? Chen Mo licked his lips. The energy liquid looked incredibly precious, but it didn't seem like something humans could use directly. The accounting for energy liquid is consistent with that of ultra-pure energy stones. 10 kilograms accounts for 1 cubic meter of storage space. Given that the density of the energy liquid is greater than that of ultra-pure energy stones, the system recommends the host use the energy liquid for accounting. Wow, this is truly a blessing. Chen Mo smirked. He had accidentally stumbled upon the energy core of Black Cloud City and encountered an energy liquid never recorded by humanity. Wait, could the energy transformation of steel essence be related to the energy liquid? Why am I overthinking again? I should focus on completing the task first. Chen Mo shook his head, pulling out the large sack hanging from his waist. He stealthily approached the freshly produced energy liquid. But the moment he got close to the energy liquid, he realized that his sack seemed incapable of holding it. Just getting within 10 meters, the terrifying high temperature singed his eyebrows. Damn, how hot is this stuff? Chen Mo gasped. It seemed he couldn't take the energy liquid before unlocking the storage space. But the task had to be completed. Having a storage space would make everything much more convenient. However, the location for storing the energy stones was too deep, and with so many workers around, Chen Mo would definitely be exposed if he tried to get closer. With a quick thought, a thin layer of vital energy began to gather beneath his feet, and he clung to the ceiling like a gecko. It was quite the stealthy maneuver. This trick was a small technique he developed after studying the cloud stepping technique, allowing him to adhere to any smooth surface using his vital energy. However, it consumed a lot of vital energy, but Chen Mo had an abundance of it. The energy core chamber was quite high, about 8 meters, just within the 5-meter range around Chen Mo, providing him with ample space to move. But to store the energy stones, he would have to land on the ground. He hadn't yet reached the level of manipulating objects with vital energy from a distance. Only 4th-tier martial artists could master the external projection of vital energy. The vital energy he expelled during combat was merely steam generated by the rapid flow of vital energy. The workers responsible for filling the stones were mostly 5th-tier martial artists, and Chen Mo was confident he could take them out in 15 seconds. As long as the abyssal martial artists within his line of sight bore the mark of the Heart of Steel's charging attack on their chests, he didn't believe those 4th-tier martial artists and masters could arrive here in time. Once he re-entered the demon shadow state, even a master wouldn't be able to find him. Come on, baby, all of you into my sack.
Chen Mo, clinging to the ceiling like a demon, pounced down, punching through a fifth-tier abyssal martial artist who was shoveling energy stones below.
Crack!
The surrounding workers saw the sudden appearance of Chen Mo, their faces turning fierce as they lunged at him.
Die! Chen Mo felt no pity for these abyssal martial artists at all.
He had seen the records in the Great Xia Master Academy's library. These beasts took pleasure in slaughtering the human race.
The things they did would be instantly banned online.
Chen Mo's entire body surged with blood and energy, transforming him into a tank of vitality as he charged through the energy core chamber.
Caused 556,000 points of damage, maximum health increased by 66,720. Unlike the talented martial artists of the Great Xia Master Academy, the life force of these abyssal warriors was not much different from regular values. To put it simply, with one punch, Chen Mo could make these level 5 abyssal warriors owe him 10 tubes of blood. In just 10 seconds, Chen Mo had killed all the abyssal warriors in the energy core chamber, and at that moment, terrifying energy fluctuations came from outside the door. Chen Mo couldn't afford to think too much, since he was already exposed. He needed to quickly collect energy stones, taking as many as he could. Throwing aside a large sack, Chen Mo transformed into a shovel, not caring whether he was stuffing in low-grade, mid-grade, or ultra-pure energy stones, he just needed to pack them in. 3 seconds later, the sound of the door opening echoed behind Chen Mo. Damn! How did they get here so fast? Chen Mo panicked. If he got caught, he definitely wouldn't survive. He would probably die a gruesome death. Glancing at the already full sack, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and made a decision. System, settle now.
System settling. Random task settlement successful. Host has collected 77 kilograms of low-grade energy stones, 26 kilograms of mid-grade energy stones, and 10 kilograms of ultra-pure energy stones. Storage space successfully unlocked, total of 2 cubic meters.
That's enough.
Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he tossed aside the large sack and turned towards the boiling liquid energy pool.
Store it. Why isn't it working? Please have the host touch the items to be stored. So hot. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and plunged his hand into the scalding energy liquid. Hiss! Chen Mo's flesh quickly vaporized, revealing the golden bones beneath. In the blink of an eye, half of the energy liquid in the pool disappeared, and at that moment, Chen Mo's storage space was filled with the boiling energy liquid. Got it, retreat. At this point, Chen Mo couldn't care less about the burning pain. He turned to rush out the door. But those cold, indifferent eyes made him stop in his tracks. A warrior from the land of radiance?
The figure's voice was devoid of emotion, simply staring at Chen Mo.
You can speak human language?
Chen Mo was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered an abyssal warrior who could speak. I never expected that the energy core could be invaded by a warrior from the land of radiance. The figure snorted coldly, and a large hand made of energy slammed down towards Chen Mo.
Are you sure you want to fight me here?
Chen Mo was drenched in cold sweat, but he still exerted all his strength to activate his golden bones. The golden bones radiated a golden light, exuding waves of master-level pressure.
Respectable realm.
The abyssal warrior, whose strength was unknown but at least level 12, stopped, looking at Chen Mo in astonishment. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy. He had indeed tricked this guy. The golden bones could indeed emit master-level pressure, but it was merely pressure. In every aspect, it couldn't compare to a master's indestructible body. If you don't want the entire Black Cloud City to be destroyed, then step aside obediently. Chen Mo's expression was calm as he walked steadily towards the unknown abyssal warrior. Feeling the master-level pressure emanating from Chen Mo, the abyssal warrior's forehead dripped with cold sweat, and he gritted his teeth to make way. The abyssal warrior was momentarily stunned when he saw Chen Mo's hands, which had lost flesh and were left with only golden bones. The freshly produced energy liquid was indeed very hot, but it absolutely couldn't harm a powerful being of the respectable realm. In other words, this little brat from the land of radiance was lying to him. Chapter 154, An egg bigger than a person. Chen Mo naturally knew he couldn't bluff such a powerful being. The moment he crossed the abyss warrior, he immediately activated his perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood state. His speed instantly surged to 310 kilometers per hour. You dare to deceive me, idiot! I'm your father, so what if I deceive you? As Chen Mo dashed forward, he flipped the bird behind him. Although the abyss warrior didn't understand the meaning of the middle finger and idiot, he could comprehend the phrase "I'm your father." Indeed, insults were the greatest lubricant for world integration. Just hearing it once was enough. You're looking for death. The abyss warrior's face turned green with rage. As a level 12 general, it was the first time in many years he had been so insulted. Chen Mo didn't look back.
his legs pushed to the limit. Black Cloud City was a distance away from the Abyss Rift entrance, and at his current speed, it would take about 40 minutes to reach. But Chen Mo couldn't afford to think about that. As long as he could create a 5-meter gap and buy himself a few seconds, he could regain the invisibility of the demon shadow. The premise was to create that 5-meter distance. The level 12 Abyss Warrior was incredibly fast, closing in on Chen Mo in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Chen Mo suddenly turned, crashing through a nearby wall to escape. The Abyss Warrior couldn't stop in time and barreled past him, giving Chen Mo enough breathing room. That was so damn scary. Chen Mo wiped the sweat from his brow. Such tricks indeed couldn't fool a being of that level. He had to find a way to escape. The speed of a level 12 warrior was too fast. Even at full power, he couldn't run for long without being caught. Suddenly, Chen Mo felt something behind him and instinctively twisted his body to the side. He then saw a terrifying blade of light slicing through the air beside him, reaching for the sky. Shit, if that hit me, I'd be cut in half. Chen Mo was paralyzed with fear, his legs moving even faster. Little mouse, let's see where you can run today. The level 12 warrior caught up again, and Chen Mo remained silent, focusing solely on running. As long as he reached the entrance of the Abyss Rift, he would be safe. But did he really have a chance to reach the entrance? Terrifying blades of light came at him, and Chen Mo relied on his agile body to dodge again and again. Right, how could I forget this move? Chen Mo suddenly recalled how Zhu Long had shaken off that level 12 Abyss Warrior. Moreover, not far outside Black Cloud City was the Silver Wolf Mountain Range. If he could find the Silver Moon Wolf King, he might be able to replicate that move. With that thought, Chen Mo no longer hesitated and sprinted toward the city gates. If it weren't for the city lord taking the elders to discuss the alliance, you little mouse wouldn't have had the chance to run for so long. The level 12 Abyss Warrior realized that Chen Mo's true level was actually that of a level 6 warrior, and he was even angrier now. As a dignified level 12 general, he had been caught off guard by a mere level 6 little mouse. He couldn't understand why a level 6 mouse could possess the pressure of a master and was even as fast as him. Was every warrior from the Land of Radiance this abnormal? It was reasonable for him to think so, as the most extraordinary genius in the entire Great Xia was in the Great Xia Master Academy outside. Chen Mo was merely one of the best among these freaks. He couldn't unleash his full power in this city. This mouse was making a perfect escape. Clatter! Those Abyss warriors stationed at the city gate to intercept Chen Mo heard this and quickly dispersed, leaving an opening for Chen Mo to escape. Chen Mo was not polite at all. Even knowing what the 12th level Abyss warriors behind him were thinking, he didn't care. As long as he could escape the city, he naturally had his ways. Feeling the howling wind beside him, those Abyss warriors who intended to intercept Chen Mo felt as if they had survived a disaster. With Chen Mo's speed, if he collided with them, they would surely die. The 12th level Abyss warriors followed closely behind, their figures gradually disappearing into the depths of the Grey Mountains. Silver Wolf Mountain Range, Silver Moon Valley. The Silver Moon Wolf King yawned, extending its tongue to lick its precious eggs. A few days ago, a little person covered in blood had given its treasure a punch, causing it so much pain that it nearly passed out. It couldn't let that little person come near again. No, it wouldn't give those little people a chance to approach. If another little person got close, it would definitely swallow them whole. Thinking of this, the Silver Moon Wolf King lay back down, contemplating which female wolf to favor tonight. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from behind it. Before the Silver Moon Wolf King could lift its head, it felt its treasure suffer a heavy blow. Oh whoa! The Silver Moon Wolf King tucked its tail between its legs, its body trembling uncontrollably. This was not Chen Mo's fault. He had originally intended to punch the Silver Moon Wolf King's treasure, but that 12th level Abyss warrior was too close on his tail, and he accidentally crashed right into it. Looking up at the trembling giant beast before him, Chen Mo couldn't help but swallow hard. What kind of wolf was this? Whose wolf had a tail bigger than a truck? The size of those eggs was about the same as Chen Mo himself. As the 12th level warrior caught up, he saw the Silver Moon Wolf King's pair of dark green, resentful eyes. Oof. As long as Chen Mo didn't release his master level pressure, his strength seemed too weak in the eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf King, and he was completely ignored. The 12th level Abyss warrior, however, was different. In the eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf King, he was the culprit who had attacked its treasure. Bye-bye. Chen Mo grinned and waved at the 12th level warrior, intending to leave. Suddenly, a large paw descended from the sky, directly stepping Chen Mo into the gray dirt. Received heavy damage, health points. Even if it was a little weakling, the Silver Moon Wolf King didn't plan to let Chen Mo go, first stepping on him to death before considering anything else. With his face pressed into the ground, Chen Mo felt pain all over. Except for his golden bones that hadn't shattered, the rest of his body was broken. Even master-level beasts are this fierce.
After lying in the dirt for a while, Chen Mo heard the Silver Moon Wolf King leave and finally managed to dig himself out. I need to hurry home, I can't come to Silver Wolf Mountain Range for a while. Chapter 155, The Shocked Masters Exploded in the Great Xia Master Academy, the Boxing King Academy. Shuela leaned back in a lounge chair, enjoying his leisurely time. Ever since Chen Mo advanced to the 6th level of the Steel Bone Realm, he had temporarily returned to his previous life. But he felt a bit bored.
Where has that kid gone?
He's already refined his golden bones, he should be able to practice the iron wire fist of the yellow cannon.
It's been several days since I've seen him, he can't have gone down to the abyss, right?
Thinking about it, it seemed quite possible. The kid's next trip to the abyss would yield more benefits than the old students working for half a year, and he consumed credits at an astonishing rate. He was like a four-legged gold-swallowing beast, the kind with no bottom. But Chen Mo could both spend and earn. If his credits ran out, a trip to the abyss would earn them back, so he wasn't afraid of such a large credit consumption.
Did I set the price too low when I first priced it?
Shuela pondered for a while and realized he might have indeed set the price too low. But as a master, his dignity wouldn't allow him to go back on his word, so it wouldn't be right to raise the price. He could only stick to this price. Just as Shuela was about to get up to find Chen Mo, a sudden roar echoed from the sky.
Shuela, you old winter melon, can't you even understand your own student? Boom!
Gun Lianhu's figure descended from the sky, and Shuelu immediately saw Chen Mo being dragged along by him.
You were responsible for guarding the entrance to the abyss rift yesterday, and you didn't even notice that this kid went in? If your dog eyes aren't working, let me help you wipe them.
Uncle Gung, the kid is right here, give me some face.
Shuelu waved his hands repeatedly, he really couldn't take on this old man.
Not to mention that this old man was from the same generation as his master, the kind of person who couldn't be spoken to harshly.
Oof, let's hear it. What good deed did you go do?
Gun Lianhu snorted in anger. This kid really didn't let them rest easy, knowing how important he was yet sneaking out to court death.
Just look at that forehead, he didn't even realize it was dented. I just ran out of credits.
Chen Mo scratched his head, feeling that the sensation on his forehead was off, but he didn't pay it much mind. I thought I'd go dig up some energy or to exchange for some credits. Hearing this, both Gun Lianhu and Shuela fell silent.
You really are tired of living, aren't you?
Shuela didn't know how to describe his student anymore. Courting death didn't even begin to cover it.
Do you know that every mine has a guardian, and the lowest is at least a level 10 warrior? If they catch you, you won't even leave a scrap behind. I think it's fine, a level 12 abyss warrior didn't kill me. Chen Mo pouted, feeling that as long as he didn't run into a level 13 master, he should be fine. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run. Kid, have you forgotten what I told you before? Shuela sighed and reached for a stool, placing it in front of Chen Mo. Every warrior has their own strengths. An ordinary warrior reaching the peak in one direction is already the limit. The level 12 warrior you encountered might not be good at speed, they could be better at attack or defense. If one day you meet a warrior who excels at speed, do you think you can still run? Chen Mo didn't respond. Shuela was indeed right.
Not all warriors grow in all aspects like him. There would definitely be areas they excelled in and areas they didn't. For example, Zhu Long was extremely good at attack and defense, but his vitality and speed were lacking. Diame was similar, she excelled at attack and speed, but her vitality and defense were quite ordinary.
Alright, I see you understand now. Don't do such tightrope walking things next time.
Seeing that Chen Mo had stopped talking, Shuela patted his shoulder earnestly.
I have one more thing to ask you.
Gun Lianhu had calmed down by now, walking over to Chen Mo and poking at his dented skull.
How did you end up in such a mess this time? Where did you go? And what did you bring back? I just got lost, accidentally touched the energy core of Black Cloud City. Chen Mo reached into his pants and pulled out something that looked like a battery. I just happened to bring back this battery-like thing. Energy liquid. The two masters' eyes widened in disbelief as they took the item from Chen Mo's hand. Of course, Chen Mo couldn't have stuffed such a large item into his pants. The action of reaching into his pants was merely a cover for retrieving it from his storage space. You took this thing, and the 18 masters of Black Cloud City didn't chase you down together? Wait, how did you sneak into Black Cloud City? What exactly happened? Quickly, explain it to me. Somehow, both masters were now unusually agitated, staring intently at Chen Mo, afraid he might suddenly disappear. Well, can you return the energy battery to me first? Chen Mo pointed at the energy battery in Gun Lianhu's hand. After thinking for a moment, Gun Lianhu returned the item to Chen Mo. He really wanted this thing, as he had been trying to obtain some Abyss technology products, but unfortunately, he had never had the opportunity. Placing the battery on the ground, Chen Mo cleared his throat,
feeling as if he was about to launch into a lengthy discourse. I discovered that my golden bones resonated with my mental power, leading me to suddenly comprehend a special ability. As long as I stay more than 5 meters away from someone, I can make my aura and figure completely disappear.
Saying this, Chen-mo stood up and walked 5 meters away. Under the shocked gazes of the two masters, Chen-mo's figure and aura completely vanished.
If the energy battery hadn't still been on the ground, the two might have really thought they were hallucinating.
What is this special ability?
Dung Lianhu rubbed his temples, completely baffled by this kid Chen-mo. First, he had an incredibly powerful physique and vitality, then he mutated into something resembling an indestructible golden body, and now he had the ability to completely conceal his aura and figure. This was beyond what could be described as talent. He was essentially a versatile humanoid weapon. I actually don't know, it just inexplicably happened, Chen-mo said as he sat back down on the small stool, shrugging helplessly.
Alright, let's not talk about your special ability for now. We'll have that old man Chu Tianhua check it out later to see if it affects your body. Once it involved mental power, the Daxia Master Academy wouldn't suffice. It had to be that old guy Chu Tianhua who was more professional. Now tell me, why didn't any masters from Black Cloud City come after you for taking such an important item?
Ah, I heard from the 12th level Abyss Warrior who was chasing me, Chen-mo recalled and continued. He said the Lord of Black Cloud City took all the respected ones to negotiate a coalition with other major cities. I don't know if I heard it correctly, but that's basically the gist of it.
Chapter 156, Freedom of Credits.
What? Both masters stood up simultaneously, exchanging a glance that said, as expected.
Compared to the energy battery, the news Chen-mo brought back was clearly more important.
They had long suspected that the Abyss Warriors wouldn't just stay quiet, but they hadn't expected them to unite. If it weren't for the old dean guarding the depths of the Abyss Warriors would have long allowed powerful beings above the master level to break out and invade human territory. Regardless of whether this kid heard it correctly or not, we must be on high alert. I need to go back and make some arrangements, and inform the higher-ups about this matter. Dung Lianhu frowned deeply. He would never allow the tragedy of that year to repeat itself. Even if it cost him his life, he would absolutely not let these Abyss Warriors have the chance to leave the Abyss. Chen-mo wanted to say something more but found that Dung Lianhu had already vanished from his sight.
What speed? Did you see?
This is what I told you, every warrior has different strengths. Shuela smiled, knowing that this kid had to see it with his own eyes to believe it. Dung Lianhu isn't even the master who excels the most in speed. Some 12th level warriors who specialize in speed are even faster than him. Never underestimate any enemy. You should understand the principle of a lion fighting a rabbit.
I get that, but that's not the main point.
Chen-mo, coming back to his senses from the shock, waved his hand and pointed at the energy battery on the ground.
Dean Shui, how many credits can this battery be exchanged for?
I don't know, this battery is really too precious. How many credits it can be exchanged for isn't up to me. But I do know how to exchange the energy liquid inside. Each gram of energy liquid can be exchanged for 2 credits. With this much energy liquid, it should be able to exchange for about 2,000 credits. If we calculate the value of this energy battery, you won't have to worry about credits for the entire tempering of your steel marrow.
Each gram of energy liquid can be exchanged for 2 credits. Chen-mo was shocked. This thing is actually so valuable?
The energy stone he used last time weighed about 300 grams and was worth 10 credits. The same amount of credits could only be exchanged for 5 grams of energy liquid, which means the value of energy liquid is 60 times that of energy stones. Chen-mo swallowed hard. He had a full 2 cubic meters of energy liquid in his storage space. The density of energy liquid is much lower than that of water. Even so, 2 cubic meters of energy liquid would weigh at least over 500 kilograms. Calculating this way, he could exchange at least 1 million credits for this energy liquid.
Was he going to be the first person in the Great Xia Master Academy to have so many credits that he could hire a master? Looking at your expression, besides this energy battery, you probably have other gains as well.
Shuela saw right through what Chen-mo was thinking, but he didn't intend to pry further. If you have energy liquid, I wouldn't recommend exchanging it for credits, or rather, just exchange enough for your own use. Energy liquid is something that is hard to come by. It is currently extremely valuable in the market, and no one is selling it.
You can definitely keep it for yourself.
Especially for tempering steel marrow and the 5 viscera, a large amount of vital energy is required, and the consumption on body tempering pills is not trivial. Not to mention your body is naturally comparable to a warrior who has undergone tempering once, so the consumption of vital energy is frighteningly high. Energy liquid is the best supplement for you. It can significantly speed up the process of tempering your body. It can also improve your physical strength in all aspects. Don't waste it unless absolutely necessary.
Put away the energy battery. and we'll talk about it after I help you negotiate a good price. Shuela patted Chen Mo on the forehead, helping to push out his sunken forehead. Alright, let's head back. Come find me tomorrow. I've already finished studying the first stance of Huang De Peo's Diamond Iron Wire Fist, and I'll teach you then. Your physical strength is also sufficient. Shuela paused, as if suddenly remembering something. You can't use Huang De Peo's steel bracelets for now. That thing will consume a large amount of vital energy, and you'll be drained instantly. Go to the Weapon Institute and find someone to make a set of steel bracelets, 10 for each hand. You have plenty of credits, so I won't cover this one. After saying that, Shuela disappeared from the spot, leaving Chen Mo standing there in a daze. Oh right, how could I forget about this? Chen Mo slapped his forehead. He had recently become a bit addicted to scraping the ground and had forgotten about the task of the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. There was also the task of muscle tempering, which was ultimately a life-saving skill. He needed to pick up muscle tempering again. Ever since he tempered his golden bones, he had become a bit lax. He needed to get serious again. First, let's head to the Weapon Institute and see how many credits it takes to make a set of steel bracelets. Chen Mo thought to himself, he could now be considered rich, completely not lacking in credits. Weapon Institute, Refining Soldiers Hall. Don't be fooled by the old-fashioned name, the technological content inside is quite high. The senior brothers in the Weapon Institute weren't hammering away as Chen Mo had imagined, but were squatting in front of various machines operating something. Why does this feel so much like being a machine operator in my past life? Sure enough, automation is something that can't be learned. Oh, isn't this junior brother Chen Mo? A burly senior brother spotted Chen Mo standing at the entrance of the Refining Soldiers Hall and walked over with a smile. My name is Su Kai, just call me senior brother Su. Is there something you need, brother Chen? Are you looking to forge a fine weapon? Come, let me introduce you to this. This is our Weapon Refining Hall's latest fully automatic weapon maintenance device, capable of maintaining all metal weapons below alloy grade. By the way, what kind of weapon do you want to forge, and what grade of alloy do you need? Is there a senior brother you have in mind? I can ask him to help you. Chen Mo fell silent. He felt as if he had entered a weapon refining hall, but it resembled a hair salon instead. What is the best alloy currently? Chen Mo hurriedly interrupted Brother Su, fearing that if he continued, he would end up signing up for a membership. The best alloy? Currently, it's grade alloy. New alloys are still in experimental stages, so we can't determine their values yet. Brother Su thought for a moment and took out a tablet, placing it in front of Chen Mo. Chapter 157, The Great Xia Master Academy's Emergence Plan. Chen Mo took the tablet and glanced at the various materials displayed on it. Many of these materials are priceless in the outside world, but here at the Great Xia Master Academy, they are treated like common materials available for selection. Even without considering these invaluable materials, there were many that Chen Mo had never even heard of. After pondering for a moment, Chen Mo felt that as a newcomer, it was better not to be too ostentatious. Being low-key was preferable. After all, one should not flaunt their wealth. Brother Su, then please use grade alloy in the core of a level 12 Abyss Beast to help me forge a set of steel bracelets. The price of grade alloy is 5 credits per kilogram, and a weapon requires at least 50 kilograms, which amounts to 250 credits. Shenmo's steel bracelets are classified as exotic weapons, with each bracelet weighing around 10 kilograms. A total of 20 bracelets would require 200 kilograms of grade alloy. Such a large quantity of grade alloy could buy an entire neighborhood in Taizhou, not to mention the core of a level 12 Abyss Beast, which is a treasure that could be auctioned off in the outside world. Each core from a level 12 Abyss Beast could sell for over 100 million, but within the Great Xia Master Academy, the price is not excessive, only 300 credits each. Well, for Chen Mo, it wasn't expensive, but for others, it was quite costly. Oh, Brother Chen, you are quite wealthy. Brother Su laughed heartily. He hadn't received such a large order in a long time. Let me calculate. For the base material of the bracelets using grade alloy, we need 200 kilograms, plus 20 cores from level 12 Abyss Beasts. Wow, Brother Chen, you are really rich. 7,000 credits, can you pay all at once? Brother Su's initial comment about wealth was merely polite banter, but when he calculated the specific amount, he was stunned. It seemed that Brother Chen had only been here for a little over a month. How did he accumulate so many credits? About that, is it cash on delivery? Chen Mo nodded, completely unfazed by Brother Su's astonishment. 7,000 credits was nothing. The energy liquid he had could be exchanged for 1,000,000 credits. It was more than enough to make a vehicle from grade alloy. No, this amount is too large. You need to give me the credits first before I can purchase the materials. Brother Su shook his head. His total assets were only a little over 2,000 credits, and selling his kidney wouldn't be enough to cover those materials. Alright, then I'll trouble you to wait a moment, Brother Su.
Chen Mo nodded and first took out some energy liquid to exchange for 20,000 credits to use, while the remaining energy liquid would be used to temper his body. Half an hour later, Chen Mo returned to the weapon refining hall with his identity card. Here, swipe this. He placed the identity card in Brother Su's hand, who swallowed hard as he deducted 7,000 credits from Chen Mo's card. Junior Chen, there's not much difficulty in forging the steel bracelet, and the challenge of embedding the heart core of a level 12 abyss beast isn't high either, so I won't charge you for my labor. Returning the identity card to Chen Mo, Senior Su said excitedly. This is my first time working with so many high-level materials. Helping you forge it is just a way to satisfy my craving. Senior Su rubbed his hands together with excitement, and Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. Was he like a fly rubbing its hands? Then I'll trouble you, Senior Su. When can I come to pick it up? Chen Mo smiled. Although he was wealthy, saving a bit was always good. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, I'll contact you then. Senior Su calculated the time needed for forging the weapon and figured that if he worked through the night, it should be ready by tomorrow. After all, the steel bracelet didn't hold much value. The only difficulty lay in embedding the heart core of the level 12 abyss beast. Thank you, Senior Su. Chen Mo nodded and turned to leave. He needed to rest after just returning from the deep abyss. He wasn't an endless powerhouse. Even with nearly 5 million health points, he could still get tired. Old Gung, I think we can't raise the alert level of the Kunlun Mountain Abyss Rift just because of a child's words. That would cause panic. In the dean's office, a young-looking man sat across from 12 masters, his expression somewhat tense. Shut your mouth. I said to raise the alert level, not to have you take action. Gung Lianhu had no good temper towards these people outside the Master Institute. He spoke as if it were a national treasure. With the 13 of us old folks stationed here at Kunlun Mountain, and that old dean suppressing things inside, there generally won't be any major issues. I'm just notifying you, not discussing it with you. How to proceed is up to me, you just need to inform the higher-ups. Gung Lianhu waved his hand. He really didn't like dealing with these people, but sometimes he had no choice. Got it. The young man understood Gung Lianhu's temperament, sighed, and said no more. This was an old master over 100 years old who hadn't died in battle. His strength was quite terrifying. If this old man got unhappy and ran to Yanjing to cause trouble, no one could stop him except for a few. Alright, get lost. Gung Lianhu began to wave people away, and the young man had no choice but to stand up, bow, and leave. Uncle Gung, about that matter the old dean mentioned before, should we continue? Xue Lu, sitting next to Gung Lianhu, hesitated for a moment and asked, why not continue? Those kids, Chen Mo and the others, are the best choice. Gung Lianhu glared, and Xue Lu immediately shut up. This time, their trip to study cultural courses is the best opportunity to bring the Master Institute into the public eye. Let those academic types know that simply hiding in the martial arts academy to cultivate will ultimately produce a bunch of useless people. Look at the military's warriors. The youngest soldiers there are the same age as those kids from the martial arts academy, yet they are still fighting on the battlefield? Those old academic types have been too comfortable for too long. They're just itching for a fight. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to take action. We can't let it affect the normal operation of society. These kids are the best choice. The remaining 11 masters pondered. Gung Lianhu was indeed right. It was time for the academic faction to reform. While igniting the fighting spirit of the academic faction, they could also promote the existence of the Great Xia Master Institute, and Chen Mo and his group of little monsters were the most suitable candidates. Not yet 20, they wouldn't be seen as bullying the students of the martial arts academy. Their strength was also sufficiently powerful, even stronger than 70% of the martial arts academy's instructors, which would well showcase the foundation of the Great Xia Master Institute. That's settled then. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Gung Lianhu decisively made the decision when he saw that everyone had stopped talking. We'll set off in a week, and Chen Mo will lead the team. Don't forget to tell them that they don't need to worry about causing trouble at the martial arts academy. If anything happens, the Great Xia Master Academy will handle it. If you're tough, come to the Great Xia Master Academy. If you're not, just lie low. Chapter 158, Fiery Momentum. The next day, Chen Mo received a message from Senior Brother Su and hurriedly made his way to the weapon refining hall. Thank you for your hard work, Senior Brother Su. Looking at the two sets of silver-gray steel bracelets in the weapon box before him, Chen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's no trouble. Being able to process so many levels of alloy at once is a good thing for me, not to mention fusing 20 12th level Abyss Beast's cores at the same time. Senior Brother Su smiled. This kind of experience was far more valuable than credits. Let's give it a try and see if the infusion of chi and blood is smooth. Alright. Chen Mo put on the steel bracelets one by one on his wrists, the heavy texture making him quite satisfied. The cores of abyss beasts are difficult to collect, as they usually dissipate into pure energy upon the beast's death. However, if by chance the core is preserved, it becomes an excellent weapon material. The core is a crystallization of pure energy, and once fused into a weapon using the correct method, it can significantly enhance the weapon's strength. But that's not the most precious aspect of the core. The most miraculous point about the core is its ability to amplify a warrior's chi and blood output. One core can increase the output by 20%. With 20 steel bracelets on his arms, Chen-mo had a total of 20 12th level Abyss Beast cores. Stacking these cores together, Chen-mo's chi and blood output would increase fourfold. Whether the power of his martial arts would increase fourfold is uncertain, but it would definitely be much stronger than before fusing the Abyss Beast cores. As the chi and blood were infused, fine cracks appeared simultaneously on the 20 steel bracelets, glowing with a blood-red light. It worked! Senior brother Su breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his skills were sufficient to handle materials of this level.
Since everything is confirmed to be fine, I won't disturb you any longer, Senior brother Su.
Chen-mo was quite fond of this set of steel bracelets. Although they weren't as good as old Master Huang's master-level weapons, they were still stronger than 90% of the weapons on the market. I'll fuse 2 onto the Phoenix Beak Dragon Tooth Spear when I have time. At the Boxing King Academy, in the Bone Forging Square.
You spent 7,000 credits on a set of bracelets?
Xueli's expression was complex. This kid had really struck it rich, spending 7,000 credits just like that. I can't use old Master Huang's weapons, so I thought I'd get a set to use first.
Chen-mo smiled and quickly changed the subject. Director Xue, let's get started. I've been waiting for a long time. Waiting for a long time?
I thought you would need a year or two to refine to the level of being able to withstand the Diamond Iron Line Fist. Xueli shook his head. This kid was progressing too quickly, and he suspected that by this time next year, Chen-mo would be stronger than him. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. The 4th generation energy gathering ring is a power-saving king. No, it's more like each wave is stronger than the last, with the previous waves being washed away on the beach. Your bone strength is already comparable to that of a 4th-tier warrior, even comparable to an 11th-tier warrior. But you can only learn the first stance of the Diamond 4 stances, which is the fiery momentum. As he spoke, Xueli's hands ignited with crimson flames, the temperature so high that the surrounding air began to distort.
Old Huang mastered 3 attributes, fire, water, and earth. The Diamond 4 stances are also manifestations of these 3 attributes.
They are the fiery momentum, flowing water momentum, mountain shaking momentum, and the final momentum. Besides the flowing water stance being the main defense, the blazing fire stance, the mountain shaking stance, and the ultimate stance are all extremely fierce and powerful, which suits you very well. Although your vital energy doesn't have any attribute changes, you can still learn the Diamond Iron Wire Fist. You just need to adjust the flow of your vital energy to simulate different attribute energies. With Xueli's extremely detailed guidance and hands-on assistance, Chen-mo quickly grasped the basics of the blazing fire stance, which is to simulate fire attribute energy through the external release of vital energy. It was only now that Chen-mo understood why the Diamond Iron Wire Fist was called a master-level martial art. Just the basic stance made Chen-mo's body feel an immense burden, with every nerve in his body trembling under this load. But this burden brought about an incredibly terrifying power. Chen-mo could feel that with just the basic blazing fire stance, he could take down an 8th-level martial artist. To be more specific, the basic stance of the blazing fire stance was no less powerful than the 4 strikes of the demon-slaying 6, and might even be stronger. Xueli nodded in satisfaction. This kid not only had great talent in cultivation but also in mastering martial arts. This is the basic stance of the blazing fire stance. From this stance, 3 different techniques can be derived. Sea Split, Earth Crack, Twin Peaks Hammer.
I'll demonstrate it for you once.
Go back and practice the blazing fire stance well. Once you're proficient in the basic stance, then try these 3 derived techniques.
Understood.
Chen-mo nodded, thinking that it was best to reserve the blazing fire stance of the Diamond Iron Wire Fist as a trump card, as using it normally would put too much strain on his body. Even with the life recovery from his golden bones, Chen-mo still felt a sharp pain in his body. A few days later, while practicing the blazing fire stance at the Bone Forging Square, Chen-mo was suddenly called over by Diame.
Junior brother Chen-mo, what are you doing?
Diame walked over with a grin, casually touching Chen-mo's abs.
Is there something you need, senior sister?
Chen-mo retracted the vital energy he was simulating for the blazing fire stance and turned to look at Diame.
What, can't you see any changes in me?
Diame twirled around Chen-mo a couple of times, blinking at him.
What changes? Chen-mo was taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. Did your acne clear up? Diame's face turned as dark as it could get. How could this kid not get past the topic of acne?
Forget it, originally Director Shui asked me to tell you how many credits you can exchange for energy batteries, but you don't look like someone who lacks credits, so never mind.
Yeah, I'm really not short on credits.
Chen Mo wholeheartedly agreed with Diame's statement. He was quite wealthy now and didn't care about that little bit.
Do you have to make me angry to be happy? Diame couldn't hold back anymore, stepping right in front of Chen Mo and staring at him fiercely. I've broken through to level 10, transforming from iron gold body to true gold body. Can you really not see it, or are you pretending not to see it? Chapter 159, If something happens, I'll take the blame. Oh, and then? Chen Mo nodded, his indifferent expression infuriating Diame to the point where her acne was about to explode. Do you understand what a gold body is? This is a gold body.
Diame knocked on her chest hard, producing a sound like metal being struck.
That's true, it sounds just like a steel plate. Chen Mo's serious tone made Diame's blood pressure soar.
She always felt that this brat had ulterior motives in his words.
You little brat don't understand anything. You'll only realize the power of the gold body after you forge one.
But Diame waved her hand, adhering to her principle of not stooping to his level, with a look of indifference. I indeed don't have a gold body, but I do have an indestructible gold body bone.
Saying this, Chen Mo grinned, revealing a mouthful of golden, shining teeth. The golden bones are quite convenient. Chen Mo can completely control whether they glow or not. I'm done playing, it's boring. Diame pouted and stood up, intending to leave. Wait a minute, senior sister Dai, did Director Shui say how many credits my energy battery is worth? Chen Mo grinned and grabbed Diame's wrist, pulling her back.
He didn't specify the exact number of credits, just said to keep the energy battery on you and hand it over to the local research institute when you guys go to the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy as exchange students in 2 days. A question mark slowly rose above Chen Mo's head.
What exchange students? You don't know about this yet, do you?
Diame remembered that Director Shui had asked her to discuss this with Chen Mo a few days ago, but she had forgotten due to some trivial matters.
This is the result of a discussion among the directors.
Currently, the most powerful Abyss language expert in Daxia is working at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, and their basic cultural education is also impressive, so they are sending you there to attend classes for a few days.
They say you'll study there for a month, and if you pass the exam after that month, you can come back. If not, you'll stay there until you pass. Also, sending you to the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is the first step for the Daxia Master Academy to step into the spotlight and make its name known among martial artists. Then gradually, the Daxia Master Academy will come to the forefront. If they just make a grand entrance, it would be too shocking for the martial artists in society. They need some time to react. By the way, Director Gung said that after you go, you should teach those academic martial artists what real combat is, and he will take care of anything that happens. Diame mimicked Gung Lianhu's tone while squeezing a bunch of wrinkles on her face with her hands. Chen Mo glanced behind Diame and remained silent. He should not have been mistaken. The suddenly appearing figure seemed to be, should be, possibly Director Gung? So in your little girl's eyes, the old man is like this, huh?
Gung Lianhu grinned, grabbing Diame's head and lifting her off the ground.
The old man just doesn't want to appear young. Do you really think that a master can't control whether they look young or not?
Look at Su Qing, that old hag. She's older than me and looks so youthful. Diame was unusually obedient in Gung Lianhu's hands, staring blankly at what was behind him.
Am I the old hag, huh? Older than you, right?
Su Qing's voice came from behind Gung Lianhu, startling him.
Oh no, I forgot this old hag came with me.
Gung Lianhu began to sweat. It wasn't that he couldn't handle Su Qing, but he had done something wrong to her in the past that made him unable to hold his head high.
Alright, no need to pretend to be scared. I can't do anything to you.
Su Qing smiled. Her age was indeed greater than Gung Lianhu's, and that was a fact.
Chen Mo, old Gung, and I are here to find you.
Su Qing waved at Chen Mo, leading him to sit down on a nearby bench. This girl Ame is so fiery. There are some things she didn't explain clearly.
The main reasons for sending you as exchange students are actually just two. The first is to learn Abyss language.
Most of the people in the Master Academy come in at around 22 to 23 years old, but you guys just graduated from high school.
There are some things about the Abyss that you don't really understand, especially the most important Abyss language. You can learn that in about a month.
The second thing is also very simple. It's not as harsh as this girl made it sound.
It's actually just to let you showcase the strength of the Daxia Master Academy.
At the same time, let the academic martial artists experience what it means to be a practical martial artist, Su Qing said halfway through her sentence when Gung Lianhu leaned in.
In simple terms, it means to challenge the dojo. The head of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is just a level 12 weakling. The strongest among the instructors is only an 11th level martial artist.
If you four work hard, you can probably defeat most people at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, including the instructors. Just go all out. If anything happens, I'll take care of you. A jade-like hand pinched Gung Lianhu's mouth, effectively silencing him. Can you teach these kids some manners? How can a master speak so recklessly? Su Qing shook her head helplessly, pushed Gung Lianhu aside, and continued, don't listen to his nonsense, we still need to communicate amicably. Just let them know that the real world of martial artists is extremely brutal. Don't cause any fatalities. If they end up as cripples, we'll help with the treatment, don't worry. Su Qing said this with a smile that was quite terrifying. Chen Mo nodded without saying much. He always felt that Su Qing, while appearing gentle on the surface, was actually a tough character. But then again, if one wasn't tough, they couldn't become a master. Alright, the main tasks we want you to do are these two things. You can allocate the rest of your time as you wish. Today is October 20th, try to come back before December. After the year-end assessment, you'll be on holiday to celebrate the new year. Su Qing took out a medicine box from her bosom and handed it to Chen Mo. Here, take this. It's the Golden Wheel life-saving pill, made from the golden blood of a 13th level beast king. It can heal most injuries. There are 5 pills in total, so use them sparingly. After saying this, Su Qing left the bone forging square with Gung Lianhu and Diame. Chen Mo, remember not to embarrass the Great Xia Master Academy. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Gung Lianhu's voice echoed in the air until their figures disappeared. Chapter 160, Simulating Fire Attribute Qi and Blood. Chen Mo rubbed his temples. It was indeed necessary to grasp some basic knowledge. He could also learn abyssal language, mainly to understand how to translate some national treasures. As for the dojo challenge, Chen Mo felt a bit of a headache. He wasn't worried about being beaten up by the students, he was just afraid of being beaten up by that level 12 head of the martial arts academy if things escalated. Let's talk about it later. Chen Mo sighed. It seemed that the Great Xia Master Academy intended to take a domineering approach to make an appearance. It made sense, as the gathering place for the most outstanding talents in all of Great Xia, the Master Academy had to present an invincible stance. This way, it could serve to deter petty criminals and boost morale. Since the Great Xia Master Academy is stepping into the spotlight, does that mean the higher-ups plan to announce the existence of the Deep Abyss and Abyssal Demons? Could it be that the new Abyssal Rift in the Southern Islands is also connected to the Deep Abyss? Or are there other abysses showing unusual activity? After thinking for a moment, Chen Mo realized he couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up on the thought. Whatever, as long as my stats are high enough, even if a god comes, it won't matter. Speaking of which, how exactly should I simulate fire attribute Qi and Blood using ordinary Qi and Blood? Just now, while practicing the fire force at the bone forging square, Chen Mo had been pondering this, but was interrupted by Diame. His previous thought process was quite simple, borrowing from the most primitive method of fire making, friction. High-speed friction between Qi and Blood in meridians would generate high temperatures. Although he didn't know if it could ignite, it was worth a try. However, this method was something only Chen Mo would dare to attempt. Anyone else would be scared to death by such an idea. After all, those are the meridians, the most important part of a martial artist's body. Who would dare to mess around like that? Chen Mo was different. Even if his meridians were destroyed, he could recover, and this was the confidence that the golden bone brought him. As his thoughts sank, Chen Mo sensed the blood and Qi slowly flowing through his meridians. Suddenly, the flow of Qi and blood began to accelerate, and Chen Mo felt a series of sharp pains in his meridians. As the speed of the Qi and blood flow increased, his body began to turn crimson, and the wooden bench beneath him started to emit a burnt smell. No, relying solely on the friction speed won't reach the temperature of fire attribute Qi and Blood. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. His temperature had already reached nearly 400 degrees. If it weren't for the super recovery ability granted by the golden bone, he would have cooked himself long ago. What exactly is fire attribute Qi and Blood? Why doesn't it cook me? Chen Mo couldn't understand. He was on the verge of being unable to endure the temperature raised to 400 degrees, so how did those who controlled fire attribute Qi and Blood manage it? Right, Ma Wanlin seems to have fire attribute Qi and Blood. If all else fails, I can ask her. Chen Mo knew that if he relied on his own blind exploration, it would be nearly impossible to find a way to simulate fire attribute Qi and Blood. Gu Feng also seems to have fire attribute Qi and Blood. I should consult their opinions. That night, in Chen Mo's small courtyard, Gu Feng, Ma Wanlin, and Chen Mo gathered together. What do you want from me? I've been practicing martial arts all day and still haven't showered. I smell bad. Ma Wanlin frowned, a faint sour smell of sweat emanating from her. Gu Feng was also curious. It was strange that Chen Mo wanted their help. Both of you have fire attribute Qi and Blood, right? Chen Mo cut straight to the chase without any pleasantries. Yes, I have fire attribute Qi in blood. Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin nodded simultaneously, looking at Chen Mo with some confusion.
Why are you suddenly asking this? Have you finally awakened your own attribute?
Not really, I just wanted to ask how to use ordinary Qi in blood to simulate fire attribute Qi in blood, as I need it when practicing the fierce fire technique. Chen Mo shook his head. He hadn't awakened his Qi in blood attribute even after reaching the 6th level of Steel Bone Realm, and it seemed unlikely he would in the future.
Simulating fire attribute Qi in blood? How could that be possible? Ma Wanglin was puzzled.
There were indeed people in the world with no attribute Qi in blood, but their Qi in blood volume was much higher than that of attribute Qi in blood warriors, and the concentration was also much greater, so aside from lacking additional attribute damage, there were no downsides. Actually, I tried this afternoon to use Qi in blood to rub my meridians to generate heat, Chen Mo said as he began to rub his meridians with Qi in blood, causing the temperature of his Qi in blood in body to rise rapidly. The highest temperature I could reach was 400 degrees. And even that was a bit unbearable for my body. Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin stared at Chen Mo, who was radiating high temperatures, completely dumbfounded.
How was he not dead? Over 400 degrees of Qi and blood flowing through his meridians, wasn't he just a living magma person? Stop! You'll damage your meridians. Gu Feng was the first to react and hurriedly shouted.
It's fine, the damaged areas will heal soon, Chen Mo waved his hand. He was only losing 1500 life points per second, and he hadn't lost much yet. Fire attribute Qi in blood has nothing to do with what you're doing right now, the only similarity is the high temperature. Seeing that Chen Mo's body temperature had returned to normal, Gu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief and spoke. Fire attribute Qi in blood, to put it simply, is a change in the nature of Qi in blood, making it capable of igniting. Your Qi in blood is too heavy, and without a change in nature, it cannot ignite. Igniting Qi in blood, Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he repeated these 4 words.
I see now, I understand.
As he spoke, Chen Mo took out a glass test tube filled with energy liquid that had returned to normal temperature. I tried it before, the energy liquid can be ignited.
If I inject the energy particles into my vital energy, wouldn't my vital energy be ignitable too? Don't! That could easily blow up.
Before Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin could snatch the test tube from Chen Mo's hands, he had already poured the 10 grams of energy liquid into his mouth. While others absorbed the energy that leaked from the energy liquid, no one had ever drunk it directly. This was a completely suicidal act. Sure enough, the moment Chen Mo swallowed the energy liquid, his face turned bright red, and his body began to show signs of swelling.
Not good. Chen Mo was going to explode.
Gu Feng pulled Ma Wanglin out of Chen Mo's small courtyard, and the two hid at a distance to observe the situation inside. The explosive power of 10 grams of energy liquid was no less than that of 10 kilograms. This stuff could even penetrate armor. Even if he was at level 7, he would still be injured. Not to mention Ma Wanglin, who was at a lower level than him. Only a monster like Chen Mo could withstand the power of an explosion of 10 kilograms inside his body. But after a while, there was no sound of an explosion in the courtyard. Everything seemed so calm.
No explosion?
Gu Feng had just broken out in a cold sweat and dared to return to the small courtyard to see how Chen Mo was doing after a long while.
Chapter 161, Self-Created Martial Technique, Explosive Burn.
But the moment Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin stepped into Chen Mo's small courtyard, they heard a loud shout from inside.
Get back! I can't hold it anymore.
They saw Chen Mo's entire right arm engulfed in raging flames, terrifying energy fluctuations rampaging within.
Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin's expressions changed, and they quickly used their footwork to distance themselves from Chen Mo's small courtyard. Chen Mo didn't know what was happening, but at the moment the energy particles combined with his vital energy, it seemed something wonderful occurred. The energy liquid, which originally had a power of only 10 kilograms, suddenly surged, and the vital energy within Chen Mo's body also became agitated. Up to this point, Chen Mo could still endure it without any discomfort. But when he operated his vital energy according to the method of the Diamond Iron Wire Fist's fiery momentum, things began to feel a bit off. The violet energy concentrated entirely on his right fist, which had completed muscle tempering, and at that moment, his skin ignited in fierce flames. The flames burned through Chen Mo's meridians, skin, and every cell. This fiery energy was completely different from the fire attribute vital energy. Its aura was even more brutal and intense. All of this was not only reflected in his body, Chen Mo's attribute panel was also constantly changing, flickering as if it were stuck. Although his life value was decreasing, it still hadn't surpassed the amount of life recovery, but his attack power and total vital energy were skyrocketing. At the moment this violent vital energy reached its peak, Chen Mo's attack power actually broke through the 300,000 mark, and his vital energy simultaneously surged to 800,000. No, I can't hold it anymore. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, dashed out of the small courtyard,
and used the cloud stacking step to soar into the sky. The 12 masters in the Master Academy also sensed this unique aura and opened their eyes, flying into the sky. Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin looked up and saw a figure like a fiery meteor shooting straight into the clouds. The speed at which his life value was decreasing grew faster and faster. Chen Mo's muscle cells, skin, and blood, which had been tempered through countless trials, quickly turned to ashes under this violent power. Only his golden bones remained standing firm.
It's about time.
Seeing that he had already distanced himself from the Great Xia Master Academy and reached the maximum height achievable with the cloud stacking step, Chen Mo clenched his right fist and slammed it fiercely into the sky. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by a crimson fire cloud, and the entire Master Academy seemed to enter daylight. Chen Mo only felt darkness before his eyes, and his whole body plummeted towards the ground.
This power is impressive. Let's call it explosive burn.
With one last glance at his right arm, which was now nothing but bone, Chen Mo's lips curled slightly. With this move, he was even confident he could kill an 8th-level martial artist with a single punch. The masters flashed beside the falling Chen Mo, and Shuela reached out to catch the unconscious Chen Mo.
What did this kid do?
That punch just now had the power comparable to a full-force strike from a 9th-level martial artist. Looking at Chen Mo and his arms, whose right arm was almost entirely devoid of flesh and blood, Shuela frowned deeply.
I don't know, but Chen Mo's condition is very bad.
Su Qing placed her hand on Chen Mo's chest. Every meridian in his body was in a state of burn.
Not to mention the right arm, the entire arm's meridians were completely wrecked. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Qing's eyes. This kid's meridians could actually self-repair?
Even a master's damaged meridians couldn't heal on their own and required external help for recovery. But this kid, he was not only repairing the damaged meridians but was even reshaping the flesh and blood of his right arm while doing so.
Little monster.
Don't worry, this kid should be fine. It's just unclear what he did to blow himself up like this.
Is this the aura of energy particles?
Gung Lian, whose nose twitched as he grabbed Chen Mo's right arm, which was left with only bones, to feel it. Let's ask him when he wakes up. I suspect this kid directly swallowed energy liquid. Tisk tsk, to directly swallow energy liquid and then explode his body but still be able to self-repair. That Songbin really has some luck, picking up such a treasure.
Qiulin pouted with some envy. Why didn't such good fortune come his way?
After finally taking in a disciple with immense talent, the kid insisted on refining his muscles instead of following the martial path.
TSK, damn Songbin, I definitely have to pry this kid Chen Mo over to my side in the future.
We can't be sure, even a 4th-level martial artist wouldn't be able to directly swallow energy liquid.
In the end, we still need to ask this kid.
Gung Lian, who glanced at Chen Mo's right arm, which was rapidly growing flesh and blood, and shook his head.
Let's send him back first. We'll talk about it tomorrow.
You two little ones, stop staring with your eyes wide open and go rest. Although Gu Feng and Ma Wanglin were worried about Chen Mo's condition, with so many masters around, it probably wouldn't be a big deal.
After greeting the masters, the two left.
The next morning, Chen Mo, who had fully recovered, woke up from his bed.
Feels pretty good. Remembering the power of that strike from last night, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile.
The cost of this move, explosive burn, was enormous, but that was for other ordinary martial artists.
For Chen Mo, this cost was really nothing. He could fully recover in just a short while.
It doesn't matter, even if the muscle cells that have been refined are destroyed and then repaired, they are still refined.
Glancing at his intact right hand, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief.
The only thing he was worried about had settled down, and he could use this move without any reservations in the future.
What? You still want to keep using this method? Do you know that the only difference between what you're doing and self-detonation is that it's more powerful?
Shuela walked in with a stern face and plopped down in the chair beside Chen Mo's bed.
Tell me, what did you do yesterday to cause such a commotion?
Nothing much, I was just pondering how to simulate fire attribute Qi in blood. It was just a sudden inspiration. Chen Mo recounted his attempts to simulate Qi in blood from last night, leaving Shuelu in a daze. Directly swallowing 10 grams of energy liquid, concentrating all the raging energy in his right fist, and only exploding when he couldn't hold it back.
Your life is really tough.
Shuela had nothing more to say. This matter was indeed his responsibility. Kid, my intention was to let you try and see if you could awaken your own attribute blood energy. I didn't expect you to be a pure blood energy warrior. This is also my fault. I didn't explain the method to simulate fire attribute blood energy clearly. Come, I'll teach you how to use pure blood energy to simulate fire attribute blood energy. Chen Mo heard this and chuckled, immediately getting off the bed to follow behind Shuelu. My blood energy attribute is only wind attribute, but I can simulate fire attribute blood energy using wind attribute blood energy.
This is my unique skill, no one else can do it.
Shuela released a wisp of azure blood energy from his palm, and a gentle breeze began to blow through the small courtyard. But it's also thanks to this skill of mine, otherwise, I really couldn't teach you the diamond iron wire fist. Remember, simulating blood energy is just that, simulation. It doesn't mean your blood energy actually becomes fire attribute. The first step in simulating blood energy is to externalize it. This is something only upper 4th tier warriors can do, but you should be able to try. Under Shueli's hands-on guidance, Chen Mo quickly mastered the technique of externalizing blood energy. A thick, blood-red blood energy coiled around Chen Mo's fingertips, and the air around them was filled with a strong bloody scent. Chapter 162, Sweating such rich blood energy, even more concentrated than that of upper 4th tier warriors, Shuela squinted his eyes. The concentration of Chen Mo's blood energy could definitely be considered the best below the master level. Even among 12th tier warriors, most did not have blood energy as rich as Chen Mo's. Rich blood energy also meant that Chen Mo's blood energy quality was extremely high, and the power of the martial techniques released through consuming blood energy would be greater. Chen Mo himself had never realized this. He didn't even think there was anything wrong with the power of his martial techniques being greater than that of normal people. Next, we need to simulate fire attribute blood energy through blood energy fluctuations. This step is relatively more difficult. 2 days later, Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the Daxia Master Academy, carrying 2 weapon boxes. Beside him were Gu Feng and a few others, including He Miao. Why didn't you tell us about this earlier? Gu Feng looked at Chen Mo with some exasperation. Why didn't he mention going out as an exchange student for a month sooner? It left them with no preparation at all, only able to carry their weapons and set off. Although once they arrived in the mountain city, they could buy whatever they wanted, this sudden news disrupted their training plans. I just forgot. I've been too focused on practicing simulating fire attribute blood energy these past few days. This was indeed Chen Mo's fault. He had completely forgotten about it, and he only had time to take the phoenix-beak dragon tooth halberd and steel bracelets with him. By the way, have you already mastered simulating fire attribute blood energy? Hearing Chen Mo's words, Gu Feng and the others directly skipped the previous topic and focused their attention on him. Almost, but my proficiency is still a bit lacking. As he spoke, a blood-red flame ignited at his fingertips. No temperature? The others were puzzled. That blood-red flame seemed completely different from what they understood as fire attribute blood energy. This is simulation. It just changes the form of blood energy to look like attribute blood energy. In reality, it's still pure blood energy, but in this state, I can smoothly use the fierce fire force. Chen Mo explained as he retracted the externalized blood energy. Wait a minute, Ma Wanlin was stunned. She suddenly realized that Chen Mo had just externalized his blood energy, hadn't he? You can externalize blood energy now? I guess so, it's just not very proficient, and it consumes a bit too much blood energy. Chen Mo nodded and turned to look at the transport vehicle parked at the school gate. Let's go, let's see what a proper martial arts academy is like. Chen Mo waved his hand, and Gu Feng and a few others followed him into the transport plane. To put it bluntly, the Daxia Master Academy cannot really be considered a university. It is more like a gathering place for top geniuses. Most of the talents here entered the Daxia Master Academy after the age of 22, having also studied the foundational knowledge at the Martial Arts Academy. Chen Mo and the others were akin to high school students who were directly exempted from exams for graduate studies. They had not mastered some of the basic knowledge in between and still needed a period of systematic learning. I wonder if these kids can make a name for the Daxia Master Academy, Deng Lianhu said with some concern. These kids were still too young, and their strength was relatively weak. However, there were no more suitable candidates than them, so they had to go as exchange students. They couldn't possibly send those 30-something top-tier genius martial artists as exchange students, could they? Those geniuses might directly beat up the dean of a martial arts academy, which would be a bit too much. Don't worry, with Chen Mo's temperament and character, if he doesn't cause a huge ruckus, it wouldn't be him. I estimate that Chen Mo will be so infuriated by those soft-spoken people from the academy that he will end up fighting. Shuela had interacted with Chen Mo a lot. Aside from Chen Mo going to the deep abyss to scrape the ground, most of the time was spent with him. We might not even need to clean up after him. This kid is quite. Shuela was about to say steady when he suddenly recalled the explosion from a couple of nights ago. Unique in style. At the Shancheng Martial Arts Academy, in the principal's office. Wu Yaozu wiped the sweat from his forehead. The soft sofa seemed to sprout steel needles, making him uneasy. Principal, the transport plane from Kunlun Mountain has already landed at the airport, and the people are expected to arrive in about 2 hours. A burly man walked in, still on the phone. Hearing this, Wu Yaozu became even more anxious. Teacher Sun, do you think the masters at the Master Academy are doing this on purpose? Unable to sit still, Wu Yaozu stood up from the sofa and asked,
What do you mean on purpose?
Sun Liguo was taken aback. He didn't understand the principal's words. I'm really at my wit's end, Wu Yaozu sighed. If it weren't for his wife's strictness, he would definitely find a more clever female secretary. Old Sun was good in every way, but his mind wasn't very sharp.
Did you forget who came this morning?
Oh right, the Asia Regional Exchange Conference is being held at our school. Sun Liguo slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about it. Those old masters are too rigid. They should know that only through exchange and integration can they become stronger. They have always opposed such things. I'm afraid those so-called exchange students are actually here to stir up trouble.
Those battle maniacs at the Master Academy can do anything.
I think there's no need to worry. There is a level 7 martial artist in the exchange group, said to be the strongest person under 25 from the Foot Basin country. Sun Liguo recalled and suddenly raised his head to say, although those exchange students came from the Master Academy, it doesn't mean they can defeat a level 7 martial artist. Don't we have 2 seniors in their 4th year who are level 7 martial artists? They have only been in the Master Academy for less than 2 months. How strong can they really be? 3 level 7 martial artists should be enough to satisfy those battle maniacs. That makes sense. Wu Yaozu sighed in relief upon hearing this. This was already the worst-case scenario. Alright, organize some people to welcome the exchange students from the Daxia Master Academy. Don't let them feel dissatisfied, and it would be best to coax them.
Chapter 163, Asia Youth Learning Exchange Conference. Chapter 163, Asia Youth Learning Exchange Conference. At the front gate of the Shancheng Martial Arts Academy, a car with its chassis scraping against the ground came to a stop, and the pained driver got out and opened the car door. Mr. Chen, we have arrived at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy.
Thank you, but your car. This couldn't really be blamed on Chen Mo. He himself weighed 1,000 pounds, plus a set of steel bracelets weighing over 400 pounds and a 600-pound phoenix-beak dragon tooth spear.
Together, these 3 items weighed a ton, not to mention that Chen Mo was sitting in the back seat, concentrating all that weight on a single point.
The fact that the car managed to reach the school gate in this condition was already a testament to its quality. Don't worry, the company will take care of these minor issues. The driver forced a smile, but there was a hint of pain in that smile. Since the driver had said so, Chen Mo didn't dwell on it and got out of the car, carrying his 2 weapon boxes. The moment Chen Mo stepped out, the car, which had been leaning to one side, suddenly returned to normal, and the driver let out a sigh of relief.
This is the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy.
Chen Mo and the others gathered together, looking up at the massive school gate.
It feels like it's just okay?
Gu Feng scratched his head, feeling that the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy wasn't as impressive as they had imagined.
Excuse me, are you Chen?
A girl in a long dress jogged over, glanced at Chen Mo and the others, and asked with a smile.
That's me. Chen Mo nodded, sizing up the girl in front of him. A 2nd-level martial artist. She didn't seem to be a freshman, so why was she so weak?
Frowning slightly, Chen Mo didn't say anything. After all, not everyone was as powerful as the geniuses from the Great Xia Master Academy. For the vast majority of martial artists, reaching the 2nd or even 3rd level was already the limit of their lives. Those who could break through to the 4th level were considered talented, and 4th-level martial artists played a crucial role in the Great Xia. It was rare for someone under 20 to reach the 4th level. Even 1 in 100,000 was considered a lot. I am Xia Changqing from the Liberal Arts Institute. You can just call me Teacher Xia. Xia Changqing smiled sweetly, exuding a youthful charm. Oh, so you're a teacher from the Liberal Arts Institute. No wonder you're so weak. Yang Zhuo suddenly realized, having spent so much time with Chen Mo and the others, he gradually thought that the entire human race was at this level. Seeing someone in their 30s still stuck at the 2nd level made him doubt his judgment. I am indeed a bit weak, Xia Changqing said, her expression slightly unpleasant, but she still replied with a smile. After all, it's the Liberal Arts Institute. Being a bit weak is normal. Reaching the 2nd level already allows a martial artist to be immune to 100 diseases. Gu Feng smiled at Xia Changqing, saying what he thought was comforting words. But this made Xia Changqing quite uncomfortable. What was wrong with being a 2nd-level martial artist? 2nd-level martial artists were not weak, okay? Did you think everyone was as strong as your group of freaks? It was precisely Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo's words that made Xia Changqing even more certain that these people were here to challenge the academy. They must have been sent by those old masters from the Great Xia Master Academy who looked down on them. I'll take you to the dormitory first. After you drop off your things, we can rest a bit, and then we'll go to the cafeteria for a meal. Xia Changqing recognized everyone except for the seemingly delicate girl. The others were well known, national competition champions, runners-up, and the female berserker who could take on the celestial race without dying. Chen Mo and his companions had quite a reputation. Especially Chen Mo, the hero who reversed the abyssal mother tree and saved the southern island abyss. That title was quite impressive. It felt like the academy was going to be lively. Walking along the main avenue of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, students from the academy occasionally passed by. However, their strength was not particularly strong, with first and second level martial artists making up the vast majority. Naturally, Chen Mo and the others were recognized, and many students began to discuss among themselves. Isn't that the national competition champion Chen Mo? Why is he here at our martial arts academy? I don't know, but those people around him seem a bit familiar. Are they the Celestial clan that lost to Chen Mo in the national competition? Ha! The Celestial clan is still here with us? Wait, what's going on? Right, I heard from my mentor that a place called Dojo Master Academy sent a few exchange students over. Could it be them? Dojo Master Academy? I've never heard of it. The name sounds quite grand. Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Mo truly felt that Dojo Master Academy was too low-key. An academy composed of 13 masters, a very mysterious old dean, and a group of formidable genius martial artists at least at level 7 had surprisingly little reputation in the outside world. This was simply too low-key. Not to mention, just the strength configuration of Dojo Master Academy could easily destroy some medium-sized countries. I think I understand what the old dean is thinking now. Chen Mo sighed. Dojo Master Academy's low profile had led to a significant misjudgment of Dojo's strength by the public. Not to mention those 13 masters, among the hundreds of genius martial artists from Dojo Master Academy, at least half of them could achieve mastery, yet this strength was not made public. It was truly incomprehensible. Suddenly, Chen Mo's ears perked up, and he turned to look at the nearby gymnasium. What's going on over there? It sounds quite lively. Xia Changqing's expression changed. The gymnasium was currently hosting a youth exchange and learning conference for the Asia region, and they should be sparring at this time. Principal Wu Yaozu had previously warned that this group from Dojo Master Academy were all battle maniacs, and they must not be allowed to join in the fun. Ah, it's nothing, just some sparring among students, nothing to see. They're all too weak, you guys probably won't be interested. Xia Changqing was already sweating, racking his brain to stop Chen Mo and the others from joining the commotion. That does sound meaningless. Chen Mo nodded, but then he directly turned and walked towards the gymnasium. Although it sounds meaningless, I still want to see what the fighting style of the martial artists from the Martial Arts Academy is like. By the way, I remember it's called the Academy style, right? Gu Feng and the others exchanged glances. It seemed Chen Mo wanted to establish his authority as soon as he entered. Yes, Dean Gunglian who specifically instructed us to engage in exchange and learning. This is a great opportunity. Gu Feng understood the principle of using a big name to gain credibility. Mentioning Gunglian whose name was definitely a good idea. Xia Changqing reached out to stop Chen Mo and the others but found that they had already disappeared from his side. Oh no, I need to hurry and inform the principal. Chapter 164, Practical Style vs. Academy Style. Chen Mo and his group's style of action was not low-key, instead, it was somewhat ostentatious. Of course, aside from Yi Miao, who was hiding behind them, the others exuded an aura called confidence. Upon entering the gymnasium, Chen Mo immediately spotted the large arena in the center. On the arena, two martial artists in full protective gear were sparring, wielding specially made weapons that were non-lethal. Is this called sparring? Chen Mo was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered how brutal the fights were in the national competition. How had the atmosphere changed so much at the Martial Arts Academy? This was not even the most shocking part for Chen Mo. What astonished him the most was the high praise the mentors were giving to the two martial artists playing house on the arena. Oldly, your student's martial skills have improved quite a bit. He might break through to level 5 by graduation. Truly deserving of being the strongest genius in the second year. No. I think it should still be about exchange and learning. I believe Director Wang's student is also quite good. He might be directly appointed as the deputy of the local martial arts education bureau after graduation. Ah, I thought so too, but this kid said he wants to guard the abyss at the military department after graduation. I really can't understand what he's thinking. Why not stay at the martial arts education bureau? Instead, he insists on going to the military department to fight hard. What a foolish child. Listening to their mutual boasting, Chen Mo felt a bit heated. Damn it, two weaklings dare to claim they are geniuses and want to be assistants at the local martial arts education bureau? No wonder the military martial artists look down on this group of academic types. They are nothing but cowards. The sparring between the two students is quite impressive. Let's give them a round of applause. A mentor stood up, took the microphone, and loudly announced on the stage. Scattered applause erupted around, indicating that not everyone agreed with the educational approach of the Martial Arts Academy. Don't be angry, the Practical Martial Arts Academy and this kind of martial arts academy are basically 50-50. There are still many ambitious and idealistic martial artists. Gu Feng patted Chen Mo's shoulder, sensing his displeasure. I know, it's not the students' fault, I can only say that these mentors are worse than each other. Chen Mo nodded, noticing that many students disagreed with this educational method. The unique passion of youth still burned brightly, those cowardly guys could not extinguish that fervor. When I came here, I had my family check on the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. The mentors here are divided into two factions, the academic faction and the practical faction. Currently, the academic faction holds power at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, which has led to the current situation. Gu Feng paused, glanced around, and continued. Now, various abyssal rifts are undergoing mutations, and no one knows what they will eventually become. My grandfather said this is the upper echelon's plan to let the practical faction take the stage. The academic faction has its merits in peacetime, but in the current situation, they are no longer suitable to lead the martial arts academy. Are we being used as pawns? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. He had no intention of doing something that would bring no benefit. Not at all. We will do what we need to do. I'm just saying this to let you feel at ease and unleash your potential. Gu Feng shook his head. If this matter truly was a trap for them, he would never lead them into it. This is the advantage of having friends in a big family. Many movements from above can be known earlier than others. It makes it easier to make choices. Next, let's welcome our guest, Oda Jun from the Foot Basin. At just 22 years old, Oda has achieved the rank of 7th level martial artist, just one step away from the peak of 8th level martial artist. He has also had experiences fighting to a draw with 8th level martial artists, which can bring a lot of knowledge and skills that everyone has not yet understood. Damn, 22 and 7th level, what garbage. Chen Mo spat. These academic types are truly insane. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come to exchange ideas. To put it bluntly, Dacia is currently the country with the most martial masters, the most abyssal rifts, and the most geniuses in the world. Why invite such garbage? And fighting to a draw with 8th level martial artists? Any one of the four of them could do that. No, except for Ma Wanlin, who at 6th level might draw with an 8th level. Any one of the three brothers could easily crush an 8th level martial artist. Chen Mo did not lower his voice, and many people heard this statement. The vast majority of students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy and practical mentors agreed with Chen Mo's words. They took pride in being the #1 martial arts nation. However, the faces of those academic students and mentors were not looking too good. This Asian Youth Exchange Learning Conference was quite important in their eyes. It was a significant highlight on their future career resumes. Organizing and conducting international exchange learning conferences, how rare is such experience? This student, please do not speak arrogantly. Although we are the strongest martial arts nation in the world, we must still learn to be humble and engage in learning exchanges with other countries. Every country's martial arts techniques have their merits. Only through communication and learning can we become stronger. The mentor on the stage took a deep breath and smiled at Chen Mo. Do you really think their lowly techniques can stand on the stage? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, completely unafraid of the mentor on the stage. Just an 8th level martial artist, and a theoretical one with little practical experience. He wouldn't even need a weapon to fight him. The mentor's face turned ashen. He didn't expect Chen Mo's words to be so harsh. Get out. Your qualification for the exchange meeting has been revoked. The mentor, known as Oldly, suddenly stood up, unleashing the pressure of a 7th level martial artist, trying to drive Chen Mo out of the gym. Damn it, old fool, who are you trying to scare? Chen Mo blared, and his golden bones erupted with a terrifying pressure that was countless times stronger than a master. Old Lee's face instantly lost all color, and he stumbled back to his seat. Master? No, this isn't a master. Trash, waste, good for nothing, these words are already flattering when used to describe you. Chen Mo stepped onto the stage, and the people around him instinctively made way. I thought the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, established by heroes, should have its own pride, but I didn't expect it to have fallen to the point of learning from a bunch of lowly trash. You're called Oda Jun, right? Chen Mo walked onto the stage, arms crossed, looking at the young man in front of him. I'm a 6th level martial artist, come practice with me. I won't bully you, I'll go unarmed, you get your best weapon, and we'll spar a bit. But Oda Jun blinked, looking at Chen Mo with some confusion. Oh right, the Japanese can't understand human language. Chen Mo slapped his forehead, having forgotten that detail. Chapter 165, One Punch, Double Kill. Translator, come here. At that moment, it seemed as if Chen Mo was the master of this exchange meeting, and everyone present could only follow his orders. A girl, not particularly striking in appearance, squeezed through the crowd and stood beside Chen Mo. Can you speak Japanese? Yes. The aura she exuded was not strong, at most resembling a first-level martial artist. But judging by her expression, she seemed to be a practical martial artist who had been displeased with these soft-boned theoretical types for a long time.
What's your name? Lu Yeching.
From now on, translate exactly what I say, word for word. Chen Mo grinned, took the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd from the weapon box, and thrust it straight into the alloy floor of the stage.
Understood. Lu Yeching naturally knew what Chen Mo wanted to do. She had waited too long for this moment. Watching these people flaunt their power at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy for so long, someone was finally stepping up to deal with them. I, Chen Mo, an 18-year-old 6th-level martial artist, challenge you, trash. I won't bully you, go get your best weapon, I can easily take you on unarmed. Students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, take note, a tie between 7th and 8th level martial artists is nothing impressive. Today, I'll show you how a 6th level martial artist can kill a 7th level martial artist with one punch. Chen Mo crossed his arms, an invisible aura of dominance enveloping the entire gym. Everyone fell silent, but many passionate students looked at Chen Mo with shining eyes. Was Chen Mo's action arrogance? Clearly not. This was an extremely obvious display of pride, treating martial artists from other countries as if they were nothing. Chen Mo, however, had the arrogance to back it up. Who would dare to claim they could kill a peak level 7 warrior with a single punch at level 6? Lu Yeching's cheeks flushed red as she translated Chen Mo's words verbatim to Oda Jun.
After hearing this, Oda Jun's expression turned cold, glaring fiercely at Chen Mo, muttering a string of incomprehensible words. Lu Yeching, whose face had already turned red, now blushed even deeper, almost turning purple.
Translate, tell me directly what he said, Chen Mo demanded, suspecting that Oda Jun had not said anything pleasant. Otherwise, Lu Yeching wouldn't have that expression. He said he could end your life with a single strike and that you shouldn't overestimate yourself. All you need to do is kneel and apologize, and he can pretend this never happened. Lu Yeching couldn't believe Oda Jun was this arrogant. Did he not know what kind of ruthless character Chen Mo was? Level 3 defeating level 5, level 5 challenging the Abyss Mother Tree, and now at level 6, how powerful could Chen Mo be? Wait, level 6? Lu Yeching suddenly realized that just over a month ago, Chen Mo was still a level 5 warrior. No, it was more than that. He was a level 2 warrior in June and broke through to level 3 during the national competition. This meant that in just over a month of summer vacation and the start of school, Chen Mo had advanced from level 3 to level 6. Breaking through 3 levels in 2 months, what terrifying martial arts talent. The surrounding students and instructors had not noticed this detail. Their attention was entirely on Oda Jun's extremely arrogant words. Indeed, Chen Mo's words were also quite arrogant, but they felt Chen Mo was justified. Damn it. What's wrong with our own people being arrogant? I won't let a mere level 7 warrior run rampant on the land of Daxia. Very well, I was going to spare you half your life, but not anymore. Chen Mo was so angry he laughed. He had only called him a waste, and this dog dared to demand he kneel and apologize. Damn it, if I don't smash him today, I might as well be a footbath person. Tell him, life and death are fated, but don't really get killed by my punch. I'll give him 15 seconds to prepare his weapon. After 15 seconds, I will make my move. Chen Mo's perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood had already begun to operate at full speed, greatly enhancing his defense, attack, and speed. Today, he was determined to smash this trash with a single punch. After Lu Yeching finished translating his words, Chen Mo ignored Oda Jun's muttering and stood on the arena waiting for him to fetch his weapon. Seeing that Chen Mo was really going to make a move, Oda Jun sneered, and the instructor behind him handed over a pure black katana. Taking the katana, Oda Jun bent down in a very strange posture, resembling a toad poised to leap. Chen Mo, be careful, Oda Jun is best at drawing and slashing. I've heard he can instantly cut through 25 centimeters of alloy armor. Lu Yeching wanted to remind Chen Mo, but he directly lifted her and placed her under the arena. Alloy? Just trash. As he spoke, an extremely terrifying wave of blood energy erupted from Chen Mo, causing gusts of wind to sweep through the entire stadium. Come on, waste, cut at me. Chen Mo pointed to his neck, arrogantly exposing his carotid artery. Die! Oda Jun barked and moved. The katana that had just been in its sheath was now aimed at Chen Mo's neck. With this stance, he truly seemed intent on beheading Chen Mo. Clang! Sparks flew as Chen Mo's skin turned iron gray, and the katana barely cut through a bit of skin before coming to a halt. I told you, trash like you is just garbage. Chen Mo's gaze was icy as he looked at the energy attack mark on Oda Jun's chest. You can't even cut me while I'm standing here, and you still dare to try to chop off my head? Taidajun's life value was a pitiful 400,000, and his defense wasn't particularly high. His attack power was about the same as Chen Mo's.
Unfortunately, after activating Perfect Steel Skin, Shenmo's defense reached 178,000, and Taidajun's meager attack power couldn't even scratch him. Of course, attack power is just the base. When factoring in martial skills, the damage might just be enough to break Shenmo's skin a little. Blood energy gathered in Shenmo's right fist, and the long-unused Blood Fury fist shone brightly at that moment. The damage from Steel Heart combined with the damage from Blood Fury fist, plus Shenmo's attack power, meant that the power of this punch had already surpassed 1,000,000.
Shenmo didn't even use a weapon, nor did he employ the master-level martial skill, Fiery Momentum.
Everyone present felt the wave emanating from Shenmo. Even the several 8th-level mentors from the academy turned pale and stepped back a few paces.
Too weak, garbage. Taidajun's pupils constricted, wanting to escape, but Shenmo's speed was not to be underestimated. After activating Perfect Steel Blood, Shenmo's speed was such that even a 12th-level martial artist might not be able to catch up, let alone a mere peak 7th-level martial artist like him. In the blink of an eye, Shenmo's figure appeared in front of Taidajun. "I'll send you flying with one punch." Boom! The violet blood energy erupted in an instant, and the shockwave even tore the alloy arena into pieces. The punch, having consumed most of its power, shattered the gym's outer wall, and even the lawn outside was not spared. Dealt 1,111,337 points of damage. Maximum life value increased by 133,360. Ugh! As the dust settled, Shenmo stared blankly at Taidajun, who had been punched through the chest. Wait, was this kid really that tough? What a guy, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Gufeng, watching from below the arena, had seen the whole thing and noticed something Shenmo had missed. Just as Shenmo's punch was about to hit Taidajun, the team leader from the Foot Basin country rushed up from below. He brought his arms together to block in front of Taidajun, seemingly trying to shield him from the punch. Unfortunately, the power of Shenmo's punch was simply too great. The moment it made contact with that 8th-level martial artist, it tore his body into pieces. Look, half of his butt is still hanging on the ceiling. Chapter 166, The Radical Faction gives you a thumbs up. Chapter 166, The Radical Faction gives you a thumbs up. Is this a 6th-level martial artist? The mentor known as Oldly turned pale, trembling all over. Just moments ago, he hadn't paid attention to who this arrogant kid was, but upon hearing the name Shenmo, he instantly regretted it. National competition champion, defeated the Abyss Mother Tree, entered the Great Xiao Master Academy at 18. Any one of these 3 titles would elevate a person to great heights. But Shenmo bore all 3 titles, plus his terrifying martial arts talent, and Oldly could already imagine how miserable his future would be. Unfortunately, Shenmo had already left him behind, disdainfully shaking off Taidajun, who was hanging on his arm. The surroundings fell silent, even the other members of the Foot Basin country's team were frozen in place. It's just a spar, getting hurt is normal. Fists and feet have no eyes, if he dies, it's not my fault. Who told him to be so weak? With a kick, Shenmo sent the nearly dead Taidajun off the arena, showing no trace of remorse on his face. Only a strong sense of sarcasm and arrogance remained. If anyone here is unconvinced, come up and spar with me, but I can't guarantee you'll make it off the arena alive. Drawing the Phoenix-beaked dragon tooth spear, Shenmo pointed directly at the exchange meeting composed of various countries below. Shenmo knew that among them, there were indeed many who came to exchange and learn. After all, Great Xiao was the world's strongest martial arts nation. Some people had strange looks in their eyes, not the expression of students focused on learning, but rather a gaze filled with contempt, as if they were watching monkeys. No, saying it was like watching monkeys was flattering. It was a look brimming with disdain. At the moment the Fengzue Longya halberd was drawn, everyone saw the thick, uncleanable bloodstains on the blade. The exchange groups from various countries retreated. In some of their nations, there wasn't even a master, and the strongest among them was merely a 12th-level warrior. Students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, Shenmo said, turning to the students in the gymnasium after noticing that the exchange groups had no intention of causing trouble. I am Shenmo, an exchange student from the Great Xiao Master Academy. I had no intention of disrupting the order, nor do I look down on any of you. It's just that this group of lowly scum can actually educate you, which I find utterly perplexing. Our Great Xiao is the #1 martial arts nation in the world. Even in exchanges, we should engage with those slightly weaker countries. Or we could help some weaker nations become stronger. That would be reasonable, as some of their techniques might come in handy. Indeed, there is much to gain from exchanges, but talking about it on paper is always nonsense. A warrior who has never fought is just a vase filled with blood and energy. That's right, I'm talking about certain spineless individuals who only think about climbing up the ranks. I apologize to everyone here, I just can't stand some spineless people. You may continue your exchange meeting.
Chen Mo cupped his fists and stepped down from the stage, holding the Fengzui Longya halberd. The arena fell silent, but a few seconds later, an extremely loud cheer erupted. Yes, it was the cheers from those passionate students and mentors. They finally understood the feelings in their hearts, especially those practical mentors, who had been suppressed by the academic faction for too long, finally had a heavenly soldier to help them. With Chen Mo, a hardline practical fighter, assisting them, they would regain control over the teaching policies of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. They would make this flaccid academy stand tall again. Let's go, I'm hungry. Chen Mo put the Fengzui Longya halberd into the weapon box and waved to Gu Feng and the others. As for the follow-up issues, He Miao was still a bit timid. She was worried that someone might come to trouble Chen Mo later. Don't worry, I just mentioned this to Dean Shui. Gu Feng waved his hand. They were on the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy's turf, and killing someone without support was just asking for trouble. Dean Shui said one thing, just deal with them, and if anything happens, those 13 masters will handle it. If anyone dares to bully the weak, he will personally go and spar with that person. He Miao understood now. No wonder Chen Mo was like this, whether it was Liang Yongsheng, Tian Xingxing, or Song Bin and Shui Le, they all came from military backgrounds. They all shared a common trait, they viewed life and death lightly and would fight if they were not satisfied. You could say there were weaklings in the military, but you couldn't say there were cowards. Did anything happen to you? Xia Changqing looked at the few people coming out of the gymnasium with concern. It seemed like there was an explosion in the gym just now. Did someone really make a move? She didn't know that the big explosion in the gym was caused by Chen Mo and was only worried about whether he and the others were injured. We're fine, it's the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy that might have some trouble. Chen Mo shook his head, not hiding the fact that he had killed Tai Tianjun. That's good, Xia Changqing sighed in relief. It was fine if such a person died. The people from the Great Xia Master Academy couldn't afford to have any incidents. Although the casualty rate at the Great Xia Master Academy was high, those old masters were quite protective of their own. Dying in the abyss was due to one's own lack of strength, but outside, unless one lost to peers or those of the same realm, anyone wanting to harm the people of the Great Xia Master Academy would have to think twice about it. Let's see if you can withstand the wrath of a master. What? You're not worried that something will happen if Tai Tianjun dies? Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. Could it be that Xia Changqing was not from the academic faction? If he dies, he dies. I doubt they would dare to say anything. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo was basically certain that this teacher Xia from the Liberal Arts College was not part of the academic faction. He might even be a radical from the practical faction, the kind that doesn't regard people from other countries as human. Chapter 167, The Warrior Who Fought His Way Out. As Xia Changqing led Chen Mo and the others to the dormitory, the crowd in the gym finally came to their senses. Someone had died. Until now, those students and mentors who had just been cheering and raising their arms only now realized what Chen Mo had done. With an expressionless face and a calm demeanor, he had killed 2 people with a single punch. At this moment, Lu Yeqing's expression was also somewhat grim. Although she didn't like Tai Tianjun, she felt that death was too severe a punishment. Xiao Lu, you don't need to feel that Chen Mo did anything wrong. Lu Yeqing's mentor, who was also her father, Lu Yun, walked over and gently patted her back. Do you think the current status of Daxia was achieved through communication and learning? No, you are still too naive. Daxia's current status was carved out by ruthless characters like Chen Mo. If it weren't for people like him, Daxia would have long been mired in internal and external troubles. The academic faction has poisoned the new generation too deeply, truly believing that peace and status can be negotiated. It is precisely because of ruthless characters like Chen Mo that you can cultivate in peace at the rear. He carries a heavy aura of killing. I'm very curious about what he has experienced in these past few months. But one thing I can be sure of is that this child is a warrior who fought his way out. Lu Yun spoke with conviction, giving Chen Mo a very high evaluation. Follow him, learn from him, this is how a Daxia warrior should be. After patting Lu Yeqing on the shoulder, Lu Yun turned to maintain order in the venue. Many people in the venue felt that Chen Mo's actions were somewhat excessive, but more felt that Chen Mo was incredibly domineering, simply stunning. A 6th level warrior killing an 8th level warrior and a peak 7th level warrior with a single punch, who else could achieve that? By the way, I remember Chen Mo was an exchange student sent by the Daxia Master Academy? What kind of place is the Daxia Master Academy? The champions of the national competition all went there. I don't know, but just hearing the name sounds impressive. The students were discussing animatedly, not only in admiration of Chen Mo but also curious about the Daxia Master Academy. As long as there was a desire for the outside world to understand the Daxia Master Academy, Chen Mo had succeeded. Tai Tianjun and his supervising mentor did not die in vain. Well, they died for a reason.
As night fell, Chen Mo sat dazedly in the dormitory chair after receiving his course schedule. Come on, man. Classes from 6 in the morning until 9 at night? Do you think I'm in my final year of high school?
Chen Mo sighed. This schedule was specially arranged by the Shancheng Martial Arts Academy to complete 4 years of basic cultural courses in 1 month. Those old men really think we're war gods. Gu Feng also sighed. As a member of the Jing family, he had never experienced such an explosive schedule.
What's wrong? I think it's fine, the pressure isn't too much. Ma Wanglin looked at the two with some confusion. The time allocation was not bad, at least sleep time was guaranteed. Ah, right, you're from Xishan.
Chen Mo slapped his forehead. The schedule for final year students in Xishan province was much more terrifying.
They could be up from 5 in the morning to 11 at night. So, why are you in the boys' dormitory? Gu Feng looked bewildered. When did Ma Wanglin come in? I came to discuss our physical training. Ma Wanglin ignored Gu Feng and turned to Chen Mo and Yang Zua.
Although cultural classes need to be made up, physical training cannot be neglected.
What do you think?
Chen Mo felt he had been working very hard, but in front of Ma Wanglin, it seemed like he was relaxing every day.
That makes sense.
I think 3 hours of sleep a day is enough. Martial artists don't need much sleep.
Yang Zua fully agreed with Ma Wanlin's statement.
As a highly talented and hard-working individual, Yang Zua only slept for 2 hours a day, spending the rest of his time training. Besides physical training, he also practiced martial arts and honed his divine abilities, leading a very fulfilling life.
Go ahead, you all keep pushing yourselves.
Chen Mo leaned back in his chair. He hadn't experienced such intense cultural classes in many years. To put it bluntly, ever since he entered university in his last life, everything he learned in high school had been returned to the teachers. His brain felt no different from one soaked in hydrogen peroxide. It's getting late, we'll discuss the specifics tomorrow.
Get a good rest tonight, we have classes tomorrow.
After saying goodbye, Ma Wanglin left, leaving Chen Mo and the other two lying in bed.
I'm going to sleep too.
If I fail the test, I'll have to continue this miserable life, Gu Feng sighed. He had never experienced such a hellish existence. Yang Zua remained silent, sitting on the bed, contemplating his divine abilities.
Late at night, unable to sleep, Chen Mo opened his eyes.
He opened the system panel and glanced at the progress of his physical training. Perfect steel skin, 100, perfect steel blood, 100, golden bones, 100, steel marrow, 0, additional training, muscle, 7, it really is effective. Ever since Chen Mo blew up his entire arm last time, the muscle cells in his right arm seem to have undergone significant training, with progress directly increasing by 1. It should be that energy particles replaced qi and blood to refine the muscle cells, with a similar effect but a much larger total amount. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's reckless spirit began to ignite.
Will blowing myself up kill me? It seems like it might.
After pondering for a while, Chen Mo temporarily abandoned the idea of a complete self-detonation training method and instead thought of a localized self-detonation training method. His body's strength was too high, it was impossible to train step by step like a normal martial artist. He had to find a different path, using a more radical and violent method to keep up with Gu Feng and the others. Not to mention others, just Yang Zua, this guy's kidneys had already been refined halfway. In another 2 or 3 months, he would achieve the 8th level of martial arts. Chen Mo now needed to refine his muscles and bone marrow and had to think of an effective way to increase his training speed. Especially for muscle refinement, after all, the reward was final reserves, and he couldn't give up on that reward.
How about starting with a little less?
Chen Mo thought, and a gram of energy liquid transferred from his storage space to his mouth. With a gulp, the energy liquid was swallowed into his stomach. Instantly, a pain like burning flames spread throughout Chen Mo's body, the terrifying force unleashed by the combination of energy particles and qi and blood almost tearing him apart. However, compared to the last time he swallowed 10 grams at once, this level of energy expansion was still digestible for Chen Mo. Once that gram of energy liquid and qi and blood completely merged, Chen Mo concentrated that uncontrollable energy in his right arm.
Here we go, let's see if this works. Chapter 168, The Money-Burning Refinement Method. Chapter 168, The Money-Burning Refinement Method.
The moment the energy flowed into his right arm, the unrefined muscle cells instantly withered and died. The next second, new muscle cells regenerated and reorganized, clearly much tougher than the previous muscle cells. It turned out that this method was effective, but the damage to the body was too great, making it completely not worth it for an ordinary martial artist. However, for Chen Mo, this method was simply fantastic. It only cost him a tiny bit of life value, and he could recover in no time. The muscle cells that had become more resilient would still die, and the new cells would revert to their previous state. It seems that the energy liquid I drank in one go wasn't enough. Chen Mo licked his lips, and this time he directly pulled out 3 grams of energy liquid and swallowed it. A more violent yet still controllable energy surged into Chen Mo's right arm, causing the entire arm to visibly wither. After a while, the withered areas gradually became plump again, thanks to Chen Mo's golden bones at work.
Sure enough, it increased by 0.
Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he glanced at the progress that had risen to 7. Just by swallowing the energy liquid, he could enhance the muscle refining progress. Where else in the world could one find such a good deal?
It felt amazing, right?
But he never considered how extravagant his refining method was.
Once processed, 10 grams of energy liquid could supply 3 level 5 martial artists for a day's consumption.
Yet, Chen Mo treated this stuff as if it were nothing precious. In his eyes, energy liquid was not a valuable item. In reality, it was almost impossible to buy energy liquid on the market. 99% of it was controlled by the state. The remaining 1% wouldn't circulate in the market but would be used by those prominent families to cultivate their descendants. In fact, based on Chen Mo's current energy liquid reserves, he alone could match the total reserves of all the ancient martial families in the Great Xia.
Keep going, hurry up and refine it to 50, then the final reserves will be in hand.
The next morning, a groggy Gu Feng was jolted awake by a slap.
It's almost 6 o'clock, get up and go to class.
Chen Mo stood at the foot of Gu Feng's bed, while Gu Feng, covering his face, looked around in confusion.
All right, we have class at 6 today, I need to get up quickly. Groggy, Gu Feng climbed out of bed and robotically put on his clothes. Wait, was it you who just hit me, Chen Mo? It wasn't until Chen Mo and the others entered the lecture hall that Gu Feng touched his burning face. It was me, so what? Chen Mo nodded, openly admitting it. Why do I feel like a steel whip just hit me?
Gu Feng mumbled, completely oblivious to the significant changes in Chen Mo's right arm. After a night of refining, Chen Mo had consumed a full 100 grams of energy liquid. Not to mention that energy liquid is priceless. Even based on the price of energy stones, it was still exorbitant. Each gram of energy stone was worth 10,000, and the value of energy liquid was about 60 times that of energy stones, meaning Chen Mo had burned through 180 million overnight. But this 180 million still brought significant improvements. Chen Mo's muscle refining progress had increased by 2, and his forearm was basically considered fully refined. At a rate of 2 per night, Chen Mo would only need about 20 days to refine his muscles to 50, and then the final reserves would be his. Of course, this money-burning and body-damaging refining method was something only Chen Mo could use. Anyone else would absolutely not be able to endure it, whether it was the financial cost or the physical damage.
Hello, students from the Great Xia Master Academy. Just as the clock pointed exactly to 6, an old man with graying hair walked in. He tapped the microphone on the podium and smiled at Chen Mo and the others. You can call me Professor Wei. I am responsible for teaching you Abyssal language.
The language structure of Abyssal language is not complex, but there are some differences in our understanding of language, which makes it relatively difficult to learn. But with my help, you will be able to communicate at a basic level in no more than half a month. From that moment on, Chen Mo and the others officially began their fulfilling day. The morning was filled with Professor Wei's linguistics course, while the afternoon was dedicated to foundational courses on the abyss and martial artists. Each teacher was an academic heavyweight, and their teaching methods were quite accessible. After a day of learning, Chen Mo gained a much deeper understanding of the abyss. Currently, the existence of the deep abyss has not been made public and is only circulated on a small scale within the martial artist community. Therefore, the vast majority of people in society only recognize the abyss through the least harmful beast tides and the even less harmful sea beasts. The real crisis for humanity is not these, but the abyssal martial artists who are eyeing them hungrily, along with countless abyssal demons, all stemming from the unknown mid-level abyss. Professor Chi shared his speculations during the Abyss Awareness class. The abyss is very likely another planet or a different form of civilization of humanity, with a technological level far superior to that of Blue Star. According to some documented records, the abyss was not always a dark place. It was once similar to Blue Star, also possessing light and a sun. However, after the light and sun disappeared, civilization rapidly declined, leading to the current state where most of the abyssal technology is derived from archaeology. The order collapsed, entering a period akin to an apocalypse. After a long period of adaptation, the abyss regained some order, but the level of civilization had dropped significantly. The governance method has also turned into a quasi-slavery system. How credible do you think Professor Chi's speculations are? In the dormitory, everyone had gathered together, including Ma Wanglin and He Miao. What they learned today was too incredible, leaving them all somewhat puzzled. I think that's not important. What's important is that the existence of the deep abyss is likely to be announced soon. Gu Feng shook his head. As the eldest son of a prominent family, he was not as naive as he appeared. He just didn't show it around his brothers and friends. Look, with the preparations to support the practical faction and the emergence of the Great Xia Master Academy, combined with the recent crackdown on cults, it's obvious that something big is about to happen.
Do you remember the new abyssal rift in the southern part of the South Island?
I heard from my grandfather that a nuclear bomb was detonated there.
What? Chen Mo and the others were shocked. Governor Songbin was still there. Chapter 169. He is seeking death. Chapter 169. He is seeking death. Don't worry, everyone has been evacuated. Gu Feng's next words reassured Chen Mo and the others. My grandfather didn't tell me the specifics, just that if you want to go out to play, you should avoid the South Island for now.
That abyssal rift is a bit tricky, they say it's very troublesome, and Governor Song almost perished there. There was no other choice but to use a nuclear bomb to disrupt the passage and temporarily seal it.
Temporarily seal it? The abyssal rift can be sealed?
Chen Mo had never heard of such a thing before. It was the first time he learned that an abyssal rift could be sealed. Just temporarily, at most, the passage will stabilize again in 6 months. And this method can only be used once. The passage of the abyssal rift will learn from it, and after that, nuclear bombs will be ineffective against the passage. Gu Feng shook his head. The current situation was indeed complicated, with various regions facing their own troubles. But the most troublesome were the new abyssal rift in the South Island and the rift in Kunlun Mountain. These two places had not been made public, and the troubles there were the greatest among all abyssal rifts. But don't worry, the 6-month buffer period is enough. By then, a proper martial artist legion will be sent to resolve the issues there. The group fell silent, but they all felt that the recent situation was becoming increasingly dangerous.
Just as the dormitory fell into silence, Chen Mo's phone suddenly rang. Hello? Glancing at the unfamiliar number on his phone, Chen Mo answered with some confusion. Chen Mo, the Abyss cult's remnants in the Southwest District are being targeted. If you have time, go lend a hand.
The Abyss cult in the Southeast District has already been nearly wiped out by me. Only a few rotten fish are still fleeing outside, not worth worrying about. A familiar voice came from the other end, sounding robust.
Uncle Song? Chen Mo was taken aback. Why was Songbin calling him at this time? It's me.
I thought you had forgotten about me since you haven't made a sound for a long time. Songbin chuckled and continued. I know you're at the Martial Academy in Shansheng now.
Are you being driven crazy by those soft-spoken academic types?
But don't worry, the Abyss rifts are starting to undergo mutations. It seems the integration with Blue Star has deepened. So the higher-ups have decided to send the academic types down completely and replace them with practical fighters, so you don't have to worry about anyone retaliating against you for suppressing the academics. Also, if any old academic master gives you trouble, just call me, and I'll go deal with him.
Song Bin's words sounded casual, but they carried deep meaning. About that cult matter.
Chen Mo scratched his face. He had just started learning Abyss language, and if he got interrupted by other matters, he might not pass the test. You don't need to be involved the whole time. The Abyss cult in the Southwest District no longer has any high-end combat power, at most a few 4th-tier warriors. Songbin thought for a moment, recalling that Chen Mo indeed had other matters to attend to, so he didn't insist on him going to eliminate the Abyss cult. You 5 little ones should go help out. The students at the Martial Academy in Shansheng have too little practical experience. If they go alone, the casualties will be severe. You all guide them, a group of warriors who don't even dare to kill. I really don't know how these academic types are trained.
Okay, I understand.
Hearing that he was just being asked to guide them, Chen Mo sighed in relief.
As long as it didn't delay his cultural course progress, it was fine. Alright, be careful. I'll tidy up the southeast side in the next couple of days and see if I can deal with the remaining remnants. Songbin nodded and hung up the phone. So, are you still not planning to reveal your archbishop's location?
Songbin, with his hair down, sat in front of a battered cultist, his cold gaze sweeping over him.
Long live the cult.
The cultist forced his swollen eyes, resembling steamed buns, to open slightly and said with a hint of mockery, Really, this is why I hate you cultists so much. Songbin shook his head, stood up, and pinched the cultist's chin. I didn't want to bother with you, you couldn't cause much of a disturbance. But you touched someone you absolutely shouldn't have and did something you absolutely shouldn't have. The pressure in Songbin's hand increased, and the cultist's jaw made cracking sounds. I, Songbin, have no children, no parents, and only took in this one disciple, and you still want to harm him. If it were just that, I wouldn't go this far. But you touched the taboo of all warriors. You beasts actually dared to reach for that kid Chen Mo's family. Songbin's expression turned ferocious, and the violent pure blood energy directly sent the table in front of him flying. You should understand that I have even set aside the Abyss rifts of the new students in the South Island to deal with this matter. I've temporarily put aside the South Island as well.
You should be clear about our relationship now, right? To the death. Put. With a forceful grip, Songbin crushed the cultist's head, which exploded like a watermelon. Tell them that the security forces around Chenmo's parents should be doubled, and at least one 12th level martial artist must be stationed there. Those are my disciples' parents, and by seniority, they are my brothers. If they lose even a hair, don't blame me for turning against you. The director of the Provincial Martial Arts Education Bureau was sweating profusely, nodding repeatedly but unable to say a word. Tell Yu Jingling that I, Songbin, will be staying in Taizhou for a while, just to get closer to my disciples' parents. Tisk tsk tsk, after taking in a disciple, your true nature is completely exposed, isn't it? Just as the director of the Provincial Martial Arts Education Bureau was sweating, a tall figure appeared behind him. Why you, Governor Yu, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau sighed in relief. Although he was a 12th level martial artist, he felt as helpless as a child in front of Songbin. This is what a practical martial artist who has fought through mountains of corpses and seas of blood looks like, so terrifying. You used to call me Big Sister, now you call me Governor Yu. Songbin, aren't you being a bit excessive? Yu Jingling sat in a chair, frowning as she looked at Songbin in front of her. Songbin remained silent, but the hostility emanating from him was still quite chilling. I can understand how you feel right now, but Taizhou is not a place you should go. I will personally take over this matter, and I will inform you of any developments as soon as possible. Nandao needs you, you must return to take charge. Those old men above are already a bit unhappy. Yu Jingling sighed and shook her head helplessly. Do you know how many people you've killed in the southeast region during this time? 17,000 people. Although they were all cultists, do you know how difficult it is to handle the aftermath after killing 17,000 in 3 days? 17,000 pigs wouldn't be killed like this. The crematorium has been belching black smoke lately, and the workers are suffocating from the smell of ashes. And those high-ranking cultists, they have been tracked for almost a year, and you just slapped their heads off. Do you know what kind of psychological shadow this has left on the ordinary staff? So what? They dared to touch my disciple and wanted to touch my disciple's parents. This is provoking me, Songbin. Songbin still wore that expression, standing up to pat Yu Jingling on the shoulder. Big sister, I know what you want to say. I will return to guard Nandao, but there is one condition. Speak. Hearing that Songbin was willing to compromise, Yu Jingling also breathed a sigh of relief. All information related to Chun Mo or targeting that child must be given to me. Especially the Archbishop, I want to tear him to pieces with my own hands. The hostility around Songbin grew even stronger, making Yu Jingling feel a chill down her back. Alright, hurry back, Nandao needs you. Thank you, big sister. Don't forget to take care of Chenmo's family. I know. Chapter 170, Chenli, Director Chen. The next day, Chenli prepared to go to work at his usual time. Although his position was not high, his salary was among the top tier in Taizhou. Moreover, it was quite leisurely. He spent his days drinking tea and reading newspapers before clocking out. He was well aware that his job was not earned through his own efforts but through his son. TSK, starting to rely on the younger generation at such a young age feels a bit refreshing. Just as Chenli opened the door to go to work, his phone in his pocket rang. Hello? Director Wei? Chenli was a bit puzzled. Why was Wei Jin calling him so early in the morning? Didn't they usually only contact each other when going out for drinks and boasting at night? What? Deputy Director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau? Who? Me? What's going on? Okay, I got it. You want me to come over now, right? Chenli was completely bewildered. How did he suddenly become the Deputy Director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau? Could it be that Xiao Mo did something earth-shattering again? What's wrong, old Chen? Su Lu, who had just woken up, pushed open the bedroom door and looked at Chenli, who was standing at the door without going out, with some confusion. Nothing much, just that I'd been promoted to Deputy Director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau. Chenli shook his head, not intending to make a big deal out of it. It wouldn't reflect well on Chun Mo. You just found out? I've also been transferred to the Martial Arts Education Bureau, as the director of the archives. Su Lu yawned, seemingly unfazed by the news. It must be that Xiao Mo did something again, but we probably aren't qualified to know what it is. Don't worry about it, and don't ask Xiao Mo. The kid is grown up and knows what to do. We just need to live our lives and not add trouble for Xiao Mo, Su Lu quickly reminded him upon seeing the confusion on Chenli's face. I know, I'm just afraid someone might get jealous and cause trouble for me, which would affect Xiao Mo. Chenli was not a greedy person. He understood what position he could hold based on his abilities. Everything he had now was brought by Chen Mo, and he couldn't let his own issues affect his son. Alright, who in Taizhou would dare to cause you trouble? Just go to work honestly, Su Lu said, pouting as she tidied up to go to work with Chenli.
By the way, Old Wei said someone is inviting us to dinner tonight, and you have to go.
That person seems to have a good relationship with Xiao Mo and wants to meet us. I think his name is Song Bin?
At the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, after finishing the morning's Abyss language course, Chun Mo and the others plan to go eat.
How are you guys doing?
I feel like my tongue is about to tie itself in knots. Gu Feng smacked his lips and mixed the dry-boiled noodles in his bowl before slurping up a big mouthful. In less than 3 days, Gu Feng had already eaten 6 servings of dry-boiled noodles, as if he could never get enough.
Anyone who didn't know would think there was some pink or blue powder added to the noodles.
It's okay, I can keep up with the pace. Chen Mo had a large bowl of tofu pudding and a big bowl of rice in front of him, eating heartily. Despite being just ordinary dishes and very cheap, they were simply delicious. Especially the dipping sauce for the tofu pudding. The red chili had the fragrance of red chili, and the green chili had the freshness of green chili. Chen Mo was already addicted to the tofu pudding rice. Since none of them had been to Mountain City before, everyone had their own favorite food. Ma Wanlin was quite obsessed with pig trotter soup, He Miao was into braised pork, and Yang Zhuo had developed a fondness for large intestines. I'm actually looking forward to the afternoon's basic knowledge of the Abyss course. Professor Chi is very interesting. Gu Feng slurped up a noodle and casually picked a piece of tofu pudding from Chen Mo's bowl and popped it into his mouth.
Yeah, 2 hours of class, and an hour and a half is just nonsense.
While Gu Feng and the others were chatting, Chen Mo turned around to take a look.
What's the matter? He frowned and asked the middle-aged man in front of him. Hello, Chen Mo, my name is Lu Yun. The middle-aged man was Lu Yeching's father, a mentor at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, and an 8th-level martial artist, Lu Yun. Just say what you need to say. If you're looking for trouble, wait a moment until I finish eating. For Chen Mo, nothing was more important than the bowl of tofu pudding in front of him. Ha, Chen classmate, you're joking. How could I be looking for trouble?
Lu Yun smiled and found a small stool to sit next to Chen Mo.
I used to be in the military, under Commander Song. Put.
Chen Mo spat out a mouthful of tofu pudding, splattering Gu Feng with it.
Commander Song? Song Bin, Uncle Song?
That's right, Governor Song was like this when he was in the military department. Lu Yun wanted to introduce Song Bin, but was stopped by Chen Mo covering his mouth.
Just get to the point. How did the military warriors become so fussy? Chen Mo took a bite of his meal. Could it be that this Mountain City Martial Arts Institute really had some magic, even changing the military warriors?
On behalf of the practical faction of the Mountain City Martial Arts Institute, I invite classmate Chen and several other students to serve as honorary mentors, to fundamentally change the current soft state of the Mountain City Martial Arts Institute. A calm pond cannot cultivate warriors who can face giant waves. Only a deep ocean can help a martial artist grow into a qualified fighter. Please, classmate Chen, help us restore the Mountain City Martial Arts Institute to what it should be.
Chapter 171, Professor Chi's mini-class. Just say it. What do you want me to do, and what do I get out of it?
Chen Mo put down the tofu pudding in his hand and turned to Lu Yun.
Classmate Chen, you also know that the Mountain City Martial Arts Institute is currently controlled by the academic faction.
Lu Yun paused, his expression becoming serious and earnest. Some things are only understood better within our martial artists circle. The current situation no longer allows the academic faction to continue controlling the educational policy. While communication and learning can enhance understanding, a martial artist who has never experienced battle is ultimately just a useless vase of vitality. I hope classmate Chen can lead a team, taking those children from the Mountain City Martial Arts Institute who are eager to grow stronger to hunt down cult martial artists. We have already identified the target for the hunt, a small gathering point for cult martial artists within the Mountain City, with the strongest being a level 6 martial artist. I know this carries a high risk and will result in some casualties, but this is an unavoidable part of the path to becoming stronger.
Sure, it's not a difficult task.
Chen Mo nodded. He could agree to such a small request.
What do I get in return?
It's not that Chen Mo was overly greedy, it's just that unconditional help would only make the people of the Mountain City Martial Arts Institute feel that it was something he should do.
Not just the Mountain City Martial Arts Institute, almost everyone would think this way.
You can freely access all the instruments and resources of the Mountain City Martial Arts Institute, and once we resolve our internal issues, we can nominate you as an honorary dean.
The moment Lu Yun said this, Chen Mo understood that this group of practical faction members was serious. Not only serious, but they also seemed a bit desperate, intending to confront the academic faction. Okay, give me a timeline. Dealing with a few weak cult martial artists was nothing significant for Chen Mo.
As long as he wasn't asked to duel a level 4 martial artist, the rest of those below level 9 were nothing more than a dish in front of him. Every day at 3 in the afternoon and 9 in the evening, cult martial artists will hold rituals on the 7th floor of the Mountain City Global Center.
The Martial Arts Bureau has inserted an undercover agent within the cult, so the time and location are absolutely accurate.
Lu Yun handed a phone number to Chun Mo and provided him with the undercover agent's information.
This person is the undercover? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. This Xiang was only a level 2 martial artist. How did he get into the Martial Arts Bureau?
Yes, Xiang has a family heirloom disguise technique that allows him to change into another person in 3 seconds, making him quite suitable for this kind of work. Lu Yun nodded and continued.
Here are the time and location. If classmate Chen has time tomorrow, you can lead the team at any time.
But one thing to note, the Mountain City Global Center is one of the top 3 comprehensive shopping malls, so it's best not to cause too much chaos.
I understand. We'll set off at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. After gathering all the information, Chun Mo waved his hand, signaling Lu Yun that he could leave.
Seeing that Chun Mo agreed to this matter, Lu Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to their mentor leading the team, having Chun Mo, as a peer, lead was much more persuasive. After Lu Yun left, Gu Feng and the others immediately surrounded him.
So, are we going to fight tomorrow?
Except for Yang Zua, who remained expressionless while vigorously sucking on a pig's trotter, the other 3 were eagerly gathering around. Just a little over a day of cultural classes had made these brutes feel utterly uncomfortable. For them, the pain of attending cultural classes was comparable to eating the food made by He Niao.
Are you going?
Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. He thought Ma Wanglin was the kind of good kid who loved studying.
Of course. Do you really think I enjoy cultural classes? I'd rather go fight. Ma Wanlin pouted, slurped down the tender pig's trotter, and put down his bowl.
Then let's go together tomorrow, but we need to ask a few professors for leave first. After they dealt with those cult martial artists, they happened to be in the global center of Shancheng to buy some daily necessities, and they had come in such a hurry that they brought nothing. In the afternoon, Professor Qi stood on the podium of the lecture hall right on time.
I heard that Xiao Lu requested you to lead the team to capture the cult martial artists, right? This is a good thing.
The kids at Shancheng Martial Arts Academy have been spoiled, none of them have even seen blood, and they are not as capable as I am, a professor who can't even tie a chicken. Professor Qi shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the current state of Shancheng Martial Arts Academy. How about this? Tomorrow I will finish class 2 hours early so you can prepare. I will condense the 8 hours of lessons into 6 hours. Alright, today we will discuss the 13 realms that ordinary martial artists can access. As he spoke, Professor Qi tapped the multimedia whiteboard behind him, and a beautiful display appeared before Chen Mo and the others. You martial artists have never paid attention to these matters. Some martial artists don't even know the names of their current realms. The first 3 levels of martial artists are collectively referred to as the blood accumulation realm, which prepares for the physical refinement that comes after the 3rd level. Typically, martial artists awaken their blood attributes at this stage, but a small portion do so before reaching the 6th level. If a martial artist has not awakened their blood attributes by the 6th level, we generally refer to them as pure blood martial artists. Professor Qi's teaching style was quite interesting, and the concept of martial artist realms was something Chen Mo and the others needed to understand. There wasn't much discussion about these topics during high school. After all, not everyone had the qualifications to become a martial artist. Only after completing the refinement of the 5 internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, can you be called an 8th level 5 organ realm expert, which is the pinnacle of the middle 4th tier. Advancing further is also simple. You just need to refine your 6 hollow organs, complete a preliminary internal circulation, and forge an iron golden body. Once you complete the forging of the iron golden body, the transformation you undergo is unimaginable. To put it bluntly, an upper 4th tier martial artist with an iron golden body is entirely different from a lower 4th tier martial artist. Upper 4th tier martial artists can become indestructible, completely ignoring the threat of conventional firearms. Of course, the 6 hollow organs here are just a virtual number. They actually refer to all your internal organs aside from the 5 internal organs.
At night, in the dormitory. This is the first time I've heard someone explain the requirements for each realm of martial artists so systematically. Chen Mo lay on his bed. He had previously been taking things one step at a time, but now it was different. He could know what he needed to do in the future. Indeed, Professor Qi's explanation is much more detailed than the tutor my family hired, and I've gained a lot from it. Gu Feng also agreed with Chen Mo's words. He had some understanding of the realms before, but not much, as he had spent most of his time on martial arts training. 9th level golden body, 10th level condensed core, 11th level diamond, 12th level heavenly martial, and 13th level 3 cores returning to 1 can all be called martial zone. Chen Mo muttered, but his mind was still echoing with Professor Qi's words from the afternoon. We generally refer to the martial sovereign as a master, but the master is not the end of martial arts. It is merely a more powerful existence that cannot be exposed to society for the time being.
When you reach the martial sovereign one day, there will naturally be someone to guide you on how to continue. It seems I should keep the Staff of Time well, as I can't use it when breaking through from level 12 to level 13. Chen Mo's plan was actually quite simple. After reaching the end of martial arts, he would rely on his final reserves and the passive effect of the Staff of Time to level up 2 more times. He didn't believe that as an existence surpassing the end of martial arts by 2 major levels, he would be invincible in this world. No, among the 3 major races of humanity, celestial beings, and abyssal beings. Chapter 172, Triple Draw in the Dead of Night. While Chen Mo was refining his muscles with energy liquid, he suddenly remembered something. His 5th skill slot was still empty. While refining his muscle cells, Chen Mo opened the lottery interface. After this period of effort and the reward of 10,000 gold coins from a stage task, Chen Mo had saved up 21,300 gold coins. He was still far from completing the steel marrow refinement, so it wouldn't be a problem to spend a little on the lottery. As a hoarding mouse, Chen Mo actually wanted to keep these gold coins. He hadn't used them since leveling up. He just couldn't bear to spend them, feeling that there would always be more important uses later on. I'll draw 3 times. If I get what I want early, I'll stop. If I don't get what I want after 3 draws, I'll equip the indestructible gear. Chen Mo rubbed his hands. His self-restraint was quite good. At least he wouldn't make a reckless all-in move. He clicked the lottery, and the long unseen big wheel appeared before him once more. The wheel spun rapidly and slowly came to a stop after 3 seconds. Congratulations, host. You have drawn electrotherapy. Would you like to equip it immediately? Yes/no, Chen Mo frowned. He remembered this skill belonged to Mundo and had specific timing for release. Electrotherapy charges the body, dealing 20 mental damage to nearby enemies, within 3 meters per second, lasting up to 30 seconds, and stores 95 damage taken in the first 7 seconds and 25 damage taken thereafter as gray health, which can be released again. Re-release detonates lightning, dealing 80 mental damage to nearby enemies. If this damage hits at least one enemy, it will restore 100 gray health. Note, if it misses, it will restore 50 gray health. Cooldown, 30 minutes, another skill with no consumption, and it's a defensive skill for dueling. Can't I get a stronger control skill? Shaking his head, Chen Mo decided not to equip this skill and would see the results of the next 2 draws. He clicked the lottery again, and the big wheel spun once more. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Giant Emblem. Would you like to equip and materialize it immediately? Note, a maximum of 3 emblems can be equipped at the same time. Giant? Chen Mo was momentarily stunned, then the bond of the giant from the cloud summit appeared in his mind. It really came out. Giant, 1 increases health by 800. Giant, 2 reduces damage taken by 25. Giant, 3 reduces damage taken by 25 and additionally increases health by 800. This was a noble percentage damage reduction. If combined with the damage reduction from the iron plate boots, Chen Mo's damage reduction could reach 32. Unfortunately, he had to reach 2 giants to enjoy the damage reduction, otherwise, this thing would just be a decoration. He temporarily placed the giant emblem in his system backpack and didn't plan to materialize it yet. He would wait until he gathered 2 or 3 giants before deciding. One last time, if I don't get something good, then that's it. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. Why was he always drawing things today that were tasteless yet too good to discard? The roulette spun, and the pointer finally stopped on a golden square. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the ultimate skill. Ultimate skill, breathtaking. Taking off? Upon seeing this name, Chen Mo thought for a long time before remembering which hero's ultimate it was. Isn't this the ultimate of the armored hero? So it's not called taking off, but rather breathtaking. It feels like something useless. Breathtaking? Chen Mo just wanted to sigh. But the moment he clicked on the skill description, he knew he had to equip this skill. Breathtaking. Capture an enemy within 3 meters and suppress them, then slam the captured enemy to the ground, dealing 200 attack power, plus an additional damage of 40 health points of the captured enemy to nearby enemies and applying a 99% slow for 2 seconds, cooldown time 300 seconds. System, wait a moment, does this capture and suppress an enemy work against stronger opponents? Chen Mo's voice trembled a bit, he was eagerly awaiting the answer. Note, as long as it is a selectable target, it can be released, regardless of strength. Damn! Ha ha ha! Chen Mo's sudden laughter startled Gu Feng, almost making him fly off the bed. He looked at Chen Mo, who was wriggling on the bed like a maggot, with a confused expression. What's wrong? Nothing, you sleep. Chen Mo controlled his emotions and quickly equipped breathtaking to the 5th skill slot. He suddenly realized something. Aside from skills that grow infinitely, these control skills were the most outrageous. Such skills ignore the gap between realms and strength. As long as you enter the range and are selected, they will definitely take effect. Those masters have life points in the tens of billions. If he could grab one of them, the entire city would probably collapse. A skill with explosive power and a particularly short cooldown. By the way, system, why do other skills have such long cooldowns? Chen Mo was puzzled. Even Brahm's Unbreakable had a long cooldown. Why was the ultimate skill Breathtaking's cooldown so short? As the host's level increases, the cooldown time conversion ratio of all skills will increase. Cooldown time will be adjusted according to the host's physical strength. The higher the physical strength, the shorter the required cooldown time. Using skills is not without consequence. Each skill usage will impose a burden on the body, and the cooldown time adjustment is to ensure the host's safety. But breathtaking. Chen Mo suddenly understood. Using breathtaking on a master was equivalent to a nuclear bomb. But if used on a 5th or 6th level martial artist, it would be about the same power as Chen Mo's ordinary punch. I see. Chapter 173, Danger. The next day, after completing the headache-inducing classes, Chen Mo and the others gathered in front of the gate of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Today's operation couldn't be considered a secret mission, so they didn't hide their whereabouts. 8 people, why so few? Chen Mo looked at the 7 4th-level martial artists and 1 1st-level martial artist in front of him, unable to help but frown. Could it be that such a large Mountain City Martial Arts Academy had so few willing to change? Captain Chen, we are the first batch to follow you on a mission. The others didn't compete with us. The leader was Lu Yeqing, who, as Lu Yun's daughter, secured this spot thanks to her father. Alright, stay safe and listen to my commands. Chen Mo waved his hand, and He Miao, wearing a full-face helmet, stepped out from behind the group. 4 jet drones took off simultaneously, hovering above Chen Mo and the others. Hey Miao, this time the drones don't need to follow us. You're in charge of directing them, Chen Mo said, tapping on He Miao's helmet. What about you guys? He Miao hesitated a bit. She cared more about Chen Mo and the others than about the students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of weaklings. They can't do anything to us, Chen Mo smiled. As long as the information provided by Lu Yun was accurate, those cult martial artists were indeed not to be feared. Take care of yourselves, let's set off now. The 8 of them, including Lu Yeqing, were exceptionally excited. They were going to carry out a mission alongside the national competition champions. With such a super golden thigh leading them, they were sure to learn a lot. Chen Mo himself never expected that, while he could only cling to others' thighs at the Great Xia Master Academy, he had become someone else's thigh at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. The Mountain City Global Center, located at the heart of the Mountain City New District, was bustling with activity. Even at 8 in the evening, the center was still packed with people, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. On the 7th underground level, a Xiang was mimicking the actions of the cultists. He was equipped with a locator, which was his main task for infiltrating this cult hideout. I wonder if the people coming to exterminate these beasts today are reliable. I heard they are students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. A Xiang sighed inwardly, feeling a bit worried. I can't shake off this ominous premonition. I hope nothing goes wrong. To ensure Chen Mo and the others' safety, Lu Yun didn't even tell a Xiang that Chen Mo was leading the team. It was normal for a Xiang to have such concerns. The crowd at the Mountain City Global Center was simply too large. The cultists had chosen this location for their ritual to leave themselves an escape route. At least they could blend into the crowd if discovered or take a few scapegoats with them. Colleagues, today is the fated day set by the Archbishop, the leader of the cult martial artists, a peak 6th level martial artist, proclaimed. The abyss embraces us, yet those foolish people are completely unaware of it and even harbor a strong aversion to the great abyss. They used the gifts from the abyss but refuse to embrace it. How disrespectful and foolish they are. With the arrival of the fated day, we shall offer the sweetest sacrifice to the great abyss. The cult martial artist's expression was frenzied, and some murky saliva dribbled from the corner of his mouth. In 1 hour, I will summon the great beast king to descend here, sending those ignorant people to the abyss to become the food for the great abyss lord. Offer your lives, colleagues. Let this foolish world witness true power. A Xiang broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the cult martial artist's words. He had been lurking here for too long and had let his guard down. He remembered that the Mountain City Global Center was hosting a night comic convention tonight. Including the ordinary shoppers, there were at least 30 to 40,000 people in the entire center, and there was even a local station introducing a newly opened tofu pudding shop. Fated day, this is bad. I must get this message out. A Xiang gritted his teeth, although he didn't know what level of abyss beast they referred to as the Beast King. If an abyss beast appeared in such a crowded place, it would be a disaster. After observing his surroundings, a Xiang began to retreat, unnoticed by those around him. The cult martial artists were cutting open their wrists, pouring blood and vital energy into a stone engraved with strange patterns. Once he successfully withdrew, Xiang hurriedly took out his communication headset and dialed the internal phone of the Martial Affairs Bureau. Director, the group of cult martial artists I infiltrated plans to initiate a large-scale massacre. Send people for support immediately, Xiang said halfway through when he felt a bloody dagger pierce through his ribcage. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out as the 6th-level warrior stepped out from behind Xiang, a sinister smile on his face. Little mouse, you've finally revealed yourself. I always thought something was off about you, but I still considered you a clever person who would turn from darkness to light. What a pity, stubborn and unrepentant. You will become the first nourishment for the Beast King's arrival. Director, hurry and send someone, I've been discovered. Xiang's vision began to darken, but he still used the last bit of his strength to shout. Stubborn and unrepentant. Put! Another sharp knife pierced Xiang's neck, directly severing his carotid artery. Blood sprayed out, making the 6th-level cult warrior appear even more ferocious. I will cut off your head and offer it to you. Are the leader of this group of cult warriors, right? Suddenly, a strange voice rang in the 6th-level cult warrior's ear. Who? The cult warrior released Xiang and immediately leaped back. He meow, go save him, I'll handle the rest. Chen Mo cracked his neck. He hadn't brought his phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd today but had instead donned a set of alloy steel bracelets. He had learned the Fire Force technique, so he had to show it off. You're late. In the perception of the cult warrior, Chen Mo's martial arts realm was the same as his, but he was too young, and his combat experience was definitely lacking. No! The cult warrior's pupils constricted. Why did this face look more and more familiar? National competition champion, Chen Mo? Grandpa is here. Chen Mo crossed his arms, shielding Xiang behind him. Ha 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 ha, truly, heaven is helping me. Since you want to die, I will grant you that. The 6th-level warrior laughed maniacally but showed no intention of attacking immediately. I'll give you 3 counts, if you don't make a move, I'll kill you. Chen Mo held up 3 fingers, ready to start counting down. No, I know I'm not your opponent, but do you think I would be unprepared? The 6th-level cult warrior tore open his clothes, revealing a glowing device on his chest. See this? It's a life sensor. Once I die, the 3,000 kilograms of explosives buried under the global center will detonate. Even you can't withstand the power of 3,000 kilograms of explosives, right? That's right, he had prepared 2 plans. One was to summon the Beast King using the blood sacrifice abyssal stone and retreat unscathed, returning to the cult to receive glory and accolades. The second was to use another sacrificial method, which was to directly kill the 40,000 people in the global center. The sacrifice of these 40,000 would be enough to awaken the abyssal stone and summon the immensely powerful Beast King to the mountain city. No matter what, his plan was perfect. Chapter 174. So many words. Chapter 174. So many words. Ha ha ha. If you don't believe me, you can have those little brats check and see if I'm lying. Before the cult warrior could finish his sentence, he felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, a massive blood hole had appeared in his chest. With a thud, the 6th-level cult warrior fell to the ground, confusion still flickering in his eyes. Maintain the vitality of this heart, you all go disarm the explosives. Handing the still beating heart to Miao, Chen Mo turned and walked toward the location indicated in the documents. He couldn't understand what this cult warrior was talking about. He only knew that this menace needed to be eliminated, and as for the rest, he would leave it to Miao. Miao was exceptionally adept at using her mental power, and the heart in her hands continued to beat. She could even treat Xiang's injuries while maintaining the heart's vitality. What are you still dawdling for? Move! Gu Feng shouted, and the students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy finally snapped back to reality. Everything had happened too quickly, they hadn't had time to react. First, the undercover agent was exposed and nearly killed, then there were 3,000 kilograms of explosives, and next, that 6th-level cult warrior died. The explosives didn't even detonate? Everything happened too quickly, but this emergency situation wouldn't give them enough time to react. The 8 of them immediately scattered to search for the explosives, but after taking just 2 steps, they retreated. Gu Feng, something seems off ahead, Lu Yeqing said, trembling as she looked at the pair of crimson eyes and the purplish cracks in the passage. Leave this to us. Ma Wanglin, you go with them to disarm the bomb. No need to completely disarm it, just take those bombs down from their installation and bring them away. The deactivation will be handled by the Martial Affairs Bureau. Professional matters need professionals. Ordering me around now. Ma Wanglin rolled her eyes but still led Lu Yeqing and the others to search for the bombs. Although she felt a bit annoyed at being ordered around, Ma Wanglin could still distinguish between priorities. I remember there was a record of that thing in the Master Academy. I think it's called the Boundary Stone, Gu Feng said, watching the 3 abyss beasts emerge from the purplish cracks. recalling what he had seen in the Master Academy. This boundary stone wasn't too common in the deep abyss, it was generally used for emergency relocations. The boundary stone could open a small abyssal crack around oneself, but no one could guarantee the final landing point after entering.
Could these cult warriors have figured out a method for accurately landing the boundary stone?
No, that's not right. They merely activated the boundary stone, attracting the abyss beasts with their blood and the scent of blood. What a load of nonsense about sacrifice. They were just a bunch of terrorists.
Go!
Quick battle, quick resolution, and don't let it affect the normal operations above.
In fact, the moment Ah Xiang sent out the distress signal, the Martial Affairs Bureau had already sprung into action.
The global center was currently undergoing an emergency evacuation, but there were too many people, and it couldn't be fully evacuated in a short time. Unlike those useless officials in movies, the officials of the Great Xia were quite formidable, and their response speed was top-notch. Gufang's long staff instantly turned bright red, the terrifying high temperature scorching the surrounding air. Yang's spear crackled with electricity, and two external avatars emerged from behind him.
Go! Outside the Mountain City Global Center, the staff of the Martial Affairs Bureau were rapidly evacuating the internal crowd.
The director of the Martial Affairs Bureau, Nia Yen, had a cold expression. Such a dangerous group of terrorists had appeared under his jurisdiction, and he was completely unaware of it. He had truly underestimated the destructive power of these cult warriors. I need to discuss this with Old Wong later. We can't continue the investigation.
We must decisively eliminate them.
As an 11th level warrior, Nia Yen was more than capable of overseeing the Martial Affairs Bureau in Area 1, but facing this situation still made him sweat. If not handled properly, it could lead to a tragedy involving tens of thousands of people. Forget about his position as the director of the Martial Affairs Bureau, even his own head wouldn't be safe. Director, the internal personnel have been mostly evacuated. Complete evacuation will still take 12 minutes.
Hurry, speed it up.
Send bomb disposal experts to the 7th underground level to assist the students of the Mountain City Martial Academy. As the director of the Martial Affairs Bureau, Nia Yan's style was decisive and efficient. Sending out bomb disposal experts as soon as possible to deal with the explosives was the only way to minimize damage. Just as 3 bomb disposal experts were about to enter the global center, the ground began to tremble violently.
With a loud bang, a figure shot up from underground and landed beside Nia Yan. Damn it, an 11th level of this beast. This skin is really thick. Chen Mo rubbed his aching chest and only then noticed that someone was beside him. What level are you?
Chen Mo got up, not caring about the identity of the person in front of him, but the aura emanating from them was not weak. Level 11 Nia Yan was still in a state of shock, instinctively responding to Chen Mo's question. You handle that level 11 abyss beast, and leave the remaining level 7 and 8 abyss beasts to me. I've already contacted the governor of Mountain City. He will be here soon. Songbin had given Chen Mo the contact information for Governor Chiu Wushwang a few days ago, saying to call him directly if there was an issue.
Oh.
Nia Yan nodded, her blood surging as she charged towards the level 11 abyss beast.
Wait, I remember I'm the director, right? Forget it, we'll talk about that later, let's deal with this abyss beast first.
Despite Nia Yan's chubby appearance, she was a solid combat warrior with impressive strength. The big guy is taken care of, these little ones are mine. Chen Mo cracked his neck, looking at the level 7 and 8 abyss beasts crawling out of the cave. That big hole was created when he was slapped away by the level 11 abyss beast. He still had a few steel bars stuck in his back.
Chapter 175, 1 against 100, Life Force Soars.
The crowd, still unscattered, screamed at the sight of the twisted and bizarre abyss beasts. They had been so well protected by the warriors and the state that it had been many years since an abyss beast had attacked the city. Some of the younger generation didn't even recognize these terrifying creatures.
Ding!
The steel bracelet on Chen Mo's wrist emitted a crisp sound, a faint noise that strangely drowned out the surrounding screams and the roars of the abyss beasts.
The crowd stopped in their tracks, realizing they seemed to be out of danger. Diamond Iron Wire Fist, fiery momentum.
Like a giant python, the blood energy coiled around Chen Mo's arms, the terrifying pressure of his blood energy overpowering all other sounds. Chen Mo's body began to swell rapidly, transforming from a handsome, capable youth into a muscular beast. Blood flowed through his snake-like veins, comparable to molten steel, and his fair skin turned iron gray at that moment.
Split the sea!
A furious shout rang out as Chen Mo swung both fists simultaneously. The level 12 abyss beast core in the steel bracelet began to shine. The ground cracked, and 2 substantial fists of condensed blood energy smashed the abyss beasts into a pulp. The ruins of the buildings were completely reduced to dust under this punch, leaving 2 enormous fist imprints on the ground.
Ha!
Chen Mo panted heavily, the fiery momentum consumed a tremendous amount of blood energy, and even he couldn't continuously use such a terrifying martial skill. Just one punch, merely one punch. Over 20 level 7 and 8 abyss beasts were turned to ash. The crowd stared wide-eyed, even the staff of the Martial Affairs Bureau looked incredulous. No way, could this boy be a level 9 warrior? Most people's understanding of warriors only extended to the first 3 levels. Only those within the warrior circle could comprehend just how powerful Chen Mo was at that moment. Tisk, more coming? Chen Mo had only tested the power of the first transformation of fiery momentum. He didn't plan to waste any more on these abyss beasts. They were all excellent materials for forging steel. Transforming into a muscular beast, Chen Mo stomped the ground fiercely, like a tiger pouncing into a flock of sheep, unleashing a bloody massacre. As his fists danced, flesh and blood flew, the stench of blood gradually covering the ground around him. Once this wave of level 7 and 8 abyss beasts was wiped out, the only ones that emerged afterward were level 3 and 4 abyss beasts, one punch each. Dealt 588,007 points of damage. Maximum life force increased by 70,560. Dealt 588,007 points of damage. Maximum life force increased by 70,560. Dealt, Chen Mo's life force rapidly grew under the drenching of the abyss beast's blood. Gradually, the corpses of the abyss beasts piled up, forming a small mountain. Chen Mo stood atop a mountain of corpses made up of abyss beasts, his entire body smeared with the foul-smelling blood, making him appear incredibly ferocious. Trash, he wiped the blood from his face and glanced at his health points. He had just fought so fiercely that he hadn't even bothered to check how much his health had increased. Name, Chen Mo, health, 6,865,400, attack power, 192,308, up by over 2 million, not bad. Chen Mo licked the corner of his mouth. These abyss beasts had only consumed a tiny bit of his time, and the rewards were astonishing. Unfortunately, this was in the city, otherwise, if Chen Mo had held back a bit, he might have been able to harvest even more. For Chen Mo, opponents of this level were nothing. This was just a typical day at the Dasha Master Academy. No, this wasn't even a typical day. His usual routine involved dealing with level 11 and 12 abyss warriors. But to ordinary people, the corpses of these abyss beasts were something else entirely. Each of these beasts was massive, the smallest being at least 2 stories tall, and just one of them could destroy half a mountain city. Such terrifying monsters were incredibly fragile under the fists of this young man, unable to withstand even a single blow. Warrior, this is what a warrior is. Some people murmured, already beginning to envision themselves as powerful as he was. That fat guy is still at it, so slow. Looking up, he saw Nye Yen engaged in a fierce battle with an 11th level abyss beast, wielding a long knife. Both the person and the beast were fighting in the sky, and Chen Mo couldn't help. Stop dawdling, quickly evacuate the surrounding crowd, and get everyone in the neighborhood to safety. There may still be abyss beasts below, it's not safe here. Seeing the staff staring blankly at him, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. Was this really the time to gawk? They should be fleeing for their lives. The martial artists from the Martial Arts Bureau finally reacted, hurriedly guiding the crowd to evacuate. Chen Mo didn't notice that amidst the sea of people, a camera was recording everything that had just happened. Big material, this is explosive big material. The cameraman from the Mountain City TV station was flushed. He was tired of filming boring things. Warriors in battle were the footage he wanted. Violence, power, is this what a warrior is? About a minute later, the surrounding crowd had mostly been evacuated, and Chen Mo planned to go inside to check the situation in the mall. He remembered that the martial artist from the Martial Arts Bureau had said there was still a group of students attending a comic convention inside who hadn't evacuated. He wondered how they were doing now. Just as Chen Mo was about to enter, he heard He Miao scream through his earpiece. What happened to He Miao? Answer me. Chen Mo's heart sank. That commotion was definitely not a good sign. Chen Mo, run. A 9th level abyss beast has appeared in the mall, and Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo are fighting it. Forget about it, get out quickly. Are you hurt? Chen Mo frowned, asking while running toward the mall. As for Nye Yen in the sky, Chen Mo had decided not to concern himself with him anymore. No, there are still over 100 people who haven't left, and many of them are injured. He Miao's voice was clearly tinged with pain, and Chen Mo could tell she was hurt. He had initially thought to tell He Miao and the others to abandon those over 100 people, but then he reconsidered, that was over 100 lives. Ask yourself, if it were your friends or family trapped, what choice would you make? After all, it's over 100 lives, even if it's in another world. Wait for me, hold on. Chen Mo took a deep breath, activating both perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood, charging into the mall like a cannonball. At that moment, in the first-floor plaza of the Global Center, Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo were facing off against a ninth-level Abyss Beast. The Abyss Beast was covered in scales, and even Yang Zhuo's thunder could not harm it in the slightest. No way, the gap between a mid-4th rank warrior and a top 4th rank warrior is too great. We are definitely no match for it. Gu Feng gritted his teeth, his arm bones already cracking, the steel marrow he had just refined oozing out. Let's use that move, it's already been exposed anyway. Gu Feng's eyes shone with intensity as a layer of liquid metal-like marrow seeped from his skin. Steel marrow permeation. Chapter 176, time to take off. Yang Zhuo glanced at Gu Feng and, without a word, began his own steel marrow permeation. However, his was somewhat different, the avatars around him also started their steel marrow permeation. Don't be afraid, we will get you out of here, he Miao said while treating her severed arm, using her other hand to release mental energy to maintain the heart's vitality. Xiang's condition had stabilized, and the mental energy he had split off was being used by He Miao to treat the high school students. The children attending the comic convention were all quite young, wearing not so refined makeup and clothes and props they had saved up for a long time to buy. They should have been full of vitality, but now their eyes were filled with fear. Almost everyone had some scrapes and bruises. They huddled together, looking dirty and scared, not far from Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo, who were battling the 9th level Abyss Beast. Sister, can we still go home? A girl who looked about 13 or 14 had tears in her eyes. She had never been this scared in her life. Don't worry, someone will come to save you soon. He is very powerful, He Miao smiled, using her mental energy to soothe the children's emotions. Chen Mo, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Gu Feng thrust his long staff forward, barely dodging a fatal blow from the 9th level Abyss Beast with the force of its claws. The 9th level Abyss Beast was still too powerful. Even with both of them using steel marrow permeation, they could not kill it and were even at a disadvantage. A slight misstep could lead to being killed in one hit. Not good, this ghost armor beast has long-range attack capabilities. Yang Zhuo's pupils contracted as he saw a massive amount of energy particles gathering in the beast's throat. It was about to unleash a deadly blast. He Miao, get everyone you can out of here immediately. We'll find a way to block this attack. Gu Feng realized he had been careless. He hadn't noticed that the ghost armor beast had been charging its power all along. The previous attacks were merely tests. The real killing move was hidden in the energy torrent in the beast's throat. Although He Miao was weak, she was not indecisive. There's no time. Yang Zhuo took a deep breath, fully activating his celestial powers, and 10 steel marrow permeated Yang was charged toward the ghost armor beast. Hearing Yang Zhuo's words, many people showed expressions of despair, with some even huddling together, waiting for death to come. Yang Zhuo and Gu Feng exerted all their strength to try to stop the torrent of energy, but the 9th level ghost armor beast was not something they could shake. At that moment, both felt too weak, unable to even protect a group of ordinary people. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Gu Feng's eyes turned blood red, and cracks appeared all over his body. Roar! The ghost armor beast opened its mouth wide, and a purplish-red torrent of energy erupted instantly. Get behind me! Just as everyone was about to fall into complete despair, a figure as solid as a copper wall appeared in front of them. Indestructible! A wall of ice that didn't look very sturdy rose from the ground, blocking the devastating torrent of energy outside. Is this thing that damaging? Chen Mo was startled to see his health rapidly decreasing, his feet sinking into the ground under the impact of the energy torrent. Don't just stand there, leave this to me, you take them and leave immediately. Chen Mo turned back and glared at Gu Feng, who finally snapped out of it. What kind of ability is this? Yang Zhuo's eyes widened. This was perhaps the most intense reaction he had after being ambushed by Chen Mo. To block this attack, Chen Mo switched his Twilight of the Gods to Unbreakable. Fortunately, the Unbreakable Ice Shield had a 95% damage reduction, otherwise, Chen Mo alone wouldn't have been able to withstand it. The ghost-armored beast seemed to have locked onto Chen Mo, its scales standing on end, emitting bursts of white smoke, and the energy torrent it spewed was even more ferocious. Luckily, without the hindrance of Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo, who moved at incredible speed, they managed to evacuate over 100 people in less than a minute. Looking at the encroaching swarm of abyss beasts and glancing at his dwindling health, Chen Mo steeled himself for a desperate fight. Just right, I'll use this big guy to test my new skill. Chen Mo glanced at the ghost-armored beast's health, 16 million. 40% of 16 million was 6,400,000, enough to crush the surrounding beasts. Just as he was about to unleash astonishing, the system prompted that the distance was insufficient. The energy torrent showed no signs of stopping, even Chen Mo couldn't move forward against it. Bang! Blink! A flash of golden light, and Chen Mo's figure instantly crossed that distance, successfully entering the release range of astonishing. Give it to me! Smash!
Shenmo's veins bulged as the ghost-armored beast seemed to be pulled into his hands and flew up. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, and a terrifying shockwave shattered everything around into fragments. Dealt 6,630,969 area damage. The ghost-armored beast let out a wail, its scales shattered under the terrifying shockwave. It couldn't comprehend why such a small thing could perform a massive slam on it. Of course, Chen-mo wouldn't give it a chance to think. There's a saying, take a person's life when they're sick. Cycle of despair. Through the dark gate, the ground around ignited with gray-green flames, and the sky turned the same color. Waves of indescribable weakness eroded the ghost-armored beast. Its original 16 million health was now reduced to 6,400,000. The damage from astonishing at 40% of maximum health, combined with the 20% all-attribute steal from Cycle of Despair, left the ghost-armored beast utterly weakened. What powerful strength! Chen-mo stretched his body, his valor points had long been filled, and he could crush this ghost-armored beast with a single punch at any moment. It should be noted that Chen-mo's current attack power reached 190,000. According to the calculation for a deliberate punch, his maximum damage could reach 5 times his valor points. With a maximum health of 50, that meant Chen-mo's punch could deal up to 250 times maximum health. One punch and you'll be lost. Chapter 177, Mutation, Ghost Armor. Chapter 177, Mutation, Ghost Armor. A golden light enveloped Chen-mo's body, and the long-accumulated violent power erupted instantly. The ghost-armored beast sensed the terrifying power of this punch and let out a strange cry, wanting to escape the Cycle of Despair. But the Cycle of Despair had already sealed off all its escape routes. The ghost-armored beast could only watch helplessly as the punch struck it. The earth vaporized instantly under the terrifying force of this punch, and the ghost-armored beast's proud, hard black scales were evaporated in that moment. Dealt 26,371,348 points of true damage. Target killed in the Cycle of Despair. 20 all attributes plundered. Plundered attributes: health 3,200,000, defense 450,000, attack 200,000. Low probability event occurred, successfully plundered the outer defense scales of the ghost-armored beast. What is this? Just moments ago, Chen-mo was excited that his life value had finally surpassed 10 million, but he froze when he discovered that a layer of black scales had grown on his right hand. What the hell is this? Before Chen-mo could react, his entire body was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black scales, leaving only his eyes exposed. Every other part was tightly covered. At that moment, Chen-mo looked nothing like a human. He resembled a beast of the abyss. System, what the hell is going on? And how do I get rid of this thing? Chen-mo panicked. In this state, he wouldn't just struggle to live, even stepping out of the global center could easily get him mistaken for an abyss beast and killed. The host, while plundering attributes, resonated perfectly with the scales of the perfect steel skin and the ghost armor beast, triggering a very low probability event, talent plunder. Similar to perfect steel skin, stopping the flow of vitality will restore normal state. Hearing this, Chen-mo hurriedly stopped activating the perfect steel skin, and the layer of black scales finally receded. That's a bit scary, Chen-mo sighed in relief. It was good to be able to change back. If he couldn't, that would be a real problem. Glancing at the almost completely ruined global center, Chen-mo had nothing much to say. The fact that there were no casualties was enough to make Niayen secretly happy. The global center could always be rebuilt. The 3,000 kilograms of explosives were successfully dismantled thanks to Ma Wanglin and 8 students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, and were finally handed over to the bomb disposal experts of the Martial Administration for safe disposal. Opening his attribute panel, Chen-mo grinned at the life value that had broken into 8 digits. Name, Chen-mo, life value, 100,65400, attack, 406,808, defense, 489,000. Finally, Chen-mo's defense had successfully surpassed his attack power. His attributes now rivaled those of a 9th-level martial artist in all aspects. The only area where he lagged behind 9th-level martial artists was in vitality, but as his realm increased, his vitality was always several times higher than that of others at the same level. Right, let's take a look at this talent plunder. He had just been so absorbed in looking at his attributes that he had forgotten about the black scales. Perfect Steel Skin Ghost Armor, the second form of Perfect Steel Skin, which, on the premise of increasing defense by 100 after activating Perfect Steel Skin, additionally increases by 50, and improves energy resistance by 20. Note, the vitality consumed in Ghost Armor state is 5 times that of Perfect Steel Skin. If that's the case, my defense in Ghost Armor state is approaching 1 million. Ignoring the 5-fold increase in consumption, this Ghost Armor was, to be honest, a bit overpowered. With both Perfect Steel Skin and Ghost Armor activated, Chen-mo's defense could exceed 1 million. 1 million!
This was a level only 10th level martial artists who had forged their golden bodies could reach.
Since this thing is an extension of perfect steel skin, can it be activated partially?
After pondering for a while, Chen Mo decided to try it on his right hand.
Chen Mo.
Just as Chen Mo was contemplating how to test his current defense, Gu Feng rushed in with a worried expression.
Are you okay?
Although Gu Feng knew that Chen Mo was much stronger than him, he was still very concerned about the 9th level Abyss Beast.
I'm fine. What about those from the 2nd dimension?
Chen Mo quickly stopped the flow of vitality to the ghost armor and turned to look at Gu Feng. They're all fine, but one student from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy got injured. Gu Feng recalled that aside from that unfortunate soul, everyone else was okay.
What happened? Did a beast appear that even Ma Wanlin couldn't handle?
Chen Mo frowned. Despite Ma Wanlin being a 6th level martial artist, even ordinary 7th level martial artists were no match for her.
Not at all. They didn't encounter any abyss beasts on their way. Gu Feng shook his head. What on earth happened? Why did someone get injured? Chen Mo was bewildered. Since he hadn't encountered any enemies, how had he gotten injured?
Ah, that unfortunate guy tripped over a rebar while disarming a bomb and knocked out a front tooth. Chen Mo was at a loss for words. A dignified martial artist had been tripped by rebar and lost a tooth. This group of students really needed more training. Whenever something happened, their minds went blank.
He would have to mention it to Lu Yun later.
By the way, Governor Qiu Wuxuan has already killed that level 11 Abyss Beast.
Currently, aside from some scrapes, there are no civilian casualties.
Gu Feng suddenly remembered that Qiu Wuxuan had just been looking for Chen Mo. It seems Governor Qiu is still looking for you. She seems to have something to discuss.
I understand.
Let's go outside first. I feel like this place is about to collapse. Chen Mo glanced at the precariously swaying ceiling. The damage caused by the recent spectacle was too severe, and the overall structure of the global center had sustained significant harm. This incident also made the Mountain City Martial Arts Bureau realize the dangers posed by cult martial artists, prompting a thunderous eradication operation to commence. Just as he stepped out of the ruins of the global center, Chen Mo bumped into a muscular man.
No, wait, that chest seemed a bit soft. Are you Chen Mo? A young woman over 2 meters tall with an explosive figure was looking down at Chen Mo. Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?
Chen Mo swallowed hard, his gaze completely fixated on her ample chest.
You little brat, what are you staring at? Even my master, Songbin, calls me Aunt Qiu. Qiu Wuxuan pinched Chen Mo's ear.
This little lecher had some nerve, staring at her chest right after meeting.
Aunt Qiu.
Chen Mo's suddenly ignited interest was instantly extinguished. He wasn't prepared to play the sugar baby.
From now on, you can call me Aunt Qiu too.
Qiu Wuxuan chuckled as she released Chen Mo's ear and looked him up and down.
You really are quite sturdy.
I can't help but feel that you're not much different from a level 9 martial artist.
Chapter 178, another front page headline. Speaking of which, didn't old Gung ask you to hand over the energy battery to the Mountain City Research Institute? What have you been doing these past few days? Qiu Wuxuan looked at Chen Mo as if he were her grandson, making him break out in goosebumps.
I just forgot. I'll send it over later.
Chen Mo laughed awkwardly. He still didn't know how much the energy battery was worth, so how could he easily let it go? You think I can't tell what you're thinking, little guy?
Qiu Wuxuan's gaze was playful as she lightly tapped Chen Mo's forehead.
Don't worry, no one can take your things. Just hand them over to them.
There was a strong energy fluctuation inside just now, along with a very rich blood energy wave. Did you encounter a level 4 Abyss Beast? How about this, come with me to the Mountain City Research Center later, and let them check you out.
Chen Mo readily agreed, thinking that Qiu Wuxuan wouldn't lead him astray.
From what Qiu Wuxuan implied, her relationship with Uncle Song seemed quite good. They might even have a senior-junior relationship.
Nie Yen stood by, dumbfounded, watching Chen Mo and Qiu Wuxuan. Why did these two look like sisters?
Thankfully, she had been careful with her words earlier. Otherwise, if she had offended Chen Mo, she would probably have been in big trouble.
Nie Yen. After dealing with Chen Mo, Qiu Wuxuan shouted angrily, nearly making Nie Yen kneel. Governor Qiu. Nie Yen approached, sweating profusely, smiling awkwardly as she nodded. You handled this matter well.
I want to catch all the cult martial artists in one go. I'm the main person responsible for this crisis, so don't worry.
Qiu Wuxuan patted Nie Yen's shoulder.
She was a direct subordinate leader of the Martial Affairs Bureau, and the responsibility for this incident largely fell on her. After you return, immediately start eliminating the cult warriors in the southwest region.
Make sure to clean it up thoroughly.
This time I'll cover for you, but don't let any more problems arise.
Yes, I understand.
Nie Yen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Governor Qiu was willing to give her a chance, that was enough. Also, Chen Mo and those kids are exchange students at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Please take care of them for me. Qiu Wuxuang turned to look at Chen Mo, who was joking around with Ma Wanglin and others, a slight smile curling at her lips. Is this the disciple you chose, Xiaobin? He really is quite a talented genius. Just that his eyes aren't very honest, always looking around. The next day, as soon as Chen Mo stepped out of the dormitory, he ran into Lu Yun. Instructor Lu, can you please confirm the accuracy of the information yourself next time you assign a task? Chen Mo felt angry just thinking about what happened last night at the Global Center. Wasn't it said that the strongest was only level 6? Damn it, if he hadn't gone yesterday, his team would have been completely wiped out in Mountain City. That Chen student, I apologize for this matter, but what's important now is not that. Lu Yun scratched his nose. They already knew what had happened yesterday. You'd better take a look at today's local Mountain City news and the Daxia News Network. Yesterday's incident has already been reported. So what if it's reported? What does it have to do with me? Chen Mo was a bit confused. In that situation yesterday, it was impossible for anyone to recognize him, let alone that someone happened to record the whole thing. Who had the guts to do that? At that moment, running away was the priority. He took out his phone and opened the Daxia News Network. The front page headline featured a familiar silhouette. A muscular man stood atop a small mountain made of abyss beast corpses, enveloped in blood-red flames. He looked quite domineering, really cool. Isn't that me? Chen Mo nearly dropped his phone. Has the Daxia review process become so lax that such bloody images can be published? It seems the higher-ups are using this incident to educate the public about abyss beasts and the abyss cult, Lu Yun said awkwardly. Although Chen Mo's reputation had risen again, it seemed he might have become a thorn in the side of the cult. By the way, they've also launched a nationwide crackdown on cults. I think it's called the Qian Kuan Chang Lang operation? Chen Mo's face turned an even deeper shade of green. Who had the time to include him in this? And made it the front page headline. But thinking about it, the scene was indeed shocking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sigh, Chen Mo sighed. He had already attracted the hatred of the abyss cult, and now it was even more intense. After all, the surface source of this operation was him. You must first kill that servant with the taunt effect, right? About last night. Lu Yun rubbed his hands together. He had heard that Chen Mo had killed a level 9 ghost armored beast. That thing could withstand a thermal pressure bomb. It was incredible that Chen Mo managed to kill it. Forget it, this matter is something I promised you. You don't need to apologize to me, no one expected such a thing to happen. Chen Mo waved his hand. He had gained quite a bit from last night, so it wasn't entirely a waste of effort. I'll go to class first. If there's anything, come find me in the cafeteria during lunch. With that, Chen Mo left, clutching his Abyss language textbook. Although a significant event had occurred last night, the Abyss language class remained the same. The left brain and right brain attacked each other, while the tongue and throat had an intimate encounter. The drowsy Gu Feng, the bewildered Chen Mo, and the diligent Yang Zhua formed a harmonious Abyss language classroom. Alright, that's it for today's lesson. Professor Wei put away his lecture notes and fixed his gaze on Chen Mo. You truly live up to the reputation of the Great Xia Master Academy. I can't help but admire you. Chen Mo, I hope you can change the current situation at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Nodding at Chen Mo, Professor Wei then left the lecture hall. You've become famous again, huh? Gu Feng, finally liberated, walked over to Chen Mo and threw an arm around his shoulder. I saw today's front page headline. Everyone in the academy is basically discussing what happened last night. With the publicity from the 8 of us we took out, I feel like there will be even more people wanting to team up with you for missions next time. Don't mention it. It's giving me a headache. Chen Mo rubbed his temples, realizing that sometimes being too high profile isn't a good thing. Chen Mo had thought that his ruthless tactics on the first day would be enough, but he hadn't expected such divine assistance to fall from the sky. As a result of this incident, the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, or rather, the entire academic faction of Great Xia, began to lose its influence. Chapter 179, The Real Gap in Existence. After the extremely severe incident at the Mountain City Global Center, all of Great Xia launched a vigorous anti-cult campaign. Cult organizations, which had originally distanced themselves from ordinary people's lives, were now completely exposed to the public eye. Cults were like a group of rats in a sewer. Once they were exposed to the light, their complete demise was not far off. The Abyss Cult's southwest district, under the siege of Qiu Wuxuang, was left with only one last stronghold, which would also completely vanish from history today. 10 12th level martial artists surrounded the stronghold under Qiu Wuxuang's command, and the area within 100 kilometers had been completely cleared. These rats, the higher-ups originally didn't want to bother with them, but they brought this upon themselves. Xiao Wuxuang sneered, looking at the crimson fissure below. Compared to the malicious incident at the South Island Abyss Fissure, the Abyss cult should never have interfered with the normal operation of human society. The rules of operation in the Abyss Fissure and the outside world were two different systems. No matter how much chaos you caused in the Abyss Fissure, it was still just within the fissure, and the impact wasn't too severe. The higher-ups were currently facing many issues that were far more important than eradicating cults, such as the rapidly accelerating fusion progress of the Abyss Fissures. So far, more than 3 shallow abysses had begun to undergo mutations, showing signs of merging with deeper abysses. These were the matters the higher-ups prioritized, concerning the survival of all humanity. But if you dared to cause trouble in the outside world, you couldn't blame the higher-ups for their thunderous methods. Inside the stronghold, the cultists, now in a state of leaderless chaos, had fierce looks in their eyes, showing no intention of repentance. Everything is that Chen Mo's fault, he deserves to die. One cultist's eyes were bloodshot, gripping a long knife tightly, clearly still wanting to resist. The downfall of the Southeast District has its reasons, and now the Southwest District has fallen to this state, and his shadow appears again. Does he really want to fight my cult to the death? At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware that the misfortunes he encountered had led the Abyss cult to believe he was targeting them. Let's fight to the death. We will never bow to these foolish people. Kill, kill, kill. Achoo! Chen Mo rubbed his nose. Had he just sneezed? Was that guy Gufeng cursing him behind his back? Glancing at the dazed Gufeng, Chen Mo could confirm that this guy's brain had stopped functioning. In summary, compared to the Abyss cult, the shallow and deep abysses pose a greater threat to humanity. The role of the celestial race is more like that of neutral parties. Since their sudden appearance, they have remained unhelpful to either side. The threat level of the ice cavern in the northeast region is relatively low because only the northeast has the Snow Woman clan. Alright, there are only 3 martial arts academies in the northeast, and they are all iron-blooded practical schools, closely cooperating with the local military. At 9 in the evening, Chen Mo and a few others were sitting in the cafeteria, having their delayed dinner. It's been a week. Aunt Xiao said she would take me to the research center for a checkup, but I haven't heard anything yet. Chen Mo sighed. He really wanted to understand what was going on with his ghost armor. He wasn't worried about exposing anything. Those researchers had wild imaginations and would eventually come up with a logically coherent explanation on their own. Abba, Gufeng still had a dazed look in his eyes. The recent schedule had been too tight, causing his brain to overload a bit. Every day started with cultural classes, and after those, they led teams to eliminate nearby small cult organizations. After a tiring day, they couldn't even rest. Chen Mo and the others were refining their bodies at night, and Gufeng couldn't fall behind either. This led to Gufeng feeling a bit overloaded lately, and his brain wasn't functioning well. Excuse me, is this Chen Mo? Just as Chen Mo was enjoying his dinner, a somewhat awkward Chinese voice reached his ears. What's the matter? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Hadn't this group of exchange students left? Ever since he had killed Oda Jun with a single punch, this so-called exchange meeting had quieted down. Chen Mo didn't know if they had left or just behaved themselves. In any case, there had been no movement in the past few days. But why were the exchange students suddenly appearing here? Were they looking for trouble? The thought of someone wanting to cause him trouble made Chen Mo's eyes light up. In the past few days, while leading the team, he had hardly made a move himself to allow the students from Shancheng Martial Arts Academy to gain more combat experience. He had long wanted to find a hapless soul to test the power of his heart of steel after his life value exceeded 10 million. I am the vice president of the Siam National Martial Arts Academy. You can call me Baon. I would like to invite you to become a mentor at the Siam National Martial Arts Academy, as well as an honorary president. I hope you can give us the opportunity to show our sincerity, and we will do our utmost to provide you with what you want. Baong appeared to be sincere, but Chen Mo had no intention of leaving the Great Xia. He glanced at Baong in front of him. He was merely a 6th-level martial artist. How could someone with such strength become a vice president? Don't be surprised, the strongest martial artist in Siam is an 11th-level martial artist. Any 30-year-old student from the Master Academy could easily defeat them. That place doesn't even have a rift to the abyss, all their cultivation resources are imported. Gufeng seemed to have come back to his senses and leaned over to speak. With your strength, you could basically walk sideways in Siam. No one would dare to say anything if you bullied men and women. Why would I bully men and women? A question mark appeared above Chen Mo's head. Was Gufeng's focus misplaced? As a martial artist, shouldn't he be concerned about the issue of cultivation resources? Vice President Baon, please do not disturb Chen Mo, and he is not a student of Shancheng Martial Arts Academy. Lu Yan's appearance abruptly ended the conversation, and Vice President Baon could only nod and turn to leave. Sorry, the exchange group has been quite well behaved lately, and we can't just chase them away. Luyan casually found a chair and sat down. It's fine, even if you hadn't come to refuse him, I wouldn't go to such a resource-scarce place. Chen Mo waved his hand. His current resources were equivalent to holding a mountain of gold, and going to Siam wouldn't provide such abundant resources. Just now, Governor Chiu sent news that the cult organizations in the southwest have been completely eradicated. The task of leading the team to eliminate the cult martial artists has come to a close. Although he had lost a means of training, Luyan felt that this was better. That's great. Gu Feng was almost moved to tears. He could finally get some rest. I have assigned a leading task to everyone. There is a rift in the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy that connects to the shallow abyss. Luyan's old face turned a bit red. As a mentor, his reputation was even less than that of a group of exchange students, which was quite embarrassing. Understood, the shallow abyss is not bad. Chen Mo nodded. Compared to the endless abyss beasts, the number of cult martial artists was still too few for him to enjoy a good fight. We still have to continue. Gu Feng seemed to have lost all his strength and directly slumped over the table. Chen, Governor Chiu will come to pick you up tomorrow, but she didn't tell me what exactly you will be doing. Luyan didn't look at Gu Feng but continued speaking to Chen Mo. Thank you, Mentor Lu, for the message. I have a rough idea of what Aunt Chiu wants to take me for. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Governor Chiu had forgotten about him. It's good that she hasn't forgotten. He was curious to see what those creative minds would come up with to explain his ghostly armor. Chapter 180, a chicken rib? No, this is a divine skill. Although it had been a busy time, Chen Mo had not forgotten to refine his muscles. Of course, there was also the practice of the fiery force. Currently, Chen Mo's muscle refinement progress had reached 25, and both his arms and chest muscles had been fully refined. The proficiency of the fiery force was also slowly increasing, but unfortunately, this could only be practiced alone, with no other methods to assist. As his arm muscles were refined, Chen Mo's body became increasingly solid, even giving him a feeling of being unbreakable. So, you don't know that after level 9, the increase in resistance to blows is not due to the transformation of the body? In the Mountain City Research Institute, Xiu Wushuang stood beside Chen Mo and asked, although the golden body greatly increases the strength of the body, it still cannot reach your level, not to mention you are not a level 9 golden body martial artist. The biggest change after level 9 is the ability to release qi and blood, forming a protective membrane on the surface of the body. The protective membrane combined with the golden body creates the powerful defense of a level 9 martial artist. Your flesh is already sturdier than many level 9 martial artists with their qi and blood membranes and golden bodies. How did you do it? Hearing Qiu Wushuang's explanation, Chen Mo finally realized how different he was from level 9 martial artists. I don't know, it just happened while I was practicing. Chen Mo shrugged. He couldn't exactly say he was a pure numerical freak, could he? You mutated martial artists are like this. Your bodies undergo all sorts of completely incomprehensible changes. Qiu Wushuang sighed. Even as a master, she often couldn't explain the phenomena occurring in mutated martial artists. But the mutations on you are ultimately good. Many mutated martial artists have ruined themselves. Saying this, Qiu Wushuang tapped Chen Mo's arm, producing a crisp sound. TSK, this strength feels comparable to alloy. By the way, an old acquaintance of yours came to the Research Institute today, come out. Qiu Wushuang called out to someone behind her, and a figure in a wheelchair was pushed forward. It was Chu Tianhua and Chu Qi. Director Chu, what are you doing here? Chen Mo was a bit surprised. Magic City was not close to Mountain City. What was this old man doing here? What, you don't welcome me? Chu Tianhua chuckled, and Chu Qi pushed him in front of Chen Mo. I've already heard from Governor Chiu that your body has undergone another mutation? Chu Tianhua was actually very excited. Martial artists like Chen Mo, who experienced continuous mutations, were not uncommon, but those with all benign mutations were quite rare. Yes, Anchio said my body strength is even stronger than that of level 9 martial artists. Chen Mo scratched his head, trying to look as if he didn't know what was going on. The experimental samples are still too few, Chu Tianhua sighed. There was only one warrior like Chen Mo who possessed both spiritual power and vitality, and he was reluctant to cut open Chen Mo's brain for a look. How about this? I can take some samples for observation while ensuring your safety. What do you think? I don't need much, just some brain tissue, muscle tissue, connective tissue, skin, and the like that can regenerate. Before Chu Tianhua could finish speaking, he felt Qiu Wushuang's murderous gaze. Ahem, I was joking. How could I do such a thing? Chu Tianhua cleared his throat. This old lady really dared to hit him. After a beating, he would be covered in bruises, but his internal organs would be just fine. Back to the point, the old folks at the Master Academy told me you have another strange ability? What ability? Qiu Wushuang turned to look at Chen Mo. this kid hadn't mentioned it to her. It's not anything too impressive, just the ability to conceal my presence and hide my form. In front of these two, Chen Mo didn't dare to show off. It was easy to expose himself. Show me, Chu Tianhua nodded. Now, anything strange happening to Chen Mo didn't surprise him. Chen Mo slowly stepped back, and after about 5 meters, he vanished right before the eyes of a master and a spiritual power expert. The pupils of both narrowed instantly, especially Qiu Wushuang. Where did he go? The infrared camera can't capture him. I can't even sense this kid's spiritual power, Chu Tianhua said, his face showing shock. This kind of ability was unprecedented. Don't say you can't sense him. I can't feel even a trace of his vitality. Qiu Wushuang's expression was serious. This ability was truly terrifying. Whether for infiltration, assassination, or lurking, Chen Mo's ability was a perfect match. Even master-level experts couldn't detect him. Only a small handful of people in human society could sense Chen Mo. No, not necessarily. Those people might not even be able to detect his presence. Well, actually, this ability has a significant drawback. Chen Mo reappeared in front of them. I can perfectly hide myself beyond 5 meters, but if I enter a 5-meter range, I will be instantly exposed. A bit of a mixed bag, huh? Chen Mo scratched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Mixed bag? Qiu Wushuang shook her head. This is not a mixed bag. This is an extremely precious special ability. If a master possessed this ability, the things they could do would be limitless. Qiu Wushuang even began to imagine the effects of having such an ability. Not to mention, there would be ways to explore the new abyssal rift in the southern part of the South Island. I'm not too interested in that. I just want to know how you did it. Chu Tianhua's eyes sparkled. Chen Mo's ability was unprecedented, unheard of. If it could be promoted, well, it probably couldn't be, as not everyone possessed both spiritual power and vitality simultaneously. Or rather, only Chen Mo had both. Chapter 181, use it with confidence. If something happens, come to me. I don't know either. Chen Mo scratched his head, putting on a very innocent look. I don't know what's going on. Ever since June this year, I awaken some strange abilities from time to time. I don't know where these abilities come from, they're just all very strange. Indeed, some mutated warriors have continuous mutations. It's normal for it to be like this. Chu Tianhua and Qiu Wushuang nodded. Chen Mo's situation was not the first. Many mutated warriors experienced the same. Moreover, the abilities of the vast majority of mutated warriors are inexplicable, and it is already a good thing that Chen Mo's inexplicable abilities are benign. You shouldn't flaunt your ability to conceal your form. It might come in handy in the future. Qiu Wushuang patted Chen Mo's shoulder. Such an ability that even masters cannot detect is quite terrifying. Actually, I didn't come here mainly for this ability, Chen Mo said, touching his nose. If a widow's passive ability is like this, then what about his ghost armor? What, have you awakened other abilities? Chu Tianhua's eyes scanned Chen Mo back and forth like a pair of searchlights. You're not talking about increased physical strength, are you? This kind of mutation is actually quite common among mutated warriors and is considered a benign mutation. Gradually, both Chu Tianhua and Qiu Wushuang fell silent, looking at Chen Mo in front of them, lost in thought. Chen Mo's arms were covered with a layer of black scale armor, each scale engraved with strange patterns. Is this the scale of a ghost armor beast? Qiu Wushuang frowned tightly, grabbing Chen Mo's arm. The scales felt cold to the touch, a substance that should be between chitin and keratin. Is there any discomfort? This mutation already hinted at signs of malignancy. Qiu Wushuang's tone was serious. She had to keep a close eye on Xiao Bin's disciple, ensuring nothing went wrong. Not at all, it feels like it grew naturally. Chen Mo shook his head. This layer of scales felt consistent with his skin, except for the lack of tactile sensation. Scales that can be controlled for growth and retraction, biological armor? The usually cheerful Chu Tianhua also became serious at this moment, gently stroking Chen Mo's black scales and murmuring to himself. How about this, let's do a strength test and a genetic test. If the tests come back fine, you can use it with peace of mind. If there are issues with your genes, you might have to undergo gene therapy. Otherwise, continuous malignant mutations could turn you into a monster. Okay. Chen Mo was waiting for this response. His appearance covered in scales was too shocking and needed a reasonable explanation to be used in public. Otherwise, he would have to hide his identity and live like a rat in the sewers. With Chen Mo's personality, he was destined not to be low-key or to be a rat. Whatever happens, whatever comes, it should be done openly. What kind of skill is hiding? Before the results of the genetic test came out, Chen Mo could only stay at the research center. Fortunately, Chu Tianhua was skilled in his work and completed all of Chen Mo's tests in just 3 hours. You can use it with confidence, your genes are fine. He placed the 2-inch thick test results on the table, and Chu Tianhua regained his smile. The genetic test for that layer of scales is also out. They are all part of your own body structure, a combination of chitin and keratin scales. It looks like the exoskeleton of a ghost armor beast, but in reality, it's just a mutation of the skin. Overall, these are all benign mutations. Use them boldly.
If anyone gives you trouble, let them come to me. I'll personally issue the test report. Let's see who dares to cause trouble. You've already assumed I'll be in trouble, haven't you?
Chen Mo said helplessly. This layer of ghost armor indeed didn't seem like something a human could possess. Don't worry, with your reputation, not many will bother you, unless that person has lost their mind. Xiao Wushuang affectionately ruffled Chen Mo's hair, her gaze resembling that of a grandmother looking at her eldest grandson. By the way, leave the energy battery before you go back. The Mountain City Research Center specializes in researching abyss technology.
The reason for calling old Chu over this time is also to assist them in their research.
Don't worry, when the credits are settled, they will be sent directly to the Master Academy. Those old men won't default on their debts.
Xiao Wushuang glanced at the backpack behind Chen Mo and said, "Oh, how am I supposed to take the energy liquid in there?"
Chen Mo nodded. This thing was of no use to him, so it was better to exchange it for some credits, which could also help Daxia advance its research in abyss technology.
No problem. I have a professional energy liquid storage container here.
The old man Chu Tianhua took out a square black metal container from the storage compartment of his wheelchair, and after Chu Chi received it, he handed it to Chen Mo.
How do you open this thing? Chen Mo had always taken energy liquid directly from the storage space and really didn't know how to open the energy battery. As he spoke, Chen Mo began to exert force, intending to pry open the energy battery directly. Stop! Chu Tianhua became anxious. Did these martial artists always act so recklessly? It's all clearly written on it. Didn't you even bother to take a look? Or have you not been studying your abyss language course properly lately?
Oh. Only then did Chen Mo notice that there were several abyss language labels on the side of the energy battery. Open, injection port, start. Following the prompts on the opening label, Chen Mo successfully poured the energy liquid from the energy battery into the black container, completely emptying the energy battery. The entire research institute was filled with rich energy particles, and even breathing made one feel pleasantly invigorated. Hurry, seal the container quickly, or the energy liquid will dissipate a lot of energy, and that would be such a waste. Xiao Wushuang snatched the container from Chen Mo's hands and took a deep breath before sealing it. This breath must have drawn in 3 or 4 grams of energy liquid, and Xiao Wushuang was quite unreserved. Here, take it back and play with it. She returned the container to Chen Mo and waved her hand, as if shooing a child away. By the way, I have a question I want to ask before I leave. Chen Mo was not one to suffer losses. Since she had taken his energy liquid, she had to answer his question. How polite, asking a question and expecting me to absorb energy liquid. Xiao Wushuang laughed heartily. Her little disciple was quite amusing. Indeed, Xiao Wushuang was the second sister of Song Bin's ex-girlfriend, making her of the same generation as Chen Mo's grandmother.
I want to know if we have any records of steel marrow energy transformation?
This question had been troubling Chen Mo. He had no idea about steel marrow energy transformation.
He couldn't just extract the steel marrow and inject energy liquid into it, could he? Chapter 182, Bathing in Energy Liquid? Where did you hear about steel marrow energy transformation?
Both Xiao Wushuang and Chu Tianhua were surprised by Chen Mo's question.
I came across it while idly scrolling through videos.
Chen Mo casually fabricated an excuse, and Xiao Wushuang and Chu Tianhua didn't take it seriously. You should know that steel marrow energy transformation is just a concept. No one has ever truly achieved it. There have been speculations within the martial arts community that refining steel marrow in places with extremely high energy density might lead to energy transformation. Of course, these are all speculations and theories. Places with such high energy density simply do not exist.
Unless you can get a large amount of energy liquid to bathe in, maybe it could work.
Anyway, I've never heard of anyone achieving steel marrow energy transformation, not even a master.
Xiao Wushuang thought she was joking. Who would be extravagant enough to bathe in energy liquid?
As for whether Chen Mo would take it seriously, she didn't care at all. This kid had so little energy liquid that he had no chance of being serious. However, Xiao Wushuang never expected that Chen Mo's energy liquid reserve was indeed enough for him to bathe in. So he took it seriously. The density of the energy liquid was 1/4 that of water, meaning he would need to find a smaller container to bathe himself. Well, he would give it a try once the exchange was over. Or maybe not. He would see if the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy had such a container. If they did, he would take a bath. By the way, kid, if there are any breakthroughs in the energy battery research, I'll need you guys to help with the testing, okay? As he was leaving, Chu Tianhua called out deliberately. Chen Mo realized that his group was really being treated like lab rats.
2 days later, the first batch of teams following Chen Mo into the shallow abyss for training was assembled. Besides the 5 of them, the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy sent a total of 12 people. Among them were 6 third-level martial artists, 4 fourth-level martial artists, and 1 fifth-level martial artist. Lastly, there was Lu Yecheng, a first-level novice, who had the advantage of having a mentor father. Seriously, how long has it been and you're still at first level? Chen Mo asked Lu Yecheng, who had a hot figure but was not very tall. I only took a few days to break through from first to second level. Is it really that hard? I don't have much talent in martial arts. If it weren't for my dad, I wouldn't even be a first-level martial artist, Lu Yecheng said, feeling a bit ashamed. She really was inexperienced. Alright, at least being a first-level martial artist means you're strong enough to stay healthy and rarely get sick. Chen Mo couldn't say much. After all, Lu Yan had come to him for help, so he would take her along. Anyway, the strongest abyss beasts in the shallow abyss wouldn't exceed level 8, so it would just be a matter of 1 or 2 punches. You're all entering the abyss rift for the first time, so make sure to stick with us. You can't survive alone in the abyss, and make sure to prepare your gas masks. The 5th level martial artist can skip that. Ma Wanlin had also spent a lot of time in the abyss before entering the Master Academy, and the bloody aura around her was a testament to her battles. We won't engage with abyss beasts below level 5, you'll have to handle them yourselves. If you're afraid of dying, stay behind. We can't guarantee that everyone will come back in one piece. The 12 members from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy remained silent, their gazes resolute. What they wanted was life and death combat. That was what counted as real combat experience. Alright, get ready and follow closely, don't fall behind. Chen Mo was quite satisfied with these novices from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, at least their attitude was right. Unlike the deep abyss of Kunlun Mountain, the residential cities of the South Island, and the wilderness of Taizhou, the Abyss Rift in Mountain City was what most abyss rifts were like. After entering the Abyss Rift, there was a bustling city, but in reality, it was a fortress. Most shallow abysses had this structure, a fortress built around the entrance, where martial artists formed teams to explore the outside world. When the Abyss Rift in Taizhou first opened, it was incredibly desolate, so there was no need to develop or build a fortress. The deep abyss of Kunlun Mountain had guards with such overwhelming combat power that they pushed the abyss martial artists back inside. The experimental city on the South Island was incomparable. Fortresses were the norm. The living supplies here relied entirely on external transport, which was one of the few opportunities for the students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy to access the shallow abyss. This place is quite lively, Chen Mo said, glancing at the diverse crowd around him while carrying his weapon box. Yeah, the rifts we went to before were exceptions, this is the norm. Gu Feng shrugged and pointed at a few small buildings in the distance with a smirk. Let me tell you, the laws of the outside world don't apply in the abyss. That's something everyone in the world acknowledges. In the Abyss Rift, you not only have to guard against abyss beasts but also those bastards who prey on their own kind. Chen Mo nodded, he had already encountered those kinds of bastards. Ahem, actually, that's not the main point. Did you see that small building? Gu Feng wanted to say more, but he realized Chen Mo had already led the team away. Martial artists, regardless of gender, generally had strong vitality, so it was only natural for them to need an outlet. Before reaching the upper 4 levels, martial artists had strong desires. Few people like Chen Mo, who are completely devoid of desires, with the only wish being to grow stronger. Many martial artists, seemingly not young anymore, noticed Chen Mo's young team and cast curious glances at them. Could they be those little cowards from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy? A few scarred martial artists exchanged glances, their words dripping with disdain. The students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy lowered their heads, each clenching their fists but saying nothing. What they said was the truth. The impression they gave to the outside world was one of cowardice and timidity. What's wrong? Can't handle the truth? Seemingly intent on provoking further, one of the martial artists raised an eyebrow and continued to mock. You deserve it. Chen Mo shook his head. Even after being ridiculed like this, these students didn't even have the courage to retort. Are you planning to keep your heads down? Just let them continue to mock you? If you had any guts, you'd go after them. They're just a few third-level martial artists. What are you afraid of? But the strongest student gritted his teeth, raised his head, and stepped out from the group. Take back your words, or I will prove that the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is not all softies. You think we're afraid of you? The few third-level martial artists stood up, their long knives and swords drawn in an instant. Chapter 183, they still have blood in their veins. At the moment the leader of the group drew his sword, he glanced at Chen Mo, and only when Chen Mo nodded did he return to his fierce demeanor. Indeed, he had already made arrangements before Chen Mo brought them in. Generally, martial artists are quite friendly with each other,
Although there are fierce individuals, they wouldn't turn on their own. This situation was merely to intimidate this group of newcomers. Anyone who had been around a few times would know that this was unreasonable. Chen Mo had them act this way for one reason only, to see if these students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy had any guts. If they remained indifferent in the face of insults, they would forever be useless. Especially since their opponents were much weaker. If they didn't dare to fight back in such a situation, Chen Mo wouldn't need to lead them anymore. At most, he would take them for a stroll in the abyss, hunt a few abyss beasts to placate them, and safely send them back.
We are not softies.
The strongest student, named Lu Xiong, had veins bulging on his forehead, clearly in a state of anger.
Then let's fight. Are you afraid to kill even a third-level martial artist like me? What do you mean you're not a softie?
The middle-aged martial artist leading the group revealed a sinister smile, his long knife pressed directly against Lu Xiong's neck.
I said, I just don't want to harm my own kind. Lu Xiong suddenly erupted, a dense thunder attribute aura bursting forth and shattering the long knife. My skills are not meant for fighting my own people, got it?
And I'm not a softie. The Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is not a bunch of softies.
Damn you! Bang!
Lu Xiong's eyes glinted fiercely as he punched towards the head of the leading martial artist. The other students gritted their teeth, drew their weapons, and charged forward. They absolutely could not lose face in front of Chen Mo. They had to prove they still had guts and were not a bunch of softies.
Alright, that's enough.
Chen Mo smirked. Daring to fight back proved they still had blood in them, only influenced by that group of academic types.
Get lost immediately, or I'll make a move.
The leading martial artist glared fiercely at Lu Xiong and turned to leave. After walking a short distance, a drone dropped a small energy stone to him.
Let's go, you guys did well. Chen Mo was relatively satisfied with their performance.
Although they were cowardly at first, daring to take action was a good start. Unfortunately, it was facing those weaker than himself. It would have been better if he could draw his sword against a stronger opponent. Chen Mo also understood that one should not act too hastily. Being too eager could lead to worse outcomes. The deep chasms of the mountain city connected to the shallow abyss, and the resources here were much richer than those in Taizhou's shallow abyss. Of course, the resources here referred to various powerful abyss beasts.
Ah, help!
A student at only the third level was running frantically while letting out a piercing scream. It wasn't that their osteogenesis imperfecta was acting up. This was merely one of the techniques they used to attract abyss beasts.
Yes, it was taught by Chen Mo. Chen Mo and a few others sat on a nearby rock, watching with great interest as the students besieged a fourth-level abyss beast.
Their progress is quite fast. It's clear they were just too well protected before and have never seen blood. Ma Wanlin, holding a red tassel spear, sat on a large stone watching the students.
I remember they seemed to be older than us, right? Gu Feng was somewhat puzzled. What had this group been doing all these years? Did they just stay in the academy practicing every day?
Yes,
but the martial path doesn't consider age. How many warriors in their 40s or 50s are not as strong as us? Chen Mo smiled.
From their perspective, this group of students did seem a bit weak.
But how many could enter the Great Xia Master Academy at the age of 18? How many could break through the brutal competition of the national tournament?
Such individuals were few and far between. The students of the Mountain City Martial Academy, who followed a more routine path, were the vast majority.
Most students would be quite good if they could become third-level warriors by graduation.
A third-level warrior could already serve as the principal of a middle or high school or as the head of a district police station. Their strength was sufficient to maintain the normal operation of human society, but it would not hold up in the deeper abysses of Kunlun Mountain.
That's enough, I'm going to have some fun.
Chen Mo glanced at the approaching 5th and 6th level abyss beasts in the distance, jumped off the large stone, and walked over. 4th level and below abyss beasts were left for these students to play with, while those above 5th level were reserved for steel.
Quick! Finish it!
Just as the students were exerting all their strength to slay the 4th level abyss beast, Chen Mo was smashing out a pile of Chaos Han beef balls with a punch.
Oh, done already?
He tossed the scraps of meat onto the ground and turned to look at the panting students.
Not bad, keep going. Ignoring the stunned crowd, Chen Mo hoisted the phoenix-beaked dragon-tooth halberd and continued deeper into the shallow abyss. Am I seeing things?
Lu Xiong rubbed his eyes, looking bewildered at those around him.
That 6th level abyss beast, was it really killed with just a casual punch? You've seen too little. Chen Mo can kill an 8th level warrior with a single punch.
Lu Yeqing stood on tiptoe and patted Lu Xiong's shoulder. The scene back then was far more shocking than now.
One punch to kill an 8th level warrior. Lu Xiong's face turned pale. As a 22-year-old senior, he was even weaker than an 18-year-old boy. He had thought he could thrive in the outside world with his strength, and indeed, that was the case.
But from this moment on, Lu Xiong's ambitions changed. He planned to go to the military for training after graduation. Even if he couldn't become as formidable as Chen Mo, he absolutely could not let his martial path stagnate at the 5th level.
Defending the home and country, the romance of a man.
Lu Xiong recalled the content of the military speech at the Mountain City Martial Academy. He now understood the weight of that phrase.
This was what a man should pursue, not some trivial money.
Strength was the foundation of a person's existence.
Lu, what's wrong with you?
Lu Yeqing poked Lu Xiong, who was frozen in place. Could it be that he was scared?
I'm fine, just keep up.
The fire of fighting spirit ignited in Lu Xiong's eyes, and the once lazy slacker disappeared from that moment on. Another week passed, and Chen Mo led 2 teams of students from the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy into the Abyss Rift for training every day. Among them were many outstanding, passionate students, as well as a few who were completely lost, their eyes only on profit. Overall, the passionate students made up the majority, with only a handful disappointing Chen Mo. In the principal's office, Wu Yaozu pondered over the complaints from various colleges about the academy's teachers in his hands.
The Mountain City Martial Arts Academy is about to change, Wu Yaozu sighed.
As the leader of the academy faction, he knew that the current situation was beyond saving. It wasn't that he was careless, he truly hadn't expected these young kids to achieve such things.
Chapter 184, Lion King. What should we do? Should we find a way to get rid of them?
Sun Ligua scratched his head. He was neither part of the academy faction nor the practical faction, and he certainly wasn't neutral.
Simply put, he was Wu Yaozu's lackey, the kind whose brain wasn't very sharp. In fact, Wu Yaozu wasn't a completely irredeemable bastard, it was just that the current world no longer needed him.
In the past, he could enhance the influence and reputation of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy through various exchanges, but the cost was a significant decline in the students' practical combat abilities. Now, however, changes were gradually occurring in the Abyss Rift, and with the Great Xia firmly established as the world's #1 martial arts power, the role of the Academy faction had diminished. At this moment, Great Xia needed the practical faction to cultivate true warriors to face the impending upheaval.
What are you thinking?
If we really do something to those kids, the old men from the Master Academy will turn us into meatballs, Wu Yaozu sighed.
If it weren't for Sun Ligua's loyalty, he really wouldn't want to use this simple-minded guy. Let it be.
When the exchange time comes, we'll quickly send these few gods away.
Those old men in the graveyard are already restless. If the practical faction gains power, we won't be far from disaster.
Chen, you've been here for a while, this should be your first time here, right?
Lu Yan stood beside Chen Mo, with Gu Feng and others behind him.
Today, they weren't attending classes or leading teams into the abyss. Instead, they had come to a desolate area on the back mountain of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy.
This place is.
Chen Mo looked around, seeing tombstones made of the same material everywhere.
This is the cemetery of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy.
Lu Yan brushed the dust off a tombstone in front of him, the sorrow in his eyes unmistakable. Here lie the students and teachers who sacrificed themselves since the academy was founded.
Chen Mo remained silent. He had seen a similar place in the dawn of the Abyss City before.
He just hadn't expected that so many would sacrifice themselves in a martial arts academy. 30 years ago, the Abyss Rift wasn't as stable as it is now. Several Abyss Beast attacks occurred every month.
I know what you're going to ask. Why are there no reports or records about these events? Because the old principal was still around then. He led the students and mentors of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy to fend off all of this. It wasn't until 15 years ago that the Abyss Rift calmed down, and the old principal was dismissed due to the high death rate.
What? No one explained this to you?
Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this a classic case of unloading the donkey after the grind?
They did, otherwise the old principal's punishment wouldn't have been just dismissal. Lu Yan nodded. Back then, he was just a student at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, having fought alongside the old principal.
Actually, apart from losing the position of principal, the old principal hasn't faced any punishment.
Let me guess, he has sealed his vital energy and the essence of a master. Chen Mo almost instantly figured out what had happened to the old principal. This was the fate of most masters in the Great Xia. They had fought, enjoyed, and sealing their vital energy and essence was a voluntary act. No, the old principal no longer has the essence of a master. It has been completely consumed in years of battle.
He is now just an elderly man with empty vital energy.
Lu Yan's expression flashed with a hint of pain. For a martial artist, the most painful thing is to become a useless person. A useless person who can no longer fight, who can no longer grow stronger.
You still haven't explained to me why you brought me here.
Chen Mo didn't come to listen to Lu Yan recount the history of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Lu Yan must have his own reasons for bringing him here.
It's nothing, I just wanted to bring you to meet the old principal.
and to tell him that the children of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy have not completely weakened, they still have their own passion and spirit. It's a chance to meet, and in a few days, it will be the old principal's 125th birthday. During this time, influenced by Chen Mo and others, the atmosphere of the entire Mountain City Martial Arts Academy had undergone a tremendous change. More and more students were willing to venture into the abyss, gradually picking up the fighting instincts they had lost. The mentors of the academy had seen all of this, and the old principal was no exception. Although he had only his vital energy left, he was still regarded by the mentors as the Lion King who once commanded a group of fierce little lions to fend off the attacks of abyssal beasts time and again. Even in old age, his prestige remained. The old Lion King was quite interested in this young man who had changed the atmosphere of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Alright, let's go. Chen Mo felt genuine respect for such a formidable warrior. He would not refuse to fulfill such a small wish. Thank you. Lu Yun had thought that a genius from the Great Xia Master Academy would be hard to approach, but after this time, he found Chen Mo to be quite easy to understand. The center of the cemetery was a small courtyard with green tiles and blue bricks, where the former Lion King resided. It was unclear whether it was out of guilt or some other emotion, but after losing the essence of a master, the old principal had become the guardian of this grave. Principal, sure, I've brought someone. Lu Yun gently knocked on the courtyard door and stood aside, no longer speaking. Hurry, hurry, come in. Let me see what kind of tough guy can kill an 8th level martial artist with a single punch at the 6th level. The voice of this seemingly tragic old Lion King was completely different from what Chen Mo had imagined. It was full of vigor. A robust figure suddenly pushed open the large door with such force that it creaked in pain. So it's you, huh? Songbin mentioned you to me, saying you're an extraordinary top genius. An old man with a head full of white hair and a long beard appeared before Chen Mo, immediately grabbing his arm. Not bad, your muscles are really solid. The difference between the principal sure before him and the tragic hero Lu Yun spoke of was so great that Chen Mo's brain momentarily went into a state of shutdown. What are you kids standing there for? Hurry up and come in, I've prepared good food and wine for you. Come, let's drink a few cups together. Chapter 185, come, let's arm wrestle. Chapter 185, come, let's arm wrestle. A large hand directly pulled Chen Mo into the small courtyard, and Gu Feng and the others were also dragged in. Little Lu Yun, go prepare some snacks for us men, no vegetarian dishes. After ordering the food, Principal Sure closed the courtyard door, leaving Lu Yun with a wry smile to go buy the ingredients. In the small courtyard, Chen Mo and a few others sat around the stone table in the cool stone pavilion, while Principal Sure cheerfully pulled out a jar of wine from beneath a nearby stone slab. You must be the disciple that Kid Songbin took in, right? That's right. You already have the aura of that Kid Songbin. It wasn't until the strong smell of liquor began to sting his eyes that Chen Mo came back to his senses. Principal Sure, I remember Mentor Lu saying that your master source was depleted? No matter how he looked at it, this old man seemed more spirited than him. Yes, my master source is indeed depleted, but that doesn't mean I'm useless. Principal Sure raised his cup and clinked it with Chen Mo's, and Chen Mo, in a daze, downed half a gene of 66-degree white liquor. It's just a master source. Excessive consumption can indeed lead to depletion. I've only dropped back to level 12, I just need to rebuild my master source. I merely exhausted my master source. It doesn't mean my vital energy is damaged and must be sealed off. Becoming a master again is just a matter of time. Then why are you here? Chen Mo started to ask but quickly held back, as he could roughly guess why Principal Sure wanted to stay here. It seemed this strong man had a soft side too. I'm here to keep these kids company. At this topic Principal Sure couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Decades ago, it wasn't like everyone was pursuing martial arts like now. Back then, there weren't as many martial artists, nor did they have the high talents that martial artists do now. Not to mention decades ago, even 15 years ago, martial artists didn't have the talent of today's martial artists. Back then, martial artists relied solely on fighting. Breakthroughs could only happen between life and death. Unlike today's kids, who can break through just by staying indoors. But I have to say, it's indeed impressive. Chen Mo looked at the super strong man in front of him, who was filled with sorrow, and he felt he was the one who should be grieving. By the way, how are you all doing with the abyss language and basic martial arts? Principal Sure turned to look at the others, and it seemed every old man had the habit of asking about grades. Not bad. As expected, Chen Mo and the others gave a very generic answer. How about this? It's a good thing you guys can keep this old man company, so I can't let you come for nothing. Principal Sure suddenly laughed, and he laughed quite happily. Let's have an arm wrestling match. Whoever can last more than 2 seconds, I'll give them something good. Even though I've dropped to level 12, I still have plenty of good stuff.
Hearing this, Chen Mo and the others' eyes lit up. A treasure from someone who was once a master would definitely be valuable. But then he thought, even if Principal Sure had exhausted his master source, his body was still incredibly strong. It seemed a bit difficult to last 2 seconds under his hand. Who wants to go first? Principal Sure raised an eyebrow, placing the wine jar on the ground and resting his hands on it. Seeing that no one moved, Principal Sure became a bit annoyed. Come on, it's just an arm wrestling match with this old man, what are you afraid of? It's not a life and death struggle, and I'm just a level 12 martial artist now, what could happen? That kid from the celestial race, aren't you guys supposed to be really tough? Don't be a coward, wrestle with me. Then I'll go first. Gu Feng rolled up his sleeves and grasped Principal Sure's hand. He had also wrestled with Gu Ji at home, though the outcome was always him getting beaten up. Unlike Chen Mo and the others, he had experienced the power of a master, so he immediately activated all the vital energy in his body. Principal Sure grinned, his vital energy not moving an inch, waiting for Gu Feng to exert his strength. Go! Gu Feng shouted, his vital energy surging, creating gusts of wind. Not bad, quite strong. Principal Sure nodded in satisfaction. This child's talent was impressive. With his current strength, killing an 8th level warrior should be no problem. In fact, Principal Sure was more interested in Chen Mo, as he had heard that Chen Mo had recently killed a 9th level abyss beast. Not to mention, it was the most troublesome of the 9th level abyss beasts, the ghost armored beast. Just from the brief contact he had with Chen Mo, Principal Sure was certain that Chen Mo did not have the ability to kill a 9th level abyss beast. It wouldn't be accurate to say that. It should be said that Chen Mo did not have the ability to kill a 9th level ghost armored beast. It wasn't that he looked down on Chen Mo, but the defensive power of the ghost armored beast was too strong. Even a 10th level warrior, or even an 11th level warrior, would find it troublesome. However, apart from Chen Mo, no one else present had the possibility of killing the ghost armored beast, as Chiu Wuxuan was currently battling another abyss beast in the sky. In fact, Principal Sure's judgment was not wrong. Even with Chen Mo's current attack power, he couldn't break through the ghost armored beast's defenses. Unfortunately, the ghost armored beast encountered a wall, and the methods Chen Mo used to kill the ghost armored beast were beyond Principal Sure's understanding. Who could believe that a 6th level warrior could slam the ghost armored beast down to near death with a single throw? As Gu Feng exerted his strength, Principal Sure still wore a smile, remaining completely still. His arm seemed as immovable as if it were cast from bronze and iron. Time's up. Young man, your strength is not bad, but you still need practice. A dull thud announced Gu Feng's defeat. Next, Yan Zuo and Ma Wanglin each tried, but neither lasted more than 2 seconds. Glancing at Gu Feng, who was holding his arm, Chen Mo rolled up his sleeves and sat down. 2 seconds, huh? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, activating perfect steel skin and perfect steel blood. His attack power instantly increased by 50, and Chen Mo's strength received a significant boost. Looks like you're quite confident, Principal Sure chuckled, appearing like a mischievous old man. It's not confidence, if you can't last 2 seconds, what kind of man are you? Chen Mo grinned, his energy surging instantly. As Chen Mo grasped Principal Sure's hand and began to exert force, the blue stone pavilion sank a few centimeters. Old man, is this all you've got? Chen Mo's forehead bulged with veins, and a crack appeared in the grayish perfect steel skin. Good kid, you're the first to provoke me. Principal Sure genuinely did not expect Chen Mo to be so bold as to challenge him. However, he was quite surprised by Chen Mo's strength. This kid's body felt soft yet resilient. His physical strength should be quite high, but the power was not immediately apparent. Only after making contact did Principal Sure confirm that this kid indeed had some skill. No wonder he could enter the Great Xia Master Academy at such a young age. Chapter 186, The Old Man Doesn't Follow Martial Ethics. At this moment, the 2 seconds stretched infinitely. Chen Mo gritted his teeth but still couldn't stop his hand from moving closer to the table. Just how strong is this old guy? Wasn't it said that Principal Sure had lost his master source? At first, Chen Mo didn't think the gap between him and Principal Sure, who had lost his master source and was comparable to a 12th level warrior, was that significant. But now it seemed that every level difference among 4th tier warriors was like heaven and earth. You have quite the resilience, kid. Even Principal Sure was surprised by Chen Mo's strength. Setting aside the power, Chen Mo's physical strength was frighteningly high. He was currently using a fraction of his strength. A normal 6th level warrior would have already turned their palm into mush and broken their arm by now. Yet this kid, apart from the cracks in his steel skin, showed no signs of breaking anywhere else. Logically speaking, no matter how strong a 6th level warrior's body was, it shouldn't be this strong, especially with the newly forged steel bones. Under such force, it should have broken. Principal Sure was unaware that Chen Mo had already forged the indestructible golden bones in advance,
and without activating the golden bones, Chen Mo would not emit any aura.
Time's up.
Gu Feng, who had been watching the time, narrowed his pupils and shouted, pulling both of their thoughts back. Good kid, no wonder Songbin likes you so much.
Principal Shi laughed heartily, not caring that he hadn't overwhelmed Chen Mo in 2 seconds. What on earth is going on with your body?
From the perspective of a 6th level warrior, it's too formidable, yet it doesn't seem like that of a 4th level warrior. Oh, my bones have mutated, it seems I've forged the indestructible golden body in advance.
Chen Mo timely activated his golden bones, releasing waves of master-level pressure.
I see, Principal Shi suddenly understood, no wonder the body was so resilient.
Songbin has taken on a good disciple, don't disgrace your master's name. Of course, I will only become stronger than Uncle Song.
Chen Mo nodded, his goal was not just to become a master but to reach a realm beyond that.
Alright, old man, I need to rest now, good night.
With a wave of his hand, Principal Shi sent Chen Mo and the others flying out of the courtyard. Gu Feng plopped down on the freshly bought braised intestines on Lu Yun's head, while Yang Zue casually put away the braised intestines. This was a good thing, to be saved for later meals.
Wait a minute, what about the treasure we talked about? Chen Mo scratched his head, this old man couldn't be going back on his word, could he?
What treasure? Lu Yun touched his head, that fall had been quite hard. Just now, Principal Shi said that if we could hold out for 2 seconds in an arm wrestling match with him, he would give us his treasured collection. Chen Mo sighed, realizing he had been tricked by the old man.
In the end, I held out for 2 seconds, and he just tossed us out with a good night. Ah, where would the old principal have any treasure?
Lu Yun sighed, brushing off the dust from his backside as he stood up.
Sigh, where are my intestines?
Yang Zue put his hands behind his back, pretending to be lost in thought. You don't know, the reason the Mountain City Martial Academy has lasted this long, aside from acquiring materials from the Abyssal Rift, is thanks to the old principal's assets. Before the old principal came to guard the tomb, he donated all his belongings, which were worth over 170 billion at the time. Chen Mo's face darkened, this old man was indeed tricking him.
The old principal loves to tease you young people, he means no harm. Chen, is there anything you want?
Lu Yun suddenly turned around, looking at Chen Mo with disbelief.
You mean you held out for 2 seconds in an arm wrestling match with the old principal? The last time I visited the old principal, I tried it too, and my arm broke.
Lu Yun glanced around, aside from Yi Miao, whose arm injury had yet to heal, the others were unscathed. At most, their hands were a bit swollen.
People are different, old Lu. Chen Mo patted the self-doubting Lu Yun and turned to leave.
Gu Feng and the others followed closely behind, patting Lu Yun on the shoulder and shaking their heads.
After Yang Zue finished patting Lu Yun couldn't help but wrinkle his nose. Why do I smell braised intestines? When did the old principal acquire such skills?
Lu Yun would rather suspect that the old principal was craving braised intestines than think that Yang Zue had casually taken away his 3 pounds of braised intestines. After all, Yang Zue's usual demeanor was too serious, not at all like someone who would be obsessed with braised intestines. As time passed, more and more students from the Mountain City Martial Academy joined the exploration of the Abyssal Rift. The entire Mountain City Martial Academy was thriving, and even those who had once been part of the Academy faction began to try their hand at combat. They found that fighting improved their martial arts far more than mindlessly training. Moreover, the unique fighting desire within them as warriors was completely ignited through battle after battle. Now, the entire Mountain City Martial Arts Academy felt like it had gone berserk, with batch after batch entering the abyss to hunt abyss beasts.
Principal, why don't we just surrender?
Sun Ligua said somewhat foolishly. So far, the students from the Academy faction had dwindled to almost none, all shifting towards the practical faction. Even some instructors who had joined the Academy faction for profit had switched to the practical faction. Let the practical faction take the principal's position. I'm afraid if we struggle, it will just be the 2 of us left.
If you can't speak properly, just say less and don't disturb my thoughts.
Wu Yaozu was feeling overwhelmed. At this rate, they were about to be kicked out of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. It was impossible to take action against Chen Mo, as at least Songbin and Qiu Wushuang, 2 masters, stood behind him. Not to mention the 13 violent maniacs from the Great Xia Master Academy.
Forget it, you're right.
Let's write a resignation letter, at least we can keep our retirement funds. Wu Yaozu sighed, taking out paper and pen to think about how to exit gracefully. Behind him, Sun Ligua, who had always been a bit foolish, suddenly had a clear look in his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face that shouldn't have been there.
49%.
In the middle of the night, Chen Mo swallowed 5 grams of energy liquid and continued to refine the muscles in his upper body. There were only a few days left until the end of this exchange at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, and he aimed to complete the muscle refining task before it ended.
Chapter 187, Side Quest 1 completed. Of course, while refining his muscles, Chen Mo did not neglect his cultural studies. Compared to that damned math, this liberal arts knowledge was much easier. You could rely on rote memorization to scrape by, but math was something you either knew or you didn't. However, there were those who were so dim-witted that they couldn't even learn through rote memorization. For example, Gu Feng. The little textbook has quite a sense of intellectual property protection. I can't seem to steal a single bit of knowledge. Gu Feng scribbled and doodled in his notebook like he was possessed, mumbling some nonsensical phrases. Do you think I have some unspoken difficulties in terms of intelligence? Or is it that studying just isn't suitable for me? I feel like sleeping suits me better. Do I have to take the exam naked? Gu Feng. That's right. I am the chosen one. I can pass even if I take the exam naked. Or maybe I should blow up the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. Then I won't have to take the exam. Oh. I am the all-around exam king. Meanwhile, Yang Zhuo, who was contemplating celestial powers, opened his eyes, his previously calm state of mind shattered by Gu Feng's bizarre ramblings. Is he crazy? Yang Zhuo turned to look at Chen Mo, who was refining his muscles, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. I think it's possible. Chen Mo glanced at Gu Feng, who seemed to be talking to himself. No, it seemed he was trying to convince himself to use his brain more. He shouldn't be biting anyone, right? Although there were only 3 days left until the test, the pressure shouldn't be that overwhelming, right? The knowledge was quite simple, it was just the abyss language that was hard to learn. Shaking his head, Chen Mo and Yang Zhuo ignored the crazed Gu Feng and continued with their own tasks. As the energy liquid exploded, absorbed, and fused within him, Chen Mo successfully completed Side Quest 1. Muscle refining progress successfully reached 50, Side Quest 1 completed, reward final reserve has been issued, no need for active use, it will automatically activate when the host's life value reaches 0, exhaling a breath of turbid air, Chen Mo looked at his sculpted body. Indeed, both strength and defense have significantly improved. The refinement of muscles does not provide a one-time boost to attributes, rather, it increases as one's martial arts realm advances. Chen Mo had once seen Zhu Long's attribute values. His full power explosion and normal state were like two different people. However, his vitality had neither decreased due to muscle refinement nor showed any signs of increasing. Moreover, his situation differed from what senior brother Zhu Long had said about vitality being stored in muscle cells. The cells he refined stored energy particles. Not to mention the debate over which of the two energies, energy particles or vitality, was superior. These two forms of energy could completely transform into one another. The efficiency of energy particles converting into vitality could reach 1. This meant that once Chen Mo had refined all the muscles in his body, he would have at least an additional 50 units of backup vitality. The issue was how to utilize these energy particles once they were converted into vitality. Currently, these energy particles could only enhance Chen Mo's strength and physical resilience. Side Quest 2 released, increase muscle refinement progress to 75. Completion reward, random warrior hero template, and unlock the next phase of the quest. Random warrior hero template? Chen Mo was taken aback. He indeed remembered that there was such a thing as a hero template in the lottery system, but he had never drawn one before. System, what is a hero template? Hero template, choose a background story to materialize the hero or directly obtain an additional 6 divine artifacts from that hero's skill set, lasting 1 hour. The random range for the warrior hero template is limited to warrior-type heroes. Background story. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. Compared to the 6 divine artifacts and skill set, he was more concerned about the background story. After all, some heroes in the background stories were capable of destroying the world. For example, the Dragon King. Unfortunately, this time the random warrior hero template was limited to warriors. If he had the chance to draw the Dragon King, Chen Mo could single-handedly annihilate the entire abyss. However, there were also extremely powerful heroes among the warrior types, such as the Sword Demon from the Dark Race and the Demigod Bear. He wondered how the demigod in the Dark Race compared to a grandmaster in strength. Fuego could also work. Despite appearing as a clown in the plot, his power was genuinely world-destroying. Forget it, thinking too much about it now is pointless. When the draw happens, I'll light some incense and hope to draw a more impressive hero. Chen Mo shook his head. His immediate priority was the assessment in 3 days. If he failed, he would have to stay here and listen to a few old professors ramble on. The next day, Chen Mo and the others went to the lecture hall for class as usual. Upon arriving at the classroom door, Chen Mo saw someone who shouldn't be there. Wu Yaozu and Lu Yun. Principal Wu, what are you doing here? Wu Yaozu had not shown up for nearly a month since Chen Mo and the others arrived. Why was he here today? It's nothing, I just wanted to say a few words to mentor Lu. Wu Yaozu shook his head and handed a sealed envelope to Lu Yun.
Please deliver this to the Martial Arts Education Bureau. I am no longer suited to be the principal of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy. However, before I leave, I want to take a look at the Abyssal Rift, to see the place where the old principal led us in battle. A somewhat dejected Wu Yaozu patted Lu Yun on the shoulder and nodded at Chen Mo.
What's going on?
Chen Mo curiously leaned over to take a look at the envelope in Lu Yun's hand.
Old Wu realized that his academic style no longer suited the current Mountain City Martial Arts Academy and voluntarily gave up the principal position.
Lu Yun waved the envelope in her hand, revealing a smile. He saw that all of this was the intention of the higher-ups. Voluntarily stepping down is much better than being purged. Now that he's stepping down, he can transfer to another place and hold a nominal position. If you can't figure out the situation and still cling to the principal's position, the consequences will be dire. Lu Yun was well aware that the presence of these academic factions was to address various issues in human society. This granted them immense power, but it was also a heavy shackle on them. Academic martial artists were basically just vessels of vitality, possessing great energy but lacking in combat strength. Their rights were bestowed upon them by those above. If those rights were revoked, the academic martial artists would be nothing. In contrast, practical martial artists did not need the approval of others or those above. They were pure power in themselves. Not to mention that those above relied on these practical martial artists to stabilize the Abyssal Rift, and they would never touch the interests of practical martial artists. At least, that was the case for now. Chapter 188. The feel is just right. Chen Mo nodded, not taking the matter to heart. However, the moment Wu Yaozu left, Chen Mo seemed to catch a faint whiff of blood. He turned back to take a deep look at Wu Yaozu but said nothing more and continued to attend class. Yet, the moment Chen Mo sat down, the system's announcement echoed in his ears. Please pay attention, host. A new challenge task is coming, and it will officially start in 48 hours. No penalties for failure. Rewards will be unlocked after the task begins. Sure enough, Wu Yaozu has issues. Chen Mo squinted. Whenever he was about to encounter danger or was in the midst of an event, the system would generally issue a challenge task. Once this challenge task appeared, it meant that something big might happen in 2 days. Could it be that the system really has the ability to predict the future? Chen Mo was actually skeptical about this. The system was more likely inferring future events based on the information he already knew. Similar to a supercomputer? Shaking his head, Chen Mo didn't dwell too much on this matter. He didn't have the energy to think about it now. Only when he became the strongest in the world, kicking the abyss and tearing apart the celestial race, would he have the time to ponder his own trivial matters. At this moment, Wu Yaozu still held the position of principal of the Mountain City Martial Academy, so no one stopped him from entering the abyss. Moreover, Wu Yaozu was a level 12 martial artist. Even if he hadn't fought in years, entering the shallow abyss would pose no danger. I originally wanted to continue lurking, but I didn't expect something like this to happen. Wu Yaozu touched the hole on his neck, which had yet to heal. Thank goodness I never showed my face, otherwise, I would definitely have died at the hands of that crazy woman Xiao Wushuang. But the flesh of a level 12 martial artist is definitely more delicious than that of a level 4 martial artist. I should have acted sooner. Wu Yaozu's speed was incredibly fast, and he quickly delved deeper into the shallow abyss. The further he went, the stronger the abyssal beasts became, and the fewer people there were around. Once he found a desolate corner, Wu Yaozu's gaze began to dull, and his pupils started to dilate. Suddenly, a hand burst out from the hole in the back of Wu Yaozu's neck, followed by a figure tearing through his skin and emerging. This Chen Mo was really damned. First, he ruined the good things in the Southeast District, and now he's stirring up anti-cult actions in the Southwest District. You just love to go against the Abyss cult, don't you? Then I'll let you enjoy yourself. Saying this, the figure slammed both hands onto the gray-white ground, and a purplish-red crack began to erupt from her palms. In 3 days, you'll be gone. Before that, let me give you a surprise. You like to provoke the blood of these little brats, right? Then I'll make sure you bleed well. As the purplish-red fissure grew thicker, faint roars echoed from the entrance of the middle abyss, 300 kilometers behind her, known as the no-return path. If a level 9 abyss beast can't kill you, then I'll let the abyss demon take action. She watched as her body began to slowly wither away, until it finally turned into a skeleton, nothing but skin and bones. The blood and flesh of a warrior, the energy of the abyss, and my master's essence, these three are enough to attract the abyss demon. I've left something good on you, the abyss demon will definitely like it. Her plan was simple. With Chen Mo's personality, he would never sit idly by if something went wrong in the abyss. Once Chen Mo entered the abyss fissure, those abyss demons would lock onto him directly, until his flesh dissolved. A mother tree of the abyss plus an abyss riot couldn't do anything to you, because there was a master and a mad old man involved.
This time, even with Xiao Wushuang, Chen Mo would undoubtedly die.
Of course, as the Archbishop of the Southwest region, Seely would not forget the old Lion King of the Mountain City Martial Academy. She had been lurking in the Mountain City Martial Academy for 6 years, parasitizing within Sun Ligua's body. This meant that the Mountain City Martial Academy had been tainted by the Abyss cult 6 years ago. That old Lion King was quite fierce before exhausting his master's essence, not weaker than the current governor of the southern island, Songbin.
However, that old man hadn't recovered in all these years, and it was unlikely he would.
For now, let's consider him a level 13 master. The only ones to worry about from the Mountain City Martial Academy were 2 master-level combatants.
The rest, including Chen Mo and his group, together wouldn't stand a chance against a single Abyss demon. Steady. Chen Mo would definitely die. Over the next 2 days, Chen Mo continued his routine, attending classes in the morning and leading a team to the Abyss Fissure in the afternoon. As long as Chen Mo was leading, at least 1,000 people would come to compete for 5 spots, making the competition extremely fierce. How's your arm?
Seeing He Miao walk over with Ma Wanglin, Chen Mo stepped forward to ask. He Miao's arm injury wasn't serious, so she didn't waste mental energy on healing, she just had it treated simply at the hospital.
It's all better now, I can move normally. He Miao smiled. She had made the news recently due to the incident at the Global Center.
Her parents called her that day, first worried, then praising her profusely. He Miao had 2 siblings, but only she possessed mental energy, the others were merely level 2 warriors, making her the only one in the family who could be considered extraordinary. For years, she had been studying at the Mental Energy Research Center in Demon City, and her parents had no understanding of mental energy at all. It wasn't until the recent major event that they realized their daughter could stand on her own. Be careful this time, your body isn't much sturdier than an ordinary person's. You need to prioritize protecting yourself. Chen Mo ruffled He Miao's hair, and she puffed up her cheeks in protest. Ever since he saw Ma Wanglin patting He Miao's head last time, Chen Mo had been curious about how it felt. Today, he finally understood why Ma Wanglin loved to touch He Miao's little head so much. The texture was quite nice, even better than that of the golden retriever.
Warm and fluffy. Let's go, this is our last time leading a team into the Abyss. The day after tomorrow, we have the assessment. If we pass, we can return to the Master Academy. If we fail, we'll continue to be brainwashed by this demonic sound. As Chen Mo spoke, he glanced at Gu Feng, who also wanted to pat He Miao's head. Chapter 189, Low Profile? I've never been low profile. Chapter 189, Low Profile? I've never been low profile.
Just as Chen Mo led the team into the Abyss, all 13 masters of the Great Xia Master Academy gathered in the dean's office.
How should I put it?
I think it's most suitable to leave this matter to Feng Bian and the others. These kids are just the right age, and they have plenty of practical experience.
Winning the championship won't be a problem.
Xiao Lin sat in a wooden armchair, holding a steaming cup of hot tea. Forget it, they're all at a critical stage of their breakthroughs. Letting them go out to busy themselves at this time will only delay things.
Shuela shook his head. Participating in a small world youth martial arts competition shouldn't hinder those kids' training. Just pick a few who are relatively free to handle it. Your attitude is unacceptable, Shuelu.
Gunlian, whose drooping eyelids suddenly opened wide, and his sharp gaze pierced Shueli's skin.
Could it be that this old man has touched the 3 life gates?
Shuela broke into a cold sweat. He could feel that Gunlian, whose current aura was far beyond that of an ordinary master. This time, the higher-ups have entrusted us with this excellent opportunity to give a push to the Great Xia Master Academy.
It's a perfect chance to make a name for ourselves and bring the previously unknown Great Xia Master Academy into the public eye. But isn't it bad to delay the kids' training? Shuela frowned and said.
To him, nothing was more important than the kids' training. So, my plan is to send the youngest and most free kids. Gunlian, who twirled his beard, it was obvious who he meant by the most free kids.
They're only 18, facing opponents who are in their 20s or even 30s. Their combat experience is lacking. This matter is absolutely unacceptable.
Chen Mo and the others have the strongest talent since the establishment of the Great Xia Master Academy. They must not be allowed to leave Great Xia.
Who knows if those foreign devils will resort to underhanded tactics. Protecting their safety is more important than anything.
Shuela slammed the table, glaring at Niu Yan and locking eyes with Gunlianhu.
He,
young Shui, you're still too young.
Gunlianhu shook his head and chuckled. You haven't been keeping up with what's been happening with Chen Mo and the others lately, have you?
That kid single-handedly killed a 9th-level ghost armored beast.
Do you think anyone under 30 besides those kids from the Great Xia Master Academy could defeat them? Besides, this time I'm personally leading the team. Let's see who dares to pull any tricks. If there really are any fools, let them meet my earth-splitting golden hammer. As he spoke, an unparalleled powerful aura erupted from Gung Lianhu, and everyone present showed a hint of surprise. Old Gung, have you seen the 3 life gates? Su Qing covered her mouth in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. Of course. Otherwise, do you really think I've lived all these years for nothing? Gung Lianhu smirked. If he remained a 13th level master for his entire life, what was the point of his existence?
A martial artist must grow stronger, always growing stronger.
I understand now, let's vote.
Su Qing took a deep breath and raised her hand solemnly. A master is a 12th level martial artist who achieves the unification of the 3 cores and condenses their own life core, marking a significant transformation in their life level. In the eyes of this group, becoming a master is not difficult, the challenge lies beyond that.
Finding one's own 3 life gates and completing the final transformation.
I agree with Elder Gung leading the team. Shuela had nothing more to say. With Gung Lianhu around, Chen Mo and the others' safety was absolutely guaranteed.
I agree. Agreed.
As expected, all 12 masters, except for Gung Lianhu himself, agreed to the proposal. Alright, since everyone agrees, I'll go to Mountain City today to see how those kids are doing. Gung Lianhu nodded in satisfaction. He had thought he would need to fight, but it turned out to be so easy. After the meeting, Su Chung walked over to Gung Lianhu and whispered something. Old Gung, by the way, go check on the stone lion. That old fellow hasn't refined his master source for so many years. I'm worried he might have some health issues.
Don't worry, that old thing won't die.
I estimate that Chen Mo's little brats have probably already met him. Gung Lianhu waved his hand. The stone lion was from the same era as them, and if he hadn't died, the stone lion wouldn't either. Yeah, he probably still needs to wrestle a bit, pretending to give them some treasures before tossing them out of the yard.
That old fellow has only this little bit of wicked fun. Alright, be low-key when you go, don't let everyone know.
Su Qing still held onto her old belief, thinking that being low-key was the best choice. Little did she know, in this era, being low-key would only lead to being underestimated. Only absolute strength and absolute flamboyance were the main themes.
Of course, I'll definitely be low-key.
Gung Lianhu grinned, his energy condensing beneath his feet, and with a loud bang, he disappeared into the sky. The speed of a master unleashing their full power was quite fast. It took just over an hour to travel from the peak of Kunlun Mountain to the Mountain City Martial Academy.
An hour to cover 1,700 kilometers. That's why Shuela warned Chen Mo not to be overly confident in his speed. Mountain City Martial Academy, Cemetery.
Shi Jinshi, also known as Principal Shi, was sitting at the lowest point of the cemetery, gazing up at the little lion sleeping before him. Children, I am 125 years old this year. I didn't let them throw a big celebration for me. Just a simple meal of marinated meat and white wine will do. This cup is first for you. Without you, it would have been impossible for me to suppress the abyssal rift in Mountain City. I was too impulsive back then, always thinking about suppressing the abyssal rift, which led to your sacrifices.
Don't worry, your descendants are just like you. No matter what difficulties they face, they still have their own passion.
When the time is right, I will reclaim the position of the head lion and restore the glory of the Mountain City Martial Academy.
After all, I can't let those little brats from the Master Academy take all the spotlight.
Shi Jinshi muttered to himself, as the cold wind unique to Mountain City autumn rustled through the half-yellow leaves. After a hearty meal and drink, the tipsy Shi Jinshi left the cemetery with a wine barrel. His 125th birthday celebration was over. He didn't have the face to hold a grand celebration. The abyss had not been completely suppressed, and there was even a tendency for a counterattack.
He wasn't qualified to hold a birthday banquet. Only when the abyss was completely suppressed could Shi Jinshi. What noise? Shi Jinshi's ears perked up. He seemed to hear a somewhat familiar low growl. Abyssal Demon. Chapter 190. Abyssal Demon. Chapter 190. Abyssal Demon.
I knew it. Recklessly moving against these cult brats would definitely lead to a counterattack. Shi Jinshi sighed, lightly brushing his chest with his palm.
But so what?
It's just the last struggle of prey before death. In the Mountain City Abyssal Rift, 5 oddly shaped giants, exuding terrifying pressure, crawled out from the path of no return.
Many weaker martial artists fainted at the sight of these abyssal demons, and some never got back up.
The targets of these abyssal demons were exceptionally clear. Chen Mo, located in the shallow level 6 area of the abyss. However, at this moment, Chen Mo was unaware that he had already been marked. He was holding the head of a level 6 abyss beast, explaining the hunting details to the students of the Mountain City Martial Academy. You need to pay attention, the vitality of abyss beasts is incredibly strong.
Don't view them as mere prey. Even if their arteries are cut, these creatures can still survive for more than 3 days. Only by twisting off their heads can you completely kill them. But it's not all like that. For some abyss beasts, even if you twist off their heads, you still can't kill them.
At this moment, we need to be cautious. Finding the weakness of the Abyss Beast is of utmost importance. Of course, if you can smash the Abyss Beast into pulp with a single punch like I can, then these matters can be disregarded.
Just as Chen Mo was getting into the swing of things, the terrifying pressure from the Abyss Demon finally reached them.
The two weaker warriors in the team rolled their eyes and fainted, not even sensing the horror of the Abyss Demon.
What is that thing?
Chen Mo pulled out the head of a level 6 Abyss Beast and frowned at the source of the pressure.
He Miao. Ma Wanlin rushed to embrace the fainted He Miao, while Gu Feng and Yang Zhua also sensed something was off.
The four of them turned around simultaneously and saw the distorted giant less than 100 kilometers away from them.
Damn! The Abyss Demon!
Gu Feng, who had been struggling to think due to his review, instantly sobered up. He let out a roar, hoisted the two unconscious warriors, and turned to run.
Don't just stand there. Run!
That's the Abyss Demon, a monster even more terrifying than the Abyss Fiend.
I can see that. Chen Mo's pupils constricted as he grabbed the fainted He Miao and sprinted away.
He had just glanced at the basic data of the Abyss Demon. Even the weakest one had a health value of 3 billion, and its defense was over 100 million. Its attack power was frighteningly high. In simple terms, just touching it would mean death.
Fortunately, the Abyss Demons were not very fast. They moved clumsily, occasionally letting out low roars that made one dizzy.
These Abyss Demons were extremely massive, each at least 100 meters tall, with long arms that could drag on the ground.
What a stroke of bad luck! Why does trouble follow me everywhere? Chen Mo gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath.
The South Island Abyss encountered the Abyss Mother Tree, and now the Mountain City Abyss faced an even more terrifying Abyss Demon. Aside from the deep abyss on Kunlun Mountain, wherever he stayed for a long time, trouble was sure to arise.
I can't be the type to be born with bad luck, can I? Looking back at those Abyss Demons, Chen Mo could only sigh.
Opponents of this level were beyond his capability to handle. He could only wait for Qiu Wushuang to arrive. Or perhaps a powerful master would descend from the sky and take out those Abyss Demons in an instant.
By the way, system, can awe-inspiring target those Abyss Demons?
Chen Mo suddenly remembered that he seemed to have the power to fight, but it was just that one time.
Abyss Demon determination. Abyss Demon is a selectable target. Awe-inspiring can be released. Gulp.
Chen Mo swallowed hard, wishing he had the passive abilities of Thresh or Belvath right now. Not to mention, there were hundreds of thousands of Abyss Beasts charging towards him alongside the Abyss Demons. One awe-inspiring would boost his defense and attack speed by hundreds of thousands.
Tisk, save up some money, and come back for a 10-pull. Chen Mo sighed, feeling heartbroken over missing such a good opportunity.
Inside the Mountain City Fortress, the only garrison commander stood on the city wall, looking gravely at the distant Abyss Demon.
When will Governor Qiu arrive?
The garrison commander estimated the time. It had just been a minute since he called for help, and he was already under immense pressure. Commander Su, if you ask me, those Abyss Demons won't arrive for a while. We should deal with those accompanying Abyss Beasts first. The deputy beside the garrison commander frowned, calling for the warriors inside the fortress to gather on the city wall. I know, the use of the Abyss steel-bed crossbow is authorized. Prepare to engage immediately. Within the Abyss Rift, aside from blood and energy particles that could serve as energy sources, all other energy was ineffective. Thus, humanity had also developed its own long-range weapons. That was the crossbow powered by the martial artist's vital energy, its power rivaling that of a rocket. Moreover, this crossbow had no requirements for the user's realm. As long as there was vital energy to provide, it could be used. Soon, rows of crossbows were pushed forward. Every time I see such a scene, it feels like a spectacle. Many older martial artists sighed upon witnessing this. Outside, skyscrapers stood tall, while within the abyssal rift, a city defense battle unfolded as in ancient times. Aside from cold weapons, there were only bows and crossbows. Even the most primitive fire attacks could not be used. Take your positions. Prepare to launch. With the command of the garrison commander, all the martial artists in the mountain city's abyssal rift consciously ascended the city walls, infusing their vital energy into the abyssal steel crossbow bolts. Crossbow no. 1 fully charged. Crossbow no. 2. One by one, the crossbows were charged, and the bolts emitted a bright red glow. Launch! Boom, 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 boom. The abyssal steel bolts infused with vital energy were no less powerful than rockets, and in fact, were significantly stronger. Abyssal beasts below level 5 were turned to mush under the onslaught of the bolts, and the offensive of the abyssal beasts visibly weakened. Prepare for the next round. Unlike the abyssal mother tree, which could produce powerful abyssal beasts, the abyssal lords only attracted a large number of abyssal beasts to follow them. The strongest abyssal beasts in the shallow abyss were only around level 7 or 8. In reality, the greatest threat still came from those 5 abyssal lords, but all they could do was try to block those abyssal beasts. while the Abyssal Lords had to be dealt with by masters of the same level.
Chapter 191, Run when you receive the signal. Chapter 191, Run when you receive the signal. Even with the assistance of the abyssal steel crossbows, it was still impossible to completely stop the advance of those abyssal beasts. The garrison commander tightened his grip on the tang knife at his waist, ready for close combat. As the commander of this fortress, he absolutely could not allow it to fall before his death. Behind him were millions of citizens of the mountain city. If the abyss was breached, those millions would. Everyone, the crossbow bolts have been exhausted, prepare for a fight to the death. The garrison commander's expression gradually calmed, and the surrounding martial artists drew their weapons. With the protection of the city walls, we can hold out until Governor Cho arrives, but sacrifices are inevitable. Rest assured, the martial artists who die here will be recorded, and your families will receive the highest level of care. Suddenly, a level 4 martial artist stepped forward and pounded his chest twice. Great Xiao warriors, no cowards. I am from the mountain city, my wife and children are in the mountain city. You Su Yawu can talk all you want, but I won't run. Exactly, let's just fight. What's there to be afraid of? The martial artists cheered upon hearing this, and Su Yawu laughed as well. Were these martial artists strong? Compared to ordinary people, they were superhumans, incredibly powerful warriors. Compared to those abyssal beasts, they were incredibly weak, yet not a single one of these weak martial artists was a coward. Or rather, the Great Xiao warriors had become accustomed to sacrifice. Great Xiao would take good care of their families, which made them fearless. The students of the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, who had originally been hiding below the city walls, were now stirred with bloodlust, drawing their weapons and preparing to ascend the walls to fight. Stay put, your future will surely be better than ours. A social martial artist held back the eager Lu Xiong, gritting his teeth as he spoke. We old folks aren't dead yet, there's no need for you kids to go up. Saying this, the level 3 social martial artist climbed the city wall and took down the longbow from his back. With the last social martial artist and the military martial artists defending the abyss climbing the walls, the brutal city defense battle officially began. Even with the city walls to fend off the attacks of the abyss beasts, death remained inevitable. A level 5 abyss beast charged up the city wall, swatting a level 3 warrior to death with a single claw. The shattered body of the level 3 warrior fell from the wall, and the level 5 abyss beast lunged for its next target. Bang! Lu Xiong looked at the corpse that lay before him, eyes wide open in death. The face seemed somewhat familiar. Is this the warrior who provoked us that day? Lu Yeqing was also among the group, but she was too weak to do anything. Yes, it is him. Lu Xiong felt a surge of anger rising within him, though he couldn't quite understand the emotion. After closing the corpse's eyes, he drew his long knife and resolutely headed toward the city wall. I won't hide any longer. Thunder crackled around Lu Xiong's abyss steel gauntlets, his blood and energy surging as he shouted and charged forward. Kill! Lu Xiong's own strength was not weak. Killing a level 5 abyss beast one-on-one was not difficult. His fists struck like hammers, landing a blow on the neck of the level 5 abyss beast. The beast let out a wail and fell from the wall, quickly being engulfed by other abyss beasts. You! The warrior blocking Lu Xiong was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Alright, now that's a man. No need for you to say that. Lu Xiong swung his fists, and the previously tense situation eased slightly. The other students from the Mountain City Martial Academy looked at Lu Xiong's back and stood up, drawing their weapons. They were students, yes, but they were also warriors. Why should the older generation of warriors fight in front while they hid behind? Stay with the group, and don't break formation. Su Yawu glanced at the students from the Mountain City Martial Academy who had caught up, saying nothing more than to remind them not to disrupt the current formation. Over the past month, he had watched more and more students from the Mountain City Martial Academy enter the Abyss Rift for training. The changes in the students were evident. Few still called the Mountain City Martial Academy students weaklings. Governor, hurry up. There's still support from the Mountain City Martial Academy. However, even with the assistance of these students, it was merely a drop in the bucket against the countless abyss beasts. Only the arrival of truly decisive strong warriors could end the current crisis. With a sudden stop, Chun Mo and the others halted in a clearing. It's over, the fortress is under siege, Gufeng said, his face pale. Behind them were the abyss demons, and in front were countless abyss beasts. This situation could only be described as a dead end, right? Fortunately, there was a gap between the swarm of abyss beasts and the abyss demons, allowing Chen Mo and the others to hide for a while. But hiding was not a long-term solution. If they didn't think of a way out quickly, they would eventually be swallowed by the horde of abyss beasts or crushed into pulp by the abyss demons. Yang Zhua, carry them. Chen Mo frowned. It seemed he had no choice but to use it. He entrusted the students from the Mountain City Martial Academy to Yang Zhua,
whose external incarnation could carry all of them without slowing down.
Chen Mo turned to Gu Feng. Gu Feng, you take everyone and hide well. When you see my signal, rush into the fortress. What signal?
Before Gu Feng could finish his question, Chen Mo had already charged toward the abyss demons.
At least tell me what the signal is. How will we know when to run otherwise? Ugh! The abyss demons sensed the delightful aroma rushing toward them and let out excited growls.
Damn it, I need to think about how to explain this later. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, locking onto the level 5 abyss demon with 55 billion health points. As for how to explain later how he lifted a 100-meter-tall abyssal demon, it would depend on the imagination of those researchers, or whether Chu Tianhua's imagination was big enough.
If their imagination was sufficient, he wouldn't need to explain himself. If all else fails, then we'll talk about it later. Just do it.
Chen Mo instantly activated Perfect Steel Blood and Perfect Steel Skin Ghost Armor, transforming into a humanoid beast as he charged towards the abyssal demon. At this moment, Chen Mo's speed had reached 330 km per hour, and with his extremely high defense, any abyssal beast that collided with him would be smashed to pieces. Su Yawu on the city wall also noticed Chen Mo, who was running wildly in the opposite direction, and many martial artists and students also took note of him.
What is that, a humanoid abyssal beast? Su Yawu was sweating coldly. It was his first time, no, it should be the first time in history, seeing a humanoid abyssal beast. The black armor was clearly from the ghost armor beast. Could it be that the ghost armor beast had become sentient? But the next moment, what happened once again refreshed Su Yawu's worldview. Chapter 192, The Official Who Was Killed in One Strike. Chapter 192, The Official Who Was Killed in One Strike. He heard the humanoid abyssal beast let out a furious roar, and then the abyssal demon, which was dozens of kilometers away, flew into the air. Smash it for me! Chen Mo's veins bulged as he finally understood what the system meant by body load. The moment he targeted that 5 billion abyssal demon, his entire life force began to plummet rapidly. His body started to collapse, the ghost armor shattered with cracks, and blood sprayed from his 7 orifices like a water gun. Even one eyeball flew out. Yet, even as his body was collapsing, he still held onto the 100-meter-tall abyssal demon and flew up. At this moment, Gu Feng also understood what Chen Mo meant by signal, but this signal was just too damn terrifying. What kind of good person can carry an abyssal demon like a crow on a plane? Surprised as he was, Gu Feng still reacted immediately, rushing towards the fortress with a few others. Su Yawu also saw Gu Feng and the others rushing madly and immediately sent people to clear a relatively clean section of the city wall. After tracing a beautiful arc, the captured abyssal demon finally landed. The moment it hit the ground, the demon's head was smashed into the earth, and the destructive shockwave began to spread outward. The hard gray-white ground exploded, appearing from a distance as if a stone had been thrown into a calm water surface. The gray-white ground rippled with waves of death, causing 2,102,453,631 points of area damage. Roar! The abyssal demon let out a piercing scream of pain, and any abyssal beast within the skill range was turned into blood mist by this strike. Damn it, Su Yoxiong could no longer care about Gu Feng and the others who had just climbed up. It was the first time in his life he had seen such a scene. Hundreds of thousands of abyssal beasts vanished in an instant, leaving only the stench of blood lingering around the fortress. At this moment, Chen Mo was not feeling well either. His life force was down to 3 million, having just lost 7 million life force from that blow. No wonder the cooldown is so short. If all the opponents are like this, I'll be dead after using it a second time. But that was a full 2.1 billion damage, and that was after deducting the abyssal demon's defense, which was in the 9-digit range. Truly, all beings are equal, even a master would be hit by this flying throw. Hurry up and retreat, it will be troublesome once the abyssal demon reacts. Chen Mo was not planning to trigger the last reserve yet. Such a treasure should be saved for after reaching level 13. The shattered ghost armor peeled away from his body, revealing Chen Mo's blood-soaked face. Dragging his leg, which was left with only a golden bone, Chen Mo still burst forth with a speed of 330 kilometers. After this breathtaking moment, the originally tense battlefield instantly calmed down. The vast abyssal beasts vanished, leaving only a few small cats near the city walls. Along with that, there were 5 severely injured abyssal demons. Indeed, those abyssal demons were also gravely wounded from the 2 billion explosion damage, especially their already clumsy legs. At this moment, aside from the abyssal demon whose head was still stuck in the ground, the rest were kneeling on the ground. Put! The priestess, who was parasitizing the abyssal demon's body, spat out a mouthful of blood, her body sliding out of the abyssal demon like a noodle. Why? As the Archbishop of the Southwest Diocese of the Abyssal Church, the priestess herself was a 13th level master.
However, she practiced a technique that allowed her to shrink her bones, along with some minor mutations, which granted her the ability to parasitize other beings. This resulted in her combat power being weak, and her life force not very high, only around 13 billion. Logically, even if the abyssal demon died, she shouldn't have been injured, but that last blow shattered all her meridians. The master source in her dantian was leaking continuously, and the life core wrapped in the master source was also exposed. The void life core now had cracks appearing, just a step away from collapse. Impossible, isn't he a 6th level warrior? Why? How could I die here? The light in the priestess's pupils gradually faded, and her body completely lost its warmth. The dignified archbishop of the Southwest Diocese, a formidable master skilled in bone-shrinking techniques and parasitism, was killed in one strike by Chen Mo, a mere 6th level warrior. The priestess, dead. Is Chen Mo really that fierce? Goofing, panting heavily, wiped his sweat, unsure if it was from exhaustion or shock from the earlier scene. With those 2 moves, even his grandfather probably couldn't do it, right? I don't know. Yang Zuo was already feeling a bit desperate. He had planned to defeat Chen Mo after becoming stronger, but given the current situation, he might be directly smashed to death by Chen Mo's throw. Is that Chen Mo? A social warrior with a broken arm approached, looking bewildered. Yeah, what else would it be? Goofling glanced at him, then got up, grabbing a long stick and climbing onto the city wall. He looked a bit disheveled but was uninjured and could continue fighting. After settling a few unconscious people, Yang Zuo also climbed up the city wall, followed closely by Ma Wanlin. As for Chen Mo, no one cared about him. How could a person capable of lifting an abyssal demon for a throw possibly get into trouble? A few minutes later, Chen Mo, with only one leg left, successfully climbed onto the city wall. Damn it, Chen Mo lay on the ground, gasping for air, his injuries visibly healing at a rapid pace. At this point, he had returned to human form, his mangled body shocking to behold. Seeing everyone gather around as if wanting to ask something, Chen Mo took the initiative. Shut up, don't ask. Whoever asks, I'll hit. What, are you going to hit me too? Suddenly, a robust figure appeared above Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked up and saw the unscrupulous old lion, Shi Jinshi. Not daring to, but Principal Shi, could you step aside? I need to breathe some fresh air. Chen Mo forced a smile. He didn't dare gamble on whether this old guy would take advantage of the moment to hit him. Chapter 193, 1/to kill. Chapter 193, 1/to kill. You have many secrets on you, but that has nothing to do with me. As long as you remain loyal to the human race, those secrets are nothing. If anything happens, I will help you block it. Just if one day you betray the human race, I might just take matters into my own hands. Although Principal Shi spoke with a smile, the pressure he brought to Chen Mo was immense. You might be wondering why an old man who has exhausted his master's essence would come here. Shi Jinshi pressed his palm against his chest, and a drop of golden liquid appeared in his palm. Open your mouth, I'll help you heal. What's this? Chen Mo looked up at the drop of golden liquid in Shi Jinshi's palm, asking curiously. Just eat it, do you think I would harm you? Shi Jinshi rolled his eyes. He couldn't very well say that he was using his master's essence to heal him, could he? Oh. Chen Mo obediently opened his mouth, and the drop of golden liquid fell inside. Instantly, a gentle yet powerful energy flowed through Chen Mo's body, rapidly repairing his injuries. Just lie still, leave the rest to me. Seeing Chen Mo's injuries beginning to heal quickly, Shi Jinshi nodded in satisfaction. Principal Shi, that's a 13th level abyssal demon, you. Lu Yun, who had come along, hesitated. The old principal was at most a 12th level. Facing an abyssal demon was practically asking for death. Shi Jinshi said nothing but turned to glance at the injured students and martial artists, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You little brats, you don't think a little bit of hardship can take me down, do you? It's just a 13th level abyssal demon, even at 12th level, I can slay them. Not to mention, I haven't been idle these past 10 years. With that, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Shi Jinshi, and a golden Tang Hengdao appeared out of thin air. The fierce slashing golden lion blade? As the guardian of the abyssal rift in Shanchang, Su Yawu naturally recognized this renowned weapon. Why is Shi Jinshi ranked among the hundreds of masters in the Great Xia? Besides his terrifying strength, there's also this master's life weapon. Using his own life core as the foundation, supplemented with materials and life cores from master-level abyssal beasts, he ultimately forged such a powerful weapon. Although a master's life weapon greatly enhances their strength, if the weapon shatters, it can lead to a drop in the master's realm, and in severe cases, it could even result in their demise. Thus, very few masters would choose to do this. Only the most ferocious outlaws would make such a choice. Coincidentally, Shi Jinshi was such an outlaw. Wait,
Wasn't the fierce slashing golden lion blade black before?
Lu Yun, who had seen Shi Jinshi's master's life weapon, recalled that the Tang Hengdao was black before. Why had it turned golden now? Moreover, this gold was identical to the color of the master's essence.
Have you ever heard of a secret technique?
Shi Jinshi was very pleased with the crowd's reaction and turned to look at the astonished faces.
Sword nurturing technique.
I, Shi Jinshi, have created my own school, nurturing the master's life weapon with the master's essence, ultimately achieving the master-level sword nurturing technique. I originally wanted to find a 14th level king body abyssal warrior to test its power, but unfortunately, I have to use it now.
The crowd was taken aback. All this time, this old man hadn't restored his master's strength but was researching these things? Wasn't that putting the cart before the horse?
Don't worry, dealing with these abyssal demons doesn't require me to exhaust the master's essence used in the sword nurturing technique. At most, I'll just use up the accumulated momentum. Then we'll see if nurturing the sword will be faster after I restore my master's strength.
Shi Jinshi grasped the golden Tang Hengdao floating before him. No, it was the fierce slashing golden lion blade. Old buddy, don't embarrass me.
Shi Jinshi lovingly caressed the Tang Hengdao in his hand, drawing it from its sheath. The moment Tang Hengdao was drawn from its sheath, everyone felt the surrounding light dim, the sharp blade's pressure making it impossible for Chen Mo to even breathe.
You little brats with knives, pay attention to this old man. I don't expect you to grasp everything about this old man's blade, just understanding 1/10,000th is enough for you to reach the 4th rank. Fiery slash blade technique, severing heaven and earth. Swish! With this slash, the world lost its color. Everything around turned gray-white under the strike, and Chen Mo even felt as if time had stopped flowing. In the suspended time, only that golden blade aura shattered everything. Huff, Shi Jinshi exhaled, sheathing the fiery slash golden lion blade once more. It's over. As Shi Jinshi spoke these words, time began to flow again.
The abyssal demons that were about to rise froze in place, as if they had been immobilized.
Is it over?
Gu Feng was drenched in cold sweat. This Shi Jinshi seemed capable of slicing his old man into sashimi. The gold on the fiery slash golden lion blade quickly faded, ultimately returning to the pure black Tang Hengdao.
Shi Jinshi's aura surged back to the 13th rank master level the moment the blade turned black.
Of course, just a few abyssal demons, and you little brats are scared like this. Shi Jinshi snorted with great authority, sitting cross-legged on the city wall.
Look! Following the direction of Shi Jinshi's finger, everyone's gaze fell upon the few abyssal demons. Just as everyone was still puzzled, those abyssal demons' bodies split in half, ultimately falling to the ground and turning into purple-red, foul-smelling sludge. The method to kill abyssal demons is very simple. Find their life core and sever it with a single slash.
The only difficulty is finding the life core, everything else is very simple. Chen Mo looked at Shi Jinshi with a strange expression, feeling as if this old man was showing off. And doing it quite successfully.
You old fool are showing off again, huh?
Qiu Wushuang suddenly appeared beside Shi Jinshi, looking at him with some disdain.
So what? I've been holding it in for so many years, can't I enjoy myself a bit? Shi Jinshi glanced at Qiu Wushuang, not saying much.
If it weren't for him just regaining his master level and having exhausted the blade's momentum, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of this woman.
Definitely.
Stop whining like a woman, it's not over yet, here they come. Qiu Wushuang drew her long sword from her waist, looking towards the path of no return 1,000 miles away.
Really, why is it still not over?
Shi Jinshi sighed helplessly. These newly emerged abyssal demons were making it hard for him to show off. You just regained your master level, you should focus on recuperation.
Leave them to me. A bunch of brainless monsters aren't a big deal.
As Qiu Wushuang spoke, she lifted her foot, ready to engage the enemy. Chapter 194, the sense of security brought by top experts. Suddenly, a violent wave came from the crack entrance behind everyone.
Where's Chen Mo? How come there's not a single mentor at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy?
Gung Lianhu shouted as he charged into the abyssal crack, leaving everyone looking bewildered at him.
I said, how could such a large martial arts academy have no one? Have you all been playing mahjong here all day? Gung Lianhu grinned, landing directly beside Chen Mo. Oh, kid, why are you looking so miserable? Did that old stone lion bully you? Can you be more mindful of the occasion when you speak? Can't you see so many students and mentors here? Give me some face.
Shi Jinshi sighed, looking at Gung Lianhu with a somewhat complicated expression.
You mind your own business. I'm just here to see if Chen Mo and the others passed their assessment. If they did, I'll take them back.
Gung Lianhu didn't care about much. He was inherently a reckless person, just having restrained himself a bit at the Great Xia Master Academy.
By the way, Chen Mo, what is this sticky thing in your hair?
Walking over to Chen Mo, Gung Lianhu plucked a purplish red hair from Chen Mo's head. The three masters gathered around, observing the fine strand atop Chen Mo's head.
This seems to be hair from a female abyssal demon? Hearing this, Chen Mo felt numb. What do you mean by hair? Alright, it has nothing to do with you. I have a rough idea of what's going on.
After regaining his master-level abilities, Jin's senses returned to their previous state. He scanned the surrounding mentors and students, then glanced at the distant positions of the abyssal demons, letting out a sigh of regret.
Wu Yaozu was really unfortunate to have encountered the ceremonial officer.
Speaking of which, I haven't managed the Mountain City Martial Academy for just a few years. How did a cult even get mixed in?
Cult? The mentors were taken aback. When did a cult appear in their martial academy? Forget it, this can't be blamed on you. The methods of that ceremonial officer are beyond your understanding.
Jin waved his hand. This matter ultimately was still his problem.
The only difficulty now was how to deal with the unfortunate Wu Yaozu. Wu Xuan, silly old tiger, let's resolve this matter.
Jin stood up and drew the fierce slashing golden lion blade once more.
Humph, just a few abyssal demons, I'm enough on my own.
Gung Lianhu snorted, and a pair of blood-red golden hammers appeared in his hands. Indeed, Gung Lianhu had also forged his life core into a master-level weapon. This old fellow was one of the notorious outlaws among the masters.
Songbin had to lean back a bit.
You guys hurry up and get out, I can't be bothered with so much. It was clear that Gung Lianhu was a bit excited. He hadn't had such a good opportunity to practice at the Great Xia Master Academy before.
And you, the garrison officer, take everyone and retreat. The rest is up to me.
Old Lady Cho, you take the stone lion and get lost. You will only hinder my performance here.
Gung Lianhu cracked his neck, and a void portal appeared behind him. Life Gate. Others might not understand, but how could Shou Wuxuan and Jin not know?
Once that ethereal life gate solidified, it meant that a master had successfully found their life gate and stepped into the 14th level.
Let's go, we shouldn't be in the way. Shou Wuxuan led everyone to leave the abyssal rift immediately.
Silly old tiger was right, he could indeed handle those 13th level abyssal demons alone.
Or rather, those 13th level abyssal demons were merely his toys.
Back at the Mountain City Martial Academy, this massive crisis was thus declared over. For the first time, Chen Mo truly understood the sense of security brought by a top-tier powerhouse. Previously, he had only thought of Gung Lianhu as a disheveled old man, but after this, it seemed that this old man was quite formidable. Even Shou Wuxuan didn't dare to refute his words.
Chen Mo, are you alright?
At this moment, Gu Feng approached, looking Chen Mo up and down, noting that there were hardly any good patches of flesh on him.
What could possibly be wrong? I think the one with the problem now is you.
Chen Mo glanced at Gu Feng, sensing that this guy's brain seemed to have been formatted.
What could be wrong with me?
I haven't done anything except run a few steps.
Gu Feng was puzzled as to why Chen Mo thought he had a problem. Do you still remember the knowledge points you recited last night? What knowledge points?
Gu Feng scratched his head, his eyes filled with confusion.
Sigh, I knew it. Chen Mo shook his head and patted Gu Feng's shoulder. Do your best, I hope you won't be left here all alone. Knowledge point, Gu Feng jolted, he had forgotten all the knowledge points he memorized last night. I'm doomed. Keep it up. Yang Zhua patted Gu Feng's shoulder, following behind Chen Mo, intending to comprehend the divine powers. Don't embarrass the Daxia Master Academy. Ma Wanlin, carrying the unconscious He Miao, nodded at Gu Feng.
Gu Feng's expression was blank. The assessment officially started at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. It was now 7 in the evening, which meant he had 14 hours left.
Damn it, I'll give it my all. If Chen Mo and the others passed the assessment and he was left alone in the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, he would be utterly humiliated.
As night fell, Chen Mo, who had fully recovered, got out of bed. He glanced at Gu Feng, who was reviewing, and then at Yang Zhua, who was comprehending the divine powers, before leaving the dormitory. Previously, Shou Wuxuan had mentioned that soaking in energy liquid might help to materialize the steel marrow energy, so Chen Mo planned to give it a try. He was about to return to the Master Academy and wanted to test if this method was effective in advance. If it really worked, he could have Dean Shui apply the Master's pressure while soaking in the energy liquid, refining the steel marrow at the same time.
Where are you going?
As soon as he stepped out of the dormitory building, Chen Mo ran into Gung Lianhu, Shou Wuxuan, and Jin, 3 masters. I can't sleep, just taking a stroll.
Chen Mo smiled. He couldn't exactly say he had so much energy liquid that he could take a bath in it, could he? Chapter 195, The True Use of Mental Power. Gung Lianhu squinted, sizing Chen Mo up. Are you hiding something from us? I always feel like you're being sneaky. I warn you, you can't go into the Abyss Rift right now. Hearing Gung Lianhu's first sentence, Chen Mo felt a chill run down his spine, but then he relaxed. How could that be? I'm just out for some fresh air. Why would I go to the Abyss Rift? There's an assessment tomorrow. I'll just get some air and then head back to rest. Dean Gung, Governor Chiu, Principal Sure, good night, I'm off.
After saying that, Chen Mo tried to slip away, but Gung Lianhu grabbed him by the collar.
Did I say you could leave?
Since you're here, just right, come with us to the research center.
I heard from Sure Lion that you threw a flying tackle at the Abyss Demon, right?
Gung Lianhu grinned. He was quite curious about this matter. If it weren't for the assessment tomorrow, he would have dragged Chen Mo up to ask him about it tonight. Now, this kid wasn't sleeping and had come right to him. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Chen Mo's gaze flickered. He could only hope that Chu Tianhua would provide a reasonable explanation. It would be best if he could come up with something outrageous to fool these masters. At the Mountain City Research Center, Chu Tianhua, who was struggling with how to replicate the internal structure of the energy battery, was pushed out by someone.
Why are you bothering me in the middle of the night?
Chu Tianhua was somewhat displeased. He always felt that the structure of the energy battery wasn't complicated, yet he just couldn't replicate it.
Once they could replicate it, they would have many more methods to deal with the abyss. This kid has done something earth-shattering. Gung Lianhu sat Chen Mo down on the sofa, patting his back to encourage him to speak.
Chen Mo remained silent. He had no idea how to explain this matter. This kid tackled the abyss demon, with power comparable to a nuclear bomb.
Put.
Chu Tianhua sprayed out a mouthful of coffee, staring blankly at Chen Mo in front of him.
You're a level 6 martial artist, right? How did you manage to withstand the abyssal demon, which starts at the 13th level master?
Not to mention how much the abyssal demon weighs, just the toxins they emit could take your life.
How did you do it?
Chu Tianhua immediately felt awake. Chen Mo's effect was better than caffeine.
Next time I'm tired, I'll call this kid to perk me up. I don't know either.
I was pushed to my limits, and it seemed like my mental power underwent some kind of mutation. But when I tried later, I found my mental power returned to normal.
It seems like it needs some kind of condition to trigger? Mental power. It's actually a mutation of mental power.
Chu Tianhua's previously puzzled expression became clear. Chen Mo's words seemed to open a new perspective for him.
Chu Qi, come here.
Hearing Chu Tianhua's call, Chu Qi walked out from a dark corner like a summoned beast. I originally planned to study this phenomenon thoroughly before publishing anything,
but I didn't expect a second case of mental power mutation to appear beside me. What?
Gung Lianhu and the others suddenly stood up. This old monkey Chu Tianhua was hiding something from them.
Relax, don't be so tense, it's not a bad thing. Chu Tianhua knew how much Gung Lianhu and Qiu Wushuan valued Chen Mo, so their reaction was normal.
If the Dasha Master Academy didn't value Chen Mo, they wouldn't have sent Gung Lianhu, a national-level human nuclear weapon, to pick him up.
Show us.
Chu Tianhua waved his hand at Chu Qi, and Chu Qi's eyes lit up with white light.
The teapot in front of Chen Mo and the others floated up, swaying in midair for 2 circles before landing back on the ground. I have always believed that mental power can not only have healing effects, and it was only when I discovered this child, Chu Qi, that I became convinced of this. To be precise, this isn't a mutation of mental power, but rather an application of it.
Using mental power through a specific method to gain some wonderful abilities. This ability can be called supernatural power or mental ability.
Currently, there is only Chu Qi as an example. Chen Mo's ability still needs further assessment.
Chu Tianhua paused and shifted his gaze to Gung Lianhu.
Old Gung, I want to discuss something with you. What good idea can you come up with, old monkey?
Gung Lianhu rolled his eyes. Once this old man started talking seriously, he was definitely brewing something bad. I can provide the Dasha Master Academy with a full year of funding, which is 300 billion.
What you need to do is very simple.
Saying this, Chu Tianhua pointed at Chen Mo, who was fiddling with the floating teapot. Just lend me this kid for a year, and I will definitely find the true method of using mental power from him.
No way. Besides, Chen Mo is in our Dasha Master Academy's property. You need to ask him directly.
Gung Lianhu shook his head. Although they valued Chen Mo, what he wanted to do or where he wanted to go was not something they could control. At most, they could advise him a bit.
How about this?
I'll provide you with unlimited training resources. Come to Magic City. Chu Tianhua knew that the best way to impress these martial artists was through unlimited resources. With unlimited resources, even the least talented individuals could make rapid progress.
Really?
Chen Mo's eyes lit up, and Gung Lianhu's heart sank a bit.
Of course, as long as you can articulate it, I can provide you with unlimited resources. Chu Tianhua was very confident about this.
In his life, he didn't have many skills, but he had money. Money so abundant that it could never be spent, enough to burn his firewood without ever running out.
I want energy liquid, 20 tons.
I'm thinking of soaking in energy liquid. Maybe it can help me turn my steel marrow into energy. Chen Mo was not polite at all and directly requested 20 tons of energy liquid.
The entire reception room fell into silence, and everyone looked at Chen Mo with puzzled expressions. Could you say that again? Chu Tianhua even doubted whether he had misheard the unit. Did he mistake 20 grams for 20 tons? What's wrong? 20 tons of energy liquid, right? Chen Mo was unsure which of his words was wrong. This stuff shouldn't be that precious, right? Not for someone like Chu Tianhua, a top-tier big shot. Silence, a deathly silence. No one spoke anymore, and only Gung Lianhu couldn't hold back his laughter after a long while. Old monkey, aren't you quite capable? Chen Mo has already put forward conditions. Why don't you agree? Ha 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 ha. Gung Lianhu thought Chen Mo was making an unreasonable demand to refuse Chu Tianhua. In fact, everyone else thought the same.
But Chen Mo genuinely believed that this condition was quite good. He could bring back a large amount after a trip to the deep abyss's Black Cloud City. If it weren't for those master-level abyss warriors returning, he wouldn't have thought of trying to take advantage of Chu Tianhua. Chapter 196, Burned Out. I'm not surprised that you refuse me, but such a clumsy reason is a bit disrespectful. Chu Tianhua shook his head and chuckled bitterly. He had only been trying to negotiate. It was good if Chen Mo agreed, but if not, there was nothing he could do. However, he never expected that Chen Mo would come up with such a reason to refuse him. It's not an excuse. I really want to soak in energy liquid for a bath, Chen Mo said anxiously. Chu Tianhua couldn't really be out of that much energy liquid, could he? Although he had 2 cubic meters and 500 kilograms of energy liquid, he couldn't ensure that this amount would allow his steel marrow to be energized. Are you serious? Gung Lianhu stopped laughing and turned to look at Chen Mo. Qiu Wuxuan, standing nearby, seemed to remember something and awkwardly turned her head away. She had only mentioned it casually back then, not expecting the kid to take it seriously. What else? This matter was told to me by Governor Qiu. Chen Mo had just spoken when Qiu Wuxuan covered his mouth. Kid, soaking in energy liquid to energize the steel marrow is only effective after the steel marrow has been refined. Soaking now would have no effect at all. Not necessarily, you can refine the steel marrow while soaking. Gung Lianhu was also unreliable, already pondering the feasibility of this matter. Alright, this farce ends here. Chu Tianhua could hardly take it anymore. The newcomer sounded as if he were serious. I just checked Chen Mo's body. There are no issues with either his mental strength or physical form. If you ever find that feeling again, feel free to use it and record that sensation. If there's nothing else, you can leave. I'm tired. Chu Tianhua waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. He was indeed tired, both mentally and physically. You said it. If anything happens, I'll come to you for treatment for Chen Mo. After hearing Chu Tianhua's response, Gung Lianhu felt relieved and took Chen Mo away from the research center. Rest well tonight. After the assessment tomorrow, bring Gu Feng and the others to the conference room. I have something important to tell you. Gung Lianhu's expression was serious, and seeing this, Chen Mo nodded obediently. Alright, go. The next day, the moment Chen Mo got out of bed, he saw Gu Feng standing straight at the door. What are you doing here? Groggy, Chen Mo sat up from bed and walked over to poke him. Don't touch me, I'm swimming in the ocean of knowledge. Gu Feng pushed Chen Mo away, staring blankly at the sky outside. Ah, I can feel it, the call from the God of Wisdom and the Star of Literature. With the blessings of the God of Wisdom and the Star of Literature, I will definitely become the king of exams. He. Did you mix up the channels? Chen Mo took a step back. Could this guy be suffering from a mental breakdown due to cramming? Is the pressure really that intense? Let's go. He recited everything he learned during this time last night. If we disturb him again, I'm afraid he'll forget. Yang Zhuo sighed helplessly, even he felt that Gu Feng was a bit off. The three quickly walked into the lecture hall together, where Ma Wanglin and He Miao were already waiting for them. Also present were Gung Lianhu and several professors, all smiling as they watched Chen Mo and the others without saying a word. After Chen Mo and the others found their seats, Professor Wei finally stood up with the exam papers. Today is the assessment day. I hope everyone can pass and return to the Great Xia Master Academy. If you fail the assessment, you will have to keep retaking it until you pass. Now, the assessment officially begins. After distributing the 4 exam papers to the 5, Gung Lianhu and the professors began monitoring the exam. At 3 in the afternoon, the assessment officially ended. Chen Mo roughly estimated his score. Passing was definitely not a problem, but the score wouldn't be very high. How did you all do? Chen Mo turned to Ma Wanglin and the others and asked. It was okay, at least passing is not a problem. Ma Wanglin nodded. As a top scorer from Xishan province, she was confident in her exam-taking abilities. I think I got one question wrong in my Abyss language. It seems I won't get a perfect score this time. He meow-sighed. As a mentalist, her memory was naturally much better than that of a martial artist, so this assessment was a piece of cake for her. Yang Zuo's expression was also relaxed, indicating that passing this assessment was completely assured. What about Gu Feng? Chen Mo scanned the room but didn't see that erratic figure. Instead, he noticed a grayish-white mass in Gu Feng's previous spot, seemingly the remnants of something that had burned out. He. The burnt-out mass suddenly laughed, startling Chen Mo, who almost punched it. I will definitely pass this assessment. I never want to take an exam again. After saying this, the last trace of color on Gu Feng completely vanished, indicating he had completely burned out. Is he sick? Ma Wanglin frowned. It was just a small assessment. Was it really necessary to be like this? You have to understand, Jingyi has never experienced this since he was young, so it's normal for him to react this way. Chen Mo sighed and patted Ma Wanglin's shoulder. The assessment results are out. Before they could leave the exam room, the professors on stage had already graded Chen Mo and the others' papers. Congratulations, all 5 of you have passed and can return to the Great Xia Master Academy. He Miao, accuracy rate 99. Ma Wanglin, accuracy rate 86. Chen Mo, accuracy rate 81. Yang Zuo, accuracy rate 80. Gu Feng, accuracy rate 60. Without exception, all 5 of them reached the passing line and successfully passed this assessment. Not bad. It seems that during this month, you not only led the Mountain City Martial Academy to a successful transformation but also didn't fall behind in your studies. And you didn't neglect your physical training either, which makes this old man very satisfied. However, Deng Lianhu glanced at the professors, who discreetly left. You all can't return to the Great Xia Master Academy just yet. There's a small task I need to assign to you. Since we've come this far, let's skip the conference room and clarify things with you right here. Chapter 197, must it be 1 through 4? Chapter 197, must it be 1 through 4? As Deng Lianhu finished speaking, Gu Feng closed his eyes in pain. He now felt that the painful tempering was surprisingly blissful, at least much happier than being in class. What the hell, I didn't tell you to attend class, this time, you are going abroad. Deng Lianhu suddenly appeared beside Gu Feng and slapped the back of his head. Don't rush to ask, let me explain slowly. You all know about the World Youth Martial Arts Championship held every 5 years, right? This time, the championship will take place in 10 days, and we should set off the day after tomorrow. To support our Daxia Master Academy stepping into the spotlight, the higher-ups specifically handed this opportunity to us. Originally, participants were supposed to be selected from various regions, but this time, the higher-ups decided to give all 4 spots to the Daxia Master Academy. I have a question. Gu Feng, just getting up from the ground, raised his hand, a bright red handprint still on the back of his head. Speak. Deng Lianhu looked at Gu Feng, curious to see what the little brat from the Gu family would say. Isn't the World Youth Championship for those aged 18 to 30? We're just 18, there should be seniors stronger than us, right? I think senior sister Diame and senior brother Julong would be very suitable. Gu Feng genuinely didn't want to join this commotion, he'd rather go back and properly temper his internal organs. They don't want to go, and you few are just idle, so it's perfect for you to take a trip. Deng Lianhu waved his hand, casually brushing off Gu Feng's question. Gu Feng didn't know what to say. The implication in Deng Lianhu's words was that this opportunity was rare. In general, the World Youth Championship will last for a while. According to the schedule, you should be able to return before the new year. Deng Lianhu, unaffected by Gu Feng's question, paused and continued. The championship is divided into team and individual competitions, with the 2 events taking place one after the other, broadcast live worldwide. There will also be real-time broadcasts in our country, and the higher-ups will pay attention to this match. Of course, you don't need to be nervous, just treat it as a training experience. Despite Deng Lianhu's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was actually sending Chen Mo and the others to make a big impression. He wasn't young anymore, but he had gone through his youth and understood the art of showing off well. Other countries sent their strongest warriors who were right on the age boundary, but the Daxia Master Academy only sent a few new students who were just idling around. The gap was quite significant. Other countries might think so, but those familiar with Chen Mo and the others in Daxia knew that these few were stronger than the average seniors. We will set off at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Just bring your weapons, and someone will prepare the other things for you. Alright, you all discuss the order of the individual matches. I won't say much more. The specifics will be explained to you by the staff once we arrive. After notifying Chen Mo and the others, Deng Lianhu turned to leave. Chen Mo and the others exchanged glances and couldn't help but sigh. Then let's go, as long as it doesn't interfere with the new year, it's fine. Chen Mo didn't mind, it was a good opportunity to train more. He didn't want to spar with his own people, When fighting outsiders, he wouldn't have to worry about holding back.
TSK, I forgot to ask if accidentally killing someone would cause trouble. Gu Fom and the others looked at Chen Mo. It seemed the fierce beast Chen Mo was about to make a comeback. Let's go back, rest a bit, and pack our things. We'll meet at the school gate tomorrow morning. Glancing at the time, Chen Mo planned to go have another bowl of tofu pudding rice. After all, who knows when he would be back next. But just as Chen Mo stood up, the system's announcement echoed in his mind. Challenge task triggered. Participate in the team competition as an individual and win the championship. Rewards include a selectable hero skill, a perfect steel marrow promotion card, and a storage space expansion card. Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment, then carefully looked at the rewards for the challenge task. Individual, team competition? What does that mean, that he has to take on 4 opponents by himself? With such rich rewards, it seems he has no choice but to give it a try. He just doesn't know how difficult it will be. System, are you sure there's no mistake with this reward? Chen Mo pointed at the perfect steel marrow promotion card and asked, shouldn't it be steel marrow quantization? Note, steel marrow quantization is a higher level state than perfect steel marrow, requiring the host to explore it themselves. Alright, at least it saves me some trouble. Rubbing his head, this promotion card at least spared him the hassle of refining the steel marrow. Challenge task 2 triggered. Participate in the individual competition and win the championship, defeating all opponents with overwhelming strength. Upon successful completion of the task challenge, rewards include a selectable resurrection armor, priority over last reserve trigger, cooldown time of 24 hours, and a selectable emblem. Chen Mo was momentarily at a loss for words. The system meant for him to single-handedly dominate the entire World Youth Championship, right? Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? After a moment of thought, Chen Mo felt that being a bit ostentatious wasn't a bad thing. He is strong enough to single-handedly conquer the entire World Youth Championship, that's just a fact. After decisively accepting these 2 challenge tasks, Chen Mo changed his clothes and headed outside the school. About 30 kilometers from the martial arts academy, there was a shabby little shop. Don't be fooled by its dilapidated appearance. Their tofu pudding and dipping sauce were exceptionally delicious. And the stir-fried liver and kidney was Chen Mo's favorite dish besides tofu pudding. It was full of wok flavor. As night fell, a satisfied Chen Mo put away his weapon in the weapon box and took out his phone. It had been a while since he last contacted his family. During his time at the Dasha Master Academy, he was busy every day, and now at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy, he was completely occupied with studying and leading teams into the abyss, leaving no time to contact home. Seizing this rare moment of relaxation, Chen Mo decided to ask about his family's recent situation. He pressed the dial button, and the call was almost instantly answered. Hello? Xiao Mo? It wasn't Chen Li who answered the phone, but Su Lu. Mom? Chen Mo was momentarily surprised but didn't find it unexpected. I've been a bit busy lately, haven't had time to call and let you know I'm safe. I've been doing well, I'm already a 6th level martial artist. I know to be careful, don't worry. For the new year? I'll definitely be back before the new year, don't forget to make me braised pork ribs. Okay, I'll hang up then. The conversation between Chen Mo and Su Lu was quite brief, and it seemed there was some noise on the other end of the line. What's going on? It sounds like you're drinking? Rubbing his head, Chen Mo didn't think too much about it. He still had to continue refining his muscles. There was still one reward he hadn't claimed, and he couldn't slack off. However, ever since he completed the muscle refinement for his upper body, it seemed his muscles had already adapted to the explosive refining method of the energy liquid. Now, the consumption of energy liquid was much greater than before, to the point where even Chen Mo felt a bit of pain in his wallet. Chapter 198, The Gift of the Stone Golden Lion. Chapter 198, The Gift of the Stone Golden Lion, Taizhou City, Chen Family. Today, the Chen family was quite lively. Aside from Chen Yi and Chen Mo, everyone who had a good relationship with the Chen family was present. Liang Yongsheng, Tian Xingxing, Wei Jin, and Xiao Qifeng were all chugging from a large bucket of white liquor. They completely disregarded the 2 masters who were sipping nearby. These 2 masters were Yu Jiling and Songbin, who were chatting and drinking with Chen Li. That's right, after spending some time busy in the South Island, Songbin came back just to have a few drinks with Chen Li. An ordinary person and a master became friends just like that. His dad, the kid, said he should be back before the new year. The Chen Yi girl is coming back even earlier than him. After returning the phone to Chen Li, Su Lu felt a bit gloomy. As a mother, she supported all the choices her son made, but longing was inevitable. Did he not tell you guys? Yu Jiling put down her wine glass and looked at Su Lu. This year is the year of the World Youth Championship, and all the spots for this championship have been given to the Great Xia Master Academy.
But those genius freaks from the Master Academy generally don't want to deal with such troublesome matters. This will probably fall on Chen Mo and the others. According to him, it's 99% likely that the championship will end before the new year, and he will be back by then.
But isn't the World Youth Championship for a bunch of young people in their 20s and 30s? Sulu frowned, wondering if the gap in strength would be too large.
Don't worry, with Chen Mo's strength, he can handle 9th level martial artists without any problem.
Songbin laughed heartily and downed his drink.
As one of the strongest masters in all of Great Xia, Songbin had a well-connected information network.
He was fully aware of what Chen Mo was doing at the Mountain City Martial Arts Academy and his progress in strength.
Not to mention his little friends, each one is exceptionally talented, and dealing with those mediocre talents outside is no problem. This is about the face of the Great Xia Master Academy. Those old-timers will definitely take it seriously. I estimate that they chose Chen Mo because they want him to make a big impression and emerge. I actually think the same. This time the team leader is Gun Lianhu. That old man is extremely powerful. Eugene Ling nodded, fully agreeing with Songbin's words.
Among the masters of Great Xia, this old man is the strongest after that monster. Then how does your strength rank among the masters of Great Xia, Governor Yu? Chenli asked curiously after pouring Eugene Ling a glass of wine.
In Chenli's view, Eugene Ling was no different from the legendary immortals. She probably ranked among the top few, right?
Me? I can't even squeeze into the top 100.
Eugene Ling smiled bitterly and shook her head. Old Chen, you should know that Great Xia has many hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there are many powerful individuals. Those true strong ones don't operate in the open, they are protecting human society in places you don't know about.
Alright, enough said. Songbin frowned, some things were better not to tell an ordinary person like Chen Li.
Ordinary people should just live their lives well, some burdens were meant for them to bear.
The more one knows, the greater the pressure.
Alright, let's drink, just pretend I didn't say anything earlier. Eugene Ling smiled, raised her glass, and drank it all. Chenli and Sulu exchanged glances. They also knew that some things were not meant for them to know, so they didn't continue to ask.
Drink up, and come over for the new year.
The next morning, under Gung Lianhu's lead, Chen Mo and the others boarded a military vehicle to head to the airport. Director Gung, it would be better if you flew us there instead of taking a plane. As someone from an ancient martial arts family, Gu Feng knew very well that a master's flying speed was much faster than that of an airplane.
You little brat think I'm a donkey?
Gung Lianhu shot Gu Feng a glance. He certainly had the ability to cross oceans, but doing so was exhausting. It was much more comfortable to take a plane and arrive in 10 hours. This time the destination is Gran Island, where the World Youth Championship is held every year. That place is tropical. The current temperature is probably similar to that of the southern island. There are 9 days left until the competition starts. You can relax a bit, but it's best not to have any conflicts with other competitors, as that could be troublesome. Gung Lianhu understood the personalities of Chen Mo and the others very well. Aside from Yang Zua and Himiao, the other three were all quick to explode.
What if they come to provoke us? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. The Great Xia wouldn't let them suffer such humiliation, would they? I'm just saying to try to avoid any conflict. Gung Lianhu emphasized the word conflict. But you guys aren't always by my side. I can't control everything. When it comes to a fight, remember not to use lethal force. As long as no one dies, we can negotiate. If they have a problem, let them come find me. If you really want to kill someone, it can wait until you're on the arena, right? Chen Mo and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, clashing with other competitors wouldn't look good for their image, but who could blame a group of just 18-year-olds? If anyone were to be held accountable, it would be Gung Lianhu, but who would dare provoke this fierce man? So the problem was quite simple. The car started, but suddenly a figure appeared in front of it. What do you want, Stone Lion? Gung Lianhu frowned. What was this old man doing blocking the car? It's none of your business. I have something to give to that kid Chen Mo. Sure Jinsher ignored Gung Lianhu and walked up to the car window. Kid, take this. It could save your life at a critical moment. A thumb-sized sealed bottle was tossed into the car, landing steadily in Chen Mo's palm. You can also use it while training your body. With your kind of mutated warrior, you might even forge a golden body ahead of time. After a moment of silence, Sir Jinsher performed a martial salute to Chen Mo. Principal Sher, you shouldn't do this. I can't accept such a grand gesture. Chen Mo was astonished. A martial salute was the highest form of respect among warriors, not to mention that it was a grandmaster showing him this respect. Chapter 199, Warriors Need Not Live Forever. No, you can accept it. Sher Jinsher shook his head, his expression unusually serious. Thank you for helping the Shancheng Martial Arts Academy regain its vitality. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come to me.
I never make empty promises. If I can do it, I will help you. I've seen the changes in those kids. If it weren't for you, relying solely on me would have taken several years. Your arrival has greatly accelerated this process. Although there have been some setbacks, the overall result is very good. Do well in the World Youth Championship and let the whole world know the name Chen Mo. He patted Chen Mo on the shoulder and turned to leave. TSK, what kind of charm did you cast on that stone lion? He actually gave you so much Grandmaster Essence? Grandmaster Essence? Chen Mo and the others exclaimed in unison. They had thought it was some high-grade elixir or medicinal herb, but it turned out to be the most important thing a Grandmaster possesses, aside from their life core. It was also one of the sources of a Grandmaster's power, Grandmaster Essence. The sealed bottle in Chen Mo's hand suddenly felt a bit hot, and he held it tightly. Take good care of it. Your rapid growth is the best reward for this bottle of Grandmaster Essence. Dun Lianhu was also somewhat surprised by this gift. Although Grandmaster Essence can be recondensed, it takes a long time to consume. Even he wouldn't easily use Grandmaster Essence unless absolutely necessary. That old stone lion had really put in some effort. Alright, stone lion, we're leaving. We'll come back to see you when we have time. Dun Lianhu waved his hand, signaling the driver to start the car. Next time, just let Chen Mo and the others come. You old man don't need to come. Sure Jinshur chuckled and waved goodbye to the departing military vehicle. In the car, Chen Mo and the others looked at the sealed bottle in his hand, marveling. This thing is rare. My old man didn't even say he would give me a bit. Gu Feng looked up and down at the sealed bottle in Chen Mo's hand, a hint of envy in his voice. You haven't contributed anything, so why should it be given to you? Yang Zhuo was somewhat puzzled. The master source was quite rare even among the celestial race. Only those masters who had died but whose master source had not been exhausted would have their essence made into corresponding source pills. Moreover, it wasn't something at his level that he could access. It would only be distributed to various masters for healing during battles. You really can't tell I'm joking, can you? Gu Feng glanced at Yang Zhuo, a bit helplessly. Director Gun, besides healing, what else can the master source be used for? Chen Mo ignored the two and turned to Gun Lianhu. In simple terms, the master source is the most important thing for a master besides the life core. It's also a kind of catalyst. When combined with vital energy, it can produce source power. But, well, you should just keep this master source for your cultivation. Aren't you wanting to soak in energy liquid? If you really manage to get that much energy liquid, you can mix the master source into it. The effect will be better after the two are catalyzed, provided you can bear to part with it. After a pause, seeing that Chen Mo didn't respond, Dun Lianhu continued. Chen Mo, didn't you forge the indestructible golden bone in advance? I think you have a chance to forge the legendary physique, the no-leak king body. What is that? Not only Chen Mo, but even Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo, who came from prominent families, had never heard of it. I don't know the specifics, I just heard the old director mention it once before he left. Dun Lianhu himself only had a vague understanding of the indestructible king body and could only repeat the old director's words. The pinnacle of martial arts is far beyond the 13th level. As for why so many masters are stuck at the 13th level and can't advance, the old director had some speculations. In fact, the refining method we use now is a simplified version, more suitable for the general public. What? Gu Feng and Yang Zhuo were both astonished, and then everyone looked at Yang Zhuo in confusion. What are you making a fuss about, celestial race? You don't have to look at me like that. The refining method we celestial race use is the same as that of the human race. Yang Zhuo frowned. Of course, after all, the simplified refining method was developed by the human race, and you celestial race traded for quite a few good things to get it. Dun Lianhu clearly knew many unknown secrets, but everyone's thoughts were completely elsewhere. I don't know exactly when it was developed. After all, I'm also using a simplified version. Perhaps the generation of the old director used the more complex version. The simplified version has its advantages. At least it has increased the number of human race masters by dozens of times. TSK, I digressed. Dun Lianhu frowned. Older people tend to go off topic easily. The king body is a concept proposed by the old director, meaning that every inch of the body has been sufficiently refined, making the whole person a unified entity, thus achieving the no-leak king body. For example, that Zhulong kid from the Strength Institute, his muscle refining method was developed through his own exploration, and while it has effects, the side effects are too great. What about the original refining method? Chen Mo suddenly asked. Since the current refining method is a simplified version, why not just use the original refining method for those martial arts geniuses? One method improves realm and combat power quickly, while the other has a higher limit. Different groups can just use different refining methods. Don't think about it, the complexity of the old refining method is unimaginable. The resources consumed by one person are equivalent to the consumption of thousands. This will only make those big families even stronger, while ordinary people will never have a chance to turn things around. Gun Lianhu had also climbed up from the very bottom and was very clear about the intentions of the higher-ups. And the original refining method has been lost for many years. Even the old dean doesn't know where it was thrown. The old dean is nearly 600 years old. If he doesn't know, then I certainly don't.
600 years? Chen Mo gasped. Could it be that martial artists can achieve longevity by reaching a certain level? Once the life core is condensed, lifespan will greatly increase. Gun Lianhu glanced at Chen Mo, shook his head, and continued. But what do martial artists need such a long lifespan for? The ones I look down on the most are those old turtles hiding in ancient martial families, willing to be a shrinking turtle for their own lives, just a bunch of 1,000-year-old turtles. This was quite harsh, and Gu Feng even felt that Gun Lianhu was implying something about him. You don't need to look. Your Gu family has only been established for over 300 years, so there aren't any old turtles hiding. Alright, we've arrived at the airport, everyone get off. Chapter 200, Arrival at Gran Island. The discussion in Chapter 200 about arriving at Gran Island ended halfway, which was a bit of a pity, but everyone had more important things to do now. After grabbing their weapons, Gun Lianhu led a few people into a special passage directly to the cabin. Bang! A man in military uniform blocked Gun Lianhu's path, standing at attention and saluting. Master Gun, the accompanying team has gathered. Once everyone is seated, we can depart. Alright, this isn't your military department, why be so tense every day? Gun Lianhu patted the man's shoulder and turned to introduce Chen Mo and the others. This kid is called Lu Yue, a general from the Southwest Military Department, also a 13th level master, responsible for our security. At your age, just call him Brother Lu. Brother Lu. Chen Mo and the others nodded. Lu Yue looked too serious, not at all like them. Report, Master Gung, excluding security personnel, there are 70 remaining accompanying members, all in position. The plane's fuel has been replenished and is ready for takeoff. Even though Gung Lianhu had said not to be so tense, Lu Yue still executed his tasks with precision. Alright, let's take off quickly. Gung Lianhu waved his hand and led Chen Mo and the others into the business class. The plane quickly ascended, beginning a flight journey of 10 hours and 35 minutes. Gran Island is a great place. The climate is much better than that of the southern island, truly a vacation paradise. You guys don't need to be nervous. Once we land, take a good rest. Gun Lianhu reclined the sofa and began to close his eyes and rest. Especially you two inland kids, that area has some of the few seas without sea beasts, so enjoy it. Anyway, there's still 9 days until the competition starts. I brought you here so early just to have some fun. And you, Yang Zhua, look at you, acting like a wooden person every day. Once we arrive, let Gu Feng take you around. As a young master from a wealthy family, he probably knows how to have a good time. Gu Feng's face darkened. He had practiced martial arts at home every day and had no time to go out and play. That said, Gung Lianhu was right. Since there was still some time before the competition, they might as well enjoy themselves. All expenses will be on me. Feel free to have fun. When it came to money, Gu Feng was never stingy, directly covering the costs for Chen Mo and the others' entertainment during these days. The moment the plane passed through the clouds, a few barely noticeable black dots appeared near the distant sun. What are those? Chen Mo squinted, trying to see the small black dots clearly. That is the territory of the celestial race. The area above 800 kilometers is a no-fly zone, and the celestial race is responsible for suppressing threats from the sky. Otherwise, why do you think ferries can't pass, but flights can still operate? Gung Lianhu opened one eye and looked towards the distant territory of the celestial race. I can only say that having such neighbors has its pros and cons. At least the pressure on the human race has decreased significantly. Director Gung, how many races do we have to face now? Chen Mo was a bit confused. The only ones he knew about were the abyss and the sea beasts, plus the ice cavern in the northern region at most. The most serious threats right now are the abyss and the sea beasts. The others don't pose much of a threat. Gun Lianhu closed his eyes again, shifting to a more comfortable position. You don't need to know too much. When you reach the master realm, you'll know what you need to know. Sometimes knowing too much can be a burden. After saying this, Gung Lianhu began to snore. Chen Mo didn't continue to ask. All he could do was to become stronger as quickly as possible. At the very least, he needed the strength of a master to qualify for knowing those hidden matters. As the saying goes, when you close and open your eyes, a day has passed. The moment Chen Mo opened his eyes again, he only saw 4 big butts facing him. What are you doing? Rubbing his sore shoulders from sleeping, Chen Mo got up and walked over to Gu Feng, giving his butt a hard slap. This feeling, Chen Mo looked at his palm, feeling that something was off. Next time, Be gentler, it hurts me too. Ma Wanglin looked at Chen Mo with a speechless expression. He really didn't treat himself like a girl. Just came up and slapped his butt. Chen Mo rubbed his eyes and then realized he had slapped the wrong person. Ahem, sorry. Luckily, he slapped Ma Wanglin. If it had been Yi Miao, it could have resulted in a shattered pelvis. What are you looking at? Finding a window that was unoccupied, Chen Mo leaned his head out. The plane was now preparing to land, and the blue sea outside sparkled like jelly. One small island after another was closely arranged, and their target was the largest one, Grand Island. This place is nice, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Last time he was on South Island, he had no time to appreciate the scenery. This time, he could finally enjoy a true island trip. This place can be considered a pure land, the safest place on the entire Blue Star. Deng Lianhu had also woken up, patting his back like a real old man. It's not that safe, it's just that the Abyss Rift here hasn't stirred for nearly 60 years, and the term pure land has only been used for the past 60 years. Then can I go? Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Wouldn't the Abyss Rift in such a place have unique local characteristics? But before he could finish his sentence, Deng Lianhu pinched his mouth shut. You kid, just behave and enjoy your vacation outside. When the time comes, go compete, don't think about causing trouble. Every time you go to an Abyss Rift, something bad happens. South Island almost blew up, Kunlun Mountain encountered an adult Abyss Mother Tree, and Mountain City attracted a whole bunch of Abyss demons. Now the Abyss sects in the southwest and southeast see you as a thorn in their side. You better behave. If it weren't for your good luck, I reckon you would have been dead long ago. If you want to fight, that's fine, I can practice with you. Chen Mo glanced at Deng Lianhu's basic stats and immediately nodded obediently. With this old man's explosive stats, even a light pinch could break his defense, let alone sparring. Moreover, Deng Lianhu didn't seem like the kind of person who would hold back. Amidst the noise from Chen Mo and the others, the plane landed smoothly at Grand Island Airport. Grab your weapons and follow me. Chapter 201, The Notorious Master of the Great Xia. The World Youth Martial Arts Tournament is the highest-level martial arts competition in the Blue Star, eagerly anticipated by both martial artists and ordinary people worldwide. This has led to an explosive flow of people at Grand Airport, but fortunately, Chen Mo and his companions can use a special passage to reach the tournament registration area directly. As for the accompanying personnel, they have been arranged to stay at a local hotel and need to exit through the regular entrance. At this moment, the tournament registration area is not very crowded. The only team present is the Great Xia representative team. Why are there so few people? Did we arrive too early? Chen Mo glanced around, noticing the registration area was noticeably quiet, with only a dozen staff members busy at work. These staff members, to put it mildly, looked like standard tropical islanders, completely different from the residents of the southern islands. Not at all. In fact, the Great Xia representative team is one of the last to arrive, the receptionist said with a bright smile as they collected the information from Chen Mo and his companions. Most teams actually arrive a month in advance to familiarize themselves with the environment and enjoy the beautiful blue skies and seas. Chen Mo and his companions turned to look at Deng Lianhu, who huffed defiantly. There was too much to do, I forgot. Excuse me, are you 5 the participants in this tournament? After collecting their information, the staff member looked curiously behind them. What do you mean? Chen Mo was taken aback. Wasn't the quota for the tournament just 5 people? What I mean is, where is the vice captain of the Great Xia representative team? The staff member looked puzzled, as normally a team consists of a main team and a vice captain. If any main team member is unable to compete, the vice captain would take their place. But it seemed that the Great Xia representative team only had a main team? Vice captain? Chen Mo and the others looked at Deng Lianhu again, who still wore a self-righteous expression. Not many people are free to participate, you few are enough. It was unclear whether Deng Lianhu had too much confidence in them or if the old man was simply unreliable, but it seemed they truly had no vice captain or substitute members. Stop with the nonsense and hurry up with the registration. I've been on a plane for over 10 hours, I need to rest, Deng Lianhu said, already putting on his large sunglasses, clearly intending to start his island vacation. Alright, I understand, the staff member dared not ask further questions. This was the Great Xia representative team, and that seemingly frail old man was likely the master leading them. It should be noted that not every country on the Blue Star has a master. 60% of the masters are concentrated in Great Xia, while the remaining countries combined account for only 40%. Moreover, the combat power of Great Xia's masters is the strongest among all masters worldwide. One master can be as effective as 2. Although Grand Island is a vacation destination and host, it would not dare offend a master from Great Xia. The main reason is that Great Xia masters typically have a very domineering style. They are the type to start a fight at the slightest disagreement.
It's like a light military transport vehicle from the two Guang regions. The door opens, and before you see anyone, a blade comes out first. Under the pressure of Gung Lianhu's imposing presence, the staff member could only complete the registration without a vice-captain for the Great Xia representative team.
Thank you for your hard work. May I ask if you will be staying at the hotel arranged by the tournament or choosing one on your own?
The staff member handed over the contestant numbers and identity cards, respectfully inquiring.
Thank you, but we won't need the hotel. It was Gu Feng's turn to speak. He had already booked the most expensive resort hotel in the Grand Islands.
In terms of Great Xia currency, it would cost about 350,000 a night.
3 double-bedroom villas cost
1.05 million for a night's stay. Only someone like Gu Feng, who was insensitive to money, could afford it.
When Ma Wanlin saw the price, she couldn't help but exclaim, "The wicked rich."
You brat are thoughtful, bringing me along. Gung Lianhu patted Gu Feng on the shoulder.
If you all are staying outside the Saifang Hotel, please arrive at the venue by 8 a.m. on the 25th.
A staff member handed Gung Lianhu the event's flowchart and, after a brief reminder, stood aside and fell silent. The hotel Gu Feng booked is located on the main island, which is the main island of Grand Island. It takes about 20 minutes to reach this resort hotel with a private beach. After securing their weapons, Chen Mo and the others appeared on the beach in the outfits they wore in Shancheng.
I say, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to be in these clothes here? Gu Feng glanced at the trench coats and thin-down jackets they were wearing, then looked at the coolly dressed girls on the beach, and asked with a frown.
It is indeed inappropriate. It's a bit hot. Chen Mo tugged at his collar. Grand Island is at least 35 degrees now, and their outfits are still suited for the temperature in Shancheng.
What's up? Didn't I say yesterday to prepare a bit? Didn't you bring any vacation clothes?
Just as Chen Mo and the others were about to buy a couple of suitable outfits, Gung Lianhu, wearing sunglasses and big floral shorts, walked out.
Chen Mo and the others' expressions changed. Was this really the most formidable master from the Dasha Master Academy? How did he look like a lecherous old man? TSK, what a pity. I'm off to enjoy this wonderful scenery. Gung Lianhu had completely let loose since arriving at Grand Island, revealing his true nature.
Old pervert. Those who can stay at the Rosalia Resort Hotel are either rich or noble, and a large portion of them are from martial artist families. Whether it's the girls from martial artist families or those from wealthy families, their figures and skin are quite impressive. Fair skin, ample bosoms, except for the female martial artists, they are mostly flat. Long legs that are longer than life itself, combined with uniquely stunning faces, the entire private beach is comparable to a Victoria's Secret casting call. Curvy and slender, fair, brown, black, and pink, Gu Feng was stirred with excitement. Gung Lianhu casually found a beach chair and lay down, claiming to admire the beauty. Of course, there were also men on the beach, but they were all filtered out of Gung Lianhu's view.
Let's go, let's hurry and buy some clothes. I don't want to wear this in such a nice place.
After calling the hotel butler to explain their intentions, the butler naturally drove Chen Mo and the others to the largest shopping center on Grand Island.
I will wait for you here. If you need anything else, please feel free to contact me, the hotel butler said as he parked the car and opened the door for Chen Mo and the others.
Thank you for your hard work.
Gu Feng was generous, pulling out a few large denomination bills from his pocket and stuffing them into the butler's hand. Consider it a tip. Chapter 202, Nothing to See.
Compared to the vacation atmosphere of the Rosalia Resort Hotel, the Grandview Shopping Center was relatively noisy. This is a world-famous duty-free city, and many purchasing agents from other countries come here to shop and make a profit. Indeed, even as the world has become this way, the profession of purchasing agents still exists. Or rather, purchasing agents are doing even better now. In Shenmo's previous life, purchasing agents only dealt with luxury goods. Now, most of them are sourcing various resources.
Especially in Dacia, all kinds of elixirs or treasures that other small countries cannot access at all.
A pill worth $1 million can double in value just by reselling it. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of such a good deal? The Great Xia has strict controls over pills, and the only way for agents to smuggle them out is through human transport.
It's obvious where they are hidden.
Female agents often manage to smuggle out more pills than their male counterparts, as they have an extra place to hide them. Anyway, it gives Chen Mo the feeling of being a smuggler from a past life.
Go ahead and buy, brothers. I'll cover all expenses today. Gu Feng, who had been quite inconspicuous during the battle, finally perked up. When it comes to financial power, Chen Mo and the others combined can't match him alone.
TSK, the wicked rich man, Ma Wanglin shot a glance at Gu Feng. This fool finally found his moment to shine. Although Chen Mo and the others have considerable assets, if converted to cash, they would be wealthy, but those things are meant for body refinement.
Who would be foolish enough to sell these priceless treasures? Old Ma, you don't have to look at me like that.
Even if I have money, I'm not some spoiled rich kid.
Gu Feng noticed Ma Wanlin's gaze.
They had a good relationship, but Ma Wanlin always called him a wicked rich man.
Why does it feel so good? Old Ma? Ma Wanlin's eyes widened. Gu Feng actually called her old Ma?
Yes, she, Ma Wanlin, does have a tomboyish image, but she is still a girl, right?
Don't worry so much. Come on, let's go shopping.
Gu Feng put his arms around Chen Mo and Yang Zua, and the three walked side by side into the store.
Ma Wanlin's mouth twitched. She felt an impulse to beat Gu Feng to death. Shall we go, old Ma?
He Miao's little face turned red from suppressing her laughter as she repeated Gu Feng's nickname for Ma Wanlin.
You can't call me that.
Ma Wanlin pinched He Miao's little face and rubbed it a couple of times.
Then how should I call you?
He Miao rubbed her slightly sore face. She actually didn't know how to address Ma Wanlin. She usually called her sister, but she couldn't do that in public, right? Just call me by my full name, or Ma Jia will do.
Ma Wanlin sighed. How did her missing parents come up with such a name?
Yes, her dad's surname is Ma, and her mom's surname is Wang.
They got romantic, but did they ever consider the child's feelings? Okay, Ma Jia.
He Miao obediently took Ma Wanlin's hand. The two quickly caught up with Chen Mo and the others, starting their own big sweep. Open the door and take a look. There's nothing to be shy about.
Chen Mo and Gu Feng stood outside the fitting room, full of anticipation.
The three men had already bought their swimwear and regular clothes, taking a total of 3 minutes and 15 seconds. They had finished shopping and paid before Ma Wanlin and He Miao found them. Generally, martial artists have great physiques, and any clothing looks good on them. Not to mention, the three of them are rugged men. As long as the clothes fit, they buy quickly.
But Ma Wanlin and He Miao are different.
Even though Ma Wanlin is a martial artist, she is also a girl and is much more particular about clothing.
As for now, the two precious girls in the group are trying on their swimwear, which is why Chen Mo and Gu Feng are waiting outside the fitting room. No, you mustn't laugh at us.
He Miao's voice trembled. She was different from Ma Wanlin, who was always confident and didn't care much. He Miao was a typical little girl and still felt shy, especially when showing her figure in front of three boys of the same age.
Bang!
The fitting room door on the other side swung open, and Ma Wanlin stepped out in a sporty swimsuit.
How is it? Does it look okay?
Chen Mo and Gu Feng glanced at Ma Wanlin, then continued to anticipate He Miao's swimsuit.
What do you two mean? Ma Wanlin grabbed Chen Mo's collar. Was her swimsuit really that unappealing? It's fine, Chen Mo nodded perfunctorily. Ma Wanlin's swimsuit truly lacked any allure.
With a flat front and back, the only appealing features were her tan skin and long legs.
To be honest, the rest was less interesting than looking at men. Say, is my figure really that bad?
Releasing Chen Mo, Ma Wanlin seized Gu Feng's collar. Not bad, very good.
Gu Feng silently averted his gaze, eagerly awaiting He Miao's appearance.
Ma Wanlin fell completely silent, letting go of Gu Feng's collar and returning to the fitting room.
Is this swimsuit too revealing?
He Miao's small face flushed as she pushed open the fitting room door, only her face visible. But Chen Mo and Gu Feng still caught a glimpse of her swimsuit, and then both fell silent.
You two take your time trying it on, we'll wait over there. Chen Mo and Gu Feng sighed simultaneously, sitting down in the store's lounge area, thoroughly disappointed.
A question mark popped up in He Miao's little head as she looked down at her outfit, seemingly finding no issue.
Why is there not a single eye-catching girl on our team? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Gu Feng fell into deep thought. Ma Wanlin was a sporty girl with a tomboyish vibe, flat front and back, not much to see.
He Miao had a completely childlike figure. Looking at her too long would make others suspect they were into something inappropriate.
Can't we have a big sister with an explosive figure to look at?
I'm not ugly either. I'm young, wealthy, and strong, Gu Feng said, stroking his angular jaw, somewhat questioning his life.
Who says otherwise? Chen Mo and Gu Feng sat in the lounge area, watching various beauties pass by and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 203, Are there really such fools? Chapter 203, Are there really such fools? Haven't those two bought anything yet?
Just as Chen Mo and Gu Feng were admiring the passing long legs, Yang Zhuo walked over holding a skewer of grilled meat over a meter long.
What do you have in your hand?
Chen Mo glanced at the thing in Yang Zhuo's hand that resembled grilled intestines and voiced his confusion.
Ah, I saw someone from the mountain city selling grilled intestines over there, so I bought one. Yang Zhuo's expression was blank, the epitome of a cold-faced handsome guy. It's just a bit pricey. For this price, I could eat my fill of fatty intestines in the mountain city. But it tastes really good, spicy and numbing, just like what I had in the mountain city. Holding his oversized grilled intestines, Yang Zhuo sat down beside Chen Mo and Gu Feng.
Chen Mo felt that this combination was a bit strange. A rich second-generation heir, a foreign handsome guy holding grilled intestines, and him.
Plus, the flat-chested sporty girl and the legal lowly trying on swimsuits inside, was this really the Dacia representative team for the World Youth Championship?
Luckily, no one knew they were the Dacia representative team yet. If others found out, it would probably be hard to evaluate.
His nickname was Fierce Beast, so was Young's nickname Intestine Hero? The items in the Grandview market were not cheap thanks to the high prices on Grand Island and its reputation as a vacation destination.
A swimsuit and 2 sets of regular clothes cost nearly 30,000 yuan, which made Ma Wanglin feel like she was about to suffocate from the pain.
What's there to feel pained about? 30,000 yuan can't even buy the leftover dregs of the 6th level body refining pills you usually eat, Gufeng said, somewhat puzzled. Their daily resource consumption exceeded 1 million. Why would they feel so pained over 30,000 for 3 sets of clothes? The evil rich will never understand. Chen Mo and Ma Wanglin shook their heads at the same time. How could Fu Gu understand the pain of the poor brothers? Let's go. I still want to go back to the beach to see the big sister. Gu Feng had already changed into island attire, looking as if he was about to hang a sign around his neck saying, "I'm a tourist, come and slaughter me." But just as Chen Mo and the others stepped out of the shop, a light, teasing whistle sounded from behind them. Chen Mo frowned and turned to look.
He saw a South Asian man with a head full of brown curls, looking like a teddy bear, whistling at Ma Wanglin.
He's dead meat. Chen Mo showed no reaction. Among their group, Ma Wanglin had a fiery temper and would definitely not let this slide.
There really are such idiots these days. Gu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Ma Wanglin was already in a bad mood from earlier, and this was a perfect opportunity to take out her frustration. Besides, anyone who could afford to spend in such a place was either rich or noble.
What kind of fool would dare to do this?
It was also possible he was spoiled at home, running wild in his own country, a fool with underdeveloped brains.
You're very beautiful. Would you be interested in being my companion?
The South Asian man didn't notice the murderous aura radiating from Ma Wanglin. He simply thought her figure and looks matched his taste.
Ma Wanglin didn't speak but turned to look at Chen Mo. After all, she was a girl and hoped to be protected. Although there weren't many qualified to protect her, wasn't there just a few right beside her? Let me handle this.
Chen Mo scratched his head, wondering how buying clothes could lead to such a situation. He stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Ma Wanglin.
Be careful, don't kill him.
Gu Feng shook his head. Killing someone in public was quite troublesome.
It wouldn't reflect well on the image of the great Xia. Hello, is this your companion?
The South Asian man smiled and walked over, extending his hand upon seeing Chen Mo step up.
It seemed he wanted to shake hands with Chen Mo.
She's your mother. Chen Mo had no intention of giving him any face, grabbing the man's curly hair on top of his head.
Can't keep your mouth shut, huh? Can't you see they're with us? Saying this, Chen Mo pulled Ma Wanglin closer, wrapping an arm around her shoulder.
Ma Wanglin's flat chest pressed against Chen Mo, and her tan skin turned visibly red at an alarming rate. It was the first time she had been so close to a man.
You. Feeling the aura of power radiating from Chen Mo, the South Asian man's expression turned ugly.
The strongest guardian warrior in his family had a similar aura to this young man, but that guardian was a 7th level warrior.
Could it be that this young man was also a 7th level warrior?
In their country, a 7th level warrior held an extremely high status, wielding the power of life and death over ordinary people. Even if he were a royal, he would be no different from an ordinary person in front of a 7th level warrior.
Chen Mo was completely unaware of this. He spent every day among masters and didn't feel particularly strong. Little did he know, his strength could be revered as ancestral in any small country.
Seeing the South Asian man silent and glaring at him, Chen Mo's aura grew increasingly dangerous.
You've got quite a hard mouth. Looks like you're asking for punishment.
Before the South Asian man could react, Chen Mo's fingers tightened, and a clump of hair was yanked from his scalp.
Ah!
The South Asian man was about to scream when Chen Mo stuffed his big slipper into his mouth. The surrounding customers stepped back at this scene. They didn't want to get involved in such trouble. The 2 bodyguards beside the South Asian man were also frozen in place at this moment.
They were only 3rd level martial artists, no different from little chicks in front of Chen Mo. Let me give you a lesson. Be more careful when you go out in the future.
If I pull out my slipper and you dare to make any noise, I'll pull out your tongue.
Do you understand? Chen Mo bent down, regardless of whether the South Asian man could understand, and directly pulled out the slipper.
Buy another pair, this one is no good. Gu Feng frowned and tossed the saliva-soaked flip-flop aside. The store clerk, with keen insight, brought over a new pair of shoes and respectfully helped Chen Mo put them on.
Trash!
Throwing the hair still attached to his scalp onto the ground, Chen Mo wrapped his arm around Ma Wanglin and turned to leave.
Ma Wanglin remained silent the entire time, being held by Chen Mo as they exited the Grandview shopping mall.
Have you had enough of the hug? Standing at the entrance of the Grandview shopping mall, Chen Mo released his hand and looked down at Ma Wanglin. It wasn't that he had been holding Ma Wanglin, rather, she had been holding onto his waist the whole time. Luckily, he was strong, with the strength Ma Wanglin had while hugging, even a steel pipe could be squeezed into rebar. Cough. It was only then that Ma Wanglin realized what she was doing and awkwardly cleared her throat, letting go of Chen Mo. You almost choked me, you really have some strength, big sister. Chen Mo rubbed his flesh. No matter how strong he was, he would still feel pain. The hotel butler beside them did not look up, just standing by the car waiting for them to get in. Ma Wanlin's blush instantly faded, and the somewhat flirtatious atmosphere disappeared without a trace. Let's go, let's get in the car, we're going back to see the beautiful big sister. Gu Feng completely failed to notice Ma Wanlin's odd behavior and pulled Chen Mo into the car. Chapter 204, The Forgotten Reward. It was even less likely that Chen Mo and Yang Zhuo would notice what Gu Feng had overlooked. One was still savoring the sensation of pulling hair, while the other was battling with the now toughened grilled intestines that had cooled down. Ma Wanglin got into the car with a complicated mood, and he now noticed her unusual demeanor. But she said nothing, deciding to wait until they returned to the hotel to ask. Just as Chen Mo and the others left, 3 expressionless crewcut youths appeared in the shop. The 3 crewcut youths said nothing and grabbed the South Asian man's collar, lifting him up. This matter must not be made public. If there is any news about this incident outside, you know the consequences. The South Asian man nearly urinated himself upon seeing the 3 crewcut youths, immediately realizing who he had provoked. Fortunately, he had only whistled. If he had said something he shouldn't have, it wouldn't have been so simple to resolve with just a warning. The Great Xia is the country with the most masters in the entire Blue Star. Small countries like theirs, which don't even have a master, are not to be trifled with. I understand. The South Asian man nodded, and the 3 crewcut youths in Zhongshan suits finally released his collar. Report to the leader, the conflict has been resolved. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already evening, and the sunset cast a calm glow over the sea. After dinner, Ma Wanglin and He Miao returned to their villa, and Chen Mo and the others did not continue to wander outside. As for Gung Lianhu, that old man, Chen Mo and the others had not seen him around, probably off having fun. Since June, this seems to be the first time we've had a break. Chen Mo lay on his big bed, letting out a long sigh. The long-lost comfort made him a bit unaccustomed. After lying down for a while, he sat up. Coming over this early, he couldn't just lie down for 8 days straight, could he? Wouldn't that just waste him away? How about a bath to try? Chen Mo glanced at the bathtub in the bedroom, planning to try the long-anticipated energy liquid bath. He closed the door and sealed the drain. With a thought, the purple-black energy liquid instantly filled the bathtub. So this is the color when it cools down? Chen Mo took a deep breath, stripped off his clothes, and submerged his body in the energy liquid. Almost the moment his body touched the liquid, an indescribable prickling, pain, and numbness enveloped him. It felt like 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, and Chen Mo instinctively activated his perfect steel skin. He knew that once he activated the ghost armor, his body would be isolated from the energy liquid, preventing him from achieving the desired effect. After enduring the first wave of pain akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, Chen Mo could clearly feel his muscles seemingly undergoing automatic tempering. Moreover, the tempering speed was not slower than when he ingested the energy liquid. In fact, it was even faster. Wait, if the energy liquid bath can temper muscles, what about my steel marrow? Chen Mo's mind momentarily faltered. If the effects of the energy liquid were absorbed by his muscles, wouldn't that render the steel marrow useless? Perhaps the effects of the energy liquid bath were so remarkable that he was reluctant to part with the exhilarating speed of tempering. The progress of his muscle tempering increased at a rate of 0 per second, reaching a progress of 1 in less than 4 minutes. At this rate, completing the 75 task would only take a little over an hour. However, as the muscle tempering progress increased, the amount of energy liquid consumed also rose. The energy liquid in the bathtub began to visibly decrease, and Chen Mo's originally bright red muscles started to turn a purplish red. At this moment, Chen Mo was unaware of this. He was staring blankly at the system panel displaying unclaimed rewards. When did I get this reward? Chen Mo scratched his head, unable to recall completing any tasks. Note, this is a challenge task reward. The system has repeatedly reminded the host of task completion, but the host has not responded. Chen Mo then remembered the task released after 48 hours. The previous battle had been so intense that he had completely forgotten about it. Clicking on the unclaimed reward, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Hero skill selection, steal my heart. These 2 rewards were exactly what Chen Mo needed, almost equally valuable. Steal my heart would significantly increase his steel stacking speed, and the hero skill selection was extremely important. So far, Chen Mo still had 2 uses of Steal My Heart left, with no opportunity to use them yet.
As for the hero skill selection, Chen Mo already had an idea in mind. That one shot of breathtaking had killed at least hundreds of thousands of abyss beasts.
At that time, he thought it would be great to have the passive of Thresh and the passive of Belvath. Now, he could choose one of those 2 passives. The order didn't matter much. After completing the new challenge task, he could get another hero skill selection. Chen Mo's current attributes had a hint of a hexagonal warrior, but he was not satisfied with his defense. Those level 4 warriors had defenses exceeding 1,000,000, while he could barely reach 1,000,000 only when activating ghost armor and perfect steel skin.
It was still too low.
System, I remember that Thresh's passive collects souls to infinitely increase defense and spell power.
My attribute panel doesn't even have spell power.
Please rest assured, spell power will be equally converted into attack power.
Then that's settled.
Chen Mo had no more doubts and directly used the hero skill selection.
I choose Hell's Curse. Skill exchange successful. Would you like to equip it immediately?
Passive skill slots are full. Please choose to replace any passive skill.
Without any hesitation, Chen Mo directly replaced Rage of the Berserker with Hell's Curse. Chapter 205, Has the Blood Chi Clouded Your Mind? Chapter 205, Has the Blood Chi Clouded Your Mind?
Hell's Curse. You can harvest the souls of enemies who die around you, providing you with defense and attack power. Each point of soul provides 1 point of defense and 0 attack power, stacking infinitely, no twists or turns, no restrictions, just pure stacking skills. Pure numbers, pure joy. This passive ability of Hell's Curse allowed Chen Mo to rediscover the joy he felt when he first started stacking steel.
Looking at this skill that represented numbers, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. Alas! How he wished he had this skill when he was throwing himself into the abyss against the great demon, otherwise, his current stats wouldn't be so low. At this moment, Chen Mo had completely forgotten that he was merely a 6th level martial artist, especially since he was surrounded by various geniuses and groups of masters. Every time Chen Mo saw the stats of the masters, he felt an immense envy. Congratulations, host! Muscle refining progress has reached 75. Side quest 2 completed. Random warrior hero template has been issued, please check, host. Side quest 3 activated, increase muscle refining progress to 100 to advance to perfect steel body and transcend to the king of no leaks. Upon completion, reward, storage space expansion card, unlimited materialization card. Wait a minute. At the moment the system announcement sounded, Chen Mo realized that something seemed off. Looking down, he saw that the bathtub full of energy liquid was now completely empty, with only a drop or 2 left at the bottom. Chen Mo felt a mix of laughter and tears. He didn't know whether he had gained or lost in this situation. The energy liquid was indeed very precious, but it wasn't something extremely rare. However, the hero template was different. If luck was on his side, it could be used as an invincibility card. Moreover, this energy liquid wasn't used for free. Chen Mo's attack and defense had received a significant boost. Health, 10,065,400, attack, 613,305, defense, 703,059, health recovery, 20,000 per second. Looking at his current stats, Chen Mo finally understood why Brother Zhulong's numbers were so absurdly high. The values provided by muscle refining only became more exaggerated as the refining progress increased. Chen Mo was only at 75, and his boost had already reached 6 figures. If he reached 100, or truly became a perfect steel body, how exaggerated would his stats be then? Could he tear apart a 10th level martial artist with his bare hands? It was quite possible. Chen Mo recalled how Zhulong had killed the 10th level abyss martial artist. Even facing an 11th level abyss martial artist, he had the strength to fight back. It all comes down to having high enough stats. Stepping out of the bathtub, Chen Mo picked up a bathrobe and draped it over himself. Buzz! A wave of invisible energy erupted from above Chen Mo, followed by a burst of wild laughter from Gu Feng. Ha 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 ha, this Gran Island is actually the legendary paradise? The energy density is so high, I've advanced to 8th level martial artist. Immediately after, a similar wave of energy came from next door, but apart from that, there was no other commotion. Is the effect of the dissipating energy particles really that good? Chen Mo glanced at the energy liquid in the bathtub that was rapidly dissipating. Its effect was astonishingly good. The consumption of refining muscles is too great, but the effect is also very obvious. Chen Mo understood why Zhulong's realm had been stagnant, even showing signs of regression. He had used a full 500 kilograms of energy liquid to refine his muscles to 75, while Zhulong relied on his own blood qi to continuously refine his muscles. Damn, what a fierce man. Come, Chen Mo, let's fight to the death. I want to see just how strong you really are. Gu Feng, not knowing what had gotten into him, kicked open Chen Mo's door and charged in.
Chen Mo remained silent, staring at Gu Feng with a pair of dead fish eyes. Upon seeing Chen Mo's chiseled muscles, Gu Feng calmed down, forced a laugh, and tried to put the door back in place. For some reason, Gu Feng felt that even if he broke through to level 8, he still wouldn't be a match for Chen Mo.
Want to leave?
Chen Mo suddenly appeared beside Gu Feng, revealing a dangerous smile.
Do you believe me when I say I was just overwhelmed by my blood boiling?
Gu Feng managed to squeeze out a smile, but it looked bitter. He was doomed, and he had confirmed one thing. It seemed he could only compare himself to Chen Mo after breaking through to a higher level of martial artist. Of course I believe you, you're my dear teammate, Chen Mo said, gripping Gu Feng's shoulder, and then they both appeared on a private beach. Let me explain, Gu Feng started, but before he could finish, he was plunged headfirst into the sand, leaving only his feet sticking out.
I'm just helping you cool down.
Also, this is called burying the ancestors upright. The descendants will surely prosper.
Good night. Of course, this level of treatment wouldn't hurt Gu Feng. Being stuck in the sand was merely a playful act between the two.
While Chen Mo and the others were fooling around, several new Americans with different appearances were sitting in another villa at the Rosalia Hotel. Professor, the team sent by the Great Xia has quite a reputation. The gray-haired youth at the forefront swirled his drink and downed the strong liquor in one go. It's a pity they're just a bunch of 18-year-old kids, just right to be our stepping stones.
Don't underestimate any opponent.
The old man referred to as the professor lifted his eyelids, his gaze sharp. Those kids have strong combat abilities. Some of the things they've done are things even you can't accomplish.
If you underestimate them, your fate will be dire.
Especially that Chen Mo. He is clearly the ace of the Great Xia representative team.
How could that be? Shouldn't it be that Tianrun clan member?
The gray-haired youth was momentarily stunned, asking in disbelief. The professor shot a glance at the gray-haired youth but ignored him. If it weren't for Lawrence's excellent adaptability to energy armor, he would never have chosen this fool to fight. To say he had no brains was an understatement. This guy was practically a caveman. You all need to remember, this is the best opportunity for New America's energy armor to make its debut. Let the whole world see that not only those random martial artists can resist the abyss, technology is also one of the means to resist it. Although the representative team sent by the Great Xia isn't their strongest, defeating them, the reigning champions, will still make New America's energy armor shine. I allow you to unleash the output power of Armor 100, even if it means going into overload, so be it.
You must win this championship, do you all understand?
Of course we understand. New America's investment is in place, and we won't let New America down. Lawrence crossed his legs and poured himself another glass of Highland Night.
Right, Professor Chu Tianliao? Chapter 206, just here to play Who Allowed You to Call Me That? Chu Tianliao slowly turned to look at Lawrence, and a terrifying pressure erupted instantly. Lawrence's face turned pale, and he sank deeply into the sofa.
Indeed, this man was none other than Chu Tianhua's younger brother, Chu Tianliao. He did not possess the same extraordinary talent as his brother while also having spiritual power. Chu Tianliao could only be considered an ordinary person in front of Chu Tianhua, but he was unwilling to accept this, which led him to choose a path that was completely opposite to that of Chu Tianhua. He specialized in the study of vital energy. However, his research methods were somewhat cruel, or rather inhumane. In Chu Tianliao's view, to perfectly utilize vital energy, a large number of human experiments were necessary, but the Great Xia did not allow such extensive human experimentation. While a complete ban was impossible, the extremely cruel experiments that Chu Tianliao conducted were entirely prohibited. It was for this reason that Chu Tianliao chose to leave the Great Xia and head to the more free New America. He did it not for any other reason, but simply to prove that he was more outstanding than his brother. As for why Chu Tianhua had never mentioned this younger brother, it was naturally because, in Chu Tianhua's eyes, Chu Tianliao was a disgrace, a traitor who had betrayed his country, family, and friends. The personalities of these two were quite similar, both had extremely awkward dispositions. Using modern terminology, they could be described as tsundere.
Yes, two tsundere old men.
Chu Tianliao did not actually intend to betray the Great Xia. His plan was to return with the data after completing his experiments. But he could never have imagined that the heavy armor energy problem that had troubled him for a long time had already been solved.
The solution was quite simple. It was the energy battery taken from Black Cloud City. Rest well, for the next few days, you are prohibited from contacting those representatives from the Great Xia. Do not alert the enemy. We must make a stunning debut. The 10 young people from New America, each with different appearances, remained silent, 2 of whom had already fainted under Chu Tianliao's oppressive aura. As a 13th level master, Chu Tianliao's strength was indeed formidable. Brother, I will prove that my ideas are correct. I just lack some practical demonstrations.
Chu Tianliao stood up and left the villa, returning to his room, allowing the few young people from New America to finally breathe freely. Hee hee, Lawrence chuckled darkly, then also stood up and returned to his own place. The remaining few stared at each other, and after a while, they also went back to rest. They did not know much about Chu Tianliao, only that the higher-ups in New America placed extraordinary importance on this old man. Whatever requests he made were generally agreed to, even the most cruel human experiments were no exception. Therefore, provoking him was the least wise choice. The next morning, after enjoying a wonderful breakfast, Chen Mo and the others gathered on the beach. What do you think? The five of them lay neatly on the beach chairs, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Lying here is kind of boring, why don't we do something exciting? Gu Feng raised his head, grinning as he looked at He Miao and Ma Wanglin, who were in swimsuits. What do you want to do? Ma Wanglin frowned, she felt that this guy was up to no good. Look, we've come to a sea without sea beasts, wouldn't it be a shame if we didn't go swimming? I haven't seen the sea except for the South Island, and neither have you, Sister Ma, Yangzhua even less so. Chen Mo's place is also quite a distance from the sea, so he doesn't have many opportunities to see it either. How about this, let's have a swimming race, whoever reaches the little island across first wins. After a suffocating silence, everyone continued doing their own things. Do you think this kind of competition has any meaning? Chen Mo glanced at Gu Feng, who looked somewhat disappointed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. As martial artists, even if we play, we should have enough physical confrontation. I think volleyball would be good. He Miao, who was building a sandcastle with a beach volleyball, paused for a moment, then turned to look at Chen Mo. And no one wants to play something without a stake. It's better to add a little excitement. Let's form teams, with He Miao as the referee. The losing team has to fulfill one request from the winning team. No backing out. Not playing. Yangzhua shook his head, as he was comprehending the celestial powers under the brilliant sunlight. After advancing to an 8th level warrior last night, his understanding of celestial powers deepened further, and the maximum number of his external avatars had now reached 16. But this was not his limit, he just hadn't grasped it yet. Do you think we can't guess what you two are thinking? Who would be foolish enough to play such a game with you? Ma Wanglin raised an eyebrow and took He Miao to the nearby beach to play. You can't do that either. Gu Feng chuckled, looking rather mischievous. If no one wants to play, then lying down for a while is fine. Chen Mo didn't mind, he just wanted to liven up the atmosphere, not really understanding what Ma Wanglin meant by what are you thinking. Two handsome guys, were quite interested in the game you mentioned. How about playing with us? Just when the two were about to give up and lie down, two stunning women with the looks of Persian cats appeared before Chen Mo and Gu Feng. Who the hell are you? Don't block my sunlight. Gu Feng frowned slightly, his good temper reserved for Chen Mo and a few others. In front of strangers, he remained the proud young master of the Gu family. Do you two want to play? Chen Mo sat up, channeling his energy to grab the volleyball nearby. The two women's eyes lit up at this scene. External energy release was a special ability only available to 4th level warriors. Could it be that this kid had the strength of a 4th level warrior at such a young age? Of course, if we lose, we can definitely fulfill one of your excessive requests. The woman's voice was quite alluring, making the listeners' bones feel weak. Alright, then let's do it. Chen Mo smiled and exchanged a glance with Gu Feng. Chapter 207, Headshot. Chapter 207, Headshot. So, what demands should we make? Gu Feng immediately understood. Chen Mo was starting to scheme. Do you really think these two ladies just want to play? Chen Mo glanced at a distant gaze. These two women were definitely sent by that person to test them. So, since they had the guts to test them, they should be prepared for a big loss. Got it, then let's go a bit harder. Gu Feng licked his lips, eyeing the two alluring women across from them. Yangzhua, release your external avatars to form a barrier, don't let them escape. Although Chen Mo didn't know what Gu Feng understood, how could they let their prey escape? The two women were momentarily stunned, then realized they were surrounded on the beach by a group of identical-looking people. Those people exuded the aura of at least 8th level warriors, and the two alluring women began to sweat. They had thought their charm could easily conquer these two young cooks, but things seemed to be going awry. Come on, weren't we going to play ball? Chen Mo held the ball in one hand, his muscles, refined by energy liquid, starting to heat up. I won't let you leave until we determine the winner. The first element of being a strong person is to respect your opponent, and I happen to respect my opponents quite a lot. In the distance, an old man with a head full of white hair but a strong physique stood in a room, watching Chen Mo and the others. Eugen Kangli Vladimir, you old ghost, why are you here too? Deng Lian, who appeared beside Vladimir like a ghost, watching the youthful beach volleyball in the distance with him. Deng Lian, who fell silent for a moment after seeing Chen Mo's serving posture, then burst out laughing.
You're not planning to have your two flirty granddaughters seduce that kid Chen Mo, are you? Ha 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 ha.
Deng Lianhu laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, his body shaking uncontrollably.
What do you mean by flirty?
Ivia and Odizan are our family's charming social butterflies. Capturing two 18-year-old boys is a piece of cake. Vladimir snorted coldly. He actually felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Just wait and see. Your two social butterflies are probably going to become flower fertilizer.
Deng Lianhu had a good understanding of Chen Mo's temperament.
Although this kid liked to look at beautiful women, if he really wanted to seduce him, the difficulty would increase exponentially.
Moreover, he was quite heavy-handed. Are you ready?
Chen Mo, being quite principled, asked before serving. Odizan, although feeling the atmosphere was a bit strange, still flashed a charming smile.
Of course, little brother, come on.
As a social butterfly in the family, her strength was not too strong, only a level 4 warrior.
But in terms of appearance and figure, she was confident she could outshine everyone except Ivia.
The two of them had captured quite a few troublesome opponents for the family.
Just two little kitchen boys, how could that be a problem? Blazing fire. Split the sea.
Chen Mo's right arm bulged, and terrifying vitality erupted in an instant. Coupled with Chen Mo's already absurdly high stats, the volleyball transformed into a cannonball the moment it made contact with his fist. Crimson vitality wrapped around the volleyball, and Odizan's face turned pale with fear, but there was nowhere to hide.
Bang!
Dust flew, and the entire private beach shook. The volleyball hit Odizan's pretty face squarely, embedding her entire upper body into the ground. Before Ivia, who was nearby, could scream, the rebounding volleyball crossed the net back to Chen Mo's side.
It's your turn.
Gufoam suddenly exerted force under his feet and appeared next to the volleyball in an instant. Flames ignited fiercely on his right arm as he unleashed his full power for the first time.
Rock flame stick.
Another cloud of dust rose, and when the surrounding sand settled, only 4 long legs remained outside on the volleyball court. What an exhilarating match! Chen Mo wiped away non-existent sweat and looked up at Vladimir in the distance.
Why are there so many teeth on this ball? Gufoam picked up the volleyball again, looking puzzled at the few white teeth that had grown on it. Vladimir's face turned ashen. The development of events seemed to have exceeded his imagination.
Ha 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 ha. Deng Lianhu was laughing so hard he was about to pass out. He knew that Chen Mo would never be swayed by beauty, especially upon discovering that someone was manipulating these two behind the scenes.
I told you, you can't handle him. Even I don't know how to deal with Chen Mo besides using force, so you can forget about it. After laughing for a while, Deng Lianhu finally calmed down. By the way, why are you letting your two buses flirt with Chen Mo when you have nothing better to do? As the head of one of the 4 major noble families in the Northern Federation, why was this old man fixated on Chen Mo? Don't hide it. We've been friends for so many years, just say it. Deng Lianhu patted the ashen-faced Vladimir. Who are you calling a friend? Just because you've been beating me up from the age of 20 to 85?
Vladimir's expression was very grim, and Deng Lianhu's words reminded him of past pains. That was a spar, don't speak carelessly.
Deng Lianhu's expression was serious as he corrected Vladimir's erroneous elaboration. To put it simply, it's about borrowing seed. Vladimir sighed, feeling a bit of a headache as he sat down. So far, no child from the Vladimir family can inherit this surname. Moreover, after a moment of hesitation, Vladimir finally spoke up. My grandson has lost the ability to carry on the family line. I'm the only man left with the Vladimir surname.
You know, it's extremely difficult for a master to leave descendants, or rather, after becoming a master, one loses the ability to have offspring. After all, masters and martial artists below the 13th rank are no longer the same species.
What happened?
Deng Lianhu no longer laughed at Vladimir and asked as he sat beside him. Deep Abyss invasion, Ice Cavern riots, 2/3 of the Vladimir family has been wiped out. Now, besides me, there are no other masters left. Vladimir rubbed his temples, sat up straight, and lit a cigarette.
Want one? Deng
Lianhu took the cigarette Vladimir offered, lit it, and took a puff.
Chapter 208, you want to borrow seed?
I can't say much about other matters. This involves the secrets of the Northern Alliance. But I still want to remind you that the group of abyssal warriors from the Deep Abyss has started to act up. It seems to be related to the Sea of End.
The ice cavern is the same. You should let your side in Habing City be cautious, so they aren't caught off guard.
Vladimir exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and the entire room began to fill with mist. Rest assured, the military has already started taking over the construction of the stronghold in Kunlun Mountain, and with the remaining 13 masters from the Master Academy, there are a total of 20 masters guarding the Deep Abyss. Deng Lianhu boldly mentioned the ongoing construction project in Kunlun Mountain, completely unconcerned about leaking secrets. The old Dean, that ancient monster who has lived for several hundred years, is guarding the Sea of End. If anything happens, it will definitely cause a stir.
Well, after thinking for a moment, Gung Lianhu chose not to continue. Let's change the subject. How did you come to think of borrowing Chen Mo's seed? Then wouldn't the Vladimir family have the surname Chen? Just trying it out. I don't have high hopes. Vladimir shook his head. This kid has limitless potential, even those not by his side can see that. You need to protect him well, he might be the first Heavenly Gate realm born in the new era. Do I need to tell you that?
Gung Lianhu rolled his eyes. The importance placed on this kid was quite high, especially since the military even sent people to this World Youth Championship. I can give him money, the women of the Vladimir family are at his disposal. As long as a boy is born, I can offer him 300,000 square kilometers of land in exchange. When Vladimir said this, Gung Lianhu's expression changed, and he almost dropped the cigarette in his hand.
Are you serious? Of course, his talent is unparalleled.
Even if his descendants inherit only 1/10, it would be enough to rebuild the Vladimir family. Vladimir nodded, completely serious. Gung Lianhu remained silent. After all, this was the territory of the Vladimir family. Although the area was permafrost year-round, it was rich in resources. Trading Chen Mo's chastity for 300,000 square kilometers of land seemed quite a bargain.
How about this? I'll ask Chen Mo about his own wishes later. Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, Gung Lianhu stood up. If he is willing, then everything is negotiable. But if he is unwilling, who would dare to force him? Don't blame my golden hammer for being merciless. As he spoke, a fierce aura emanated from Gung Lianhu, one that did not belong to a master. Have you found the vital point? Vladimir asked, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Do you really think I've lived all these years for nothing? Gung Lianhu snorted proudly and then vanished. On the beach, Chen Mo grabbed Ivia's smooth little leg and pulled her out of the sand with force. Ivia's face was already sunken in, her entire head swollen like a volleyball. Are you convinced? Chen Mo slapped Ivia twice to wake her from her stupor. Ivia's eyes could barely open, she couldn't understand why a man would hit her face so hard. I'm asking you a question, hurry up. At that moment, Gu Feng had also pulled Ode from the ground, and the two of them had her awake in no time. Are you convinced? Do you admit defeat? If you don't admit defeat, then continue. Ode looked bewildered. Was this still the same lecher who sat at the shop door watching Long Legs yesterday? So clueless about the situation? Stop it, you two. Gung Lianhu appeared beside Chen Mo and Gu Feng, glancing at the pitiful Ivia and Ode, unable to suppress a sigh. Director Gung. Chen Mo directly released Ivia's ankle, throwing her onto the ground. But our bet, rest assured, the Vladimir family never goes back on their word. Another old man with white hair suddenly appeared. It was Duke Vladimir. Vampire Vladimir? Chen Mo was taken aback. His first reaction was to think of that anti-spirit in the alliance. What vampire? This old man is the head of the Vladimir family, one of the 4 noble families of the Northern Alliance, Duke Vladimir. Gung Lianhu laughed heartily and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. Let's get acquainted, and by the way, tell me what you want. Your body. It was only when facing each other that Duke Vladimir noticed the difference in Chen Mo's physique. You're not mistaken, this kid has refined his muscles, following the same path as Zhu Long. Gung Lianhu nodded, indicating that Duke Vladimir's observation was correct. Wait a minute? Gung Lianhu was taken aback, then squeezed Chen Mo's arm. Your muscles have already been refined to more than half. Why so fast? Can I choose not to say? Chen Mo coughed lightly, brushing off the topic. Gung Lianhu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. How had this kid managed it? Moreover, his vitality showed no signs of decline. The sign of a king's body. Duke Vladimir's eyes also flashed with brilliance. His judgment was indeed correct. This kid's potential was absolutely top-notch, and once in hand, the quality of the next generation of the Vladimir family would greatly improve. However, he better obtain this seed before Chen Mo forged his king's body. Otherwise, once it was complete, the difficulty of obtaining offspring would increase significantly. Don't think too much. This is no longer something I can decide alone. Gung Lianhu wished he could take Chen Mo back directly, but without Chen Mo, the World Youth Championship wouldn't be as exciting. Even if the reputation of the Great Xia Master Academy spread, it would never be as explosive as Chen Mo's arrival. I know, I will negotiate directly with your higher-ups and ultimately strive for this child's own wishes. Duke Vladimir understood that the success of this matter did not depend on the higher-ups or himself, but on Chen Mo. If he was unwilling, it would be useless no matter who came. By the way, what were you talking about? Chen Mo was puzzled. He was still unaware that the little parts in his pants had been targeted. Nothing much, I'm just here to fulfill the promise for the two of them. Prince Vladimir shook his head. He had to leave a good impression on Chen Mo.